Chapter 1. The System of Universal Exchange. The Great Chu Kingdom, Hongxing Year 9. A regiment of 1,000 iron cavalry, led by Tanner Vic, charged swiftly through the capital streets. Moments later, the Alpha's mansion in the western part of the city was besieged, leaving no room for passage. What's going on? Wasn't Prince Northern Pacification fighting against the Xiongnu in the northern border? Could it be that there was a great victory in the north? But with this scene, it doesn't look like he's being honored. Could Prince Northern Pacification have died in battle? This commotion drew murmurs and speculations from the nearby residents. The family members of the mansion were rudely herded outside by soldiers, all bewildered at the sight of Tanner Vic's stern face. The Princess Danielle felt an ominous sense, stepping forward to whisper, "Your Highness, why such a grand mobilization?" Vic waved his sleeve as if severing ties with the Alpha's household and then roared, "Silence! The Alfred has decreed, all in the Alpha's mansion are to receive the imperial edict." Startled, the Danielle hurriedly led everyone to kneel, growing increasingly anxious. Prince Northern Pacification Rex, inheriting noble rank due to ancestral virtue, has nevertheless plotted treason with his son, colluding with the Xiongnu to overthrow the state, committing an unforgivable crime. Fortunately, Vice Hermes Phil detected their plot, slaying these two traitors before they acted, quelling the rebellion in its infancy. Though dead, their treachery cannot be forgiven, and their bodies will arrive soon in the capital for execution. All servants and properties within the mansion shall be seized by the palace. All female family members will be exiled to Liangzhou in the northwest tomorrow morning. The second son, Duke Ongwa Chandler, though sentenced to death for complicity, is spared due to past military contributions and physical incapacitation. He is stripped of his titles, banished as a commoner, and sent to Liangzhou along with his lineage. So says the decree. From the moment Vic began reciting, the mansion dwellers had been dazed. Suddenly, a roar erupted from inside the mansion. "It's impossible. My father could never betray us." A young man around 20 years old was dragged out by two iron cavalry guards. His legs dangled uncontrollably in the air. With a flushed face and eyes full of anger, this was indeed Prince Northern Pacification's second son, Chandler. Also now known as Jonathan after losing his royal lineage. The Danielle also snapped back to reality, collapsing in front of Vic. "Young master is right. It's impossible for the prince to betray the kingdom. Your Highness, isn't there a mistake? You know him best. He is loyal to the Great Chu. Surely this is a misunderstanding. Your Highness, you must inform the Alfred about this." But Vic pushed away the Danielle coldly, saying, "Selma, evidence is clear. The prince and his son have been punished accordingly. Please receive the edict." One after another, both Chandler and the Danielle spat blood, falling unconscious one after another. "Selma! Young master!" Mounting his horse, Vic glanced down at the chaos below and signaled the Iron Cavalry Commander Wayne. "I command you to watch them closely. If any member of the prince's household goes missing, I'll hold you responsible." Wayne was startled, replying, "Understood, Your Highness." Watching Vic ride away, Wayne turned around, his face as cold as ice. "Bring all servants and maids away. Everyone keep watch. Let none of the family members escape, or I'll hold you accountable." Inside the mansion, cries echoed once more. Jonathan stirred awake to the sound of sobbing. "What's going on? Did the Emperor die?" Confused, Jonathan had been watching a historical drama the other night and fell asleep while watching. What scenario is this? Why the crying? Seeing the scene clearly, Jonathan froze. Everywhere were white cloths, and there was a brazier in the middle. A young woman knelt beside the brazier, weeping. It looked exactly like a mourning hall. Jonathan jolted up, but upon trying to stand, he realized his legs were completely numb. What happened? Jonathan was utterly bewildered. Then, a sudden sharp pain hit his head, flooding his mind with new memories. Ouch! Jonathan winced in pain, catching the attention of the sobbing woman. "Young master, you're awake? The Danielle is gone. You can't fall ill again." Jonathan now understood what was happening, feeling as if struck by lightning. He had traveled through time, but into the body of a prince whose family had just been exiled. And worse, a prince who was paralyzed. Exile to distant Liangzhou would likely mean certain death with this body's condition. Shaken from her sorrow, Miriam shook Jonathan vigorously. Young master, don't scare me." Jonathan came to, forcing a weak smile at Miriam. "I'm fine." Recalling the recent memories, Jonathan sighed. The Pingbei Wangfu household wasn't large. Excluding servants and maids, only 5 people could be considered family. The Pingbei prince and his wife, the crown prince and his wife, and Jonathan himself. Now, only he and this crown princess Selma remained. The fact of transmigration couldn't be changed. From now on, he would have to live with this adoptive sister-in-law. "Brother-in-law, I'm really fine. The dead cannot come back to life. Don't be too sad," Jonathan consoled her. "Now that the Prince Leah and my husband are all gone, how can I not be sad?" The crown patty began sobbing again. Jonathan was helpless. Such a blow indeed wasn't small, so he could only let her cry. Surveying his surroundings and looking at his numb legs, Jonathan felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This is just starting off in hell. At that moment, a clear prompt sounded in Jonathan's mind. Ding! Binding the Universal Exchange System, binding successful. Hearing this voice made Jonathan ecstatic. The system had arrived. How does the exchange work? Jonathan asked hurriedly. The host can recycle all items within range that lack self-awareness into value points. The host can spend corresponding value points to exchange for anything desired. Everything? Within range? Jonathan caught the key points. Can non-material items be exchanged? Can imagined things be exchanged? Do I need to touch items? How big is the range? Anything, including non-materials and imagined objects, as long as you have enough value points. Items don't need to be touched by the host, the system will automatically scan. The current scanning range is 50 meters. The the system explained. So powerful. Jonathan was somewhat excited and asked hurriedly, I want my legs to return to normal. How many value points do I need? 10 million points, the system replied. So extortionate. Jonathan almost cursed it out loud. But despite its extortion, being able to cure his legs was more important than anything else. Jonathan immediately thought to himself. Scan. Scanning, scan complete. As the system's voice faded, a light screen, like something from a sci-fi movie, appeared before Jonathan's eyes. Chapter 2. The Dog Alfred's Valuable Points. On the light screen was an interface similar to a game inventory, with categories for clothing, weapons, materials, gold and silver jewelry, and so on. In the default clothing section, there were various types of clothes. Some clothes had numbers next to them. This must indicate the stat quantity, Jonathan thought, then noticed that some clothes had a tick in the upper right corner. System, what does this tick mean? Such items are perceivable by entities with self-awareness. It's best for the host not to recycle these items, the system replied. Now I understand. Jonathan realized, then focused on the first grid where a golden armor was placed. This armor was identical to what the cavalry leader wore. A message appeared in Jonathan's mind. Golden scale armor, made from refined iron mixed with copper, providing strong defense. Recycling it yields 30,000 value points. A piece of armor is worth 30,000 value points? Jonathan was surprised. In that case, reaching 10 million points wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Unfortunately, Wayne was wearing the golden scale armor. Feeling a bit regretful, Jonathan skipped over the ticked clothes and looked at a dark green robe. Dark green python robe, woven from top-quality silk from Jiangnan and embroidered with gold thread. Recycling it yields 20,000 value points. Jonathan brightened up. 20,000 points isn't bad. Recycle. As Jonathan gave the command, the dark green python robe vanished from the grid, and the system's voice sounded. Recycled successfully, gained 20,000 value points. The number of value points began rising rapidly from 0. Looking at the number frozen at 20,000, Jonathan felt excited. Already 20,000. Jonathan immediately continued browsing. Jiwen Xiasue, crafted with intricate embroidery techniques. Recycling it yields 15,000 value points. Without hesitation, Jonathan said, recycle. Recycled successfully, gained 15,000 value points. Jiangnan silk dress, made from high-grade silk. Recycling it yields 8,000 value points. Recycle. Recycle. Beiping Prince's mansion only occupied 10 acres, and a 50-meter scanning range covered the entire place. Jonathan spent half an hour recycling all recyclable items across each category, accumulating 120,000 value points. Just 120,000. Jonathan sighed. During the scan, he found hardly any valuable items in the mansion. The most valuable items were still the jade ruby and the imperial sword given by the emperor to Beiping Prince. It was hard for Jonathan to believe such people would rebel. Jonathan sighed inwardly, certain that it was the consequence of his previous achievements causing concern to the emperor. But this was no longer his concern. His primary task now was to collect as many value points as possible to avoid dying during exile. Since the mansion had been fully scanned, he needed to find a new place to let the system scan beyond the mansion. Glancing at the weeping prince's wife, Jonathan pushed himself out using his arms. His predecessor was very stubborn. Despite his crippled legs, he didn't rely on others in the mansion, using his arms both as hands and legs. Jonathan's movement wasn't awkward. Just as he reached the entrance of the shrine, 2 shadows fell upon him. Jonathan looked up and saw a cold face and a scarred face staring at him coldly. Criminals' family members are not allowed to move around, the ice-faced cavalry guard shouted. Jonathan stiffened, looking at the unbending faces, and could only turn back to the shrine. It seemed he couldn't leave here before being exiled. At this moment, Jonathan had an idea. System, can the scanning range be increased? Yes. This answer almost made Jonathan jump for joy. How? Jonathan asked eagerly. Every 10,000 value points can increase the scanning range by 1 meter. Suddenly, Jonathan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. After working so hard for half an hour, he could only increase the range by 1 meter? He decided to keep the 120,000 points for now and see how tomorrow went. Sighing, Jonathan said to the prince's wife, brother-in-law, please stop crying and get some rest. We need to travel tomorrow. She shook her head. Holt, go to sleep. I will keep vigil for his highness and my husband. Unable to persuade her, Jonathan went to sleep. By midnight, 4 black-clad figures entered Beiping Prince's mansion through the back door, carrying 2 chests into the prince's bedroom. After placing the chests, the men quickly went outside and reported to Vic, Your Highness, everything is in place. Vic nodded, then hurried to the imperial study in the palace. In the imperial study of the palace, lights were brightly lit. Sterling held a memorial in his hands, but could not focus on reading it, frequently glancing outside. When he saw Tanner return, Sterling immediately stood up and approached him, asking in a low voice, How did it go? Tanner Vic gave a fist salute to Sterling. Your Majesty, rest assured. I have placed the imperial robe along with a large amount of gold and jewels in Rex's room and ordered strict guard duty. When we seize the estate tomorrow, the people will see all this. Good, good. Well done. Sterling's face was filled with joy. This way, we can confirm Rex's treason beyond doubt, and I can finally put my mind at ease. Vic nodded with a smile. It is your Majesty who acted decisively. Otherwise, after Xiongnu is pacified, the people would only know about the Prince of Beiping and not you, your Majesty. The 2 brothers looked at each other and laughed heartily. Jonathan was fast asleep when suddenly there was a loud ding in his mind. What's wrong with you, system? Jonathan asked drowsily and somewhat irritably. High-value items have been detected. Should the host proceed with recycling? High-value points? Jonathan was startled awake. He opened the interface and saw that an item had appeared in the clothing category that wasn't there before. Confused, Jonathan wondered how a new piece of clothing had suddenly appeared in the mansion. Could someone have come into the mansion? On closer inspection, this piece of clothing did not have a tick mark in the upper right corner, clearly indicating it had not been worn by anyone. Perplexed, Jonathan focused his consciousness on the item. 5-claw golden dragon robe, made from supreme quality brocade silk. Recycling it yields 100,000 value points. Dragon robe? Jonathan's expression changed. Frame up, creating charges and then fabricating evidence. Even as an observer, Jonathan felt indignant on behalf of the Prince of Beiping. And now, he was using the body of the Prince of Beiping's son. Dog Emperor, you're giving me value points. Jonathan sneered and commanded the system. Recycle. Recycling successful, gained 100,000 value points. The value points instantly jumped from 120,000 to 220,000. Seeing the nearly double value points, Jonathan felt a mixture of emotions. A single dragon robe's value points almost equaled the entire mansion's worth. Chapter 3 Murray? Raymond. After his moment of reflection, Jonathan couldn't help but start complaining again. Damn Emperor is so stingy. Does he never change or wash his dragon robes? Why not have a few more? Looking backward, Jonathan noticed a new label in the category for gold and jewels, which he immediately selected. The previously empty item list now contained over 10 new items. Upon seeing the first item, Jonathan's eyes lit up. It was gold worth 700,000 value points. Calling you stingy was too hasty. Recycle. Recycle. Recycle everything. Jonathan unhesitatingly recycled all the newly appeared items. Seeing the skyrocketing number in the value points column, Jonathan couldn't help but grin foolishly. 5,370,000. The things the Emperor prepared to frame him with provided over 5 million value points. Just as Jonathan was reveling in this, he suddenly heard the worried voice of the second Selma beside him. Hayden, what's wrong? Don't scare your elder sister-in-law. Jonathan felt a cold hand press against his forehead. Then, she shouted out, quickly get the doctor. It seems Hayden has lost his mind. Elder sister, I'm fine, Jonathan hastily said. The second Selma didn't believe him at all. After such a misfortune befell the Pubei Wangfu, he could still laugh. Laugh like that, senselessly. Wasn't that losing one's mind? The scar-faced cavalry guard glanced at Jonathan and gave a heavy, cold snort. Don't try anything funny in front of me, Uncle Scar, or else don't blame me for being unfriendly. Watching the cold back of the cavalry guard as he left, the second Selma couldn't help but burst into tears. It took Jonathan quite a while to convince her that he had merely been dreaming, not losing his mind. In the dead of night, Jonathan couldn't sleep at all, constantly pondering how to use these 5 million plus value points. Should he expand his reach, or save up to 10 million and heal his legs first? By dawn, he hadn't decided, but his stomach started rumbling instead. Hearing the commotion, the second Selma said, Hayden, let me get some food for us. Only then did she realize there were no servants left in the Pubei Wangfu. She walked to the door and addressed the cavalry guards, please get some food for us. The scar-faced cavalry guard sneered, who do you think you are? A rebel family member. To be alive already shows the Emperor's great mercy. Want food? There's none. Enraged, the second Selma turned red-faced and speechless. Jonathan propped himself up with both hands and walked to the door, humming, since you know the Emperor showed mercy, you don't want us to starve, right? Go fetch your commander and see if he'll give us food. Hearing this, the scar-faced cavalry guard couldn't contain his anger. How dare you talk to me like that, Before he could throw a punch, he was stopped by Draper. Murray, don't forget what commander ordered. The scar-faced guard's expression changed slightly. The commander had indeed instructed them to ensure the safety of these two. You stay here. I'll go ask the commander. Draper quickly left. Hearing this, worry spread across the second Selma's face. Would their request upset the cavalry commander? If it did, it wouldn't be good. Hayden, maybe we shouldn't. Once we're on the road, I'll make sure you get food, the second Selma whispered. Seeing her concern, Jonathan smiled confidently. Don't worry, elder sister, they will definitely bring food. Maybe even better than what we usually eat. The dragon robe and precious items that suddenly appeared last night were clearly prepared by the Emperor to prove the Pubei King's treachery. Yet the imperial edict pardoned others, indicating that while the Emperor wanted to remove the Pubei King and his son, he also sought to portray himself as a benevolent ruler. Such a hypocrite would naturally not mistreat them over small matters. To maximize his show of benevolence, the food they'd send would likely be lavish. The second Selma silently shook her head. She didn't understand, only thinking Jonathan was daydreaming. Getting any food would be great. How could it possibly be better than usual? The remaining scar-faced cavalry guard watched Jonathan as if he were a fool. About to lose everything, and he still thinks about eating well? He couldn't resist sneering. To have food is already good enough. Dreaming about delicacies? How about imperial cuisine? Jonathan chuckled. Maybe it really is imperial cuisine. Imperial cuisine? The scar-faced guard laughed mockingly. If it's imperial cuisine, I'll stop being surnamed Luo and take your surname Wang. Wang. A strange smile crept onto Jonathan's face. So, you'd be called Raymond? Murray's face changed. He hadn't thought of that. But a moment later, a cold smile appeared on Murray's face. The possibility of receiving imperial cuisine was absolutely zero. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the cavalry guard who went to ask had not returned. Murray looked at Jonathan with mockery. I told you it was just daydreaming. Before he finished speaking, a loud shout came from outside. His Royal Highness Willis is here. Willis? Murray was stunned, hearing footsteps behind him. He quickly turned around and bowed. Your Highness. Vic ignored Murray and took out an imperial edict, proclaiming loudly, by order of His Majesty. The father and son of Pingbei King plotted rebellion, committing unpardonable sins. However, I, the Alfred, remembering their past contributions, could not sleep at night. Furthermore, I was deeply grieved upon hearing of the death of the Pingbei King's Danielle. The deceased are gone, but the living remain. Therefore, a portion of imperial cuisine and one carriage are granted for the journey to Liangzhou. So decreed. After finishing the edict, Vic's face broke into a smile. Both of you, the emperor's benevolence is great. Quickly receive the decree and give thanks. The crown prince Danielle was speechless, staring at the edict in Vic's hands, her face full of disbelief. She had thought this edict was to rebuke them for their lack of discretion, but never expected it to grant imperial cuisine and a carriage. What was happening? Jonathan understood clearly. Just as he had predicted, Sterling wanted both reputation and authority. He immediately cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, your majesty. After speaking, Jonathan grinned at the now stunned Murray. What did you say earlier? Change your surname to mine? When Murray heard about the grant of imperial cuisine, he was already dumbfounded. What he thought was impossible actually happened. Recalling what he had said before, Murray's face turned beet red instantly. But a moment later, his expression returned to normal. So what if he said it? As long as he didn't admit it, what could Jonathan, a cripple, do to him? Just as Murray made up his mind, Vic suddenly barked from above. Murray, what did you just say? Vic's face was extremely unpleasant. With Rex's treason not fully confirmed, he would not allow anyone to cause unnecessary trouble. Facing the furious Vic, Murray trembled all over and dared not hide anything, recounting what had just happened. After listening, Vic glared at Murray. Since you said it yourself, from today onward, you shall change your surname to Wong. Murray's face instantly turned pale. Not to mention that changing one's surname in this era was tantamount to forgetting one's ancestors. The most fatal part was his name. Changing from Murray to Raymond stripped away all his majesty and turned him into a laughingstock. With this name, how could he face people in the future? In an instant, Murray felt like crying but couldn't. Chapter 4. Not a single copper coin found. After Vic scolded Clem, he turned to look at Jonathan. Upon noticing that Jonathan was watching the scene with a smile, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This Jonathan in front of him seemed like a completely different person compared to yesterday's grief-stricken Jonathan. Recalling the abnormality reported by the Iron Cavalry Guard during the night, Vic couldn't help but wonder. Did he really lose his mind? The better for it if he's mad. With this thought set in his mind, Vic said, "You two should leave now. I'm going to order a house search." Hearing the words house search, the Prince Danielle instantly welled up. Jonathan, however, nodded without any hesitation and said to the Prince Danielle, "Alexandria, let's go." Vic signaled with his eyes, and Wayne, the commander of the Iron Cavalry, took 2 guards to escort Jonathan out, while the Prince Danielle followed dazedly. After Jonathan left, Vic immediately became excited, waving his hand enthusiastically. House search. The Emperor had promised him that everything seized from the Alpha's mansion would be his. Thinking about soon owning all of the Alpha's possessions made Vic even more agitated. Outside the Alpha's mansion, crowds of onlookers had gathered. Among them were several Iron Cavalry guards disguised as civilians, who were telling the surrounding crowd something mysteriously. Have you heard? This Alpha appears to be righteous on the surface, protecting the country, but in reality, he's plotting rebellion. It's said that he even prepared a dragon robe, just waiting to lead the Xiongnu into the capital and become their puppet emperor. And he has embezzled a lot of money over the years. It's rumored that there are several chests full of silver. The Emperor knew about these actions of the Alpha long ago, but took no action, hoping the prince would mend his ways. But then he directly betrayed the country, forcing the Emperor to issue an order for a house search. The Iron Cavalry Guard spoke vividly, leaving the nearby crowd astonished. In their minds, the Alpha Rex had repeatedly led troops to repel the Xiongnu, making him a well-known hero of Great Chu. How could he suddenly become a traitor and embezzler? You don't believe it? The Iron Cavalry Guard continued. Willis is about to conduct the house search. Whether the Alpha really embezzled will soon be clear. Seeing the confident statements, the civilians started to doubt. Indeed, if the Emperor didn't have concrete evidence, he wouldn't conduct a public house search. It seems the Alpha is indeed a treacherous villain with a human face and a beast's heart. Suddenly, the civilians looked at the Alpha's mansion unfavorably. Some hot-tempered ones even began cursing. Seeing the successful incitement of the crowd, the Iron Cavalry Guard smiled smugly, subtly withdrawing and entering the mansion through the back door to report to Vic. Your Highness. Just as they were about to share the good news, they noticed Vic standing there dazed, as if he'd lost his soul. The guards were stunned and quickly looked toward the other guards conducting the house search. The searching guards didn't fare much better than Vic. They too stood there, disbelief clearly written on their faces. The guard reporting couldn't understand what was happening. Then, Vic said in an incredulous tone, "This can't be possible." After Jonathan left, he eagerly ordered the Iron Cavalry to begin the house search. However, after thorough searches, they found that the most valuable items in the Alpha's mansion were just the furniture in various rooms. Moreover, not a single item worth more than 10 coins was found. This absolutely impossible situation appeared right before him, so Vic naturally didn't believe it. Search every inch of this place. Vic barked, almost red with anger. The guards hurriedly fetched shovels and started digging. Vic stared at the ground, his expression terrifyingly dark. He had expected to find plenty of treasure, but not a single copper coin was found. How could he accept this? Your Highness. A guard cautiously called out to report. Speak. Vic impatiently demanded. The subordinates have spread rumors among the civilians as per your command, and they've mostly believed it. This good news somewhat eased Vic's mood. Although the house search didn't yield the expected benefits, confirming Rex's treachery and embezzlement proceeded smoothly. This matter was far more important than getting riches. Thinking of this, Vic raised his hand. Stop digging. Carry out those 2 chests. After completing this major task, he would thoroughly search the place again. He wouldn't believe he couldn't find something valuable. Jonathan, escorted by 2 guards, reached the main gate of the mansion, only to be immediately stopped by another guard. Anyone associated with the Alpha's mansion must undergo inspection before leaving. After speaking, one of the iron cavalry guards walked up to the Fatima and looked her over from head to toe with a gaze as greasy as if it were dipped in oil. The Fatima quickly took several steps back, placing her hands protectively in front of her body, both angry and anxious. What are you going to do? What? Heh. Naturally, I'm going to search you. As the guard spoke, he reached out toward the Fatima. At this moment, an enraged shout rang out from the side. Stop! The iron cavalry guard turned and saw that it was Jonathan who had spoken. Surprised for a moment, a sneer of disdain soon spread across his face. What makes you think you can tell me to stop? Jonathan remained extremely calm and didn't engage further with the guard. Instead, he turned to look at the iron cavalry commander Wayne. Commander Chow, my sister-in-law has a strong personality. If something unexpected happens, will you be able to take responsibility? Wayne's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Until now, he had remained indifferent. Sterling had spared the relatives of the Pingbei prince precisely to maintain his reputation as a benevolent ruler. However, they hadn't anticipated that the Pingbei princess Danielle would not withstand the shock and pass away suddenly, which led to the compensatory measures like bestowing imperial meals and carriages. If the Fatima were to commit suicide right before the people's eyes, it would completely ruin Sterling's carefully arranged scenario. He couldn't afford to bear such consequences. Stand down. Wayne had no choice but to order the iron cavalry guard to step back. This guard clearly wasn't satisfied, arguing, Sir Commander, what if she's hiding something? Are you questioning your commander? Wayne shot him a glare. He knew exactly what this guard was thinking. Normally it might be tolerable, but today he couldn't allow any unexpected incidents. With no other choice, the iron cavalry guard retreated to his original position, full of resentment. Thinking of the person who ruined his plan, he glared at Jonathan with pure hatred and even a trace of murderous intent. Feeling the hostility from the guard, Jonathan's eyes darkened. From Wayne's reaction, Jonathan could confirm that Wu Di wouldn't try to kill him in the near future. But someone like this guard, once finding an opportunity, would surely strike against him. It seems he needed to be more cautious. Jonathan retracted his gaze and said to the Fatima, Alexandria, let's go. The Fatima glanced warily at the iron cavalry guard and hurriedly walked beside Jonathan, exiting the prince's residence. As soon as they stepped out, Jonathan felt countless eyes land on him. Immediately following were furious curses directed at them. Chapter 5. No toleration. Never thought the whole Pingbei family was just pretending to be what they showed publicly. How shameless. Earlier, I even felt sorry for this kid who had his legs disabled, but now it looks like he deserved it. With such treacherous people, why didn't His Majesty sentence their whole family to death? The continuous curses from the commoners made Jonathan's face filled with astonishment. In his original body's memory, the commoners admired and respected the Pingbei mansion deeply. How did the attitude of the commoners change completely overnight? The young Prince Danielle was scared witless by the ferocious commoners, her delicate face pale. She trembled as she said, Braden, what is happening? Jonathan narrowed his eyes. Such a drastic change in the commoners' behavior was clearly abnormal. There must be someone inciting secretly. At this moment, Wayne, the commander who came out together, stepped forward and pressed his hand down. Silence. I know everyone is extremely angry about the rebellion caused by the Pingbei prince, but these two have no knowledge of it. Before Wayne finished his words, the crowd was already in an uproar. No knowledge? Who would believe that? It looks like His Majesty was deceived by this boy. His Majesty should eradicate them thoroughly. Listening to the increasingly enraged words from the commoners, Wayne showed a trace of smile in his eyes. He did not stop them. Instead, he turned around and looked at Jonathan. The journey will be bumpy soon. Shall you finish eating the imperial food given by His Majesty before we set off? Imperial food? Hearing these words, the commoners all wore astonished faces. His Majesty actually gave rebels imperial food. They could not understand it. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, His Majesty is kind-hearted. The commoners were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were filled with admiration. Yes, it's the current emperor who is too kind-hearted. Immediately after, the crowd began to follow suit. Watching this scene, Jonathan sneered inwardly. Just as he had predicted, the damn emperor was indeed trying to use this event to earn a good reputation. For this kind of person who acted hypocritically, Jonathan would never tolerate him. Jonathan then told Wayne, We'll eat here. Hearing Jonathan's acceptance, Wayne was pleasantly surprised. He thought it would take some effort to persuade Jonathan to eat the imperial food in front of the commoners to witness the kindness of His Majesty, but unexpectedly, Jonathan cooperated so well. Being able to complete the task assigned by His Majesty so smoothly, knowing this, His Majesty would certainly reward him again. For a moment, Wayne even showed goodwill when looking at Jonathan. This Pingbei family was really the stepping stone for him to get promoted. At this time, Jonathan let the cavalry guard put him down and open the food box. A sweet fragrance immediately spread out. Even the onlookers several yards away could smell it. So fragrant. Is this imperial food? To think such delicious imperial food has to be eaten by this kid, I feel heartbroken. Except His Majesty is kind-hearted. If it were me, I would definitely poison him. Hearing the discussion from the commoners, Jonathan sneered inwardly. Poisoning? He also thought of this. Wangshu system, I want to exchange for a poison that can cause instant death without being detected. Jonathan told the system. The price for each dose of this poison needs 10,000 value points. Exchange. Jonathan did not hesitate at all. Destroying the Dog Emperor's beautiful reputation was worth 10,000 value points. Besides, now he owned more than 5 million value points. 10,000 was nothing. Exchange completed. The host can use it anytime. Jonathan took the cake casually while putting the poison on it in his mind. After taking out the cake, Jonathan did not eat it immediately, but started searching for something around. Seeing Jonathan holding the imperial food and not eating it but searching for something, Wayne could not help but ask, "What are you looking for?" Jonathan made a worried expression. "I just heard someone in the crowd saying they wanted to poison me. I'm afraid there might be poison in the cake." Wayne's face sank. "Nonsense. This is imperial food. How can it contain poison? The emperor only wants to use the remaining few people in the Pingbei mansion to earn a good reputation. How could he do such stupid things? Moreover, this portion of imperial food has been with him since the beginning. It's impossible for anyone to poison it. But I am afraid." Jonathan showed a look of fear and unease. "Borism." Wayne snorted heavily, intending to scold Jonathan angrily, but changed his mind. Then he lit up. He can completely use Jonathan's villainous thoughts to contrast with the gentleman emperor. "Jonathan, you suspect that His Majesty poisoned your awarded imperial food?" Wayne asked loudly. Hearing Wayne's words, the commoners first froze for a moment, and then burst into anger. They were just praising the emperor's kindness. This boy got blessings from the emperor but still ungrateful. Even suspected that the emperor poisoned him? Boy, who do you think you are? Worthy of the emperor to poison you? His Majesty kindly granted you the imperial food, and you actually think His Majesty would poison it? What a perfect example of judging noble-minded people by one's own despicable standards. Wayne listened to the furious curses of the commoners with great satisfaction in his heart. The contrast between Jonathan's baseness and the nobility of His Majesty became even more pronounced. However, when Wayne looked at Jonathan, he found that Jonathan still wore an anxious and fearful expression, unchanged by the anger of the commoners. Wayne immediately raised his voice. "Eat without any worries. I, the commander, promise before everyone, if you die, I will commit suicide to apologize for the sin." "Good job, sir." This boy is just shameless himself, assuming others are as shameless as him. "Coward. If you're afraid of dying, then don't eat." As soon as Wayne finished speaking, cheers broke out among the crowd, mixed with disdain for Jonathan. Wayne felt even more delighted. He not only highlighted the nobility of His Majesty, but also enhanced his own reputation. This boy was truly his benefactor. Jonathan watched Wayne's performance, sneering inwardly all the while. The higher he praised me now, the harder he will fall later. "Commander Chow, my life is precious and I dare not bet on it. Why not find someone else to?" Before Jonathan could finish, he was interrupted by a loud shout. "No need to look further. I'll do it." From within the mansion, the same cavalry guard who had wanted to search the young Prince Daniel earlier suddenly stepped forward. He looked at Jonathan with a mixture of disdain and hatred. He had been listening to the commotion outside, and finally saw an opportunity to take revenge. Seeing this man, the young Prince Daniel unconsciously moved closer to Jonathan, her body trembling slightly. "You?" A flash of insight passed through Jonathan's eyes. He had thought he needed to be wary of this person in the future, but never expected him to jump out to seek death voluntarily. This couldn't be better. "If you're willing to test for poison, then please." Jonathan handed the cake over to him. The cavalry guard took it with a look of arrogance and swallowed the cake in 2 bites. "Boy, am I dead yet?" After swallowing the cake, the cavalry guard sneered coldly. Beside him, Wayne's eyes were full of admiration, and the commoners below became excited once again. "See that? Poisoned or not? What a scoundrel. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to express your gratitude to His Majesty?" Just as the commoners were pointing at the cavalry guard and denouncing Jonathan, the guard suddenly fell straight backward. In an instant, the scene turned dead silent. Chapter 6. Can you perform that? The citizens, upon seeing the iron cavalry guard suddenly collapse on the ground, halted their rebukes. Their expressions gradually filled with bewilderment and doubt. What happened? Why did he suddenly fall down? Wayne, who was watching Jonathan being criticized with cold eyes nearby, wore a face full of astonishment even more. After a brief astonishment, Wayne's expression changed, carrying a hint of panic as he barked, "Get up quickly. What are you lying there for?" It was currently the critical time to compare Jonathan's meanness and the emperor's kindness. Why did this subordinate suddenly do such a thing? If the citizens misinterpret that there really is poison in the royal meal, that would be disastrous. However, Wayne's reprimand did not make any movement from the fallen iron cavalry guard. An iron cavalry guard standing by stepped forward at this moment, finding the other party with tightly closed eyes. He hurriedly reached out to feel for his breath, then his expression changed immediately. No breathing. The iron cavalry guard promptly reported to Wayne, "Captain, he..." Before the iron cavalry guard finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Wayne, only to hear Wayne angrily say, "What are you talking about? He fell asleep because he was too tired? What manner is that?" The iron cavalry guard could not help but look astonished. With no sign of breathing, it was clearly evident that he was dead. Moreover, Captain hadn't even finished reporting the result. How could he say he was asleep? Wayne was extremely terrified at this point. He already realized that this subordinate did not lie down for no reason, but had died. He was still energetic just now, but then suddenly dropped dead, which could only be due to the cakes eaten just now. And just moments ago, he confidently declared that there was nothing wrong with the cakes. Thinking of this, Wayne quickly gave eye signals to the probing iron cavalry guard. The probing iron cavalry guard, getting the hints, hurriedly echoed along. "Please calm down, Captain. Brothers didn't sleep all night yesterday, supporting until now, they really couldn't hold on." Wayne sighed in relief and continued in a stern tone. "I'm very disappointed. What are you standing around for? Take him away immediately." "Yes." The iron cavalry guards quickly called another iron cavalry guard over. 2 people lifted the body and walked towards the courtyard. Wayne's voice was so loud that the iron cavalry guards mixed in the crowd of commoners heard it instantly and started discussing loudly. "Originally, he fell asleep because of fatigue. I thought he was poisoned. Scared me half to death." "Same here. I was startled too. Think about it. Which poison acts so fast? Moreover, that iron cavalry guard neither spat blood nor foamed at the mouth? Because the citizens were misled by the words of the cavalry, their expressions, suspicion, and confusion vanished. One by one they came to realize. Seeing the change in the citizens' expressions, Wayne wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he acted decisively and had planted insiders among the citizens, or else it would have been ruined. As the corpse was about to be carried into the courtyard, Wayne's hanging heart went back to its place. A trace of smile even floated on his face. A massive crisis has been easily defused by him. When the Emperor knows, he will surely give him a lot of praise. At this moment, a teasing voice pulled Wayne from his fantasy back to reality. Captain Chow, can you perform how to fall asleep while standing instantly? The smile on Wayne's face froze instantly. Too busy fooling the citizens, he forgot there was still Jonathan. This kid wasn't as easy to deceive as the citizens. If he can't provide a reasonable explanation, the citizens might start doubting too. Wayne had no choice but to tough it out and said, they were suddenly dispatched here, having not slept for 2 days and nights, hence they fell asleep suddenly. While saying, Wayne looked in the direction where the citizens were. Everyone think about it. Wouldn't you be so sleepy after a day and night without sleeping that you could fall asleep while standing? Just as Wayne finished talking, the iron cavalry guards mixed in the crowd chimed in loudly, right? If I hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, I would probably fall asleep while walking. The citizens' suspicions, which had just risen in their hearts, were dissipated. Seeing many citizens being convinced, Wayne's nervousness slowly faded. It doesn't matter whether Jonathan believes it or not, as long as the citizens believe it. Wayne just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a sneer from Jonathan beside him. If he's asleep, then please ask Captain Chow to wake him up. Wayne's face turned stiff instantly. How could he wake a dead man? While Wayne was sweating coldly on the forehead, Jonathan's voice rang again in his ear. What? Can't Captain Chow even wake up a sleeping person? Hearing these words, Wayne glared at Jonathan as if wishing to kill him with one knife. This kid was indeed vicious, daring to press against him like this. At this moment, someone shouted from below the citizens, Captain, wake him up, see what that guy can say then. Once this sentence was uttered, the other citizens immediately followed suit. Yes, Captain, please wake that soldier up. Wake him up. The citizens became agitated, and the voices of the iron cavalry guards mixed in the crowd were drowned out. They could only watch helplessly as the citizens pressured Wayne. Wayne instantly became flustered, his expression turning to an extreme level of unease. He couldn't do this. Time ticked by. The originally confident citizens who had shouted for Wayne to wake the guard gradually quieted down, doubt creeping onto their faces, because Wayne stood motionless on the spot, showing no intention of waking the guard. As Wayne listened to the changes in the noise, cold sweat dripped more profusely from his forehead, and his face grew increasingly pale. At this moment, a figure flew out from the mansion, accompanied by a flash of cold light. PFT. A long saber pierced precisely into the corpse's throat. At the same time, the iron cavalry guard, now renamed Basim, fell beside the body. An extremely exaggerated voice of surprise rang out. Oh, how did my knife? Then, Basim got up from the ground, kowtowing to Wayne and begging for mercy. Captain, I hurriedly walked over and tripped over something, accidentally injuring my comrade. Please spare me, Captain. The sudden turn of events brought both shock and joy to Wayne, who was in dire straits. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, he would have laughed aloud. Wayne put on a face of regret and anger. I intended to let him sleep a little longer before waking him, but who knew he would lose his life? Guards, take this clumsy fool away. I will severely punish him afterward. Please spare me, Captain. Basim exaggeratedly pleaded for mercy, while showing no sign of worry in his eyes. He had already received hints from Wayne, knowing that not only would he not be punished, but he would also be rewarded. Basim turned to look at Jonathan, his eyes filled with smugness. After being renamed Basim, his hatred towards Jonathan intensified. Naturally, he wouldn't let Jonathan achieve his goal. Chapter 7. Who would like to experience His Majesty's benevolence? Seeing the scarred Basim's gaze, Jonathan narrowed his eyes. These people truly know how to work together. Glancing toward the civilians, Jonathan noticed that they were gradually recovering from their shock, but wore far more expressions of regret than suspicion. Clearly, Wayne's previous methods had thoroughly fooled them. The Crown Prince Danielle, who hadn't spoken until now, finally interjected. Where in this world do such coincidences exist? Unfortunately, it's just that kind of coincidence. Wayne shrugged, a smug look on his face. If the Danielle doesn't believe me, I can have the coroner come and examine the body. The Danielle instantly turned bright red with anger. She was well aware that even if they did call for a coroner, it would definitely be someone under Wayne's control. The examination results certainly wouldn't favor them. Lord is right. If Duke Ongwa does not trust, he can request the coroner. Basim, who hadn't been taken away yet, chimed in sarcastically, his face filled with glee. Upon hearing these words, the few citizens who still had doubts completely lost them. Since Wayne dared to offer the coroner himself, he must surely have nothing to hide. Feeling the shift in the crowd's attitude, Wayne's face lit up with triumph as he glanced at Jonathan. They're all mine. What do you have to fight with? Meeting Wayne's gaze, Jonathan clearly understood the source of Wayne's satisfaction. He suddenly smiled. There's no need to summon the coroner. I also believe his death was an accident. Startled, Wayne then felt an intense joy rising within him. This boy has finally admitted it. Hearing Jonathan's words, the civilians burst into uproar once more. Led by the cavalry guards, the citizens quickly began cursing Jonathan again. Wayne felt a deep satisfaction as he listened to this. Just wait until you see how you forced yourself into this position. Basim was even more exuberant, shouting loudly. Now that you admit his death was an accident, it proves there was no poison in the imperial cuisine. For you to slander His Majesty like that earlier, aren't you supposed to kneel down and beg forgiveness immediately? Wayne's eyes lit up at Basim's words. Although Basim's new name didn't sound good, this lad could be useful. He promptly followed up on Basim's words, That's right. I, your commanding officer, will report what happened just now to His Majesty. As for what punishment His Majesty will mete out to you two, I'm uncertain. By the end of his statement, Wayne's tone was full of threats. The Crown Prince Danielle's face instantly paled. Being stripped of property and banished was already terrible, but now, were they going to be executed directly? She hurriedly pleaded, Commanding Officer Darun, due to the deaths of the king, queen, and prince, my son has suffered a great shock and has become somewhat unstable mentally. Please extend some leniency. Listening to the almost pleading tone of the Danielle, the corners of Wayne's mouth couldn't help but curve upward. He immediately announced aloud, His Majesty's benevolence shines through the heavens and earth. Only villains would cast doubt and defamation. From today onward, you two must always remember His Majesty's kindness. As Wayne's voice faded, the cavalry guards mingled among the crowd immediately shouted in unison, His Majesty is benevolent. His Majesty is benevolent. The civilians also grew excited, joining in the shouts. Wayne's face was radiant as he listened to the chorus. This time, he had truly established great merit. Amidst his elation, Wayne couldn't help but glance towards Jonathan. He wanted to see what expression Jonathan wore now. When he looked at Jonathan, Wayne's smile froze. Because Jonathan wasn't mourning as expected, but was actually smiling. Was this boy really mentally unstable, as the Danielle said? Just as Wayne was pondering, he saw Jonathan take a piece of cake from the food box. Before Wayne could react, Jonathan extended the cake toward him. There are still many pieces of cake bestowed by His Majesty left here. Commanding Officer Darun, would you also like to experience His Majesty's benevolence? Wayne's expression instantly turned to terror, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Though the civilians were deceived, he knew all too well whether the imperial banquet contained poison. It was absolutely laced with deadly poison. Wayne's movements weren't subtle, drawing immediate attention from the crowd. Upon realizing the situation, the civilians couldn't help but feel astonished. Just one piece of cake. Why was the commanding officer reacting so intensely? They thought Jonathan was about to assassinate Wayne. What? Are you afraid there's poison in it, Commanding Officer Darun? Jonathan deliberately asked in a loud voice, his face carrying a playful smile. The scene instantly fell silent, and all gazes shifted from the cake to Wayne. Wayne's expression changed. Realizing his reaction seemed inappropriate, he hurriedly tried to regain composure. But afterward, despite opening his mouth, Wayne couldn't utter a single word. Should he accept or refuse this piece of cake? Cold sweat instantly appeared on Wayne's forehead. The corpse of the dead cavalry guard wasn't even cold yet, and he certainly didn't want to follow in his footsteps. David Chow quickly glanced at the nearby cavalry guards, hoping to find a second person willing to eat the cake on his behalf. However, when he looked at the guards, he found that everyone avoided his gaze. Chow's heart sank abruptly. Earlier, someone had stepped forward because no one believed the imperial cuisine was poisoned. Now that everyone knew it contained poison, naturally, no one would foolishly volunteer to die. Moreover, even if someone did step forward and ate the cake, it would only prove that the cake was indeed poisonous. For a moment, Chow found himself in a dilemma, frozen in place. Chow's hesitation soon aroused the suspicion of the civilians. Why doesn't Commander-in-Chief dare to eat? Could it be that the cake really contains poison? Was that soldier just now really poisoned? Hearing the civilians' doubts, Chow's heart suddenly panicked. If he mishandled this situation, not only would the Emperor's reputation for kindness be damaged, but he might also be seen as hypocritical. At that point, let alone receiving rewards, he might even lose his life. Cold sweat immediately soaked through Chow's back. Jonathan watched Chow's grim expression, sneered, then turned toward the crowd. Is there anyone among you who wishes to experience His Majesty's benevolence? Whoosh! The civilians instantly scattered, their faces filled with fear and unease, as if merely being targeted by the cake could result in poisoning. This scene caused Chow's face to drastically change. The civilians now suspected the cake was indeed poisonous. What should he do? Just thinking about how the Emperor's image of kindness was about to be shattered, Chow instantly looked like death, trembling uncontrollably. The Crown Prince Danielle now looked at Jonathan with eyes full of surprise and joy. Their situation had been extremely unfavorable just moments ago. Yet they never expected that Jonathan's simple words would completely reverse the situation. More importantly, this proved that Jonathan wasn't mad. It must be the protection of Prince and Ailsa Wong and the World Prince in heaven, the Danielle thought, hurriedly clasping her hands together and silently vowing to take good care of Jonathan. At this moment, Vic's voice came from within the prince's residence. I heard that the imperial cuisine has been poisoned? Immediately after, Vic walked out steadily, his face bearing an air of solemn righteousness. Chapter 8. A formidable foe. Wayne seemed to see a lifeline when he spotted Vic and hurriedly approached him. Your Highness, it happened like this? Just as Wayne was about to whisper in his ear, Vic suddenly slapped him across the face. Wayne froze, his mind going blank. Why did Vic hit him? Vic's voice carried a hint of anger. Is there something you can't say in front of the people that requires whispering? Wayne looked bewildered. Could such matters really be discussed in public? As Wayne pondered, Vic turned to Jonathan and said calmly, this king has heard that poison was found in the imperial feast. What's going on? Jonathan met Vic's gaze. His expression darkened slightly. He didn't believe that Vic had not been involved in the false accusations against him, or that Vic would stand by him. Vic's gentle demeanor was clearly for show, for the people. Just then, the Fatima grew agitated. Your Highness Willis, it's like this? The Fatima explained everything from Jonathan's suspicion about the poison banquet to the refusal of anyone to eat from it. Then she looked at Vic expectantly, hoping he would right the wrong. After listening, Vic asked the crowd, is what she says true? The people looked at each other, and many finally nodded. So it seems there's truth in her words. Vic nodded impassively, then kicked Wayne unexpectedly. How dare you? With so many suspicious points, you still ignore the facts. Is this how you serve His Majesty in the court? Then he drew a long sword from one of the iron cavalry guards and pressed it against the neck of Raymond, who had yet to be taken away, and demanded, did you fall intentionally just now, or was it an accident? Raymond was completely stunned and turned to look at Wayne. However, Wayne hung his head, lacking any trace of his former authority, leaving Raymond without any hints. I, Raymond stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Speak. Vic roared again. I did it intentionally. Before Raymond could finish, a flash of cold light passed before his eyes. Plop. A human head fell to the ground. Gasps rang out as the people recoiled in shock. No one expected the seemingly cultured and refined Vic to act so ruthlessly. Take the body away, Vic ordered, sheathing the sword. He then turned to face the crowd. Do not panic. This king has just eliminated a corrupt person for the sake of the court. Smiling, he added, now, I will personally investigate the matter of the poisoned banquet. Jonathan's eyes narrowed. Vic truly lived up to his reputation as the imperial chancellor, indeed proving to be a formidable foe. In just a few sentences, he reframed the incident as a case of poisoning, distancing it from Sterling. Moreover, compared to Wayne's denial, Vic's apparent transparency made him seem guiltless, winning more trust from the people. Sure enough, after witnessing Vic's actions firsthand, the people showed their trust in him. With the prince handling it, we can rest assured. The prince is impartial and fair. He will surely get to the bottom of things. Hearing the people's praises, a smile flickered across Vic's eyes. Their reactions matched his expectations perfectly. His performance had indeed deceived them all. Vic then gave orders to the Iron Cavalry Guard. Bring some chickens and ducks over. Remember, pay for them. After issuing the order, he explained to the crowd. I'm buying these chickens and ducks to test whether the pastries are truly poisoned. The people praised him once again, impressed not only by Vic's clever idea, but also by his insistence on paying for the animals. Soon, the chickens and ducks were brought over. Do we feed all the pastries to the chickens and ducks? An Iron Cavalry Guard asked. Vic nodded, but stopped one guard who reached for the pastries in Jonathan's hand. Wait, let's start with the ones in the food box first. Confused, the guard did as instructed. Vic looked at Jonathan, a glint of insight in his eyes. He knew neither he nor Sterling had ordered the poisoning. There were only two possibilities. Either someone else had secretly done it, or Jonathan had done it himself. These pastries were freshly made that morning and transported by the Iron Cavalry Guard, making the first possibility almost negligible. That left only the second possibility. A smirk curled the corners of Vic's mouth. Sparing the lives of the Pingbei Wangfu's family members was meant to showcase the emperor's benevolence. But if there was a chance to eliminate everyone connected to the Pingbei Wangfu, he wouldn't hesitate. The Fatima was also puzzled and couldn't help but remind. Your Highness, Second Master has a piece of pastry in his hand too. Ha ha. Vic chuckled. Fatima, don't worry. We'll verify that piece of pastry later. The Fatima was confused and quickly asked Jonathan, Second Master, what does His Highness mean by that? Before Jonathan could speak, Wayne, who had been kicked aside just now, sneered. It means the poison in the imperial feast might have been put there by him. What? The Fatima was greatly shocked, then shook her head. Impossible. Not only had Pingbei Wangfu never bought any poison, but this raid was too sudden. They wouldn't have had time to prepare. Besides, they had no way of knowing that His Majesty would bestow an imperial feast. Whether it's possible or not, we'll know soon. Vic said indifferently. At this moment, Wayne felt a surge of excitement in his heart. How smart of the prince. How could he not think of this possibility? Looking at Jonathan again, Wayne's eyes were filled with excitement. If it's proven that the poison was from Jonathan, he would take a fierce revenge. Seeing Wayne's somewhat sinister expression, the Fatima expression changed slightly. She had heard about some cases of false accusations and forced confessions. Could they be using these tactics? Thinking of this possibility, the Fatima turned pale and looked at Jonathan helplessly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Jonathan comforted her. Although he was surprised inside, his face showed no sign of disturbance. When he took the second piece of pastry, he had already considered this possibility and had poisoned all the pastries in the box. So proving the poison came from him was impossible. Wayne, however, was convinced that the poison was from Jonathan, and he sneered upon hearing this. Young man, let's see if you can still remain calm after this. Just then, cries of alarm came from the crowd. It's dead. A chick is dead. There is poison. Indeed, there is poison. Wayne's cold smile froze instantly as he hurriedly looked towards the chicks and ducklings. The chicks and ducklings that had eaten the pastries were now either lying on the ground or swaying unsteadily, clearly poisoned. How can this be? Wayne stared blankly, unable to accept this reality. Chapter 9. What a hothead. Zeke, it really is poisoned. Drop it quickly. Seeing the pitiful state of the chicks and ducklings, the Patty hurriedly snatched the pastries from Jonathan's hands and threw them away, her face filled with lingering fear. Good thing Zeke had considered things thoroughly. Otherwise, they might have already died of poisoning. The commoners looked at each other in amazement, disbelief plain on their faces. It was right before their eyes. The imperial cuisine was truly poisoned. Thinking back to their earlier ridicule of Jonathan, many felt their cheeks flush with shame and guilt. They had wronged an honest man. After feeling guilty, the people recalled Wayne's previous extravagant praise of Sterling's benevolence and instantly changed their minds. What benevolence? Clearly, it was all pretense. Under the pressure of Vic and the Iron Riders present, the commoners didn't dare to curse out loud, but the expressions on their faces openly revealed their thoughts. Seeing this scene, Wayne's legs turned weak, nearly collapsing on the ground. It's over, completely over. All his efforts to establish the emperor's image as kind-hearted were utterly destroyed. And looking at the people's expressions, he feared that they had already branded the emperor as a petty liar. If the emperor found out, he would surely die most miserably. At this thought, Wayne shivered uncontrollably. When he saw Vinnie Wong Vic standing nearby, Wayne felt like he had seen a savior, immediately sending him a pleading look. Vic's gaze flickered, and he barely perceptibly nodded at Wayne. Although Wayne had failed, his loyalty was evident. If he didn't protect Wayne, it would inevitably disappoint the other ministers loyal to the brothers. Most importantly, for him, the situation wasn't beyond saving yet. With Vic's hint, Wayne's eyes lit up instantly. He still had a way out. With Vic's assurance, Wayne's terror vanished, and he even shot Jonathan a cold smirk. Just wait, boy. Vinnie Wong is taking action. Vic frowned deeply and gave a heavy, icy snort. There indeed was poison in the imperial cuisine. As he spoke, Vic walked up to Jonathan, and his angry expression suddenly turned apologetic, his voice softening. I didn't expect there to be poison in the imperial cuisine. Luckily, you noticed it and prevented the poisoner from succeeding. Otherwise, the emperor would have carried this eternal blame. Upon hearing this, the commoners who had been cursing Sterling in their hearts couldn't help but pause. What did he mean? The emperor didn't put the poison? Jonathan's eyes flickered slightly. Vic, rightly called the imperial chancellor, was indeed a smart person. Knowing that the poison in the imperial cuisine could not be concealed, he admitted it straightforwardly. But in just one short sentence, he made it clear to everyone that Sterling had nothing to do with the poisoning. Indeed, the strategy was skillful. Seeing Jonathan silent, Vic flashed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Without any evidence, if Jonathan dared say that Sterling was the one who poisoned the food, he could directly charge him with slander against the sovereign. Willis, your highness, are you saying that the poison in the imperial cuisine wasn't from his majesty? The Paddy couldn't help but ask. Presumptuous. Do you know what crime it is to slander his majesty? Someone, arrest them. Before the Paddy finished speaking, Wayne beside her loudly reprimanded. After Vic cleared Sterling, Wayne knew he was safe. Hearing that the Paddy wanted to implicate Sterling again, Wayne naturally couldn't let it go unchecked. Moreover, this was a good chance for revenge. He couldn't afford to miss it. After berating her, Wayne stood beside Vic, giving him a fawning look, hoping to explain everything he did to Sterling. However, a sudden roar came from the side. Step back. Before Wayne could react, he saw Vic kick him again. Ah! Wayne flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Then came another roar from Vic. With me here, who asked you to give orders? Wayne was instantly dazed. Everything he did was for the emperor. Why wouldn't the prince appreciate it, and instead fuss about issuing orders? Jonathan almost burst out laughing watching this. This Wayne was indeed a hothead, acting rashly for revenge without even understanding the situation. Though technically part of the Northern Pacification House family, the Paddy had no children and humble origins, making her not the true target of Sterling. He, as the second son of the Northern Pacification House, was Sterling's real target. Besides, the Paddy only questioned things, yet Wayne was so eager to arrest people, which was practically self-incrimination. Sure enough, when the commoners saw Wayne's behavior, their initial doubts resurfaced. Vic glanced at the commoners, then glared fiercely at Wayne. All the great momentum he had painstakingly built up was ruined by Wayne. Now, he could only think of other methods. But just a moment later, Vic's face revealed a smile. He had a plan. Good people, is there anyone among you who believes that the poison in the imperial cuisine was ordered by His Majesty? Vic asked with a chuckle. The commoners were taken aback, surprised by Vic's question which directly addressed their unspoken thoughts. Of course, not a single one dared to nod or admit it aloud. Unperturbed, Vic continued, your doubts are understandable, but... Vic raised his voice. Think about it. If His Majesty truly wanted to kill them, he could have issued an edict yesterday ordering their entire clan exterminated. Why go through all this trouble? Even if not, he could have easily done something while they were being exiled. Why would he choose to act under everyone's watchful eyes? Does His Majesty want everyone to think he is a petty liar? These words stunned the crowd, then gradually led to nods of agreement. The prince is right. His Majesty is the son of heaven. How could he be so foolish? It seems the poison in the imperial cuisine must have been planted by someone else. I believe it's because the North Pacification House has made too many enemies who want to see their whole family dead. Looks like His Majesty is still the benevolent ruler we know. We almost wronged him. Vic's words, combined with the guidance from the Iron Riders mixed among the crowd, quickly shifted the people's mindset. A well-intentioned gift of imperial cuisine was poisoned by others, nearly making His Majesty take the blame. His Majesty has been wrongly accused. Noticing the changes in the people's expressions, Vic's smile grew wider. So, I believe there must be some hidden circumstances behind the poisoning of the imperial cuisine. I promise, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give everyone a satisfactory answer. Well said. Vic's powerful and resolute words immediately earned loud applause and praise from the crowd. Chapter 10. The grand performance is about to begin. Hearing the praises and cheers from the people, Vic felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. In such a disadvantageous situation, he had managed to turn things around with just a few words. It was rumored that someone once debated a group of scholars into submission. He was not far behind, right? Wayne, who had just got up from the ground, showed no trace of resentment or hate on his face at this moment, but instead wore a look of surprise and joy. Worthy of being the Aemon, he had perfectly solved the problem that he couldn't handle, safeguarding the emperor's prestige. Amazing. It was just too bad that Jonathan didn't lose his reputation. Just as he thought, he heard Vic speak again. Everyone, the matter of poisoning will be thoroughly investigated by this prince. However, there is another more important issue at hand. Saying this, Vic waved his hand. Bring them out. 2 large chests were carried out by the iron cavalry guards from the Pingbei Wangfu. Bang. As the 2 chests landed on the ground, everyone's attention was drawn towards them. Wayne slapped his forehead. How could he forget about this? To make Jonathan lose his reputation, all he needed to do was to fully substantiate the rebellion of the Pingbei Wangfu. Sending a sneer toward Jonathan, Wayne stepped forward immediately and loudly introduced. These 2 chests were searched out by His Highness Aemon from within the Pingbei Wangfu. They were in a very hidden location and were also locked, obviously hiding something valuable inside. Once Wayne finished speaking, the crowd burst into a commotion instantly. Valuable items? Is it gold and jewels? Not gold and jewels. It said that Mohammed wanted to rebel. So aren't these rebellious items? You mean a dragon robe? Listening to the crowd's discussion, Wayne felt a flicker of joy in his heart and hurriedly looked at Vic. Vic nodded satisfactorily. With these few sentences, Wayne had successfully associated these two chests with rebellion in the hearts of the people. All they needed now was to open the chests and publicly expose the dragon robes inside to completely substantiate the fact of Rex's rebellion. The mission would be accomplished then. At this moment, the Princess Danielle suddenly shouted excitedly, "These are not the chests from our residence. Our residence doesn't have such chests." She managed the household affairs with the Leah, and she was quite sure that these two chests were not part of their residence's possessions. "Princess Selma, don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open." Vic harumphed heavily. "This prince found them in the Pingbei Wangfu. Are you saying these chests grew legs and walked into the residence on their own?" Upon hearing Vic's words, one of the iron cavalry guards among the crowd chimed in, "His Highness is right. If the chests can walk, why don't they run into my home?" "Yeah, what great chests these are. I wish I had them." How could the esteemed Princess Selma still talk nonsense with her eyes wide open? Immediately, sarcastic voices rose from the crowd. The Princess Danielle blushed red with anxiety, persistently saying, "No, they really are not the chests from our residence." But the people did not listen at all, their words becoming more and more offensive. Looking at the people standing on his side, condemning the Princess Danielle, Vic felt quite pleased. How could such matters be believed with just a few words? Ordinary people need to see things to believe them, naturally. Wayne's face was even more agitated. The situation had completely turned around. But when he looked at Jonathan, he noticed that Jonathan was calm, and seemed to even carry a faint smile. Wayne couldn't help but be surprised. What was wrong with this kid? After giving it some thought, Wayne asked, "Jonathan, the Princess Danielle says these chests are not from the residence. As the second son of Mohammed, do you say whether these chests are from the residence?" Upon finishing his sentence, Wayne wore an expectant look on his face. Hearing Wayne's words, Vic's eyes lit up as he nodded slightly. "Good question, Wayne." Now, Jonathan had no credibility left in the hearts of the people. If Jonathan denied it, he would suffer ridicule and abuse like the Princess Danielle, and the people would think he was trying to evade responsibility. If Jonathan admitted it, the truth about the rebellion of Mohammed would be confirmed after opening the chest. In other words, no matter if Jonathan admitted it or not, it wouldn't affect the outcome. It would only increase the people's belief in the fact of Mohammed's rebellion. Thinking about this, Vic looked at Jonathan with some anticipation. He wondered how Jonathan, who could detect poison in the imperial dishes, would deal with this problem. Only to hear Jonathan slowly respond, "Alexandria, you remembered incorrectly. These chests belong to us." This answer made Vic momentarily stunned. Did this kid actually admit the chests belonged to Pingbei Wangfu? This made him choke on the words he was prepared to say. Coming back to his senses, Vic looked at Jonathan incredulously. Yesterday this kid had even coughed up blood due to disbelief over Rex's alleged rebellion. Yet today he didn't mention it at all, and now he was readily admitting a highly unfavorable fact about the Pingbei Wangfu. What was wrong with this kid? After some thought, Vic came to an epiphany. He understood. Jonathan had resigned himself to fate. It made sense. After all, this boy had seen the world and knew that one could not win against a stronger force. Rex and his son had already been killed, their assets seized and family exiled. Struggling any further would be futile. Rather than enduring more insults here, it would be better to resolve matters and leave the capital city as soon as possible. This boy was quite aware of the situation. "Hayden, take a good look. These chests are not from our mansion at all." The Danielle Leah now looked at Jonathan in disbelief, her face full of worry. Although she was of humble origin, she could tell that these two chests were planted as false evidence. By admitting it, Jonathan was confirming the rebellion charges against the mansion, and the reason for his admission might be related to his madness earlier in the night. These two events plunged the Danielle Lee's heart into the depths. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly appealed to Vic. "Your Highness Aemon, Hayden has been shocked and driven mad. Please find a doctor to treat him." "Madness? Borism? I think he's just pretending to avoid being cursed." Wayne stepped forward, looking at Jonathan with disdain. "Hiding behind a woman. What a disgrace to us men." "Bah." Realizing this, the crowd immediately turned on Jonathan, cursing him loudly. Listening to the people's curses, Wayne felt immensely pleased. "Serves you right for making me lose face before." Vic frowned, disappointed by Jonathan's choice. Even the courage to deny it was gone. It seemed this boy had been greatly shaken and had become a coward. With his legs disabled, the line of the Pingbei king was now completely ruined. For a moment, Vic felt elated. "Bring a hammer, break the locks." Following Vic's command, the iron cavalry guards walked up to the chests with hammers, smashing down hard on the locks. Snap! The locks shattered. "Report to your highness, the locks are broken. We can open the chests now." Hearing the guards report, Vic felt a surge of excitement. Finally, this moment had come. Vic took shaky steps toward the chest containing the dragon robes, trembling with excitement. Jonathan watched Vic approach the chest, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. The real drama is about to begin. Chapter 11. Did the items run away on their own? Vic walked up to the chest containing the dragon robe and gestured at Wayne. "Wayne, open that chest." "Sure." Wayne hurriedly agreed and jogged over to the other chest. "Brayden." The Crown Princess Danielle watched this scene, her face drained of all color, murmuring unconsciously. She had figured it out. These two chests were definitely planted as a frame-up. She even knew clearly who had set this up. The prince and the crown prince were surely being wronged. A rush of blood surged to her heart, and the Crown Princess Danielle was about to speak. At that moment, Jonathan's voice came from beside her. "Alexandria, stay calm." His voice was low but instantly brought clarity back to the Crown Princess Danielle's mind, followed by a wave of fear. Even if she stood up to tell the truth, no one would believe her. Instead, it would cost her her life. It didn't matter if she died, but what would happen to Brayden? Thinking of the Lee's last instructions before her death, the Crown Princess Danielle gave a bitter smile and dismissed the idea she just had. Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the seemingly delicate Crown Princess Danielle to have such resolve. Unfortunately, his secret couldn't be shared with anyone, otherwise, he could have eased some of her worries. Jonathan's small action went unnoticed by everyone. All attention was focused on the two chests and Vic and Wayne, who were preparing to open them. Feeling the gazes of the citizens, Wayne felt a sense of satisfaction. As his eyes scanned over the citizens straining their necks, an idea flashed through Wayne's mind. Your Highness, why don't we invite two citizens to come up for a closer look? Vic understood immediately what Wayne meant and nodded approvingly. Excellent idea. First, it would allow the citizens to see the dragon robe up close, solidifying the evidence. Secondly, it would prevent anyone from later claiming they tampered with the evidence. Upon hearing the invitation to go up for a closer look, the citizens became excited, eagerly volunteering. After a brief selection process, 2 men were chosen. These 2 men were chosen because they still showed some suspicion. By having these skeptical individuals witness the dragon robe and gold jewels firsthand, it would make them completely convinced of Rex's plot to rebel and spread the word without reservation. Once the 2 citizens arrived awkwardly beside the chest, Vic nodded at Wayne. Open it. With that, Vic exerted force and opened the lid of the chest. To show there were no tricks, Vic raised his hands and stepped aside, smiling at the citizens. Wayne followed suit and also moved back, smiling at the crowd. Next, it would be the citizens' overwhelming exclamations and curses. As soon as the chest was opened, both the 2 citizens who had gone up and those below widened their eyes, not wanting to miss anything. Only the Crown Princess Danielle turned her gaze away, her heart aching more as she listened to the sounds of the chest being opened. What was inside were things framing the prince and the Crown Prince. Seeing the anticipated reaction from the citizens, Vic's smile grew wider. With this public witnessing, the Northern Peace Prince's mansion would have no chance of turning the tide. Just as Vic was thinking, he heard 2 startled cries beside him. Empty. The chest is empty. Empty? How could that be? Vic's smile froze instantly, and he quickly turned back. Seeing the empty chest, Vic felt dizzy and almost fainted. Empty. How can it be empty? On the other side, Wayne let out a cry of shock, even diving forward to stick his hand into the chest, stirring it around, afraid he had made a mistake. Where is the dragon robe? Where are the gold and jewels? Wayne anxiously looked at Vic. Your Highness, how can it be empty? Where are the items? Hold your tongue. Interrupting Wayne, Vic growled fiercely. Wayne was startled and promptly fell silent, his face turning pale. He realized he had said the wrong thing. Stopping Wayne did nothing to ease Vic's expression. The current situation was completely beyond his control and expectations. He needed to think quickly about what to do next. Seeing Vic's expression, Wayne panicked. If even Willis felt perplexed, it must be a dire situation. Hearing that the chest was empty, the Crown Princess Danielle was utterly stunned. The chest used to frame the prince and Crown Prince was empty? For a moment, she even doubted whether she had misheard. At that moment, Jonathan spoke up. Alexandria, did you hear that? The chest is empty. The Crown Princess Danielle trembled. Realizing she had not misheard, she rushed to the chest with incredible speed and peered inside. After confirming that the chest did not contain the items she had imagined were meant to frame them, the Princess Danielle broke into sobs. Your Highness, Crown Prince, if you have spirits in heaven, the wicked plan has been thwarted. Liang Sheng, who was contemplating how to deal with the current situation, heard the Princess Danielle's words and his face turned pale. He hurriedly bellowed, Stop talking nonsense. Who said there are villains? After speaking, Liang Sheng noticed the citizens' gazes. His heart sank heavily. The citizens' eyes now brimmed with suspicion. Even some of the cavalry guards who were unaware of the inside story appeared dubious. Could this be the evidence of Mohammed plotting rebellion? Adding the previous poisoning incident involving the imperial cuisine, many citizens immediately thought of stories they often heard from storytellers, becoming more skeptical. Indeed, they knew clearly about Mohammed's battles against the Xiongnu, and some even had portraits of him in their homes, but they did not know of any significant achievements by His Majesty. In everyone's hearts, Mohammed's prestige truly outweighed that of His Majesty. For a moment, whispers filled the crowd. So huge a Pingbei manor, with only 2 empty chests? Isn't that absurd? Do you think Mohammed really planned to rebel? It doesn't seem likely. If he intended to rebel, why would he leave the Princess Danielle and others in the capital? This matter might be due to His Majesty's concerns. I don't dare say. Hearing the citizens' guesses becoming increasingly accurate, Liang Sheng panicked. Even without solid evidence, if these speculations spread, it would severely damage his brother's reputation. His brother had always aimed to be an emperor remembered through the ages. Everyone be quiet. Those who do not stop will be arrested by Cao Mao. Liang Sheng roared furiously. Terrified, the citizens fell silent immediately, but their expressions grew even more suspicious. Liang Sheng could not care less about the citizens' suspicions. After thoroughly inspecting the 2 chests and confirming they were the ones he had sent, he fiercely stared at Cao Mao. If there was no problem with the chest, it must have happened after it was placed here. Commander Cao, come with me. Liang Sheng walked straight into the manor without turning back. Cao Mao felt uneasy and uneasily followed Liang Sheng. Just entering the hall, Liang Sheng grabbed Cao Mao by the collar, his expression grotesque. Where are the items? Startled, Cao Mao quickly shook his head. I don't know, sir. You don't know? Liang Sheng's eyes seemed like they wanted to devour him. Did the items run away on their own? Chapter 12, a major surprise. I really don't know, Your Highness. Wayne was on the verge of tears. Which scoundrel had stolen the items inside and pinned this black pot on him? He hurriedly said, Your Highness, even if I had 10 livers, I wouldn't dare to touch the things inside. Moreover, as you saw just now, the lock is intact. I don't have the key. As he spoke, Wayne suddenly paused, a look of fear and unease spreading across his face. Your Highness, could it be that Rex's ghost has returned to take the items from the locked chest? After saying this, Wayne nervously looked around, his face pale. Bullshit. Vic cursed. If Rex's ghost can return, why doesn't he seek revenge on me? Someone must have done this. Afraid to mention Rex's ghost again, Wayne thought for a moment, and then had an idea. That boy. It must be that boy playing tricks. Since last night, besides the iron cavalry guard he led, Only Jonathan and the Fuis were left in the Pingbei mansion. Excluding the possibility of a ghost, it could only be Jonathan. After saying this, Wayne flashed Vic a flattering smile. However, Vic slapped him hard. Slap. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Vic roared angrily. From yesterday until now, Jonathan had been under constant surveillance by the Iron Cavalry Guard. Even if there was any negligence, how could Jonathan have hidden the contents of 2 large chests? Could they vanish into thin air? Wayne held his face, forcing a sycophantic smile. Pardon my disrespect, Your Highness, I was talking nonsense in my anxiety. But if not that boy, who else could it be? Vic glared at Wayne fiercely. Who else? One of your guards with unclean hands. Wayne was startled and hastily replied, they wouldn't dare, would they? So many gold and jewels, what do they have to be afraid of? Vic harumphed loudly. Wayne still found it unbelievable. Fine, but the Imperial robe too? They dared to take that? To not steal the Imperial robe would make this whole thing less mysterious. A cold gleam flashed in Vic's eyes. You will interrogate all the Iron Cavalry guards who watched over the Pingbei mansion last night. I want to see who has such audacity to ruin my plans. Yes. Wayne quickly agreed, feeling lucky in his heart. Thankfully, he had always been loyal. Otherwise, this incident might well have become his responsibility. Feeling relieved, Wayne couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, what about outside? Originally, he planned to prove Pingbei King's rebellion in front of the commoners while also establishing a benevolent image for his majesty. Now, neither goal was achieved, and people started doubting whether Pingbei King had really rebelled. Vic's expression instantly darkened. Even he was helpless in the current situation. Your Highness, should I prepare more gold and jewels, weapons, and armor? Wayne quickly suggested. Vic's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Go prepare immediately. Before he finished speaking, an Iron Cavalry guard rushed in. Your Highness, it's not good. The commoners are rioting. Vic's face turned pale. He asked urgently, what happened? The 2 commoners we chose started shouting that Pingbei King was wronged, and many followed suit. Vic felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. The scene he least wanted to see had occurred. He wanted to find 2 doubtful commoners to witness the truth, but it backfired. In this situation, even if they prepared evidence of rebellion again, the commoners wouldn't believe it. Those 2 large chests had completely reversed the situation. Now, investigate immediately. Find out who stole the items from the chest. Vic roared at Wayne and hurried towards the back door. He needed to report this to his brother, the Emperor. Seeing Vic about to leave, Wayne asked hurriedly, Your Highness, what about Jonathan and the others? Without stopping, Vic ordered, keep them under strict supervision and wait for my orders. Moments later, amid the jeering of the commoners, the Iron Cavalry politely escorted Jonathan and the Fuis back into the mansion. Second Master, does this mean we won't be exiled? The excitement was evident in the Fuis' voice. Today's turn of events seemed likely to clear Pingbei Mansion's name and reputation. Jonathan shook his head secretly. The Emperor had clearly made thorough preparations for this operation and wouldn't give up halfway. Besides, if Pingbei Mansion were exonerated, wouldn't the previous imperial edict be rendered laughable? Even bearing the curse, the Emperor would never do anything to embarrass himself. Darling, don't run away. In the back garden of the palace, Sterling had his eyes blindfolded and was grabbing various Danielis with a lecherous smile on his face. Previously, due to Rex's immense influence among the people, he could barely muster any manly instincts. But now, the big rock pressing on his heart was finally destroyed, and his masculine instincts were revived. Ouch, Your Majesty, you're hurting me. One Danielle deliberately let herself be caught and said coyly. Sterling felt ticklish at her words. He pulled off the blindfold, picked up the Danielle, and walked into the room, turning back to instruct the other Danielis. My beloveds, wait for me. I'll come back shortly to continue playing with you all. In the room, Sterling hastily untied his waistband, ready to release the frustration that had built up over 10 years. Suddenly, someone burst in. Your Majesty, your servant has important news to report. Sterling was half scared to death. Ready to get angry, he saw it was Vic and immediately turned from anger to joy. Fourth brother, the plan? Halfway through his sentence, Sterling stopped and waved at the Danielle. My beloved, go out first. I need to have a few words with Willis. All right, Your Majesty, please hurry back. I will, definitely soon. Sterling chuckled lecherously. After the Danielle left, Sterling grabbed Vic's shoulder excitedly. Fourth brother, did it succeed? He believed the plan was foolproof and couldn't possibly fail. However, seeing the serious expression on Vic's face, his excitement vanished instantly. What? Something went wrong? Sterling asked anxiously. Vic nodded reluctantly. The unexpected is significant. Sterling drew a sharp breath, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. If this could make Vic say these words, it must be far beyond what he anticipated. What happened? Sterling asked uneasily. The 2 chests sent last night, both the imperial robes and gold and jewels inside are gone, and they were opened right in front of the commoners. Now, they don't believe Rex would rebel. Vic still wore the look of disbelief he had when he first saw the scene. What? Sterling screamed in shock, his vision suddenly going dark as he staggered backward. Chapter 13. The treasures of the palace await me. Your Imperial Majesty. Vic was greatly alarmed and hurriedly supported Sterling, noticing that Sterling had his eyes tightly shut and had actually fainted. Royal Physician. Summon the Royal Physician. A moment later, the Royal Physician finished taking the Emperor's pulse. How is His Majesty? Vic asked anxiously. The Royal Physician replied, Your Highness, His Majesty has suffered a rush of internal heat, leading to temporary blockage of the senses. He will regain consciousness shortly. Vic let out a sigh of relief. It seems there isn't much wrong with my Imperial brother. Just as he was about to dismiss the Royal Physician, he noticed an extremely serious look on the physician's face, which didn't match the description of just a minor issue. Vic's heart skipped a beat. Could there be something more serious? Is there anything else wrong with His Majesty? Vic asked urgently. The Royal Physician glanced at Sterling, looking somewhat reluctant. Vic felt increasingly uneasy and demanded, "Speak." The royal physician reluctantly lowered his voice. "Your Highness, in the future, His Majesty may no longer be able to please the empresses." Vic was initially stunned but then understood, his expression turning drastically pale. Before he could respond, he heard a shocked roar from Sterling. "What did you say? What's wrong with me?" The royal physician turned pale with fright and immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down." "Get out. All of you, get out." Sterling roared furiously, signaling the waiting concubines to enter. A moment later, Sterling's face was deathly pale. No matter what methods the concubine employed, there was indeed no response. Previously, even without interest, there would at least be some reaction. But this time, there wasn't any response at all. Totally useless. At this moment, the concubine hastily reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I will find a way to restore you." Sterling came to his senses and looked at the concubine, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. This matter must never be revealed. Soon, Sterling's expression calmed down, and the concubine, now with her eyes wide open, a look of disbelief still on her face, ceased breathing. "Bring someone in." Shortly after, Vic rushed in, his expression very serious. Earlier, the secret guards who were protecting Sterling in secret suddenly appeared and took away the bodies of the royal physician and a concubine. This confirmed that the royal physician's diagnosis was correct. His imperial brother was really incapacitated. As Vic was thinking, he heard Sterling say, "Fourth brother, tell me everything that happened." Vic quickly recounted the events in detail. "Your Majesty, your younger brother suspects someone within the Iron Cavalry Guards covets wealth." Sterling shook his head. "It's not for wealth. Someone wants to stand up for Rex." Vic was startled. Then his face filled with disbelief. "Your Majesty, dare anyone oppose us?" Sterling's face was filled with a cold sneer. Who else would have such audacity? Vic calmed down and slowly nodded. Sterling's guess made more sense than his own assumption. "Your Majesty, we must find these people and eliminate them all," Vic said angrily. "Exactly." Sterling agreed, looking at Vic. "Fourth brother, do you have any good ideas?" Vic thought for a moment. "Prince Jonathan hasn't left the capital yet. Your Majesty can ask him to say goodbye to others. Those he agrees to see must be closely related to the Alpha's mansion, and we can capture them all. Moreover, this act would showcase your Majesty's benevolence." "Good idea." Sterling's eyes lit up, and his expression became stern. "Fourth brother, you must record every person Jonathan sees." Vic nodded and added, "Your Majesty, Rex and his son's heads will soon arrive in the capital. Perhaps the matter concerning the hidden imperial robes should be rearranged." Sterling's face showed delight. "Follow your lead. Go arrange it." Inside the Alpha's mansion, outside the room where Jonathan and the Danielle were confined, an Iron Cavalry guard stood watch every few steps. The Danielle looked out, her previous joy replaced by anxiety. Such tight security clearly showed the court intended to show no mercy. "Hayden." The Danielle called softly but received no response. Turning her head, she froze. She saw Jonathan with a vacant stare, gazing blankly ahead, looking like a dazed fool. The Danielle instantly grew anxious. What happened to Hayden? At this moment, Jonathan was focused on his value points, feeling a sharp pain. Though he ruined the Dog Emperor's plan, he had expended 70,000 value points. Now his value points had fallen below 5 million, only leaving 4.8 million, making it further from the 10 million needed for his legs. With exile looming, lacking over 5 million value points, gathering enough might take a long time. If only he could recycle all the treasures in the palace. Jonathan couldn't help but think. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. "His Highness Vinny Wong has arrived, Jonathan. Receive the imperial edict. Heaven is indifferent, but I am not. Specially allowed for Jonathan to bid farewell to others, by the order of the Emperor." Vic finished reading the imperial decree and urged, "Jonathan, quickly thank His Majesty. Then tell this prince whom you want to bid farewell to so that I can make arrangements." Hearing Vic's impatient urging, Jonathan's gaze darkened slightly. The previous events had already revealed what kind of person Sterling was. Would such a person genuinely allow him to bid farewell to friends and family? Probably he wants to use this method to pick out the accomplices of Pingbei Prince's mansion. "Jonathan, have you made up your mind?" Another urge from Vic brought Jonathan back to his senses. Who would have thought that His Majesty is so merciful? Jonathan suddenly said with a genuine smile on his face. Sterling had his own small calculations, and so did Jonathan. Just as he was worrying about how to recycle value points everywhere, Sterling came to help him. Wasn't it mercy? Vic was taken aback, and the Leah Danielle beside him stared dumbfounded at Jonathan. What happened to Hayden? Why was he thanking Sterling? Coming back to his senses, Vic sneered inwardly. This boy must have been scared out of his wits and completely cowed. He laughed. "You understand the mercy of His Majesty. This prince is very pleased. Quickly tell me who you want to see." "Prince, the first person I want to see is Prime Minister Dario," Jonathan said with a smile. Dario? Upon hearing this name, Vic couldn't help but pause. Prime Minister Dario, appointed by the Emperor, had shown unwavering loyalty over the years. As the Emperor's confidant, Dario had submitted several memorials to impeach Rex multiple times, leading to an extremely strained relationship between them. Knowing all this, why would Jonathan choose to meet Dario first? Vic couldn't figure it out. Jonathan looked at Vic's perplexed expression and chuckled inside. He wanted to see Dario not only to confuse people, but also because Dario's residence was right next to the palace. It was the perfect place to start recycling treasures from the palace. "Why? Can't I see Yala?" Jonathan asked with a grin. Coming back to his senses, Vic still wore a look of confusion but nodded anyway. "Yes, I will arrange it right away." Watching Vic's hurried departure, Jonathan felt a surge of excitement. The treasures of the palace await me. Chapter 14. What a devious lad. "Dario, why did Jonathan ask to see you first?" Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Vic asked in a cold voice. "I really don't know." Dario's face was full of injustice, cursing Jonathan bitterly in his heart. His only connection with the Alpha's mansion was through those impeachment memorials. He couldn't imagine why Jonathan would want to see him. You don't know? Doubt filled Vic's face. Seeing Vic's expression, Dario's face turned bright red with anxiety. He had secured his position as Prime Minister thanks to the support of Sterling and Vic. If these two lost trust in him, he would be finished. Thinking this over, Dario's eyes lit up. Your Highness, I understand now. This lad is out for revenge. He deliberately chose to see me first to make your Majesty and your Highness misunderstand me. It's a ploy to sow discord. Vic thought about it for a moment and nodded. Dario's guess wasn't impossible, but it seemed Jonathan had already seen through their intentions. So, you mean it's impossible to use this method to find Rex's accomplices? As Vic said this, his expression darkened. Dario pondered for a while. Not necessarily. How so? Dario chuckled. Your Majesty and your Highness can have the people he met repeat everything that was said between them. If there's any hesitation or concealment, it proves they are in league with the Alpha's mansion. Vic's eyes lit up. Dario's suggestion was indeed useful. At that moment, the Iron Cavalry Guard came to report, Your Highness, Jonathan's carriage has arrived. Vic stood up and glanced at Dario. Dario then smiled obsequiously. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will remember every word that little rascal says. After Vic left, Dario went outside and watched as Jonathan was carried out from the carriage, his eyes blazing with anger. He nearly fell into this boy's trap. Jonathan, what do you want to say to this minister? Dario asked unhappily, ready to settle matters here. But Jonathan didn't seem to notice Dario's anger and smiled. Allah, let's discuss this inside. The system hadn't given any prompts yet, indicating that they were still too far away. Dario had no idea of Jonathan's plans and assumed Jonathan was determined to drag him into trouble, his face turning gloomy immediately. But thinking of Vic's trust, a glint appeared in Dario's eyes. If so, please proceed. He wanted to hear what kind of slander this young man would come up with. What do you want to say to this minister? In the hall, Dario asked again, his impatience evident. Actually not much, just wanted to meet Allah. Jonathan replied distractedly. His attention was completely drawn by the item list in the system. After entering the hall, the system alerted him of a large number of new items. Looking at the recycling value points provided by the system, Jonathan's breathing quickened. A rough estimate revealed tens of millions, enough to treat his legs and still leave plenty of value points. Though excited, Jonathan didn't recycle immediately. Some of these items belonged to the Prime Minister's residence. If he recycled indiscriminately, an investigation afterward would likely link it to him. He wasn't ready to face the entire imperial court just yet. After some thought, Jonathan had an idea and smiled. Allah, this place isn't suitable for talking. Let's change locations. Dario frowned. To him, Jonathan changing locations meant wanting to deepen Sterling and Vic's suspicion of him. This kid was hell-bent on framing him. After understanding, Dario couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Trying to defame him like this? He underestimated him. He had already informed Willis about the situation. Where do you think would be suitable? Dario asked. Jonathan calculated the positions mentally and smiled. I think the front hall garden would be nice. The front hall garden was roughly 50 meters from the palace, allowing him to record the items from the Prime Minister's residence first. After excluding those items, whatever remained would naturally belong to the palace. Garden? Dario couldn't help but pause in surprise. He had expected Jonathan to suggest a secret room, not the garden. Though confused, Dario could only have Jonathan carry to the front hall garden. Now, what exactly do you want to say? Dario forced himself to remain calm despite his impatience and said coldly. However, Jonathan was fully engrossed in the system, paying no heed to his words. Instantly, a surge of anger arose in Dario's heart. This kid was playing with him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jonathan sneeze. No, I can't stand the smell of these flowers. Quickly take me back to the hall. Dario couldn't help but be stunned. But seeing Jonathan sneezing one after another, he had no choice but to quickly call for the servants. Take him back to the hall. Seeing that Dario had no suspicion, Jonathan let out a sigh of relief. He had just discovered that the system could mark items in bulk, eliminating the need to remember each one individually. With this new knowledge, he didn't need to drag out the time. So he feigned a sudden allergic reaction. As soon as they returned to the hall, Jonathan immediately began operating the system to recycle items. Recycling 100 bolts of gold-threaded silk, received 700,000 value points. Recycling 66 South Sea pearls, received 660,000 value points. Listening to the continuous prompts, Jonathan felt a surge of excitement. This location was truly perfect. The 50-meter range perfectly encompassed all the rooms in the palace filled with treasures. More importantly, the value points were rapidly increasing. When the value points surpassed 10 million, Jonathan was overwhelmed with excitement. The value points needed to treat his legs were enough. Upon realizing there were still many items left to recycle, Jonathan became even more excited. Recycle, recycle, recycle everything. Jonathan was busily working on the system interface, while Dario was fuming with anger. Jonathan actually ignored his questions. What audacity! Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly noticed the hidden excitement and joy in Jonathan's expression, which made him pause. This little brat is about to be exiled. Why is he so happy? But soon, a lightning bolt flashed through Dario's mind, and his face turned pale. No good. He fell for this kid's trick. Without saying a word to him and constantly changing locations, this boy is trying to make him unable to defend himself before His Majesty and Willis. If he said Jonathan hadn't talked to him about anything, would His Majesty and the prince believe him? Absolutely not. What a cunning lad. Someone, show this guest out. Dario shouted urgently. The longer he stayed with Jonathan, the harder it would be to explain clearly. Jonathan snapped back to reality, looking at Dario in confusion. Allah, I haven't said anything yet? Dario couldn't help but become impatient, shouting angrily. Isn't this exactly your plan? Plan? Jonathan was puzzled, but seeing the other party's attitude, he realized he couldn't stay any longer. Looking at the numerous items in the list that hadn't been recycled yet, Jonathan's eyes landed on the 27 million value points he had accumulated, and he steeled his resolve. Consume 10 million value points to increase the range by 100 meters. Chapter 15. 40 million value points. As Jonathan issued his command, the system notification chimed in. Upgrade successful. Current skin range, 150 meters. 150 meters. Jonathan felt a surge of excitement within him. This was 3 times the original range. In terms of area, it was now 9 times larger. With such an extensive range boost, even if he left the Chancellor's residence, he could still scan the Imperial Palace. Allowing himself to be carried out by the servants of the Chancellor's mansion, Jonathan continued harvesting treasures with his consciousness. His calm demeanor and faint hints of joy were observed by Dario, confirming his suspicions further. This boy is indeed here to sow discord between me, His Majesty, and the Prince. Without waiting for Jonathan to be taken out of the Chancellor's residence, Dario rushed towards the back door. He needed to explain things clearly to Vic right away. At the back door of the Chancellor's residence, Vic sat inside the carriage, eyes closed, yet his mind was restless. What did Jonathan want to say to Dario? Is Dario still trustworthy? These questions agitated Vic's thoughts. Just then, Dario hurried over. Your Highness, that boy has already left. So quickly. Vic was somewhat surprised. From the time Jonathan entered the Chancellor's mansion to now, it hadn't been more than 10 minutes. Vic pondered as he asked, what did he say to you? That boy didn't say anything to your servant. Dario replied hastily. Nothing at all? Vic was bewildered. Then his face darkened. Do you think I will believe you? Sweat dripped down Dario's forehead. Your Highness, that boy arrived in the main hall and just sat there dazed, then suddenly said he wanted to go to the front garden. Upon arriving at the front garden, he sneezed and returned to the main hall without saying a word. I believe this boy wants to use this method to sow discord. Towards the end of his explanation, Dario knelt down, banging his head on the ground repeatedly before Vic. He knew well that his current status depended on the favor of Sterling and Vic. If these two doubted him, he would be ruined completely. You may rise. Observing Dario's reaction, Vic believed him slightly. But this matter was no trivial affair. It could have been an opportunity seized by Rex's people. After a brief moment of thought, Vic said, things in the capital have been rather turbulent recently. For safety's sake, you should rest at home for a while. Rest at home? Dario felt as if struck by lightning. To rest at home essentially meant house arrest. I'm still being suspected. Dario was on the verge of tears. Your Highness, what I said is true. Please believe me. Saying so, Dario knocked his head against the ground again. Watching Dario, Vic felt increasingly annoyed. Of course, he hoped what Dario said was true, but what if it wasn't? Thinking for a while, Vic asked, is there any other way to prove that Jonathan came here to sow discord? Well, Dario quickly thought hard, then his eyes lit up. Your Highness, since this boy intends to sow discord, he wouldn't be content with just targeting me. Your Highness only needs to ask who else he wants to see. He will surely mention ministers who have grudges against Beiping Mansion. Vic pondered briefly and nodded. What you say makes sense. Since that's the case, wait here. I'll go ask him. Please, Your Highness. Dario stepped aside, looking at Vic's back, harboring a glimmer of hope. My suspicion must be correct. That boy wouldn't be satisfied targeting only me. If Jonathan names another minister to meet, my suspicion will be cleared. Vic arrived at the front gate just as the Chancellor's servants were helping Jonathan into a carriage. He did not approach immediately, but had the servants brought over. When you carried him out, did he say anything? Vic asked. The servants shook their heads. He didn't say a thing, very quiet. A hint of doubt flashed across Vic's eyes, puzzled about Jonathan's intentions. Considering this, Vic asked, what was his expression like? Recalling, the servant looked a bit puzzled. To me, he seemed somewhat happy. Happy? Understanding gradually dawned upon Vic. It seems Dario is right. This boy indeed wants to create discord. Vic walked straight toward Jonathan. He planned to ask Jonathan whom else he wanted to see. If Jonathan mentioned any minister with grievances against Beiping Mansion, it would confirm everything Dario said. Approaching, Vic smiled and said, Jonathan, who else do you want to meet next? Jonathan had just finished harvesting all treasures and was grinning at the value points exceeding 40 million when he heard Vic's voice. He quickly composed himself. Seeing this, Vic's eyes flickered with insight. This boy approached Dario indeed to sow discord. Who else do you wish to see next? I can arrange it for you, Vic asked again with a sneer inside. No one else. Jonathan shook his head without hesitation. After increasing the scan range, he had already reclaimed all the treasures in the Imperial Palace. There was no need to meet anyone else. Now, all he needed to do was go back as quickly as possible and minimize suspicion against himself. The best choice was to return to Pingbei Mansion and wait quietly for exile. No one else? Vic was taken aback by this answer. Doesn't this mean that Dario was the only person Jonathan wanted to see? Is this kid seeing through my probe, deliberately saying so to increase my suspicion of Dario? Or does he really have some connection with Dario? Vic's heart suddenly became restless. Willis, please send me back, Jonathan urged. The longer he stayed, the more suspicious it looked. Moreover, having just recovered over 40 million value points, he was afraid he might not be able to hold back his laughter. Send him back? Vic snapped out of his thoughts, watching the carriage leave with a grim face as he walked toward the back gate. He wanted to see how Dario would explain this. At the back gate of the Chancellor's mansion, after the initial panic, Dario had calmed down. After reconsidering everything, Dario couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. This matter wasn't necessarily bad. You want to use the stratagem of sowing discord against me? You're dreaming. I am not like your foolish father who could be easily tricked. How could I fall for such a trick? On the contrary, this move will make His Majesty and His Highness trust me even more. So, thank you, boy. Thinking of this, Dario's face was full of smiles. When Willis returns, he will surely commend me greatly. Hearing footsteps around the corner, Dario ran over like a watchdog. Your Highness, did that boy try to frame other ministers? I was also. Before he finished, Dario saw Vic's icy gaze. Dario shivered, unable to continue. Chapter 16. Is someone else anxiously waiting to be exiled? Braden, are you okay? Mohammed Selma rushed forward with concern as Jonathan returned to the mansion. I'm fine, no need for you to worry. Jonathan replied with a smile. Now he had over 40 million value points, and if any threats to his life appeared, he wouldn't mind showing these people what a technological strike from a higher dimension looked like. Good. The Danielle breathed a sigh of relief and clasped her hands in prayer before Mohammed's token twice. Jonathan looked at his legs, wishing they could be cured right away. But in this bustling capital, too many eyes were around. If someone discovered that his legs were cured, Sterling might decide to eliminate all potential threats once and for all. It was best to leave as soon as possible. When do we leave? Jonathan asked the guards outside the door. The cavalry guards looked at Jonathan as if he was crazy. Usually those who were going to be exiled always hoped to postpone it. This kid actually seemed eager to be exiled. Wasn't that madness? The Danielle froze, reaching out to touch Jonathan's forehead, almost on the verge of tears. Braden, why are you talking nonsense? Don't scare your elder sister-in-law. Jonathan felt speechless. He just wanted to get out of this place filled with troubles and heal his legs. Jonathan finally found an excuse. Sister, whether we leave early or late, we must leave. In a month, summer will be here. That is true. Thinking about it, the Danielle also turned to look at the guards. Just wait a moment, I'll ask. With that, the guard rushed towards the palace. They didn't want to stay here either. In the past, when guarding officials being exiled, they always managed to pocket some valuables. But for some reason, this mansion was so poor. Seeing this, Jonathan lay down on the ground with a smile. For others, it meant exile. For him, liberation. Outside the Prime Minister's residence, Vic coldly stared at Dario for a while, then silently headed towards the palace. He had to report on Dario to his royal brother. However, upon arrival, the head eunuch directed him to the imperial study. His Majesty asks you to wait here. Vic was puzzled. What is my royal brother doing? The head eunuch's expression changed quickly, and he hastily shook his head. This servant doesn't know. Frowning, Vic noticed something was amiss with the head eunuch. What was his royal brother doing? A few moments later, heavy footsteps approached the study, and Sterling's face, nearly dripping with gloom, appeared before Vic. Startled, Vic exclaimed, Brother? Sterling raised a hand to stop him, then turned to the head eunuch. Venidolit. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch hurried off. After the eunuch left, Vic expressed concern. Royal brother, what happened? Bang. Sterling slammed the table, fury evident. All those concubines deserve death. They can't even arouse my interest. Shocked, Vic now understood the head eunuch's previous expression. These useless things have no reason to live. Sterling snarled. Relieved, Vic thought Sterling had already taken care of everything. Then, with a tinge of anticipation, fourth brother, you're so anxious. Could it be that boy has revealed everyone he met? Hesitating, Vic wasn't sure how to reply. Sterling was already in a terrible mood. Learning that the plan failed would only worsen it. Sterling's hopeful expression turned furious. Why not? Didn't he say anything? That's not it. After a pause, Vic recounted Jonathan's meeting with Dario in detail. Upon hearing it, Sterling was both surprised and angry. How clever, hiding so deeply. Just then, an announcement came from outside. Your Majesty, Allah requests an audience. Sterling's gaze darkened instantly, looking at Vic. Fourth brother, can Dario still be trusted? It's hard to say. After a brief pause, Vic said, let's see what he wants to say this time. If he comes here begging for mercy, there's no point keeping him. But if he shows determination, we can give him a little more time. Sterling nodded. Bring him in. Outside the study, Dario knelt, trembling uncontrollably. After Vic left, Dario couldn't shake off the chilling gaze in his mind. If he couldn't clear his name, he truly faced a dead end. After much consideration, Dario focused on Jonathan. Since they suspected collusion between them, Jonathan's death would eliminate his partner in crime. As soon as Dario entered the imperial study, he threw himself to the ground. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have been framed by that boy. Sterling and Vic merely watched Dario, saying nothing. Dario gritted his teeth. If I kill Jonathan, would that prove my loyalty? The expressions of Sterling and Vic flickered. After exchanging glances, they both nodded in unison. Get up and speak. Sterling said a sentence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dario felt like he had received amnesty and hurriedly got up from the ground. Sterling smiled slightly. Minister Ding, I have never doubted you. But your words just now are inappropriate. I have already pardoned Jonathan. How can I go back on my word? Vic also added, Allah, don't make the emperor bear the name of a petty person. Dario suddenly realized this, lightly slapping his own face twice. I spoke incorrectly. Actually, I was concerned about the safety of Mohammed's second son. The journey is long and treacherous. It would be unfortunate if something happened. Seeing Dario understood, Sterling laughed heartily. So I will arrange for a few people to escort them. This small matter. How dare it trouble your majesty? I am willing to share your burden. Dario immediately said. Good. I'll entrust this task to you. Without any hesitation, Sterling agreed, adding with deep meaning, do not let me down. Dario became excited, finally regaining the emperor's trust. He knelt down again, shouting loudly, I will not fail your majesty's expectations. Good, go arrange it. Dario ran out eagerly, looking coldly towards the direction of Mohammed's mansion. Boy, you want to frame me, so I'll kill you. After Dario left, Sterling and Vic exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At that moment, a voice suddenly announced from outside. Your Majesty, several Danielis wish to see you. Hearing women, Sterling's smile vanished instantly, bellowing angrily, no audience. Tell them to get lost. Vic quickly intervened. Royal brother, calm down. This matter should not be publicized. Sterling took a deep breath, barely suppressing his anger, then shouted out, I am busy with state affairs. When I finish, I will find them myself. Also, send them to the treasury. Each one can receive 10 bolts of silk and 10 pearls. Chapter 17. The treasure is gone. Vic nodded in agreement, giving Sterling a thumbs up. This would soothe the concubines. Sterling also heaved a sigh of relief. It was worthwhile to cover his secret with just some silk and pearls. These items were nothing but a drop in the bucket in his storeroom. At this moment, another announcement came from outside. Hermes Wayne requests an audience. The expressions of Vic and Sterling changed simultaneously. Has something happened at the Alpha's mansion again? Let him in. As soon as Wayne entered the imperial study, Sterling couldn't help but shout, "What's wrong with the Alpha's mansion?" Wayne looked bewildered. Why was His Majesty so furious before he could even speak? He hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, nothing has happened at the Alpha's mansion. Prince Jonathan is worried that it will be too hot a month later, so he wants to set off earlier." Oh. Sterling and Vic exchanged glances, their brows relaxing. After several bad events, finally, there was a piece of good news. Thinking about the arrangements they had just made for Dario, both men smiled unconsciously. "I allow it. After we select the people to escort them, they can set off." After Wayne left, Sterling and Vic looked at each other again. "Royal brother, that kid is really setting off," Vic said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. With this, I have no more worries." Sterling laughed heartily. While laughing, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps came from outside. The baker ran in, terror-stricken, collapsing on the ground. "Your Majesty, it's gone. All gone." The laughter in the imperial study stopped abruptly. Both Sterling and Vic asked at the same time, "What's gone?" "The storeroom. Everything in the storeroom is gone." The baker was close to tears. Just now, the concubines found him, asking him for the keys to open the storeroom. But when the storeroom was opened, it was completely empty. This scene nearly made him faint, and after recovering, he came to report to Sterling immediately. "What did you say?" Sterling was greatly shocked, getting up and walking out. A moment later, his face was filled with disbelief. The storeroom, which was originally full, was now completely empty. "Where are the things?" Sterling grabbed the baker fiercely, his eyes glaring as if he wanted to eat him alive. There were only 2 keys to the storeroom, one in his possession and the other with the baker. Even Vic didn't have one. He couldn't have stolen his own things, so it could only be the baker. The baker trembled all over. "Your slave doesn't know. When your slave came as ordered, it was already empty." "Bullshit." Sterling roared, "Apart from you. Tell me who else has the key?" The baker couldn't defend himself, turning pale. "Your Majesty, your slave dare not." Vic, who had been checking around the storeroom, came out at this moment. "Royal brother, according to your brother, it's not difficult to find the thief." Sterling released the baker. "What did brother discover?" "Look here, royal brother." Vic pointed to the dust marks on the ground. "These places haven't accumulated dust yet, meaning that these items were stolen recently. You only need to search inside the palace. I believe you can find the lost items. Even if these things have been transported out of the palace, as long as we find the records of people entering and leaving the palace, we can identify those who left the palace in these days." Sterling nodded repeatedly and then turned to shout, "Why are you standing there like idiots? Search immediately. Dig every inch of soil if necessary." For a while, the palace was in chaos, as if they were being raided. Jonathan knew nothing about what was happening in the palace. After sleeping soundly, Dario brought 2 officials, one fat and one thin, to the Alpha's mansion. "These 2 will be responsible for escorting you to Liangzhou," Dario said expressionlessly. But when his gaze fell on Jonathan, there was a hint of hatred in his eyes. Because of Jonathan, he almost lost his life. After speaking, Dario looked at the 2 officials. "The journey to Liangzhou is long. Watch the prisoner carefully. If anything happens, you won't have to come back either." Dario spoke with deep meaning. The 2 officials smiled knowingly. "Prime Minister, rest assured, we will deliver the prisoner intact to Liangzhou." "Borism." Dario nodded, a cold smile flashing across his face before leaving with relief. Complete was certain, but whether alive or dead was uncertain. After Dario left, the Elsa Selma quickly spoke up, "This journey will require your care. May I know your names?" Just as Dario said, this journey was long, plus Jonathan was crippled. Without a good relationship with these 2, they might not reach Liangzhou alive. "How? Trying to get close?" The 2 officers turned around, with sneers on their faces. Prime Minister Dario had hinted several times for them to arrange some accidents for the 2 prisoners along the way. Forget just a few polite words. Even if they were offered real gold and silver as bribes, they wouldn't dare disobey the Prime Minister's orders. The smile on the Elsa Selma's face froze. The attitude of the officers made her feel very uneasy. "I didn't dare to get close to you gentlemen. I just wanted a convenient way to address both of you," the Elsa Selma explained hurriedly. "Not daring?" The fat officer sneered again. "You think we're beneath you? Let me tell you, you're the prisoners now, and we're the officials." The Elsa Selma was startled and couldn't find words to respond. If she didn't try to be friendly, it would seem like she was looking down on them. How could she possibly say that? Jonathan had been watching coldly all along. He realized these 2 were deliberately making things difficult for them. Combined with the insidious instructions from Dario, a flash of cold light appeared in Jonathan's eyes. It seemed someone didn't want him to reach Liangzhou alive. Thinking of this, Jonathan laughed coldly in his heart. In the face of tens of millions of value points, any conspiracy or scheme was futile. Since the 2 gentlemen don't want to say sister-in-law, you'd better not ask anymore. Jonathan looked at the fat officer. "Mr. Pierce, do you mind if I call you that?" "Mr. Pierce?" The fat officer said unhappily. "Who told you my surname is Pierce?" The thin officer snorted at this moment. "He's calling you fat like a pig." "What?" The fat officer suddenly understood and became furious, kicking towards Jonathan, trying to get killed. "Second brother." The Elsa Selma was alarmed. The fat officer's move was unexpected, leaving no time for her to stop it even if she wanted to. At this moment, Jonathan said coldly, "Aren't you afraid I might die here?" The fat officer immediately retracted his leg, showing a look of fear. Dario had indeed instructed them to take action, but only on the road. If Jonathan died here, they would be the ones in trouble. Realizing he couldn't retaliate even after being called a pig, the fat officer panted heavily in anger, glaring helplessly. Chapter 18. Underestimating this young man. The fat bailiff pointed at Jonathan, his eyes almost shooting fire. Having served as a bailiff for so many years, he really hadn't encountered any prisoners who dared to speak to him like this. Recalling Dario's instructions, the fat bailiff raged, "Young man, you should listen to me." Before he finished speaking, however, he was interrupted by the thin bailiff. "Jared, go outside and bring the thing in." "What thing?" The fat bailiff named Jared was momentarily stunned. "It's that thing we left outside," the thin bailiff reminded him. A sudden gleam appeared in Jared's eyes, and he sneered at Jonathan. "All right, I'll go get it." With that, Jared rushed out happily. "My lord, I wonder what that Lord Abdur is going outside to fetch?" At this moment, the Princess Danielle asked cautiously. She noticed something off about how the fat bailiff Jared looked at Jonathan and was deeply worried. The thin bailiff replied, "It's nothing much, just some essential items required by law and regulation, necessary for the journey." Pausing briefly, the thin bailiff added with a smile, "By the way, my name is Conway. So it's Magistrate Wu." The Princess Danielle hurriedly smiled gratefully at the thin bailiff, her worries fading away. This bailiff named Conway seemed quite reasonable. Moreover, from what had just happened, it appeared that Jared was quite obedient to Conway. Thinking this, the Princess Danielle quickly said, "Lord Wu, Hayden suffered a great blow due to the sudden deaths of His Highness and Her Highness. So, he might have been rude to Lord Abdur earlier. Please help explain this on his behalf." Conway chuckled, Sure. This reply left the Princess Danielle pleasantly surprised, and she quickly said, "Thank you, Lord Wu, thank you." Then she smiled at Jonathan. "Hayden, Lord Wu truly lives up to his name with kindness. Indeed, he has a good heart. You should thank Lord Wu too." A flicker of suspicion flashed across Jonathan's eyes. Sterling and Vic were probably trying their best to eliminate him. Would Dario, a close confidant of these two, really send someone nice to escort him? Seeing that Jonathan didn't respond, the Princess Danielle hurriedly explained to Conway, "Hayden has often been in a daze since he woke up. Please don't take it personally." Before she finished explaining, she saw Jared come back excitedly, holding an iron collar. The Princess Danielle couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that the item Conway sent Jared to fetch was this iron collar? Just as she was thinking, she heard Conway laugh again. According to the law, male convicts must wear shackles during exile. The Princess Danielle turned pale. This iron collar weighed at least 20 pounds. It would be unbearable for anyone, let alone Jonathan with his disabled legs. "Lord Wu, Hayden's legs are disabled." The Princess Danielle began pleading but was directly interrupted by Conway. "I already said, we're handling things according to the rules. We can't break them for you, can we?" Then, turning to Jared with a smile, he said, "Put it on him." "Got it." Jared laughed, carrying the iron collar toward Jonathan with a pleased expression. Shouldering 20 pounds, let's see how proud this young man can still be. Hearing the jingling of the chains, the Princess Danielle turned pale. She realized that Conway wasn't as reasonable as she thought. He was a laughing tiger. After recovering, the Princess Danielle clenched her teeth and stepped forward to block Jared. "I will wear this collar on behalf of Hayden." "You will replace him?" Jared sneered. "You care about this boy so much." "But no. This iron collar was specifically for Jonathan. How could it be used to torment him if someone else wore it? How could he vent his anger?" Seeing Jared's resolve to make Jonathan wear the collar, the Princess Danielle looked anxious. If Jonathan wore this collar all the way, there was no way he could survive the journey to Liangzhou. In panic, she even forgot that Conway wasn't a soft touch either, and pleaded, "Lord Wu, please say a word for us." However, Conway simply turned his head away, pretending not to hear. He had witnessed the entire conflict between Jonathan and Jared. Although it wasn't a big matter, it sufficiently demonstrated that Jonathan wasn't the kind of convict who would submit quietly. This was a perfect opportunity to knock down Jonathan's sharp edge. Seeing that Conway wouldn't help, the Princess Danielle turned pale. Jared stood before Jonathan, smirking, tapping the collar. "Do you want to put it on yourself, or shall I help you?" He was somewhat eager. Ideally, Jonathan should let him do it so he could get a chance to retaliate. Jonathan immediately saw through Jared's plan and smiled faintly. "I'll do it myself." "Borism." Jared grunted unhappily, unable to achieve his wish, but his eyes soon lit up, and he directly threw the iron collar towards Jonathan, who was sitting on the ground. Unable to make a move in secret, he decided to do it openly. After all, this young man had crippled legs and couldn't move away. "Hayden, be careful." The Princess Danielle was terrified when she saw this scene. The iron collar weighed at least 20 pounds. If Jonathan was hit by it, he would either die or get injured. Jared's eyes were full of excitement as he saw the iron collar about to hit Jonathan. This kid really can't dodge. Thinking of how Jonathan was about to be smashed by the iron collar, even bleeding all over his face, Jared couldn't suppress his excitement. Jonathan looked at the flying iron collar without any panic, still maintaining a calm expression. Then, he raised both hands to grab the collar. Seeing Jonathan's move, Jared became even more excited and even laughed. "Ha ha ha, you actually dared to catch it with your hands, truly unaware of your limitations." The iron collar, weighing 20 pounds plus the speed of its fall, would far exceed 20 pounds. Just wait for your arms to be broken. Already terrified beyond her wits' end, the Princess Danielle turned pale upon hearing Jared's words, almost fainting. "I still couldn't take good care of Hayden." At this moment, she heard two voices exclaim beside her ear. How could this be? The Princess Danielle was stunned. After realizing the voices belonged to Jared and Conway, she hurriedly opened her eyes to look at Jonathan. She couldn't help but stare in amazement. Jonathan was now steadily holding the iron collar, slowly retracting his arm. From his relaxed expression, it didn't seem like his arm was broken at all. What's going on? She quickly glanced at Conway and Jared, only to see their eyes wide open in shock. "Big sister, I'm fine. This iron collar isn't heavy." Jonathan smiled slightly at the Princess Danielle, lifting the iron collar with one hand and waving it in the air, looking completely at ease. This sight made Jared even more speechless. A 20-pound iron collar seemed like a 2-pound object in Jonathan's hands. Did this kid have such strength in his arms? Recalling Jonathan's calmness when catching the collar, Jared's face instantly turned extremely ugly. I underestimated this young man. Chapter 19. The Rules of the Imperial Court. Conway's expression, though not as ugly as Jared's, was also somewhat gloomy. When he first heard about this escort mission, he thought it would be a pleasant task. But now it seemed that his thoughts had been too simplistic. This cripple, whom he didn't even take seriously, had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. It seemed he needed to be more careful now. Zeke, are you alright? The Foys finally came back to her senses and hurriedly asked. I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry, Alexandria. Jonathan smiled. With his current physical condition, it was naturally impossible for him to catch the 20-pound shackle so easily. The reason he could handle the provocation effortlessly was because when Jared kicked him before, he had already enhanced his body. Although it cost far more than the expected 1 million value points, the expenditure was worth it. According to the system's assessment, his current body could lift 500 pounds with one hand. A mere 20-pound shackle was naturally nothing to him. Seeing Jonathan indeed unharmed, the Foys heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now had truly frightened her. Cough. At this moment, Conway coughed and said, The prisoner, put on your shackle, we're setting off. Hearing Conway's words, the Foys became tense again. Zeke, can you manage? No problem. Jonathan chuckled, shouldering the shackle. Apart from being a little inconvenient, he felt nothing else. Seeing Jonathan carrying the shackle yet acting as if nothing happened, Conway and Jared couldn't help but be surprised. They were seeing for the first time a prisoner who could wear a shackle without showing any signs of distress. What's wrong with this kid? Let's go or not? Jonathan urged at this point. Let's go. Conway came back to his senses and quickly replied. The instant he turned around, Conway's expression darkened. It appeared that some of the plans he had formulated previously would need to be revised. Jared glared fiercely at Jonathan. Seeing Jared's face, worry clouded the Foys' face once again. This incident had thoroughly offended this fat officer. Alexandria, let's go. Jonathan spoke and supported himself with both hands as he walked out. After enhancing his body, moving in this way made him feel nothing strenuous at all. Zeke, take it slow. The Foys, coming back to her senses, hurriedly caught up. Outside the north pacifying prince's residence, most of the townspeople who had gathered earlier had dispersed, leaving only a few behind. Some of these townspeople carried baskets on their arms, while others held items in their hands, all gazing anxiously and expectantly at the gates of the prince's residence. They were all commoners who had received favors from the north pacifying prince's household. Upon hearing the news of Jonathan and the Foys' exile, they had all brought things over. Seeing Jonathan emerge wearing the shackle, these people immediately surrounded him excitedly. Vanguard Conway and Jared were startled and instinctively reached for their weapons. When they realized that these commoners weren't targeting them, both wiped away cold sweat. Indeed, they had been thoroughly scared. Lord Duke, Foys. Why must Lord Duke wear shackles even in such a state? Ugh, ugh. The townspeople murmured in dissatisfaction for Jonathan. After expressing sympathy, the townspeople handed over the items in their hands, all filled with food. Lord Duke, the journey is long. I made some steamed buns for you to eat along the way. I boiled a few eggs. These are my pancakes. Seeing the goodwill from the townspeople, the Foys teared up and choked out, Thank you all, thank you all. Jonathan was also moved and said a few words of gratitude. In Conway's eyes, however, this scene deepened his frown. In their past experiences of escorting prisoners, the key thing they could control was the food supply. Giving prisoners barely enough food to stay alive made them behave like lapdogs, obediently submitting to their handlers. If Jonathan carried this food, their leverage would significantly diminish. Conway whispered a few sentences to Jared right away. Jared was already annoyed by Jonathan receiving so much sympathy from the townspeople. Hearing this, he grew even angrier. These lowly commoners dared to ruin their grand plan. He stepped forward a few paces and slapped the hand of a townsman holding boiled eggs. Slap. The eggs fell to the ground, and before the shocked townsman could pick them up, Jared stomped on them. Plop. Perfectly good eggs instantly turned into a mess. You. What did you do? The townspeople exclaimed in shock. What did I do? Jared sneered. So what if I stomped on your eggs? Jared's arrogance showed clearly. He didn't care about the townspeople at all. The townspeople couldn't help but feel enraged. This was simply unreasonable. Doesn't that mean we aren't allowed to give gifts to Lord Duke and the Foys? The townspeople questioned. Not allowed. Jared snorted. They are going into exile, not on a tour. Nothing but the person is allowed to be brought along. These are the rules of the Imperial Court. By doing this, you are opposing the court, opposing His Majesty. If you don't leave now, I will arrest all of you too. Saying this, Jared drew half of his saber with a whooshing sound, a threatening expression on his face. The blade flashed with cold light under the rising sun, sending chills down everyone's spine. The townspeople couldn't help but show signs of fear. Commoners do not fight with officials. It was a deeply ingrained awareness among the common folk. Everyone, please take your things back. We appreciate your kindness, the Foys hurriedly said. If these commoners were implicated because of her, she would feel extremely guilty. Hearing this, the townspeople glanced at Jared's sinister look and had no choice but to disperse. After driving away the townspeople, Jared laughed haughtily and cast a triumphant glance at Jonathan. Without the food brought by the townspeople, they would be responsible for Jonathan's meals during the journey. Just a few hungry days, and see if he can still act so confidently. Seeing Jared drive away the townspeople, Conway came over with a smile. Sir, according to the rules of the Imperial Court, the prisoner is not allowed to bring any food. Hope you understand. Of course, you two don't have to worry. We will be responsible for your food during the journey. Jared chuckled as he listened to Conway. They indeed would provide food, but whether he could get enough was another matter. The Foys had no idea about the hidden meaning in Conway's words. She thought he was sincerely comforting them and quickly thanked him. Thank you for your trouble, your honors. No trouble, just our duty, Conway chuckled. At this moment, Jared couldn't wait any longer and urged, all right, it's time to set off. He then stared at Jonathan. I almost forgot. According to the rules of the imperial court, 50 miles must be covered each day, rain or shine. A hint of madness flashed in Jared's eyes. An ordinary person could manage 50 miles a day, barely. However, Jonathan, being handicapped and having to move using his hands, plus the 20-pound shackle, absolutely could not cover 50 miles. Once the rule of 50 miles wasn't met, he would have a good reason to properly teach this brat a lesson. Chapter 20. Exile or Sightseeing. 50 miles a day? Hearing Jared's words, the Eleanor was greatly shocked. She had no idea such a rule existed. There was no way Jace could cover 50 miles. Knowing that Jared was difficult to reason with, the Eleanor hurriedly appealed to Conway. Your Excellency Wu, Jace's legs are disabled. He can't possibly walk 50 miles in one day. Please reduce the daily distance. Outrageous. Before Conway could respond, Jared bellowed angrily. Are you asking us to defy the imperial order? Only then did Conway smile and say, indeed, we're merely following orders. The Eleanor paled and hastily replied, then could you two officials inform His Majesty of the situation and grant some leniency? Or perhaps, you could pass on my request, and I'll go beg His Majesty myself. Do you think you're someone special, or still the Eleanor? Jared showed undisguised disdain. Remember, you're now just a criminal awaiting exile. Conway followed up. If everyone had excuses, where would the authority of law be? Even if you see His Majesty, there won't be an exception for you. Jared looked at Jonathan with smug satisfaction. Boy, you'd better figure out how to cover those 50 miles using your hands. Go. Jonathan, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly looked somewhat peculiar. Did you forget something? What? Startled, Jared instinctively glanced at Conway. Conway frowned, unsure what Jonathan meant. But Jonathan's expression gave him an uneasy feeling. Is this boy actually coming up with a solution for the daily 50-mile journey? He certainly couldn't think of any. Is this cripple smarter than he is? What do you mean? Conway asked cautiously. Jonathan chuckled. Did you forget that His Majesty gave us a carriage? A carriage? Conway was stunned. He genuinely didn't know about this. Speak nonsense again, and you'll get more than a spanking. Jared finally lost control. Do you still think you're a duke? Why would His Majesty give a carriage to a prisoner? It seems you need a beating to cure your lying habit. As he spoke, Jared rolled up his sleeves and marched toward Jonathan. He finally found a reason to teach him a lesson. Before reaching Jonathan, the Eleanor exclaimed in surprise, Your Excellencies, His Majesty did indeed give us a carriage. Jared's grin froze. Conway quickly called Jared to a halt and asked the Eleanor for confirmation. Really? Of course it's true. The Eleanor pointed to a nearby carriage, beaming with joy. If not for Jace's reminder, she too would have forgotten. With a carriage, Jace wouldn't have to walk, and there would be no worry about the 50-mile daily requirement. Following her finger, Conway and Jared saw an extravagant carriage, causing their faces to change dramatically. It was true. His Majesty had indeed granted these prisoners a carriage. Why? Even Conway couldn't understand. Jared's face turned bright red with frustration. How could he find excuses to punish Jonathan if he rode in the carriage? Besides, why did this luxury carriage make it feel like a sightseeing trip rather than an exile? At that moment, Jonathan laughed and said, Thanks for driving the carriage for us. Jared's flushed face turned as dark as pot bottom. These words clearly made them seem like carriage drivers. Who was the real exile here? Jared nearly exploded with rage, wanting to tear apart the carriage. But thinking of it as an imperial gift from Sterling, he quickly changed his mind. After recovering from initial shock, Conway became calm. I didn't expect His Majesty to be so merciful as to grant a carriage. Conway pondered. Since that's the case, please board the carriage. Let them really ride in it? Jared grudgingly questioned. This is His Majesty's wish. While saying this, Conway exchanged a meaningful glance with Jared, signaling him not to rush. Jared and Conway had escorted criminals many times before, understanding each other well. If it's His Majesty's wish, then board the carriage. Jared grunted. Although Conway had a plan, he still felt vexed seeing Jonathan in a luxurious carriage they had never ridden in. Seeing Jared relent, the Eleanor was overjoyed. Jace, wait here. I'll bring the carriage over. Soon, the Eleanor led the horse and drove the carriage over. Seeing this, Conway glanced at Jonathan with a smile full of malice. Although there was a carriage, he was eager to see how this boy would get in. At this moment, the Eleanor also realized this problem. Jonathan's legs were disabled, and he couldn't board the carriage like a normal person. And her strength wouldn't be enough to lift Jonathan into the carriage either. With no other choice, the Eleanor could only seek help from Conway and Jared. Your Excellencies, please help lift Jace into the carriage. Thank you. Ha 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 ha. The Eleanor had barely finished speaking when Jared burst into laughter. He finally understood Conway's plan. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How could he have missed that Jonathan couldn't even get into the carriage? We are only responsible for escorting you to Liangzhou. Other matters are none of our concern. Conway wore a self-satisfied grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Upon hearing this, the Eleanor became visibly anxious. What should they do if they can't get into the carriage? Looking around, she saw that due to Jared's threats, all the townspeople had already dispersed. Even if she wanted to find others for help, it was impossible. Could they really just watch the carriage sit there unused? Thinking about it, the Eleanor felt so desperate that she nearly cried. She had to plead even more humbly. Your Excellencies, please. She didn't finish before being interrupted by Jonathan. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I can get up myself. He can get up. The Eleanor, Conway, and Jared were all stunned. A moment later, Conway and Jared burst out laughing. This kid sure knows how to brag. Since this carriage came from the palace, the carriage body was higher than usual. Nobles often needed stools or servants' assistants to board such carriages. Ordinary people still required some help, and a disabled man like Jonathan claimed he could do it on his own? Are these nobles worse off than a disabled person? If you can get in, I'll drive the carriage for you all the way, Jared said with a cold laugh. After saying that, Jared and Conway exchanged glances and laughed again. At this moment, there came a sudden cry from the Eleanor nearby. The two men hurriedly looked over. In an instant, their eyes widened like bells. How is this possible? Chapter 21. Why not say he can fly? Jared rushed to the carriage in 2 quick strides, looking up at Jonathan on the carriage and then down at the ground, his face full of bewilderment. How did this boy suddenly fly onto the carriage? Conway also hurried over, walking around the carriage once to make sure no one was hiding before his face filled with disbelief. He thought himself incredibly smart but still couldn't figure out how Jonathan got onto the carriage. Boy, how did you get up there? Regaining his composure, Jared shouted as he glanced sideways at the Prince Danielle's Danielle. He suspected the Prince Danielle's Danielle had placed Jonathan on the carriage, but the lingering shock on her face made Jared feel that this suspicion was unreliable. Jonathan chuckled, not answering directly but countering. Didn't you say that if I could get up here, you would drive us all the way? Jared's face changed. When he said that, he was convinced it was impossible for Jonathan to get onto the carriage. Yet Jonathan actually managed to get up. At this moment, Conway interjected, "Of course, the word stands." Hearing this, Jared urgently signaled Conway with his eyes. He was reluctant to serve as a coachman for Jonathan. What kind of man would that make him? However, Conway gave Jared a reassuring look and continued. But what he meant was that you have to get up there on your own, without any help from others. Otherwise, the agreement doesn't count. After speaking, Conway looked at Jonathan inquisitively. He still didn't believe Jonathan could get up there by himself. After all, Jonathan had disabled legs. Jared understood Conway's meaning and quickly nodded. Right, he is right. That's exactly what I meant. At this point, the Prince Danielle's Danielle recovered from her shock and quickly intervened. Gentlemen, Zeke really climbed up on his own. He just used his hands to leap onto the carriage. Impossible. Jared immediately negated it without a second thought. The carriage was about 3 feet off the ground. A normal person would need to jump hard to barely reach that height. How could Jonathan manage with just his arms? He wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. Conway also doubted the Danielle's words but still asked Jonathan, "Is that so?" "That's correct," Jonathan nodded, smiling. "Would you like me to demonstrate again?" "Fine, do it again," Jared immediately answered. He didn't believe Jonathan's arms were that strong. But instead of demonstrating immediately, Jonathan looked at Jared. "You did say that if I really got up here, you would drive us all the way, right?" Mentioning this, Jared's face darkened instantly, but he still nodded, "Yes." "No promises without witnesses. We should draw up a written agreement," Jonathan added. "Do you doubt my word?" Upon hearing this, Jared flew into a rage, glaring at Jonathan as if he wanted to eat him alive. While he often broke his word, no one dared question him directly. What audacity from an exiled convict. Just as Jared was ready to lash out, he was stopped by Conway. "Jared, he's just being cautious. Since he's not reassured, let's find a witness and write down the agreement." Jared was momentarily stunned. Previously, Conway always sided with him. What was happening today? As he pondered, Jared saw Conway giving him a meaningful glance, which made him realize something. This boy was probably bluffing. Why should he be worried? Moreover, what difference would an agreement make? Once outside the capital, wouldn't he do whatever he wanted anyway? Fine, I'll arrange for someone to draw up the agreement. Jared walked away with a sullen face. Soon, Jared returned with a sedan chair. Seeing the chair, Conway hurried over. Little one pays respect to Chancellor. The sedan came to a stop, and Dario stepped out. Jonathan squinted. He hadn't expected Jared to bring back Dario. This man wasn't friendly towards him at all. Dario shot Jonathan a disdainful look. Jared had already explained the situation to him on the way. After hearing it, Dario found it utterly ridiculous. To climb onto a carriage using only one's arms? Why not just say he can fly? Dario didn't want to come initially, but the thought of witnessing Jonathan fail and give Jared a reason to teach him a lesson swayed him. Even though this boy would surely die en route, seeing him tormented would be gratifying. Prepare paper and ink. Dario immediately wrote up an agreement. Finishing, he had someone show it to Jonathan. "Do you see any issues?" Jonathan reviewed it, finding it amusing. Dario was truly meticulous, specifying no use of aids and even noting the condition must be on flat ground. Truly a wily old fox. However, Jonathan remained unfazed. Why should he use such petty tricks with his system-enhanced body? No problem. Jonathan returned the written agreement. Conway took it back, glanced over it quickly, and felt a surge of admiration and joy. Truly befitting of Chancellor, thinking everything through thoroughly. This way, there was no way this boy could cheat, making it absolutely impossible for him to get onto the carriage. But Conway gave Jared a meaningful look at this moment. Jared understood immediately and said right away, "I have a question. If you succeed, I'll drive the carriage for you. But what if you fail?" Beside them, the Prince Danielle's Danielle had been feeling uneasy ever since Jonathan suggested drawing up an agreement. Zeke had made things rather big. Hearing Jared's words only turned her uneasiness into worry. Though she had seen Jonathan fly onto the carriage with her own eyes, what if it was just a fluke? What if Zeke was out of strength? Carrying this concern, the Prince Danielle's Danielle hurriedly said, "Minister Abdur, offering to drive the carriage was your own suggestion. We weren't challenging you." She didn't finish her sentence before being interrupted by Dario. "What happened earlier is different from now. This is now a bet." Saying this, Dario looked at Jonathan. "What do you think?" "No problem." Jonathan grinned. For his current self, getting onto the carriage was even simpler than for an average person. He wouldn't let go of this sure-win situation. Seeing Jonathan agree, Jared couldn't help but feel excited. "If you lose, you'll be charged with deceiving an imperial official. Do you dare?" Jared asked with a hint of provocation. "Why not?" Jonathan nodded indifferently. A flicker of delight flashed across Dario's face. The charge of deceiving an imperial official could be big or small. At its smallest, it would result in mere verbal reprimands. But at its worst, it could mean several dozen lashes. Kid, just wait for the whipping. Dario hurriedly had Conway add the content about losing the bet to the agreement. After that, Jared signed it immediately and then handed it over to Jonathan. Jonathan skimmed through it and signed his name as well. Seeing Jonathan sign his name, a sharp gleam flashed in Dario and the other's eyes. This kid has taken the bait. Chapter 22. The naive Selma Ailsa. Dario smiled and said, if that's the case, then you may begin. Prince Jonathan gave a light smile and jumped off the carriage under the watchful eyes of the three men. Seeing Jonathan land on his feet without any sign of instability, all three men's expressions slightly changed. They had expected him to fall, but they did not anticipate how steady he was upon landing. But after some thought, smiles returned to their faces once more. Jumping down and jumping up are two completely different matters. Moreover, this young man had been carrying a 20-gene heavy wooden cane. Boy, just wait for the beating with the board. Beside them, the Danielle Leah tightly clasped her hands together, her face full of tension, praying incessantly in her heart. Climb up, you must climb up. Under the gazes of these few people, Jonathan gave a serene smile, used both arms to push off, and with a very agile motion, flew into the air, before landing steadily back on the carriage. What? Oh great! Two exclamations rang out simultaneously. The Danielle Leah was so excited she almost jumped up. Jared stood there dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Neither Dario nor Conway fared much better. Their faces filled with astonishment, their eyes flickering between the ground and Jonathan now on the carriage. This young man actually managed to jump onto the carriage, using only the strength of his arms. Go! Dario snapped out of it and grunted unhappily, before slipping into the sedan chair and leaving. He recalled that after Jonathan lost the use of his legs, he had been practicing using his arms as legs. No wonder this kid was so confident earlier. Jonathan looked at the sedan chair and sneered. Want to see my embarrassment? Eldest sister, please get in the carriage. Upon hearing Jonathan's call, the Danielle Leah got into the carriage with great joy while holding a travel bag. After getting in, the Danielle Leah noticed that Jonathan was holding the document and offered, Holt, it might be inconvenient for you to hold it. Let me put it in the travel bag. Jonathan nodded and casually handed the document over to her. He didn't care much about this document at all. That Jared wasn't someone who would abide by the rules anyway. His motive for making this document was to dampen Jared's arrogance. After the Danielle Leah stowed away the document, Jonathan said to Jared, Minister Abdur, we can set off now. Hearing this, Jared glared fiercely at Jonathan. You brat, you're playing me. This boy definitely had 100% certainty before he made him find people to witness and sign the agreement. Playing me? Jonathan sneered. Did I force you to sign the document? You. Jared instantly choked. Not only did Jonathan not force him to sign it, he even signed it happily. The crowd is watching, Conway whispered. Looking around, Jared realized that because of Dario, quite a number of commoners had gathered nearby. Many of the citizens saw everything that happened. If he went back on his word and they complained to higher authorities, even the prime minister would have a hard time defending him. Jared could only suppress his anger, unwillingly taking the whip. Feeling the mocking gaze of the surrounding citizens, Jared's face flushed red, and he couldn't help roaring angrily. What are you looking at? Scram. The citizens scattered immediately, yet Jared's mood did not improve, whipping the horses fiercely in frustration. In pain, the horse galloped forward quickly. Conway stared open-mouthed at the rapidly departing carriage and hurriedly shouted, Wait for me. Half an hour later, outside the capital city, the breathless Conway finally caught up with the carriage, only to find that inside were only Jonathan and the Danielle Leah, with no sign of the driver Jared. Where is Minister Abdur? Conway asked anxiously, eyeing Jonathan warily. Jonathan grinned and pointed ahead. Minister Abdur went in that direction. Conway glanced in that direction, cautiously walked closer, and soon heard a series of curses and chopping sounds. Relieved, Conway realized that Jared was simply venting his anger. Jared, there's no need to be upset. Conway approached to comfort him. How can I not be upset when I've become this boy's coachman? Jared roared. Conway chuckled. Now that we're out of the capital city, you don't need to continue being this boy's driver. That's what I planned. Jared agreed with Conway and added, What makes me angry is driving this boy for half an hour. Also, if this boy sits in the carriage the whole way, how can we control them? Conway smiled. You don't need to worry about that. I already have a plan. Jared was taken aback. Then his face lit up with surprise. What's your plan? Conway looked shrewdly experienced. Can a carriage without horses still be called a carriage? Immediately, Jared's eyes gleamed with intelligence. All the gloominess vanished from his heart as he burst into laughter. Vincent, you're really smart. Conway looked smug. He didn't read his 36 stratagems for nothing. The two men returned to the carriage. Jared's usual fierce expression was back as he barked. What are you hiding in there? Boris, hurry up and get out so we can be on our way. Inside the carriage, the Selma Ailsa, who had been laughing happily, paused and instinctively glanced at Jonathan. Holt, what does he mean by that? Jonathan narrowed his eyes. Just as he thought, Jared was trying to renege on the deal. He doesn't want to drive anymore, Jonathan said. The Selma Ailsa was startled. Can't be. He lost the bet, didn't he? Jonathan was speechless. His nominal sister-in-law was truly naive. Gamblers also welsh on their bets, Jonathan reminded her. The Selma Ailsa hesitated, then recalled something. But we have a written agreement, one that was even drafted with the Prime Minister's help. Would he dare not recognize it? Jonathan was more speechless than ever. Dario was originally part of Jared's group. Moreover, they were now outside the city where the surroundings were barren and uninhabited. The written agreement would be useless here. Seeing Jonathan silent, the Selma Ailsa grew anxious and immediately lifted the curtain. Minister Abdur, you said before that if Holt could climb onto the carriage using his arms, you would drive for us. Are you going to renege on that? Jared glared at her. I'm reneging. What can you do about it? The Selma Elsa was stunned, clearly unprepared for such a brazen scoundrel. She then said, but we still have the written agreement. Don't tell me you won't honor that too? Before Jared could speak, Conway intervened. Selma Elsa, have you seen the agreement? Do you know what's written on it? If you don't know, you'd better check before speaking. Conway spoke as if he knew something significant. The Selma Elsa doubted and retrieved the agreement from her travel bag. Just as she was about to open it, Jared lunged forward and snatched the document, tearing it into pieces. Conway shrugged. Now there's no agreement. You. The Selma Elsa, eyes reddened with tears, feeling utterly wronged. She couldn't believe there were people this shameless in the world. Chapter 23. Sir, have you forgotten the rules of the court? Brother-in-law, you go into the carriage. I can drive the carriage too. Jonathan now came out from the carriage with a smile and gave Conway and Jared a light smile. It was for the better that Jared did not drive, to prevent any malicious thoughts on his part. Jared snorted inwardly when he heard this. Driving the carriage? Only today. The group set off again immediately, with Conway walking at the front, the carriage in the middle, and Jared at the back. Looking at the carriage in front, Jared's initially cheerful mood quickly turned sour. In the past, those convicts not only had to walk as they did, but also carried 20 pounds of shackles. One could say they were much worse off than them. But the two people in front of him, Jonathan and the other, were sitting in the carriage, far more comfortable than them. Who were the real convicts here? After walking for a while longer, Jared could no longer stand it and quickly walked to the front, pulling Conway aside. Lao Wu, if we continue like this, I will be driven mad. No more walking today. We'll take the horses away tonight and move on tomorrow. Conway nodded repeatedly. Although he couldn't see the carriage, he constantly heard Jonathan humming tunes from behind, making him extremely uncomfortable as well. Seeing that Conway agreed with him, Jared promptly said to Jonathan, we'll stop here for today and continue tomorrow. Having said that, Jared prepared to leave. At the thought of Jonathan not having the carriage tomorrow and having to walk like them or even worse off than them, Jared felt some excitement. Just as Jared was thinking about this, he suddenly heard Jonathan speak up. Sirs, isn't it inappropriate to stop now? What's inappropriate about it? Jared said displeasedly. He didn't find anything inappropriate. So what did this kid find absolutely inappropriate? Jonathan smiled and said, Sir, have you forgotten the rule of the court? The rule is to travel 50 miles a day, and we've barely covered 10 miles, right? Both Jared and Conway's expressions changed. They had actually forgotten this. The court established this rule to prevent convicts from slacking off, and it did serve its purpose well. But this time, it landed hard on them. Looking at Jonathan's leisurely expression, both Jared and Conway blushed and paled alternately. But in the end, they could only grit their teeth. Continue on. How could they refuse when the court had set checkpoints at every intersection to ensure a daily advance of 50 miles? At this moment, they hated the person who set this rule to death. Before they knew it, it was noon. Along the way, Jared, filled with resentment, suddenly perked up. Lao Wu, it's noon. Ahead, Conway's gloomy face instantly brightened. Noon meant it was time to eat. Inside the carriage, the Selma was dozing off. Upon hearing Jared shout, she woke up. Pushing aside the curtain, the Selma asked worriedly, Braden, are you tired? Rest, and I'll ask the officials for lunch. With that, the Selma jumped off the carriage and approached Jared and Conway, who had already found a place to sit. At this moment, Jared and Conway held fragrant baked cakes in one hand and water flasks in the other, enjoying their meal. This sight made the Selma unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Yesterday, because the imperial meal was poisoned, someone later delivered uncontaminated food. But from morning until now, they hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Sir, I've come to get our food, the Selma said. There's none. Jared snorted heavily, emitting uncontrollable anger. They had been walking all day, and these two were comfortably seated in the carriage, and they still wanted food? None? The Selma was stunned, her face full of surprise. As far as she knew, the court provided food for exiled convicts. How could there be none? Seeing that Jared was unreasonable, the Selma turned to Conway. Sir Wu. The Selma just started speaking when Conway raised his hand to interrupt, then chuckled. Sir Abdur was just joking with you. Of course, your food is here. A glimmer of hope appeared in the Selma's eyes, overjoyed inside. Indeed, there was food. From his bundle, Conway quickly took out 4 steamed buns, causing the Selma to swallow her saliva again, eagerly reaching out to receive them. However, just as she was about to take them, Conway suddenly flipped his palm, and the 4 buns fell to the ground. Oh dear, I didn't hold on to them. Conway pretended to be surprised. The Selma was startled, not caring whether Conway did it intentionally, quickly bending down to pick them up. Just then, Jared suddenly stood up, stomped on one of the buns with his foot, and crushed it forcefully. The white bun mixed with dead branches, leaves, and dirt on the ground, turning into a pile of mud in an instant. The Selma was greatly shocked and hurriedly reached for the nearby bun. However, Jared moved faster. The second bun also became a pile of mud. The Yashi Selma couldn't help but freeze. However, Jared didn't stop, crushing the remaining 2 buns into mud before sitting back with satisfaction. The Yashi Selma's hand hung in mid-air, her expression dazed. Such buns were no longer edible. After Jared finished all this, a smile appeared on Conway's face, though he feigned regret. It would have been better if you were faster. You. The Yashi Selma was so angry that her face turned pale. At this moment, how could she not realize that all of this was arranged by Conway and Jared? What about us? Jared couldn't suppress his laughter. If you didn't hold onto the bun, can you blame us? Why did you step on the bun? The Yashi Selma asked with a trace of anger. So what if I stepped on it? Jared's face instantly turned vicious. Faced with such unreasonable and brutal behavior from Jared, the Yashi Selma felt furious but had no way out, so she returned to the carriage reluctantly. Seeing Jonathan, she lowered her head guiltily. Braden, I didn't get any food. When the prince's residence still existed, Braden used to eat a lot every day. She could endure it, but Braden wouldn't be able to bear it. Jonathan had anticipated the actions of Conway and Jared, but for him, who had the system, all this was merely a joke. Sensing the gazes of Jared and Conway on him, Jonathan frowned. If they kept staring, he really wouldn't be able to use the system. Just then, the Yashi Selma suggested, Braden, why don't you rest inside the carriage first? Jonathan's eyes lit up. Good idea, let's rest inside. As the Yashi Selma turned back to the carriage, Jared and Conway's gazes followed her. Seeing Jonathan enter the carriage, they couldn't help but feel triumphant. Vincent, you did have a plan. The kid really deflated, Jared excitedly said, feeling relieved. Even the resentment accumulated in the morning dissipated somewhat. Conway also smiled. As the saying goes, people are iron and rice is steel. One gets hungry without a meal. This boy was so strong. Surely his appetite must be amazing. He wanted to see if the boy could still hum tunes after missing lunch. Chapter 24. Hallucinating from Borsinger? Inside the carriage, the Eleanor's face was filled with worry. She hadn't moved much for several days and could already feel hunger gnawing at her stomach. Jonathan, who had a bigger appetite than her and had been driving the carriage all day, must be even hungrier. And the attitudes displayed by Jared and Conway were not as simple as just letting them go hungry for one meal. If they still couldn't eat anything tonight, thinking of the scene where Jonathan might faint from hunger, the Eleanor felt an uncontrollable panic. Something must be done. She quickly recalled the looks on Jared and Conway's faces when they saw the carriage and lit up. Letting them two get in the carriage and then having Jonathan drive while she walked. Wouldn't that work? With this thought, the Eleanor immediately prepared to get off the carriage. The movements of the Eleanor brought Jonathan, who was lost in thought, back to reality. Seeing the Eleanor seemingly preparing to get off, Jonathan asked in confusion, Alexandria, what are you doing? I'll go find the two officials and ask them to get in the carriage. That way, they will definitely give us some food. The Eleanor said this plan out loud with joy on her face. Upon hearing this, Jonathan couldn't help but be speechless. The Eleanor was too naive, actually wanting to make a deal with those two people? Has Alexandria forgotten the contract they tore up? Jonathan reminded her. The Eleanor paused, her expression changing slightly, but still clinging to a sliver of hope. They wouldn't be so unreasonable, would they? Jonathan shook his head. If they were reasonable, why wouldn't they give us food? The Eleanor was taken aback. Providing food to prisoners was a rule of the court. If these two didn't follow the court's rules, what could be more unreasonable than this? Jonathan's counter-question completely shattered the last bit of hope in the Eleanor's heart. For a moment, the Eleanor was filled with despair. It seemed they were likely to starve to death on the road. Jonathan then zoned out again. From the moment he entered the carriage, he had been thinking about what kind of food to exchange for. It had to be nutritious, taste good, and not be complicated to eat. After thinking for a while, Jonathan still couldn't think of any suitable food. When his gaze fell on the Eleanor, Jonathan got an idea. Alexandria, what is your favorite food? The Eleanor was stunned, confused. Why did Hayden ask her this? Seeing Jonathan looking at her, the Eleanor thought for a moment and replied, I once ate a type of osmanthus cake granted by the palace. It was, without a doubt, the best thing I've ever tasted. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. Back then, how glorious Pingbei Wangfu, prince's residence, was. Even though she was just the Eleanor, she often went in and out of the imperial palace, and piles of imperial pastries were bestowed upon her. Now, even a steamed bun was a luxury. Jonathan nodded after listening, then immediately gave an order to the system. Exchange for one piece of imperial osmanthus cake. The system voice immediately responded. Successful exchange for imperial osmanthus cake. Cost 100 value points. Remaining value points 4,693,008,772. Hearing the remaining value points, Jonathan couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curve upward. With so many value points, he could spend them freely. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on the Eleanor's face. She smelled the familiar scent of osmanthus cake. Was she hallucinating from hunger? The Eleanor shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel this illusion from her mind. But the smell persisted. What was going on? While the Eleanor was puzzled, Jonathan pushed the osmanthus cake into her hand. Alexandria, try it. Does it taste like the one you've had before? What is it? The Eleanor hadn't yet reacted. Then, seeing the osmanthus cake, her eyes widened in surprise. Osmanthus cake? The appearance and the aroma were exactly the same as the one in her memory. First, the scent was an illusion. Now even her eyes were deceiving her? Had she really reached this level of hunger? How about it? Is this osmanthus cake different from the one you've eaten before? Jonathan asked. The Eleanor snapped back to reality and looked at Jonathan with disbelief. Hayden, can you see the osmanthus cake in my hand too? Jonathan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. No wonder the Eleanor was staring at the osmanthus cake without eating it. She thought it was an illusion. Alexandria, I keep this on me at all times. Eat it fast, Jonathan said in a lowered voice. The Eleanor was enlightened. This explanation made sense. The Eleanor felt a surge of joy and was about to eat the osmanthus cake. But as the osmanthus cake neared her mouth, she stopped and handed it to Jonathan. Hayden, you've been driving all day, you should eat it. Jonathan, caught between crying and laughing, exchanged for another piece and took it out. Alexandria, see, I have one too. The Eleanor was amazed, then suddenly burst into tears. Alexandria, why are you crying? Jonathan was startled and quickly asked. I'm crying out of joy. The Eleanor laughed through her tears. She had already been in despair but didn't expect to find a way out from the brink of despair. This drastic ups and downs made her unable to hold back her tears. The Eleanor realized she had lost composure and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Hayden, have some too. Yes. Jonathan nodded and ate the osmanthus cake in 2 bites without any hesitation, then nodded in satisfaction. It really tasted good. Lifting his head, Jonathan saw the Eleanor delicately nibbling at her piece, with a look of appreciation on her face. Noticing Jonathan watching her, the Eleanor hurriedly split the remaining osmanthus cake into 2 halves and offered one half to Jonathan. Hayden, Have this. Jonathan was touched. This pseudo-sister-in-law was truly beyond reproach. He smiled, shook his head, and like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, produced another 2 pieces of osmanthus cake from his sleeve. See, Alexandria, I still have more. The Eleanor widened her eyes again, looking at the osmanthus cakes and then at Jonathan's long sleeves, full of questions. How did Hayden hide so many osmanthus cakes in his sleeves? Seeing the Eleanor's confusion, Jonathan hastily changed the subject. Alexandria, hurry up and eat. If we're discovered, it won't be good. Startled, the Eleanor quickly ate the osmanthus cake in her hand, as well as the second piece Jonathan handed over. Alexandria, are you full yet? If not, there's more. Jonathan asked. No need, no need, let's save the rest for later tonight. The Eleanor waved her hands hurriedly. Jonathan thought for a moment and decided not to take out any more. His sudden appearance of food had clearly shocked the Eleanor. He needed to let her adapt to this first before revealing more food. Otherwise, if Jared or Conway noticed anything suspicious, it would be problematic. The Eleanor carefully wiped the crumbs from her lips and prepared to get off the carriage. Hayden, wait here. I'll go fetch some water. But Jonathan held her back and reached into his sleeve, producing 2 water pouches before the Eleanor. I brought water too. Chapter 25. Lost home, yet so cheerful. The Danielle of the heir to the dukedom stared wide-eyed at Jonathan's sleeve, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. How could so many things be hidden in Braden's sleeves? Boris, hurry up and drink, cousin. They are about to finish eating. Jonathan urged again. Startled, the Danielle of the heir to the dukedom did not have time to think much and quickly drank the water. Burp. Jared let out a content burp, patting his satisfied belly. So comfortable. Beside him, Conway also wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Especially when looking towards the carriage, smiles broadened on both their faces. What is happiness? Happiness is having what others don't. That boy must be starving right now, I bet. Jared chuckled wickedly. Conway nodded with a laugh. Even if he isn't completely dazed by hunger, it's close enough. I can't wait to see if he can still put on airs this afternoon. Jared said spitefully. He still couldn't forget losing to Jonathan. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Conway's face. Let's starve him tonight too, and make sure he has no carriage to ride in tomorrow. By then, this boy will only be able to beg us for mercy. Wonderful. Jared grew excited. Especially thinking about how Jonathan would have to kneel and beg him tomorrow made him almost unable to contain himself. Laowu, let's get going. Don't let this boy rest too long. Sure. Conway nodded, and the two immediately went back to the side of the carriage. Jared struck the carriage heavily with the scabbard of his sword and barked, Come out. We're leaving. After speaking, Jared prepared to switch positions with Conway. This morning, he had been looking up at the carriage constantly. He didn't want to do so this afternoon, but turning around, he saw a hint of confusion on Conway's face. What's wrong? Jared asked, puzzled. Do you smell something? Conway asked. Smell? Jared sniffed the air and shook his head. Probably just the fragrance from nearby flowers. Conway's brows slowly relaxed. True, there were all kinds of plants around, so having a little floral fragrance was very normal. Putting away any doubts, Conway called out, Come out, we need to get moving. Inside the carriage, the Danielle of the heir to the dukedom looked pale. Conway's words had scared her, but Jonathan remained composed. Even if the other party suspected, they couldn't find any evidence. Giving a reassuring look to the Danielle of the heir to the dukedom, Jonathan lifted the curtain and moved out of the carriage. The moment the curtain was pulled back, Jared and Conway's gazes shot into the carriage. Seeing the Danielle of the heir to the dukedom's slightly pale face, they felt a touch of self-satisfaction. Indeed, this woman looked as if she had turned pale from hunger. However, when their gazes landed on Jonathan, both of them froze. There was no sign of weakness on Jonathan's face as they imagined. What's going on? Almost instantly they came up with an answer. Pretending. Himph. Jared couldn't help but sneer. Not witnessing Jonathan's predicament left him quite displeased. A flash of interest crossed Conway's eyes. In the past, prisoners under escort often became weak immediately when hungry, like ants that die easily when pinched, truly boring. Only someone who tries to resist offers some challenge. Taming such a person gives a real sense of accomplishment. Thinking of this, Conway felt a bit excited. Let's go. The convoy set off again, this time with Jared in front and Conway bringing up the rear. They hadn't gone far when a faint tune reached Conway's ears, making him somewhat surprised. It was exactly the same tune he had heard in the morning, coming from none other than Jonathan. How could this kid hum tunes leisurely without even having lunch? A suspicious glint flashed across Conway's eyes. This boy really had a big heart. Losing his home, yet his mood remained so cheerful. For the rest of the day, Conway occasionally heard Jonathan humming, his expression gradually changing from surprise to gloom. This boy has a tough spirit. As dusk fell, they finally completed the required 50 miles. This place wasn't too far from the capital, conveniently near a post station. Sir Wu, Sir Abdur, I've already prepared a banquet. Let's eat and chat. Outside the station, a middle-aged man with 2 mustaches greeted Jared and Conway with a smile. He was the station master Driscoll. Jared and Conway approached with full smiles. You've troubled you, Sir Chen. Driscoll laughed. We're all brothers. What trouble? Please come in. Inside the room, after serving them wine, Driscoll's eyes twinkled. I hear this time you're escorting family members of the Duke of Pingbei's household? Surely you've gained much from this journey? Over the years, he had helped Jared and Conway deal with many exiled convicts, and Jared and Conway would share some of the money extorted from the convicts with Driscoll. Duke of Pingbei's household, that's a prince's mansion. There must be a lot of money. The moment Driscoll heard that the family members of the Prince of Pingbei's mansion were being exiled, he was filled with anticipation. Jared, upon hearing this, slammed the table angrily. What do you mean by a great harvest? We've gained absolutely nothing. Driscoll was stunned and hurriedly asked, Nothing at all? Brother Abdur, are you joking? No joke, it went like this. Conway spoke up at this point. He needed to explain the situation clearly to Driscoll to prevent any misunderstanding between them. After listening to Conway's account, Driscoll's expression turned grim. So, there's not even a bit of profit from the Prince of Pingbei's mansion? Conway shook his head. Not exactly. Driscoll immediately perked up. How so? Did you see that carriage just now? Conway chuckled. Where in the world do convicts ride in carriages while officials walk? So, after tonight, they'll only be able to walk, and as for this carriage, Driscoll immediately caught on, his eyes gleaming. This carriage was granted by His Majesty. How could it be inferior? Selling it would easily bring in several dozen taels of silver. Good, good. Driscoll laughed heartily and leaned closer to Conway. Brother Wu, what are your plans? Conway had already thought it through and smiled. Arrange for them to stay in the firewood shed and park the carriage outside. In the morning, tell them the horses got spooked during the night and ran away. With only the carriage left, they naturally won't be able to take it. Driscoll's eyes lit up. Brilliant idea. At this point, Jared stood up, eager to get started. I'll go arrange it right away. Jared rushed outside the station and saw Jonathan examining the station from atop the carriage. He couldn't help but feel irritated. Jonathan looked so content, as if he wasn't being exiled but out on a family trip. Boy, get down now. Jared shouted. Get down? Jonathan frowned. The carriage hasn't even entered the station yet. Don't dream on. Jared mocked mercilessly. This carriage isn't an official one. Why should the station feed your horses? Know this, your carriage can only be parked outside the station. Also, you two will be staying in the firewood shed tonight. Chapter 26. The Selma is afraid of the dark. The firewood shed? Upon hearing this, the Danielle in the carriage hurriedly lifted the curtain and asked, Can we stay overnight in the carriage? No. Jared glared without hesitation, rejecting her proposal. Where would I find you if you ran away? The Danielle quickly responded, Sir, rest assured, we won't run. Before she finished speaking, Jared interrupted loudly, Just say you won't? Who are you to bargain with me? If you speak nonsense again, you can forget about the firewood shed and just sleep in the yard. The Danielle was startled and hastily replied, We will stay in the firewood shed. Yes, the firewood shed. The night was still very cold. Spending a night in the yard would definitely lead to sickness. In the past, when Pingbei Wangfu was still around, it was simple to invite a doctor when sick. But now they were prisoners, and neither Jared nor Conway would get them a doctor. That's more like it. Jared snorted, then turned to instruct the nearby station attendant before returning to drink. Jonathan and the Danielle followed the station attendant to the firewood shed in the corner. As soon as they entered, the attendant slammed the door shut and locked it before reporting back to Driscoll. Sir, I have locked those two in the firewood shed. Good. Driscoll's eyes gleamed as he rose impatiently. Brothers, let me check out that carriage first. Soon, Driscoll couldn't stop marveling as he circled the carriage. Excellent. Worthy of His Majesty's reward. Fine horses. A magnificent carriage. Jared and Conway were equally delighted at the prospect of sharing the profits from selling the carriage. The more valuable the carriage, the more each would get. Old Chin, how much do you think it can sell for? Jared eagerly asked. Driscoll held up 3 fingers. This amount. 300 taels? Jared's breathing quickened. This meant he could receive 100 taels, almost 10 times his annual salary. Even Conway couldn't contain his excitement. Back at the table, the trio burst into laughter once more. Excited by the thought of splitting 100 taels, Driscoll toasted Conway and Jared repeatedly. After several rounds of drinks, Driscoll thought of something and asked, By the way, should we send them some food? Conway replied, No need, that young man has quite a backbone. Oh. Driscoll was surprised. He knew Jared and Conway well, usually prisoners under their watch conceded quickly. But this youth had earned a reputation for being tough, indicating he wasn't easy to handle. Should I have someone teach that kid a lesson? Driscoll smiled. Conway shook his head. No trouble, Brother Chen. I'd like to see how long this boy can hold out. In the pitch-black firewood shed, Jonathan listened carefully and confirmed no one was nearby before exchanging for osmanthus cakes from the system, handing them to the Danielle. Alexandria, no one is around now. Have something to eat? The Danielle refused, saying, I'm not hungry right now. Hearing this, Jonathan became worried immediately. The Danielle's voice sounded weak, as if she were ill. Alexandria, what's wrong? Jonathan asked anxiously. I'm afraid of the dark, she replied. Jonathan's face changed slightly as he heard the trembling in her voice. She wasn't just a little afraid but truly terrified. Perhaps she had some form of nyctophobia. Without further ado, Jonathan requested an exchange from the system. Exchange for? Jonathan initially wanted to say flashlight but reconsidered. Exchange for 100 fireflies. Exchange successful for 100 fireflies, deducting 50 points, remaining points. Jonathan paid no mind to the system's report and released the fireflies promptly. Tiny glimmers of light appeared from within Jonathan's sleeve. Lifting his hand, the fireflies flew out, instantly illuminating the dark shed with faint light. Alexandria, look, fireflies. Shrunk into a ball and trembling, the Danielle stopped shivering upon sensing the light. Her expression transformed from fear to surprise. How are there fireflies here? Don't know. Jonathan sighed in relief, smiling as he shook his head. The Danielle didn't overthink it, following the flight of the fireflies with her eyes, her face gradually brightening with a smile. Not far from the firewood shed, a station attendant feeding horses noticed the faint green glow seeping through the crack in the shed's door, stopping in surprise. What's that? Moving closer, he overheard the Danielle inside exclaiming, Braden, they're so beautiful. Instantly intrigued, the attendant rushed to the room where Driscoll and the others were dining. Sir, that boy has treasures. Who? What treasure? Driscoll, drunk, didn't immediately understand. The station attendant hurriedly explained. It's the 2 prisoners that the 2 honorable officials brought in. I saw green light coming from the firewood shed. It might be a luminous pearl. What? A luminous pearl? All 3 stood up abruptly, their drowsy minds instantly sobering up. Let's go and take a look. The words luminous pearl made even Conway unable to stay calm. leading the way out. Driscoll followed with excitement on his face. A luminous pearl. Priceless. Jared wore a furious expression, his fingers cracking loudly. How dare they hide treasures privately? Just wait to see what he'll do to that kid. The three walked briskly to the backyard and indeed saw the faint green light seeping through the gaps in the firewood shed. Jared couldn't hold back any longer, rushing over and kicking the door of the firewood shed open. Kid, hand over the treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze. He had seen it. The source of the glow was not a luminous pearl but fireflies dancing around. Conway and Driscoll ran over at this moment. Their excited expressions turned into shock upon seeing the fireflies. They were actually fireflies. A feeling of being tricked filled their hearts instantly. Bring someone here. Catch these insects and stomp them to death. Driscoll roared. These fireflies ruined his dream of finding a luminous pearl. The station attendant who reported it now looked flustered, quickly fetching a bag to catch the fireflies and prepare to stomp them to death. No. The Danielle exclaimed in shock. If Jonathan hadn't held her back, she would have probably thrown herself forward. Driscoll entered the firewood shed at this moment, looking at the Danielle and then the fireflies on the ground, asking, "Do you like these insects?" The Danielle nodded hastily. "Yes, please let them go." Driscoll nodded. Just as the Danielle was about to thank him, he suddenly lifted his foot and stepped on the fireflies. The faint green light instantly dimmed. After stomping all the fireflies to death, Driscoll sneered. "You can't even save your own life, yet you want to protect these creatures? Lock the door." With a bang, the door of the firewood shed was closed again. Inside the firewood shed, the Danielle stared blankly at the remaining faintly glowing corpses of the fireflies, sobbing softly. Jonathan's gaze slowly turned cold. Chapter 27. The Haunted Woodshed. Jace, these fireflies are so pitiful. The Princess Danielle was in low spirits, not only because of the fireflies, but also due to seeing her and Jonathan's predicament mirrored in them. They were both in a situation where they could be crushed at any moment. As the glow from the dead fireflies gradually faded, fear spread across the Princess Danielle's face. She grabbed Jonathan's sleeve and began to tremble. "Don't be afraid, Alexandria. We will move to another place soon." Jonathan consoled her. However, the Princess Danielle managed a bitter smile. Whether it was Jared and Conway or the station master here, their attitudes towards them could almost be described as malicious. How could they possibly offer them a new place? Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Jonathan started pounding on the door and shouting, "Help! Help!" The Princess Danielle froze, worry spreading across her face. She quickly asked, "Jace, what's going on?" "Alexandria, whatever I say next, just agree with me." Jonathan instructed and continued shouting. Connor, who had been feeding horses, was watching the woodshed intently after mistakenly passing along false information earlier. Hearing Jonathan's cries, he dropped his feed and ran over. "What's all the shouting for?" Connor yelled irritably. "Sir, there's a ghost." Jonathan cried out in pretended panic. "There's really a ghost here." "A ghost?" Connor sneered. "Do you think I'm 3 years old?" Even his 10-year-old son didn't believe in ghosts, let alone him. At this moment, an idea struck Jonathan. System. Recycle the hay. Recycling successful. Earn 100 points. Having done this, Jonathan smirked inwardly, but kept up his terrified tone. "There really is a ghost. Isn't that right, Alexandria?" Although the Princess Danielle didn't understand what Jonathan was doing, recalling his earlier instruction, she nodded. "Yes, sir, there is a ghost in this room." Connor spat, threatening, "If you waste more time scaring me, don't blame me for being unfriendly." He angrily returned to feeding the horses. "You're trying to scare me, huh?" Muttering under his breath, Connor suddenly paused. "Where's the hay?" Connor looked around on the ground and rubbed his eyes. Just moments ago, he was feeding the horses and had dropped the hay before going to the woodshed. How could it now be completely gone? After thoroughly searching, Connor still couldn't find the hay. Suddenly alarmed, he thought back to Jonathan's words. Could there really be a ghost? But he quickly dismissed the idea. How could there be a ghost? Another station attendant must have taken his hay. With this in mind, Connor went to find the other attendants who were resting. "Who took my hay?" he shouted, waking them up. Already irritated at being disturbed, they erupted into curses upon hearing his question. "Do you have a mental problem, Connor? Why would we take your hay? To eat? In the middle of the night? Are you crazy, or are we?" Connor was berated mercilessly and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What they said made sense. Who would sneak around in the middle of the night to steal his hay? This kind of joke wasn't funny. That's strange. Where did the hay go? Connor was confused. At this moment, the idea he had dismissed earlier resurfaced in his mind. Could there really be a ghost? He glanced toward the woodshed and felt a chill run down his spine. It was impossible for fireflies to appear in this season. Moreover, there had been a group of fireflies in the woodshed earlier, and the green light before. Wasn't that like the ghost fire in Legends? Cold sweat broke out on Connor's forehead, and he rushed to find Driscoll. "Sir, it's not good," Connor stammered. "What now?" Driscoll grunted in displeasure. Connor's previous false reports had left him feeling disappointed. "There seems to be a ghost in the woodshed." Upon hearing this, the three men in the room all froze. Once they regained their composure, Conway and Jared burst into laughter. "Old Chun, your subordinate has such a small heart," Jared mocked. Driscoll's face darkened even further at Jared's jibe. "If you have nothing better to do, go back to sleep. Stop talking nonsense." Driscoll snapped. Connor hurriedly recounted how the hay had vanished into thin air. "Your servant isn't talking nonsense, it's real. Hay disappearing out of nowhere?" Driscoll furrowed his brows. Beside him, Conway put down his wine cup and chuckled. "Brother Chun, if we fail in the task assigned to us, should we also find excuses to justify ourselves?" Driscoll was instantly enlightened and flew into a rage. "How dare you, Connor? I already decided not to pursue that matter. Yet you still come here spouting nonsense. Connor, it seems that after I forgave you just now, you have become more presumptuous. For the next 10 days, you will be responsible for feeding the horses at night every evening. Connor stared in shock and hurriedly pleaded, "Sir, what your servant says is true, truly." Driscoll could no longer hold back his anger, roaring, "Get out!" Seeing that Driscoll and the others didn't believe him, Connor returned to the courtyard behind but was filled with unease and fear, frequently looking around, feeling completely insecure. In the woodshed, Jonathan listened to the commotion outside after Connor left. Scaring Connor was just the beginning. His ultimate target was Driscoll, but after waiting for a while, Driscoll didn't come over. Jonathan understood clearly that Connor failed to lure Driscoll over. If so, a sneer appeared on Jonathan's face. Then he would try again. System, recycle firewood. Firewood recycled successfully, earned 60 points. As the system's voice sounded, the firewood in the woodshed vanished without a trace. Jonathan started pounding on the door once more. "Help, there's really a ghost. The firewood in the woodshed is gone." The Princess Danielle was startled upon hearing this and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Jace, don't talk nonsense." When Driscoll came earlier, she had seen clearly by the light that the woodshed was piled high with firewood. Using this reason to attract people over would certainly lead to severe punishment. Ignoring the Princess Danielle's attempts to stop him, Jonathan kept banging on the door and shouting, "Help! Help!" Hearing the commotion, Connor rushed to the front of the woodshed. "What did you say? The firewood is gone?" "Yes, all gone," Jonathan quickly replied. Connor's face paled slightly as he involuntarily swallowed, taking out the key. But worried that Jonathan might be deceiving him, he hurriedly ran back to where the station attendants were sleeping and called over his best friend. "In the middle of the night, what for?" The attendant who was called couldn't help but complain. The two prisoners locked in the woodshed said that the firewood in the woodshed is gone. Connor said with a face full of horror. Chapter 28. Could there really be a ghost? The postman was taken aback, then sneered, "Old Jim, you believe that? We filled it up just a few days ago. How could it be gone?" "There must be a ghost." Connor hurriedly repeated the story of the disappearing hay. After hearing this, the postman was stunned for a moment and then mocked, "Old Jim, you're scaring yourself. How can there be a ghost?" "I think those two prisoners are trying to escape," Connor said. "I thought of that too, which is why I called you over to open the door with me." The other man suddenly understood and then snorted, "If they dare to trick me, I will definitely teach them a lesson." Connor nodded heavily, thinking exactly the same thing. They walked to the shed and heard Jonathan still shouting for help. "Stop yelling. I've brought people here," Connor shouted. The young Princess Danielle's face turned white. The other party actually brought more people? If the lie were exposed, wouldn't Jace be doomed? She bit her lip, determined to step forward if necessary and take the blame. Just as she was about to act, the lock on the door was opened, and the door pushed open. Seeing the sinister smile on the face of the postman beside Connor, the Danielle was startled and prepared to take the blame. Before she could do anything, she saw the postman's expression change from sinister to shock, followed by terror. What happened to the neatly stacked dry firewood? Where had it gone? Instantly Connor and the postman felt a chill down their spines and began running out. "Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" The Danielle froze, hearing the shouts. What was wrong with these two men? She turned around hurriedly, and under the light of the fire, saw that the shed was completely empty. The Danielle froze in place, her face turning pale as she quickly grabbed Jonathan. "Jace, run! There really is a ghost!" Jonathan laughed inwardly, letting the Danielle pull him away. If he stayed here, it would seem unreasonable. Not long after running, a glow approached from ahead. Leading the group was Driscoll, Jared, and Conway. Driscoll's face looked extremely unpleasant. Connor had rushed back saying there was a ghost, claiming the dry firewood in the shed had vanished all of a sudden. And he even brought another postman as witness. He couldn't stay behind. "Master, help us, there's a ghost!" the Danielle cried, her face full of terror. Jonathan also shouted, "There's a ghost! A ghost in the shed!" "Nonsense!" Jared harumphed angrily and went past everyone to the shed entrance with his torch. Upon seeing inside, the anger on his face froze. The dry firewood in the shed was indeed gone. He turned back, surprise evident on his face. The dry firewood really disappeared. "What?" Driscoll was shocked and rushed forward, soon sharing the same astonishment. Conway came last, his face quickly growing serious. They had indeed seen the shed full of dry firewood earlier, less than 15 minutes ago. How could it vanish so quickly? Could there really be a ghost? This thought instantly flashed through Jared's and Driscoll's minds. They looked at Conway simultaneously. Conway narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Brother Chun, gather all the postmen." Driscoll was surprised but soon understood. "I'll do it right now." A moment later, all the postmen were gathered by Driscoll, some with red palm prints on their faces. The postmen felt wronged and confused. They had been woken up and assumed it was Connor again, so they cursed a few times only to find it was Driscoll. But they didn't understand why Driscoll would call them out in the middle of the night. "Do any of you help Connor move the dry firewood?" Driscoll asked. The postmen were baffled, shaking their heads. "No, sir, we were all sleeping, not moving." Driscoll's face was filled with suspicion. After hearing this, Conway walked around the postmen, sniffing his nose and frowning deeply. He smelled no sweat from them, meaning none of them had done any hard work recently. Glancing at Jonathan sitting on the ground and the terrified young Princess Danielle, Conway's frown deepened. Eliminating the other postman and Jonathan, Connor had no one to help him move the dry firewood. Thinking for a moment, Conway beckoned Driscoll and Jared to one side. "Let's search near the shed. Given the short time, if someone moved the firewood, it can't be far," Conway said. Jared and Driscoll nodded in agreement. The three started searching, but shortly after, they gathered together looking very displeased. "Nothing found. Lao Wu, could it really be a ghost?" Jared's face turned somewhat pale. Driscoll was the same. This matter was too bizarre. Apart from a ghost, he couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. Conway also fell silent at this moment. He couldn't find any explanation for such an odd occurrence. But he absolutely did not believe in ghosts. "Brother Chun, let's say it this way." Conway leaned close to Driscoll's ear and whispered a few words. After listening, Driscoll had doubt on his face. Will this work? If we don't say it like this, we won't be able to calm these people down, Conway said. Driscoll nodded, stepped forward, and shouted loudly. I suddenly remembered that I had someone move the dry firewood from the shed. There's no need for everyone to worry. Just now, Connor made a mistake. He thought there was still dry firewood in the shed, causing this misunderstanding. Connor's face turned red with urgency. He hadn't made a mistake just now, but since Driscoll had said so, he couldn't speak up. The other postmen understood all at once. They hadn't gone to check the shed. The Danielle looked puzzled. Did she see wrongly? Was there no dry firewood in the shed at all? Thinking about this, the Danielle decided to confirm with Jonathan. But when she looked at Jonathan, she found him in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. The Danielle felt a pang in her heart. Jonathan's current state was similar to the previous times. It seemed he was greatly shocked by what happened with the king. Jace, don't be afraid. I will protect you. The Danielle whispered softly. Jonathan responded absently, communicating with the system. Now that everyone in the station was here, it was the perfect time for recycling, and he was right under everyone's eyes, having a solid alibi. Good grief. How rich can a station master be? While recycling, Jonathan marveled. Under the system's scan, there were quite a lot of gold and silver nearby. Undoubtedly, they belonged to Monty Driscoll. Just the gold and silver alone translated to more than 20,000 value points. Jonathan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Corrupt official, you've pocketed quite a bit. Pity it all went into my pockets. Chapter 29. Everything is gone. After Jonathan reclaimed all the valuable items, he watched the people who were about to disperse and had a sudden thought. If it's going to be haunted, let's make it a big haunting. Jonathan immediately focused on various inexpensive tables and chairs, all reclaimed. Instantly, the points started to increase from several to over a dozen. Jonathan kept his face expressionless, but was inwardly amused. He really wanted to know how these people would react when they returned. However, for now, he still needed to act appropriately. Sir, can we change rooms? Jonathan asked Driscoll. Change rooms? Driscoll did not answer but looked at Conway instead. After a brief moment of contemplation, Conway shook his head. No way. Their orders were to let Jonathan and his companion die on the road. This was a perfect opportunity where they didn't need to get their hands dirty. Why would he miss it? Driscoll, receiving Conway's response, barked. As a major criminal of the court, you're still picky? Get inside quickly. Sir, there really are ghosts. Jonathan insisted. Nonsense. Driscoll snorted. If you don't go in, I'll have someone throw you in. The young Selma heard this and hurriedly said, We'll go in right now. Braden's body couldn't afford any trouble. Jonathan acted frightened and returned to the woodshed under Conway's satisfied gaze. Once inside the woodshed, Jonathan said, Alexandria, what about these bug corpses? The young Selma was sad for a moment and whispered, We'll take them with us tomorrow and bury them somewhere. At that moment, a sneer came from outside. Driscoll suddenly walked in and grabbed the burlap sack from the young Selma's hands. The young Selma was startled. Sir? Driscoll sneered again. You still treat these bugs like humans? Connor, I order you to throw this as far away as possible. Yes, sir. Connor quickly took it and ran off. Seeing the young Selma on the verge of tears, Driscoll felt a wave of satisfaction and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He loved this feeling. After laughing for a while, Driscoll stopped and apologized to Conway and Jared beside him. Let's continue drinking. Turning to Connor, who had just returned, Driscoll waved. Lock the door. Yes, sir. Connor agreed and prepared to lock the door. Just then, panic shouts came from behind. Sir, it's bad. It's haunted. Everything is gone. All gone. These voices wiped away the smile on Driscoll's face instantly. He recognized these were the voices of the post station attendants. What are they up to? Rebelling? He turned back, intending to scold them, only to see fear and unease on their faces. Driscoll hesitated and said sternly, What happened? Speak slowly. One attendant quickly replied, Sir, everything in our rooms is gone. What? Driscoll looked shocked and angry. What thief dared to rob the post station? What things are missing? Driscoll asked through gritted teeth. Everything is gone. The attendant sounded almost in tears. Not only our money, even tables, chairs, benches, clothes, and other miscellaneous items are all gone. What? Driscoll's eyes widened. Even Conway and Jared, who had been indifferent, were stunned. What kind of thief wouldn't spare even these things? Take me to see it. Driscoll, snapping back, hurriedly spoke and looked at Conway. Woo, brother, come take a look. Conway nodded and followed. Indeed, he needed to check it out too. Never had he heard of a thief who stole even tables and chairs, clothes, and miscellaneous items. Jared also followed. Soon, the three arrived at the communal room where the attendants lived. Seeing the scene inside, all three froze. They could barely believe their eyes. If not for the old marks in the room, they would have thought it was a newly built room that hadn't been lived in yet. Besides the structure of the house, absolutely nothing remained. Even the large bed was gone. Driscoll, regaining his senses, turned his head toward Conway with difficulty. Woo, brother, what is this situation? Conway was speechless as well. This thorough theft was unprecedented, but he soon sensed something was wrong. For someone to steal everything, including the furniture, it wasn't likely a lone individual. Could it be some kind of organized gang? Yet, what gang would dare rob the post station in the dead of night? Conway couldn't quite figure it out. Seeing Conway couldn't say anything, Driscoll could only say, You write down all the things that were stolen, and I will report it to the authorities for you tomorrow morning. Yes. The attendants had no choice but to agree as they watched Driscoll and the two others leave. Woo, brother, thieves these days are really getting more and more audacious. Once we catch them, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. On the way, Driscoll said hatefully. Conway nodded. He had never seen such audacious bandits either. They were simply mad. In no time, the three returned to the room they had just been in. Upon entering the room, the three of them were stunned and retreated outside to take another look, their faces filled with confusion. Yes, it was indeed the same room. But what about the wine and dishes? Not only were the wine and dishes gone, but even the tables and benches had disappeared. Driscoll's eyes darkened, and he roared angrily, "Someone come here." Hearing the commotion, an attendant hurried over and asked in puzzlement, "What do you need, sir?" "Who told you to clear away the wine and dishes?" Driscoll bellowed. The attendant was completely puzzled. "We didn't clear them away?" "Didn't clear them?" Driscoll became even angrier, dragging the attendant into the room. "Then where is the wine and dishes?" The attendant stared blankly at the empty room, then quickly said after regaining his senses, "Please wait a moment, sir. Let me check." Saying this, the attendant, like Driscoll and the two others, went outside to take another look. Confirming it was the same room, he looked completely lost. "Sir, let me go ask the others." Driscoll snapped angrily. "If anyone took action without permission, give him a severe lesson." "Yes, sir, I'll do that right now." After saying this, the attendant hurried off to inquire. Moments later, the attendant ran back looking extremely panicked. "You found out?" Driscoll asked with a grim face. The attendant shook his head. "Everyone says they didn't clear the wine and dishes." At this point, Jared suddenly interjected. "Could it be the thief who took them?" "A thief would steal food and drinks?" Driscoll was taken aback, then suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. "Please wait here." Without waiting for Conway and Jared's response, Driscoll rushed madly towards his own quarters. Conway was startled by the sight and hurried after him. When Conway caught up, he saw Driscoll standing motionlessly at the door of the room, like a stone statue. A bad feeling welled up inside Conway, and he quickly walked in to see what was inside. To his horror, Driscoll's room was also completely empty. Chapter 30. Hiding deeply won't help. How could this happen? Conway's eyes were full of disbelief. Driscoll's room, like the rooms of the post station soldiers, had all its contents vanish without a trace. What kind of thief was this, to act so recklessly? After a moment of stunned silence, Driscoll suddenly ran toward the corner where the bed used to be. When he saw that there were no digging marks on the ground, Driscoll let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the audacious thief had only stolen everything in sight, and did not know about the treasures he had buried underground. Brother Chun is still cautious. That thief is still one step behind. Conway said with a smile as he followed. "Ha ha ha ha." Driscoll laughed proudly, then gave a loud snort. "That little thief is too audacious. Wait until we catch him, and see what I'll do to him." Finishing, Driscoll chuckled again. "Brother Wu, let me have another banquet prepared. Let's continue drinking." Conway did not immediately agree but reminded, "Brother Chin, the thief has not been caught yet, and you just revealed where you hid your treasures." Driscoll's face changed slightly, and he immediately called out, "Get me an iron s-" Driscoll was taken aback, but then shook his head. As a postmaster, although he embezzled some money, most of the travelers were officials from all regions. How dared he offend them? Conway was puzzled when he heard this. "Brother Chun, are you sure?" Driscoll thought carefully and frowned. "I would never offend high-ranking or low-ranking officials passing through here. If there's anyone I've offended, it must be the criminals you brought here." Conway suddenly understood. "That's it. It must be a thief among those criminals coming for revenge. How bold they are, daring to take revenge on me." Hearing this, Driscoll became furious. "I will certainly find out who did this and punish them severely." Conway nodded. "Of course. We need to set an example. But first, let's dig out your treasures quickly before it's too late." "You're right." Driscoll agreed, took out his dagger, and began digging at the corner. Conway followed, watching the soil being dug up, a smile on his face. "Brother Chun, it seems that thief really didn't know anything was buried here." Driscoll couldn't help but smirk proudly. "Naturally." As they spoke, a rush of footsteps came from outside. Then a post station soldier rushed in. "Sir, it's bad news." Driscoll paused, his expression stern. "What now?" Conway chuckled. "Brother Chun, don't get angry. They probably found something else stolen. Nothing serious." Driscoll nodded, glancing at the soldier disapprovingly. "What else is missing?" The soldier, flustered, reported, "Sir, several soldiers' hidden silver coins are gone." Driscoll's heart skipped a beat, but quickly calmed down. These hiding places of the soldiers were absolutely not as hidden as his. "Not hidden enough?" Driscoll asked casually. The soldier shook his head vigorously. "One soldier buried his silver under the roots of a big tree in the back courtyard, and it's gone too." "What?" Driscoll was shocked, quickly asking, "Even buried underground? It was dug up by the thief?" The soldier's voice trembled. "Sir, it doesn't look like it was dug up. It's as if it vanished into thin air." Driscoll was stunned. What does vanishing into thin air mean? Listening intently, Conway suddenly felt an ominous premonition and interrupted. "Doesn't it look like there were no signs of digging from above?" Yes, exactly like that." The soldier nodded repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Conway turned sharply to look at Driscoll. Driscoll felt as if a thunderclap had sounded in his mind, shocking him pale. No signs of digging, yet the things buried underground were gone. He frantically waved his dagger, digging faster at the corner. Conway couldn't care less about propriety now, and stared fixedly at the soil being unearthed. From the soil, there indeed were no recent digging marks. But every time he thought of what the post station soldier had said, Conway felt a bit uneasy. Driscoll now stared intently at the ground. At this depth, just below was where he had hidden his treasures. Another thrust of the dagger went down, and there was a clang. It seemed to have hit some iron plate. Hearing this sound, Driscoll could hardly contain his joy. The chest in which he kept those treasures was specially made by a blacksmith using steel. Sweeping away the loose soil on top, Driscoll looked at the small lock on the lid of the chest and smiled. His treasures hadn't been stolen. "See? You didn't hide your things carefully enough." Driscoll couldn't help but say to the post station soldier standing there gawking. The soldier nodded repeatedly. "You are truly more meticulous than us, sir." Feeling quite pleased with himself, Driscoll waved his hand. "Go fetch Magistrate Abdur, and prepare another feast. I want to drink heartily with the two magistrates." Turning to Conway, Driscoll added, "Brother Wu, give me a hand." This chest is quite heavy. Conway chuckled. Brother Chen, you're showing off. As he spoke, Conway walked over and grabbed the handle of the chest with Driscoll. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Following Driscoll's command, the two men lifted together. Just as they exerted their strength, Conway let out an uncertain murmur. The weight of the chest was far lighter than he had imagined. It was almost as if it were empty, indistinguishable from an empty chest. Realizing this, Conway instinctively glanced at Driscoll, only to find Driscoll standing frozen, his face pale. Conway's heart sank. Brother Chun, what is this? Driscoll snapped back to reality, snatching the chest into his hands and hurriedly unlocking it with his key. The moment the chest opened, there was a thud as Driscoll collapsed to the ground. How can this be? How can this be? Conway's face was also filled with disbelief. The chest was completely empty, as if nothing had ever been placed inside. Chapter 31. The Firefly Haunting Incident. Conway knew very well that Driscoll would never bury an empty box so deeply and in such a concealed spot. But what about the contents inside? The surrounding soil indeed showed no signs of having been disturbed, and the lock on the chest showed no signs of tampering. Yet Driscoll's treasures had vanished without a trace. What was going on here? As the two stood there at a loss, suddenly footsteps could be heard from outside. Jared arrived with several postal guards. Vincent, old Chin, something's wrong? Something big happened. Jared said anxiously. Conway's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, what happened? They just checked the other rooms, and everything there is missing too. What? Conway was completely stunned. Everything in all the rooms had disappeared, including the buried treasures. These events were bizarre beyond belief. Sir, could it be ghosts? Connor now said in a trembling voice. Nonsense. Don't believe that boy's ghost stories. Jared snorted angrily. Having said this, Jared looked towards Conway and Driscoll, hoping to gain their agreement. However, when he saw their expressions, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Their faces were pale, even showing a hint of fear. Vincent Olchin, do you also believe in ghosts? Jared asked incredulously. Conway came back to his senses. He didn't want to admit it, but the series of strange events before him left him no choice. It took no more than the time of a burning incense stick for everyone to gather in the backyard. In such a short time, someone managed to steal everything from the station, even accurately finding where everyone had hidden their money without disturbing anyone. Who else could have done this except for ghosts? Could those crushed fireflies have turned into malevolent spirits? Connor now said uncertainly. Nonsense. How can a bunch of insects turn into malevolent spirits? Driscoll snapped. But their appearance is too abnormal, Connor muttered. This made Conway curious, and he quickly asked, why do you say that? Connor explained, sir, fireflies usually appear in midsummer. It's only early summer now, and besides the woodshed, there were no fireflies anywhere else. This is too abnormal. Everyone's faces changed. Upon reflection, the appearance of those fireflies was indeed peculiar. Driscoll turned even paler. After all, he had personally stepped on those fireflies. No, insects cannot possibly become malevolent spirits, Driscoll murmured, unable to accept this reality. Conway now spoke up, Brother Chun. Although I don't wish to believe it either, what about your chest? Driscoll's face drastically changed as he shouted, everyone, grab torches and follow me to the woodshed. Inside the woodshed, which had fallen into darkness again, the Princess Selma felt uneasy once more. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside, followed by the tightly shut door being opened, casting in a light from the torches. Seeing the people outside, the Princess Selma's face turned white. What did these people intend to do? Come out, Driscoll barked, not looking at Jonathan or the Princess Selma but staring at some empty space. The dry firewood was indeed gone. Unaware of Driscoll's fear, the Princess Selma froze for a moment before pulling Jonathan outside. Come in. At Driscoll's command, the guards carrying torches swarmed into the woodshed, lighting up every corner. After carefully searching, Driscoll's face paled. There were no signs of digging anywhere in the woodshed. Those pieces of dry firewood had vanished for no reason. Moreover, all these disappearances occurred right after he had stepped on those fireflies. Realizing this, everyone became increasingly uneasy. Conway now asked Jonathan and the Princess Selma, did you hear anything unusual before noticing the firewood was missing? Nothing at all. When I realized the firewood was gone, I immediately thought it was a ghost, Jonathan replied tensely, inwardly amused. He had fooled them. The Princess Selma nodded. Neither did I. It was Jace who reminded me about the missing firewood. This response chilled everyone present even more. Too strange. After a moment of silence, Driscoll suddenly spoke up. Where are the bodies of those fireflies? Connor quickly answered, Sir, you told me to throw them far away. Why are you still standing there? Go find them. Driscoll ordered. I'll go right away. Connor was drenched in cold sweat. He had participated in crushing the fireflies and had thrown away their remains. Gentlemen, heroes, I did everything according to the postmaster's orders. If you want to blame someone, go find him. Connor prayed in his heart as he hurriedly ran out. Jonathan watched Connor run out and had an idea. He immediately opened the system and quickly found the firefly bodies. Recycle. Recycling firefly bodies successful. Obtained 1 value point. Hearing the system's notification, Jonathan inwardly chuckled. These people would definitely be scared out of their wits soon. Connor soon reached the place where he had thrown the firefly bodies and rejoiced upon finding the burlap sack. I found it. Connor ran back with a delighted expression, holding the burlap sack high. Great. Driscoll snatched the sack and opened it to look inside. This sight made Driscoll's soul nearly depart from his body. There was absolutely nothing inside. Noticing Driscoll's shock, Conway hurriedly leaned over to take a look. Upon seeing this, his face changed too. The firefly bodies were gone. Are you sure it's this sack? Conway asked Connor urgently. Connor hesitated. Yes, I found it right where I threw it. Didn't you pour anything out? Conway asked again. I held the bag by its mouth when I brought it back, Connor replied. Phew. Conway instantly drew in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with fear. This was just too eerie. Sir, what's wrong? Connor asked in confusion. He hadn't yet realized what Conway's questions meant. There are no firefly bodies in the sack, Conway said in a grave tone. What? Everyone burst into alarm, faces pale with terror. Several postal guards even clasped their hands together, muttering prayers. Please don't blame me for this. I didn't have anything to do with it. They did it, not me. Don't haunt me. Don't haunt me. These prayer voices made Connor panic even more. He had been an accomplice in killing these fireflies. Thinking of this, Connor felt limp all over, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, and suddenly pointed at Driscoll while crying out, Lord Firefly, I initially mistook your light for night pearls and didn't mean to bring the postmaster here. Please don't come after me. Chapter 32. Performing funeral rites for the fireflies. Driscoll came to his senses and, hearing Connor's words, felt a chill run down his spine. He was indeed the prime culprit for killing these fireflies. Thinking of how his well-hidden treasures could vanish without reason, Driscoll couldn't help but feel uneasy. Nonsense. If not for you, why would I be here? Driscoll rebuked Connor, cold sweat dripping from his face, clearly terrified. Conway watched this scene and hurried forward. Brother Chun, now is not the time to argue about who is right or wrong. We should quickly give these fireflies proper burials. Right? Driscoll nodded quickly but hesitated when he looked at the bag in his hand. But what about inside this? Let everyone search along the way. If we can't find them, bury the bag just like a cenotaph, Conway suggested. All right. Driscoll agreed hurriedly and immediately gave orders. Everyone, follow me and look for the firefly corpses along the way. The postmen heard this, but all wore fearful expressions. After some time, they set off together reluctantly. Second brother, what's going on? Delia asked in confusion. She had no idea that the post station had been emptied by Jonathan, so she naturally didn't understand why Driscoll and others suddenly changed their attitude toward the fireflies. I don't know. Jonathan held back his laughter and shook his head. But from their conversation, it seems like the trampled fireflies have come back for revenge. Fireflies taking revenge? Delia was stunned, finding it unbelievable. Finding such a story implausible, they actually believed it. However, soon she cheered up. These bad people killed the fireflies for no reason. They deserve to be scared. Not long after, the postman searching for the firefly corpses rushed back in panic. Sir, we found nothing. Driscoll's face turned even paler. These fireflies must have really returned as ghosts seeking revenge. Do any of you know a Taoist or monk who can perform funeral rites? Driscoll asked hastily. One does. A postman quickly replied. Go and invite him immediately. Soon, a sleepy-eyed Taoist was dragged over. Upon seeing the terrified postman in the courtyard behind the station, he instantly became alert. Whom would His Excellency wish to give funeral rites to? The Taoist cautiously asked. Could it be that these people committed murder and are asking for cover-up? For a bunch of fireflies, Driscoll said solemnly. Fireflies? The Taoist froze, doubtful if he had heard correctly. Huh. Beside him, Delia couldn't hold back her laughter. Everyone immediately glared at her. They took this matter very seriously. Well, all right. Seeing that Driscoll wasn't joking, the Taoist reluctantly nodded. Quickly, a makeshift altar was set up, and the Taoist sat atop it, muttering incantations with resignation. He inwardly ridiculed. These people were truly crazy to perform funeral rites for fireflies, and even more bizarrely, without the actual bodies, having him perform rites for an empty sack. Too outrageous. Below, Driscoll and the others showed both fear and anticipation on their faces. After a long while, the Taoist finished reciting the scriptures and walked down from the altar, saying formally, This poor Taoist has performed the funeral rites for those souls who died unjustly. Thank you, master. Driscoll breathed a sigh of relief and promptly handed over silver coins. After receiving the money, the Taoist couldn't help but glance back as he left the station. He had seen many people receive funeral rites, but performing one for fireflies was a first for him, really throwing money around. In the courtyard, Driscoll and company felt relieved due to the Taoist's rites. Borisry, everyone, bury this bag, Driscoll instructed, and everyone promptly dug a hole, burying the sack. Then, thinking for a moment, Driscoll knelt before the newly erected mound. Unwittingly, I offended all of you. Please forgive me. With that, Driscoll kowtowed 3 times. Seeing this, Connor also hurriedly knelt and bowed. The other postmen, after consideration, followed suit. Though they hadn't participated, who knew if the firefly spirits might blame them? Better safe than sorry. Only after completing this did Driscoll finally feel at ease. Yet, when he saw Jonathan and Delia, his expression remained somewhat unnatural. His earlier arrogance in crushing the fireflies had completely turned into submissiveness now, and all this happened under their eyes. Lock them up, Driscoll commanded, then added after a thought, in a different room. That shed had become a forbidden place in Driscoll's mind. Switching rooms brought a glimmer of light, and Delia breathed a sigh of relief. No need to fear anymore. Second brother, thanks to those fireflies. The Crown Princess Selma sighed in emotion. If not for the fireflies, she would probably still be suffering in the shed. Borism. Jonathan stifled his laughter and responded. The room soon fell silent. A moment later, the Crown Princess Selma sighed. Second brother should get some sleep early. We need to travel tomorrow. After speaking, the Crown Princess Selma felt a bit cheerful. Fortunately, His Majesty awarded us a carriage, or we wouldn't know what to do. At the same time, in front of the carriage mentioned by the Crown Princess Selma, Driscoll and 2 others stood. Looking at the carriage, Driscoll's eyes sparkled with excitement. All the treasures he had accumulated over the years were gone, but at least this carriage could offset part of his losses. Although it was far from enough, there was still some money. I'll sell this carriage right away. Driscoll couldn't wait to say. Conway and Jared nodded. In the past, Driscoll always advanced them their share of the money first, but this time Driscoll's money had been stolen. If they didn't sell the carriage soon, they wouldn't get paid. Wait here, I know who needs this carriage. I'll be back quickly. After saying this, Driscoll hurriedly drove the carriage away. An hour later, Driscoll returned with delight on his face. Under the watchful eyes of Conway and Jared, he took out a bulging package of silver. Here, sold for 300 taels. The eyes of Conway and Jared immediately lit up. Ching. The system has detected an item worth 7,500 value points. Would you like to recycle it? Half asleep, Jonathan was startled awake again by the system prompt. 7,500 value points? Jonathan paused, hurriedly checking the system interface. The item the system claimed was worth 7,500 value points turned out to be silver. After recycling so many things, he had roughly figured out the system's recycling ratio. 1 tael of silver corresponded to about 25 value points. So 7,500 value points equaled 300 taels of silver. Why did so much silver suddenly appear in the middle of the night? He had already recycled everything in the station that could be recycled. Carefully examining the silver displayed on the panel, Jonathan frowned. These pieces of silver had a mark indicating they were being watched. That is, someone was keeping an eye on this silver. Who? Chapter 33, Ghostly Encounter. As Jonathan reviewed the people at the post station, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Apart from Driscoll and the other 2 men, the other station attendants were naturally impossible suspects. And Driscoll had suddenly acquired a large sum of silver, which must have come from suspicious sources. Thinking that these people already believed in the ghost story about the fireflies, Jonathan chuckled to himself. Well then, I won't be shy. Reclaim. The moment Jonathan reclaimed, Driscoll had already laid out the silver ingots on the table, and the 3 men were grinning as they watched the piles of silver. Suddenly, the silver vanished before their eyes. This scene made the 3 of them freeze in shock, then they all rubbed their eyes simultaneously. Did I see it wrong? The silver disappeared right under our noses? After rubbing their eyes, when they looked at the table again, their faces changed drastically. The silver was really gone. Driscoll jumped up instantly, looking around in horror, shouting loudly, "Ghost! It's a ghost!" Jared and Conway were no better off. The 2 of them drew their sabers and warily looked around. If this was just speculation before, now they had witnessed the actions of a ghost with their own eyes. Too terrifying, no warning signs, no sound whatsoever while taking away the silver. Doesn't this mean that if the entity wanted their lives, it would be just as easy? Realizing this, the 3 of them instantly paled and quickly huddled back to back, filled with fear. They kept guard until dawn. Only then did the 3 of them heave a sigh of relief. Conway hurriedly said, "Brother Chin, we still need to escort the prisoners, so we won't stay longer. Goodbye." Jared also nodded repeatedly. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Driscoll was desperate, but helpless. He wanted to leave, but if he did, he would be abandoning his post and risk being arrested. "Brother Wu, help me think of a solution. What should I do?" Driscoll grabbed Conway urgently and asked. Conway thought for a moment and replied, "It seems the aggrieved souls of those fireflies are still angry. Brother Chin, you should find someone to perform a ritual to appease them. If that doesn't work, petition the court for a transfer." Driscoll quickly nodded, not bothering to see Conway and Jared off, and rushed to arrange matters. Conway and Jared didn't care about etiquette either, and hurried to where Jonathan and the Elsa Selma were being held. Hearing the familiar snoring coming from inside, Jared couldn't help but hum disdainfully. This kid really has a big heart, sleeping soundly even after such an event? Beside him, Conway also felt a fleeting doubt hearing the noise inside. Could Jonathan possibly be involved in the haunting incident? But after thinking about it, Conway dismissed this idea. If the previous events were Jonathan's doing, how could he explain the disappearance of the silver right in front of them? Wake up, we're leaving," Jared shouted at the top of his lungs. The Elsa Selma was a light sleeper and woke up upon hearing the commotion, promptly nudging Jonathan. "Zeke, wake up, the 2 officials are here." Jonathan woke up and, upon seeing the exhausted faces of Jared and Conway, inwardly chuckled. Judging by their appearance, they clearly knew about the missing silver and might have been there. No wonder they wanted to leave as soon as dawn broke. When they reached the entrance of the post station, Jared seemed to remember something and stopped, turning around. "By the way, your carriage horses were frightened and ran off somewhere during the night. Starting today, you will have to walk to Liangzhou." Jared said this with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Although he hadn't shared in the proceeds from selling the carriage, just thinking about Jonathan not being able to ride in a carriage made him feel good. He wondered how long Jonathan, carrying 20 pounds of shackles, would last without a carriage. "What?" The Elsa Selma froze, then hurriedly asked, "Why would the horses run off?" "They were frightened. What else could it be?" Jared barked angrily, a hint of smugness in his eyes. The Elsa Selma hesitated and didn't dare ask further, but her gaze toward Jonathan was filled with anxiety and worry. What will Zeke do without a carriage? At this moment, Jonathan understood everything. No wonder 300 taels of silver appeared suddenly in the middle of the night. These people must have sold the carriage. Realizing this, Jonathan sneered inwardly. Seemed like reclaiming that 300 taels wasn't unjustified at all. It was rightfully his. Seeing the lingering smugness on Jared's face, Jonathan sneered inwardly again. His body had undergone system enhancement. Even without legs, he was far from ordinary. With this in mind, Jonathan comforted the Elsa Selma with a chuckle. "Alexandria, if the carriage is gone, it's gone. Although my legs are crippled, I still have my hands. It's fine. My hands." The Elsa Selma, however, felt no relief at all. She looked at Jonathan's hands, and then his shoulders burdened with the shackles, her face filled with worry. Even if he could walk, how far could he go? Jared, upon hearing Jonathan's words, immediately sneered. "Vincent, did you hear that? This boy says he can walk." Conway glanced at Jonathan and said with a smile, "We originally planned to reduce the daily distance for your sake, but since you're saying this, we won't shorten it." The Elsa Selma's face changed, and she hurriedly said, "Sir, please still reduce it a bit." "No way." Jared shook his head with a cold laugh. He knew very well that Conway said this intentionally to see the prisoners beg. The Elsa Selma had no idea of Conway's true intentions, and was about to beg again. At this moment, Jonathan interrupted, Alexandria, look. With that, Jonathan suddenly started running using only his arms. This scene left the Elsa Selma speechless and stunned. The speed at which Jonathan ran using his 2 arms was not at all inferior to the speed a normal person would run using their legs. Seeing this, the smugness on Jared and Conway's faces disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. This kid really has strong arms. Since that's the case, let's get going. Jared grunted, exchanging a glance with Conway before leading the way out. Conway narrowed his eyes and nodded. Although Jonathan showed no problem now, the next journey was 50 miles, not just about strength but also endurance. Strength without stamina wouldn't be enough. As Jonathan kept up with Jared, Conway walked last, his eyes fixed on Jonathan. He didn't believe that Jonathan, carrying 20 pounds of shackles, could outlast them. Jared, walking in front, frequently glanced back. When he saw that Jonathan indeed managed to keep up, he felt irritated. This kid is really tough. After some thought, Jared immediately sped up. Walking beside Jonathan, the Elsa Selma's surprise grew as time passed. When did Zeke become so strong? So far, she hadn't seen any signs of fatigue on Jonathan's face, and her own legs were already feeling sore. Especially after Jared sped up, the Elsa Selma became increasingly tired, her face turning from flushed to pale. Clearly, she was exhausted. Chapter 34. The Fatigue-Relieving Pill. Jonathan was walking fine on his own, but when he glanced at the Selma of the prince, his expression changed slightly. The Selma was clearly struggling to hold on. Wait. Jonathan immediately called out. Jared, who had already been jogging ahead, felt an overwhelming surge of joy upon hearing Jonathan's voice. This kid can't take it anymore. Jared stopped in his tracks and took a few deep breaths to normalize his breathing before turning back, mentally preparing sarcastic remarks for Jonathan. However, when he reached Jonathan, he found that the latter wasn't flushed or even out of breath. He didn't look tired at all. Jared was stunned, unable to speak the words he had prepared. His mind turned into a blur. What's going on? At this moment, the Selma said apologetically, Lord Abdur. It's me who can barely keep up. Only then did Jared look at the Selma, astonished. The reason Jonathan stopped wasn't because he was tired, but because this woman was exhausted. Recalling how breathless he had been earlier, Jared couldn't help but feel furious. Who told you to stop? At this point, Conway caught up from behind, breathing heavily. Hearing Jared's roar, Conway frowned and asked, what happened? Jared angrily said, this boy called for a halt, but he wasn't the one who was tired. What? Upon hearing this, Conway's eyes widened in disbelief. Looking closely at Jonathan, Conway saw no sign of fatigue whatsoever. How is this possible? This kid was not only walking with his hands, but also carrying 20 pounds of shackles on his shoulders, much heavier than their burden. Even they were nearly at their limits, yet this kid doesn't seem tired at all. What kind of freak is he? If you're not tired, then let's continue. Jared started moving forward again. But as soon as he stepped, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Jared! Conway was startled and hurriedly helped him up. Jared got up with a reddened face, covered in dust. He hadn't noticed it while walking, but now that he stopped, he realized just how exhausted he was. Seeing Jared's predicament and feeling equally worn out himself, Conway suggested, Jared, let's rest here for a bit, have some water, and eat something. Jared's eyes lit up. Right, how could he have forgotten about that? Last night, they didn't give food or water to Jonathan and the other person. That means Jonathan had gone without food or drink for over a day. After such forced marching, surely their last bits of strength must have been drained by now. When they start again after eating and drinking, these two will be too weak to even stand. With this thought, Jared and Conway exchanged a glance and nodded. Rest on site for a quarter of an hour, Jared announced and then sat down with Conway, taking out food and water flasks, eating and drinking. The Selma wore a strange expression on her face. Last night, after performing rituals for Firefly, they had been moved to another room. However, Jonathan pulled out osmanthus cakes and a water flask, and they ate heartily. So she wasn't actually hungry at all now. Her legs, however, were terribly sore from the rapid pace. Seeing Jared and Conway genuinely resting, the Selma looked around and found a place to sit, then said to Jonathan, Jace, let's go rest there. Jonathan nodded and followed the Selma to sit down, but kept his attention on Jared and Conway. He knew their intentions well. They wanted to exhaust them. Unfortunately for them, the two had eaten fully last night and weren't really hungry now. Although they didn't need food, Jonathan could see that the Selma was indeed very tired. If this continued, the Selma wouldn't be able to endure it. System, exchange for a fatigue-relieving pill. Jonathan communicated with the system. While directly enhancing one's body would be a permanent solution, it made sense for him since his predecessor had been a battlefield veteran. But it would be different for the Selma. If she suddenly showed unusual abilities, it would raise suspicion. In a world where being too abnormal could lead to execution, directly enhancing the Selma's body might put her in danger. Thus, exchanging for a fatigue-relieving item was more reliable at this moment. Exchanging this item requires 10,000 value points. Proceed with the exchange? Proceed. Without hesitation, Jonathan agreed. Compared to over 40 million value points, 10,000 was nothing. The system quickly provided a round pill. Jonathan frowned. Jared and Conway were loudly eating and drinking in front of them, leaving him no chance to give the pill to the Selma. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a way. After a brief pause, Jonathan's eyes brightened with an idea. He had a plan. Jonathan immediately stared intently at Jared and Conway, who were eating and drinking noisily, not blinking an eye. Noticing Jonathan's gaze, Jared and Conway felt a surge of smugness. This kid must be drooling over their food. Thinking about this, they felt even more smug and deliberately made even more noise while eating to show off. But after a while, they started feeling something was off. Jonathan's unwavering stare made them lose their appetite. Keep staring? It won't get you any. Jared glared at Jonathan and then turned away to continue eating. Conway didn't say anything either, but turned his body as well. Seeing that the two avoided his gaze, Jonathan was still unsatisfied. What he was going to do mustn't be noticed or suspected by outsiders. So, after the two turned their bodies, Jonathan moved closer and continued to stare unblinkingly. This intense gaze soon made Jared and Conway feel extremely uncomfortable. Stop staring. I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep doing that, Jared threatened, but clearly lacked confidence, with a hint of panic in his voice. Jonathan's gaze reminded him of last night's eerie experience. Could this kid have been possessed by a ghost? Although Conway didn't think that, he also found Jonathan's gaze too unnerving. Being stared at like this, he completely lost his appetite. Come on, let's go eat somewhere else. Finally, Conway pulled Jared away, walking to a farther spot. Though Jared was reluctant, he had no choice but to follow, feeling quite unhappy. I wanted to tease this kid, but didn't expect him to be so shameless, staring at us like that. After moving to another place, Jared was still seething with resentment. Conway chuckled. Anyway, that kid hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. He definitely won't last through today. He'll have to kneel and beg us by then. Hearing this, Jared's eyes lit up, and he even ate faster. He couldn't wait for that moment. Chapter 35. The more they walk, the more energetic they feel. After seeing Jared and Conway off, Jonathan immediately returned to the side of the patty and handed over the pills he had exchanged. Eldest sister, this is a medicine I asked an herbalist to prepare for eliminating fatigue. You can take it. Jonathan found an excuse. The patty was gently massaging her legs when she heard this and paused in surprise. Brayden, there's such a medicine? Jonathan nodded earnestly. Yes, it's because I took this that I don't feel tired. The patty recalled Jonathan's performance on the journey and suddenly understood. So that's why. Do you still have more of this medicine left, Brayden? She asked again. If only one pill remained, she wouldn't dare to take it. Don't worry, I have plenty. A thought struck Jonathan, and he exchanged for another 10 pills, which he handed over to the patty together with the first one. Eldest sister, if you feel tired, just take one. Seeing Jonathan pull out 10 pills at once, the patty was full of pleasant surprise. Yes. After the excitement subsided, the patty felt ashamed. She had intended to take good care of Jonathan throughout the journey but ended up being the one who was taken care of. Eldest sister, hurry up and take it before they come back, Jonathan reminded her. Borism. The patty quickly swallowed one and carefully stored the rest. As soon as the pill went down, she felt a warm stream surge into her limbs. Her legs, which were obviously sore just moments ago, suddenly returned to normal and even felt more energetic than before. The patty's face was full of amazement. This medicine is so incredible. Boorish. Jonathan made a gesture, and the patty hurriedly closed her mouth and nodded continuously. Eldest sister, when the time comes, you still need to act tired so as not to expose us, Jonathan instructed further. Got it, I'll remember. The patty quickly memorized Jonathan's instructions and resumed massaging her legs as before. Jared and Conway, having had their fill, swaggered back. Seeing the actions of Jonathan and the patty, they smiled at each other. This afternoon, they would finally see Jonathan beg for mercy. Get up, let's go. Jared shouted loudly. Jonathan and the patty didn't say a word but both came before Jared. Looking at Jonathan and the patty, Conway felt a flash of doubt. Why did these two seem different somehow? But he couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. Vincent, I'm leaving first, said Jared. Conway snapped back to reality, stopped pondering, and walked at the rear. During the subsequent journey, Conway and Jared focused all their attention on Jonathan. But as time ticked by, the scene they anticipated of Jonathan getting so tired he couldn't walk never materialized. Instead, from his expression, it didn't look like Jonathan was feeling any fatigue at all, and they themselves were already very tired. Why wasn't this guy tired at all? Jared and Conway were completely baffled. A thought crossed Conway's mind, and his gaze shifted from Jonathan to the patty. Judging by Jonathan's state, he wouldn't be feeling tired anytime soon. Then he should use this woman as leverage to make Jonathan submit. These two seemed closely connected, so he could fully exploit this woman. However, when Conway's eyes fell on the patty, he looked stunned, even more surprised than discovering Jonathan wasn't feeling tired. During the break, this woman was clearly exhausted. Yet after walking for so long, she was actually becoming more spirited. What was going on here? Conway was almost driven mad. These two detainees were completely different from the prisoners they usually escorted, thoroughly defying his expectations. Jared also noticed the unusually energetic patty and was shocked. How could this woman be so spirited too? Jared hurried to the front of the patty and sized her up. The patty was startled and asked tremulously, Sir Abdur, is there something wrong? Jared looked puzzled. You're not tired? The patty slightly relaxed. She thought he might know about the pills, but she also didn't know how to answer this question. At this moment, Jonathan's voice came from the side. Sir Abdur may not know, but my eldest sister is always busy in the mansion. This short distance doesn't count for much. Right? The patty nodded quickly. Jared suddenly realized, followed by a wave of frustration. Their usual foolproof methods were failing on a disabled person and a woman. Wait here, Jared snorted, walked to Conway who was guarding the rear, and recounted his discovery. After finishing, Jared's face darkened. Vincent, this can't go on. Although our superiors meant for these two to die en route, not making them kneel and beg won't sit well with me. Conway nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. A fierce look appeared on Conway's face. Since they can endure so much, we won't give them any food until they kneel and beg for mercy. I want to see how long they can hold out. Good, let's do it. Jared nodded excitedly, then ran to the front to lead the way again. Although Jonathan didn't know what Jared and Conway had discussed, seeing Jared's eager expression, he knew it wouldn't be anything good. Soon it was noon, and Jared and Conway stopped again for food and drinks, still not sharing with Jonathan and the patty. Second brother, I'll ask them for some. Jonathan had intended to stop her, but thought better of it. If she didn't ask, it might make the others suspicious. Jared and Conway had been observing Jonathan and the patty. When they saw the patty approaching, a look of smugness crossed their faces. Just as expected. Your excellencies, our food? No. The patty was cut off by Jared. Conway also sneered. Back at the station, we were robbed, and all your supplies were lost. So for the rest of the journey, we won't provide you with rations. Pausing for a moment, Conway added, if you want food, try finding something nearby. Jared was taken aback. After the patty walked away dejectedly, he asked, Vincent, why did you show them away? Conway laughed coldly. I'm not showing them away. The route ahead is through mountains and hills, where many dangers lie hidden. If they die there, we won't have to dirty our hands. Besides, food isn't easy to find. They'll waste their energy searching and eventually despair. At that point, their dignity will be shattered, and they will end up kneeling and begging us. That's brilliant. Excellent. Ha 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 ha. Jared burst into laughter upon hearing this. Conway also joined in with a sinister laugh. Chapter 36. This kid's luck is unbelievable. Braden, they are not giving us any food. The Danielle returned and said to Jonathan with a guilty look on her face. Brother-in-law, don't blame yourself. This outcome was predictable. Jonathan comforted her with a smile. But what should we do? They keep watching us. Even if I wanted to. The Danielle didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. They were being watched constantly, so even if Jonathan had osmanthus cakes, he couldn't take them out. Jonathan frowned. Being watched closely was indeed a problem, especially without the carriage for cover anymore. At that moment, the Danielle sighed and said, they said we could look for food nearby, but in these desolate mountains, where can we find anything to eat? An idea suddenly struck Jonathan. Brother-in-law, maybe there's something edible nearby. Let me go look, Jonathan said immediately. Startled, the Danielle hurriedly replied, then let me come with you. No need. Jonathan quickly shook his head. If she followed him, how could he use the system? Seeing the confusion on the Danielle's face, Jonathan glanced around and lowered his voice. Brother-in-law, don't forget. You're supposed to act tired so they don't get suspicious. Reluctantly, the Danielle nodded. Be careful then, Braden. Don't go too far and risk danger. All right. Jonathan responded and headed in a random direction. Not far away, Jared, who had been watching Jonathan intently, became excited as he nudged Conway. Vincent, look. I want to look for food. Conway looked over and smiled. Just as he had predicted, Jonathan indeed went to find food. Unfortunately for Jonathan, they had walked this route more than 3 times and knew every inch of it. There was absolutely nothing edible nearby. Thinking of Jonathan wasting his energy to return empty-handed made Conway's lips curl up uncontrollably. Jared chuckled, glancing at the dry rations and water bottle in his hand. When that kid comes back, he might give in and beg us for mercy. Ha 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 ha. As Jonathan left, Selma heard Jared's laughter and felt an ominous premonition arise in her heart. Will something happen to Braden this time? Jonathan turned left and right for a while until he was sure Jared and company couldn't see him. He then immediately contacted the system. Exchange for a pear tree full of fruit. Exchange successful, costing 2,500 value points. In the item space, an icon of a tree appeared instantly. Jonathan stared at an open area ahead and focused. The pear tree appeared on the ground. Although the pear tree lay on the ground, Jonathan wasn't bothered by it. He didn't need to explain this kind of thing. He immediately shouted, brother-in-law, come quickly, there's a pear tree here. Because of the distance, Jonathan had to shout several times before the Danielle heard him and froze in surprise. A pear tree? Excited, the Danielle stood up to rush over. Jared and Conway, who were watching from a distance, instantly stood up and rushed over to stop her. Where are you going? Jared snapped. The Danielle answered hastily, Braden found a pear tree and called me over. A pear tree? Conway looked surprised. Jared snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. They had come to this place several times and never saw any pear trees. Are you trying to escape? Jared growled. Sir, it's true. Listen carefully, the Danielle explained quickly. Conway listened carefully and indeed heard Jonathan shouting. His expression stiffened. Jared also heard Jonathan's shouts, but remained unconvinced. I think he talked to you a lot before leaving. Is this some secret code between you two? Wanting to escape from under our noses? Impossible. Since Vincent and I have finished eating, let's go together. With that, Jared led the way forward. Looking back at the Danielle who hadn't followed, Jared sneered. What? Afraid? Exchanging a glance with Conway, both of them showed excitement in their eyes. If that kid really tried to escape, it would help them immensely. It would give them the perfect excuse to torment him, and after torturing him, they could cut him down. Ignoring the Danielle, they rushed towards the sound. While shouting, Jonathan started eating pears one by one. Soon, he heard footsteps and looked over. Brother-in-law? But before he could finish speaking, Jonathan saw it wasn't the Danielle, but Jared and Conway approaching, making him roll his eyes. Neither Jared nor Conway noticed Jonathan's eye roll. Both were dumbfounded. It really was a pear tree, and it was laden with fruit. How did a pear tree end up here? And why is it lying down? Jared came back to his senses and looked at Conway with confusion, only to find that Conway was just as puzzled. Jared simply stopped thinking and directly demanded, Boy, where did this pear tree come from? Sir, that's a strange question. The pear tree was already here when I arrived. It can't be that I conjured it out of thin air, right? Jared was momentarily stunned. He realized how foolish his question was. At this moment, the Danielle was jogging over. Upon seeing the real pear tree, she was both surprised and delighted, quickly running forward to pick and bite into a pear. Braden, your luck is unbelievable, the Danielle said, laughing while eating. Luck? These two words twisted Jared's face. This boy's luck is indeed too good. Damn it, which bastard left the pear tree here for no reason? Jared cursed inwardly, wishing he could tear apart whoever left the pear tree. He had been looking forward to Jonathan returning empty-handed and kneeling to beg them. Conway also felt extremely depressed. Having walked this route 3 times without encountering such a situation, they ran into it this time. Their luck was too poor. Just then, he heard Jared bark beside him. What are you doing? Conway looked over and saw the Danielle packing pears into a bag. Sir, I'm picking some pears for the journey, the Danielle explained. She then offered a pear to Conway. Sir, do you want one? Don't need it. Jared rudely refused and added, you're not allowed to carry food for the journey. The imperial law states that exiles may not carry provisions. The Danielle couldn't help but become anxious. It was rare to encounter a pear tree, and yet they wouldn't even let her pick a few pears. How unreasonable. Before the Danielle could protest, Jonathan spoke first. Brother-in-law, it's getting hot. Pears might spoil easily on the journey. When we rest, I'll look around for food. Jonathan smiled at Jared. Sir Abdur, it should be fine if I search for food during breaks, right? Jared's face immediately darkened. Was this kid getting cheeky now? Chapter 37. Reverse Heaven's Array. Jared was just about to flare up when Conway beside him chuckled. No problem. Jared looked startled. Vincent. Conway nodded at Jared. Since his luck is so good, we don't have to worry about their food anymore. Jared suddenly understood. It was very clear what Conway meant. With this excuse, they wouldn't be responsible for Jonathan's and the Prince Danielle's meals. More importantly, he didn't believe that Jonathan could be so lucky every time. After understanding Conway's meaning, the anger in Jared's heart subsided somewhat. But when he saw Jonathan and the Prince Danielle smiling and eating pears, his anger rose again. Let's go, Jared said unhappily. The Prince Danielle looked astonished. We haven't finished eating yet? How is that my business? Jared glared at them. Why didn't you find food from the beginning? Boris, hurry up, or I won't be polite. Saying this, Jared glanced at the pair, feeling frustrated. Not only did his expectations not come true, but thinking of himself gnawing on a dry biscuit while Jonathan and the other ate fresh pears made him unable to accept it. Jonathan inwardly smiled, throwing the half-eaten pear casually, which landed right in front of Jared. Oh, I'm full, Jonathan deliberately said. Jared looked at the juicy pear, fire burning in his eyes. Is this kid deliberately teasing me? Go. Jared grumbled. As they continued on the road, with the capital growing more distant and heading southwest, fewer people were around, and tall weeds grew along both sides of the road. Jared, walking ahead, now drew his saber, scanning the surroundings solemnly. Conway, who was at the rear, did the same. This scene immediately made the Prince Danielle tense. Hayden, is there danger here? Jonathan slightly nodded. The Prince Danielle became even more anxious, quickly stepping forward and asking, Sir Abdur, how long until we reach the station? Jared jumped in surprise. After realizing it was the Prince Danielle, he humphed, displeased. Station? There isn't any. No station? The Prince Danielle was taken aback, surprisingly asking, where will we rest tonight then? There's a pavilion ahead. We'll rest there. Jared said irritably. The Prince Danielle's face changed visibly, hastily asking, will that be safe? Jared glanced at the Prince Danielle, then snorted, of course not. There are fierce beasts around here. Ah. The Prince Danielle gasped, her face visibly turning pale. What should we do? Jared no longer responded, continuing to cautiously look around. The Prince Danielle hurried back to Jonathan. Hayden, it's bad. Sir says there are fierce beasts around here. Jonathan frowned. From Jared and Conway's expressions earlier, he had already guessed something was amiss, but he hadn't expected fierce beasts. And there's no station tonight. We can only rest in a nearby pavilion. The Prince Danielle continued, her face filled with worry. Will we be in danger? At that moment, Conway spoke from behind. If you're in danger, we are too. Hearing this, the Prince Danielle's expression tightened instantly, quickly asking, what should we do? Conway replied calmly, leave it to fate. Ah. The Prince Danielle gasped again, her heart filled with panic. Seeing Jonathan, she felt even more despair. If the fierce beasts really came, Jared and Conway, armed with weapons, might survive, but she and Hayden would certainly perish here. Why don't we speed up and get past this area? The Prince Danielle suggested urgently. Speed up? Where to? Jared stepped back. Ahead. There are bandits more dangerous than beasts. The Prince Danielle trembled, her heart filled with despair. This was a dilemma. Don't worry, Alexandria. I'm here. Jonathan spoke, his voice steady. You? Jared sneered disdainfully, looking Jonathan up and down. You, a cripple. Better think about how to run first. The Prince Danielle also said, Hayden, if it really happens, you escape without worrying about me. Jonathan shook his head with a smile, not responding. This reaction made Jared spit inwardly. A coward, scared already. We're here. Conway spoke, and indeed, not far ahead was a pavilion showing signs of age. The four entered the pavilion, where the Prince Danielle noticed 3 large characters carved on a pillar. Divinjiang Pavilion? What a strange name. What's so strange about it? Jared hummed. There's a mountain nearby called Divinjiang Mountain. Is that so? The Prince Danielle was enlightened. At this moment, Jonathan's heart stirred. This name. Could the ferocious wild beast here be a tiger? Jonathan couldn't help but ask. Don't know. Conway shook his head. Those who have seen that wild beast are all dead. Hiss. The Prince Danielle couldn't help but draw in a cold breath, her face turning pale. It was truly terrifying. Everyone, be quiet. If you make noise and attract the wild beasts, don't blame us for leaving you behind. Jared shouted at this moment, his voice trembling slightly. Obviously, he was even more afraid of the arrival of the ferocious wild beast. Jonathan saw through Jared's outward show of bravado, masking inner fear, and scoffed inwardly. Clearly terrified himself, he had to blame it on them? Dream on. Alexandria, I'll go around and see if I can find something to eat, Jonathan said, and was about to move. The Prince Danielle was startled, but before she could speak, Jared preempted her. Stop. Jared glared angrily at Jonathan. What do you think you're doing? Do you want to kill us? I'm hungry. Didn't you say at noon that we could look for our own food during rests? Jonathan countered. You. Jared was taken aback. This was indeed what they had agreed to, but it was too dangerous here. What if it attracted the ferocious wild beast? Wouldn't they die for sure? Conway narrowed his eyes, surprise flashing in their depths. Although he had only been in contact with Jonathan for 2 days, he already sensed that Jonathan wasn't the crude warrior he had imagined. Clearly, Jonathan was threatening him, forcing him to share the food. Jared soon understood Jonathan's intention and couldn't help but fly into a rage. It was always the prisoners begging them for food that made them give a little as charity. But today, they were being threatened by a prisoner. This world was upside down. Jared wished he could stab Jonathan but feared the blood would attract the wild beasts, so he gritted his teeth in anger. Jonathan watched Jared's face change from red to green and then to purple and couldn't help but feel elated. This time, he was going to turn things around. Chapter 38. Turning the tables? This evening, we will provide you with food. Conway now spoke up. Although his expression remained calm, he was inwardly quite displeased. They had intended to hold power over the prisoners, yet unexpectedly, Jonathan had turned things around and put them in a tight spot. The current situation left them no choice but to compromise. A shadow of darkness flickered across Conway's eyes as he instructed Jared, give them food and water. Jared, though reluctant, also realized this night's circumstances were special. Here. Jared reluctantly handed over some rations and water, almost poking Jonathan in the face. Jonathan received it with a laugh. Thank you, sir. The act of being thanked brought no joy to Jared. Rather, it only made him feel more dejected. Letting out a heavy snort, Jared and Conway sat aside to eat. Jonathan did not hesitate, splitting the food with the Lexi and eating as well. The Lexi beamed with delight. This was the first time they'd eaten solid food in 2 days. Hayden, it's really delicious. The Lexi praised while eating. Borism. Listening to the noises from the side, Jared snorted again irritably. Eat if you want to. Why say nonsense? Jonathan, hearing Jared's angry words, chuckled. I'm just complimenting your rations. You. Jared seethed, wanting to strike someone but dared not actually do so. He glared angrily at Jonathan. Quickly eat. Afterward, we need to take turns keeping watch tonight, Conway reminded. Not hungry. Jared huffed. He was already full of anger. Conway shook his head and continued eating. Hayden, stay alert when we sleep, the Lexi reminded. Jonathan nodded. Yeah, I know. Hearing this, Jared suddenly perked up. Why sleep? You have no right to sleep. Jared retorted sharply. The Lexi was taken aback. Sir, what are you saying? Frowning, Jonathan understood Jared's intention. They were making him and the Lexi keep watch. Indeed, Jared declared, you've eaten our rations, so you must work for us. The watch tonight will be shared between the two of you. The Lexi paled as she understood. Keeping watch wasn't an issue, but continuing their journey tomorrow would be exhausting for her delicate body and especially for Jonathan, who was lame and shackled. But rejecting the order troubled the Lexi. Mentioning they couldn't endure it wouldn't matter to Jared. Jonathan laughed. No problem. Boorish. Everyone paused in confusion at Jonathan's unexpected response. They all looked at him skeptically, unsure why he agreed. The Lexi anxiously tugged at Jonathan's sleeve. If they kept watch, how would they manage tomorrow? After his initial shock, Jared rejoiced, unconcerned with Jonathan's motivation, just that he had agreed. Well then, you? Jared was interrupted by Conway. You're willing to keep watch? Doubt showed in Conway's eyes. At this point, Jared suddenly chuckled. Kid, I bet you're trying to escape. He then pulled out a chain and smirked coldly. Since you're watching, I'll tie you to the pillar so you don't run away. As Jared stepped forward, Jonathan smiled faintly. I won't escape, but I might doze off. If wild animals come by then, don't blame me for not warning you. Jared froze, his face turning pale. He finally understood Jonathan's intent. It was a threat. Enraged, Jared trembled uncontrollably. Conway's face darkened. He understood too. Jonathan had indeed turned the tables on them. Even Conway, accustomed to underhanded tactics, felt a murderous impulse towards Jonathan. The boy was despicable. Yet, he couldn't actually act on it. First, violence would only place them in danger. Secondly, Prime Minister Dario had repeatedly warned them to ensure Jonathan's death appeared accidental, or else even Dario couldn't protect them. Conway managed a strained smile. In that case, let us still take the watch. Hearing this, fury nearly burst from Jared's eyes. Jonathan, ignoring their expressions, said to the Lexi, Alexandria, these gentlemen seem quite merciful. Let's get some rest. The Lexi, observing Jared and Conway's grim faces, held back her remarks. She found no trace of mercy in their expressions. However, it was indeed a good thing that they did not need to keep watch. After walking the entire day, Selma had indeed become very tired and soon fell asleep. But Jonathan didn't dare to fall asleep. Although Conway and Jared were forced by his words to take the night watch themselves, what if these two slipped away quietly, leaving only him and Selma here? Wouldn't that be dangerous? But pretending to sleep wasn't easy either. Jonathan's consciousness gradually became somewhat blurred. Just then, the insect chirping around suddenly fell silent. Immediately after, roar abruptly sounded. Roar. This roar instantly startled Jonathan awake. On the other side, Conway stood up directly, his face filled with tension and panic. Jared, wake up quickly, wild beasts are coming. Conway wanted to shout loudly but dared not do so, resorting to kicking Jared with his foot. Jared woke up, and when he heard the second roar, his expression changed dramatically as he immediately jumped up. How could we be so unlucky? Jared's face was full of unease. At this moment, Jonathan also sat up. He originally intended to wake up Selma, but seeing how soundly she slept, Jonathan thought for a while and finally withdrew his hand. Whether the wild beast came or not, Selma would not be able to help even if she woke up and would only get frightened, so he decided to let her continue resting. Seeing this scene, Jared instinctively wanted to scold, but thinking again, he suddenly had a thought and swallowed the words already at the tip of his tongue. At this moment, Conway and Jared exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. It was best that the other party did not shout. If the wild beast really came, they could take the opportunity to escape. Roar. Another roar rang out, and this time the sound was clearly louder. It's coming. Cold sweat covered Conway and Jared's foreheads, and the veins on their hands gripping the hilts of their knives were prominently visible, showing extreme tension. Jonathan stared in the direction of the sound, mentally communicating with the system, ready to strengthen his body again at any time. Under the moonlight, a leopard with green glowing eyes appeared 10 yards outside the pavilion. A gust of wind brought an overwhelmingly nauseating smell of blood. Jared and Conway's faces instantly turned pale. After exchanging another glance, the two took off running back the way they had come. Chapter 39, Why has the leopard stopped moving? Vincent, hurry up. Jared ran while whispering urgently. After running several dozen feet, he didn't hear any pursuit behind him and felt a bit relieved. But thinking that they hadn't reached a safe distance yet, Jared became nervous again. He took a deep breath, preparing to speed up once more. At this moment, Conway grabbed Jared by the arm. Don't go yet. Vincent, why are you pulling me? Jared was anxious and ready to swear. But Conway grinned sinisterly. Those two people are still standing there motionless. There's no need to rush away until the leopard has killed them first. It will definitely eat them before coming after us. Jared was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled. Conway was right. Not witnessing Jonathan being torn apart by the leopard would be such a pity, and his anger from these days wouldn't subside. Absolutely a huge regret. The two immediately hid in the nearby bushes, peeking through the gaps at Jonathan's direction. Seeing the terrifying green light approaching Jonathan under the moonlight, Jared felt a wave of excitement. Bite. Bite that guy to death. While silently urging the leopard on in his heart, Jared looked at Jonathan. This look made Jared pause. Jonathan remained in the same spot without moving an inch. Behind Jonathan, the Princess Danielle was still unconscious. It seemed Jonathan had no intention of waking Miriam up. Vincent, could that guy be planning to use that woman as bait to escape alone? Jared couldn't help but ask. Conway frowned but then sneered when he saw Jonathan's crippled legs and the shackles he carried on his shoulders. Even if he wanted to run, it's impossible for him to get away. Moreover, the leopard is very close to them now. If he makes any sudden moves, he'll be the first target for the leopard. Hearing this, Jared was filled with excitement once again. Great. How wonderful. This guy is trapped with no way out. Vincent, I heard this guy used to be pretty tough on the battlefield? Jared laughed and said, I wonder if he can be just as formidable facing a leopard. A mocking smile appeared on Conway's face. Even if Jonathan could once fight 10 enemies single-handedly on the battlefield, that was because of armor and weapons. Now, Jonathan was unarmed, facing a leopard that was far stronger than soldiers. This kid is dead meat. Jonathan watched the approaching leopard, a cold smile appearing on his face. Just moments ago, he had spent 5 million value points to enhance his body again. According to the system's description, he could now punch through 2 centimeters of steel plate with one strike. Forget a leopard. Even a tiger would be easy work. The leopard seemed to instinctively sense danger, slowing its pace until it stopped about 10 feet away from Jonathan. In the bushes, Jared's expectation turned into surprise upon seeing this. Vincent, what's going on? Why has the leopard stopped? I don't know. Conway was also puzzled. They said wild beasts were ferocious, but why wasn't this leopard behaving like one? Could it be that the leopard has already eaten enough? If that's the case, won't this guy get off the hook? Jared couldn't help but guess, disappointment clear on his face. As Jared was thinking, Conway suddenly exclaimed, Jared, look quickly. Jared looked over immediately, his eyes widening. Is this guy crazy? Although the leopard had stopped, Jonathan was moving toward the leopard. Conway was equally dumbfounded. This scene completely exceeded his understanding. Who would willingly offer themselves to die? Does this guy plan to feed himself to the leopard so that Miriam can live? Conway couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, Jonathan showed some impatience on his face. This leopard was strange. It was right in front of him but didn't come closer. Because of the enhancement, Jonathan could even see a hint of hesitation in the leopard's eyes, as if it might give up. In this situation, Jonathan decided to approach the leopard himself. Otherwise, wouldn't his enhancements have been for nothing? Roar. Seeing Jonathan approaching, the leopard crouched low and emitted a deep, threatening roar from its throat. Jared and Conway stared intently. They no longer cared why Jonathan was walking to his death. They only wanted to see him torn apart by the leopard. Vincent, look quickly. The leopard's expression has changed. The tail is up. The fur is bristling. Go. Following Jared's excited shout, the leopard leaped up, transforming into a black shadow as it pounced toward Jonathan. So fast. Conway's throat went dry watching this, but he felt extremely excited. After all, the leopard wasn't attacking him. To Jared and Conway, the leopard seemed incredibly fast, but in Jonathan's eyes, it wasn't. Hee, the system's enhancement is really comprehensive. Jonathan was quite pleased. Then he swung a powerful punch. Boorish? What is that kid trying to do? Fight with the leopard? Jared's face was filled with surprise at this sight. Immediately after, Jared burst into laughter, his voice full of mockery. This kid must have won too many battles before and still thinks he's something. Let the leopard show you how easily you can be defeated. Jared thought bitterly, his eyes never leaving Jonathan's right fist. In an instant, Jonathan's fist collided with the leopard's claws. Snap. Even from several feet away, Jared could hear the sound of bones breaking, which made him rather excited. Kid, your arm is broken now. Conway was also thrilled. At that moment, they heard a roar from the leopard. Jared was so excited by the roar that he almost jumped on the spot. Vincent, that kid has angered the leopard. He's probably about to be torn to shreds. But there was a hint of confusion on Conway's face. The roar indeed carried anger, yet behind it, there seemed to be a trace of fear. What's going on? Conway's confusion was soon answered, because the leopard leaping toward Jonathan suddenly flew backward. How could this be? Conway exclaimed in shock. The leopard was actually knocked back by Jonathan? Jared was about to share his joy with Conway when he froze, not understanding why Conway had shouted. Then came a heavy thud from afar. This sound startled Jared again. Such a big noise doesn't seem like Jonathan being hit and falling to the ground, does it? Was that kid flung very far? Jared looked over in puzzlement. His eyes widened instantly. He saw Jonathan still standing where he was, while the leopard lay more than 3 feet away. What happened? Jared's face changed, and he hurriedly asked Conway. Vivid white appeared on Conway's face, and his voice trembled as he pointed toward the leopard. Look at its paws. Chapter 40. The leopard was actually afraid. Jared hurriedly looked in the direction Conway was pointing. Upon seeing clearly, Jared's face froze instantly, turning from confusion to shock. In the end, shock turned into disbelief. How? How is this possible? The leopard was just getting up from the ground, but the paw that had collided with Jonathan lay limp, and the leopard dared not put weight on it. There could only be one possibility. That paw was broken. How can this be? How can this be? Jared kept shaking his head, unable to accept what he saw. Doesn't this mean Jonathan's fist is harder than a leopard's claws? Roar. At this moment, the leopard let out a low roar, its gaze filled with fear as it backed away from Jonathan. This scene made Jared and Conway gape again. The leopard was actually afraid. Is this leopard strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Jared couldn't help but ask. Conway frowned and slowly nodded. It must be like that. Anyway, he absolutely wouldn't believe that Jonathan, who had crippled legs, could easily defeat a leopard. With Conway's agreement, Jared felt inspired. Lao Wu, if we go out and kill the leopard now, won't we earn some merit? Conway's eyes lit up. You're right. After killing the leopard, we'll report it to the county magistrate, and our future will surely brighten. Jared immediately headed out. Lao Wu, hurry. Don't let the leopard escape. Conway followed quickly, drawing his dagger. Seeing the leopard retreating, Jonathan originally intended to pursue. But hearing the shouts of Jared and Conway from behind, he coldly smiled and stopped chasing. If these two want to die, let them go ahead. Do they really think this leopard is soft? Jared, seeing Jonathan not pursuing, was delighted and quickened his pace, reaching Jonathan's position in no time. Thinking of the merit he was about to earn, Jared chuckled. Boy, thanks for helping us gauge the leopard's weakness. But this credit is ours now. With that, Jared raised his dagger and charged at the leopard. Roar. As soon as the leopard saw Jared charging, it immediately roared threateningly, its fearful gaze turning back to menace. Jared sneered. Beast, I've seen through your tricks. Think you can scare me? Saying so, Jared slashed down. Roar. The leopard roared again, lightly leaping to dodge Jared's attack. Jared paused. The leopard wasn't as easy to handle as he had imagined. By then, Conway had also caught up. Jared, let's surround it. We can't let it run, Conway reminded him. Good idea. Jared circled around to the leopard's rear, positioning himself opposite Conway, preparing to sandwich the leopard. The leopard crouched lower again, emitting continuous low growls. Though menacing, it only made Jared and Conway chuckle. Still trying to scare us? We see through your tough exterior already. Speaking, Jared swung his dagger forward. Lao Wu, move. Conway also rushed at the leopard with his dagger drawn. A flash of viciousness appeared in the leopard's emerald eyes before it ignored Jared and charged directly at Conway. Conway's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected such a fierce counterattack, so he quickly readied his defense. The leopard didn't hesitate, swatting Conway's blade with its good front paw. Clang. The immense force numbed Conway's arm, causing him to drop his dagger. Conway was panic-stricken. Without a weapon, how could he fight the leopard? Conway immediately turned and fled. Jared, who was preparing to communicate with Conway, saw him running away and was taken aback. Upon realizing the leopard was staring at him with its green eyes, Jared's face paled. This leopard isn't any soft target. Lao Wu, come help me. Jared shouted desperately, his voice trembling, waving his dagger frantically. Don't come here, don't come. Jared tried to threaten, but it did nothing against the leopard. As the leopard moved closer step by step, Jared kept stepping back, all color drained from his face. Running back to their previous hiding spot, Conway finally dared to look back. Seeing Jared being gradually forced back by the leopard, Conway's face changed. If Jared dies, the leopard might come after him again. He wouldn't stand a chance then. Suddenly, Conway's eyes fell on Jonathan, making him pause. From the beginning, Jonathan had remained stationary, and the leopard hadn't approached him either. Recalling how Jonathan had sent the leopard flying with one punch, Conway suddenly had an unbelievable thought. Could it be that the leopard wasn't as weak as they had imagined, and Jonathan was genuinely strong? This speculation made Conway involuntarily swallow hard. At this moment, Jared's voice carried a hint of despair. Lao Wu, come and save me. Hearing this, Conway couldn't consider whether his guess was correct and hurriedly shouted, run toward Jonathan. Jared was initially stunned but quickly understood. Conway wanted him to divert the disaster to Jonathan. With a grim smile, he immediately circled around and ran towards Jonathan. Jonathan wouldn't be able to run away. Once the leopard chased over, Jonathan would surely die. Jonathan glanced back at Conway, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Though Jared was irascible, everything showed on his face, making him easy to deal with. But Conway was like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, constantly using underhanded tactics. In comparison, Conway posed a greater threat. He had to find a way to eliminate Conway. With this thought, Jonathan moved directly toward Jared. While running, Jared was puzzled. What does this kid want to do? Then Jonathan spoke. You don't need to run. It won't chase you anymore. Startled, Jared hastily turned back, his face filled with bewilderment. The leopard that had been relentlessly pursuing him had indeed stopped chasing. What's going on? Jared was completely baffled. That leopard is very afraid of me, Jonathan said coolly at this moment. Afraid of you? Jared instinctively sneered and was about to mock. But before he could speak, his words died in his throat. Because the fact was, the leopard did seem really afraid of Jonathan. Whether now, when the leopard stopped pursuing, or earlier, when the leopard retreated after clashing with Jonathan, both instances prove this point. But how could this be possible? Jared was utterly stunned. Jared, are you okay? Conway rushed over, feigning concern. Jared didn't respond to Conway, but stared intently at Jonathan. The previous thought was difficult for him to accept. How could such a fierce leopard be afraid of Jonathan, who was crippled. Chapter 41. From arrogance to Borismility. Jared? Conway called out twice more before Jared snapped back to his senses. Are you alright? Conway asked again. Still alive. Jared replied irritably. He was quite dissatisfied with Conway's solo escape earlier. Conway understood this point and said with a smile, Jared, don't be angry. My knife was knocked out of my hand, and I panicked at that moment, which made me run. Fortunately, you're fine now. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, the dissatisfaction on Jared's face diminished considerably. He glanced at Jonathan and then gave Conway a meaningful look. The two of them walked away together into the distance. Jonathan watched as the two walked away, narrowing his eyes. This Conway is indeed tougher to deal with than Jared. Vincent, did you notice? That leopard wasn't just all show. It was afraid of that boy. Jared whispered, sharing his observation. Conway nodded. You noticed too? That's why I had you run toward Jonathan, because I understood this. You knew that too? Jared was taken aback, full of disbelief. Why would a leopard fear a cripple? Probably because during their fight, the leopard realized Jonathan was very formidable, Conway admitted reluctantly. Even now, he found it hard to accept this conclusion. Hiss. Jared drew in a sharp breath. You mean, the leopard didn't gain any advantage over him in their fight? Yes. Conway nodded. Jared fell silent instantly. This revelation left him thoroughly confused. After some time, they silently returned to the pavilion. Looking at Jonathan leaning against one of the pavilion's pillars, both men showed a trace of fear. That boy could defeat a leopard barehanded. Morning came quickly. Upon waking up, the Princess Selma was startled to find the sky already bright. Especially when she saw Conway and Jared already awake and eating. Her face paled. The Princess Selma hurriedly called Jonathan. Braden, wake up, it's morning. After shouting once, Jared hastily signaled for silence. Shoo. The Princess Selma paused, looking at Jared in confusion. Why did he stop her from calling Braden? Moreover, compared to previous days, Jared appeared much gentler today. What happened? As she thought, Jared handed her a water flask and a piece of dried food, whispering, Princess Selma must be hungry. This is breakfast. The Princess Selma froze, staring at the flask and food, completely bewildered. Was she still dreaming? How could she dream such an improbable scene? How could Jared be so kind? And how could he offer her food and water willingly? The Princess Selma pinched herself secretly and felt pain, which only added to her confusion. What was going on? Looking at the food and drink, then glancing at Jared's awkward grin, her heart skipped a beat. Was there poison in the food and water? The Princess Selma paled and declined quickly. No need. Please keep it for yourselves, sir. Jared's forced smile froze on his face. He hadn't expected his rare kindness to be rejected. Normally, he would have cursed the other party for refusing his offer, but today, he couldn't muster any anger. Especially seeing Jonathan still closing his eyes nearby, he said in a conciliatory tone, Princess Selma, please don't be shy. We have plenty of food and water. The Princess Selma was at a loss. If she refused again, might Jared get angry? But if she accepted, what if there was poison? While she was hesitating, Jonathan suddenly opened his eyes. Hearing Jonathan's movements, Jared stood up abruptly, his face showing an awkward yet respectful smile. Lord Guogong has woken up. Did you sleep well? The Princess Selma was stunned, as if she didn't recognize Jared. What was happening? Didn't Jared always call Jonathan that kid? How did it suddenly change to Lord Guogong? He even asked if Jonathan slept well? Was this still the same irritable Jared? The Princess Selma was utterly baffled. All right. Jonathan glanced at Jared and nodded indifferently. His display of strength last night indeed impressed Jared deeply. For the short term, Jared probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Lord Guogong, here is some dried food and water. Jared quickly offered the food to Jonathan again. Jonathan took it without hesitation. Seeing that Jonathan didn't refuse, Jared breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. If Jonathan had refused, it would mean Jonathan still harbored resentment towards him. He wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully tonight. After all, Jonathan could fend off a leopard barehanded. Braden. The Princess Selma stopped Jonathan, wanting to say something but hesitating to speak up. She couldn't accuse Jared of poisoning the food in front of him, could she? Princess Selma, here are your dried food and water. Jared quickly handed over another portion to her. The Princess Selma was instantly filled with discomfort, unsure if she should accept it. Alexandria, eat. Jonathan gave the Princess Selma a reassuring look. He had already had the system scan the food and water. There was no poison. Seeing Jonathan's reassurance, the Princess Selma reluctantly accepted the items but still appeared hesitant. However, when she saw Jonathan eating heartily, she steeled her resolve and began to eat as well. If there was any poison, she would at least join Braden in meeting the king and queen. Seeing Jonathan accepting his offer, Jared's smile finally became more natural. Sitting back down, Jared exchanged glances with Conway, both secretly relieved. They had spent the entire night awake, constantly replaying in their minds the scene of Jonathan easily repelling the leopard. Jonathan's strength far exceeded their expectations. If they were to upset him over trivial matters, they might lose their lives. So after much discussion, they decided to treat Jonathan and the Princess Selma well for now. Once Jonathan and the Princess Selma finished their breakfast, Conway and Jared spoke up about setting off. By noon, they found a sheltered spot to rest and again proactively provided dry rations and water to Jonathan and the Princess Selma. Holding the rations and water in her hands, the Princess Selma felt puzzled and couldn't help asking, Braden, why are they suddenly so nice? Jonathan glanced at Conway and Jared, then chuckled. They're scared of me. Then, Jonathan quietly recounted the events of last night. After listening, the Princess Selma's eyes widened. Braden, is what you said true? Jonathan snorted. Or do you think they would be this kind otherwise? You're right. The Princess Selma nodded. But soon, concern clouded her face. Braden, if something like this happens again, don't face it alone. All right. Jonathan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, after delivering the rations and water, Jared returned to Conway. a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Vincent, I can't take this humiliation. Do we have to endure this the whole way? Chapter 42. Reply from the capital. Conway suddenly sneered coldly. Of course not. Jared's eyes lit up. Vincent, you have a plan? Yep. Conway nodded. Tonight we will arrive at the second relay station. I'll write a letter to send back to the capital and tell Prime Minister what happened last night. The Prime Minister had instructed them to die accidentally, but it now seems impossible. He must take some actions. Great. Jared became more spirited. After walking all afternoon, the 4 people arrived at the station in the evening. Conway immediately wrote a letter and had it sent back to the capital as quickly as possible. In the capital, in the imperial study of the palace, Sterling's face had been gloomy for these 2 days. First, he lost his manhood. Then the treasures in the treasury vanished into thin air. As a result, eunuchs and maids walked carefully, fearing that they would anger Sterling and be dragged out to death. Your Majesty, Willis has come. At this moment, the chief eunuch ran in to report. Sterling's expression improved slightly. Apart from investigating the disappearance of treasures in the palace over the past 2 days, the investigation into the confiscation of Pingbei Wangfu was also ongoing. He figured that the treasures from the Pingbei Wangfu could make up for some of his previous losses. Vic walked quickly into the study with no trace of joy on his face. Seeing this scene, the hope in Sterling's eyes instantly turned to shock. Did the confiscation of Pingbei Wangfu not go well? Your Highness, Pingbei Wangfu. Vic didn't know how to put it. Though nothing much was found during the search at Pingbei Wangfu before, he still held some hope. Over the past few decades, Sterling had rewarded many treasures to the Pingbei Wangfu. But after searching thoroughly for 2 days, even turning over the courtyard ground twice, nothing valuable was found. The large Pingbei Wangfu was indeed just an empty shell. How is this possible? Sterling was full of disbelief after listening. I can't believe it either, but we can't find any valuable things, Vic said helplessly. Sterling's breathing quickened abruptly. He was expecting Pingbei Wangfu to compensate him. Have you investigated all the treasure shops in the capital? Any royal treasures? Sterling asked again. Vic's face darkened even more. Not a single piece. Impossible. Sterling stood up abruptly. There were at least 80 treasures in the treasury, and many of them were large-sized. Whoever stole them couldn't possibly hide them away unseen. I can't figure it out either. Vic frowned. Investigate. Continue investigating. Investigate not only all the jewel shops in the capital, but other places too. Find out who stole my treasures. Sterling roared angrily. Yes. Vic hurriedly agreed. This matter needed to be investigated, not only because of the loss of treasures, but also as a challenge to their royal family. If they dared to steal from the imperial palace today, tomorrow they might steal their empire. Your servant will retire. Just as Vic was about to leave, the chief eunuch rushed in again. Your Majesty, Chancellor Ding seeks an audience. Let him in. After saying that, Sterling stopped Vic. Brother, listen to what Dario has to say. Yes. Vic stood aside, waiting for Dario to enter. These 2 days, the undercover guards he had assigned to monitor Dario had found no unusual activities from Dario, which reassured him somewhat. It seemed that Dario was still trustworthy. Dario rushed into the study. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, I greet you. Sterling said, be exempted from the formalities. What's the matter? Dario took out a letter and handed it to the chief eunuch. Your Majesty, this is the letter sent back by the constables I arranged to escort Jonathan to Liangzhou. Sterling and Vic's eyes both lit up simultaneously. That boy is dead? Dario's expression was a bit strange. Your Majesty will know after reading the letter. Brother, come and read it together. Sterling called out and impatiently took the letter from the chief eunuch. Vic moved closer as well, and they started reading together. A moment later, both of their faces were filled with shock. After reading it again, Sterling slammed the letter on the table, his face extremely ugly. Ridiculous. A crippled boy can punch back an adult leopard? They must have been bought off by Jonathan. As he spoke, Sterling glared at Dario. Dario, are these your people? Dario hurriedly knelt down. Your servant is guilty. On the side, Vic suddenly spoke. Brother, calm down. Those 2 may not have been bribed. How so? Sterling asked urgently. Vic said, Brother, besides describing this bizarre incident, this person named Conway also asks Chancellor Ding for advice on dealing with Jonathan. If the constables were truly bought off, why would they seek advice from Chancellor Ding? They could have simply released them. Sterling pondered for a moment and nodded, but he still had some confusion. Then why did they exaggerate this matter to such an extent? Vic smiled confidently. Your Majesty, he is also afraid of being blamed for incompetence, so he deliberately exaggerated Jonathan's abilities. Jonathan might indeed have dealt with some wild animals, but it definitely wasn't something like a leopard. So that's how it is. Sterling was enlightened, then looked at Dario. Dario, now is your chance to show your mettle. How do you plan to respond to them? Dario hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, I plan to tell them to use poison, but I am unsure if this plan will work, hence I came to ask Your Majesty. Sterling's expression improved considerably as he looked at Vic. Fourth brother, what do you think? Vic squinted his eyes and nodded. Even with disabled legs, Jonathan can still deal with some wild animals, which clearly shows the strength of this boy. Only by using poison can we catch him off guard. Good. Sterling nodded heavily. Then let's use poison. After speaking, Sterling looked at Dario. Dario, do not disappoint me this time. I will not disappoint Your Majesty. Dario hastened to assure him. Another day passed, and the 4 people with Jonathan arrived at another station. After arranging accommodations for Jonathan and the Eleanor, the station master gave a subtle look to Conway and Jared. The letter from the capital for you too. In a secluded room, the station master handed over Dario's reply to Conway. Conway opened it excitedly. After reading, a gleam of insight appeared in his eyes. Dario's suggestion aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Vincent, what does the letter say? Jared asked anxiously, his literacy being limited, so he couldn't read it himself. Conway glanced at the station master, who wisely left the room. Conway then whispered, use poison. These 2 words made Jared's eyes light up. Good, good. He immediately looked towards the room where Jonathan was staying, a cruel and dark glint flashing in his eyes. Boy, you're dead this time. Chapter 43. Aren't you supposed to be dead? The sky is dark today, there's no time to buy poison. Let's rest here for the night and take action tomorrow. Conway made arrangements quickly. In the inn room, Jonathan and the Patty were having the dinner delivered to them. The Patty wore a smile, glancing at Jonathan from time to time, feeling delighted. She had thought that this exile would be a life or death test, but she didn't expect Jonathan to be so powerful, even intimidating Conway and Jared. Zeke, thanks to you, they are treating us so politely. It seems that the rest of the journey should not be troublesome. The Patty said with a smile. Jonathan smiled but did not respond. He was not as optimistic as the Patty. Sterling would absolutely not let them reach Liangzhou smoothly. There would definitely be more actions coming. Although Conway and Jared's attitudes had changed, it was only superficial. These 2 must hate him in their hearts. For this reason, every time food came from Conway and Jared, Jonathan scanned it with the system to avoid falling into their traps. Jonathan did not reply, and the Patty did not think anything of it. Her joy did not diminish. Jonathan didn't talk much even when they were in the Alpha's mansion, so she was used to it. The next morning, after the Patty tidied up, she waited for Jared and Conway to call them to depart. Unexpectedly, it was the postmaster who came over to deliver a message instead. The 2 officials asked me to tell you that they're unwell today, and will stay here for a day. Unwell? The Patty was somewhat surprised, yet secretly pleased. After 3 consecutive days on the road, she was indeed very tired. Resting for a while was naturally perfect. Zeke, you also have a good rest, the Patty advised. Jonathan nodded, but he felt somewhat puzzled. Was it possible that Conway and Jared were actually unwell at the same time? Vincent, did you buy it? In the room, when Jared saw Conway return, he stood up excitedly. Yes. Conway nodded and took out a paper package. This poison inside is specially prepared. It can kill warhorses without any problem. Great. Jared rubbed his hands, wishing he could immediately force Jonathan to eat it all. Soon it was noon, and Conway personally put the poison in the food and asked the courier to send it to the guest house. Jared and Conway went to a corner opposite the guest house and watched the courier enter the room and come back empty-handed. It's been delivered. Jared punched the air, his face full of excitement. Even Conway couldn't help but smile. He even felt grateful for the appearance of that leopard previously. If not for that leopard, sending food to Jonathan would seem too abrupt and suspicious. But now, it seemed perfectly normal. Moreover, the poison he bought was colorless and odorless, leaving no traces. Within half an hour, these 2 would surely die. Once these 2 were dead, they could return and report to the Prime Minister and get rewarded. Thinking of this, Conway's face showed anticipation and joy. Inside the guest house, the Patty picked up the food and called out, Zeke, it's time to eat. Jonathan had been thinking about things after arriving in Liangzhou all morning. Hearing this, he snapped back to reality. Looking at the steaming rice and dishes, Jonathan had a sudden idea. Scan. The system soon prompted, scan successful. Jonathan looked at the items section on the panel, where the table's rice and dishes appeared. Tapping on the rice, a line of information instantly appeared in Jonathan's mind. Poisoned rice, can recover 1 value point. Jonathan's expression changed. The rice was poisoned. At this moment, the Patty was picking up a bowl to eat. Wait. Jonathan shouted hurriedly. The Patty paused, chopsticks hovering midair. What happened? Brother, I'm a little thirsty. Can you pour me some water? Jonathan found an excuse randomly. Oh. The Patty put down the bowl and got up to pour water. Following the Patty's movements with his eyes, when she turned her back to him, Jonathan had an idea. Recycle the tableware and dishes in exchange for identical ones. As Jonathan thought, the tableware on the table disappeared instantly. Jonathan hurriedly set the tableware back in place. The Patty returned with water and looked at the messy table, showing a hint of confusion but didn't pay much attention. Zeke, here's your water. Thanks, brother. Jonathan smiled as he accepted it. The Patty smiled and started eating again. Jonathan drank some water, then glanced towards the door with a cold smirk. Want to use such tactics against me? Jonathan also picked up the utensils and ate heartily. Jared and Conway waited outside for a whole half hour, and Jared began to lose patience. Vincent, why is there no sound from inside? Conway was also a bit puzzled. After Jonathan and the Patty were poisoned, they should have cried for help or struggled. But now there's absolutely no sound, which is really strange. Could it be that the poison I bought is too powerful? Conway nodded. It must be so. Because the drug is so potent, these 2 didn't even have time to cry out or struggle before they died directly. They should be dead now. Conway said with a laugh, filled with confidence. Jared immediately stood up, his face full of surprise. Really? Then let's go see. Let's go. The 2 walked briskly toward the guest house. Excitement made them walk faster and faster, wishing they could see the scene of Jonathan's death immediately. Upon reaching the door of the guest house, Jared reached out to push the door open. The door suddenly opened from the inside. Ah! Conway and Jared both screamed in fright. When they saw the Patty standing before them, their faces turned pale, and they both took a step back. Jared even screamed, Ghost? Ghost? The Patty, holding bowls and chopsticks, was completely confused. What ghost? Jared pointed at the Patty, trembling. You? Weren't you supposed to be dead? Dead. The Patty was even more confused. What are you talking about, sir? After speaking, the Patty recalled what the postmaster had said and asked concernedly, I heard that both of you were unwell today. Are you feeling better now? Conway quickly calmed down because he noticed there was a shadow under the Patty's feet. This meant she wasn't a ghost. Although the fear in his heart dissipated, a question emerged in Conway's mind. Why isn't this woman dead? Conway hastily glanced inside and saw Jonathan sitting by the table, smiling at him. The 2 officials, today's meal tastes quite good, Jonathan grinned. Conway was stunned. Jonathan was not dead either. What happened? Conway was bewildered. He had put an entire packet of poison, which cost 10 taels of silver, into the rice. According to the seller, that amount could kill a warhorse. How could these two be fine? Chapter 44. Bought fake medicine? Vincent. Jared now realized that Jonathan and the other person hadn't died, and couldn't help but speak to Conway. Borism. Conway coughed to interrupt Jared, forcing a smile. Our health has improved a bit, so we've come to inform you. We'll rest for another hour before we set off again. Oh. The Danielle responded, handing over the bowls, chopsticks, and plates to Conway. My lord, we are not allowed to leave this room. We ask you to trouble yourself with these. Conway glanced at the thoroughly cleaned rice bowl, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What on earth happened here? Holding the bowls, chopsticks, and plates, Conway left with Jared. The Danielle watched their backs, puzzled. Jace, I feel they're acting strange, don't you think? Strange? Jonathan sneered coldly. I think they're about the same as before. They were both just trying to make sure they would die en route. The Danielle didn't catch the meaning behind Jonathan's words, shook her head, and closed the door. After walking some distance, Jared could no longer hold back his questions. Vincent, how come they're unharmed? Did you poison them? Where did you buy the poison? Was it fake? A string of questions made Conway frown deeply. He had put the poison in himself, yet Jonathan was unscathed. Could it be he bought fake poison? Looking at the few grains of rice left in the bowl, Conway said, Jared, fetch me a chicken. Jared paused, surprised. A chicken? I suspect the poison is fake, Conway stated sternly. I'm on it. Moments later, Conway and Jared stared intently at the chicken that had eaten the poisoned rice, their expressions turning extremely grim. After some time, the chicken was still very much alive and active. It was clear that the poison he bought was indeed fake. How dare they trick me? Fury blazed in Conway's eyes. He had always been the one who cheated others, and today he had been fooled by a lowly vendor selling fake poison. To add insult to injury, the vendor had charged him 10 taels of silver. Jared roared angrily, Vincent, where did you buy it? Let me find him and settle accounts. Mentioning this only made Conway angrier. That person was a wandering street vendor without a fixed shop. Moreover, after cheating him out of 10 taels, he definitely wouldn't stick around waiting for them to seek revenge. Even if they tried, they probably wouldn't find the real culprit and would just waste time and build more rage. Of course, Conway didn't tell Jared this. If Jared knew he'd been cheated by such a petty swindler, his own reputation in Jared's eyes would be utterly destroyed. We agreed to travel an hour from now. There's no time to look for him. Conway made up an excuse. Jared gave up, but still couldn't resist cursing, damn rascal, actually daring to trick us. Once we meet him, I'll make him regret being born. Ranting for quite some time, Jared finally thought of a crucial issue. Vincent, when do we poison them again? Conway pondered and said gravely, tomorrow, we will pass through a market. We'll buy some more poison then. Great. Jared growled. This time, once we buy it, we use it. If it doesn't work, I'll burn down his stall. An hour later, Conway and Jared found Jonathan and the other person. The four set off from the station. Before departure, Conway said, we've wasted half a day, so we need to walk faster, otherwise we won't cover 50 miles. Hearing this, the Danielle became slightly anxious. Although Jonathan hadn't shown any signs of fatigue over the past 2 days, relying on his hands to move was not as efficient as using his legs. Their previous pace was manageable, but if they sped up further, he might not be able to keep up. Lord Wu, you know Jace's condition. Could we just increase the speed a little, go a bit less today and make up for it tomorrow? The Danielle asked. Conway immediately refused. That's the court's rule, and I have no choice. Beside him, Jared echoed, Selma, we also follow orders. If we don't adhere to the rules, we'll face punishment. As they spoke, Jared and Conway exchanged glances, each showing a trace of triumph in their eyes. The court's rule was merely their pretense. In reality, exiles rarely followed all court regulations perfectly, and the court never bothered to pursue. Their true aim was to exhaust Jonathan and the other person today, leaving them too weak tomorrow to notice their real intentions. Unaware of their plans, the Danielle looked worriedly at Jonathan. Jace. Jonathan smiled faintly. Alexandria, don't worry, I can handle it. Conway then said, since that's settled, let's depart. We can't afford to waste any more time. After saying this, Conway walked ahead, his pace much faster than the previous 2 days. Jared watched Jonathan and the Danielle prince. Let's go, both of you. The smile on Jared's face was barely concealed. He didn't believe a word of what Jonathan had just said. Jonathan's ability to scare off a leopard, he admitted, was indeed impressive. But traveling was a different matter, especially when Jonathan was moving with his hands. He simply couldn't believe that Jonathan could remain as composed as before. Brother-in-law, let's go. Jonathan said at this moment. Hearing this, the Danielle sighed and could only move forward. Jonathan immediately followed, and the speed at which he moved using his hands was no slower than the Danielle. Jared was taken aback, his eyes full of surprise. But soon, Jared sneered. After a night and half a day's rest, it was indeed possible to keep up at first. But what about after 1 or 2 hours? Jared immediately quickened his pace, determined to see how long this boy could last. Walking ahead, Conway occasionally glanced back. The current speed was indeed much faster than usual, making him feel a bit strained as well. But thinking about being able to poison Jonathan and the other person tomorrow, Conway felt an inexplicable force urging him forward. However, when he looked back and saw Jonathan and the Danielle not falling behind at all, Conway's eyes widened in shock. He was already panting from exhaustion, yet these two looked completely calm, showing no signs of fatigue at all. At this moment, the Danielle glanced at Jonathan and felt a surge of joy. Until now, Jonathan had shown no sign of exhaustion, and his speed was fast. And she herself, after taking the pill Jonathan gave her, also felt no fatigue at all. Turning around, the Danielle noticed Conway looking at her and couldn't help but ask, Lord Wu, is there something wrong? Conway was about to speak when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower left abdomen, leaving him speechless. This problem had plagued him since childhood, especially after rapid travel, but hadn't occurred since he became an officer. Yet, it came back today, unexpectedly. Chapter 45. Myriad Poison Immunity Pill. Jared noticed the commotion at Conway's side and hurried over. Vincent, what's wrong with you? While asking, Jared glanced toward Jonathan and simultaneously reached for his knife handle, feeling a surge of panic. There are no villages ahead or behind here. Could this guy be planning to attack them? Jonathan was puzzled by Jared's scrutiny and asked, what's going on? At that moment, Conway waved at Jared, took a breath, and barely managed to say, it's nothing to do with them. Relieved, Jared quickly helped Conway sit down somewhere. Ouch! After sitting down, Conway clutched his abdomen, sucking in cold air due to pain, feeling deeply regretful. He had been overly cautious. Those two's food would still be supplied by them as long as they didn't see it. There was no need to exhaust them so much. Moreover, now he was suffering instead of them, just like lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Vincent, are you okay? Jared couldn't help but ask. If something happened to Conway, he wasn't confident about keeping an eye on Jonathan. This kid had even scared off a leopard. I'm fine, just need to rest for a while, Conway said. That's good, that's good. Only then did Jared completely relax. After resting for a while, Conway felt the pain in his abdomen subside, and they set off again. This time, Conway dared not maintain the previous pace and returned to the speed from the first couple of days. After walking for a while, the Selma couldn't help but express her doubt. Sir, if we walk this slowly, we won't reach the 50 miles required by the court by nightfall today, will we? The corner of Conway's mouth twitched, and his expression turned awkward. They had used court regulations as an excuse earlier to stop Jonathan and the Selma from complaining. Little did they expect it to come back and hit them so soon. Conway pretended not to hear and quickened his pace to distance himself from the Selma. His intention was to get far enough away to avoid hearing her voice. However, the Selma didn't realize Conway's motive and assumed her reminder had worked, immediately speeding up to catch up. Hearing the noise from behind, Conway looked back. Seeing the Selma closely following him, Conway's face changed, and he hastened his steps once more. The Selma saw this and also increased her pace. Thanks to the pills given by Jonathan, she didn't feel any fatigue at all. Listening to the relentless sounds from behind, Conway was almost in tears. What's wrong with this Selma? Wasn't she supposed to be frail and unable to endure long journeys? Why was this Selma not only matching his speed, but also so full of energy? What was happening? Vincent, slow down. Jared, lagging behind, panted heavily, barely managing to keep up. He shouted in complaint. Conway's speed was not only unslowed but seemed faster than before. Did he have some urgent business? Once Conway slowed down, Jared caught up in a few steps. As he passed Jonathan, Jared hastily glanced at him. Earlier, he and Conway had agreed to exhaust Jonathan, thinking that after all the running, Jonathan must be thoroughly worn out. He wanted to see it to ease his frustration. However, when Jared looked at Jonathan, he found that Jonathan looked calm, showing neither distress nor exhaustion. Feeling his heart pounding wildly, Jared was shocked. What was going on? Could it be that he couldn't match a cripple? This discovery made Jared extremely surprised, and he hurriedly went to tell Conway. Vincent. Just as Jared started speaking, he saw shock on Conway's face too. Jared froze. Had Conway also noticed Jonathan's abnormality? But when he followed Conway's gaze, he was stunned. What astonished Conway wasn't Jonathan, but the Selma who was following behind him. Jared fixed his gaze and his expression instantly mirrored Conway's, even drawing in a sharp breath. He discovered something even more astonishing than Jonathan's composure. The supposedly frail woman showed no sign of fatigue at all. What was happening? Was he dreaming? Jared began to question life. Your Excellencies, why aren't we moving anymore? The Selma asked curiously at this moment. Jared looked at Conway, who appeared embarrassed. After pondering for a while, Conway finally came up with a reason. I suddenly remembered there's a bandit stronghold ahead. If we continue, it might be dangerous at night. So, let's rest here today. So that's how it is. The Selma didn't think much of it, and immediately went back to inform Jonathan. After hearing her, Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Bandit strongholds and dangers were likely fabricated, clearly due to their shock at the two people's conditions. At this moment, Jared delivered 2 portions of dry rations and water. The Selma stepped forward to receive them, while Jonathan scanned with the system. Relieved to confirm there was no poison, Jonathan sighed in relief. However, having to scan every time left him somewhat irritated. After some thought, a bold idea suddenly struck Jonathan. System, is there a pill that can prevent any poison from taking effect? Jonathan felt a bit nervous after asking. Previously, the items he had exchanged, even those for strengthening his body and eliminating fatigue, could still be traced in the modern world. But this exchange was entirely different, falling into the realm of imagination. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Yes, it costs 8 million value points. It exists. Jonathan was so excited he almost jumped up. Though expensive, he had more than enough value points. And after consuming it, he would never have to worry about being poisoned again. Without hesitation, Jonathan chose to exchange for 2 pills. Exchanging for 2 myriad poison immunity pills, costing 16 million value points, leaving 25,960,000 value points remaining. Wow. While Jonathan wasn't bothered when making the exchange, hearing that only over 20 million value points remained still caused him some pain. Among these over 20 million value points, 10 million had to be reserved for treating his legs. In other words, only 15 million plus value points were usable. He needed to find opportunities to collect more. Second young master, here you go. The Selma now came over and handed a portion of the rations and water to Jonathan. When Jonathan took it, he slipped one of the myriad poison immunity pills into the Selma's hand and gave her a meaningful glance. The Selma was momentarily surprised but quickly regained her composure. She knew Jonathan wouldn't harm her, especially since the previous pills kept her from feeling fatigued. She was already less surprised by Jonathan's peculiar items. Chapter 46. These two are about to die. Seeing the Danielle of the young prince take the detox pill, Jonathan finally felt relieved and swallowed his own. Then, Jonathan and the Danielle of the young prince exchanged a smile. Vincent, look at them. They are actually still smiling. On the other side, Jared watched Jonathan and the Danielle getting along so well, his face filled with anger. If it weren't for fearing Jonathan's strength, he would have rushed over to kill these two people right away. Conway didn't look any better either. The smiles on Jonathan and the Danielle's faces were like slaps in his face. The prisoners they had escorted were usually frowning as if they had lost their entire family. When did they ever show such happy expressions? This was an extreme insult to his ability. Just let them laugh. After tomorrow, even if they want to laugh, they won't be able to anymore. Rest. Before they knew it, it was the next day. Dawn had barely broken when the group set out again. By mid-morning, they entered the territory of Rungu County. Jared caught up with Conway in a few quick steps and asked, Vincent, should we go see Faxon? No. Without hesitation, Conway answered while frowning. Faxon, mentioned by Jared, was the county magistrate of Rungu County. When they first escorted prisoners through here, thinking they were passing through his jurisdiction, they went to pay their respects. Unexpectedly, this Faxon openly and subtly hinted for them to pay passage fees. He was greedy to the extreme. Later, after inquiries, they found out that Faxon had been extorting during his few years as the county magistrate of Rungu County. What was once a flourishing Rungu County had now fallen into decline. Conway did not want to involve himself with someone who could be investigated by the court at any moment. Jared hadn't thought that far. He only thought about possibly acquiring useful poison from Faxon. We mustn't let the seller escape this time, Jared reminded Conway, afraid he would encounter the same situation as last time. Conway's face instantly turned red. Impossible. Immediately, the group continued on its way. At the front was Conway, and at the back was Jared, both searching for the medicine seller. Jonathan and the Danielle, however, were looking around casually. Jace, the people here seem like they can't get enough food, the Danielle suddenly said. Jonathan nodded. He noticed the locals were pale and thin, wearing clothes full of patches. Has there been a flood or drought disaster here? The Danielle guessed. Not likely. Jonathan shook his head. Along the way, the crops by the roadside had been growing well, and the other counties they passed through did not have such scenery. This situation could only be due to human factors. This county magistrate was certainly no good. Thinking this, Jonathan's eyes lit up. System scan? Scan complete. Jonathan hastily checked the item list, but then looked disappointed. There was nothing valuable. Clearly, the county yaman wasn't here. Jonathan began searching in all directions. What are you looking for, Jace? The Danielle asked curiously. Nothing much, just looking around. Jonathan replied casually while continuing to search for the location of the county yaman. At this point, Conway in front stopped. After Jonathan and Jared caught up, Conway said, It's lunchtime now. We've eaten dry rations for days. Let's change things up today. Wait here while I go buy some food. Go ahead, go ahead. Jared urged impatiently. He couldn't wait for Conway to bring back the poison. The Danielle watched Conway's back, feeling joyful. Jace was really impressive, not only getting these officers to provide food, but also changing the menu. She laughed and said, Jace, what kind of food do you think Mr. Wu will bring back? Jonathan absent-mindedly replied, Not sure. He was distracted because he had already spotted a grand-looking building in the distance that might be the county yaman, but it was too far for the system to scan. Jonathan had considered using value points to expand the range, but it would cost at least 5 million value points. Even if the local magistrate was incredibly corrupt, it was unlikely he could gain that many value points. After some thought, Jonathan turned to Jared. Mr. Abdur, that building looks impressive. Can we go check it out? Jared glanced in the direction Jonathan pointed and frowned. That was the county yaman. What did this kid want at the county yaman? Did he know Faxon? Thinking this, Jared flatly refused. No way. We need to wait here for Vincent. Jonathan furrowed his brow. Jared's firm refusal was unexpected. Just as he was thinking, Conway returned carrying food whose aroma wafted in the air. Jared's spirits lifted, and he immediately went forward, casting an inquiring glance at Conway. Conway chuckled and said, I arrived just as they finished preparing. Jared was instantly filled with excitement. Conway's words undoubtedly answered his inquiry. Everything was going smoothly. Conway came to Jonathan and the Danielle of the young prince, handing the top 2 servings of food to them. Go ahead and eat. We need to return the bowls afterward. Jace, it smells so good. Upon receiving the meal, the Danielle couldn't help but feel delighted and thanked Conway. Thank you, sir. Conway sneered inwardly but said aloud, You're welcome. I'm glad you like it, Selma. At this moment, Jonathan snapped back to reality, looking at the steaming hot meal in his hands, a flash of suspicion appearing in his eyes. Conway and Jared, providing them with dry rations and water, could be attributed to their fear of his strength. But today's actions seemed overly accommodating. With this thought, Jonathan used the system to scan. After seeing the description in the item list, Jonathan sneered inwardly. Just as he had suspected, the food was poisoned. Feeling that Conway and Jared were paying attention to them, Jonathan kept sneering. It was fortunate that he had taken the detox pill beforehand, or he would have fallen for these two's trap. Selma, since it smells good, let's eat. Saying this, Jonathan smiled at Conway and Jared, then began eating heartily. Seeing this, the Danielle also started eating. Jared, watching them start to eat, trembled with excitement all over. They ate. These 2 people ate the food laced with poison. They are about to die. Conway was equally excited but controlled himself, silently calculating the time in his mind. According to the vendor who sold him the poison, this was a very potent poison. Mice wouldn't take more than a few steps after eating it before dying. Even if these 2 were stronger than mice, they would likely be dead shortly after finishing the meal. At that point, he could pin the blame for the poisoned food on the vendor who sold it to them. A win-win situation. Watching as the food in Jonathan and the Danielle's bowls quickly diminished, Conway struggled to contain his excitement, trembling all over. These 2 are about to die. Chapter 47. Why isn't this kid dying yet? Boris, hurry up and die. Hurry up and die. Jared clenched his fists, muttering incessantly in his heart. Even the usually calm Conway was endlessly hoping in his heart. Soon, Jonathan finished his meal with a satisfied burp. It had to be said that Conway's cooking this time was excellent. It made them eat as much as possible. It was one of the most delicious meals he had since coming to this world. Seeing Jonathan savoring the aftertaste, Jared was baffled. Why hasn't the poison taken effect yet? Jared couldn't help but look at Conway. The confusion on Conway's face was no less than that of Jared. He gazed at Jonathan in shock as well. Why isn't this kid dying yet? Conway hurriedly looked at the Lexi of the young lord who was eating slowly. She had consumed half of her meal, yet showed no signs of poisoning whatsoever. What's going on here? Jared glanced at his own food and couldn't help saying, Vincent, did you make a mistake? Conway snapped back, looking bewildered. Could I have made a mistake? But he distinctly remembered those 2 servings were laced with poison. Jared's face changed drastically as he quickly threw away his food, afraid of being poisoned. Conway didn't quite believe he had made a mistake, but still hurriedly discarded his meal. The commotion from Conway and Jared caught the Lexi's attention. Noticing their dropped food, she was puzzled. Hayden, what's going on with them? Jonathan chuckled coldly. I have no idea. The Lexi shook her head, not thinking too much about it. Jared and Conway stared intently at Jonathan, harboring a last shred of hope. But as the Lexi finished her meal, the 2 men lost all hope. At least 15 minutes had passed since Jonathan finished eating, yet there were no signs of anything unusual. Another failure. Conway felt frustrated. Twice they tried to poison him, and the first time they were scammed by the poison seller, and the second time they got it wrong. Vincent, I can't take it anymore. Jared said angrily, this kid has to die today. Do you have a plan? Conway asked. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. Jared replied, Ike mentioned wanting to visit the county office. We could seek Faxon's help. He has plenty of ways to deal with people, ensuring this kid doesn't leave Rongu County alive. Conway's eyes lit up. Jared's suggestion was indeed good. Killing these 2 sooner meant they could return to the capital earlier to enjoy life. Moreover, dragging it out longer only showed how ineffective they were. Conway immediately went over, we'll rest here today. Myself and Jared are acquainted with the county magistrate of Rongu County, so we can stay at the county office. Hearing this, the Lexi was full of doubts. Sir, it's still noon. Before she could finish, Jonathan interrupted her. Alexandria, if the gentleman kindly offer us a rest, then it would be best. As he spoke, Jonathan felt excited inside. He was still thinking of a reason to get close to the county office, but Conway mentioned it voluntarily. This was perfect. Conway and Jared exchanged glances, both with mocking smiles in their eyes. About to die, and he's thinking of resting? Right, after death, you'll rest forever. Let's go. Jared eagerly headed toward the county office. Jonathan followed closely, continuously scanning with the system while keeping an eye on the item list. After walking for a while, several items appeared on the list. Jonathan immediately became excited. Distance is enough now. Check information. Following Jonathan's command, the information of the new items appeared before him. 100 taels of gold, recyclable for 25,000 value points. 25,000 points. Jonathan felt a surge of excitement. Although far from what he gained in the palace, it wasn't insignificant. After checking the other items, Jonathan's eyes flashed with sharpness. Adding up all the items' values could earn more than 100,000 value points, equivalent to several thousand taels of silver. And considering the salary of the magistrate of Dachu County, there was no way he could have accumulated this much wealth. This magistrate is indeed a big corrupt official. Jonathan didn't hesitate to recycle everything. Watching the growing value points, Jonathan felt immense joy. Jonathan's smile caught Jared's attention as he kept turning back. Jared had a fleeting doubt, but soon understood. This kid must be happy because he doesn't have to travel anymore. Hee hee. Jared thought coldly to himself. Indeed, no need to travel anymore, because this time you're dead for sure. Inside the county office, Ross Faxon lay in a rocking chair with 2 women looking aggrieved on either side massaging his legs. During his years as the Ross of Rongu County, he had managed to amass quite a fortune through various means. The Ministry of Personnel's triennial evaluation was coming up soon. With all this wealth to his name, he would surely receive an excellent rating. Then, he could be promoted and get even richer. Thinking about it made Faxon hum more exuberantly. However, noticing the expressions on the women beside him, Faxon's face darkened. What are those faces for? You look like I'm already dead. I'm still alive. The 2 women, who were forcefully taken as concubines by Faxon, gave a start and hastily forced smiles at him. But their sadness made these smiles uglier than crying. Get out. Faxon waved them away in disgust. At that moment, a constable rushed in. Master, there are 2 officials from the capital outside requesting to see you. Oh. Faxon sat up straight, pondered for a moment, and then broke into a smile. The officials from the capital could only be Conway and Jared. These 2 must have some good things on them. He should find a way to extract something. Faxon got up immediately and went outside the county office. Ha ha ha. Who could it be calling me today but my 2 brothers? Faxon laughed heartily, greeting them as if they were old friends. Conway's face stiffened slightly. The last time they dealt with Faxon, he had been equally friendly, but ended up tricking them out of 200 taels of silver. If not for solving Jonathan's issue today, he would never have sought him out again. Faxon didn't care what Conway thought, smiling and saying, come in quickly. Don't worry, since you're in Rongu County, I'll treat you well. This reassurance left Conway speechless. Even Jared rolled his eyes. Faxon talked big, but treating them well would come at a price. But thinking of finally dealing with Jonathan, Jared shrugged it off. Conway then said, these are the prisoners we are escorting. We request that Magistrate Yin find a place to hold them. No problem. Faxon agreed readily, then glanced at Jonathan and the Lexi. His gaze barely lingered on Jonathan, but when his eyes landed on the Lexi, they lit up. What a beautiful woman. Chapter 48. Where's my silver? Faxon's gaze fixed on the face of the Danielle of the air. The more he looked, the more astonished he was. None of his 13 concubines could compare to her. One might even say she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. This lady is... Faxon hurriedly asked Conway. Conway immediately perceived Faxon's intentions and quickly replied, Your Excellency Yin. She is the Danielle of the heir of the Pingbei King's mansion. She is the relative of a rebel minister designated by His Majesty. Naturally, Conway meant to discourage Faxon with these words. But in Faxon's ears, it made him secretly delighted. No wonder she is so pretty. She has an excellent background. Excitement surged within Faxon. All his 13 concubines were of ordinary birth, some even from impoverished families. This Danielle, he must have her. With this thought, Faxon pointed at Jonathan and instructed a constable beside him. This boy looks like a dangerous villain. Lock him up. Then, Faxon smiled kindly at the Danielle. This lady seems frail. Arrange for her to stay in the guest room. Remember to serve her well. Otherwise, if something happens in my jurisdiction, I won't be able to explain to both of you. Just as Faxon finished speaking, the Danielle of the heir hurriedly said, I don't want to stay in the guest room. I want to be with Braden. She could see the lecherous look in his eyes clearly. Naturally, she wouldn't let him have his way. Faxon frowned but then relaxed, hinting with hidden threat, Lady, please don't fail to appreciate our goodwill. No need, the Danielle of the heir said without hesitation. Jonathan watched Faxon coldly, saying, Your Excellency's kindness is too much for us. Let me and my sister-in-law go to the jail together instead. Faxon's face darkened. He glanced at Jonathan, barely suppressing his anger. Since that's the case, lock them all up. Speaking, Faxon glanced at Jonathan again and said to a constable aside, Jim Boris, they are important criminals. Don't let anything happen to them. Yes. The constable named Jim Boris answered, with a smirk on his face. As Faxon's lackey who bullied people in Rongu County, he understood Faxon's thoughts well. Faxon wanted them to teach this insolent young man a lesson. Move out, Jim Boris shouted, leading a group to escort Jonathan and the Danielle of the heir to the prison. Conway and Jared looked at their backs and rejoiced inwardly. They had intended to ask Faxon for help to deal with this kid, but never expected that this kid would provoke Faxon himself. It was truly self-inflicted. However, regarding that woman, Conway followed Faxon into the backyard of the county government office and said, To be frank with Your Excellency Yin, there are people in the court who have marked them. Just as Faxon was about to speak, he paused but soon came up with an idea. Woo brother, Abdur brother, never mind that kid. But as for whether the Danielle of the heir lives or dies, the court probably doesn't care much, right? I'll take the liberty to beg for leniency on behalf of the lady. What do you think? Jared frowned and was about to refuse. Beside him, Conway suddenly spoke up. Since Your Excellency has spoken, we can't refuse your request. Only. At this point, Conway stopped. Faxon's heart leaped with joy and hurriedly assured, I guarantee that no one outside will know of her existence. Conway chuckled, We naturally trust you on this. It concerns our lives. Confused, Faxon asked, Then what does Brother Wu mean? Conway laughed again. Jared and I spent quite some effort to ensure nothing happened to the lady. Faxon finally understood. He was asking for money. He immediately held up a hand. How about 5 taels of silver? Conway did not respond but took a sip of tea. Faxon added, 10 taels? Seeing Conway still silent, Faxon continued to offer higher prices. 20 taels? 30 taels? 50 taels should be enough, right? Jared now understood Conway's meaning, seeking revenge from last time. He mocked, Why isn't Your Excellency being straightforward? Faxon's expression changed slightly. What do you mean by that, Brother Abdur? Jared didn't waste words, holding up a hand. 500 taels. 500 taels? Faxon exclaimed, Are you robbing me? Conway put down his teacup, smiling faintly. If Your Excellency is unwilling to pay 500 taels, we can't really trust your promise. Faxon's face flickered. He almost agreed, but thinking of the beauty of the Danielle of the heir, he felt very reluctant. How about 200 taels? Jared then said, Vincent, it seems Faxon is not sincere. We should leave. Conway nodded, preparing to stand up. Faxon hurriedly said, All right, 500 taels it is. As he finished speaking, his face showed obvious pain. 500 taels. It would take him a whole year to scrape together that much. Conway and Jared exchanged a knowing smile. Not only had they reclaimed the previous 300 taels, but they also made an extra 200. This trip was well worth it. Wait for me. I'll go get the silver right away. Saying this, Faxon headed towards his own room. Although he had taken 13 concubines, he still kept his personal chamber. All the wealth he had accumulated over the years was hidden in this room. Entering the room, Faxon rushed straight to the bed. Lifting up the bedboard, he revealed a hidden underground chamber beneath. Looking into the dark hole, Faxon couldn't help but smile smugly. He had dug this hole himself, shovelful by shovelful. No one would ever guess. Faxon took out a flintlock and entered the underground chamber. After a few steps, under the light of the flame, 3 locked chests appeared. Seeing the chests, Faxon's face instinctively broke into a smile. These 3 chests contained all the treasures he had amassed from his extortion in Rongu County. One chest held antiques and paintings, another jewelry, and the last one was filled with gold and silver. Faxon approached the chest containing gold and silver, unlocked it with a key, and opened it. The moment the chest opened, Faxon's smile froze completely. The chest was empty. Faxon quickly rubbed his eyes and looked inside the chest again. But nothing had changed. The chest was still empty. Frantically, Faxon knelt down and searched around inside the chest, but he found nothing. Where's my silver? His face was full of disbelief. This chest had been nearly filled with gold and silver ingots. How could it suddenly be empty? In shock, Faxon instinctively glanced at the other 2 chests, his heart skipping a beat as an ominous feeling rose within him. He hurriedly pulled out the keys and opened the chest containing the jewelry. The moment he lifted the lid, Faxon felt like he had been struck by a heavy blow, almost fainting on the spot. The chest that had originally contained jewelry was now also completely empty. Chapter 49. I am a rebel official appointed by the imperial court. Faxon looked at the 2 empty chests, Feeling dizzy, regaining his composure, Faxon hurried to unlock the last chest. As he lifted the lid, his hands couldn't stop trembling. After lifting the lid, Faxon finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground with a thud. The antiques and paintings in the third chest were also all gone. All the treasures he had painstakingly amassed over several years were gone, but everything was still there when he checked 10 days ago. Someone must have stolen my things. Faxon abruptly sat up from the ground, his face filled with anger. He immediately came out of the underground chamber and rushed to the front hall of the county office. Conway and Jared, who were waiting for Faxon, saw him return. They were about to speak, but noticed his face filled with shock and anger, walking straight to the front hall without even looking at them. Vincent, what's wrong with him? Jared asked in confusion. Conway shook his head. He was equally baffled. Let's go see. Both men followed Faxon to the front hall and heard him shouting as soon as they arrived, everyone come here. His shouts were filled with anger, leaving Conway and Jared even more puzzled. Who could have provoked Faxon so much? The constables were also frightened and quickly gathered. I ask you, who has been to the backyard in the past 10 days? Faxon angrily demanded, his eyes murderous. The constables were stunned. In the past 10 days? Backyard? They had all been there. Because Faxon rarely stayed in the front hall, they had to report matters in the backyard. Seeing their reactions, a fierce light flashed in Faxon's eyes. You are all suspects. The constables were speechless and couldn't help asking, Sir, what do you mean by suspects? What happened? Someone stole my things. Faxon said through gritted teeth. Whoever did it, if you hand it over now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The constables immediately pleaded their innocence. Sir, we just report things and then leave the backyard. We don't have time to steal anything. Yes, sir, we enjoy delicious food following you every day. Why would we steal from you? Yes, we are grateful to you and wouldn't dare to harm you. But Faxon wouldn't listen. He only knew that his things were indeed gone, and these people were the biggest suspects. Since none of you admit it, I will investigate myself. I'll skin the thief alive after I find out who did this. Saying that, Faxon began questioning them one by one. Conway and Jared exchanged glances, both amazed. What did Faxon lose to be so enraged? To treat his own subordinates, who have always oppressed the people for him, so rudely? It was incomprehensible. Jared was quite displeased. He didn't care what Faxon lost, but the promised 500 taels of silver hadn't been given yet. Jared wanted to ask immediately but was stopped by Conway. As long as he's still in our hands, Conway said. Both of them watched coldly from the side. Faxon's method of interrogation was brutal. Any constable who couldn't account for their whereabouts or actions in the past 10 days, or had no witnesses was considered a suspect. After listening for a moment, Conway suddenly realized. What made Faxon so furious must be something he valued most. Apart from beauty, it could only be money. No wonder Faxon ignored them. He probably couldn't even afford the 500 taels. Let's go. Conway told Jared, and they left the county office, heading straight for the jail after finding its direction. Rongu County Jail. This place had always been a nightmare for Rongu County residents, especially since Faxon became the county magistrate. One trip inside meant losing a layer of skin. But the situation at the moment was completely different. Previously, the prison guards who would swagger around and torture prisoners now knelt on the ground with swollen cheeks, begging Jonathan for mercy. Sir, we didn't recognize your authority. Please forgive us. Yes, sir, please let us off. The scene left the other prisoners in their cells, gaping in disbelief. Wasn't this kid crippled? Why was he so powerful? More importantly, how dared he to take action? Wasn't he afraid of being accused of rebellion? Behind Jonathan, the Princess Danielle was also startled. After they were brought into the jail, those constables whispered something to the guards, who then approached menacingly, carrying various frightening instruments of torture. Just as she thought she and Jonathan were about to be tortured, Jonathan suddenly struck out, beating the jailers until they wailed and begged for mercy on their knees. Although they wouldn't be tortured, the Princess Danielle still hurriedly pulled Jonathan. Zeke, that's enough. If this is reported up, we'll be in big trouble. The jailers who were begging for mercy heard the Princess Danielle's words and were all stunned. Right, how could they forget this? This kid was a prisoner, yet he dared to attack them, the constables. It was practically rebellion. The jailers suddenly regained confidence. The pleading expressions on their faces faded, replaced by arrogance and hatred, and they all stood up. Kid, you dared to hit us, which means you want to rebel. If the court finds out, your entire family will be exterminated. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy, and we might consider sparing your life. The jailers grew more confident as they spoke, eventually sneering. If you don't kneel now, prepare to face the extermination of your clan. The surrounding prisoners all shook their heads in silent sighs upon hearing this. Many of them had been falsely accused, originally unwilling to confess. But these jailers threatened their families, forcing them to confess. It seemed this young man would end up like them, possibly even worse. The Princess Danielle grew increasingly anxious, her face pale. However, at this moment, Jonathan suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter stunned the jailers. What are you laughing at? It seems you haven't figured out my identity yet, Jonathan said with an arrogant expression. The jailers looked doubtful. What identity? As they spoke, they became somewhat worried. Could this kid be some important person in disguise? Jonathan chuckled. I am the second son of Pingbei Wangfu, officially labeled as a rebel by the imperial court. This response left everyone speechless. After a long pause, one of the jailers finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha, I thought it was something grand. Turns out you're just a rebel scum yourself. The other jailers joined in the laughter. Laughing, the jailers gradually realized something was off. They had used the charge of rebellion to threaten him, but his original crime was also rebellion. Their threats, which they thought would have leverage, meant nothing to him. How could they threaten him now? Chapter 50, Turning the Tables. The prison guards exchanged glances, all falling silent. After a long while, one of them finally realized something and summoned up the courage to shout. You're only in exile now. Aren't you afraid of death? Death? A hint of a cold smile flickered across Jonathan's face. Shouldn't you be the ones worried? The guards turned pale with shock, retreating several steps as they shouted, "Don't do anything rash. If you kill us, you'll be truly finished." Listening to their jumbled words, Jonathan shook his head in disappointment. Do you think exiled prisoners typically end up in the county jail? The guards froze, then suddenly understood, their expressions changing drastically. Exiled prisoners were either on the road or at way stations. They absolutely shouldn't be anywhere else, let alone the county jail. This meant that the escorts and the local county officials must be connected, a situation the current court abhorred. Even if they all died by Jonathan's hand, Palmer would never admit to this. They would die for nothing. Realizing this, the guards turned pale. Then came a series of thumping sounds as they once again knelt before Jonathan, banging their heads on the ground. "Sir, please don't hold our offenses against us. Spare us." "Yes, we were only following orders. Jim Boris ordered us to teach you a lesson, ideally making your accidental death look convincing. He specifically instructed us not to harm this lady. Such things have happened before. It's because our magistrate has designs on this lady and wants to take her forcefully." At this critical juncture, the guards rushed to spill everything they knew. Jonathan narrowed his eyes. What the guards described was even more sinister than he had guessed. He had initially planned to thwart the magistrate's scheme, but now it seemed this person had to be eliminated. Just as he was thinking, movement came from the entrance to the dungeon. Conway and Jared entered together. Seeing Conway and Jared, an idea struck Jonathan. Acting directly wasn't wise now, but perhaps he could use these too. "The magistrates here are trying to kill me, gentlemen. If you don't believe me, ask them." Jonathan pointed to the guards. To save their lives, the guards hurriedly nodded. "It's true, sir. We were indeed ordered to harm you." Hearing this, Conway and Jared were dumbfounded. The guards were defending Jonathan? This kid had actually turned the tables? What on earth was happening? As Jared prepared to ask, Conway already understood. The red marks on the guards' faces clearly showed they had been severely dealt with by Jonathan. Looking at Jonathan's expression, Conway knew this matter couldn't be left unchecked. As long as Jonathan lived, this affair might be exposed. If word reached the capital, the court would send investigators down. Given Faxon's reputation here, he'd definitely be arrested and possibly implicate others. Faxon must die here. A cold gleam flashed in Conway's eyes as he formed a plan. "Gentlemen, I've also heard of this magistrate's corruption and cruelty towards the people. Our founding emperor decreed that killing such a magistrate in this situation is considered justified. And now, Magistrate Yin is interrogating the constables at the county office." At this point, Conway glanced at the guards. The guards stared blankly at Conway, utterly bewildered. Jared interjected impatiently, "You idiots! Release these wrongfully imprisoned people." The guards instantly understood, rushing over to unlock the cells. The prisoners looked at the open cell doors in disbelief. "Why are you still standing there? Don't you want revenge?" Coming to their senses, they hurried out of the cells, spontaneously kneeling before Jonathan. "Thank you, sir." Watching this scene, Jared and Conway felt a pang of envy. Jared urged, "Move quickly, lest you miss your chance." The group immediately rose, disregarding the guards' wishes, and seized their weapons. The guards dared only watch nervously, too frightened to interfere. Seeing the citizens rush out of the jail, Conway promptly said, "We should leave as well." Jonathan followed them out, but Conway didn't immediately set off for Liangzhou. Instead, he instructed Jared to watch over Jonathan and another man, while he ran toward the county office. Moments later, Conway returned, looking visibly relieved. He had witnessed Faxon being hacked to death by enraged citizens. No hope of survival left. Though eliminating this major threat brought some relief, knowing it happened under Jonathan's coercion dimmed Conway's satisfaction. "Let's continue on our way." With that, Conway took the lead and resumed the journey. Jonathan and the Paddy followed. The Paddy appeared visibly relieved. Whether it was when she had been favored by Faxon or thrown into the prison, she had felt an overwhelming sense of despair. But she hadn't expected that less than an hour later, not only was she safe, but those who threatened them had met with a violent death. All this was thanks to Jace. Looking at Jonathan, who was moving forward on all fours, the Paddy felt somewhat ashamed. She had originally planned to take care of Jace along the way, but in the end, she turned out to be the one being taken care of. An hour and a half later, the four of them left the jurisdiction of Rongu County, and the sky gradually darkened. After arriving at an open area, Conway stopped. "We will rest here for the night." He pointed to the side and said to Jonathan, "Rest over there." After Jonathan and the other man walked over, Jared, catching up quickly, could not wait to speak. "Vincent, you let this kid live another day. What do you plan to do?" Conway frowned deeply. Today's events were completely beyond his expectations. First, he mistook which meal was poisoned, and then an accident occurred with Faxon. It was as if his luck had run out. A sudden image of Jonathan touching the fallen pear tree flashed through Conway's mind, and a surprising thought came to him. Could this kid have the favor of heaven, destined not to die? Once this thought surfaced, Conway couldn't help but recall other incidents. The firefly ghost, the fake poison. Linking these events together, Conway felt a chill down his spine. How bizarre is this? "Vincent, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so pale?" Jared's voice brought Conway back to reality. "Jared, I think I've discovered something truly unsettling." Conway spoke hesitantly. Jared was puzzled. He had never seen Conway like this before. What could have frightened Conway so much? "Do you think these two are protected by deities, or maybe ghosts?" Conway asked. Jared's eyes widened instantly, staring at Conway in surprise. "Vincent, didn't you always say ghosts were just meant to scare people?" Chapter 51. That kid has the protection of ghosts and gods. Conway had a serious expression. As Jared had said, he had always scoffed at beliefs in gods and ghosts before. But what happened along the way was so bizarre that it couldn't be explained by common sense at all. Since it can't be explained by common sense, then it can only be ghosts or gods. Conway said, "Think about it. Isn't that kid's luck too good on this journey? Jared thought about it, and his eyes widened. That guy Jonathan's luck was indeed too good. They had plotted several times, but none of them succeeded. 1 or 2 times could be explained as coincidences, but every time Jonathan managed to perfectly avoid their plots, it wasn't normal. Jared hurriedly asked, Vincent, you mean that kid is blessed by gods? Conway said, not necessarily gods, I think it's more likely to be ghosts. At this point, Conway lowered his voice. Don't forget, the Alpha's family was just destroyed not long ago. Jared was startled. You mean the ghosts of the Alpha? Saying this, Jared looked around nervously, filled with tension. Conway nodded. It's quite possible. Jared's face changed drastically, and he quickly drew his knife, holding it in front of him. Conway said, there's no need for you to be so nervous. How can I not be nervous? Jared was almost scared to death. They were ghosts. What if they came to take his life? Conway gave a confident smile. Think about it. If the ghosts could attack us, why wait until now? Jared was stunned, then relaxed. Conway was right. If the ghosts of the Alpha could have taken their lives, they would have done so when they tried to harm Jonathan before. Conway continued, I think those ghosts can only protect that kid, nothing more. Jared let out a sigh of relief, repeatedly saying, that's good, that's good. Then, Jared frowned. With ghosts protecting Jonathan, there was no way they could kill him. How would they report back to Allah? If they failed to accomplish what Dario ordered, let alone getting promotions or riches, they might not even keep their lives. Thinking of this, Jared urgently asked, then how do we give our report? Conway's brow furrowed. Jared's worries weren't groundless. The Prime Minister wouldn't care how much resistance they faced. If the task wasn't accomplished, it was their fault. They needed a way to deal with the ghosts protecting Jonathan. Conway racked his brains, then his eyes lit up. There's Cloud Temple ahead in Divinzu City. We can ask the senior monks there to perform rituals to liberate the ghost protecting that kid. Jared clapped his hands in delight. Vincent, you're damn smart. Conway looked proud, feeling extremely clever himself, coming up with such an idea. Seeing Jared admiring him, Conway showed off his knowledge again. This is called meeting force with force, blocking water with earth. Using their own methods against them, also known as fighting poison with poison. These scholarly phrases made Jared even more admiring. Conway said again, let's hurry to Divinzu and get this matter settled as soon as possible. Jared nodded eagerly. Good. The next day, before dawn, Jared woke up Jonathan and the others. Jonathan opened his eyes and found it was still dark. He was somewhat surprised. In the past few days, they set off when it was already bright. What was different today? The Leah Danielle looked worried at Jonathan. Braden, can you still hold on? Shall I ask the 2 gentlemen to rest a bit longer? Jonathan shook his head. No need. With his current physique, even if he hadn't slept for several hours, or even traveled for 3 days and nights without rest, he wouldn't feel tired at all. Jared and Conway had tried earlier, but clearly failed. There was probably something new this time. Jonathan didn't dare be careless, becoming wary. Unexpectedly, there was nothing unusual throughout the day. The provisions and drinking water provided were not poisoned at all, and except for stopping to rest or starting off, Jared and Conway didn't talk much to him. Such abnormal behavior from Jared and Conway made Jonathan more vigilant, and even the Leah Danielle noticed something. The Leah Danielle looked at Jared who was walking ahead, then at Conway guarding the rear, and whispered, Braden, don't you find the 2 gentlemen a bit strange? Although Jonathan guessed that Jared and Conway were planning some conspiracy, to not worry the Leah Danielle, he said, what's strange? The Leah Danielle couldn't specify where the strangeness lay but simply replied, anyway, it's different from the past few days. Jonathan knew that if he didn't dispel the Leah Danielle's suspicion, she would continue to worry. So he said, do you feel like they are now focused solely on the journey? The Leah Danielle nodded vigorously. Right, exactly. Jonathan smiled and said, isn't this very normal? Delivering us to Liangzhou as soon as possible, they can return to the capital for promotion earlier. The Princess Danielle was taken aback and asked in puzzlement, is that so? Jonathan laughed heartily. Apart from this reason, what else could it be? Alexandria, you're overthinking. The Princess Danielle felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, maybe I did overthink. Seeing that the Princess Danielle dismissed her doubts, Jonathan heaved a sigh of relief. If the Princess Danielle sensed the schemes of Jared and Conway, unexpected things might happen. Better to thwart their plots early on to prevent escalation and avoid mutual destruction. Before they knew it, the 3rd day arrived, and the 4 entered the territory of Divinzu. Bringing up the rear, Conway's eyes sparkled with shrewdness, shouting loudly at Jared to stop. Jared halted and pretended seriously, Vincent, what's up? Conway then followed the plan he had discussed with Jared, smiling and saying, I heard there is a Cloud Temple in Divinzu City that is very auspicious. I want to pray for blessings and eliminate disasters for my mother. Jared responded, yes, I've also heard of it. Just right, I'll go ask for good luck too. They played out the act, then told Jonathan and the Princess Danielle, we are going to the Cloud Temple now. You 2 follow along. Hearing they were going to a temple, the Princess Danielle was quite delighted, turning to Jonathan, Braden, we can pray for blessings for the king, queen, and crown prince. May their souls rest in peace. Jonathan nodded, but became vigilant inside. The behavior of Jared and Conway along the way did not suggest someone who believed in deities or Buddha. This trip to Cloud Temple must have another purpose. The group came to the outer gate of Cloud Temple. Conway let Jared watch over Jonathan and the Princess Danielle while he approached the novice monk to talk. Conway said, little master, I would like to seek high monks within the temple to liberate some wandering spirits. The novice monk recited a Buddhist chant. Please wait a moment, master. I will inquire with the head monk. Finishing his words, the novice monk went into the temple and returned after a while, saying, the head monk says that being a monk means compassion. Your request has been approved by the head monk. Conway was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, head monk. He turned excitedly, ready to call Jonathan and the others into the temple. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the novice monk say, Master, hold on. Chapter 52. No way I'll pay. Conway was stunned, turning to look at the young monk. Little master, What else do you need? The young monk said solemnly, our abbot has a compassionate heart, but conducting rituals for the dead is labor-intensive. We hope the benefactor understands. Conway felt somewhat puzzled in his heart. Of course, he knew that performing rituals for the dead wasn't simple. Otherwise, anyone could do it. But why did the young monk talk to him like this? Did he want him to remember the abbot's kindness? After a moment of pondering, Conway suddenly understood. They wanted him to give something. Once he realized this, Conway couldn't help feeling painful. To complete the task given by the Prime Minister, they actually had to spend their own money. But without driving away the spirits protecting Jonathan, they wouldn't succeed in the mission given by Allah, and failing would bring disaster which silver could not solve. What a lousy job. Conway cursed inwardly but could only ask, how much silver is needed? The young monk didn't answer directly but said, that depends on the benefactor's sincerity. Then, he added, the abbot said, sincerity makes everything possible. Conway paused, feeling a bit annoyed. This little baldy was even more calculating than him, making him offer a price himself to ensure they do their best. He definitely couldn't give too low an offer. In this way, wasn't he losing a lot? Conway was upset inside but didn't dare show it, forcing a smile. Please wait a moment, little master. Let me see how much money I have with me. The young monk replied, do as you wish, benefactor. Seeing the indifferent attitude of the young monk, Conway felt uncomfortable, but now he needed their help and could only suppress his discomfort. Conway returned to Jared and others who were waiting. Jared asked anxiously, how did it go? The Prince Danielle also looked at Conway expectantly. Sensing the Prince Danielle's gaze, Conway had an idea. If they were so eager to pray for blessings for Muhammad, wouldn't it be fair to make them bear the expense? Conway felt delighted at this thought and immediately put on a troubled face. The young monk said that a ritual requires a considerable amount of silver. As he spoke, Conway glanced meaningfully at the Prince Danielle and Jonathan, harboring some expectations. The Prince Danielle didn't understand Conway's implication and just looked disappointed. It requires a lot of silver? It seems we can't pray for blessings for His Highness. Jonathan sneered inwardly, understanding Conway's hint. They wanted them to pay. Others might not know, but Jonathan was well aware that under the guise of praying for his mother's blessings, Conway must be plotting something against him. Planning to harm him, yet wanting him to pay? No way. Jonathan put on a disappointed face. Since Mohammed's residence was confiscated, my sister-in-law and I have nothing left. If we don't have enough silver, then forget it. He then added, too bad the Emperor's carriage got spooked last time. Otherwise, I'd sell it to pray for blessings for father. When Conway heard Jonathan say they had no money, he already felt unhappy. When he mentioned the carriage, Conway regretted it deeply. That carriage was worth 300 taels, yet he got nothing from it. Had he known, he should have kept the carriage till now. Jared then asked, how much silver do we need? Not understanding Conway's implication, Jared just wanted to drive away the spirits near Jonathan and get the job done. Conway, still pondering how much to offer, asked, how much silver do you have? Jared pulled out 2 silver notes. I have 200 taels here. Conway also took out 2 silver notes. So do I. Jared said, 400 taels should be enough. Go ahead quickly. Conway nodded, took the silver notes, and turned back to the young monk. While taking out the silver notes, Conway decided only to take out 3, saying, little master, we've collected 300 taels. Seeing the 300 tael notes, the young monk smiled. Benefactor, your sincerity is noted. Please follow me. With that, the young monk turned and walked into the temple. Conway felt another pang of regret. Judging from the young monk's reaction, 300 taels seemed beyond their expectation. Had he known, he should have only taken Jared's 2 silver notes. Now it was too late, and Conway hurriedly beckoned Jared and the other 2 to come up. As his eyes passed over Jonathan, Conway glared hatefully. All thanks to this brat, he lost 100 taels. Jonathan's eyes flashed. He had been watching Conway closely, and the malicious gaze confirmed that there was definitely a plot behind this visit to the temple. However, he wasn't worried. He and the Eleanor had already consumed the all-toxin immune pill exchanged from the system. Even if the other party poisoned the vegetarian meal, it was impossible to harm them. If the other party wanted to ambush them during the ceremony, Jonathan was even less worried. Because he was now incredibly powerful, Conway waited for Jonathan and the other 2 to come close. To make the upcoming ceremony logical, he said, the high monks of our temple have a compassionate heart. After hearing about your situation, they are willing to conduct a separate ceremony for Mohammed and his men. The Eleanor originally only hoped to pay respects to Buddha on their way and pray for blessings for Mohammed and others. She never expected a separate ceremony, so she couldn't help feeling overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Sir Wu. Thank you, Sir Wu. After that, she turned to Jonathan and said, Braden, with high monks conducting the ceremony for His Highness, I believe His Highness and the others can rest in peace. Jonathan nodded. That's good. While agreeing verbally, Jonathan was more convinced that there must be a conspiracy behind this. Seeing that Jonathan and the Eleanor did not refuse, Conway and Jared were very excited. The obstacle preventing them would soon be removed. Following the young monk for a while, they entered a room. Jonathan remained vigilant, scanning the room with his eyes. Around the room stood statues of arhats and bodhisattvas, with an open space in the center. In the center of the open space sat an William with slightly closed eyes. In front of the William were 4 futon cushions. The young monk clasped his hands and said to the William, Abbot, the 4 patrons have arrived. The William opened his eyes, glanced at Jonathan and the others, and gestured, Please sit, patrons. Jared was the first to sit on a cushion, then shouted to Jonathan and the Eleanor, Sit down, all of you. Once Jonathan and the Eleanor sat down, Conway followed suit. The 2 looked at each other, filled with excitement. Only one step remained. The William stood up and began circling around the 4, muttering prayers. The Eleanor hurriedly whispered to Jonathan, Braden, quickly pray for blessings for His Highness in your heart. Then she closed her eyes, looking devout. Conway and Jared also closed their eyes but prayed silently for the ghosts on Jonathan to disperse quickly. Once dispersed, they could take action. Chapter 53. The opportunity to cure his legs. Jonathan closed his eyes, but his attention remained focused on the William. After undergoing system enhancement, his 5 senses had improved significantly. Although he couldn't see, by judging from the movements under the William's feet, he could still determine the monk's position. Jonathan observed for a while, and felt somewhat puzzled. The William kept walking around them in circles, mumbling something. It didn't seem like he would suddenly attack as Jonathan had initially thought. What is he doing? After a full incense stick burned down, the William stopped, sat back on the cushion, and said solemnly, "Umitba, the elder has completed the ritual." Conway and Jared immediately opened their eyes, filled with joy. It worked. The ghosts protecting Jonathan were successfully exorcised. From now on, there would be no obstacles for them to harm Jonathan. Jonathan followed suit and opened his eyes, but confusion filled his heart. Even now, he didn't understand what Conway and Jared intended to do. At this moment, the Leah also opened her eyes, her face showing relief. She smiled and said, "Hayden, with the High Monk's blessings, the princes will definitely rest in peace." She lowered her voice and continued, "I also prayed for you, Hayden. May you arrive at Liangzhou safely." Jonathan was moved. Since setting out, he had been looking for an opportunity to cure his legs. This was it. Jonathan immediately ordered the system. "System, heal my legs. About to spend 10 million value points to heal your legs. Healing complete. Remaining value points, 17,008,000. As the system notification sounded, Jonathan discovered that his originally numb legs suddenly gained sensation. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jonathan propped himself up with both hands on the ground. Whoosh! The nearly 6'3" Jonathan stood up suddenly. This sudden action drew everyone else's attention. For a moment, time seemed to freeze in the room. Everyone stared at Jonathan in shock. Apart from the William, the other 3 rubbed their eyes, doubting if they were seeing things. The Leah and the others knew Jonathan's condition all too well. Even the William could tell that Jonathan had leg problems and relied on his hands to move around. Now, how could a crippled person stand up? Stunned, they only heard Jonathan laughing loudly and then taking a few steps forward to grab the William's arm, shaking it continuously. Miraculous monk, my legs, which have been disabled for years, are actually healed." As Jonathan spoke, a glint of mischief flashed in his eyes. The William was dumbfounded. He knew very well what capabilities he had. The so-called exorcism was just made up. After all, no one could prove whether he truly exorcised the ghosts or not. But what was happening now? After reciting some random scriptures whose origin even he didn't know, he somehow cured the disability? At this moment, the Leah regained her composure and exclaimed with surprise, "Hayden, your legs are healed?" Jonathan nodded repeatedly. "Healed. Completely healed." With that, Jonathan walked and jumped around the room, demonstrating his recovery. The Leah burst into tears of joy, choking with emotion. They must have been blessed by the princes. Turning to the William, she thanked him. "Thank you, venerable monk." The William slowly came back to his senses and felt a surge of joy. Could it be that he really possessed some hidden spiritual power? Heard that in history, certain dynasties had court masters. Could he try to become one? While the William was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his collar grabbed. Looking closely, he saw Jared's fierce face close by. The William was startled and nervously asked, "What do you want, sir?" Jared pointed at Jonathan and roared angrily, "What's going on here?" They paid money for the William to drive away the ghosts guarding Jonathan, not to heal him. The William, unaware of Jared and Conway's true intentions, felt a bit smug when talking about Jonathan. "Sir, the elder is compassionate and couldn't bear to see someone suffer, so I cured the man's legs out of kindness." Jared, who was merely suspicious before, now flew into a rage upon hearing the William's confession. He punched the William in the face and cursed, "When did I ever ask you to heal his legs?" The William let out a cry of pain. "Why did you hit me?" Jared growled, "Because I'm hitting you." With that, Jared punched the William in the face again. Conway did not stop Jared. His face was extremely grim. From Jonathan's ability to walk and jump, it seemed he was more agile than Conway and Jared. If a crippled Jonathan was already hard to handle, a healthy Jonathan would be even more difficult to deal with. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. A group of monks rushed over and were both startled and enraged to see Jared beating their abbot. "Stop! How dare you beat our abbot? How reckless! Borisri, save the abbot." Jared was not at all frightened when he saw the monks rushing in. Instead, he became even angrier and cursed, "Paid but didn't do the job. I'll beat this old bald monk." With that, Jared struck the William again. "Ouch!" The William cried out in pain, shouting, "He's mad. He's definitely mad. He's possessed by a ghost. Quickly, subdue him." Hearing this, Jonathan pondered thoughtfully. Now he understood why Jared and Conway had brought them here. It must have something to do with the ghosts the William mentioned. Apparently, the fact that he never fell ill had left Jared and Conway very puzzled, attributing it to supernatural causes. Jonathan couldn't help but smile inwardly and decided to stand aside and watch the show. Neither Jared nor Conway was good, and neither was this William. Let the dogs bite each other. He wouldn't meddle. The Leah was quite worried. "Hayden, what should we do? Will Master Wu be okay?" In her view, Conway brought them there to pray for the Prince of Pingbei's blessings, so he must be a good person. Jonathan smiled and said, "Alexandria, don't worry. They are officials of the court. These people won't dare do much." He didn't expose Conway and Jared's true nature. This way, they wouldn't act recklessly, and he could better guard himself. Sure enough, just as the enraged monks were about to reach Jared, Conway finally spoke up. "Stop. Are you rebelling?" The monks were taken aback. Conway continued, "We are guards sent by the court to escort prisoners. Do you want to assault imperial officials?" The monks' confidence waned immediately, and they dared not advance any further. Jared's aggression increased as he grabbed the William and roared, "Old bald monk, quickly return our 400 taels of silver." Conway's heart skipped a beat. He had only given 300 taels just now. If this matter came to light, Jared would definitely quarrel with him. Thinking of this, Conway hurriedly said, Jared, let me handle the money issue. You take them out first. Chapter 54. An absolute farce. Jared released his grip with hatred, tossing the William, who was nearly unconscious, to the ground and spat. Then he shouted at Jonathan and the other, let's go. Jonathan shook his head somewhat regretfully, failing to see a big showdown was a drawback of this scene. Since that was the case, Jonathan grinned and decided to complete this act himself. He immediately gave an order to the system, scan complete. While walking out, Jonathan kept gathering valuable items. After finishing the collection, Jonathan couldn't help but whistle in amazement. He had collected over 100,000 value points from Faxon before, but compared to Taipei Temple, that sum paled in comparison. From Taipei Temple alone, the value points gathered from gold, silver, and jewels were over 400,000. Now, the total value points stood at 17,500,000. Though it was not as much as the 50 million at its peak, it was enough now that his legs were cured. With these 17,500,000 value points, he could allocate them for different uses. As they walked out of Taipei Temple, Jared turned around and stared intently at Jonathan's legs. After watching for some time, seeing the still astonished look on Jonathan's face, Jared couldn't help but ask, your legs really got better? Jonathan smiled, kicked his legs, then hopped a few times, saying, better. Jared couldn't help but draw in a breath sharply. This matter was truly bizarre. How could years-old crippled legs be cured by chanting? Why didn't the William retaliate when he was just beating him up? Jared thought about it, but could not understand. At this moment, Conway came out from the temple. Seeing Conway, Jared hurriedly greeted him. Before he could mention Jonathan, he noticed that Conway looked displeased and asked, what happened? Couldn't you get back the banknotes? Conway shook his head, I did. Jared puzzledly said, then why are you like this? Conway shook his head without further explanation and walked away. His sour mood was due to his failed attempt to extort some silver from the monks. The monks, intimidated by his status as an official, dared not refuse. However, when the William went to fetch the silver, he found all the treasures accumulated over the years gone. This led Conway immediately to think of Rungu County. Without doubt, it must have been caused by ghosts again. In other words, the ghost protecting Jonathan probably hadn't been driven away. Thinking of this conclusion, Conway's mood naturally worsened. Back on the road, both Jared and Conway had gloomy faces. Especially after seeing Jonathan walking and chatting with the Fuis, they felt even more dejected. This was indeed a case of snatching chickens unsuccessfully, but losing a handful of rice instead. They ended up doing favors for this boy. When they reached the station for rest, Conway couldn't help but write another letter to send via the post office back to the capital. Inside the imperial study, Sterling held a list in his hand, scanning through it, passing over a name blacked out but still showing Pingbei. Sterling's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The Pingbei Prince's mansion posed no threat anymore. Not only had Pingbei Prince died, but his two sons would not live long either. Considering this, Sterling casually asked Vic, the Aemon, who stood beside him, fourth brother, is there any news from Jonathan? Vic shook his head. There has been no news since last time. A trace of displeasure flashed across Sterling's eyes as he said, it seems Dario did not choose the right person. Vic nodded, Imperial brother, shall I send someone to finish them? As he spoke, Vic made a slicing motion in front of his neck. Sterling pondered for a moment and nodded, very well. The sooner we resolve this, the better for me to feel at ease. Just then, Wayne, the commander of the cavalry, called from outside. Your Majesty, a letter from the station? Sterling's eyes lit up suddenly as he laughed heartily. Brother 4, looks like you don't need to arrange anything. Vic smiled. Your Majesty is indeed the son of heaven. Whatever you say happens. Ha ha ha. Sterling laughed aloud while shouting, bring it in. Wayne walked in and handed the letter to Sterling. Eager to read it, Sterling opened the letter and started reading with a smile. But before he finished the first sentence, his smile froze. Beside him, Vic exclaimed, surprised, the subordinates failed? This was indeed the first line of the letter. Continuing to read, the expressions of both Sterling and Vic became increasingly worse. When they finished, Sterling slapped his desk in anger. Ridiculous. Vic also found it utterly absurd. The previous letter exaggerated Jonathan's power but was at least plausible. However, this time, Conway directly dragged in supernatural elements, even mentioning Rex's ghost protecting Jonathan. Rex was executed in the northern border, and even if there was a ghost, it should be thousands of miles away. Moreover, Jonathan's legs were crippled, a fact known by everyone in the entire capital. A Jonathan who had been crippled for so long was actually cured by a monk chanting scriptures? It was absolutely absurd. Sterling angrily said, let Dario come to see me. I would like to hear how he explains this. Autry hurriedly replied, Brother Alfred, we shouldn't involve Dario. Sterling was shocked. You mean there's something wrong with Dario? Autry nodded. Although we can't be sure, it at least proves that the people arranged by Dario have issues. I suspect that those two couriers might have once received Rex's favors. Sterling's face was full of anger, spitting out hatefully. So you, Rex, even after death, still have someone so loyal to you. It seems that getting rid of you was the right choice. While talking, Sterling looked at Autry and said in a stern voice, fourth brother, now I only trust you. Autry's expression turned serious, replying loudly, Royal brother, rest assured, the people I arrange will not fail. Sterling then looked at the letter and asked, then how should we reply to this letter? Autry thought for a moment, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Just let them deliver Jonathan to Liangzhou faithfully to avoid any accidents affecting my arrangements. After Conway sent the letter, he felt uneasy. If it weren't for his personal experience, he would also find it very unreliable. But the truth was, everything he wrote down had been personally experienced by him. The only thing that worried him now was whether the court would believe his words. After worrying for 2 whole days, he finally received a reply from the capital at the post station. Conway was completely stunned after reading the reply. Jared anxiously asked, Vincent, what does the letter say? These past 2 days, Every time he saw Jonathan walking on his legs, he felt as if he was dreaming and just wanted to end this nightmare as soon as possible. But Conway did not answer him, still in a daze. Jared had to shout loudly, "Vincent, Vincent." Only then did Conway regain his senses, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. The letter says, "Let us faithfully escort them to Liangzhou." Jared's eyes widened instantly. How is this possible? Chapter 55. Adrian's confidence. Just let that kid go like this? Jared was full of disbelief. Before setting out, Dario had repeatedly instructed them to deal with these two people on the way. But why did they suddenly change their mind? Conway frowned, not understanding for a moment why the court had changed its mind. After deep thought, Conway suddenly came to a realization. I get it. After seeing my letter, the court also realized that there's something protecting that boy, so they changed the plan. Speaking, Conway looked at Jared. Do you think we can still kill them under these circumstances? Though very reluctant, Jared had to admit that they could not possibly kill Jonathan. Yet he still felt somewhat unwilling. Is there no other way? He had been infuriated during this journey. Was there nothing he could do about it? Conway sighed. He too was quite resentful about this escort mission. Among all the prisoner escorts he had handled, only this one encountered difficulties repeatedly. But there was nothing they could do since the boy seemed to be protected by some divine force. Conway said, "For now, it can only be like this. But I don't believe that the gods and spirits can protect him forever. There will be an opportunity for retaliation." Hearing this, Jared glared hatefully in the direction of Jonathan's room. One day, he would get back at him for all the humiliation. Just as Conway and Jared were feeling extremely depressed, Vinny King Vic was briefing a very tall man in front of him. "Adrian, I've recalled you because there's an important task for you." A cruel light flashed in Adrian's eyes. Who should be killed? Vic smiled contentedly. The second son of the Prince of Pingbei, and the crown Leah of the heir to the Prince of Pingbei. Adrian furrowed his brows. The Prince of Pingbei and his heir have already been executed on charges of treason by me. Didn't you take the chance to eliminate all remnants? Vic replied calmly, "We had our reasons for doing so. You just need to carry out the killing." Without further ado, Adrian asked, "Do you want their heads brought back?" Vic shook his head. "No, I want them to appear to die of unnatural causes, not by the hand of the court. And the two bailiffs escorting them, take care of them as well, they know too much." Vic thought of something else and added, "According to those two bailiffs, that boy's legs have recovered. Check if it's true." Adrian nodded. "No problem. How long will it take?" Vic asked again, having other matters for Adrian to handle. After calculating mentally, Adrian said confidently, "At most 10 days. Good." Vic was filled with anticipation, then set off. He couldn't wait to receive the good news that the entire family of the Prince of Pingbei was wiped out. "Thank you, sir." During a break, the Fatima took the dry rations and water offered by Conway with a smile. Beside her, Jonathan looked puzzled. The actions of Conway and Jared over the past 2 days had been very strange. He had expected that once they left Tai Cloud Temple, these two would continue to relentlessly plot against them. Instead, they had completely changed, not only halting any actions but even treating them kindly instead of harshly. Jonathan also checked the food and water delivered each time and found no poison. This was quite puzzling. It couldn't be that these two had a change of heart, right? Zeke, what are you thinking about?" The Fatima called out a couple of times, questioning. Jonathan snapped back to reality, took the provisions, and shook his head. "Nothing, just wondering how long it will take to reach Liangzhou." The Fatima didn't think much and replied, "Liangzhou is 3,000 miles from the capital. We travel 50 miles a day, so it will take about 2 months. Now we've only traveled 7 days and still need another 50+ days." After saying this, the Fatima asked with concern, "Are you tired, Zeke? The two gentlemen's tempers have improved. I can plead for us to rest a day." Jonathan quickly stopped her. No need. He was just puzzled by the sudden change in attitude of Conway and Jared. He wasn't tired at all. Seeing the Fatima's worried expression, Jonathan simply decided not to dwell on it anymore. Whatever conspiracy these two might be brewing, he wasn't afraid. After eating the rations, they resumed their journey. After walking a small stretch on a side road, they turned onto a major highway. There were many pedestrians on the main road. Suddenly, Jonathan stopped and sharply turned to look behind. What happened? The Fatima hurriedly asked. Jared, who was trailing behind, immediately walked over and asked irritably, "Why did you stop?" Jonathan scanned the crowd behind him and shook his head. "Nothing." As he spoke, Jonathan said to the Fatima, "Alexandria, let's go." Jared grunted, dawdling around. "Still want to be lazy?" After continuing on their way, Jonathan became wary. With the system's enhancement, not only had his physical strength greatly increased, but his 5 senses had also been significantly improved. Just now, he felt someone looking at him. It wasn't the curious glance of a passerby seeing shackled criminals. It was a gaze filled with murderous intent. But when he turned his head to look, he didn't find anyone. Apparently, the other party was also very alert and hid back into the crowd upon noticing he had stopped. Could it be that the relatively kind attitude of Conway and Jared over the past 2 days was to make him lower his guard so they could act directly? Jonathan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Want to play this move with him? Then they picked the wrong opponent. Tabuji, who was hiding among the civilians, watched as Jonathan's pace returned to its previous frequency, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But his face still bore a trace of lingering shock. Just by giving a cold look, the other party had already sensed it. This was something he had never encountered in his career as an assassin. Such sharp vigilance was unheard of. He originally thought this mission would be easy and simple, but now it seemed his judgment was clearly off. But it was only slightly off. Although it wouldn't be easy or simple, it wouldn't be too difficult either. He had been trained to stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't believe the other party could do the same. Once the other party showed a flaw, he would seize it immediately and eliminate him. Thinking of this, Tabuji regained his usual confidence and followed behind Jared from a distance. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. The four of them didn't stay at a post station but found a sheltered spot in the wild to spend the night. After lighting a campfire, Conway distributed some dry rations and water to Jonathan and the Fatima. The four of them ate silently. A mile away, on slightly higher ground, Tabuji looked at the firelight from afar, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He originally thought he'd have to wait for 2 more days, but now it seemed tonight was the best time to act. Recalling Jonathan's reaction during the day, Tabuji gave a cold smile. I wonder if you can still be so alert this time. Chapter 56. He actually agreed? Beside the bonfire, Jared and Conway were munching on dry rations while frequently glancing over at Jonathan. When they saw Jonathan laughing and talking, they felt extremely displeased in their hearts. These two people didn't look like exiles at all. It was clear that they were here for sightseeing. Jared looked at the shackles on Jonathan's shoulders, feeling regretful. If only he had known this kid was so physically strong, he should have increased the weight of the shackles to 50. No, 100 caddies. While Jared was thinking fiercely, Conway suddenly came up with a cunning smile. Jared, tonight, let these two guard with us. Hearing this, Jared was surprised and delighted. Good idea. Not only tonight, but for the next few days as well. Conway nodded in agreement. They'd rather not stay at the station than allow Jonathan and the other one to be comfortable. Jared immediately stood up, intending to inform Jonathan about the night watch decision. After walking a couple of steps, Jared turned back. Vincent, what if that kid refuses? Last time, he actually threatened us back. Conway already had a plan for this issue. That's easy. Last time it was because there were wild beasts around and we had other intentions, hence we took advantage of the situation. But this time is different. We just want them to stay awake. And since they are convicts and we are officials, if he dares to refuse, it will give us the perfect excuse to punish him. Jared's eyes sparkled, feeling excited. He never thought that according to Conway's analysis, if the kid refused, it would be even better for them. Thinking that Jonathan would definitely not agree, and then he could use this reason to punish Jonathan, Jared eagerly walked towards Jonathan. Looking at Jared's back, Conway smiled smugly. Based on his understanding, Jonathan would definitely not easily agree to join the night watch. He had even thought about punishing Jonathan by increasing the weight of the shackles. Jared approached Jonathan enthusiastically, and Elsa Selma raised her head, full of confusion in her eyes. Is there something, Sir Abdur? Ignoring Elsa Selma, Jared aimed at Jonathan. But when he saw Jonathan lost in thought, he couldn't help but sneer. This kid was definitely planning how to avoid the night watch. A hint of cold smile flashed across Jared's face. This was exactly what he wanted. I've come here to inform you two that you'll take turns guarding with us tonight, Jared declared in an indisputable tone. After speaking, he asked, do either of you have any objections? Elsa Selma hurriedly shook her head. No problem. Still ignoring her, Jared looked at Jonathan. And you? Seeing Jonathan still lost in thought, Elsa Selma nudged him and whispered, second brother, quickly tell Sir Abdur there's no problem. She had noticed the malevolent smile on Jared's face. Clearly, if they disagreed, Jared would find an opportunity to act. Thus, she reminded Jonathan, worried that he might lose his temper and fall into Jared's trap. Jonathan snapped out of his thoughts, asking in confusion, Alexandria, what did you say? He had been deep in thought about the person who cast him an unfriendly glance earlier and hadn't heard what Jared said. A trace of anger flashed across Jared's face. He had blabbered here, and this kid apparently hadn't listened at all. Obviously, he was pretending to be stupid on purpose. At this thought, Jared's expression softened. His anticipation grew more intense. If this kid pretended to be foolish, it indicated that he wanted to escape the night watch. Just as he hoped. I said tonight, you two will take turns guarding with us. Got it now? Jared repeated eagerly. Finishing his sentence, he stared intently at Jonathan, waiting for him to protest. However, unexpectedly, Jonathan hesitated for a moment before nodding consecutively. No problem. No problem? The excitement and anticipation on Jared's face froze instantly, replaced by bewilderment and disbelief. He agreed, completely opposite to what he had expected. Jared hastily asked, did you hear me clearly? It means guarding with us tonight? Jonathan nodded, yes, guarding. Due to that unfriendly gaze he received during the day, he originally intended to stay vigilant all night. Jared was dumbfounded. This kid really agreed just like that. What on earth was going on? Where was this kid's backbone? How could he be such a pushover? The critical point was, now, how could he seize an opportunity to provoke trouble? While Jared was feeling gloomy, he heard Jonathan say, by the way, my sister-in-law is weak and wouldn't be of much help if there's danger. Let me take her place for the night watch. The Elsa Selma hurriedly replied, second brother, I'm fine. No need. Jonathan directly interrupted the Elsa Selma, Alexandria, just let me handle it. Meeting Jonathan's determined gaze, the Elsa Selma could only nod. Beside them, Jared frowned, instinctively wanting to object. How could he let this kid have it his way so easily? But then he thought of something and his face brightened. If Jonathan took the Elsa Selma's place on night watch, it meant he would stay awake all night. And with no rest, how could this guy continue traveling the next day? If they delayed their journey, he could still find a reason to cause trouble. With that in mind, Jared quickly nodded. All right, it's settled. Without waiting for a response from Jonathan or the Elsa Selma, Jared hurriedly walked away. He seemed eager to avoid giving Jonathan a chance to change his mind. Jared excitedly returned to Conway and suppressed his joy, saying, Vincent, guess what suggestion that kid made? Conway was taken aback. He agreed? Jared nodded. Yep. Conway couldn't help but look stunned. Jonathan's response completely caught him off guard. Did he see through their intentions? Before Conway could think more, Jared blurted out Jonathan's proposal. Ike wants to protect his sister-in-law by taking her place on night watch. Conway paused again, disbelief on his face. He's going to stay up all night? Jared nodded vigorously. Yes. Doesn't he know we have to travel tomorrow? Conway couldn't help asking. Jared chuckled. Looks like the kid was just thinking about being chivalrous and didn't consider that. Conway furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. He couldn't think of any other explanation, so it must be as Jared guessed. Vincent, when we travel tomorrow, if that kid slows down even a bit, we can seize the opportunity. What do you think? Jared asked. Conway nodded firmly, sure. After finishing their dry rations, Jonathan led the Ailsa Selma to the bonfire. The Ailsa Selma still had concerns, second brother. Why don't we each take half the night? Before Jonathan could speak, Jared interjected. That's already decided. He'll take the whole night. With that, a cunning gleam appeared in Jared's eyes. You're digging your own grave, kid. Chapter 57. Does this kid not need sleep? Chapter 57. Does this kid not need sleep? In the blink of an eye, it was already the hour of dog, and the patty had fallen into a deep sleep. After a brief discussion, Conway decided to take the first watch while Jared would take over at midnight. This was Jared's own request. His voice was louder than Conway's. Once he found Jonathan dozing off, he could easily wake him up, ensuring this kid couldn't slack off. By the campfire, Jonathan and Conway sat on opposite sides. Conway kept glancing at Jonathan, especially the dark space surrounding him. He always felt something circling around Jonathan. Jonathan stared at the fire, but remained vigilant to the surrounding movements. The opponent excelled in stealth, and the night provided perfect cover. They were likely to act in the dead of night. As it approached the late hour of rat, Conway yawned out of boredom, amazed at how alert Jonathan seemed. Until now, he hadn't seen any signs of fatigue on Jonathan's face. It shouldn't be like this. Jonathan carried a 20 pounds iron collar on his shoulders, yet he looked more energetic than Conway. Was this the advantage of being young? Conway felt uncomfortable and imagined adding another 20 collar when he caught Jonathan making a mistake. A li, a traditional Chinese unit of distance, away, Adrian checked the sky, sheathed his polished long knife, and slowly stood up. It was the deepest part of sleep time for him to move. Under the dim starlight, Adrian headed towards the campfire with ease. Ike was indeed very alert when awake, but now, he must be sleeping soundly like a pig. Killing that kid would be no different from slaughtering a pig. Kid, soon you and your family will reunite in the underworld. Adrian thought with a smirk, then quickened his pace. As he got closer to the campfire, several hundred scenes of killing the 4 people flashed through Adrian's mind. When he was 30 yards away, he saw 2 figures by the campfire, causing his expression to change slightly. Why are there 2 people keeping watch? According to his estimation, only 1 person should be on duty. 2 people complicated matters. He couldn't eliminate them quietly anymore. 2 people for night watch. What a bunch of fools. Adrian cursed under his breath. Despite his anger, his assassin training quickly calmed him down. Even with 2 guards, if the kid wasn't among them, the mission could still be completed. Once the kid was killed in his sleep, the remaining woman and 2 useless officers would pose no threat. Thinking this, Adrian's eyes gleamed as he silently moved closer to the campfire. When he was within 10 zhang, Adrian paused, observing the 2 figures closely. After a brief observation, Adrian clenched his teeth in frustration. The kid was one of the guards. This was the scenario he least wanted to see. Adrian took a deep breath to calm his anger, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It was approaching the end of the rat hour, transitioning into the next watch period. The guard would probably change soon, giving the kid a chance to rest. That would be the moment to strike. Adrian felt a smug satisfaction. This was his advantage. He immediately stopped, standing motionless, listening intently to the sounds by the campfire. It was the 3rd watch of the ox hour when the campfire area stirred. Adrian perked up and quickly looked over. Conway stretched his stiff body and stood up from the campfire, glancing at Jonathan with disbelief. For over 2 hours, he had dozed off several times. Yet, Jonathan didn't even blink. Even in the dead of night, Jonathan showed no signs of fatigue and appeared refreshingly alert. What a freak. Shaking his head, Conway woke up Jared. Jared shook himself awake and sat down by the campfire, staring straight at Jonathan. Just a moment ago, Conway had told him about Jonathan's behavior. He didn't believe Jonathan could stay so alert during the night shift. 10 zhang away, Adrian looked like he'd seen a ghost. What was going on? Only 1 person changed. The kid didn't go to rest. How was he supposed to make his move now? After a while, Adrian calmed down and suddenly understood. This kid must be thinking of taking extra watch to give the female prisoner more rest time. Adrian sneered inwardly. Pitying women is futile since he would soon die. At most by the hour of rabbit, the guard will definitely switch. Honor confidently made his judgment and immediately waited once more. Time ticked by, and as it got closer to the hour of rabbit, Honor gradually became excited. It was almost time to make his move. However, when the hour of rabbit arrived, Jonathan by the campfire showed no signs of changing guard. Honor was taken aback. Could he have misjudged? Was this kid not planning to switch? Impossible. Honor quickly dismissed that thought. There would definitely be a change, but perhaps at some point during the hour of rabbit. Honor took a deep breath. He would continue waiting. He would definitely catch this kid taking a rest. The first quarter of the hour of rabbit, Jonathan still showed no signs of movement. By the second quarter of the hour, Jonathan still did nothing. Third quarter, fourth quarter. As dawn approached the hour of dragon, Honor could no longer remain calm. What was going on? Did this kid really not plan to switch? Not resting all night. How could they travel the next day? Honor couldn't figure it out. At this point, Honor was determined to wait it out. He couldn't believe Jonathan could stay awake all night. But as the eastern sky began to lighten, Honor finally gave up. Before leaving, Honor glared hatefully at Jonathan by the campfire. Kid, you win this round. By the campfire. Jared looked at Jonathan as if he were a monster. He stared intently at Jonathan for over 2 hours and didn't see him yawn even once. Was this kid not tired at all? As daylight brightened, Jared, looking like a defeated rooster, woke Conway. Vincent, that kid is still very alert. What's going on? Jared couldn't help but ask. Still very alert? Conway was incredulous and hurriedly walked to the campfire. Seeing Conway awake, Jonathan went to wake the patty. Conway watched Jonathan's back, feeling an overwhelming disbelief. There wasn't a trace of fatigue. How did this kid do it? After gloomily eating dry rations and preparing to set off, Conway signaled Jared. Jared nodded. He understood Conway's intention. Today, they would not give Jonathan any rest. He didn't believe that after a sleepless night, this kid could last another day. Chapter 58. Is this kid a freak? Jared walked up to Jonathan and the other person and said, Vincent mentioned that it will get hotter in a few days. Therefore, today we'll be traveling nonstop until nightfall. Did you both understand? After saying this, Jared glanced at Jonathan with a sneer. He had already discussed with Conway not to give Jonathan any time to rest or adjust. He didn't believe this kid could hold on. Hearing this, the Eleanor immediately looked at Jonathan with concern and then spoke to Jared. Sir Abdur, Jace stood guard all night yesterday. Can he have a brief rest at noon? Jared immediately raised his voice. What does it have to do with me? I didn't force him. The Eleanor was about to say something but was stopped by Jonathan. Jonathan chuckled. Alexandria, I'm fine, let's just keep going. Jared immediately said, didn't you hear? He said he's fine. What more do you have to say? The Eleanor fell silent. Seeing this, Jared glanced at Jonathan again and spat inwardly. You may feel good now, kid, but by afternoon, you definitely won't be able to hold on. All right, let's set off. With that, Jared moved to the back to take up the rear as the four of them started moving forward. Conway led the way, never slowing down, occasionally even speeding up. The Eleanor walked while constantly looking at Jonathan with worry, afraid that Jonathan couldn't hold on. However, Jonathan remained calm, showing no signs of fatigue. This surprised the Eleanor. Is Jace actually so capable? Jared, who was at the rear, kept watching Jonathan's pace, eagerly waiting for his steps to falter. But as the sun climbed higher, Jared noticed no changes in Jonathan's steps, still walking steadily. Jared's sneer gradually turned into astonishment. The situation was nothing like he expected. This kid has some endurance. The more Jared watched, the angrier he became, eventually letting out a heavy hum and calming down after glancing at the sun. It's only midday now, with 3 more hours until night. He doesn't believe Jonathan can stay so spirited after another 3 hours. Conway, walking in front, had been listening for any commotion from behind. Expecting to soon hear Jared's reprimands, several hours passed without hearing anything. Conway was astonished. Ike isn't showing any signs of tiredness? Thinking this, Conway couldn't help but turn around and look at Jonathan. Seeing Jonathan walking lightly and chatting with the Eleanor, Conway's mouth twitched. Is this kid a freak? After staying awake all night and traveling half a day, he's still so energetic. Amazed internally, Conway frowned. At this rate, even reaching nightfall wouldn't tire this kid. This won't do. Conway quickly thought, eyes lighting up after a moment as he stopped. Jonathan and the Eleanor soon caught up to Conway, her expression somewhat puzzled. Sir Wu, is there something wrong? At this moment, Jared also arrived, loudly asking, Vincent, why are we stopping? Conway chuckled. Isn't it noon? We should eat. Jared was taken aback. According to their previous agreement, they would eat while walking, ensuring Jonathan had no rest. Why did Conway suddenly change his mind? Vincent. Jared began speaking but saw Conway give him a meaningful look, swallowing his words. It seems Vincent has a plan. The Eleanor cheered. Great. She had the pills given by Jonathan and wasn't tired at all. Her concern was whether Jonathan could hold on. Conway handed over provisions and water. Here's your meal. Find a place to eat. Thank you, sir. The Eleanor happily accepted and turned to Jonathan. Jace, let's eat over there. Jonathan nodded, glancing at Conway with suspicion. He guessed Conway's intentions today, but changing plans meant something new was coming. Seeing Jonathan walk away, Jared asked curiously, Vincent, what are you planning? Conway smiled confidently. Didn't you notice? This kid showed no signs of tiredness this morning. Jared nodded, then questioned. If he's not tired after walking all morning, wouldn't a break make him even less tired? Conway shook his head, smiling. Jared, think about it. If you were up all night and about to perform a task, wouldn't you force yourself to stay alert? But if you sit down, wouldn't you get tired quickly? Jared nodded thoughtfully, suddenly enlightened. So you're letting him rest a bit to bring out the suppressed exhaustion. Exactly. Conway wore an expression of certainty. After we finish eating, we can rest for a while. Ike will definitely fall asleep. When it's time, we'll call him to resume the journey. He won't be able to handle it then. Jared's face lit up with delight. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Vincent, you are truly smart to come up with such a plan. Listening to Jared's praise, Conway felt quite satisfied. It was all from his observations and summaries over time. Now it's finally proving useful. Both men looked towards the direction where Jonathan was, smiling in unison. Kid, get ready to be tormented by us. After checking the dry rations with the system to ensure they were non-toxic, Jonathan started eating with the Eleanor. The Eleanor said while eating, Jace, let's eat quickly. Otherwise, if we haven't finished when it's time to leave, we'll be scolded again. Jonathan nodded. He also noticed that Conway and Jared were seething with anger, looking for any excuse to vent their frustration. A few bites into the rations, Jonathan discreetly gave the Eleanor another fatigue-reducing pill obtained from the system. The Eleanor was surprised when she received it. Jace, how do you have so many? Last time Jonathan gave her more than 10, and this time it was even more. Jonathan chuckled. Alexandria, think about our soldiers who went to battle. What's a few of these? The Eleanor suddenly understood and stopped worrying about it. Seeing he had successfully convinced her, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he wouldn't need to find excuses every time. They quickly finished lunch and then looked in the direction of Conway and Jared, waiting for them to come and call them to set off. But after waiting for a while, neither Conway nor Jared came over. The Eleanor looked puzzled. Jace, didn't they finish eating? Why aren't they coming to call us yet? Looking at Conway and Jared, who were lounging leisurely on the rocks, Jonathan felt equally confused. These two seemed completely different from their urgency earlier. What are they planning? Chapter 59. This kid truly has the gods on his side. Jonathan was observing Conway and Jared, while they were also watching him closely. Jared asked, looking at Jonathan, Vincent, how long do we have to wait? We shouldn't really let that kid get his rest. Conway said confidently. Relax, I've got my eyes on him. Now, we just wait until he thinks we've fallen asleep and then follow suit. That's when we wake him up. The thought of interrupting someone's sleep made Jared snicker. Vincent, that's a dirty trick you've pulled. The kid can't even get mad. Conway smiled proudly. All right, let's wait then. They pretended to be asleep while keeping an eye on Jonathan, filled with anticipation. Seeing Conway and Jared's demeanor, the second Selma said uncertainly, Braden, they seem to be sleeping? Jonathan nodded. It looks like it. Her eyes lit up. Then maybe Braden should take a nap too. You didn't sleep all night last night. Jonathan shook his head without hesitation. No need, I'm not tired. After the system enhancement, he indeed felt no fatigue. Moreover, he needed to be vigilant against the hidden assassin. The assassin hadn't moved last night. Today might be the day for action. He had to be cautious. Unaware of Jonathan's condition, the second Selma was surprised. Braden, you're really not tired? Jonathan nodded, smiling. Don't worry, Alexandria. I took the same pill you did, so I'm wide awake. Realizing this, the second Selma laughed in relief. That's good, that's good. Since Braden isn't sleepy, we'll wait here until they wake up before setting off. Jonathan and the second Selma sat down, glancing at Conway and Jared from time to time. Seeing this, Conway and Jared exchanged puzzled glances. Vincent, that kid, doesn't seem to be planning to sleep, Jared said uncertainly. Conway stared at Jonathan intently for a moment, his face showing surprise. A perfect chance for rest, and this kid wasn't taking it seriously, just sitting there? Was this kid seeing through his plan, or was he just too stupid? Remembering what he'd boasted to Jared earlier, Conway said in a low voice, wait a bit longer. Maybe he's not tired yet. Jared had no choice but to continue waiting patiently. After another 15 minutes, Jared could hold back no longer. Vincent, I think that kid has no plans to sleep. Conway didn't know what to say either, his face filled with confusion. After being awake for over a day and traveling such a distance, one should be exhausted as soon as they stop. How could this kid hold up? Conway couldn't figure it out. Jared jumped up. Vincent, let's keep him on the move. Conway could only nod. As Jared approached, the second Selma said, Braden, it's time to set off. Jonathan nodded and stood up. Jared came close, scrutinizing Jonathan but finding no signs of fatigue. Borism. Jared grunted, saying, let's go. Jonathan shook his head, not understanding what these two were up to. However, from the past 2 days, it seemed they weren't planning any more harm against him, which was good news. A realization struck Jonathan. It appeared the person who wanted him dead had changed tactics, using Jared and Conway to keep him off guard while someone else delivered the fatal blow. Jonathan narrowed his eyes. What an insidious plan. Achoo. Several hundred miles away, in the capital's imperial palace, Prince Vic sneezed. Sterling heard it and said, Fourth brother, don't work too hard. Make sure you get some rest. Otherwise, you'll exhaust yourself. Li Shang hurriedly replied, thank you for your concern, your majesty. I will take care. Sterling nodded, then remembered something. Have the people you arranged already set out? Li Shang nodded. They've been gone for a few days now. Sterling showed some anticipation. Who did you send this time? Is it that person? Li Shang shook his head. No, this time it's Honor. Sterling paused, then nodded. Sending Honor is fine. That person is indeed hard to control. Better not to make things worse. Li Shang agreed again. Your majesty is wise. That's why I didn't send him directly. Sterling smiled. This arrangement is perfect. We should get good news in a few days. Send this letter with utmost urgency to the capital, without any delay. In a post station, Honor handed a letter to the station master. He had originally planned to kill Mu quickly, and then return to report to Li Shang. But now it seemed that success might take another 1 or 2 days, and the time he had originally set might not be enough. So he wrote a letter to explain the reasons and his observations to Vic in advance. Leaving the post station, Honor immediately followed the road that Jonathan's group had taken. He hadn't found an opportunity last night, but tonight, he was certain to find one. By evening, Conway and Jared were pale-faced, gathered together. Jared complained, Vincent, we can't do this. We have to slow down tomorrow. I can't take it anymore. Conway wasn't much better off either. In the afternoon, out of anger and revenge, they traveled at a fast pace, hoping to wear Jonathan out. However, so far, Jonathan was still full of energy, and even the second Selma remained spirited. But the two of them could barely hold on any longer. Both felt a wave of regret. If they had known this would happen, they should have taken it slower. Especially thinking about passing by the post station in the evening without stopping, they felt even more remorseful. But no amount of regret would change things. There was no way they could turn back. They didn't want to move at all now. Conway forced himself up despite his fatigue and said to Jonathan, tonight, just like yesterday, we'll keep watch together. Jonathan nodded. No problem. With the hidden enemy unresolved, he wouldn't be able to sleep even if asked. The second Selma quickly added, Braden, let's take turns keeping watch tonight. No need. Jonathan shook his head again. The second Selma roughly understood what was going on, while Conway was dumbfounded. You mean you're going to stay awake all night again? Jonathan nodded. Conway couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was completely beyond his comprehension, but thinking of his plan with Jared, Conway nodded. All right, then you and we will keep watch. After saying this, Conway returned to Jared and told him what Jonathan had said. Jared looked as if he had seen a ghost. Vincent, when you said this kid has the gods on his side, I had my doubts. Now I believe it. Chapter 60. You wouldn't think I could stay awake for 2 nights, would you? Why can't this kid feel sleepy at all? Jared couldn't understand, and Conway couldn't either. Jared kept the first half of the night watch, sitting by the bonfire, staring straight at Jonathan without taking his eyes off him for a moment. He just wanted to see if Jonathan was truly not tired at all. Jonathan felt Jared's gaze and looked back. Seeing Jonathan looking at him, Jared couldn't help but speak up. Kid, are you really not tired or sleepy? Jonathan chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. If Jonathan had said this a day ago, Jared would have assumed he was being stubborn. But now, He had no choice but to believe that Jonathan really wasn't tired. The confusion on Jared's face turned into curiosity and shock. How did this kid manage it? At this moment, Jonathan suddenly asked, "Do you feel like someone is following us?" Thinking Jonathan was talking about a ghost protecting him, Jared was greatly startled, jumping up from the ground in fright and frantically looking around. Where? Seeing Jared's reaction, Jonathan made his judgment. It seemed that the hostile gaze was from someone Jared didn't know about. No wonder Jared and Conway hadn't taken further action. Turns out the people from the capital changed their mind. Holding his knife, Jared cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Only after realizing Jonathan was still calmly sitting on the ground did he notice his overreaction, feeling somewhat irritated. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's following us?" Jared grunted and sat back down. Jonathan smiled faintly, ignoring Jared and instead pondering how to deal with the person lurking in the dark. 2 miles away, Adrian followed the trail to this spot and, from a high vantage point, spotted the fire lit by Jonathan and the others. Adrian's eyes brightened. What a good opportunity. Ike has been awake for a whole day and night. There's no way he can hold on any longer today. Excitement surged within Adrian as he approached the bonfire location. This was one of the rare missions where he actually needed to engage with the target. Realizing this, Adrian couldn't help but sneer. Though it involved some back and forth, the final victory would still be his. "You wouldn't think I could stay awake not just for one night but two, would you?" As he neared within a li, a Chinese unit of distance, of the bonfire, Adrian calmed down. As an assassin, remaining calm was crucial. He drew his long sword, which he polished several times every day, and its pale glow in the moonlight was chilling. Satisfied, Adrian nodded and continued advancing toward the bonfire. Shortly, coming within 100 feet, Adrian stopped to observe. His composure instantly shattered as he focused on the direction of the bonfire. There were 2 people keeping watch again, and one of them was none other than Jonathan, who had left a deep impression on him. How was this kid here too? Adrian's face was filled with astonishment, almost disbelieving his own eyes. Tonight, he didn't need rest because of rigorous training. How could this kid also go without sleep for 2 days and nights? For a moment, Adrian was unsure whether to continue closing in or retreat. The situation had already exceeded his expectations. After careful consideration, Adrian's expression grew determined as he concealed himself in place. He didn't believe Jonathan could last through another entire night like he could. Once Jonathan went to rest, his chance would come. Soon it was midnight, and Adrian perked up, hurriedly looking toward the bonfire. Beside the fire, Jared got up and walked toward Conway, disbelief evident on his face. He had watched the whole night, and yet he saw no signs of fatigue on Jonathan's face. Conway was quickly awakened, walking over to sit by the bonfire and staring at Jonathan. Like Jared, he couldn't believe Jonathan could endure another whole night. Feeling Conway's scrutinizing gaze, Jonathan smiled faintly. These two couldn't fathom why he wasn't tired or sleepy. Let them puzzle over it if they wanted to figure it out. 100 feet away, Adrian was dumbfounded. He clearly saw Jared and Conway switch shifts while Jonathan remained seated. This kid was really going to stay awake for another whole night? Adrian couldn't accept what he was witnessing. Thinking it over, Adrian's heart stirred. Could this kid be worried about me attacking at night? So he's just posing as if he's awake while sleeping? Sometimes when he's very tired, he can fall asleep in various situations. Yes, that must be it. Adrian made his judgment but didn't rashly approach. Instead, he picked up a stone and flicked it toward another direction with his finger. Whoosh! The pebble instantly produced a sharp whistling sound through the air. The moment the pebble was launched, Jonathan sensed the movement and immediately turned his head to look in the direction where Adrian was hiding. Seeing Jonathan's reaction, Adrian was greatly startled and quickly fled without looking back. He had deliberately sent the stone in another direction, yet the other party could directly lock onto his position. Such powerful judgment skills were far beyond him. At this point, Conway also heard the sound and hastily drew his knife, shouting, "Who's there?" As he spoke, Conway moved closer to Jared, waking him up before the two of them went over to check. Jonathan kept his eyes fixed on the direction Adrian ran off to, his gaze deep and serious. Sure enough, just as he expected, the other party was indeed following them. A solution had to be found to deal with this tale. While Jonathan was contemplating, Conway and Jared returned with pale faces. Because it was late at night, they hadn't found the pebble that caused the sound and were now extremely frightened. Back at the bonfire, the first thing they did was look at Jonathan. "Did you hear anything just now?" Jared hurriedly asked. Jonathan was about to nod, but then changed his mind and put on a puzzled expression. "Hear what?" Jared and Conway felt their hearts drop. "You didn't hear anything?" Jonathan continued to feign confusion. "No. Did I miss something?" Jared and Conway's faces became even paler. If Jonathan didn't hear it but they did, didn't it mean the other side was intentionally letting them hear? Could it be the ghost by Jonathan's side warning them? Their hearts jumped into their throats, tightening with anxiety. To be haunted by a ghost would be fatal. After a long while, they finally managed to calm down from their fright. Jared lay down right next to the bonfire and said to Conway, "Vincent, I'm going to sleep here. Call me if anything happens." Conway nodded repeatedly. "No problem." Jared closed his eyes, but his right hand gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. Conway looked around nervously, fearing something might suddenly appear. Jonathan watched this and couldn't help but smile inwardly. These two were really scared out of their wits. Chapter 61. Where's my knife? Adrian sprinted for 2 li, only stopping when he was sure no one was pursuing him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The situation had truly terrified him. Ike had instantly locked onto his position. It was horrifying. Once Adrian calmed down, a frown creased his brow. When he received the mission from Vic, he thought it would be the simplest task ever. He even boasted that he could finish it in 10 days. Although the letter had warned of the situation, he still felt extremely confident. But now, it seemed his confidence and assurances were overly optimistic. This mission turned out to be far more challenging than he imagined. Not mentioning how the kid could stay awake for 2 days and nights, The sharp insight shown just now was enough to prove his strength. His specialty lay in unexpected assassinations. If the target kept stalling, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Damn, this kid is really bizarre. Adrian grew angrier the more he thought about it, and couldn't help but curse. After cursing, Adrian fell into a slump. No matter what, the mission still needed to be carried out. What should I do? Adrian thought all night, and finally came up with a plan at dawn. Since he couldn't wait for Jonathan to relax, he would have to create the opportunity himself. Adrian immediately chose a side road, quickly overtaking Jonathan's group, and arrived at a county ahead. With some silver, Adrian bought the clothes of an ordinary citizen and tea-selling supplies. He set up a tea stand on the path where Jonathan's group would pass by. He added a packet of sleeping powder to 1 bucket of tea and started hawking. Selling tea. Tea here. 1 coin per bowl. Jonathan's 4-person group continued their journey after daybreak. Jared walked while complaining to Bradley, "Vincent, why is it so hot today?" Bradley shrugged helplessly. "It's almost summer solstice. How can it not be hot?" "Damn, how did it get to be summer solstice already?" Jared cursed, unscrewing his water flask and gulping down water. After a few sips, Jared put the empty flask down with dissatisfaction. "Damn unlucky. The water is finished." Bradley shook his head repeatedly, noticing that Jared's temper had worsened due to last night's events. "County isn't far ahead. We'll get some water there." Bradley said this, and then looked up towards Jonathan and the Leah. Originally, Bradley and Jared walked front and back, but after last night, they decided to walk together at the rear. It might seem timid, but at least it ensured their survival. Looking at Jonathan and the Leah backs, Bradley frowned. They didn't dare make any moves against Jonathan anymore. As they walked on, Jared was about to explode when they heard a shout from ahead. "Selling tea. Only 1 coin per bowl." Jared, tired and thirsty, brightened and rushed to the tea stand, sitting on a stool. A bowl of tea. Adrian, wearing a straw hat, saw Jared and felt delighted. Finally, they've come. He immediately poured a bowl of tea for Jared. Jared drank it all at once, feeling relieved. "Feels great." Then he called to Bradley, "Vincent, let's drink some tea before continuing." Bradley walked over, but didn't rush to drink. After confirming Jared was fine, he drank his own bowl. Jared then asked for another bowl. Adrian furrowed his brows slightly as he poured tea for Jared. Only Jared and Bradley were drinking, which wasn't good. He wanted all 4 of them to drink. Finishing pouring for Jared, Adrian smiled and asked, "Would the other 2 guests like a bowl of tea?" Jared glanced at Jonathan and firmly shook his head. "No need." Supplying food and water to Jonathan and the Leah on schedule already annoyed him. He wouldn't pay for tea for them. Adrian's eyes flashed with a cold light. This bailiff was ruining his plans. While Jared and Bradley were drinking tea, Jonathan and the Leah stood waiting. Upon hearing Adrian's words, Jonathan felt something stir. Carrying shackles, it was obvious he was a prisoner. Yet this tea seller suggested that he also drink. This was very suspicious. Jonathan immediately ordered, "System, scan nearby items." Scanning. Scan complete. As the system voice spoke, a list of items appeared in Jonathan's vision. Jonathan examined them. Tea water laced with sleeping powder, recoverable for 1 point. Fine steel fish scale knife, recoverable for 3,000 points. Night clothes, recoverable for 300 points. Seeing these 2 items, Jonathan sneered inwardly. Just as he suspected, this tea seller was no good person, trying to drug them and then make a move. Looking at the fine steel fish scale knife, not on the tea seller's person, Jonathan chuckled. "Want to kill me? First, I'll take your weapon and show you what it means to lose more than you gain in a failed scheme." Recycle. Successfully recycled fine steel fish scale knife and night clothes. Earned 3,000 points. Current points, 17,485,000. As the system announced, the weapons and clothes vanished from the inventory. Jonathan barely suppressed his laughter and said, "Your Excellencies, isn't the water flask empty? We can fill it with tea here." Jared was quite displeased and snapped, "Do I not know that? Do I need your reminder?" After saying that, Jared slammed the water flask on the table. "Boss, fill it up." Adrian's eyes lit up. He was still figuring out what to do when this guy actually gave him away. "You're really digging your own grave. Kid, this is all on you." Adrian eagerly filled the drugged tea into the water flask and handed it back to Jared. After drinking their fill, Jared and Bradley called out, and the 4 of them set off again. "Take care, gentlemen." Adrian waved with a smile. Once they were out of sight, Adrian tossed the copper coins to the ground, his face turning cold again. "Kid, this time you won't escape." Saying this, Adrian turned to where he had hidden his assassin's clothes and weapons. Arriving at the hiding spot, Adrian reached out to grab them, but he grabbed nothing but air. Startled, Adrian quickly felt around again but found nothing. Boorish. Adrian looked around, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. This was indeed where he hid his clothes and weapons, but why were the clothes gone? Ignoring his composure as an assassin, Adrian pulled apart the grass, only to find nothing before him. The night clothes and fish scale knife placed here seemed to have vanished into thin air. Adrian's expression was filled with shock. "Where is my knife?" Chapter 62. If you don't cooperate, then die. Upon realizing that his clothes and weapons were indeed gone, Adrian angrily jumped up. "Who stole my saber?" But no matter how loudly he shouted, no one responded to him. Only his own roar echoed in the vast road. Conway and Jared did not hear it, but Jonathan, whose 5 senses had been enhanced, heard Adrian's roar and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Prince Danielle beside him looked puzzled. "Jace, what are you laughing at?" Jonathan tried to suppress his laughter but still could not help it, and ended up laughing out loud. As a result, not only was the Prince Danielle confused, even Conway and Jared were puzzled. Jared even shouted dissatisfiedly, "What are you laughing at, kid?" Conway also wore a look of puzzlement. The Pingbei prince's mansion had been seized, and Jonathan himself had been exiled to the desolate Liangzhou. He really couldn't think of anything funny that could make Jonathan laugh like this. Could it be that he has gone mad? After laughing for a while, Jonathan finally calmed down. Since the other party lost their weapons without reason, they would definitely become furious. Moreover, with the belief that the drugging was successful, the other party would surely take some action. This was a perfect opportunity to get rid of them. After all, there was no principle of guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. In no time it was noon. Conway gave Jonathan and the others some dry rations and handed over a water flask filled with tea to Jonathan and the Prince Danielle's Danielle. Jonathan took the water flask and walked to the side with the Prince Danielle's Danielle. After eating a few bites of the dry rations, she prepared to drink water. At this moment, she heard Jonathan whispering softly beside her. Alexandria, whatever I say next, don't be surprised, and don't show any reaction. The Prince Danielle's Danielle tensed up and nodded lightly. Jonathan said, the water you are drinking now has been laced with knockout drugs, but rest assured, you won't fall asleep because of it. But I need you to pretend to sleep. The Prince Danielle's Danielle felt tense first, but then became puzzled when she heard the rest. If it contains knockout drugs, how could she not fall asleep because of it? And even if she doesn't fall asleep, why should she pretend to be sleeping? While the Prince Danielle's Danielle was thinking, she heard Jonathan continue, don't ask why now, just follow what I say. And after pretending to sleep, no matter what happens, don't open your eyes. Act as if you know nothing. The Prince Danielle's Danielle was startled and wanted to ask what was going on, but was afraid of ruining Jonathan's plan. So she whispered, all right. Seeing the Prince Danielle's Danielle agree, Jonathan sighed in relief, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Today, he was going to deal with the tale behind him. He made a quick calculation in his mind and whispered softly, Alexandria, get ready to pretend to sleep. The Prince Danielle's Danielle nodded, held her head and fell backward. Jonathan watched the exaggerated acting of the Prince Danielle's Danielle, holding back laughter as he fell backward too. On the other side, Jared cursed while eating the dry rations. Damn, in the end, we still let that kid have the tea. Conway didn't care much about it. It was just a couple of copper coins. What he cared about was the ghost beside Jonathan. With this thing around, he dared not have any evil intentions towards Jonathan. However, he was extremely unwilling. If he just obediently escorted Jonathan and the others to Liangzhou, wouldn't he lose face? Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard sounds coming from Jonathan and the others' direction and quickly looked over. Jared also looked over at this moment and saw Jonathan falling to the ground. Both were stunned for a moment, then felt relieved in their hearts. This kid finally couldn't hold on. This was a good excuse to teach this kid a lesson. Both quickly stood up but immediately felt dizzy, with a muddled feeling in their heads. They were instantly alarmed. What's happening? Conway soon realized what happened. His face changed drastically. Not good, the tea was drugged. Jared was greatly shocked and hurriedly looked around but found nothing. Quick, run. Conway urged quickly, disregarding Jonathan and the others. The two supported each other and walked a few steps before they could no longer hold on and also fainted. Hearing the commotion from Conway and Jared, Jonathan opened his eyes and inwardly marveled. This knockout drug is really powerful. Fortunately, he had exchanged in advance for a pill that can resist all poisons. This expenditure was truly worth it. When Jonathan noticed the Prince Danielle's Danielle was trying to open her eyes, he quickly whispered, Alexandria, ignore everything, just keep lying there. After saying that, Jonathan quickly got up from the ground, ran to a place closer to Jared and Conway, and lay down again. Since the Prince Danielle's Danielle was awake, it wouldn't be good if they discovered her. After lying down, Jonathan closed his eyes but remained vigilant inside. The other party would soon arrive. On the other side, Adrian, after venting his anger for a while, thought about the drug he had administered and believed it should work. Suppressing his fury, he hurriedly followed the traces of Jonathan and the others. Along the way, Adrian found a sharp stone and slipped it into his sleeve. Anyway, those 4 people must have all been knocked out by the knockout drug, so using a stone would work just as well. After completing this task, Willis would surely reward him with many treasures, and he could forge a new weapon. Walking for a while, Adrian saw from afar 4 people lying on the ground in 2 places, feeling greatly relieved. It worked. All 4 people were knocked out. Glancing around quickly, Adrian headed toward Jonathan's direction. Approaching Jonathan, Adrian's face showed a sneer. Boy, I admit, you are one of the few who can keep up with me for 2 days and nights, but you still can't match me. Jonathan, hearing Adrian's arrogant words, couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy was making a victory speech? At this moment, Adrian continued, of course, even if you escape my plan this time, next time? Jonathan couldn't bear to listen anymore and opened his eyes directly. There won't be a next time. Seeing Jonathan suddenly open his eyes, Adrian's words stopped abruptly, and his face instantly filled with shock. You. Jonathan leaped up from the ground. What's wrong? I wasn't knocked out by the knockout drug. Did that surprise you? Adrian quickly took 2 steps back, his face full of disbelief. How were you not knocked out by the knockout drug? As he spoke, he hurriedly glanced at Conway and Jared beside him, fearing they might also leap up from the ground. Don't look, they've all been knocked out. Jonathan looked at Adrian. I ask you, did the capital city send you to kill me? Adrian was stunned, then firmly denied, no. Boorish. Jonathan didn't believe Adrian's answer at all. Apart from the capital city, who else would relentlessly pursue him to death? Since you're being uncooperative, there's no need for me to ask any other questions. As he spoke, Jonathan's expression turned cold. Adrian calmed down as well, looking at Jonathan, especially the shackles on his shoulder, with a cold laugh. Boy, you are indeed the most unexpected target I've ever encountered, but it ends here. Even though you weren't knocked out, the outcome remains unchanged. Chapter 63. A head harder than stone. I originally planned to follow the tradition and quietly take care of you, but unfortunately, you insisted on making me break this rule. Adrian's face carried a hint of gloom as he took out the stone hidden in his sleeve. I don't like this method at all, but it's you who forced me into this. Jonathan looked at the stone in Adrian's hand and couldn't help but laugh. From what you're saying, you seem to be an assassin? An assassin who kills with stones. I've never seen one before. Ha ha ha. Jonathan's laughter made Adrian's expression grow even darker. As long as I can kill someone, what does it matter if it's with a stone? Jonathan stopped laughing and nodded in agreement. That's true, but you won't be able to kill me. Is that so? Adrian stared coldly at Jonathan, especially at the shackles. After confirming that the shackles could not be opened, he sneered, then let's see if you can really stop me. Before the words were even finished, Adrian suddenly swung the stone, aiming the sharp edge at Jonathan's head. He saw clearly that due to the restrictions of the shackles, Jonathan's hands couldn't reach above his head, making it impossible for him to block the attack. The only option would be to quickly dodge. But Jonathan's legs were also chained. In other words, Jonathan's hands and feet were restrained. There was no way he could match him. Thinking of this, a cruel glint flashed in Adrian's eyes, as if he could already see Jonathan's head cracking open. However, Jonathan remained unperturbed. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his body's strength wasn't just comparable to ordinary stones. Even granite couldn't match him. His body was akin to steel. Of course, Jonathan wouldn't stand there foolishly waiting for the blow. When Adrian swung the stone toward him, Jonathan bent forward and lunged at Adrian. Seeing this, Adrian burst into laughter. Using his head? He had anticipated that. Boy, you're asking for it. Adrian suddenly placed the stone in front of him, directly facing Jonathan's head. Jonathan sneered, and without stopping his momentum, he charged straight into the stone. This scene made Adrian laugh even louder. It was suicide. Crack. The sound of stone shattering echoed as Jonathan's head met the stone. Adrian's laughter instantly ceased, because he found that the stone in his hand had turned into fragments, and Jonathan's impact hadn't lessened. A powerful force struck Adrian. Bang! With a dull thud, Adrian was sent flying backward. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by the collision. How could this boy have such strength? Thud. Falling to the ground, Adrian felt his insides churn violently, causing him to retch uncontrollably. Seeing Jonathan approaching, Adrian ignored the discomfort in his body and flipped over, fleeing. Even though they had only exchanged blows once, Adrian knew very well that he was no match for Jonathan. This opponent could easily shatter stones. Watching Adrian run away, Jonathan didn't pursue him. He knew how heavy that impact had been. Adrian's internal organs had been damaged by the collision. In this era, death was certain. Besides, if Adrian died here, it might raise suspicions with Conway and Jared. At that moment, the Patty hurried over. Second young master, are you alright? She looked up at Jonathan's head. When Jonathan and Adrian clashed, she couldn't bear to keep her eyes closed and saw the moment Jonathan used his head to smash against the sharp stone. Her heart nearly stopped at that moment. Jonathan laughed and shook his head. I'm fine. Unconvinced, the Patty said. Bend down so I can check. Jonathan lowered his head, and after examining carefully, she was left speechless. Second young master, your head is actually harder than stone. Jonathan laughed again. Yeah, I practiced specifically for this. Otherwise, it'd be too dangerous on the battlefield. The Patty couldn't tell if he was telling the truth, but didn't doubt his explanation. Jonathan changed the subject and gestured toward Jared and Conway. Let's wait here for a bit. We'll wake them up when it's time. Don't mention what happened earlier. Just say we fainted for a short while, probably because we didn't drink much tea. All right. The Patty remembered quickly, and they waited together. After a frantic escape, Adrian realized Jonathan wasn't pursuing him and let out a sigh of relief. But then, he felt intense pain in his abdomen. Before he could figure out where the pain was coming from, a wave of warmth hit his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Adrian's face instantly turned pale. As an assassin, he naturally knew what this meant. His internal organs were shattered. The impact of that collision was so terrifying. Adrian's body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to shout but found himself unable to make a sound. Then, everything went dark, and he fell forward. In the capital city, at the Imperial Palace, Vinnie King Vic was pointing at a map of Great Chu with Sterling, discussing in low voices about who they would deal with next. The cavalry commander Wayne hurriedly entered. Your Highness, Vinnie King, someone has delivered a letter, saying it's for your Highness. Vic was delighted, and immediately walked over to take the letter. He had long instructed that only special letters should be delivered to him immediately. And during this period, the special letters could only come from Adrian. Sterling noticed Vic's expression and chuckled. Fourth brother, it seems like good news. Vic nodded while opening the letter. Adrian has never disappointed me before, and I believe this time should be no exception. After opening the letter, Sterling couldn't wait to lean over and read it together with Vic. The letter was short, just a few lines. But after reading it, both Vic and Sterling showed expressions of disbelief. Sterling exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Vic was also extremely shocked. In the letter, Adrian confirmed what Conway had mentioned previously about Jonathan's legs being healed. Sterling immediately asked Wayne, did Jonathan's legs really end up crippled? Wayne, unaware of what the letter said, replied in confusion. This subordinate can confirm that Jonathan's legs are indeed crippled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly returned home from the military, relying on his hands to move around for these past few years. Upon receiving confirmation, Sterling's face flashed with astonishment, turning slightly pale. He suddenly recalled the supernatural events mentioned by Conway and hurriedly looked at Vic. Fourth brother, could what was mentioned in the previous letter be true? Chapter 64. Should an apology be given? It can't be true. Faced with Sterling's questioning, Vic was also uncertain. Sterling read Honor's letter once more, disbelief filling his face. Fourth brother, how did that boy's legs get better? Vic gave a bitter smile. Your Majesty, I can't figure it out either. Sterling's expression darkened slightly. What he thought was absolutely impossible had now become reality. And even worse, they still didn't know the reason behind it. The feeling of losing control over the situation surfaced in Sterling's heart. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. This discomfort soon turned into a killing intent. Fourth brother, originally I wasn't really concerned whether this boy lived or died. But now, I must have him dead. Vic nodded. Your Majesty's wisdom is clear. With this boy back to normal, He is a huge threat to us. Indeed, we need to eliminate him. Speaking of this, Vic smiled confidently. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Honor always handles things steadily. Calculating by time, he has probably succeeded already. In a few more days, he will come back to report. The murderous look on Sterling's face relaxed, nodding with a smile. Good, when you handle things, I am at ease. Vic laughed. So, Your Majesty doesn't need to mind what this letter says. Let's consider our next target. On the roadside, after noticing signs of Jared and Conway regaining consciousness, Jonathan signaled the Crown Patty and approached each of them respectively. The Crown Patty vigorously shook Conway awake, while Jonathan looked at Jared and chuckled before striking him across the face. After the slap, seeing Jared coming around, Jonathan feigned panic. Secretary Abdur, wake up quickly. Jared gradually woke up, and before any other thoughts could form, he felt a burning pain on his cheek. Opening his eyes, he saw Jonathan standing in front of him. Jared's complexion changed dramatically as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" As he spoke, Jared hurriedly backed away. Jonathan suppressed a laugh. "I was calling you, Secretary Abdur." Jared froze for a moment, then glanced around, recalling what had happened earlier, and began looking around anxiously. But there were no abnormalities anywhere, leaving Jared puzzled. He remembered that both he and Conway were drugged, but nothing seemed to have happened. On the other side, Conway was also awakened by the Crown Patty. After a brief panic, Conway calmed down. Seeing both Jonathan and the Crown Patty here, he quickly checked his belongings. Upon checking, Conway had a bewildered expression. Nothing was missing, yet this didn't seem right at all. Did they only drug them to knock them out? Conway felt his brain couldn't handle this anymore. After a long while, Conway and Jared regained their senses and looked at Jonathan and the Danielle suspiciously. "When did you wake up?" Conway asked. Before Jonathan could answer, Conway said, "You reply." Jonathan remained calm, having anticipated Conway might do this, so he had rehearsed with the Crown Patty several times before they awoke. After practicing, the Crown Patty wasn't nervous as she replied, "We woke up and came to call both secretaries." At this point, Jared shouted, "Nonsense! How did you wake up earlier than us? I think this knockout drug was from you too." Jonathan sneered. "Sir, I'm curious, when exactly did we give you the knockout drug?" Jared was taken aback. Realizing all the provisions and water were given by them to Jonathan, he became speechless. Conway slightly nodded, initially having similar suspicions, but considering Jonathan had no chance to poison them, plus that Jonathan and the Danielle hadn't escaped, he dismissed that possibility. Thinking of the tea from before, Jared suddenly jumped up. "Vincent, it must be the person who sold us tea before. Let's find him." Conway frowned, thinking it over and over again. It could only be the tea seller who gave them the knockout drug. But why would they drug them? Jonathan and the Danielle weren't rescued, and they lost nothing. It was too strange. Unable to understand, Conway nodded. "All right, let's go back and see." They immediately turned around and retraced their steps, soon finding the tea stall. Jared drew his sword and ran over only to discover Honor, the tea seller, was gone, causing him to pause. Where did he go? Conway caught up and was also stunned looking at the empty tea stall. Regaining his composure, Conway ordered, "Search around here." They searched nearby but found nothing. This left both men thoroughly confused. Is this person a madman who came here just to mock us? At this moment, Jared suddenly thought of something and his face changed. He hurriedly moved closer to Conway and whispered, "Vincent, could it be that a ghost is protecting that boy again?" Conway was startled, instinctively thinking it was impossible. But after careful consideration, Conway had to accept this possibility. Other than this, he could find no other explanation. Seeing Conway's expression changing repeatedly without denying his guess, Jared's heart skipped a beat. The ghost protecting Jonathan seemed to be getting more powerful. Before, it only swapped the poisoned food they prepared. Now, it even eliminated the villains trying to murder and rob them. That was indeed too terrifying. Stealthily glancing at Jonathan, Jared recalled his previous attitude towards Jonathan and felt a twinge of fear in his eyes. Would the ghost come to settle old scores with him? Thinking about this, cold sweat immediately appeared on Jared's forehead as he whispered, "Vincent, should I apologize to that kid?" Apologize? Why? Conway was somewhat puzzled. After listening to Jared's explanation, Conway also started to sweat. Although he didn't act as rudely as Jared, he was the one who planned all those attacks. If accounts were settled, his sins were even heavier than Jared's. Though what he did was more hidden, the other side was a supernatural being. Thinking of this, Conway hurriedly said, "Jared, since the court no longer wants us to do anything, why don't we reconcile with him?" Jared quickly nodded. "Good idea. Reconciliation is good, very good." He dared not have any reluctance now. Keeping his life was all that mattered. After discussing, they approached Jonathan together. Jared forced out a smile and said gently, "Young man, since we're close to the capital, I had to pretend to be mean. In fact, none of that was my true intention. If I offended you, please don't take it to heart." Conway nearly flattered, "Lord National Duke, we were just following orders before. Lord National Duke has a great tolerance, please don't mind us." After finishing, Conway added, "Now the court has left this matter. Let me and Jared serve you too for the rest of the journey." Chapter 65. Do you believe in ghosts? The Princess Selma looked at Conway and Jared, who were now acting meekly, feeling somewhat disoriented. What was going on here? How did these two suddenly undergo such a dramatic change in attitude? Though Jonathan wasn't entirely clear on what had happened either, he could tell from their slightly panicked expressions that they weren't just pretending. Considering there was still 1.5 months of travel ahead, Jonathan responded with a faint, Hearing this response, Conway and Jared's faces immediately lit up with surprise and delight. Conway quickly said, "I've long heard that His Grace the Duke is exceptionally magnanimous. Today I see it for myself." Jared couldn't come up with something so elegant and simply said, "Thank you, His Grace. Thank you." As he spoke, Jared hurriedly pulled out the keys and stepped forward. "His Grace, these shackles are used to deal with disobedient criminals. Naturally, His Grace won't need them." After continuing on their way, Conway and Jared no longer walked ahead or behind, but instead followed a few steps behind Jonathan and the Princess Selma like servants following their master. By dusk, they reached a post station. Conway went forward and exchanged a few words with the postman before retreating and inviting Jonathan and the Princess Selma with a bowed back. "Your Grace, Your Highness, please come in." The postman guarding the entrance heard this and looked astonished. What was going on? Didn't they say these two were convicts? Why were they being invited inside with such respect? Conway naturally understood the postman's astonishment, but couldn't care less about that right now. Life or face, which mattered more? He knew the difference clearly. Upon hearing the news, the station master soon arrived. With a smile, he saluted Conway and Jared. "Greetings to both esteemed officials." He then shouted to the postman beside him, "What are you standing there for? Lock those two criminals into the woodshed." Just as the postman was about to carry out the order, he was interrupted by an alarmed shout from Conway and Jared. "Absolutely not." Both Conway and Jared shouted in unison, their faces turning pale. "Lock them in the woodshed?" Last time, when they were locked in the woodshed, everything in the station except the buildings was gone. If it happened again, they might lose their lives this time. The station master was stunned, looking at Conway and Jared with confusion. "Esteemed officials, what?" "Borism." Conway coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. "Monty, though these two are wanted criminals by the court, they have made contributions to our country. Isn't it improper to lock them in the woodshed?" The station master was taken aback, his expression strange. Criminals, and yet talking about past achievements? But seeing Conway's expression, he didn't dare insist on his own opinion and asked, "Then where do you think we should put them?" "Not put, it's reside." Conway corrected the station master first, then asked, "Which room is the best?" The station master was stunned again, utterly incredulous. Give the best room to criminals? Unheard of. Moreover, the best rooms were reserved for high-ranking officials. If word got out that two criminals stayed there, how would he explain it to future guests? Thinking of this, the station master's face darkened. These officers were letting others pay for their mistakes. He wouldn't stand for it. The station master promptly replied, "The best rooms are for both esteemed officials." Having said that, he watched Conway and Jared coldly. He didn't believe they would give up their rooms. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jared said, "Then we won't stay here." Conway also nodded. "Jared and I have been having some back pain these past few days. We can't stay in the good rooms." The station master was speechless. This excuse was too lame. Back pain for both of them simultaneously? Besides, even if they had back pain, they could still live in good rooms. Only softer beds might be unsuitable. But seeing their expressions, the station master couldn't argue and could only have the postman lead Jonathan and the Princess Selma to their accommodations. Then, the station master smiled at Conway and Jared. "I've already arranged a banquet. Please join us." Conway replied, "Please arrange another set for yourself, of course, we'll cover the expenses." The station master was stunned again, finding it even more incredible. Perplexed, the station master sat down at the table. After several rounds of drinks, emboldened by intoxication, the station master couldn't help asking about his lingering doubt. "Why do you treat those two exiles so politely?" Jared glanced at Conway, unsure whether he should speak. After a moment's thought, Conway said, "Monty, do you believe in ghosts?" The station master was stunned, puzzled. What did this have to do with ghosts? Moreover, he didn't believe in ghosts at all. The station master shook his head immediately. "Though the existence of spirits has been talked about since ancient times, no one has ever seen one. To me, it's just superstition." Conway shook his head. "But what if I tell you, sir, that Jared and I have experienced it firsthand?" "What?" The station master was startled. "You two aren't joking, are you?" Jared snorted. "Or do you think we'd be this polite to them otherwise?" The station master paused, finally understanding the reason but still found it hard to believe. "Please, gentlemen, describe what this ghost looks like." Conway said, "We don't know what it looks like, but we do know what it can do." Faced with the station master's curious gaze, Conway explained, "First, it can neutralize the toxicity of poison. Second, it can cure incurable diseases. Third, it can kill people." With each point Conway made, the station master's disbelief grew. By the end, the station master burst out laughing. "Isn't what you're saying too exaggerated? There are stories of ghosts killing people, but every investigation has revealed that they were all impersonated by humans. As officials, you two must know better than this, right?" "Alas." Conway sighed. "Station master, do you know about the second son of the pacifying northern king who was disabled in both legs?" The station master nodded. "Yes. The emperor once proclaimed it nationwide." Conway said, "What if I told you that the young man is the second son of the pacifying northern king?" The station master's eyes widened instantly. "What? He is the second son of the pacifying northern king? But his legs were fine." Jared coldly hummed. "When we set off from the capital, this young, his legs were indeed disabled." The station master's eyes widened even more. "Are you saying his legs were healed by a ghost?" Conway nodded. "Exactly." The station master couldn't help but swallow, his voice trembling. "Then, what about the killings?" Jared recounted their recent experience. After Jared finished, Conway added, "From my perspective, that vendor who tried to rob us and murder us is probably dead by now." The station master couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. "So, this young man really has a ghost protecting him?" Chapter 66. The one who died was actually Adrian? Or do you think we'd be so courteous to him for nothing? Jared repeated what he had already said before, still feeling gloomy. Escort missions usually didn't reach this level of politeness and attentiveness. The Borisofri's face changed slightly as he thought back to his previous attitude and couldn't help but feel some fear. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything too offensive. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any reprisals. Despite this thought, the Borisofri still felt uneasy. Hastily, he spoke to Conway and Jared. "Please continue eating. I'll be right back." Without waiting for a response, the Borisofri ran out. Finding the inn attendant who was preparing food for Jonathan and the others, the Borisofri hurriedly instructed, Serve the best quality food with utmost care. If these two are unsatisfied with their meal, watch out, I might flay you alive. Even after giving the instructions, the Borisenfree still wasn't reassured and decided to stay in the kitchen to supervise personally. After the dishes were ready, the Borisenfree personally delivered them to Jonathan in the other's room. Knock knock. The Borisenfree gently knocked on the door, speaking in a moderate tone. Your meals are prepared. Should I bring them in now? The Foys hurried over to open the door, saying, Thank you, sir. Upon realizing that it was still the Borisenfree at the door, her face filled with surprise. Borisenfree da run? Jonathan, hearing the Foys' exclamation, walked over and was also surprised upon confirming it was indeed the Borisenfree. Seeing Jonathan, a hint of unease flashed across the Borisenfree's face. His eyes darted nervously around the room. While looking around, he explained, This meal is made exactly according to your requirements and supervised by me personally. Please taste and see if it meets your standards. If not, I will have them redo it. The Foys quickly replied, We wouldn't dare trouble you, sir. The Borisenfree hastened to reassure her, Not at all, not at all. Once the Foys took the food container, the Borisenfree quickly bid farewell. Walking away, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat relieved. With this attitude, he hoped to make up for his previous missteps. The Foys placed the food box on the table, casting a puzzled glance towards Jonathan. Second brother, why are they being so courteous? Jonathan chuckled. I don't know. I'm just hungry. Let's eat. As he opened the food container, he saw an array of meats inside. Seeing the dishes, the Foys was again surprised. This is even better than what we usually eat at the prince's mansion. Then her expression changed. Second brother, this won't be a last meal, will it? Jonathan laughed heartily. Brother-in-law is thinking too much. That's a prison term used in the dungeon. Still wary, she asked, What if there's poison in the food? Jonathan shook his head without hesitation. He had already checked with the system and found no trace of poison. Moreover, having consumed the all-toxin immunity pill, they weren't afraid even if there was poison. Seeing Jonathan's assurance, the Foys remained bewildered. What on earth is going on with these people? Back in the banquet room, Jared looked puzzled. Where did you go, sir? Why did you take so long? Still shaken, the Borisenfree replied, I went to apologize by delivering food to those two. Conway and Jared nodded understandingly. Makes sense. Makes sense. They certainly couldn't offend this guy now. Who knew if the ghost protecting him might come after them? Only after sending off Jonathan and his three companions the next morning did the Borisenfree finally feel at ease. Finally safe. After Jonathan and his companions set off again, Conway and Jared refrained from any mischief, even asking Jonathan and the Foys for their opinions several times. The Foys, after her initial surprise, gradually became accustomed to it and smiled happily every day. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, Sterling and Vic's expressions grew increasingly grim as days passed. Sterling, holding a memorial scroll, couldn't concentrate on reading it. Tossing the scroll onto the desk, he couldn't help but ask, Fourth brother, Adrian hasn't returned yet? Vic, frowning in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing this and lightly shook his head. Not yet. His frown deepened afterward. This development was entirely beyond his expectations. According to his plan, Adrian should have returned yesterday, but even until today, Adrian still hadn't shown up. Fourth brother, could something have gone wrong with Adrian? Sterling couldn't help but ask. Vic hesitated for a moment, replying, It shouldn't be. Over the past 8 years, Adrian had completed countless tasks without fail. This time shouldn't be any different. Yet when he thought about how Jonathan's crippled legs suddenly healed, a shadow of doubt clouded his mind. Something seemed off about this situation. Sterling stood up, pacing back and forth in the study, growing increasingly anxious. Just at this moment, Wayne's voice came from outside, filled with surprise. Your Majesty, Daeong County has sent word that an unnamed body was found by the roadside. Sterling immediately stopped in his tracks, then his face lit up with delight. Vic also abruptly stood up, overwhelmed with joy. Bring it in quickly. At Sterling's loud command, Wayne jogged in with a letter. Sterling and Vic exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. They had memorized the route from the capital to Liangzhou perfectly, and Daeong County was right on the way. After dispatching Adrian, corpses appeared there. Without a doubt, this must be Jonathan's. Being more cautious, Vic asked Wayne, How many bodies were there? Wayne shook his head. I didn't read the letter, so I'm not sure. Hearing this, Sterling laughed heartily. Fourth brother, do you really need to ask? It must be 4. You wouldn't think it's Adrian, would you? Vic hesitated, then laughed along. Yes, Your Majesty, you are correct. I overthought it. Sterling took the letter casually, opened it, and started reading with anticipation. As he read on, the joy on his face turned into confusion, then astonishment. Vic noticed the change in Sterling's expression. His smile froze, and he quickly asked, Brother, what's wrong? Sterling did not respond but continued reading. When he finished reading the entire letter, Sterling's face had turned ashen. A sense of foreboding arose in Vic's heart. Before he could speak, Sterling suddenly threw down the letter and yelled, How can this be? Vic was taken aback, forgetting about etiquette, and hurriedly picked up the letter. With a quick glance, Vic understood why Sterling reacted so strongly. The letter clearly stated that only one body was found in Daeong County. The description of the corpse's appearance undoubtedly matched Adrian. Realizing this, Vic couldn't help but exclaim in shock, just like Sterling, How can this be? After all this anticipation, the one who died turned out to be Adrian. Chapter 67. The Madman Hallam. Sterling's face darkened further as he heard Vic's exclamation. This outcome was clearly unexpected by both of them. Fourth brother, why did this happen? Sterling asked. Vic recovered from his shock, and the surprise on his face gradually turned into puzzlement. He knew very well about Adrian's prowess. He was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Apart from being powerful, Adrian would rarely choose direct confrontation but often opted for ambushes or poisoning. In such circumstances, how could Jonathan and his men possibly have defended against him? Vic took the letter and scrutinized it carefully again before frowning. The letter clearly stated that Adrian's body bore no signs of injury from sharp weapons. The coroner found that the cause of death was severe abdominal trauma, leading to the destruction of internal organs. What kind of force would be required to achieve that? An image of an iron tower-like burly man involuntarily surfaced in Vic's mind, but he quickly shook his head. This person was still in the capital city now, let alone that he and Adrian were brothers. He wouldn't possibly harm Adrian. But besides this person, Vic couldn't think of anyone who could accomplish such a feat. Could it be that he fell into some hunter's trap? Vic was somewhat uncertain. Fourth brother, what should we do now? Sterling asked at this moment. Adrian's life or death, or even the cause of death, was not the focus of his concern. He only cared that Jonathan was still alive. Vic regained his composure, pondered for a moment, and hesitantly said, Your Majesty, I fear we can only rely on Hallam. Sterling was taken aback. No other choice? Vic replied, If we want to ensure Jonathan and his group certain death, Hallam is the best choice. Sterling hesitated, but soon his face showed a determined expression. Fine, let him go. After speaking, Sterling gave further instructions. Fourth brother, you need to handle the aftermath properly as well. Understood. Vic responded, and then hurriedly left. Watching Vic leave, a cruel smile gradually spread across Sterling's face. With Hallam taking action, that boy Jonathan is definitely going to die. Upon returning to Willis's mansion, Vic rushed straight to a room in the backyard guarded by over a dozen guards. What are his recent demands? Vic asked the guards. The guards looked terrified and replied, A few days ago, he became increasingly dissatisfied with the sheep and dogs we provided for him. Several times, he insisted we bring him people. Hearing this, Vic frowned deeply and ordered, Open the door. Yes. As the guards opened the door, a nauseating stench of blood immediately spread out. Vic's complexion instantly turned pale, and he started dry heaving. Once he barely adjusted to the smell, Vic walked into the room. Inside, there were no tables, chairs, beds, or benches. In the middle of the room, however, was a large stone block pressing down on a steel plate. Over a dozen guards stepped forward and together exerted their strength to move the stone block aside, then lifted the steel plate open. The moment the steel plate was opened, an even stronger wave of blood smell surged up. The guards closest to it couldn't help but vomit uncontrollably. At this moment, a maniacal laughter echoed from below. Ha ha ha, after all this time, you're still so incompetent. These guards were chosen elites from the military by Vic. If anyone else dared speak to them like this, they would surely challenge them. However, they dared not show any dissatisfaction upon hearing the words from below. Vic waved his hand, signaling the guards to leave, then spoke, Hallam, it's me. The laughter paused, sounding almost incredulous. Prince? Then, Hallam's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. Has His Highness encountered another unsolvable problem? Let me out, and I'll solve it for you. As he spoke, the sound of rattling chains came from below. Vic furrowed his brow. Although he indeed faced difficult problems, having it pointed out so bluntly made him feel somewhat embarrassed. But considering Hallam's nature, Vic quickly calmed himself. This time, the opponent isn't just difficult to deal with. Vic continued, he has a deep-seated grudge against you. Hallam was taken aback. Deep-seated grudge? After a pause, he laughed. Is it the son of someone I killed before? Vic shook his head. No. Hallam's laughter faltered. Not? Then who is it? Vic slowly said, he killed your brother. Instantly, silence fell beneath the underground chamber. Moments later, an angry roar came from below. It's impossible. Impossible. You're lying. How could my brother, so powerful, be killed by anyone? Amidst the roar, the sound of chains grew louder and more intense. Despite feeling a chill, Vic still said, I've already received news of Adrian's death. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Following the silence, a voice filled with boundless murderous intent rang out. Let me out. I want to avenge my brother. Upon hearing this, Vic's expression relaxed. All right, I'll have someone let you out now. Guards, release Hallam. The guards outside were all visibly frightened by this order. They were actually going to release that killing machine. However, they could not disobey Vic's command. One of them hesitated before entering the room and asked, Your Highness, are you sure you want to let him out? Vic nodded. Release him. The guards reluctantly unlocked the chains and started pulling on them. As the chains clattered, a mop of black hair streaked with dark red appeared first. Then, a figure completely covered in dark red emerged from the cellar opening. All that red was coagulated blood. Vic forced himself to remain composed, managing a strained smile. Hallam, it's been a long time. Hallam did not respond to Vic, but turned to the guard. Was it you who spoke with the prince just now? The guard froze, shaking his head quickly. The other guards also shook their heads hurriedly. Only the one who had spoken with Vic did not shake his head. Seeing Hallam's gaze, this guard trembled involuntarily. Why you? His fear made it impossible for him to form a complete sentence. Hallam suddenly grinned widely, but under the dried blood covering his body, the smile resembled that of a demon from hell. Then, Hallam took a single step forward, standing right before the guard. Before the guard could react, his shoulders were seized by Hallam's large hands. And then, rip. Ah. A sound beyond description was accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The guard was torn into two halves by Hallam. Instantly, blood and organs spilled across the floor. Vic, who had managed to hold back until now, finally couldn't withstand the sight and vomited. Hallam's face lit up with manic excitement as he crouched down to feel the warm blood with his hands, savoring it. The feeling of human blood is wonderful. Hearing Hallam's almost insane words, Vic vomited even more violently. Chapter 68. Not an ordinary person. Hallam enjoyed the moment, then turned to look at Vic. Your Highness, who killed my brother? Vic barely held back another retch and hurriedly said, Let's talk outside. With that, Vic fled through the door. A short while later, seeing Hallam in a fresh set of clothes, Vic's expression eased somewhat. The one who killed your brother is a kid named Jonathan. Hallam's eyes flashed with a menacing light. Jonathan? Who is he? Where is he? Vic took out a map and pointed to a marked route. He is currently on his way to exile in Liangzhou. Hallam took the map, memorized it, then nodded. I'll set off right now. With that, Hallam prepared to leave. Hold on. Vic called him back urgently. Hallam replied impatiently, what else? Vic explained, your brother's death was strange. He had no external injuries. His internal organs were crushed by something. Oh. Hallam was somewhat surprised. Such a death reminded him of how he usually killed people. Hallam felt a spark of curiosity. Is that kid as strong as me? Vic shook his head. He's only about as strong as I am. Looking at Vic, who barely reached his shoulders, Hallam felt incredulous. So small and yet so destructive? Vic frowned. Though he told Hallam that Jonathan killed Adrian, he wasn't entirely sure. After some thought, Vic nodded. So you should be careful. Hallam snorted. There's no one in this world stronger than me. With that, Hallam ignored Vic and walked out directly. Watching Hallam's back, Vic gradually revealed a smile on his face. Although Hallam was cruel and sometimes uncontrollable, there was no doubt about his strength. He was absolutely unparalleled. Jonathan, even though I don't know what method you used to kill Adrian, Hallam, will make you suffer. As he thought, Vic quickly went to the palace to inform Sterling that Hallam had set off. Soon after, laughter echoed within the palace. Ike is done for. On a weed-covered path, 4 figures walked, 2 ahead and 2 behind. The Crown Princess Selma looked at the lush surroundings with delight. This was something she had never seen in the capital city. She couldn't help but remark to Jonathan, Braden, this scenery, I've only read about it in poems before. I didn't expect it to be real. Hearing the Crown Princess Selma's words, Jared, who was walking behind, felt irked. They were actually treating their exile like a leisure trip. He and Conway seemed more like servants or guards following them. Jared grew increasingly indignant. Was there no way to deal with these two? Subconsciously, Jared glanced at Conway, only to find him staring intently ahead, clearly lost in thought. Vincent? After calling twice, Jared finally snapped Conway back to reality. What? Conway asked. Jared asked curiously, what were you thinking about? Conway paused briefly, then shook his head. Nothing. Jared didn't believe him and pursued. No, you must have been thinking of something. What can't we talk about? Conway chuckled. Really, I wasn't thinking about anything. Seeing Conway's refusal to speak, Jared felt displeased. But soon, he realized something, his eyes lighting up. Conway must be thinking of a way to deal with those two. He dare not admit it because of the ghost beside that kid. It must be. Thinking this, Jared looked at Conway with anticipation. Noticing Jared's realization, Conway gave a meaningful smile without saying anything. This response made Jared extremely pleased. Conway must have come up with a plan to deal with those two. Otherwise he wouldn't respond like that. Great. Too great. That night, once they arrived at the station, Jared lowered his voice and asked slyly, Vincent, do you have any plans? Suddenly sighing, Conway said, Jared, tomorrow we'll cross Westguard Town. Beyond it, bandits roam freely. We need to be cautious. Startled, Jared quickly caught on and broke into wild joy. He understood. Conway intended to use other people's hands to eliminate the threat. Indeed, they dared not act against Jonathan themselves, but the bandits wouldn't care about such scruples. Faced with overwhelmingly superior numbers, they were helpless. Realizing this, Jared nodded repeatedly. Yes, those bandits are indeed tough. We should warn them too. Conway nodded. You're right. Get some sleep early. We have a long journey tomorrow. Both exchanged a smile, entering dreamland with excitement and joy. The next morning, the 4 set off from the station. Not long after they started walking, Conway said, Your Honors, not far ahead is Westguard Town. Beyond Westguard Town, our great Chu's control over these areas significantly weakens. Jared and I have passed through here a few times before and encountered many evil bandits. Those people won't care about our official status. If they outnumber us, we'll all have to run for our lives. The Crown Princess Selma's face showed obvious tension. So dangerous? Jared remarked. Yes. The people beyond Westguard Town are extremely vicious. We're telling you in advance so that you can be prepared. The Crown Princess Selma grew even more anxious and quickly turned to Jonathan. Braden, what should we do? Jonathan frowned. He had served in the military for several years during his previous life and had once been beyond Westguard Town. What these two were saying was indeed true. There were indeed marauding bandits here, an area where the imperial court often turned a blind eye. However, as long as they stayed on the main roads instead of choosing remote trails, the chances of encountering bandits would be much lower. When Jonathan caught Jared's forced smile, he instantly understood their intentions. These two still harbored wicked thoughts, hoping for them to die at the hands of bandits. A sneer welled up inside Jonathan. If it were against ordinary people, this plan might indeed work. But unfortunately, he was no ordinary person. This tactic wouldn't work on him. Jonathan immediately flashed a bright smile. Thank you both for your warning. Since beyond Westguard Town is so perilous, please take care of yourselves as well. Jared, who had been inwardly rejoicing, almost burst out laughing when he heard this. This kid might be formidable, but in terms of strategy, he was far behind Vincent. He didn't see through their true intentions, and even thanked them in return. Absolutely laughable. Jared then laughed heartily. Of course, we all need to take care. Conway, however, slightly furrowed his brows. Jonathan's words sounded like a response to their well-meaning warning, but upon deeper reflection, it felt like there was another layer of meaning hidden within. Chapter 69. Don't be afraid, Alexandria. I'm here. Conway stared at Jonathan's smile, his confusion deepening. He could not tell if this smile was genuine or had a hidden agenda. For a moment, Conway's full confidence suddenly diminished. Vincent, let's go. Jared urged impatiently at this time. He couldn't wait to get to the frontier and encounter a band of bandits. Conway nodded, and the group continued their journey. At noon, the 4 people arrived at the checkpoint of Town West Pass. The Selma looked at the desolate scene beyond the pass and then at the vibrant area inside, her face revealing a look of tension. This stark contrast made her feel uneasy. After eating some dry provisions, the four stepped out of the checkpoint. Once they crossed into the frontier territory, even Conway and Jared felt nervous. Although they had planned what to do if captured by bandits, they still had to bear some risks. But thinking about using these bandits to kill Jonathan and his companion, they disregarded these risks. After walking for an hour, they only encountered 2 pedestrians on the road. After walking a bit further, another person approached from the opposite direction. Jonathan, who was in the lead, felt a stir in his heart. He sensed that this person was scrutinizing them secretly, which was very different from the previous 2 pedestrians who merely glanced at them. This was very unusual. While some curious pedestrians might observe others closely, they would never hide their actions like this person did. Something is wrong with this guy. Jonathan stared at the person without any courtesy, his gaze following the other's movements. The person was calculating how many valuables Jonathan and his group might have. Feeling Jonathan's stare, he was startled. Is he staring at me? Did he notice my intentions? That shouldn't be possible. He had been sneaking looks, and none of the dozens of fat sheep before had noticed his intentions. Surprised, this person quickened his pace and soon passed Jonathan and his group. He then turned into a small path and quickly disappeared from Jonathan's sight. Noticing Jonathan's constant stare, the Selma asked in confusion, Zeke, what's wrong? Conway and Jared were also puzzled, not understanding why Jonathan kept staring at that person. Jonathan immediately said, that person was stealthily examining us. I suspect he has malicious intentions. What? The Selma, Jared, and Conway all exclaimed in unison. The difference was that the Selma's exclamation carried unease and fear, while Conway and Jared's exclamations carried a hint of excitement. It happened. The robbers have indeed appeared. Then we should be more careful, Jared said hurriedly, trying not to laugh out loud. Conway added, everyone should stay alert, especially at night. There are no ones here. The Selma became even more terrified. The robbers have already appeared, and they're going to sleep outdoors tonight? Isn't that more dangerous? Jonathan, noticing the Selma's fear, comforted her. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I'm here. Jared's face flashed with disdain. What good will you be here? You may be skilled, but these bandits are numerous and far more formidable than leopards. The Selma forced a smile. All right, I won't be afraid. Though she said so, the fear and anxiety on her face didn't diminish at all. Just as Jared thought, the robbers weren't just 1 or 2. No matter how capable Jonathan was, how many could he deal with? Thinking about what might happen when the bandits appeared, the Selma's face turned pale. Ponhu Ridge. The person who had passed Jonathan and his group rushed into the village. A guard standing by the path whistled and joked. Aaron came back? How was it? Any fat sheep passing by? Aaron shook his head. None seen. The guard who asked instantly looked disappointed and cursed. Damn, where are those fat sheep? Haven't had fresh meat for days. Aaron didn't reply, hurrying to the chieftain's house. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a woman scream from inside. Then, a man with dark skin and a diagonal scar on his face opened the door, looking grim as he walked out. Seeing Aaron, the man grunted. What is it? Aaron glanced into the room and saw a young woman lying motionless on the ground, her face purple and eyes full of terror. He quickly withdrew his gaze. Brother, no fat sheep today. Callan was greatly displeased. The Ponhu village hadn't robbed anything for almost a month. The treasures they had looted previously had been squandered to almost nothing. He immediately barked. Then why did you come back so early? Aaron quickly explained, Big brother, it's like this. I encountered a group of 4 people. Although they didn't seem to have much money, one of them was very alert and kept staring at me as if he saw through my intentions. Callan was somewhat surprised. He knew Aaron's skills well. There had never been such a case before. Who were the people? Callan asked. Aaron replied, 3 men and 1 woman. But 2 were in front and 2 at the back, seemingly not traveling together. A light flashed in Callan's eyes. What does Miriam look like? Aaron paused for a moment, then recalled Callan's character and responded, the woman is very beautiful. Callan became immediately intrigued. How beautiful? Aaron couldn't think of any exaggerated words, so he said, prettier than all the women you've had before, much prettier. Callan's dark face turned red, and his breathing quickened. Prettier than all his previous women? That must be a heavenly beauty. He was determined to get her. Everyone, get ready. We're going to act. With Callan's loud order, more than 30 strong men from Ponhu village became excited. Another group of fat sheep to be slaughtered. Aaron was somewhat shocked by Callan's command and hastily warned, Big brother. The man who noticed me scrutinizing them is the one with Miriam. I feel he's not an ordinary person. Cowardly egg. Callan sneered disdainfully. I bet you weren't careful enough and that's why you were spotted. Besides, they are only 4 people, and we have over 30. Can one of them fight 10 of us? If you're afraid, just stay in the village. I'll bring that guy back for you to see. Without waiting for Aaron's reply, Callan returned to his room to grab his 9-ring blade and led the already assembled group of more than 30 bandits down the mountain ridge. Thinking about Aaron's description, Callan couldn't wait anymore. Chapter 70. Don't be like a rat afraid to see people. As Conway saw the sky darken, he called out to Jonathan and the Danielle. Let's rest here for the night. The Danielle looked around at the desolate surroundings, hearing occasional bird calls that made her face pale. She hurriedly said, Sir, can we walk a bit further to see if there's a village nearby? Jared immediately shook his head. There's no village around here. Conway nodded in agreement. Even if there was one, they would not go there. They deliberately chose this place far from any habitation to give those bandits a chance to make their move. Seeing Conway and Jared disagreed, the Danielle felt powerless. Jonathan had already seen through Conway and Jared's plan, sneering inwardly. Just as he suspected, they wanted to use him as a pawn. Jonathan repeated what he had said earlier. Don't worry, Alexandria. I'm here. Jared and Conway scorned him inside. Just keep pretending. We'll see how confident you are when the bandits arrive. While eating dry rations, Conway said, This place isn't safe. Tonight, Jared and I will take the watch. You two get some sleep. Jared nodded vigorously. Vincent is right. Sleep soundly, and Vincent and I will protect you. They exchanged glances with a knowing smile. They were planning to leave quietly after these two fell asleep. When the bandits came, they would have no way to escape. Unaware of their sinister intentions, the Danielle thought they were being caring as before, gratefully saying, "Thank you, sirs, but let me and Zeke take the second half of the night." Conway didn't refuse. "Fine, I'll wake you up then." The Danielle quickly replied, "Thank you so much, sirs." She turned to Jonathan. "Zeke, let's get to sleep early and take the watch later." Jonathan nodded without comment, continuing to eat while inwardly scoffing at Conway and Jared's words. Would these two be so kind? Obviously, they intended to leave when the bandits showed up. Jonathan sneered at their plot. Wanting to use bandits against him? They either overestimated the bandits or underestimated him. After finishing their rations, Jonathan found a spot to lie down but did not really fall asleep. Jared and Conway watched them fall asleep, exchanging another glance with clear smiles. The boy finally took the bait. After a short wait, they heard even breathing from Jonathan and the Danielle, looking even more excited. Asleep, Conway threw all the dry branches and leaves onto the fire, which immediately blazed intensely. "Let's go." With a glance from Conway, they silently rose and slipped into the darkness. At the same moment, Jonathan's eyelids twitched and slowly opened his eyes, filled with coldness. He knew their offer to share the watch wasn't sincere, and it proved true. Looking at the fiercely burning fire, Jonathan smirked. They feared the bandits wouldn't find them. Jonathan activated the system scan. After confirming that Conway and Jared were more than 150 meters away, he sat up and glanced at the still sleeping Danielle. With such a conspicuous fire, the bandits must have already found them. Regardless of how many there were, Jonathan didn't care. But the Danielle was different. Thinking about it, Jonathan instructed the system. System, redeem an indestructible, soundproof cabin. Redeemed successfully. Deducted 200,000 points. Remaining points, 17,280,000. Jonathan took out the cabin and placed the Danielle inside. Closing the door, he sat by the fire, waiting quietly for the bandits. 100 meters away, Conway and Jared hid in the dark, staring at the blazing fire, eyes full of anticipation. Jared chuckled, "Vincent, you sure know your tricks. This scheme is brilliant." Conway smiled modestly. "It's nothing. Just a few rounds of reading the 36 stratagems." Jared snorted, ignoring the details. "Ike has ghost protection? Huh? Let's see how strong those ghosts are." Conway nodded. He also very much wanted to know how powerful the ghost of Mohammed was. Jared added, "Vincent, once they're dead, when we return to the capital, we should be able to rise to prominence, right?" A gleam flashed in Conway's eyes. Naturally. The court had halted its actions due to the sight of ghosts, yet they dared to do what the court feared to. How could they not be rewarded? At that moment, Conway's ears twitched as he heard some commotion and immediately signaled Jared to be quiet. "Shoo." Jared hurriedly lowered his voice, asking, "They're here?" Excitement made his voice tremble. Seeing Conway nod, Jared was even more agitated, trembling all over. Their plan had finally succeeded. They exchanged a look of excitement and together stared at the direction of the campfire. "Brother, there's a firelight over there." After hours of searching, the group from Panther Tiger Fort was both exhausted and famished. When they saw the firelight, everyone became excited. Callan was barely able to contain his excitement, eager to rush over immediately. But he remained composed. "Everyone, keep it down. Don't startle them away." Everyone nodded in agreement. They couldn't afford to miss this rare opportunity. More than 30 bandits slowly approached the campfire in the darkness. When these people entered the system's detection range, Jonathan sneered coldly. "Finally, they're here." Jonathan stood up and shouted loudly, "Since you've come, show yourselves. Don't be like rats afraid to see people." The bandits from Panther Tiger Fort who were trying to approach stealthily were instantly enraged. Provocation. This was outright provocation. Callan's face darkened. It seemed that Third Son was right. This man indeed had some skills, having discovered their presence from over 30 yards away. Callan no longer bothered hiding and led his men toward the campfire. On the other side, Conway and Jared were stunned by Jonathan's shout. For a long time, Jared finally came to his senses, looking at Conway with disbelief. "Vincent, what's going on? How did this kid know the bandits were here? And how could he dare challenge them?" Chapter 71. Are you going to make a move? Conway was just as puzzled as Jared. Jonathan's actions were completely beyond his expectations. More importantly, from Jonathan's behavior, he suddenly realized that the plan he thought was meticulously laid out might have been seen through by Jonathan long ago. How could this be? Conway was thoroughly dumbfounded. At this moment, Jared suddenly thought of something and chuckled. "Vincent, it seems this kid is very confident in his strength. Unfortunately, he forgot he has one weakness." Conway froze, subconsciously asking, "What weakness?" Jared sneered, "The woman. These bandits are more than 30 strong. Even if this guy can handle them, he definitely cannot protect Miriam. If the bandits capture her, won't this kid be forced to surrender?" Realization dawned on Conway, and the confusion on his face vanished. While his plan wasn't perfect, the kid overlooked some things too. "Vincent, let's just wait here calmly. Once the matter there is settled, we can return to the capital," Jared said with a smile. Conway nodded. They immediately strained their eyes and ears toward the direction of the bonfire. Callan led more than 30 bandits, walking until they were 10 paces away from the bonfire when he waved his hand. Immediately, the 30 men spread out, surrounding the bonfire. This was their usual tactic, never letting anyone slip through. As the circle closed rapidly, they soon approached the bonfire. Upon seeing only Jonathan beside the bonfire, Callan paused, hurriedly scanning the surroundings. But no matter where he looked, he saw no others. Only an oddly coffin-like object next to Jonathan. Jonathan's gaze swept over the 30-odd bandits, showing no sign of panic. This scene caused suspicion to flash in the bandits' eyes who were watching Jonathan closely. Is this kid blind and can't see how many people are here? Callan was also puzzled. but quickly replaced it with a fierce look. He signaled to two bandits beside him, "Go." Receiving orders, the two bandits grinned wickedly and advanced towards Jonathan with their machetes drawn. In their view, Jonathan wasn't bulky and was quite young, an easy target for them to deal with. The only difference was this kid remained calm compared to other easy targets. But what good does being calm do? In front of their knives, it's all fake bravado. The two bandits approached from both sides of Jonathan in perfect coordination. Jonathan watched their moves and couldn't help but shake his head. Facing overwhelming force, coordination means nothing. Looking around at the waiting bandits, Jonathan called out, "Stop testing me. Come at me all at once." The bandits were stunned. Is this kid not only blind but also insane? Two people aren't enough. So now he wants them all? Does he want to die quicker? Callan was also stunned. This was the first time he'd encountered such a person. Calling him insane might fit, but such a calm madman was unheard of. Suddenly, Callan felt something amiss and his expression darkened. Where did those three people run to? In which direction? Far away, Conway and Jared were puzzled. Three people? Shouldn't there be two? Did the kid send Miriam away? Conway finally understood why Jonathan was provoking them. He was buying time for Miriam to escape. Impressive. This kid has guts. Just as he thought, Jonathan loudly declared, "They ran in that direction." Seeing the direction Jonathan pointed, which was precisely where they were, Conway and Jared were terrified. Just as they prepared to flee, they heard Callan scoff. "Don't think you can fool me. You dare stay behind, which means you're ready to die, so you're giving them time by pointing in the wrong direction, right?" Jonathan was taken aback before laughing. These days, telling the truth gets you disbelieved. Fine, think whatever you want. I'll ask you one question. Are you going to make a move or not? If my sister-in-law wakes up suddenly in this confined space, wouldn't she be frightened? Callan's face was darkening as if about to drip with water. After years of being a bandit, he had never been pushed repeatedly like this. This was a huge humiliation. "You brat, you want to die? Well, I won't give you the satisfaction." The scar on Callan's face twitched. "Once I catch you, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead and tell me which direction those three went." Saying this, Callan barked at the two men who had already approached Jonathan. "Stop stalling and attack." The two immediately swung their knives at Jonathan. One on the left and one on the right. One aimed for Jonathan's legs, the other for his shoulders. Watching their practiced coordination, a cold smile appeared on Callan's face. At least 30 people had fallen to this very move. He didn't believe this kid could handle it. Under the firelight, Jonathan smiled faintly, simultaneously raising one hand and one leg, then grabbed towards the two knives. The bandits, watching intently, only felt a blur before their eyes. Next thing they saw was Jonathan holding a knife in each hand and foot. "Whoa!" The bandits all let out a collective exclamation, especially Callan, who shouted in shock, "Impossible. A move that was always unbeatable, actually broken?" After a moment of shock, Callan's expression changed. He had realized that Jonathan wasn't trying to buy time with his life for those three people, but truly possessed the strength. Thinking of this, Callan hurriedly bellowed, "Attack! Everyone attack! Kill him!" The other bandits snapped back to reality and all charged at Jonathan with shouts. Far away, Conway and Jared heard the shouts, hearts pounding. Good thing the bandit leader didn't fall for Jonathan's words, or they would be done for. Overcoming their fear, both showed a mixture of resentment and anticipation. This kid almost killed them, and now he's being surrounded by so many. Karma. "Vincent, this kid is dead for sure," Jared said with satisfaction. Conway nodded. Jared was spot on. So many bandits attacking together, he didn't believe Jonathan could survive. Just as they were imagining, they heard a scream from afar. Both instantly cheered. This must be that kid's scream. Before their excitement could peak, another scream echoed. But this second scream was completely different from the first. Both froze, surprised looks appearing on their faces. Could the first scream not have been from that kid? Chapter 72. If you won't go, then I will. Conway and Jared were puzzled when the third and fourth screams of agony echoed soon after. It was clear from these four screams that they weren't coming from the same person. Could it be that the kid wasn't the one being beaten? The two men's expressions changed abruptly. Disregarding everything else, they hastily stood up and looked toward the bonfire. What they saw instantly left them in a daze. Under the illumination of the bonfire, a figure stood immovably like a celestial god descending to earth. Every time the bandits launched an attack, this figure retaliated effortlessly with every move, leaving the bandits screaming in agony. Within a short while, more than half of the 30-odd bandits lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining dozen or so bandits wore expressions of terror instead of their previous ferocity, holding their knives yet hesitating to advance. Not far away, Callan watched his fallen subordinates, his face filled with shock. Despite the attack by over 30 people, not only had they failed to take down the opponent, but the situation was now in the enemy's favor. Was he dreaming? Even if this were a dream, it was too absurd for him to have dreamed it up. Especially upon seeing Jonathan's composed expression, Callan felt a constriction in his throat. Could it be that this kid hasn't even exerted full strength? Looking at his terrified subordinates who dared not step forward, Callan wanted to shout out the order to attack. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the words come out. If 30 people couldn't overpower him, how could these dozen frightened souls stand a chance? An impulse to flee surged through Callan's mind. Jonathan, looking at the cowering bandits, beckoned. "Come on then." Yet, all the bandits Jonathan gestured to took an unconscious step back, their faces etched with horror. Shaking his head helplessly, Jonathan said, "Since you won't go, I will." In the next moment, Jonathan transformed into a black lightning bolt, dashing towards the bandits instantly. Ghost. His speed frightened the already terrified bandits witless, causing them to scatter in panic. Callan was no exception. Upon hearing Jonathan's words, he turned and fled without a backward glance. After running a few steps, he heard Jonathan's ghostly voice echoing behind him. "Can you run away?" Callan watched as the shadow on the ground drew closer, but there was no panic in his expression. Rather, it held a hint of smugness. Just as the shadow almost matched his pace, Callan stopped abruptly. Die! With a roar, Callan swung his 9-ringed broadsword with all his might behind him. In the instant he turned, Callan saw Jonathan's face right before him, feeling victorious. This feint had worked, especially when he saw his sword slicing into Jonathan's shoulder. He laughed aloud. Boy, you're still too green to tangle with me. Before he could finish his sentence, a metallic clanging sound rang out. Callan froze. What was that sound? Immediately thereafter, he felt a massive jolt through his hand, nearly dislodging the sword from his grip. Callan's complexion changed dramatically. He suddenly realized that the sensation of slashing into Jonathan felt completely off. It was as if he had struck iron. What was going on? He quickly glanced down. At the sight, Callan's pupils dilated in shock. Except for the sliced clothing, the 9-ringed broadsword hadn't penetrated Jonathan's body at all. He even noticed that the edge of the sword was starting to roll inward. How is this possible? Callan let out a cry of astonishment. This 9-ringed broadsword was forged from high-quality iron, capable of cutting through metal like butter. Yet, it had failed to sever the other's shoulder and had damaged its own blade. This scenario was beyond his comprehension. Jonathan examined his left shoulder, and a smile slowly spread across his face. The system's enhancement was indeed formidable. Though the strike was powerful, he hadn't felt any pain or injury. With one swift motion, Jonathan grabbed hold of the ring on the back of the sword. Regaining his senses, Callan, seeing his weapon captured, changed countenance and tried to pull the sword back urgently. However, no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't retrieve the sword from Jonathan's grasp. Callan was taken aback and increased his force. Regardless of how much strength he used, not only could he not retrieve his weapon, he couldn't even budge the sword towards himself. Panic surged within Callan. This man was definitely beyond his match. Without hesitation, Callan released his grip and turned to flee. Jonathan watched Callan's retreating back with a cold smirk. The 9-ringed broadsword flew out of his hand, striking Callan squarely in the back. Ah! Callan emitted a heart-wrenching scream, then fell face down, lifeless. After dealing with Callan, Jonathan turned and walked back. Several dozen feet away, Conway and Jared were as pale as a sheet, trembling all over. Jared even felt a warm sensation spreading in his pants. He instinctively wanted to call out to Vincent, but quickly covered his mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Ike showed no hesitation when killing. Conway also relied on gripping his legs tightly with both hands to prevent himself from collapsing on the ground. He had thought Jonathan was capable, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Over 30 burly bandits weren't a match for him at all. At this moment, the two men noticed that Jonathan seemed to glance in their direction, causing them to feel as if their souls had flown out of their bodies. Without stopping to think whether Jonathan would chase after them, they turned and ran for their lives. Jonathan heard the commotion, glanced behind him briefly, then withdrew his gaze. Whether or not to kill Conway and Jared was insignificant. Even if these two returned to the capital, Sterling wouldn't let them off. Back by the bonfire, looking at the corpses and blood everywhere, Jonathan carried the sleeping cabin and found a new spot. After lighting a new fire, he gently lifted the Selma from inside the sleeping cabin. Afterward, Jonathan lay down. By the time dawn broke, the Selma awoke from her slumber. Noticing that her surroundings seemed different from last night, she was startled and called out urgently, "Zeke, wake up, wake up!" Jonathan pretended to open his eyes sleepily. "What's wrong?" Panicked, the Selma replied, "Zeke, look, this place doesn't seem like where we stopped last night." Jonathan pretended to look around before responding innocently, "Really? It looks the same to me." This answer left the Selma momentarily speechless. "It hasn't changed?" Jonathan nodded confidently. "As far as I can recall, nothing has changed." A look of confusion spread across the Selma's face. "Could I have remembered it wrong?" Jonathan chuckled. "Alexandria, you must have remembered it wrong. Even if we sleepwalked here, the bonfire couldn't possibly move itself along with us, right?" Chapter 73. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. The Patty glanced at the bonfire, nodding dubiously. What Jonathan said did make sense. But suddenly, the Patty thought of something and looked around anxiously. Where are the two officials? Jonathan put on an expression of curiosity and bewilderment. "Yeah, where are they?" The Patty called out hastily, "Minister Abdur, Josh, where are you?" Naturally, no one responded to her. The Patty couldn't help but panic a little. "Zeke, the two officials are missing." Jonathan feigned an epiphany. "Alexandria, remember how they volunteered to keep watch last night? I think they didn't want to go to Liangzhou, so they returned to the capital while we were sleeping." The Patty looked doubtful. "Is that so?" Jonathan nodded firmly. "It must be that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just disappeared." After some contemplation, the Patty had no choice but to accept this guess. But she then thought of another question. What about us two? Should we still go to Liangzhou? This was something Jonathan had been thinking about clearly in the late hours. Of course, they had to go to Liangzhou. If not, how could he utilize the system to develop his power? Moreover, wouldn't it give Sterling an excuse to deal with him? Seeing Jonathan made up his mind, the Patty nodded, and after checking their direction, the two set off towards Liangzhou. On a broad road, Jared and Conway ran one after the other, both looking terrified. Clearly, they had reached their limits and were sustained solely by their will to live. Conway glanced back and, finding that Jonathan wasn't chasing them, felt relieved. This relaxation led to him losing his strength and falling to the ground with a thud. After falling, Conway panicked instantly and shouted, "Jared, stop for a moment. I can't run anymore." In front, Jared turned back and relaxed upon not seeing Jonathan, collapsing onto the ground and breathing heavily. Jared, still catching his breath, asked in alarm, "Vincent, that guy isn't coming after us, right?" Conway had calmed down a bit, looking back for a while before letting out a long sigh of relief. "No, he hasn't come after us." Jared looked surprised. "How do you know?" Conway regained some of his usual confidence. "Have you forgotten how fast he chased those bandits? If he really wanted to catch us, he would have done so already. Why wait until now?" "So that's it. Jared realized and then burst into delighted laughter. Great. Perfect. Conway also laughed along. They had finally escaped from the jaws of death. Laughing, they lay on the ground, thoroughly relaxed. Vincent, where do we go next? Jared asked. Conway pondered and said, back to the capital. The capital? Jared seemed surprised. Can the Chancellor forgive us if we return like this? Conway replied, he will. This isn't our fault. That guy is simply too outrageous. Besides, although we failed our mission, we did uncover some hidden aspects about him, which makes up for it. Jared breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Conway nodded and was about to explain further when he noticed a tall, cold-faced man approaching. Conway shivered involuntarily. He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Jared followed Conway's gaze and snorted displeasingly. So what if he was a bit taller? Why should they be afraid? He was an official. Remembering this was inside the border, Jared immediately regained his courage and pointed at the man, barking, you, come here. Hallam frowned, looking at Jared. Are you talking to me? Jared impatiently snapped, stop wasting my time. If not you, who else could it be? Conway frowned upon hearing this but, considering Jared had just survived a brush with death, let it slide. Animal? Those two words caused Hallam's eyes to flash with murderous intent. When he was young, many people used those words to describe him, and all of those people ended up dead at his hands. Hallam started walking towards Jared. Though sprawled on the ground, Jared's bravado remained undiminished. Watching Hallam approach without fear, he commanded, Boris, re-up. Hallam's eyes glinted more dangerously as he quickened his pace. Jared nodded in satisfaction, giving Conway a smug smile. Vincent, see? There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just a coward. Conway furrowed his brow again. Coward? It reminded him of Jared's previous description of Jonathan. But last night, Jonathan's behavior was far from being a coward. He was clearly a killing god. At this moment, Hallam had already walked up to Jared, looking down at him with a deep voice. I'm here. Jared looked up at Hallam, feeling increasingly annoyed and shouted, kneel down before you speak to me. Hallam's face instantly turned vicious. Raising his hand, he swung his thick arm toward Jared's head. Jared was taken aback, shouting, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? But his words had no effect on Hallam, whose arm didn't slow down for a second, landing a slap across Jared's face. Snap. The immense force made Jared's head spin a full 180 degrees, turning from facing Hallam to facing Conway. Conway, seeing the terror still on Jared's face, his own face paled dramatically. It truly was out of the frying pan and into the fire. This man was not the slightest bit weaker than Jonathan and even more ruthless. Conway hastily said, hero, I don't know him. But Hallam merely sneered. Though he appeared dim-witted, he wasn't really foolish. Never met? He just called you Vincent. Conway's face turned pale again, wishing he could kill Jared 100 times over in his heart. He could only say, we have several hundred silver notes on us. All of them are yours if you spare me. As he spoke, Conway continuously kowtowed to Hallam. Ha 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 ha. Hallam laughed wildly, then suddenly stopped. So little silver for your life? Conway's face paled once more. Well, I have several thousand silver elsewhere, but they're in the capital. Just spare me, and they're all yours, all yours. The capital? These two words made Hallam narrow his eyes as he sized up Conway. Then, he reached out, picked up the utterly lifeless Jared, and shook him like a trash bag. Rustle. Everything on Jared fell to the ground. Hallam immediately spotted the past documents and picked them up. Conway watched Hallam's actions with confusion. At this moment, Hallam suddenly asked, you were the officers escorting Jonathan? Chapter 74 Danger must be dealt with halfway. Conway was taken aback. Then his face was full of surprise. How did you know? Hallam's expression changed, and he strode towards Conway while shouting, did you kill him? This person came to save Jonathan? Conway turned pale in fright and hurriedly retreated backwards. But after a night of frantic escape, he was already utterly exhausted. He hadn't moved much when Hallam seized him in one swift move. Conway quickly shouted, spare my life. He's not dead. Hallam loosened his grip. Not dead? Conway felt the change in Hallam and hurriedly explained, he's alive and well. As he spoke, Conway recounted what happened last night. We weren't unwilling to rescue him, but we couldn't handle more than 30 bandits, so we ran first. But fortunately, his national lord defeated the bandits. After speaking, Conway added, Jared and I feel ashamed and don't have the face to see his national lord, so we're on our way back. Given that his national lord is unharmed, please show mercy and spare me. Hallam let go and laughed heartily. Good he's not dead. Good he's not dead. As he said this, a fierce killing intent appeared on Hallam's face. Only by killing you myself can I be considered to have avenged my brother. Yes, right. Conway, who was nodding along with Hallam, suddenly froze when he realized what Hallam had said. Then his face turned astonished. You? What did you say just now? You want to kill National Lord? Jonathan? Hallam's face was filled with resentment. This man killed my brother, so of course I must kill him. As he spoke, Hallam suddenly looked at Conway. Did you harm my brother? Conway looked bewildered. Who's your brother? Hallam said, my brother is Adrian. Conway still looked confused. Adrian? Never heard of him. Hallam stared at Conway for a moment before nodding. Since you know I have deep enmity with that boy, then lead me to find that boy. No problem. Conway agreed without hesitation. This could be a great opportunity for revenge. Moreover, Jared was hit by this big guy, spinning around. How dared he refuse? Conway tried to stand up, but collapsed again due to exhaustion. He hastily said, let me rest for half an hour. No, a quarter of an hour will do. Hallam shook his head and easily picked up Conway, then placed him over his shoulder. Tell me, which direction are they in? Conway, calming down from his terror, immediately pointed towards where they were last night. He's there. Boris, re-up, or they might escape in any direction once they realize we're gone. Hallam nodded and set off at a fast pace. Conway, seeing Hallam's murderous intent, felt a surge of excitement. Initially thinking he had escaped from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's mouth, unexpectedly, this tiger came to help them. More importantly, this person was far stronger than Jared. If he used some tactics to win this person over, thinking about this, Conway couldn't help but feel thrilled. The Lexi received the fruit Jonathan threw down from the tree and took a bite, her eyes curving into crescents with laughter. Second brother, this fruit tastes sour yet sweet, really delicious. Without Conway and Jared, it felt more like they were enjoying themselves in the mountains. Jonathan scanned the nearby environment using the system, finding this kind of non-toxic fruit. After picking a small bag of fruits, the two set out again, chatting happily. Soon it was noon, and they found a shady spot under a tree, eating the fruits they had picked in the morning. After eating several, Jonathan suddenly sensed something. He felt the ground trembling slightly. Although it wasn't obvious, he still noticed it. Could it be the bandits? Jonathan immediately stood up and climbed up the tree. The Lexi looked puzzled. Second brother, what are you doing? Conway casually replied, it's cooler up here. Oh. The Lexi didn't think much about it and continued eating her fruit. From the tree, Jonathan scanned around and squinted when he saw the road they walked on in the morning. Conway, and he was being carried by someone else. They were coming straight this way. Clearly, they meant no good. Jonathan glanced around to confirm there were no other dangers nearby, then jumped down from the tree. The Lexi was surprised again. Second brother, didn't you say it's cooler up there? Jonathan clutched his stomach and said, Alexandria, my stomach hurts, I need to relieve myself. The Lexi immediately showed concern. Did you eat something bad? Jonathan shook his head and said, no, it's just a stomachache. Alexandria, wait for me here. Don't leave until I come back. After the Selma agreed, Jonathan hurriedly walked back along the way they had come. He needed to deal with the trouble on the way there. Sitting on Hallam's shoulder, Conway was sweating coldly on his forehead, continuously cursing Jonathan in his heart. Why were they walking so fast? He could already feel that Hallam was growing impatient. If they didn't find them soon, Hallam would likely kill him. Just as he thought this, Hallam saw a figure appear ahead and immediately suggested, Sir Tuoba, let's ask this person if they've seen a man and a woman pass by here. Hallam nodded with a grim face and strode toward the figure. They hadn't taken a few steps when Conway suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Before Hallam could ask, Conway shouted excitedly, it's him. That's Jonathan. It's Jonathan. Hallam paused, then quickly focused on the approaching figure of Jonathan, a look of surprise crossing his face. Why is he coming this way? Are you lying to me? Hallam asked suspiciously. Conway was startled and quickly replied, dare not. Absolutely dare not. Hallam asked again, what about Miriam with him? Conway was momentarily speechless, but finally found an explanation. Yes, I didn't see that woman last night. He must have hidden her somewhere. Hallam stopped asking questions and fixed his gaze on Jonathan. In no time, the distance between them was less than 10 paces. Conway immediately shouted, Jonathan, how dare you come back here? Immediately after, Conway, fearing Jonathan might deny, added, don't think of denying it. You can't get away with it? Jonathan looked somewhat puzzled. Why would I deny it? Conway was stunned for a moment, then elated. He quickly took credit with Hallam. Look, sir, he admitted it. He's Jonathan. Hallam nodded, staring at Jonathan for a moment before coldly asking, so it was you who killed my brother? My brother? Jonathan thought for a moment, the one with a fish scale sword, who likes to assassinate people? Chapter 75. Do you have a younger brother? Conway was stunned by Jonathan's counter-question. What fish scale sword? What assassination? How could he know anything about it? Hallam's expression instantly revealed murderous intent. It's you, no doubt. Jonathan nodded. Yes, it's me. As he spoke, Jonathan looked at Conway. Where's Jared? And who is this new ally of yours? Conway snapped out of his daze, not bothering with the details, and burst into laughter. What? Are you afraid? The power you displayed last night did scare me, but I'll tell you that in front of Lord Tuoba, it's nothing. Do you know that Lord Tuoba killed Jared with just one slap? Conway became more proud as he spoke, as if all these achievements were his own. Jonathan frowned. Conway had worked with Jared for so long, and yet showed no sorrow, only self-satisfaction. This man really was something else. Upon hearing Conway's words, Hallam suddenly laughed, glancing at Conway on his shoulder. It seems you are like me, both cold-blooded. Conway froze for a moment, then felt overjoyed. Hallam actually said they were of the same kind. Didn't this mean that he was now recognized by Hallam? He hurriedly nodded. Right. I'm just like Lord Tuoba. Having finished speaking, Conway began to fantasize about creating remarkable achievements through Hallam. Suddenly, he heard Hallam say, do you know what kind of people we most dislike? Conway snapped back to reality, his expression changing drastically. Cold-blooded people hate other cold-blooded people the most, because they pose the greatest threat. Seeing Hallam sneer, Conway felt icy cold all over, and was about to beg for mercy. But Hallam suddenly grabbed Conway's neck and squeezed hard. Snap! Conway died instantly, fear still on his face. Bang! Hallam casually threw Conway's corpse to the ground, and then looked at Jonathan. Boy, now it's your turn. Watching Hallam's swift action, Jonathan's heart raced. You've killed 2 government officials. Aren't you afraid the court will come after you? Hallam gave a cold smile. Killing 2 officials is nothing. Willis wouldn't dare do anything to me. Willis. Those 2 words brightened Jonathan's eyes. His guess was right. This person and his mentioned brother were sent by the court. Understanding this, Jonathan smiled. Do you have a younger brother? What do you mean? Hallam asked coldly. Jonathan chuckled. I'm afraid that if you die, someone might seek revenge for his brother. Hallam paused, then burst into laughter. Do you think you can kill me? Jonathan remained noncommittal. Hallam snorted. I don't have a younger brother, and I can tell you that I am the court's best assassin. If you kill me, the court won't dare touch you again. However, a mocking smile appeared on Hallam's face. What makes you think you can kill me? Jonathan replied calmly. If I could kill your brother, I can certainly kill you too. Hallam's face darkened. Daring to boast about killing my brother, not only will I kill you, I will torture you to death. Saying this, Hallam stepped closer to Jonathan, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. Facing the overwhelming pressure from Hallam, Jonathan remained unperturbed. Last night, he had experienced firsthand how strong his body was. He was unscathed even when struck by a sharp steel blade. Seeing Jonathan stand there unmoving as he approached, Hallam couldn't help but be surprised. In previous encounters, opponents would either run or move to prevent him from getting close. This kid was different. Slightly surprised, Hallam's eyes once again filled with murderous intent. No matter how different, there was only one outcome before him: death. When he was within 3 feet of Jonathan, Hallam's eyes burned with anger as well as murderous intent. This was a challenge to himself. Stretching his arms, which were as thick as bull legs, he enveloped Jonathan in the middle and yanked him towards him. He intended to strangle the boy to death with his powerful grip. Watching Hallam's actions, Jonathan smiled faintly. Before Hallam's arms touched him, Jonathan suddenly punched lightning fast towards Hallam's arms. This scene made Hallam laugh out loud. His physical strength was comparable to a raging bull. Striking him with such speed and force would only result in breaking bones. Jonathan also smirked as Hallam showed no sign of dodging. After all, he could punch through a 2-centimeter thick steel plate now. No matter how tough Hallam's body was, could it be harder than a 2-centimeter thick steel plate? In an instant, Jonathan's fist collided with Hallam's arms. Bang! Ah! A mun sound and a scream rang out simultaneously. Hallam's arms, which were wrapped around, instantly loosened. The color drained from his face, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. His arms felt as if they had been struck by an immensely heavy iron hammer, unbearable. Looking at Jonathan, who was just in front of him, Hallam hurriedly took 2 steps back to increase the distance between them. Especially when he glanced at Jonathan's fist, Hallam's pupils constricted. This kid's fists are so hard. Even he couldn't withstand it. No wonder his brother wasn't a match for this kid. Hallam took a deep breath. His gaze finally settled on Jonathan's head, and slowly clenched his fists again. Since the fists are hard, then he would aim for the head. With that thought, Hallam roared in anger and swung his sandbag-sized fists towards Jonathan's head. Jonathan chuckled again. The system's enhancement wasn't limited to a single part, but covered every aspect comprehensively. Not to mention his already sturdy head. Even the softest parts now had no weakness. Facing Hallam's massive fist, Jonathan didn't dodge, but directly used his head to collide with the fist. Hallam was greatly startled. He hadn't expected Jonathan not only to avoid, but also to use his head against his fist. Recalling the previous situation, a wave of unease surged in Hallam's heart. But this unease was quickly suppressed. He couldn't believe that this kid's head could be as hard as his fists. Soon, Jonathan's head collided with Hallam's fist. Bang! Crack! With a series of bone-crushing sounds, Hallam's face instantly turned red, then purple, and finally, completely pale. Ah! Another scream rang out, louder than the first. Feeling the excruciating pain from both hands, Hallam showed fear and panic on his face for the first time in his life. Chapter 76. I'll see who dares. Hallam looked at Jonathan, shock evident in his eyes. His opponent, whom he had despised from the bottom of his heart, was actually so strong. It completely exceeded his imagination. Feeling the intense pain transmitted from his arms and fists, Hallam's expression changed continuously. Just that exchange proved that the other party was stronger than himself. If he continued to fight, it would only lead to his death. This thought flashed fear across Hallam's face. He couldn't fight anymore. Hallam hastily glanced around with his peripheral vision, searching for an escape route. At this moment, a worried call came from afar. Brayden, where are you? Jonathan originally wanted to further test his strength against Hallam. Hearing the voice of the Elsa Selma, a cold light flickered in his eyes. The battle must end quickly now. While Hallam searched for an escape route, most of his attention was still on Jonathan. When he saw Jonathan's expression suddenly turn cold, his own face instantly changed. Not good. He didn't have time to find the best escape route and hurriedly ran to the right. However, the moment he started to run, Jonathan also moved. Hallam felt a blur before him. Then an intense pain shot through his abdomen. Before he could let out a scream, he was struck on the head. Hallam's voice got stuck in his throat, unable to shout anymore. Bang! Hallam's towering body fell to the ground, twitching twice before lying still. Jonathan glanced at Hallam's corpse and swiftly left, hiding in the bushes in another direction. Hearing the Elsa Selma's voice getting closer, Jonathan quickly called out, Alexandria, I'm here. The Elsa Selma rushed over, her face full of concern as she asked, Brayden, are you alright? I heard some commotion coming from this direction. Jonathan nodded and pointed toward the direction of Hallam's body. Alexandria, you heard correctly. Someone was fighting over there just now, but it's over now. Fighting? The Elsa Selma was taken aback. Who was fighting? Jonathan shook his head. I don't know. Should we take a look? The Elsa Selma hesitated, but finally nodded. All right. If the person who was beaten up is a good person, they can't just stand by. Jonathan immediately led the Elsa Selma to the spot. The Elsa Selma immediately spotted Conway's corpse nearby. Greatly startled, Josh. Running over, she discovered that Conway was already dead, causing her complexion to pale. Brayden, Josh is dead? Who could dare kill him? At this moment, the Elsa Selma saw Hallam not far away and was frightened again. She couldn't imagine anyone could be so tall and muscular. Upon closer inspection, she realized Hallam was also dead. Her face turned pale, and she grabbed Jonathan to run. Brayden, run quickly. If they can kill someone so big, they must be very powerful. Jonathan stifled a laugh. Alexandria, that person must have already left. Otherwise, they wouldn't hide from us. The Elsa Selma paused her steps, breathing a sigh of relief. Brayden is right. If the attacker really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Looking at Conway again, the Elsa Selma's face darkened with worry. She had thought Conway and Jared slipped away during the night, never imagining they died here. If the court thinks they did it, they would be in trouble. Alexandria, what should we do now? Should we report this to the authorities? Jonathan thought for a moment and nodded. Let's report it to the authorities. The imperial court has always been using underhanded tactics, even sending cruel characters like Hallam. If they didn't give the opposition a scare, these underhanded tricks would likely continue. He didn't want to keep on guard against these people anymore. It might as well let the court officials know he wasn't someone to be messed with. They promptly went to the nearest county yamen and reported the deaths of Conway and Hallam. Ross Royce was greatly shocked. It was a major incident for a constable to be killed within his jurisdiction. If handled improperly, he'd lose his official position. First, he needed to find the murderer. But with numerous bandits and outlaws nearby, he didn't dare investigate thoroughly. Royce's eyes rolled and settled on Jonathan and the Ailsa Selma. Are the two of you prisoners being exiled? The Ailsa Selma nodded. Yes. Royce immediately shouted. How daring! You two attempted to murder the constables and flee, fortunately caught by this official. You even tried to pin it on others. People, throw them into prison. I will report this matter to the court and let His Majesty make the final decision. The Ailsa Selma's face turned pale as she hastily explained, Sir, how could we dare kill two ministers? They disappeared last night, and we found their bodies by accident today. Royce, however, was determined to frame Jonathan and the Ailsa Selma for this incident. He shouted, Nonsense! How could they possibly escape? Get him, slap him. The constables immediately stepped forward, ready to carry out the order. At this moment, Jonathan sneered, Let's see who dares? This stern shout directly intimidated the constables. Royce looked at Jonathan, somewhat startled. Although he was just a county magistrate, he had seen some high-ranking officials. Wasn't the aura this man exuded precisely what those high-ranking officials possessed? Jonathan coldly said, To arbitrarily accuse us without investigating, how dare you? Royce was once again shocked. The other party didn't look like a prisoner at all, but rather more intimidating than his own self. Royce hesitated instantly, wanting to inquire about Jonathan's identity. You. Just as Royce opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Jonathan. I want to see if the court will distort facts like you do when you report this matter to them. Suddenly, Royce became flustered. Jonathan's confidence utterly frightened him. Arrange a room to keep an eye on them temporarily, and I'll report this matter to the court immediately. After saying that, in order to save face, Royce added, This official is not afraid of you. It's merely upholding justice. After Jonathan and the Ailsa Selma left, a cold light flashed across Royce's eyes. Facing Jonathan, he indeed felt intimidated. But now, he wasn't afraid anymore. Screaming at him in front of so many constables, if he didn't write something slanderous in his report, it would be a disgrace to his official robe. Royce immediately wrote a memorial and ordered someone to rush it to the capital. In the palace, Alfred Vick of Vinny was having a low conversation with Sterling in the imperial study. These days, Vick had never stopped investigating the theft of treasures from the palace. Through investigation, although they still couldn't find the reason or destination of the stolen treasures, they uncovered several other things. And these things could be fully utilized to implicate people they found hard to control. Chapter 77. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Sterling listened to Vick's plan and kept nodding. After hearing it, Sterling laughed loudly and patted Vick on the shoulder. Fourth brother, you are truly an excellent military advisor. With your help, fourth brother, I will surely turn our Liang dynasty into a 1,000-generation foundation. After saying this, Sterling seemed to think of something. Fourth brother, how is everything on your end? Vick smiled and nodded. Your Majesty, everything is going smoothly. Sterling's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, Have you received any news? Vick shook his head. We haven't heard anything about Jonathan yet. However, compared to previous operations, Hallam hasn't committed mass killings along the way this time, which clearly indicates that he is heading straight for Jonathan. With Hallam taking action, Jonathan is doomed. Sterling recalled Hallam's temperament and personality and nodded in agreement. Given Hallam's disposition, it was abnormal for him not to leave behind several horrifying massacres during missions. But this time, there were no such reports along the route, indicating Hallam had developed an endless murderous intent toward Jonathan due to Adrian. This was absolutely the best possible news for them. I can't wait to hear the news, Sterling said with anticipation on his face. Vick also nodded in agreement. After half a month, this matter was finally coming to a close. Sterling smiled as he picked up a petition to review. But after glancing at its content, his expression suddenly changed. Vick asked curiously, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Sterling didn't answer, but read the petition again carefully. He then exclaimed in disbelief, How could this be? Vick hurriedly leaned over. He wanted to know what could cause such a strong reaction from Sterling. After finishing the content of the petition, Vick was also stunned. The petition reported that a man and a woman went to the county office to report that the officers escorting them were killed. According to the petition, Royce suspected that these two officers were murdered by the very people who reported it. Vick instantly thought of Jonathan. But how could this be? Regaining his composure, Vick quickly examined the map. Seeing the location on the map, Vick turned pale. There was no doubt. It must be Jonathan. Sterling also recovered and roared in anger. What audacity! To dare kill imperial officials. Then, Sterling looked at Vick. Fourth brother, they've delivered us an opportunity on a silver platter. Wayne. Just as Sterling was about to call Wayne in, Vick stopped him. Wait a moment, Your Majesty. Sterling looked at Vick with some confusion. What's wrong? Vick stared at the petition and said, Doesn't something feel off about the content of this petition, Your Majesty? Sterling paused, looked at the petition again. What's wrong with it? Vick explained. The petition states that he suspects Jonathan killed Wu Dashi and Jared, but it also says that Jonathan voluntarily went to the county office to report it. Sterling frowned. He too noticed the inconsistency. Why would prisoners kill the officers escorting them and then go to the county office to report it? Isn't that like throwing themselves into the net? So, Sterling commented, Do you not think these two weren't killed by Jonathan? Thinking further, Sterling added, Even if Jonathan didn't kill them, We can still pin this on them and take the opportunity to eliminate them. Isn't that better? Vic looked uncomfortable. Majesty, I don't think that's feasible. Sterling was puzzled. Why not? Vic explained, think about it. If Jonathan didn't kill Wu Dashi and Jared, who else could have done it? Sterling pondered for a moment and replied uncertainly, bandits? Bandit gangs? Vic nodded, exactly those people. But if these bandits killed Wu Dashi and Jared, how did Jonathan survive? Not only did he survive, but he also escaped with a helpless woman. This situation seems suspicious. It either means Jonathan knows these bandits or managed to escape from them. But either way, for Jonathan to voluntarily report to the county office shows he has confidence. Sterling's expression changed slightly. Upon Vic's analysis, he indeed realized the situation was more complex than he initially thought. He re-examined Royce's petition. After reviewing it again, Sterling frowned. He noticed a detail he hadn't paid attention to before. Fourth brother, look here. Vic glanced over and his expression suddenly changed. The description of the body's builds in the petition was unsettling. It wasn't just Wu Dashi. The other one, Jared, seemed oddly similar to Hallam. An unbelievable idea immediately surfaced in Vic's mind. Could it be that Hallam also died? Regaining his composure, Vic hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I think we should ask Dario about Jared's appearance. Sterling also realized the situation was amiss and immediately called out loudly, Wayne, bring Dario to the palace. Soon, Dario rushed to the imperial study. Vic immediately asked, Dario, what did the two officers you arranged look like? Especially their builds, were they very robust? Confused, Dario hastily replied, Your Highness, Wu Dashi wasn't very robust. The other one, Jared, was slightly stronger, but only a little. After saying this, Dario cautiously asked, Your Highness, have they gotten into some trouble? Vic didn't bother to answer Dario's question and took a sharp breath. The exceptionally robust body described by Royce absolutely could not belong to Jared. It had to be Hallam's. Who could possibly kill Hallam? Vic was momentarily stunned. Seeing Vic's expression, Sterling realized something serious had happened. He quickly waved for Dario to leave and then hurriedly asked, Fourth brother, what have you figured out? Vic recovered, his voice trembling, Your Majesty, I suspect that Wu Dashi and Jared were killed by Jonathan. What? Sterling was greatly surprised. Just moments ago, Vic still suspected bandits. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Understanding Sterling's confusion, Vic continued, Your Majesty, if only the two officers were dead, the murderers would most likely be bandits. But now, Hallam is also dead. And before that, Adrian also died. This clearly shows that the killer can't be just bandits. It must be Jonathan. Sterling digested Vic's theory and then took a sharp breath. Vic's analysis was indeed correct. It could only be Jonathan. Sterling's expression suddenly brightened. Fourth brother, doesn't this give us a perfect excuse? Before Sterling finished speaking, Vic interrupted him. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Chapter 78. His Majesty did not go along with the flow? Sterling was surprised by Vic's intense opposition and asked, why? Vic hurriedly said, Your Majesty, even the Hallam brothers died at Jonathan's hands. If we push him too hard, aren't we putting ourselves in danger as well? Sterling was stunned for a moment, then felt a chill down his neck. Indeed, even an assassin like Hallam met his end at Jonathan's hands. If Jonathan wanted to deal with them, they would be defenseless. What should we do? Sterling asked urgently. After a brief shock, Vic had calmed down. There's no need for you to be so anxious, Your Majesty. Sterling panicked. How can I not be worried? Just thinking of Jonathan's strength made him restless. Vic smiled slightly. Your Majesty, although Jonathan killed the Hallam brothers, showing great power, he has come forward on his own accord, indicating an attitude towards us. Sterling was puzzled. What attitude? Vic said in a grave voice. He is warning us that he has the power to fight us to the death if necessary. Sterling was taken aback again. After some thought, he finally understood and let out a long sigh of relief. So, if we don't cause trouble for him anymore, he won't harm us? Vic nodded. That should be the case. Good, that's good. Sterling finally relaxed. After glancing at the petition once more, he began to write a reply. After finishing the reply, Sterling called Wayne and instructed him to send the petition back as quickly as possible. When Wayne left, Sterling sighed but still felt a bit regretful. It was unfortunate that they couldn't completely eradicate the problem. At the county office, Royce anxiously awaited the response from the capital after sending the petition. Occasionally, he would glance at Jonathan's room from afar. Hearing the laughter inside, Royce couldn't help but sneer. These two people truly have a large heart. They don't realize their imminent death and are staying here so carelessly. As for the court's response, Royce wasn't worried at all. Since the court exiled these two, it shows that they are already disliked by His Majesty. I added plenty of details to my petition to give His Majesty a weapon. His Majesty will surely take this chance to kill these two mercilessly. And who knows? His Majesty might even reward me with a promotion. Thinking of this, Royce chuckled. While he was laughing, a constable came running over with a petition, reporting, Sir, the reply from the court has arrived. Royce was both shocked and delighted. Sure enough, it happened just as he wished. He snatched the petition and eagerly opened it, quickly reading Sterling's reply at the end. However, the smile on his face vanished instantly when he saw the reply. Surprise and shock replaced it. The emperor scolded him for poor security in his county and deducted 3 years' salary from him. Moreover, the reply instructed him to arrange 2 officers to escort the 2 convicts to Liangzhou. How could this be? Shouldn't the emperor have taken this chance to arrest them and execute them in the capital? Royce's face showed disbelief. Did the emperor make a mistake, or was the petition switched? He carefully examined the petition but found no discrepancies. It was indeed written by him, leaving him utterly bewildered. This was really the emperor's intention. Royce felt profound regret. Not only did he not get a promotion, but he was also penalized with 3 years' salary. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. Feeling aggrieved and frustrated, Royce summoned Jonathan and the other person. After staring at them for a while, pretending to scrutinize them, Royce cleared his throat and spoke. The matter concerning you two has been reported to the court. The Eleanor's expression immediately became tense. Jonathan remained calm. Judging by Royce's demeanor, he knew the court didn't intend to harm them. Otherwise, Royce wouldn't look so awkward now. Sure enough, Royce continued, in accordance with fairness and impartiality, I have reported the matter as it is. And His Majesty, being wise and discerning, has clarified the facts. Therefore, this matter is not related to you two. Your journey ahead will be escorted by 2 officers arranged by me. After speaking, Royce waved his hand. That's all, you may leave. Jonathan smiled. It seemed Sterling understood his intentions. This was the best outcome. The Eleanor also sighed in relief, glad not to be falsely accused. They packed up simply and set off again under the escort of the 2 officers arranged by Royce. The 2 officers followed behind Jonathan and the other person, looking thoroughly displeased. It had been so comfortable staying in the county office. Now, they actually had to escort these 2 people for 1,000 miles to Liangzhou. What bad luck. Moreover, Ross Finney had specially warned them not to cause any trouble. This left the 2 officers frustrated, unable to vent their anger. After walking for a while, Jonathan turned back and noticed that the distance between him and the 2 officers was getting farther and farther. The Eleanor also realized the 2 officers' lack of enthusiasm and became somewhat worried. The weather was getting hotter as summer approached, making the journey increasingly exhausting. Jace, at this speed, it might take us 2 months to reach Liangzhou. Jonathan nodded. This pace was far too slow. This wouldn't do. He wanted to get to Liangzhou as soon as possible to develop his own power base. After some thought, Jonathan got an idea. Eldest Alexandria, you wait here. I'll go talk to them. The Eleanor's face changed, thinking Jonathan was going to urge them on, and quickly said, Jace, just forget it. If they're slow, let them be. But Jonathan smiled. Eldest Alexandria, you misunderstood. I'm not going to rush them. The Eleanor was puzzled. If not rushing them, then what? Jonathan gave a mysterious smile. If you want to know, come with me. With her mind full of questions, the Eleanor followed Jonathan back. Seeing Jonathan and the other person return, the 2 officers, though warned by Royce, were still disgruntled and muttered, why walk so fast? Jonathan chuckled. Your Excellencies, I apologize for making you accompany us to Liangzhou. It must be very tiring for you. Unexpectedly, the 2 officers retorted, we know that. Jonathan smiled again. I have an idea that could reduce your fatigue. Would you like to hear it? The 2 officers froze for a moment before eagerly saying, tell us. Beside them, the Eleanor was astonished. She had thought Jonathan was going to persuade them to walk faster. But how could he reduce their fatigue on such a long journey to Liangzhou? Could Jace give them those small pills too? Chapter 79. Bodhi Solomon. Zeke, don't. The Crown Princess Danielle quickly pulled Jonathan aside and shook her head repeatedly. Those little pills must not be known to outsiders. She had personally experienced the miraculous effects of those small pills and could absolutely call them divine elixirs. If outsiders knew about this, it might bring a colossal disaster. Jonathan was somewhat startled when he heard this but then smiled and said, Alexandria, rest assured. I'm not a fool. He understood the principle that one shouldn't reveal one's wealth. The Crown Princess Danielle was taken aback for a moment before she let out a sigh of relief. Jonathan returned to the 2 constables and smiled, saying, Gentlemen, my idea is that you 2 don't need to accompany us to Liangzhou. You can stay here for 2 or 3 months, and once the time is up, you can return and report the task accomplished. The 2 constables felt tempted in their hearts, but were very suspicious of Jonathan's motives. Aren't you trying to take advantage of the situation and escape? Jonathan chuckled. If we wanted to escape, would we have reported ourselves in the first place? The 2 constables paused, recalling the events, and believed him to some extent. Indeed, there had never been a precedent where prisoners voluntarily helped report their own crime. These 2 people were the first. Although the 2 constables were starting to become more flexible, they were still somewhat worried. But what if you escape? Jonathan laughed again. Then, gentlemen can say that we escaped after being sent to Liangzhou. This way, the responsibility won't lie on your shoulders. The 2 constables suddenly realized, with full smiles on their faces. Good, good. What a great idea. While laughing, they nodded, and even looked at Jonathan with much friendlier eyes. Now then, you 2 go on your own. But remember, if you dare to escape, prepare to be caught back and executed. Understood. Jonathan nodded with a smile. Only then did the 2 constables put their minds at ease, waving impatiently, off you go. Jonathan immediately led the dazed Crown Princess Danielle, heading towards Liangzhou. After walking for a while, the Crown Princess Danielle finally snapped out of it. Looking around front and back, confirming that indeed no constable was following, she felt as if she was living in another era. They were going to Liangzhou on their own? Or did Zeke have another plan? Thinking of this, the Crown Princess Danielle couldn't help but ask, Zeke, what's your plan? Jonathan smiled and said, no specific plan, just take one step at a time. With someone following them, his use of the system was always restricted. Besides this point, Jonathan also wanted to thoroughly understand the situation in the southwestern region of Great Chu. His original self had only fought in the northern frontier and knew nothing about the southwest. Since he decided to develop his influence in Liangzhou, he must understand the situation in the southwestern region. The Crown Princess Danielle nodded bewilderedly. She still didn't understand Jonathan's intentions. However, without the constables, the Crown Princess Danielle felt a lot more relaxed. The 2 followed the main road all the way toward Liangzhou. Not 2 days later, the number of people on the main road suddenly increased. Moreover, upon closer observation, it could be seen that most of these people were bringing along their families. But from the clothes they wore, they were clearly commoners. The Crown Princess Danielle asked in puzzlement, Zeke, what's happening? Why are they all leaving with their families? Jonathan frowned slightly, stepping forward and finding a commoner to ask, excuse me, what happened ahead? Why is everyone leaving there? The person being questioned was a middle-aged man, accompanied by an obviously middle-aged woman who was his wife, and 2 daughters. When approached by Jonathan, the man was startled and instinctively protected his wife and daughters behind him. Upon seeing Jonathan clearly, he relaxed. Instead of directly answering Jonathan's question, he asked, "Little brother, where are you headed?" Jonathan replied, "We're heading straight to Liangzhou." The man looked confused, clearly unfamiliar with the name Liangzhou, and said, "I don't know where Liangzhou is, but I advise you to take a detour and not proceed any further." Jonathan was puzzled. Why? The man glanced around before lowering his voice. "Do you know why we are moving away with our entire family?" Jonathan shook his head. The man explained, "Because under the rule of Bodhi and Minzhou, we can barely survive anymore." At the mention of Bodhi, Jonathan instantly recalled the image of a young man with a cold expression. After a brief recollection, Jonathan found information about this Bodhi from his memory. Bodhi's name was Solomon, the 13th son of the current emperor of Chu. Before Solomon became a prince, he loitered around the capital city, idling away his days and often beating servants and commoners. Once, while drunk, he stormed into the Iron Cavalry Guard camp. At that time, the original host was a member of the Iron Cavalry Guard and, after discovering that Wayne had covered up the incident, he alone reported Solomon's actions to the emperor. Afterward, Sterling admonished Solomon a few times and also praised the original host. Their enmity was thus formed from that moment on. Upon learning that the original host had become crippled, Solomon even went to the Pingbei prince's mansion to sneer and ridicule him. Later, when Solomon became a prince, their grudge temporarily came to an end. Recalling Solomon's behavior, Jonathan understood without asking why these commoners were moving out of Minzhou with their families. Solomon must have caused trouble again. Jonathan smiled and thanked the man before turning to walk back towards the Crown Princess Danielle. The middle-aged man followed Jonathan's direction and saw the Crown Princess Danielle. Struck by her beauty, he quickly caught up with Jonathan. "Little brother, listen to my advice. You absolutely must not go to Minzhou." Saying this, he lowered his voice. Bodhi is now collecting beautiful women among the common folk. If this young lady is seen by Bodhi, he certainly won't let her go. Moreover, Bodhi is forcibly recruiting people to build his mansion. With your strong build, you will likely be forced into labor as well. Jonathan nodded with a smile. "Thank you for the warning, brother. We'll take a detour." After the man left, Jonathan returned to the Crown Princess Danielle's side. The Crown Princess Danielle asked, "Zeke, what exactly happened?" Jonathan recounted the information he gathered. After hearing it, the Crown Princess Danielle's expression changed. She also remembered the misdeeds of Bodhi in the capital city, especially the incident where he barged into the Pingbei prince's mansion to mock Jonathan. The Crown Princess Danielle glanced at Jonathan and asked, "What should we do then?" Jonathan paused briefly and replied, "Let's take a detour." Although he wasn't afraid of Solomon with his current strength, he needed to stay low-key. Avoiding conflict was better. The Crown Princess Danielle nodded repeatedly. "Yes, let's take a detour and avoid meeting him." Jonathan determined the direction, and they immediately took a fork road heading south. Traveling uneventfully for 2 days, by noon on this day, Jonathan and the Crown Princess Danielle were resting when suddenly shouts rang out. "What an honor to build the mansion for Bodhi, yet you dare to run. Truly just a bunch of mud-legged peasants who only know how to scratch for food in the fields. What are you waiting for? Get going." Chapter 80. The Overbearing Guard of Bodhi. The Danielle heard these reprimands and her face changed. From their words, it was clear who these people were. They were the ones sent by Bodhi to capture people and take them back to construct the prince's palace. Prince Rick's brows also knitted slightly. He had chosen a secluded path at quite a distance from Minzhou, yet he didn't expect to encounter these people here. It seemed that Tony noticed too many citizens had fled Minzhou and therefore ordered his men to capture them outside the city. At this moment, the shouts grew louder. A group of over 30 people came into Rick's view. Among these 30, more than 20 were dispirited civilians while 7 or 8 were haughty-looking guards. One guard among them quickly spotted Rick and his companion. He shouted loudly, "You two over there, scram over here. Don't make me come and thrash you." Saying this, he whipped the air fiercely with his whip. The Danielle immediately felt lost and turned to Rick in a panic. Rick gave a cold snort. "My sister-in-law needn't worry about them. Let's continue on our way." With this, Rick led the Danielle towards another direction. Seeing Rick not only ignore them but also walk away, the guards could not help but flare up in anger. After all, they were the guards of Bodhi. It took immense courage for someone to ignore their orders, especially the one who had yelled out, whose face flushed with rage. If he did not bring these two back, he would lose all face before his companions. "You wait, I'm going to get them back." With that, the guard chased after Rick. The Danielle, upon hearing this, glanced back to find the man chasing them furiously. Her face turned pale. "Second brother, he's coming after us." Rick's expression turned cold. He did not want to deal with Tony and his men, yet these men forced themselves upon him. In that case, he had no choice but to teach them a lesson. Rick stopped immediately and placed the Danielle behind him. "My sister-in-law, turn around," said Rick. Although bewildered, she complied. Rick walked toward the approaching guard. His purpose was to protect the Danielle from witnessing any violent act that might startle her. Seeing Rick walk towards him, the guard felt smug. These peasants were always like this, stubbornly disobedient. When told nicely to come over, they ignored. They listened only when provoked. However, as the guard neared and could see Rick clearly, he hesitated. Instead of fear or unease, Rick merely showed a slight aloofness. What was wrong with this peasant? Wasn't he supposed to be afraid, thus walking over? This thought made the guard furious again. Raising his whip, he lashed out viciously. "Do you dare defy me?" The whip whistled through the air and was about to hit Rick's face. Suddenly, Rick caught the whip firmly in his hand. Startled, the guard became both alarmed and enraged. How dared he resist? What incredible nerve! "Let go!" The guard roared, trying to pull the whip back. Yet it did not move. Looking at Rick, he remained unmoved. The guard was greatly shocked. Every day, they trained vigorously in response to Tony's call to use physical strength to intimidate the common folk. His strength was far greater than average. Yet his pull failed not only to retrieve the whip, but even to budge the other party. Unbelievable. Regaining from his shock, the guard's face flushed again. He must have pulled too lightly just now, failing to move the other party or pull back the whip. He took a deep breath and then growled. Muscles swelled up on his arms, and even veins popped up on his neck. Just come to me. He bellowed again, pulling hard once more. Still, the whip did not come back. Rick stood still, not affected in the least. The guard's face finally showed an expression of disbelief. It was as if this guy was nailed to the ground. By now, other guards had noticed something amiss and shouted, "Farron, what's happening?" Farron, hearing his comrades' voices, felt ashamed and angry. Did he have to lose face in front of his companions? Hot blood surged up to his head, making him stride towards Rick. Since he couldn't reclaim the whip, he'd simply resort to a fight. Beating someone was something he excelled at. Watching the guard abandon the whip and advance, a faint sneer appeared on Rick's face. Here he comes on his own. Soon, Zhao San rushed to Jonathan's front and raised his hand to slap Jonathan's face. Actually dared to fight with you, Zhao Daddy, asking for death. Jonathan's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he slapped back with the same force. Slap. Before Zhao San's slap had reached its target, Jonathan's slap landed squarely on Zhao San's face. A clear resounding sound was heard, and Zhao San was instantly sent flying backward. Amidst a scream of pain, blood mixed with teeth flew out in the air. Bang! After being thrown more than 10 feet away, Zhao San fell heavily on the ground. Only at this moment did Zhao San let out a painful cry. This cry awakened the other guards from their shock. Each of them changed color suddenly. Their man was actually hit. This was unheard of. Someone actually dared to lay hands on them. Beat this boy to death. Someone shouted, and the remaining guards immediately rushed forward, surrounding Jonathan in the middle while shouting insults. These guards looked at Jonathan's right hand with fear in their eyes. None dared to be the first one to strike. Wasn't Zhao San still lying not far away? Jonathan gave these people a faint glance and slowly retracted his palm. Seeing Jonathan retract his hand, one guard behind Jonathan flashed a fierce look in his eyes and silently charged at Jonathan without warning. The other guard saw this and immediately yelled loudly, trying to cover up for that guard. Seeing that the guard was within 3 feet of Jonathan, even reaching out his hand, the other guards felt an intense surge of joy. It's about to succeed. However, just as the guard's hand was about to touch Jonathan's head, Jonathan, as if having eyes in the back of his head, suddenly tilted his head to the side. The guard's hand missed instantly. Boorish. The guard hadn't reacted yet when a surprised shout from another guard came, "Be careful!" Before he could figure out what was happening, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. This sharp pain made his vision go black instantly, and he felt himself being sent flying backward. Bang! In a blink, this guard also lay on the ground. Chapter 81. We are willing to follow young master. The guards surrounding Jonathan looked at the second guard who had fainted on the ground, their faces changing dramatically. One defeat could be attributed to underestimation, but 2 defeats couldn't be justified by underestimation anymore. Moreover, the method the opponent used to defeat their comrades was something they couldn't even achieve. The guards collectively swallowed hard, and some even took a few steps back, increasing the distance between themselves and Jonathan. Feeling slightly safer, the guards regained their courage and shouted, "Kid, do you know who we are? Do you know what it means to injure us? Let us tell you, we are subordinates of Bodhi. You dared to lay hands on us, which means you're opposing Bodhi. If you surrender obediently, we might punish you lightly. But if you remain obstinate and continue to resist, don't blame us for being impolite." Listening to their threats, Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. Leaving aside whether these people's claim of light punishment after surrender was credible, just the terrified expressions on their faces were enough to make him find it amusing. They were so scared, yet still putting up such a show. Jonathan's gaze swept over the guards, his face turning cold immediately afterward. He noticed that 2 of the guards were taking advantage of the opportunity to retreat to approach the Marigold Selma. Clearly, they intended to take action against the Marigold Selma and use her to threaten him. How despicable and shameless. Those 2 guards were now signaling to the other guards to keep talking to distract Jonathan. When they found themselves within 10 paces of the Marigold Selma, they felt a surge of joy. As long as they captured this young lady, that kid would be at their mercy. At this moment, a flash of coldness crossed Jonathan's eyes. He suddenly surged forward like a cannonball towards the 2 guards. The other guards, noticing Jonathan's movement, were shocked and quickly yelled, "Be careful, he's coming towards you." The 2 guards, who were completely focused on the Marigold Selma, turned to look at Jonathan upon hearing the shouts. But before they could clearly see him, they felt something grab their necks. Once they saw clearly, both were horrified. It was Jonathan's 2 hands grabbing their necks, and those hands were like steel vices, making it impossible for them to breathe. The other guards were equally horrified, seeing their comrades' faces about to suffocate, and they shouted, "Let them go! If you dare kill them, you'll be dead for sure." Jonathan turned around, sneering, "Is that so?" With that, he applied more force with his hands. The 2 guards instantly collapsed, limp and lifeless. Hiss! The remaining guards inhaled sharply, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Even with such severe threats, the other party actually dared to kill their men. This kid is reckless and fearless. Seeing 2 dead and 2 injured comrades, the remaining 4 guards dared not approach Jonathan any closer and quickly retreated. Only when they were 5 paces away did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Kid, you're finished. You killed Bodhi's men, you're doomed." After saying this, the guards prepared to flee. At this moment, the more than 20 commoners previously driven away by the guards suddenly began shouting in a cacophony. "Stop them! Don't let them escape!" The remaining 4 guards' faces changed dramatically, yelling at the commoners, "What are you doing? Rebelling? That's a crime punishable by extermination of your clan." Though the guards tried to intimidate, they were secretly relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't that kid stopping them. These peasants were usually very timid. Surely, they would be frightened by their shouts. However, the commoners showed no fear at all. One of them said mournfully, "Extermination of the clan? My family is already gone." Others also displayed sorrowful expressions. Some of them had lost their wives or daughters to Bodhi's plunder, while others had fathers or brothers worked to death. Kill them, someone shouted. The others hesitated for a moment, then echoed, kill them. The 20-plus commoners quickly surrounded the 4 guards. Without giving the guards another chance to threaten, the crowd rushed forward in a frenzy. Moments later, the 4 guards met their end. The commoners, still on the edge of madness, looked at the 4 men defeated by Jonathan, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, and beat them brutally until they finally calmed down. After saying a few words, the commoners kneeled before Jonathan together. Thank you, young master, for giving us the chance to avenge ourselves. We are willing to follow young master. Earlier, the marigold Selma had listened to Jonathan's words and turned her back. Even when she heard the sounds of combat, she didn't turn around. But hearing this, she finally couldn't help but turn her head. When she saw the 8 scattered corpses, the marigold Selma was frightened to the point that her face turned pale. Fatalities? But when she saw the more than 20 raggedly dressed commoners, her expression was replaced by surprise and anger. How could Bodhi be so despicable? To oppress the people to such an extent? Jonathan looked at the 20-odd commoners before him and slowly nodded. Good, from now on, you are my people. These people were the foundation for his future endeavors. Hearing this, the marigold Selma was somewhat surprised. They were still prisoners, sentenced to exile in Liangzhou. In their own precarious situation, did he still intend to take these people with him? The commoners were overjoyed upon hearing Jonathan's words and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Jonathan then scanned the 8 corpses and ordered, bury these bodies. Yes. The commoners immediately found wood chips and branches nearby, dug a pit, and buried the ransacked bodies. Sir, this is the silver we found on their bodies. One of the commoners handed over more than 30 taels of silver to Jonathan. Jonathan didn't take it, saying instead, keep the silver. We're heading to Liangzhou next. Liangzhou? The commoners looked at each other, all puzzled. They had no idea what Liangzhou was like. Just the name alone made them feel it wasn't a good place. One of them curiously asked, Sir, where's Liangzhou? Why are you going there? Jonathan smiled and replied, My brother's wife and I have been exiled to Liangzhou by the court. Exiled? So they were prisoners? The commoners widened their eyes and hurriedly looked around. Puzzled by this, the marigold Selma couldn't help but ask, What are you looking for? The commoners withdrew their gazes, just as confused as she was, and said, Where are the officials escorting you? Realization struck the marigold Selma, and she smiled, There are no officials? The commoners paused, and then someone suddenly understood. I get it, the officials must have been killed by Sir. Chapter 82. The Relentless Lawson. The Eleanor was taken aback and hurriedly explained. The officers merely don't want to travel over mountains and rivers, so they let us go to Liangzhou ourselves. We didn't kill them. This answer made the commoners even more incredulous. What kind of charisma does it take to make officers believe that prisoners would willingly head to Liangzhou? Seeing the increasingly strange expressions on the faces of these people, Jonathan immediately said, Take the silver and go ahead to Liangzhou first. I will join you with my sister-in-law shortly. The commoners nodded. After all, they couldn't stay in Minzhou any longer. After the commoners left, the Eleanor looked around and said, Jace, let's leave quickly as well. After all, they had killed Lawson's guards. If someone found out, things would get worse. Jonathan nodded. It indeed wasn't suitable for them to confront Lawson directly right now. They immediately set off in the direction the commoners had gone earlier. 2 hours later, Jonathan suddenly noticed a group of people hurrying toward them. Taking a closer look, Jonathan was dumbfounded. These people were those who had agreed to follow him. Soon enough, both parties saw each other, and the group quickly approached. The Eleanor was greatly surprised to see these people. How did they come back? Before she could ask, the commoners started speaking up one by one. Young master, it's bad. There are portraits of the 2 of you posted at the checkpoint ahead. I heard from nearby people that the notice is for capturing you 2. The Eleanor was startled and immediately looked at Jonathan. Jace, didn't the court already clarify that incident? Why do they want to capture us again? Jonathan frowned, thought for a moment, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. It's probably not the court. The Eleanor was puzzled. Not the court? Could it be Lawson? Jonathan nodded solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Lawson. The previous host still remembered the grudges between Lawson and him in the capital. Lawson surely hasn't forgotten either. Knowing the situation of the Alfali mansion, Lawson wouldn't miss this opportunity to seek revenge. The commoners were also shocked. It's Lawson? This Lawson is truly vicious, wanting to harm young master. What should we do, young master? The Eleanor looked anxiously at Jonathan. Given their current status, if they fell into Lawson's hands, the outcome would be terrible. After some consideration, Jonathan instructed the commoners. You continue on your way to Liangzhou without worrying. The commoners were pleasantly surprised. Since Jonathan spoke like this, he must have a plan. Thinking about Jonathan's previous bravery, the commoners felt reassured and left together after bidding farewell. The Eleanor, however, was full of questions. Jace, what do you plan to do? Jonathan sneered. For him to catch us, he first needs to recognize us. The Eleanor paused, then realized something. Jace, are you talking about changing our appearances? Jonathan smiled and nodded. Exactly. The Eleanor was delighted. Indeed, this was a good idea, but soon she noticed a flaw in the plan. Jace, but we have nothing here. How can we put on makeup? Jonathan chuckled. Who says we have nothing? I'll buy some. The Eleanor was puzzled. Didn't we give all the silver to the commoners? Jonathan gave a dry laugh. I kept a little bit. The Eleanor responded with an, oh, without further questioning. Jonathan looked around, then hid the Eleanor in the bushes before heading away. However, he stopped once he was out of her sight. Then he exchanged some points in the system for makeup and disguise tools. After waiting a while, Jonathan returned to where he had left the Eleanor and called her out. The Eleanor stared at the bottles and jars in Jonathan's hands, confused. Jace, what are these things? She had used various cosmetics in the capital, but she had never seen these specific containers or contents. Jonathan had prepared an explanation and smiled. Alexandria, We're already outside the border. It's bound to be different from the capital. The Eleanor thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. They immediately started applying makeup. A short while later, both laughed at each other's transformed looks. Jace, you painted yourself very ugly. And you too, Alexandria. Afterwards, both were satisfied. Even if the commoners came back, they wouldn't recognize them, especially when relying only on portraits. The Eleanor's worries vanished completely, smiling. Jace, shall we set off? But Jonathan shook his head. No rush, let's go shopping in Minjo first. The Eleanor was surprised. Jace, are you buying something? Jonathan wasn't actually planning to buy anything. He intended to visit the area near the Lawsons' residence. Over these past few years in Minjo, Solomon has undoubtedly extorted no small amount of wealth. Not reclaiming these treasures would be a disservice to all his efforts over the years. Of course, such words could not be said outright to the Eleanor, so Jonathan provided a different reason. Liangzhou isn't too far from here. Conditions between the two places probably aren't much different. We should find out first. The Eleanor nodded as if she understood. So that's it. Seeing that he had successfully diverted her attention, Jonathan hurriedly changed the subject. Come, let's get going. The two immediately altered their direction and headed toward Minjo. In the front courtyard of Lawson's mansion, 10 women, trembling in fear, stood in a line like items waiting to be chosen, being inspected by Solomon's gaze. Solomon frowned at the clothes on these women, which to him were even worse than rags. He felt disgust just at the thought of getting close to any of them. Impatiently, Solomon commanded, "Raise your heads and let this king have a look." How could these women dare to lift their heads? Instead, they buried them lower, fearing being chosen by Solomon. Seeing this, the guard standing nearby shouted angrily, "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what the king said?" As he spoke, the guard stepped forward and grabbed one woman's chin, lifting it up. Then, the guard turned to look at Solomon, instantly changing his angry expression into a fawning smile. "What do you think of this one, your highness?" Solomon glanced at her and immediately furrowed his brows. Her face was full of pain and terror, with no trace of beauty. Solomon immediately ordered, "Go away, all of them, get out of my sight." Startled, the guard hurriedly bowed and nodded. "Calm down, your highness. I'll make them leave right now." After speaking, the guard put on an intimidating demeanor again and bellowed at the women. "Still standing there? Get lost." The women felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, scrambling to turn around and prepare to leave. At this moment, Solomon grunted, "Since these people can't catch my eye, let their fathers and brothers come build my mansion instead." After the women were driven away, Solomon took a sip of tea and suddenly remembered something. He asked the guard beside him, "Israel, is there any news from the checkpoint?" When asking this, Solomon's eyes were filled with hatred. Chapter 83. What's so scary about looking like this? Israel, the guard, hurriedly replied, "Your highness, not yet." Tony was instantly displeased. This boy Jonathan is taking too long, but fortunately, he received the news in time to set up roadblocks. "Jonathan, when you fall into my hands, I will make you pay for your humiliation of me back then." Tony recalled his conflicts with Jonathan in the capital city, feeling more and more annoyed as he did so, until he suddenly stood up. "Let's go. Follow me out." He needed to vent. Upon arriving outside his residence, Tony glanced at the sparsely populated street and snorted unhappily. The number of civilians in Minjo City had decreased by at least half since he arrived. As a result, it was now difficult to find enough manpower to rebuild the prince's mansion. Tony asked Israel on the side, "How many have you caught who tried to flee?" Israel hurriedly answered, "We catch over 100 every day since a month ago." Only then did Tony's expression brighten slightly, but it quickly turned grim again. To build this mansion is an honor for them. They even think of running away? "Israel, spread my order that these escapees shall work 9 hours each day. That is the price for trying to evade my command." After speaking, Tony felt somewhat relieved and moved forward. He hadn't walked far when something caught his eye. Ahead of him was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Tony immediately shouted at Israel, "Why hasn't such a beauty been brought to me?" Israel hurriedly pointed at the man beside Miriam. "Your highness, look, she seems already married." "Married?" Tony frowned and then snorted. "So what if she's married?" Saying this, Tony walked up to Miriam and grabbed her wrist. "Beauty, come along. Back to the mansion for some fun." The woman froze before screaming in alarm. "Let go, you pervert." Seeing this, the man next to her stepped forward angrily to strike Tony's hand. But just as his hand was about to hit, it was seized by Israel, who then squeezed it hard. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony and was kicked aside by Israel. Tony ignored the man, leaning closer to Miriam's face. "Come on, give me a kiss, beauty." Frustrated and angry, Miriam slapped Tony's face. Tony felt an intense pain in his cheek and became enraged. He lifted his hand and slapped Miriam down to the ground. "Damn it, how dare you hit me, you bitch." Unsatisfied, Tony barked at Israel, "Catch this wench, I'll deal with her later." After Miriam was caught, Tony rubbed his face, feeling even worse. "Israel, put out my name. I want to see who else dares to lay a hand on me." "Yes, your highness." Subsequently, Tony swaggered through the streets, grabbing anything that caught his fancy and accosting any beautiful woman he saw. At the city gate of Minjo City, Jonathan and the Elsa Selma were preparing to enter the city when they noticed many people coming out of it. These people looked scared, as if something was chasing them from behind. If observed carefully, one would notice that most of those leaving were women, and men usually accompanied a woman. The Elsa Selma checked the time. It wasn't even noon yet. She asked curiously, "Braden, why are they leaving the city at this hour?" Jonathan also felt puzzled. He stopped the couple and asked, "Excuse me, brother, what's happening in the city?" The man looked at Jonathan, ready to answer, but was held back by Miriam beside him. "Don't talk." The man glanced at the nearby guards and shut his mouth. Jonathan grew more bewildered. What were these people afraid of? At this moment, the man saw the Elsa Selma next to Jonathan and warned kindly, I advise you not to enter the city, or... He didn't finish his sentence as he was interrupted by Miriam again. What's so scary about looking like this? Noticing the makeup-covered, pockmarked face of the Elsa Selma, the man's mouth twitched. Then you're safe. Go in. This nonsensical remark left the Elsa Selma perplexed and increasingly worried. Braden, what's going on in the city? Should we still go in? Recalling the couple's words and glancing at the Elsa Selma, Jonathan understood what might be happening. He laughed. Of course we should go in. Didn't that person say we're safe? They entered the city immediately and soon found that more and more people were preparing to leave, especially women. Jonathan now understood completely. It must be Tony. Meanwhile, Tony's face grew uglier by the minute. At first, he could still see quite a few women along the road who were not exceptionally beautiful but decent looking. But as he walked down the road, not only did the number of beautiful women decrease, but the number of women overall became less and less. Now, after walking a stretch, he couldn't even spot a single woman. Obviously, these people had received news and were avoiding him. This realization stirred anger in Tony's heart. Being chosen by him for teasing was something these lowly commoners should endure. Daring to hide? Enraged, Tony ordered, Israel, when we get back, draft an order. All women in Minjo from 12 to 30 years old, married or not, shall come to the prince's mansion once. After saying that, Tony snorted and prepared to return. Just as he turned around, Tony suddenly saw a figure of a woman appear ahead. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stopped turning to walk toward the figure. Almost at the same moment, Jonathan's gaze also fell on Tony. Sure enough, it's this little brat out for a stroll. Seeing Tony walking toward this direction, Jonathan's gaze grew cold. No need to guess, this brat must have spotted the Crown Prince Daniel. However, thinking of the ugly face the Crown Prince Daniel painted, Jonathan chuckled. This kid is going to be scared soon. Jonathan immediately whispered to the Crown Prince Daniel, let's go check out the prince's mansion. Frightening Tony was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. The real goal was the treasures inside Guewang Mansion. Tony now walked briskly toward Jonathan and the Crown Prince Daniel, and as they drew closer, the light in Tony's eyes grew brighter. Though the other party wore plain clothes, her figure was very graceful. Definitely a beauty. After taking a few more steps, Tony realized she was heading straight for the prince's mansion. A bit stunned, Tony felt delighted. Could this be someone offering themselves? There were precedents. With this thought, Tony was overjoyed and walked even faster. Although Jonathan faced away from Tony, his attention never wavered. Upon noticing Tony picking up speed, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he intentionally slowed down. Seeing this, Tony quickened his pace even more. Jonathan kept track of the distance between them, and when there were only 4 feet left, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Chapter 84, 10 million value points. Jonathan turned around and stared at Solomon, asking, what do you want to do? Solomon's eyes had been fixed on the patty. He was startled by Jonathan's sudden turn, especially when he saw Jonathan's horribly disfigured face. It frightened him so much that he took a few steps back, then his face was filled with disgust. Damn, how can you be so ugly? After saying this, a wave of anger rose in Solomon's heart. Such an ugly man actually travels with such a beautiful woman? What right does he have? A beauty like this should belong to him. At this thought, Solomon snorted heavily and glared at Jonathan, saying, I am Bodhi. Jonathan opened his eyes wide, feigning a bewildered look. Bodhi? What's that? Solomon was momentarily stunned, feeling even more indignant in his heart. It was bad enough that he was ugly. How could he not even know what Bodhi is? This beautiful woman must have been tricked or coerced by this guy. Immediately, Solomon said to the patty, Miss, I am the prince of the current dynasty. If you have any grievances, you may tell me, and I will surely help you. After speaking, Solomon opened the fan in his hand, fanning himself lightly, presenting the image of a handsome young master. In his mind, he already envisioned the scene of winning her favor after helping the patty. At this moment, the patty slowly turned around. Solomon immediately put away his fantasies and stared intently at the patty, full of anticipation. Finally, he was about to see the celestial beauty. The next moment, a face full of pockmarks appeared before Solomon. Solomon's expression froze instantly. He seemed to be struck by lightning, completely dazed. Not only did it differ from what he imagined, but it also didn't match in any way. How could someone be so ugly? Solomon's face turned pale, and without a word, he turned and walked toward the direction of the mansion. He feared he would vomit if he looked any longer. Seeing Solomon fleeing, Jonathan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Finding it amusing yet curious, the patty asked, Braden, am I really that ugly now? Jonathan looked at her, grinned, and said, well, it certainly doesn't have anything to do with being pretty. Trying hard not to laugh, the patty asked, should we continue sightseeing? Without hesitation, Jonathan replied, sure. He hadn't gotten around to recovering all the treasures from Bodhi's mansion yet. Jonathan immediately took the patty on a tour around Bodhi's mansion. Solomon returned to the mansion with a belly full of frustration. Even after sitting down, he still couldn't accept the fact that a person with a perfect figure could have such an ugly face. Every time he thought of the hideous face drawn by the patty, Solomon shook his head vigorously, trying to shake out that memory. Too ugly. He immediately headed towards the back courtyard. Better to go see the beauties he had selected. Within no time, Solomon dragged his legs, which felt like cotton, out of the room. From inside the room came a coquettish voice. Your Highness, don't go. Your servant still has many more charms left to show. Solomon shivered all over and sped up his pace. At this moment, Miriam inside the room shouted again, Your Highness, don't forget to send someone with that Hatian jade bracelet. Solomon fled back to the front hall, sat down, and let out a long breath. Thinking about what he had just agreed to, he supported his waist and headed toward his study. Pushing open the door, Solomon smiled. Though it was called a study, there were no brushes, ink, paper, or inkstone inside, only large chests. These were the various tributes he received and the gold and jewels he extorted after coming to Minjo. Hatian jade bracelet, Solomon muttered, then walked to one of the chests. If my memory serves me right, It should be in this chest. As he spoke, Solomon pulled out a key from his waistband, picked the lock on the chest, and lifted the lid. The instant he lifted the lid, the smile on Solomon's face froze. The chest was empty. Solomon quickly shook his head, suspecting he might have seen wrongly. But upon closer inspection, the chest was still empty. Solomon screamed immediately, "Where are the things?" Hearing the commotion outside, Israel rushed in. "Your Highness, what happened?" Solomon abruptly turned his head, and the fierce expression on his face startled Israel. "My treasures are gone." Israel instinctively looked at Solomon's body, his expression somewhat surprised. "Treasures? How can this happen?" Solomon froze for a moment. Realizing what Israel meant, he flew into a rage. "Where are you looking? I'm talking about the treasures in the chest." Only then did Israel understand Solomon's meaning and glanced into the chest in surprise. Upon seeing the chest was empty, his eyes widened. "Your Highness, why is this chest empty?" Solomon angrily replied, "That's why I'm saying the treasures are gone. There used to be half a chest of jewelry and gems." Israel was greatly shocked. "Half a chest of jewelry is gone." As he spoke, Israel hurriedly lifted the chest, trying to see if there was any damage underneath. But the chest was intact, without a single scratch. Israel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Your Highness, the chest isn't broken. How could the things be gone?" Solomon roared angrily, "If I knew, would I ask you? Call everyone over. I want to see who stole my treasures." Israel quickly agreed and rushed out to gather the guards. Solomon stared at the empty chest, still unable to accept it. When his eyes landed on the adjacent chest, his heart leaped. He hastily took out the key. After unlocking it, as Solomon placed his hand on the lid, he suddenly felt a surge of tension. He swallowed hard, clenched his teeth, and abruptly lifted the lid. The moment the lid opened, Solomon's vision went dark. This chest was also empty. The worst scene he had feared unfolded before his eyes. Supporting himself against the chest, Solomon steadied himself and quickly opened the third, fourth. With each chest opened, his mind grew more numb. By the time all the chests were open, Solomon was completely dazed. All 16 chests were empty. The gold, jewels, antiques, and paintings he had hidden inside were all gone. At that moment, Israel's voice came from outside. "Your Highness, all the guards are gathered." Before Israel finished his sentence, a figure filled with murderous intent rushed out of the study. Solomon's eyes were bloodshot, and his face twisted with murderous intent. Who stole my things?" The guards were stunned. Even with 10 lives, they wouldn't dare steal from Solomon. But Solomon didn't believe it for a second. So many items missing, if not stolen, did they vanish into thin air? While Solomon was interrogating the guards, Jonathan couldn't suppress his joy. Before recovering them, he had imagined Solomon had amassed considerable wealth, but he never expected it to be this much. This time, he recovered a full 10 million value points. The original remaining 17 million value points soared directly to 27 million. Chapter 85. 3,000? I thought it was 30,000. Jonathan looked at the system interface showing over 27 million value points and barely held back a laugh. At this moment, a sudden gurgling sound came from beside him. Jonathan turned his head and saw the Selma of the prince, her hands covering her stomach, a somewhat embarrassed look on her face. She was clearly hungry. Noticing Jonathan's gaze, the Selma of the prince quickly let go and asked, "Jace, shall we leave the city now?" Though there were no officers escorting them anymore, correspondingly, they also lacked a reliable food source. Moreover, neither of them had any silver coins, making it tough for them in Minjo City. Only by leaving the city could they possibly find something to eat by the roadside. However, Jonathan waved his hand. "No rush, let's have a meal first before we leave." The Selma of the prince couldn't help but be stunned. Eat? Where would they get the money to eat? Before she could ask, Jonathan had already approached a passerby to inquire about the best tavern in Minjo. The Selma of the prince was speechless. Jace was actually asking about the best tavern? Had Jace forgotten that they were penniless? Anxious, when Jonathan returned, she hurriedly said, "Jace, I'm not very hungry now. Let's just look around outside the city to see if we can find something to eat." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Jace, we absolutely can't eat without paying." "Eat without paying?" Jonathan paused, then laughed heartily. "Don't worry, Alexandria, I'm not that kind of person." The Selma of the prince couldn't help but be surprised. If they didn't eat without paying, where would they get the money to pay? Jonathan had an idea and directly exchanged 50 taels of silver using the value points, then took it out. "Look, Alexandria." The Selma of the prince stared at the silver ingot in Jonathan's hand, her eyes widening instantly. Such a large ingot. Even in the northern Pingwangfu, she had never seen anything like it. The Selma of the prince asked nervously, "Jace, how much is this?" Jonathan smiled and replied, 50 taels. 50 taels. The Selma of the prince couldn't help but exclaim. The northern Pingwangfu used to spend only that much in a year. Shocked, the Selma of the prince immediately realized something and quickly lowered her voice. "Jace, where did you get this silver?" Adding on, she sounded anxious. "You didn't steal it, right?" Jonathan had already thought up an excuse and mysteriously said, "Alexandria, I found it while digging a hole a few days ago." Digging a small hole and finding silver? The Selma of the prince couldn't help but be delighted. "Jace, your luck is too good." Seeing that the Selma of the prince believed him, Jonathan smiled. "Now can you rest assured and follow me to eat?" The Selma of the prince nodded repeatedly. With silver, they could definitely eat. Jonathan immediately led the Selma of the prince to the best tavern in Minjo that he had inquired about earlier. Upon reaching the entrance of the tavern, Jonathan was about to lead the Selma of the prince inside when they were stopped by a waiter at the door. The waiter had a haughty demeanor. "Stop. Do you think someone like you can enter our prosperity tavern? Why don't you check yourselves before thinking about coming in here?" Jonathan's face darkened. "What? We need to prove our wealth to eat here?" The waiter sneered. "Our tavern requires at least 10 taels per visit. You should look at your poor appearance. Do you even save 10 taels a year?" He raised his voice. "Get lost. Don't obstruct the gentleman. At this moment, a mocking voice came from nearby. Well said. If such people were allowed in, what prestige would our Prosperity Tavern have? Following the voice, Jonathan saw a middle-aged man with a mustache walking towards them. Seeing this man, the waiter hurriedly smiled and bowed. Lord Jim has come. Hyman nodded happily, then looked at Jonathan with disdain. Boy, one should know their place. Don't humiliate yourself by coming to a place you cannot afford. The waiter agreed. Very true, Lord Jim. Finishing, he arrogantly looked at Jonathan. Did you hear that? Leave now. The Selma of the prince's face was grim, but seeing Hyman's expensive attire, she pulled Jonathan's sleeve. Jace, let's go. But Jonathan waved his hand. He was determined to eat here today. Jonathan coldly looked at Hyman. How much property do you own? Ha ha ha. Hyman burst into laughter, proudly raising 3 fingers. 3,000 taels. Beside him, the waiter, as if these 3,000 taels belonged to him, boasted. Did you hear that? Lord Jim owns 3,000 taels. The Selma of the prince's face turned slightly pale. They couldn't even come up with 300 taels, let alone 3,000. Staying here would only invite further humiliation from the other party. So the Selma of the prince hurriedly tugged at Jonathan's sleeve, signaling to leave quickly. Jonathan, however, was speechless. He had just seen the other party raise 3 fingers and thought it was 30,000 taels. Turns out it was only 3,000. If it were 30,000 taels, he really hadn't decided what to exchange for such a high value. But 3,000 taels? No problem at all. Jonathan then chuckled. Listen carefully. The waiter didn't pick up on the hint of mockery in Jonathan's words and shouted. Since you heard clearly, why aren't you hurrying off? Influencing Master Jim's meal, can you afford the consequence? However, there was a flicker of suspicion in Hyman's eyes. Jonathan's reaction did not seem like that of someone who was intimidated by his wealth. But after a moment's thought, he calmed down. With the way the other party was dressed, they could not possibly be wealthy. Why should he worry? With this thought, Hyman's suspicion dissipated, and his demeanor turned arrogant again. Just as he was about to speak, something that Jonathan suddenly thrust in front of him interrupted him. On closer inspection, Hyman was instantly dumbfounded. The waiter, unaware of Hyman's expression, immediately shouted when he saw Jonathan taking something out and extending it towards Hyman. What are you doing? Trying to assault Master Jim? Saying this, the waiter took a step forward to shield Hyman behind him. This was his very own cash cow. If he protected him well, he might receive a generous reward. As the waiter was thinking this, an angry roar sounded beside his ear. Get lost. Before the waiter could react, he felt a heavy blow to his face, falling directly to the ground. When the waiter saw that it was Hyman who hit him, he couldn't help but gape in shock. What was going on? He was trying to protect Master Jim. Why did Master Jim hit him? Looking more closely, confusion filled the waiter's face. Hyman's eyes were now fixed on the object in Jonathan's hand, his face full of shock and disbelief. Chapter 86. Really worth 30,000. The waiter hurriedly followed Lord Hyman's gaze and saw that Jonathan was holding a white, round stone in his hand. The waiter couldn't help but look puzzled. What is this thing? Did Lord Jim really give him a slap just to look at this? The waiter got up from the ground and cautiously spoke. Lord Jim? Before he could finish, Lord Jim rudely interrupted. Shut up. Startled, the waiter immediately closed his mouth. Looking again at the stone in Jonathan's hand, unease crept into the waiter's heart, and his complexion paled. Without doubt, the change in Hyman had something to do with this stone. But what exactly was this stone? He had no idea. Hyman gazed at the white jade in Jonathan's hand, feeling an internal tempest rising. He had once seen only a piece of white jade as large as a chess piece like this quality. But even that small piece was worth 1,000 taels. Jonathan's piece was as big as a fist. Its value, he couldn't dare to imagine. But one point was certain. It was definitely worth much more than his entire fortune of 3,000 taels. Thinking of his recent boastful words, Hyman looked rather embarrassed. At this moment, there came an exclamation from the side. What a huge piece of white jade. A well-dressed middle-aged man quickly approached, stared at the white jade in Jonathan's hand for a few seconds, and exclaimed in admiration. Amazing! It's worth at least 30,000 taels. Hearing 30,000 taels, Hyman couldn't help but feel shocked. He had only estimated it at 20,000 taels. But who would have thought this man would say at least 30,000 taels? The waiter beside him opened his eyes wide, his face showing disbelief. This lousy piece of stone is actually worth 30,000 taels? How could that be possible? Jonathan glanced at the middle-aged man, surprised. Indeed, he had exchanged this piece of white jade from the system for a value equivalent to 30,000 taels. Of course, rare things are valuable. Such a large piece of white jade would indeed be valued higher than 30,000 taels by experts. The middle-aged man spoke again. Little brother, are you willing to part with this jade? I am willing to offer 35,000 taels for it. Thud. The waiter, who had just got up, fell down again, his face turning extremely pale. 35,000 taels. Even the remainder was more than all of Hyman's assets. What a blind fool he had been. Quickly climbing up, he bowed obsequiously toward Jonathan, forcing a flattery-filled smile on his face. Young master, this little one has blind eyes. Jonathan ignored the waiter and shook his head at the middle-aged man. I'm not planning to sell it now. Disappointment flashed across the man's face. He shook his head and said, Pity, such a pity. At this time, Hyman, recovering from his shock, shouted, Impossible. This must be fake. How could an ordinary-looking person possess treasure worth 30,000 taels? Hyman pointed at the middle-aged man and shouted, You punk. What gives you the right to say this lousy stone is worth 30,000? He had nothing to lose now. Whether this white jade was real or not, he couldn't admit it was worth 30,000. He couldn't even admit it was worth 3,000. Otherwise, his previous disdain would be utterly embarrassing. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly bodyguard next to the middle-aged man slapped Hyman's mouth, shouting, Insolent! How dare you speak to our young master Devon like that? Ouch! Hyman screamed in pain, clapping his hand over his mouth and preparing to call for help. Suddenly, he recalled something and quickly looked at the middle-aged man. Young Master Devon? And about 40 years old? Could it be? Just then, a familiar voice sounded nearby. Young Master Devon, I am so sorry for being late. Hyman felt a chill run down his spine. That voice belonged to Bede, the patriarch of the most powerful family in Minzhou City. Compared to the Miao family, his meager 3,000 tael fortune was a joke. And this man called the middle-aged man Young Master Devon so respectfully. It dawned on him. The identity of this young Master Devon became clear. Arn, the owner of the largest jade merchant in the Great Chu, Eudaimonin Pavilion. Hyman was completely dumbfounded, not only because of his identity, but also because someone with Arnie's expertise would never misjudge anything. That piece of white jade truly was worth 30,000 taels. Bede approached, looking around, and asked curiously, what happened? Arn chuckled, nothing much, just saw a precious artifact. Oh. Bede's gaze swept the scene, landing on Jonathan's hand, his eyes twinkling. Indeed, it is quite precious. Then, Bede turned to Jonathan. This young brother is? Jonathan's eyes flickered as he put the jade away, smiling and saying, just an obscure junior. Bede was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Young brother, you're too modest. Anything that can be called a treasure by young Master Devon is certainly not something trivial. After speaking, Bede turned to Arn. Young Master Devon, since we've met by chance, why don't we invite this young brother to join us for dinner? Arn nodded. That would be great. But Jonathan smiled and declined. Thank you both for your kindness, but we just came here for a meal and need to continue our journey afterward. Bede paused, saying, what a pity. Arn also nodded, feeling equally regretful. However, thinking of such a valuable treasure, Arn still didn't want to give up, so he asked, may I ask where you are headed? Jonathan didn't answer directly but said, just wandering around. Hearing the reluctance in Jonathan's words, Arn felt a wave of disappointment and didn't press further. Bede, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed and said to Arn, young Master Devon, let's go in. They immediately entered the tavern with their attendants. Seeing Arn and Bede leave, Hyman also skulked away. The waiter, with a fawning smile, escorted Jonathan and the paddy into the tavern, then sighed regretfully. Had he known this lad had such valuable treasures, why would he have tried to cozy up to Hyman? Too late now. In the private room, it wasn't until after Jonathan finished ordering that the paddy finally regained her composure from the shock. Looking at Jonathan again, she was full of confusion. She glanced around and lowered her voice. Second brother, where did you get that jade? Was it dug up on that day too? Jonathan stifled a laugh and nodded, yes. The paddy couldn't help but be amazed. What kind of luck is this to easily obtain a jade worth 30,000 taels? After some thought, she could only come up with one explanation. It must be the spirit of the king and others protecting Jonathan. Almost at the same time, Bede excused himself from Arn and walked out of the private room. In a secluded corner, Bede coldly instructed his steward who had followed him, keep an eye on those two. Don't let them run away. Chapter 87. Want to rob him? Yes. The steward responded and hurried away. Bede gave a cold smile. A treasure that could receive consecutive praise from Arn must be an exceptional one. Since it's an exceptional treasure, once it comes to Minzhou, don't even think about leaving. After acquiring it, I will present it to Lawson. The status of the Miao family in Minzhou will become even more unshakable. An hour later, Jonathan and the Prince Danielle Leah left the restaurant. Although they had a pleasant meal, there was a trace of pain on the Prince Danielle Lee's face. That meal just now cost a full 40 taels of silver. Even in the prince's mansion, there wasn't such extravagant spending. In her view, spending so much silver for a meal was indeed quite luxurious. Wang Er, we must never come to eat at such places again, said the Prince Danielle Leah. Jonathan laughed heartily. Alexandria, since heaven has given us so much silver, not spending it would be failing to appreciate the grace of heaven, wouldn't it? The Prince Danielle Leah paused. She didn't believe this was the gift of heaven. She believed Mohammed was protecting them. Thinking of this, the Prince Danielle Leah nodded. Since the prince had given them so much silver, naturally, he wanted them to live better. Seeing the conflicted expression on the Prince Danielle Lee's face, Jonathan smiled and said, Alexandria, rest assured. Today was just a bit of luxury. We'll eat normally from now on. The Prince Danielle Leah nodded repeatedly. This is best. After a pause, she added, once we reach Liangzhou, these silvers will have significant use. Immediately, the two began walking towards the outskirts of Minzhou City. They hadn't taken a few steps when Jonathan's eyes turned grave as he glanced at two men sitting at a noodle stand by the roadside. These two men were staring at them. Jonathan continued walking alongside the Prince Danielle Leah without showing any emotion, pondering internally. Could these be assassins sent by the court? However, he sensed no murderous intent from them. Recalling what happened at the entrance of the restaurant earlier, Jonathan suddenly realized. Someone was coveting their wealth. A cold sneer formed in Jonathan's heart. To try and snatch something from his hands required considerable strength. Jonathan immediately said, Alexandria, let's hurry while it's still early. The Prince Danielle Leah nodded, and both started heading out of the city. Beside the noodle stand, the two men stood up simultaneously as they watched Jonathan and the Prince Danielle Leah walk away. They're heading towards the west gate. I'll continue following them. You go ahead and inform the others. With these actions, Jonathan and the Prince Danielle Lee's every move was quickly under control. On the other side, Bede, with a smile, saw Arn off. Then the steward came close. Master, those two people headed west. West? A glint appeared in Bede's eyes, a smile forming on his face. The west, his territory. Inform Old 3. Ensure these two are captured. Yes. Outside Minzhou City, Jonathan paid attention to the surroundings while walking. Noticing that there was a gaze watching them at regular intervals, Jonathan's eyes turned cold. He roughly knew who intended to act against them. Arn obviously wasn't from Minzhou, and couldn't have such an extensive influence. Similarly, Hyman's 3,000 taels weren't enough to hire so many watchers. It had to be that inconspicuous Bede. In Minzhou City, after instructing the steward, Bede asked someone to send him to the residence of Lawson. The Miao family rose to prominence in Minzhou over a few years, all thanks to Solomon. Now, having discovered such a wonderful treasure, he naturally needed to present it to Solomon. Upon arriving at Lawson's residence, Bede sensed an unusual atmosphere. The guards at the gate seemed unusually tense. What was happening? Puzzled, Bede politely approached. Your Excellencies, please announce that Bede wishes to see His Highness. Usually, these guards would have immediately reported if Bede asked. But today, they hesitated, instead advising, Mr. Miao, why not come another day? More puzzled, Bede asked, why? Is His Highness not here? After some thought, the guard whispered, His Highness lost something and suspects someone from within the mansion stole it. He is interrogating now. Bede froze, astonished. Who dared steal from His Highness? Isn't this courting death? Ordinarily, Bede wouldn't involve himself in such matters proactively. But thinking of the treasure found today, Bede's eyes lit up. If I can calm Lawson's anger, won't this be a great deed? He immediately said, I appreciate your concern, but I have some fantastic news for His Highness. Good news? Wait here. Surprised, the guard hurriedly went inside to report. Due to losing something, Solomon's rage affected everyone in the palace. If I can calm the prince's anger, that would be best. In the front hall of the prince's mansion, Solomon's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the guards before him. Good, you all deny it, so don't blame me for being impolite. Someone. At this moment, a guard hurriedly reported, Your Highness, Clan Chief Miao is here to see you. Solomon angrily replied, I won't see him. Can't you see I'm busy? The guard quickly added, Your Highness, Clan Chief Miao says he has fantastic news. Good news? Solomon paused, suppressing his anger temporarily. Let him in. A moment later, Bede came in with a happy face, kneeling down with a thud before Solomon. Congratulations to Your Highness. May you be blessed by the heavens. Solomon's suppressed anger flared up instantly. All the gold and jewels in his room had disappeared. Yet Bede started congratulating and mentioning heavenly blessings. Was he mocking him? Just as he was about to explode, Bede continued, I have found a treasure that is perfect as a birthday gift for His Majesty on his 50th birthday. Solomon's anger subsided again as he became excited and walked over to Bede. The reason he interrogated the guards so fiercely was because the gift for Sterling was among the missing items. He had hoped this gift would enhance his standing in Sterling's eyes, but now it was gone. Bede's words gave him hope once more. Solomon eagerly asked, What treasure? Bring it out quickly. Bede chuckled nervously. Please calm down, Your Highness. This treasure is not in my hands yet. Solomon froze, ready to lash out. Bede quickly reassured, Although it's not in my possession yet, I promise that by tomorrow, it will definitely be delivered to Your Highness. This kept Solomon from getting angry further. He asked, What is the treasure? Bede gestured with his hand. A flawless white jade this big. An Arn from Yushuan Pavilion personally said it's worth at least 30,000 taels of silver. Solomon's breathing quickened immediately. Bede, no matter what method you use or how much money it costs, you must get this item. Chapter 88 Rest assured. Alexandria, Your Highness, rest assured. I have ordered people to track those two the entire way. There will be no mishaps. Bede said with utmost confidence. Solomon's face was full of delight. Good. If we present this rare jade to His Majesty on his birthday, he will surely favor us. Speaking here, Solomon looked at Bede. Since your younger sister is my concubine, you will naturally benefit as well when that time comes. Bede nodded continuously. Yes, I understand. Precisely because his sister was Lexi to Lord Solomon, he paid so much attention. Their fates were intertwined. On a mountain ridge 10 miles outside Minzhou, bursts of laughter echoed intermittently. Ha ha ha, I've won again. Third Master Hicks of the Miao family, looking at the 12 points from his throw, roared with laughter. The group of large men surrounding the table could only sigh in succession. One of the men said, Third Master, with such great wealth and such good luck, how are we supposed to live? Hicks laughed loudly again. It's all about destiny, which you cannot envy. Come, let's continue. As they were engrossed in gambling, a man sent by Bede arrived and relayed Bede's instructions to Hicks. Upon hearing what they were to snatch this time, Hicks's eyes widened instantly. A jade worth 30,000 taels? Although the Miao family was now the largest clan in Minzhou, it was the first time he had heard of something so astonishingly valuable. Regaining his senses from the shock, Hicks's eyes were filled with greed. Tell eldest brother I will certainly get this thing. He then shouted to the large men still gambling, Stop gambling, there's big business to do. Prince Jonathan brought along the Fuis, traveling southwest after leaving Minzhou City. In contrast to the laughter of the Fuis, Jonathan remained vigilant for hidden gazes. As they traveled further away from Minzhou City, the number of pedestrians gradually decreased, sometimes walking for quite a distance without encountering a single person. The previously cheerful Fuis seemed to notice something amiss, unconsciously tensing up and moving closer to Jonathan. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, Braden, where do we plan to rest by nightfall? Jonathan shook his head. I don't know what's ahead either. We'll just keep going. The unease in the Fuis' heart grew. Previously, though Jared and Conway targeted them, having more people around made things relatively safer. Now, with just her and Jonathan, she felt uneasy. If bandits appeared on these mountain paths, it would be terrible. Thinking of this, the Fuis paled. At this moment, Jonathan felt a stir in his heart. The gaze that had been following them had suddenly disappeared. After trailing them for so long, it wouldn't just disappear for no reason. There was only one possibility left. They had gone to inform accomplices nearby. Jonathan glanced at the Fuis, his gaze turning serious. If there were only a few, he could handle it quickly. But if there were too many, the Fuis would become their target. Sweeping his eyes over the surroundings, upon seeing a large tree nearby, he got an idea and told the Fuis, Alexandria, go up into the tree. No matter what happens, don't reveal yourself. The Fuis was initially stunned, then her expression changed. Braden, is something dangerous happening? Jonathan nodded. A gang of bandits is coming. Bandits? The Foys immediately panicked and hurriedly suggested, then let's run back. Jonathan shook his head. It's too late. They are almost here. The Foys paled, forcing herself to calm down. This tree is large. Can't we hide together on it? Jonathan shook his head again. If they don't see us, they will definitely search everywhere. Being stuck up there would be even more dangerous. Panicked, the Foys asked, then what should we do? Jonathan smiled and said, rest assured, Alexandria. Since I asked you to go up, I have confidence in dealing with them. Don't forget, I used to be able to fight on the battlefield. The Foys then remembered that Jonathan's legs were now normal, not the handicapped Jonathan. Well, be careful. If there are too many of them, just escape. Jonathan smiled but didn't answer, instead saying, they're about to arrive. Hide first, Alexandria. With Jonathan's help, the Foys climbed up the large tree and hid among its foliage. Jonathan glanced up from below, nodding satisfactorily. Indeed, it wasn't easily noticeable unless carefully examined. With the Foys secured, Jonathan felt completely at ease. He could finally use his full strength. Compared to Jonathan's confidence, the Alessia in the tree felt a growing unease, her worries flashing through her mind one after another. How many bandits are there? Do they have weapons? Are they brutal? In the end, all she could do was pray silently. Soon, voices of shouting came from afar. Make sure you keep an eye out. Don't let those two escape. Yes. Hearing this resounding response, the Alessia's face turned deathly pale instantly. Just by judging from the sound, there were at least 20 people. She quickly whispered, Braden, run back quickly and don't worry about me. Jonathan smiled slightly and said softly, Alexandria, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The Alessia didn't believe him at all. There were at least 20 people on the other side, and who knew if they had weapons? No matter how capable Jonathan was, could he really fight against so many people? As she was about to persuade him again, her gaze caught sight of the approaching figures. Her complexion turned even paler. The number of people on the other side was even greater than she expected. Over 30. Braden, run away. They have over 30 people. Just as she finished speaking, more noises came from behind. Turning around, the Alessia felt her heart sink to the bottom. There were actually another dozen people coming from behind. They couldn't escape now, and the total number of bandits had surpassed 50. The Alessia could only say, Braden, if you can't handle it, give them the piece of white jade. Your life is more important. Jonathan smiled. Rest assured, Alexandria. I know what I'm doing. The Alessia let out a slight sigh of relief. It was good that he listened to reason. At this moment, the group of over 30 people had already spotted Jonathan and immediately quickened their pace toward him. Getting closer, Hicks glanced around and asked someone next to him, where are the two of them? The person next to him, who had been tracking Jonathan, looked puzzled. Third Master. This guy is one of them, but I don't know where Miriam went. Hicks's face changed abruptly as he shouted, what about Miriam? Did she run away with the white jade? A cold light flashed in Jonathan's eyes. Just as he suspected, their target was the white jade. Chapter 89. Think you're the Almighty? Upon hearing this, the Eleanor hiding in the tree couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed that their goal was the white jade. With Hayden being so smart, he would definitely take the bait, drawing the pursuit away to himself. Unexpectedly, Jonathan directly pulled out the piece of white jade from his sleeve. Do you mean this? The Eleanor instantly stared dumbfounded. What is Hayden doing? Why admit it voluntarily? Isn't this inviting all the attention on himself? Sure enough, upon seeing the white jade in Jonathan's hand, Lloyd immediately forgot about the absence of the Eleanor. The anger on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by insatiable greed. Good, indeed good. No wonder it's worth 30,000 taels. In his amazement, Lloyd hurriedly ordered his men, surround this boy. Don't let him escape. Excited, the group of 50 men quickly responded and surrounded Jonathan. Seeing Jonathan with no chance of escape, Lloyd couldn't help but burst into laughter. This white jade belongs to me now. Lloyd immediately stretched his hand toward Jonathan. Boy, hand over the white jade. But Jonathan slipped the jade back into his sleeve and chuckled. This is mine. Why should I give it to you? On the tree, the Eleanor felt anxious. What is Hayden doing? Doesn't he know this will infuriate them? Sure enough, Lloyd exploded in fury, shouting, boy, don't push your luck. Vinnied over the white jade immediately. Others joined in. Hear that? Give it to Third Master right now. If you dawdle any longer, don't blame us for being rude. Jonathan was left speechless. These people weren't just bandits anymore. They thought they were the almighty rulers of everything. Jonathan sneered coldly. What if I don't give it? Not giving? Lloyd's face turned sinister, barking, then you're courting death yourself. Attack. Beat him to death. Two burly men behind Jonathan rushed forward at once. Seeing their action, a glint of delight flashed in Lloyd's eyes. This was their old trick. First, surround the target, then attack from behind when they least expect it. According to past experience, it succeeded more than 90% of the time. On the tree, the Eleanor instinctively wanted to warn Jonathan. But before she could speak, Jonathan suddenly turned around, striking both men with each palm. The two men never expected Jonathan's sudden move, and caught unprepared, they had no time to defend themselves. Their eyes flashing ferocity, they chose to ignore the attack. This kid doesn't look very sturdy, attacking two of us at once. What can he possibly do? Slap. Slap. Jonathan's palm struck the two men. The nonchalance on the faces of the two men instantly turned to shock and disbelief. Next, they flew backward, landing heavily a few feet away. The scene, previously noisy, became eerily quiet. Everyone, including the Eleanor in the tree, stared wide-eyed at the motionless men. They were defeated so easily? With just one slap? All minds raced with the same two words. Absurd. Lloyd roared furiously. You too. Get up immediately. No matter how he scolded, the two men remained still. A nearby henchman quickly went to check, his face paling as he returned. Third Master. These two have fainted. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath sharply. They had seen clearly. Jonathan slapped these two men once, and they were knocked out. What kind of strength was this? The men lost their playful grins, replaced with seriousness and caution. Lloyd's expression grew even uglier. He had thought it would be an easy catch, but now 2 of his men were down. But it was fine. He brought everyone here, all 50. Surveying the scene, Lloyd's confidence remained unwavering. They still had 50 men against just 1 Jonathan. Lloyd said coldly, "Boy, it seems you're determined to fight to the end." Jonathan shrugged. "You should have known this from the beginning." Fine, fine. Lloyd laughed grimly. "I originally intended to spare your life, but now it's on you." With that, Lloyd waved his hand. "You heard him. He's asking for it. What are you waiting for? Finish him off." The large men felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that Lloyd was now instructing them to use deadly force. They immediately drew their weapons. For a moment, the flashes of blades filled the air. The Selma Elsa on the tree felt both alarmed and delighted after witnessing Jonathan easily defeating 2 large men. She hadn't expected Jonathan to be so formidable. But when she saw the large men brandishing knives, her expression paled. These people were not only going to attack together, but also had weapons. "It's over." Jonathan watched the movements of the large men, but remained calm. His physical strength meant these ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against him. However, he didn't intend to reveal this just yet. After all, it would be too shocking. Suddenly, Jonathan moved, dashing towards the nearest large man with a punch. Noticing Jonathan's move, the man shouted, "Sergio, be careful." Sergio, seeing Jonathan charging at him, felt his hairs stand on end and hurriedly retreated. While retreating, he swung his large blade, trying to force Jonathan back. But to Jonathan, whose body had been enhanced by the system, the opponent's speed was still too slow. Jonathan extended his fist, grabbed the weapon, and with a strong pull, took the weapon into his possession. The large men were once again stunned. Was this disarming an opponent with bare hands? They had only heard such feats from storytellers, but never thought they'd see it firsthand. Unfortunately, it was happening to their intended robbery target. Lloyd's eyes flashed with alarm. He finally understood why Jonathan dared to refuse him so boldly. It was because of his extraordinary skills. Looking at his subordinates who now showed signs of fear, Lloyd felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If this continued, not only would they fail to get the item, but he himself might be in danger. Lloyd quickly gave a signal to a large man behind Jonathan. Jonathan noticed Lloyd's action and focused his attention behind him. But he realized the man wasn't attempting a sudden attack. Instead, he turned and ran towards Minjo. Jonathan immediately understood that the man must be going for reinforcements and couldn't help but sneer. With his physical strength, he feared no one. Not even if there were 500 more. Chapter 90. Then I'll accomplish your wish. Lloyd was delighted when he saw Jonathan not stopping his men who went to call for reinforcements. But then he saw Jonathan's expression turn serious, looking like he wanted to end the fight quickly. His heart sank, and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone be careful. Don't let this kid find an opportunity." The big men had already been alert. Upon hearing this, their faces changed abruptly, and they quickly distanced themselves from Jonathan. The Lexi on the tree couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene. Not only did one person get scared away, but the others were also extremely fearful. What's going on? Could they be so afraid of Jace? Indeed, Lloyd was somewhat frightened in his heart. First, Jonathan knocked out 2 subordinates casually, and then he disarmed a weapon with bare hands. Such formidable strength exceeded his cognition. If he had known it would be this troublesome, he should have made more preparations. Fortunately, he had just sent someone to look for reinforcements. Now all he had to do was delay. Lloyd immediately shouted, "Everybody engage with this boy and wear him out." The big men promptly responded, feeling relieved at the same time. No one was a fool. They all saw Jonathan's mightiness with their own eyes. Delaying was obviously the best choice. Listening to Lloyd's arrangements, Jonathan chuckled. Want to delay? He wouldn't let their plans succeed easily. Jonathan's gaze then turned to Lloyd. Seeing Jonathan staring at him, Lloyd's face changed drastically. "Quick, protect me." The big men were startled and hurriedly closed in around Lloyd. In the blink of an eye, Lloyd was blocked by the big men. Looking at the impregnable fortress in front of him, Lloyd heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he reacted fast and took measures. Otherwise, he might really have been caught by that boy. A proud expression appeared on Lloyd's face as he looked at Jonathan. "Kid, your every move is under my watchful eyes. What else can you do?" Saying that, Lloyd burst into laughter. The big men guarding Lloyd joined in the loud laughter. One big man even pledged loyalty. "Kit, rest assured, unless this kid kills all of us, he won't be able to hurt a single hair on Kit." "Right, we will die to protect Kit." Hearing the big men's statements, Lloyd looked proudly at Jonathan. "Kid, let's see what you can do now." However, a strange smile surfaced on Jonathan's face. Their countermeasures weren't wrong, but they had misjudged. Think a crowd could stop him? It might work on others, but these people encountered him. Jonathan took steps towards Lloyd immediately. The laughter of Lloyd and the others stopped abruptly, and they looked at Jonathan in disbelief. Is this kid crazy? Doesn't he see there are so many of them? And everyone has a knife in hand. After astonishment, Lloyd felt wildly elated. This kid is too arrogant. Relying on his prowess, he looks down on them. This is a good opportunity to reverse the situation. The big men came to their senses too, a hint of joy appearing in their eyes. With so many of them gathered together, could they not solve such a trivial problem? Each one with a knife, they could cut this kid into minced meat. In an instant, the big men gripped their weapons tightly, madness flashing in their eyes. Seeing Jonathan actively approaching the opposite side, the Lexi was almost terrified into shouting, "Is Jace crazy? With such a good chance to escape, he is actually walking into danger?" After a brief moment of thought, the Lexi suddenly understood. Jace must be doing this to protect her. At this moment, she felt both grateful and ashamed. At this time, the big man closest to Jonathan began to tremble unconsciously as Jonathan approached. Although they had overwhelming numbers, Jonathan's bravery left a deep impression on him. That kind of power was absolutely unreachable for them. And now he faced such a formidable opponent. The person following closely behind the big man couldn't help but say, "With so many of us, why are you panicking?" Even though he didn't realize it, there was also a trace of trembling in his voice. Upon hearing the noise, Lloyd, protected at the back by the big men, instantly revealed a dark expression on his face. These people usually shout loudly in front of him, but now they were scared like this before any action. They were truly useless. Although extremely displeased, Lloyd knew he could only rely on these people now, so he immediately shouted, "Listen up, everyone gets 10 taels of silver as a reward today. Also, if anyone gets injured, they can get an extra 20 taels. If someone unfortunately dies, then 100 taels." Upon hearing about so much silver, the fear in the hearts of the big men disappeared instantly. After all, an injury would now be rewarded with 20 taels of silver. For a moment, the morale of the big men soared. They clenched their fists, eager to rush forward and engage Jonathan in battle. Lloyd watched all this unfold, feeling immensely satisfied. Problems that others couldn't solve were no problem for him. Who could deny his backing by the largest family in Minzhou? Who could deny the wealth of the Miao family? Looking at Jonathan again, Lloyd's face was full of cold laughter. "Boy, I'm curious what you can do." The leading big man shouted loudly, "Kit, rest assured, I'll fight him. Boy, die." With these words, the big man let out a roar, waving his knife towards Jonathan. Jonathan was speechless. A few dozen taels of silver had these people risking their lives so readily. Man will die for wealth, birds will perish for food. This saying was indeed true. Since the other side was so determined, Jonathan gave a cold smile. "Then I'll accomplish your wish." Before the words had even left his mouth, Jonathan thrust his blade out like lightning. Thud. The big man instantly froze, looking down at the long knife embedded in his heart, his face filled with terror. He just wanted to get injured. He didn't want to die. This thought dissipated as he collapsed onto the ground. The big men behind, their faces filled with madness, immediately calmed down, their expressions turning fearful. Dead just like that? How could they possibly get injured? In an instant, the morale Lloyd had just roused plummeted. Lloyd's expression changed from sneering to terrified, followed by a surge of panic. The morale he had just lifted was easily suppressed by Jonathan. More importantly, in Jonathan's decisive actions, he seemed to see his own fate. He quickly glanced behind Jonathan, hoping the reinforcements would arrive at once. However, it was impossible for them to return so soon after leaving. In an instant, Lloyd's heart sank to the bottom. Seeing Jonathan approaching closer and his subordinates retreating further, Lloyd gritted his teeth. "I'll increase the reward tenfold." Chapter 91. Rectifying the name of Lawson. 200 taels for those who are injured. 1,000 taels for those who die. Boston gritted his teeth and shouted. After shouting, his heart was bleeding. He looked at Jonathan with a gaze full of hatred, wishing to carve him into pieces. But the effect of this statement was immediate. When the men heard that the silver had increased tenfold, their breathing instantly became heavy. Whether it was 1,000 taels or 200 taels, it was money they could never earn in their lifetime. In an instant, the men became agitated. Looking at Jonathan again, there was no longer fear in their eyes, but rather anticipation. They wished Jonathan would hurry up and strike them. Jonathan narrowed his eyes. Daring to promise so much silver, plus sending reinforcements from Minzhou, it seemed his guess was correct. These people were from the Miao family. While Jonathan was thinking on the spot, Boston sighed in relief. It seemed that his side's morale had intimidated this kid. This kind of standoff was best. He wouldn't have to spend money, and could also delay time. Boston stared at Jonathan, his eyes filled with hatred. "Kid, after my brother sends people over, I will definitely carve you into pieces." Just as he was thinking about what would happen next, Boston saw Jonathan suddenly take another step forward, walking towards him, and his expression changed. Is this kid crazy? Can't he see that his subordinates' morale is high, and each of them looks like they're willing to risk their lives? Seeing Jonathan continue to approach, the men's faces were filled with joy. Their opportunity to make big money had come. Attack! The first two rows of men shouted together and charged at Jonathan. Boston was stunned for a moment, then felt relieved inside. Previously, these people were hesitant to act, but now they were fighting recklessly. He had more than 50 men here. Even if they only inflicted slight injuries each time, they would eventually seriously wound him. Good strategy. Thinking of this, Boston quickly shouted, "Attack! All of you! Whoever injures this kid gets an additional reward of 100 taels." The already sky-high morale of the men soared even higher, roaring as they charged at Jonathan. Even at the cost of their lives, they had to leave some wounds on this kid. Seeing the crazed men charge at Jonathan, the Fuis on the tree finally couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "Be careful, Jace." But her words were drowned out by the shouts of the men. The Fuis' face turned pale. With such a fierce attack, Jace surely couldn't hold on. Facing away from the direction of the Fuis, Jonathan remained calm. His body's strength made him invincible. Moreover, these people were just relying on brute force. In his eyes, they were not worth mentioning. A cold light flashed in Jonathan's eyes as he moved forward to meet the charging men. This behavior surprised and delighted both Boston and the men. Sure enough, this kid was crazy, actually coming to seek death. Boston yelled, "Kill him! Kill him!" The men also followed suit, shouting, "Kill!" The Fuis trembled all over. Jace is too impulsive. But in the next moment, the Fuis froze, watching Jonathan move among the men like a ghost, avoiding their attacks one by one. Avoiding the attacks, Jonathan's long sword kept stabbing out. Each time, a man would scream in pain and fall to the ground. Within moments, more than 10 men lay dead on the ground, and not a single man had touched Jonathan. This scene left the Fuis both shocked and happy. Boston's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. Having lost over 10 men, they hadn't even touched the hem of the opponent's clothes. How could this kid be so powerful? At this moment, the remaining 30+ men, seeing the bodies of their comrades, lost all their earlier bravado, replaced by genuine terror. They weren't a match for him at all. Realizing this, How could the men dare to attack? They quickly retreated to Boston's side. Third Master, this kid is too strange. We're no match for him. Third Master, should we withdraw? Third Master, if this continues, it's dangerous. Listening to the men's words, Boston's face darkened. They are all useless indeed. Shut up. With Boston's roar, the men all fell silent, but their expressions still showed anxiety. Boston calmed down, looking at Jonathan without fear. Jonathan frowned. Does the other side still have a hidden card? Jonathan immediately used the system to scan the surroundings, but found nothing. Just then, Boston suddenly spoke. Kid, you're indeed impressive, but do you think being strong makes you special? Jonathan looked bewildered. What did the other side mean? Does he plan to retreat after failing to fight? Salvation comes from power and authority. Saying this, Boston paused, a look of arrogance appearing on his face. Do you know who I am? The big men were initially baffled, but now they suddenly understood. Third Master is about to reveal his identity. Thinking of Boston's identity, the fear on the faces of the big men vanished. Once Third Master reveals his identity, this kid can only kneel and beg for mercy. Recalling their earlier embarrassment, the big men's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Even if this kid kneels and begs for forgiveness, they would never let him go. Jonathan also understood at this moment. They were trying to intimidate him. Fine. He wanted to confirm who they really were as well. So Jonathan smiled and said, no idea. Boston snorted. I didn't think you would know. Listen carefully. I am the third master of the Meow family, Boston. My elder brother is Grover. Sure enough, it's like that. Jonathan smiled faintly. He had already guessed. But so what? The Meow family is just a local bully in Minzhou. Jonathan immediately sneered. Meow family? Grover? Never heard of them. Boston couldn't help but be stunned. Then an uneasy look flashed across his face. He couldn't believe Jonathan hadn't heard of the Meow family's reputation. It must be intentional. This means Jonathan was ready to ignore the Meow family's fame and still make a move on him. Boston hastily said, Kid, if you haven't heard of the Meow family, then you should have heard of Lawson. My sister is one of his concubines. I am Lawson's brother-in-law. Jonathan frowned. So the Meow family is related to Solomon? Seeing Jonathan hesitate, Boston was both surprised and delighted, feeling quite smug. This will surely hold you back, right? Jonathan snapped out of his daze and suddenly revealed a mocking smile. I indeed have heard of Lawson, but how could a mountain bandit like you possibly be related to Lawson? I think you are using his name falsely and tarnishing Lawson's reputation. If I kill you today, I will be clearing Lawson's name. Jonathan's words completely took Boston by surprise. For a moment, Boston was speechless. When he saw Jonathan start to approach, he couldn't help but turn pale. Chapter 92. When did I say I would let you go? What are you going to do? Lloyd, seeing Jonathan approach, was so frightened that he kept retreating. The big men who had originally been protecting him also retreated constantly with looks of terror on their faces. Lloyd had thought that his identity would scare the other party, but never expected the word imposter, uttered casually by the other side, would completely shatter their hope. What am I going to do? Jonathan sneered coldly, weighing the long knife in his hand. Isn't it obvious? Lloyd's face changed dramatically. He had thought Jonathan was just threatening him, but never expected that Jonathan actually meant it. He hurriedly shouted, You can't kill me. I'm really third master Meow of the Meow family and the brother-in-law of Bodhi. If you kill me, Bodhi won't let you off. At this moment, Lloyd could only place his hopes in his identity. However, Jonathan ignored him. He had guessed Lloyd's identity long ago, but the other party's identity didn't influence him at all. He already had a grudge against Solomon, and furthermore, he was now disguised. Even if the other party knew who killed Lloyd, they could only look for the person he was currently disguised as. Swish swish. Jonathan attacked twice in quick succession, felling two of the closest big men, then continued toward Lloyd. Lloyd's face changed again. With the speed of Jonathan's attacks, these people in front of him wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Perhaps he would be dead before reinforcements arrived. Lloyd immediately racked his brains, desperately thinking of ways to buy time. In this urgent moment, Lloyd's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, greed leads to one's downfall. As long as he offered enough benefits, his life would be spared. Lloyd quickly said, As long as you spare me, I'll give you any amount of money you want. Don't worry, I'm really third master Meow. Even if I can't come up with it now, the Meow family will definitely be able to get the money for my rescue. What do you say? Jonathan couldn't help but sneer continuously. He wasn't stupid. Lloyd's intentions were too obvious. However, Jonathan calculated the speed of the other party, summoning reinforcements in his heart, suddenly smiled, and said, Don't you have a hideout nearby? Lloyd was filled with joy. The other party was moved by his words, and wanted to go with him to get things. He nodded vigorously. Yes, it's not far from here. Jonathan asked, Which direction? Lloyd was momentarily taken aback, then pointed eastward hurriedly. It's over there. Jonathan looked in that direction and indeed saw a mountain peak not too high. Jonathan then asked, On that mountain? Lloyd nodded eagerly. Yes. Speaking of this, a glint of intelligence appeared in Lloyd's eyes. His occupied stronghold was easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, there were only two paths leading up and down, but one of them was very hidden. Without him, others absolutely wouldn't find it. As long as he lured the man onto the mountain and blocked the retreat with reinforcements, he could capture the other alive. Thinking this, Lloyd said, All the gold, silver, treasures, and beauties I've plundered these years are on the mountain. I'm willing to give all these things to you. Jonathan, however, suddenly smiled. Since I know where the things are, I naturally don't need you to take me there. Lloyd's joy vanished instantly, and the smile on his face froze. Jonathan's meaning was clear. He still didn't intend to let him go. Lloyd immediately roared angrily, You're breaking your promise. Jonathan, however, sneered, When did I say I would let you go? Lloyd was stunned, recalling their conversation, and realized that Jonathan indeed hadn't given him any promises, but directly questioned him. The so-called promise was merely what he imagined. Lloyd's face turned pale. He had been thinking of using gold and silver to stall the other party, but didn't expect to fall for the other's trick. His trump card was gone. The big men beside Lloyd, listening to Lloyd and Jonathan negotiate, had been filled with anticipation, but they didn't expect such an outcome, and their expressions changed drastically. In an instant, the big men's gazes wandered aimlessly, and their fighting spirit vanished. At one moment, a big man suddenly screamed and fled in one direction. This action immediately triggered a chain reaction. Seeing this, the other big men also scattered in different directions. Within a few moments, all the big men ran away, leaving only Lloyd standing alone. Lloyd stayed where he was, hardly believing what had just happened. These subordinates whom he considered reliable had abandoned him and fled. Lloyd wanted to run, but found Jonathan's gaze locked on him, making his legs feel as if they were filled with lead, unable to move even a step. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, Jonathan's knife would fly straight at him. Shaking all over, Lloyd stammered, You mustn't kill me. We can negotiate whatever terms you have. We can talk this through. However, the response he received was only Jonathan's cold face. Seeing Jonathan gradually approaching, Lloyd could no longer hold it together and fell to his knees with a thud, begging for mercy by kowtowing, Sir, spare my life. Spare my life. But when he saw Jonathan approach within 5 feet of him, he suddenly sprang up from the ground, pulling out a dagger and stabbing toward Jonathan's heart. The young Leah Danielle, who had just let out a breath of relief up in the tree, screamed in terror, sharply warning, Jace, be careful. Lloyd was momentarily taken aback by the Leah Danielle's voice, but his movements didn't slow down in the slightest. As the dagger neared Jonathan's heart, Lloyd's face was filled with triumphant smiles. His trap had succeeded. However, when he shifted his gaze from the tree, all he saw was the cold smirk on Jonathan's face. Jonathan had anticipated Lloyd's attack. He simply thrust his weapon forward effortlessly. PFT. The 2-foot-long knife pierced Lloyd's heart before the dagger could reach Jonathan. Lloyd's body froze, staring at the knife protruding from his chest, disbelief written all over his face. He was caught completely off guard. How could this kid react so quickly? Lifting his head, Lloyd saw Jonathan's face inches away. That was the last word Lloyd uttered before he lost all consciousness. With a slight push from Jonathan, Lloyd fell backward. Jonathan surveyed the surroundings, confirming that all the big men on the ground were dead. Using the system to scan the area, he ensured that the fleeing big men had all run far away. Only then did he walk to the base of the large tree. Big sister, we're safe now. You can come down. Relieved to see that Jonathan was unharmed, the Leah Danielle hurriedly climbed down from the tree. Looking at the more than 20 bodies on the ground, she felt a bit afraid. Jonathan comforted her, saying, Big sister, let's go. The Leah Danielle nodded quickly. Jonathan led the way ahead, with the Leah Danielle closely following behind. Chapter 93. That young man doesn't dare to lay a vinite on the kit. After walking just a few steps, the Fuis noticed something was amiss. Jonathan wasn't heading toward Liangzhou in the southwest, but was moving eastward. Recalling that Jonathan had just asked about Boston, the Fuis was somewhat surprised. Second brother, are you going to the bandits' lair? Jonathan nodded, yes. A look of worry instantly appeared on the Fuis' face. Second brother, shall we give up? Why give up? Jonathan casually asked. The Fuis said, that's their stronghold. There might be many more people, and someone has already gone back for reinforcements. If they arrive, we'll be in danger. Moreover, 2 of us can't take much either. Jonathan laughed heartily. Alexandria, don't worry. I'm just going to check it out. If I can take it, great. If not, no harm done. This reassured the Fuis slightly, but Jonathan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With his system, he could take anything. As Jonathan and the Fuis approached the hills where Boston resided, the man sent by Boston finally returned to Minzhou's Miao family, panting and shouting, Master, something huge has happened. Bede, who had just returned from Bodhi's mansion and was happily drinking tea, froze mid-motion, the smile on his face stiffening. Looking at the heavily breathing burly man in front of him, Bede suddenly felt an ominous sensation rise in his chest. What happened? Bede asked. Though his tone remained calm, his face tightened with concern. The burly man hurriedly replied, that young man the master told Kit to rob. He is too powerful. What? Bede was startled, immediately picturing Jonathan from the tavern. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. From appearances alone, the opponent didn't seem very strong. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that only old 3 went to challenge him? Thinking this, Bede quickly asked, how many people did Kit bring? The burly man mournfully replied, Kit brought all of us. What? Startled, Bede stood up abruptly. You mean you all were no match for that young man? The burly man hastily nodded. Yes, that guy is too strong. He effortlessly killed 2 of us. Bede couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. These burly men accompanying Boston weren't ordinary folk. They came from the Minzhou garrison. Although these men had bad tempers, they were all capable soldiers in the military. And they were killed so easily by one young man? This was incredible. Regaining his senses, Bede suddenly thought of something. What about Miriam? Didn't Kit order you to capture her first? The burly man looked confused. Woman? We only saw a man. Bede's face changed. What about the jade pendant? Was it taken by Miriam? The burly man quickly shook his head. No, that young man even voluntarily handed over the jade. Bede's expression turned bewildered. He didn't let Miriam take the jade? Was it just to protect her? While Bede was deep in thought, the burly man became increasingly anxious and couldn't help urging. Master, Kit sent me back to find reinforcements. Please send some people quickly. Bede snapped back to reality but wasn't overly worried. Instead, he smiled calmly and confidently. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Kit. The burly man asked in surprise, why? Bede sat down and picked up his teacup again. Think about it. Consider Kit's identity. The burly man paused, thinking for a moment before realizing, you mean Kit will reveal his identity? Exactly. A hint of pride surfaced on Bede's face. Just mentioning the name Yao family of Minzhou would make them hesitate to do anything to old 3, not to mention our ties with Bodhi through marriage. Do you think that young man has enough courage to lay a hand on old 3? Hearing the analysis, the burly man's anxiety dissipated, and he laughed along with Bede. So that's it. I was too worried. Bede nodded and said, that young man might have already cowered down and is kneeling to beg for mercy. I know old 3's temper best. Let him enjoy this moment, and you sit down and rest. After finishing a pot of tea, Bede spoke again. All right, I'll send the steward with you. If my guess is correct, old 3 should have the jade pendant by now. You've indeed been loyal to old 3. Bede pulled out a 100 liang silver note and placed it on the table. This is your reward. Thank you, master. The big man received the silver ticket with a delighted expression. After the steward arrived, the two of them slowly walked toward the outskirts of the city. They hadn't gone far when they encountered another big man fleeing for his life. Aiden, why are you here? What about young Master 3? The first big man hurriedly asked. Aiden was both surprised and relieved to see him, but he still glanced back first, only breathing a sigh of relief after confirming that Jonathan wasn't chasing them. Then, he looked puzzled at the steward beside him. Where is the backup you were supposed to find for young Master 3? The first big man laughed heartily. Aiden, Master ordered me to bring steward as the backup. What? Aiden's eyes widened in shock. Then he anxiously said, how could that be useful? Boris, hurry up and find more people. That young man is going to make a move on young Master 3. The steward's face turned pale as he hastily asked, what did you say? How could that young man dare to make a move on young Master 3? The first big man was also shocked and quickly asked, did young Master 3 not reveal his identity? Aiden shook his head grimly. Young Master 3 did. But that young man didn't care and still intended to attack. As I left, over 20 of our men had already been killed. What? Both the steward and the first big man were stunned. After recovering their senses, they hurriedly turned and ran back towards Minzhou City. It's over. A huge disaster has occurred. The current situation was entirely different from what the master had anticipated. Moments later, upon receiving the news, Bede's face changed dramatically. Knowing old 3's identity, how could this young man dare to attack him? Is he trying to court death? Bede growled. The steward quickly said, Master, these issues are not crucial now. What matters most is rescuing young Master 3 immediately. Coming back to his senses, Bede immediately shouted, gather all the people in the manor, and go to rescue old 3 together. Following Bede's order, a grand troop of 300 people hurriedly set off southwest from Minzhou City. After a brief pause, Bede rushed toward Bodhi's mansion. Chapter 94, Haunted. Just as the large group of men sent by Miao Mountain men rushed to the place of death in Miao Mountain Valley, Jonathan brought the Eleanor to the foot of the mountain they had seen before. The Eleanor looked at the not-so-tall mountain and asked uncertainly, Braden, are we going up? Jonathan did not answer immediately, but gave an order to the system in his mind, scan. Scanning. Scan complete. As the system's voice faded, many items immediately appeared in Jonathan's inventory in front of him. A look of delight flashed across Jonathan's face. It seemed that the height of this mountain was less than 150 meters, so he could already scan things on the mountain here. No need to climb the mountain. Jonathan didn't bother to check what was on the mountain anyway, so everything all at once. In the inventory, some items marked as being used or watched disappeared one by one as per Jonathan's command. On the mountain, a few big men who had just escaped were gathered together, their faces bearing the relief of survival. Damn it. Where did that kid come from? How can he be so powerful? No wonder he dared to travel with goods worth 30,000 taels. It turns out he came prepared. After a few sighs, someone suddenly spoke up, I hope Kid is okay. Before he finished speaking, another man next to him said, shut up. If Kid is fine, wouldn't we be in trouble? They couldn't help but be greatly alarmed and hurriedly prayed in their hearts that something should happen to Miao Mountain Valley. While they were thinking about it, there suddenly came footsteps from outside. Startled, they quickly grabbed their knives and shouted outwards, who's there? From outside came several trembling female voices, gentlemen, it's haunted. The big men were stunned, then flew into a rage. Damn it, being scared by that boy was enough. Now these captured women dare to scare them too? With their knives in hand, they came out and shouted, what nonsense are you talking? How can it be haunted in broad daylight? The women, pale-faced and flustered, said, there really is a ghost. Many things disappeared right before our eyes. Nonsense. The big men roared again in anger. These wenches were really getting more and more outrageous. If they were just generally spreading rumors, it would have been fine, but now they dared to specify ghostly occurrences in front of them? Did they think they were fools? Moreover, the hauntings they had heard of before all happened at night. Now, in broad daylight, even if there were ghosts, would they dare to show up? One of the big men suddenly said, brothers, it's unsafe for us to stay here any longer. No matter whether Kit can survive and return or not, we can't stay here anymore. Why don't we? The others were moved in heart. Yes, they couldn't stay here any longer. They might as well take some gold and silver and flee far away. Looking at the women in front of them, the big men exchanged glances and nodded heavily, revealing a sinister light in their eyes. These women on the mountain would expose their whereabouts if left alive. They cannot be spared. Kill them. One big man shouted, and the others immediately rushed towards the women with vicious looks. The women were terrified and screamed as they scattered in all directions to escape. The big men pursued relentlessly and yelled, don't let them get away. Not one must be spared. As one of them waved his knife at a woman, just before cutting Miriam, his knife suddenly disappeared. The big man froze, then looked at his right hand, his eyes widening instantly. Where did my knife go? He hastily looked down at the ground, but there was nothing there either. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. The big man hurriedly called out, my knife is gone. Before he finished speaking, he heard several shouts of surprise from the other big men. Where's my knife? My knife? Who stole my knife? The big men glanced at each other and realized all their knives had vanished. Stunned, someone suddenly thought of something and changed color drastically. Ghost. There's a ghost. Thinking of what the women had reported just now, the rest of the big men turned pale. Those women weren't lying. It was really haunted. Run. None of them cared about chasing those women anymore and screamed as they ran down the mountain. The escaping women, seeing this scene, were all dumbfounded. Realizing they were safe, they wept with joy. Blessed by the gods. Blessed by the gods. Sisters, let's run quickly. At the foot of the mountain, Jonathan looked at the steadily increasing value points and couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected there to be so many valuable things on the mountain. This time, he recovered over 350,000 value points, more than even the Pingbei prince's residence. After asking her question, the Eleanor waited for a long time without getting an answer from Jonathan. Just as she was about to ask again, she saw Jonathan suddenly laugh, foolishly, which left her completely puzzled. Braden, what are you laughing about? Jonathan came back to his senses and realized he had been too happy, even showing it on his face. Nothing, just thinking about how we barely escaped death, which makes me quite glad. The Eleanor didn't doubt Jonathan's casual excuse. To her, they indeed had a narrow escape just now. Do we still go up the mountain? The Eleanor asked again. Jonathan looked at the items already recovered from the mountain and shook his head. Forget it, climbing would take too much time, and it might be dangerous if we get blocked. Let's leave. The Eleanor quickly nodded. Good, let's go. She had been worried about this all along, and Jonathan's decision matched her thoughts exactly. They immediately changed direction, heading southwest. When they reached a mountain hollow, Jonathan used the system to check the surroundings, stopping only when he was sure no one else was around. Alexandria, our appearances have been seen by others. We need to change them. The Eleanor was startled, realizing this was indeed a problem. They immediately changed their appearances again and continued on their way. Not long after, they saw a group of about 300 men rushing toward the site of the earlier battle. The Eleanor couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed, looking at Jonathan with admiration. Thank goodness Braden reacted in time. Otherwise, they would have been recognized by these people. Jonathan also noticed where they were headed and smiled coldly to himself. Meow Mountain Valley was already as good as dead. Glancing at the Eleanor, seeing her somewhat unnatural expression, Jonathan said, Alexandria, relax. No one can recognize us now. The Eleanor nodded, reminding herself inwardly, and her demeanor relaxed considerably. Jonathan, ignoring those men's reactions, led the Eleanor in another direction. Soon, they arrived at the checkpoint arranged by Solomon. After checking the notice once more, the soldier waved his hand, signaling them to pass. The moment they stepped out of Minjo territory, the Eleanor's face lit up with joy. To her, leaving Solomon's domain was like escaping from the gates of hell. Chapter 95. Lost both wife and soldiers. Zeke, thank you. We're safe now. The Crown Princess Danielle said with a face full of surprise. Jonathan laughed and nodded. Leaving Solomon's sphere of influence, they were indeed safe. Looking back at Minjo, whose outline could still be vaguely seen, Jonathan chuckled to himself. He was very curious about what kind of amazing expression the Meow family would have after realizing their plan had failed miserably. Almost simultaneously, a troop of 300 people, led by Herman, arrived at the site of the previous battle. Upon seeing corpses everywhere, the manager was taken aback. Kit. Herman quickly called out. At this moment, two men delivering messages saw Lloyd's corpse. Meow manager, Kit is over there. They rushed over and, upon discovering that Lloyd was dead, they were visibly shocked. The third young master was actually dead. After an initial shock, Herman quickly regained his senses. Borisri, go back and inform the head of the family. Something big has happened. Several people turned and ran towards the direction of Minjo City. Halfway there, they encountered Bede leading the guards from Bodhi's residence. After arranging for Herman to lead reinforcements, Bede, feeling uneasy, also went to Solomon and requested dozens of guards to come along in person for support. Seeing the Meow family guards, Bede's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask, he heard several people shout together, head of the family, something terrible has happened. Kit is dead. What? Bede's face changed drastically, hardly believing the news. Steadying his mind, Bede asked in disbelief, how did old 3 die? Didn't he reveal his identity? Aiden followed behind, his face gloomy. Kit did reveal it, but the boy claimed he was an imposter and attacked anyway. Bede's vision went dark for a moment, almost losing his balance. At this time, one of the princely guards asked, Sir Meow, should we continue on? Coming back to his senses, Bede started trembling uncontrollably, not only because Lloyd was dead, but also out of anger. How dare anyone attack a member of the Meow family? Unbelievable. Didn't they know that besides being the territory of Bodhi, this Minjo also belonged to the Meow family? Return. Bede immediately brought everyone back to Bodhi's mansion. Prince, Sir Meow has returned. Hearing this news, Solomon couldn't help but be overjoyed, his face full of anticipation. They returned so quickly. It seemed everything had been resolved perfectly. Thinking of the jade Bede described, Solomon felt filled with expectation. With this rare treasure, he would surely gain his father Emperor's favor. Just as he was thinking, Bede hurriedly ran in. Solomon was about to speak when Bede knelt down. Please, Prince, do me justice. Solomon was puzzled. Justice for what? Bede lamented. Prince, my brother is dead. What? Solomon was taken aback. How did he die? Bede said, that boy killed him. Pausing, Bede continued, even knowing that my brother was related to your highness, he still killed him. That boy has already fled with the treasure. Solomon couldn't help but feel both shocked and furious, knowing Lloyd's connection to him and still daring to act, taking away the treasure he desired so much. Unforgivable. At this moment, Bede added, Prince, I have seen those two's appearances, let me draw them and circulate the drawings for search. Soon, 2 new portraits were sent to every checkpoint in Minjo. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had changed his appearance, and his companion had already left Minjo. After searching fruitlessly for a day and night, Solomon became enraged. Worthless. You're all worthless. With so many people, you can't even find 2 individuals. Standing beside him, Bede wore an equally disbelieving expression. A day and a night. Could they really not have left yet? Thinking this, Bede hastily said, Prince, I think that boy knows it's hard to escape, so he must be hiding now. Solomon glared at Bede. Then what do I do? My father's birthday is fast approaching. What gift do I give him first? Bede's face changed. Indeed, this was the top priority right now. Without waiting for Bede to think of a solution, Solomon said, Bede, usually I treat you well, and you've gained a lot of benefits through my connections. Now it's your turn to make an effort. Bede was stunned, but quickly understood Solomon's meaning. It was time for the Meow family to prepare the birthday gift. Despite his reluctance, Bede agreed. After returning to the Meow residence, Bede suddenly thought of something. Get someone. Follow me out of the city. Although Lloyd was dead, the gold, silver, and jewels left on the mountain must still be there. Perhaps it could make up for the expenses this time. Saliently, Bede soon led people to the foot of the mountain, frowning instantly. The mountain was too quiet. He knew that there were women captured by Lloyd on the mountain. It shouldn't be this quiet. Be careful, Bede reminded them, walking at the back of the group himself as they cautiously climbed the mountain. As they moved forward, their expressions gradually shifted from vigilance to confusion. Where were the people? How could they all be gone? Once they confirmed no one was left on the mountain, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bede also felt relieved, but he suddenly realized something, his face changing drastically as he rushed towards Lloyd's original room. When he stormed into Lloyd's room and lifted the bedboard, his face turned pale instantly. He remembered clearly that there used to be quite a bit of gold, silver, and jewels hidden beneath. But now, they had all vanished without a trace. Who did this? Bede roared in anger. Hearing the commotion, others quickly ran over. Seeing the empty space under the bed, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They knew exactly what had happened. The gold, silver, and treasures had been taken away. Bede came back to his senses, looking more terrible than ever. Not only did they fail to get the jade, but Lloyd was also dead. Now, even the gold, silver, and jewels they had previously looted were stolen. Thinking about having to prepare the birthday gift for Sterling for Lord Solomon, which would cost at least tens of thousands of taels, Bede spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the Meow family truly lost both wife and soldiers. While Bede was suffering the pain of huge losses, Jonathan and his companion arrived at a small town. It was noon, so Jonathan suggested finding somewhere to eat. The Crown Princess Danielle nodded and then said, Zeke, we only have 10 taels of silver. We need to be frugal. Jonathan smiled. Alexandria, don't forget I still have that treasure worth 30,000 taels. The Crown Princess Danielle was stunned. You want to sell it? Jonathan chuckled. Alexandria, this thing is now a hot potato. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. Chapter 96. It's just a few boars and red tails, isn't it? The Eleanor suddenly realized. Indeed, if they kept the white jade, they couldn't just take it out. Otherwise, the Meow family would definitely trace it back to them. But, thinking of another issue, the Eleanor couldn't help but frown. If we sell the white jade to others and they start investigating, it will still lead back to us. After saying this, worry spread across her face. Jonathan laughed heartily and pointed at a pawn shop not far away. Alexandria, we can sell the white jade to the pawn shop since it's something we picked up for free. Seeing the pawn shop, the Eleanor first appeared stunned, then smiled embarrassedly. Right, how could she forget about the pawn shop? Jonathan continued, Alexandria, I'll go sell the white jade first and then we'll have lunch. The Eleanor quickly replied, I'll go with you. Jonathan waved his hand. Alexandria, people will remember us too clearly if we go together. It's better if I go alone. Thinking for a moment, the Eleanor nodded. All right, you go, be careful. Don't wander around here. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Jonathan headed towards the pawn shop. Although he was heading there, on the way, Jonathan ordered the system in his mind to reclaim the white jade. He knew what kind of shop a pawn shop was. Even without asking, he knew that at least half the price would be discounted. And this piece of white jade was too rare. The pawn shop would certainly notice him. In the end, it would still bring trouble. Of course, most importantly, he had already confirmed with the system. The white jade redeemed from the system would be repurchased by the system at the original price. Thus, Jonathan didn't plan to pawn the white jade at all. Still, he had to enter the pawn shop. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Eleanor. As he walked into the pawn shop, several pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. Looking over, Jonathan noticed several people dressed in silk, each accompanied by someone who looked like an advisor. These people seemed to have gathered here intentionally. Jonathan felt puzzled. Did he come to the wrong place? Checking the counter again, he became even more confused. This was indeed a pawn shop. Why were these people gathered here? At this moment, a chubby man among them asked, Are you also here to find a bargain? Startled, Jonathan thought, Find a bargain? What bargain? Before Jonathan could ask, the chubby man sneered. Judging by your poor look, are you trying to learn from us how to find bargains? You should hurry up and earn some money for food. Though the others did not speak, their expressions mirrored the chubby man's. Jonathan was speechless. How did he look so poor? With value points worth over 20 million, which converted into silver was a few 100,000, and given the current state where the annual tax revenue of the Great Chu Court barely reached 10 million, Jonathan didn't feel like engaging in useless banter with these people. He needed to give an explanation to the Eleanor soon. At this point, the pawnshop owner came out from the back and bowed smilingly at the group. Gentlemen, please bear with me for a moment. I've prepared everything for you. Turning around, the owner said, Bring out the box. Several clerks promptly carried out a chest and placed it on the ground before opening it. Glancing inside, Jonathan saw various porcelain, jade, and paintings. The owner then took out a paper listing prices and said, All the items' prices in the box are listed here. Gentlemen, please have a look. Those who had been looking at Jonathan now gazed into the box, examining its contents curiously. After glancing a few times, they turned to their advisors. The chubby man grinned. Mr. Zhao, whether I make a profit today depends entirely on you. Talon replied confidently, Rest assured, Lord Yush. With me, Talon, no treasure will escape my eyes. Hearing this, everyone widened their eyes. One of them blurted out, Talon? Is this the Talon known as the Fire Eyes? The chubby man chuckled, yes, it is. Everyone drew a sharp breath and shook their heads in disappointment. No one they had brought could possibly have better eyesight than Talon. The biggest winner in this bargain hunting was bound to be him. Seeing everyone losing morale, the chubby man laughed and said to Talon, Mr. Zhao, please proceed. Nodding arrogantly, Talon prepared to examine the items in the box carefully. However, when he glanced toward the box, he found Jonathan looking at the items, occasionally raising his head to check the price list. Anger simmered inside Talon. With his reputation for fire eyes, wherever he went, he always got to appraise treasures first. No one dared to precede him. What's wrong with this kid? How does he not understand the rules? Talon was displeased, and the chubby man became even angrier, shouting, Kid, who allowed you to look? However, Jonathan acted as if he hadn't heard the chubby man's outburst and continued comparing the items in the chest with the price list. How dare he ignore him? The chubby man couldn't help but fly into a rage. He yelled at the pawnshop owner, Owner, what's wrong with this kid? The pawnshop owner was now looking at Jonathan with puzzlement. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Hearing the chubby man's angry shout, the pawnshop owner hurriedly said, Lord Yush, calm down. I'll have someone remove him right away. As he spoke, the owner shouted at his clerks, What are you standing there for? The clerks moved forward to drive Jonathan away. Although Jonathan was comparing the items and prices, he was fully aware of what was happening around him. Before the clerks could act, he said, Why? Isn't it better to have more customers? He had just used the system to scan the contents of the chest and found that most of the items were valued much lower than the purchase prices given by the owner. Clearly, the owner intended to rip off these wealthy patrons. Sure enough, as soon as Jonathan spoke, the owner quickly shouted to stop the clerks, sized up Jonathan, and cautiously asked, You want to buy too? Before the owner finished speaking, the chubby man interrupted, extremely displeased. Buy? Buy my ass. Look at him. He reeks of poverty. Can he afford anything? The owner's expression turned doubtful. Jonathan smiled. It's just a few hundred taels, isn't it? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. This kid sure has guts. To him, several hundred taels sounded like just a few taels. Though they were wealthy, several hundred taels wasn't something they would throw around lightly, which was why they brought along experts to appraise the items. The chubby man sneered, Kid, talking big won't hurt your tongue. Several hundred taels aren't several hundred cash. Pointing to the cheapest item priced at 120 taels, he said, If you can come up with 120 taels, I'll apologize to you right now. Chapter 97. This guy is truly concealing his abilities. After the fatty finished speaking, he wore an expression of confidence. He never imagined that someone dressed like Jonathan could come up with 120 taels. But Jonathan just gave a cold laugh, then apologized right now. The fatty was taken aback and then asked incredulously, What did you say? You have 120 taels? Jonathan directly took out a gold ingot from his sleeve. This is a 20 liang gold ingot, equivalent to 200 silver taels. Hiss. At the moment the gold ingot was revealed, everyone sucked in their breath sharply. While 120 taels didn't mean much to them, even so, it wasn't something one would casually pull out a gold ingot for. Especially not a 20 liang piece of gold. This guy is actually hiding his wealth. Those who hadn't spoken looked at the utterly embarrassed fatty and inwardly sighed in relief, glad they hadn't chimed in. Otherwise, they would be the ones stuck between a rock and a hard place. The fatty stared at the gold ingot in Jonathan's hand, eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This guy pulls out a gold ingot on a whim. Thinking about what he just said, the fatty wanted to slap himself. Right then, Jonathan reminded him, You haven't forgotten what you just said, right? The fatty's face turned even uglier. Especially feeling the gazes of others, his face flushed red. If he apologized, how could he ever hold his head up in front of these people? But if he didn't, would anyone dare do business with him again? After much thought, the fatty gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to apologize. I'm sorry. He ground the words out through clenched teeth, revealing no hint of sincerity. Jonathan gave a cold laugh, ignoring the fatty. He took a painting out of the chest and then looked at the shopkeeper. I'll take this painting. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned once more. They didn't misremember. This kid only glanced at the items and the price list before deciding on this painting? Isn't that absurd? Especially those like Talon who were invited to appraise, were looks of disdain. Having apologized, the fatty had already lost his momentum. But upon hearing Jonathan's words, he suddenly perked up and exclaimed, Wait. Jonathan turned to look at him. What's wrong? The fatty replied, Do you understand the rules here? The rule is that everyone should look first, and then buy after everyone has seen. If only one person wants it, that item goes to that person. But if several people like the same item, then they must bid above the base price. We haven't seen yet, and you want to buy? No such luck. Jonathan frowned. Most of the items in this chest had been assessed by the system as being worth less than their listed prices. But this painting was an exception, because there was another painting hidden within it. And according to the system's evaluation, that hidden painting was worth enough to earn back 20,000 value points. Yet the painting on the price list was only listed at 120 taels. With such a huge difference, Jonathan naturally wouldn't let it go. Just when he didn't expect there to be such a rule, the fatty eagerly said, Put the painting down and let us see too. Due to earlier events, the fatty was extremely displeased with Jonathan. Now that Jonathan wanted to buy this painting, he wouldn't let him get away with it easily. Once Jonathan placed the painting down, the fatty hurriedly signaled Talon. Understanding, Talon stepped forward to unroll the painting and began to examine it. The other wealthy merchants also gave signals to their people, who joined in closely. Seeing this scene, Jonathan's brows slightly furrowed but quickly smoothed out. According to the system's judgment, this painting was barely worth 12 taels without the hidden painting inside. These people, if not foolish, wouldn't possibly compete for it. The fatty shot a sidelong glance at Jonathan, expecting to see worry or anxiety on his face, but instead saw nothing but calmness. This made the fatty somewhat suspicious. What's wrong with this guy? His choice was being scrutinized by their experts, yet he wasn't the least bit anxious. The fatty approached the painting and glanced over it. In one swift glance, his brows knitted. Though not an expert, he could tell that the painting was quite ordinary. Certainly not worth 120 taels in his view. Why did this guy choose this painting? Is there something he missed? Thinking about it, the fatty turned to Talon and saw him frowning. The fatty froze, then glanced at the others, noticing the same puzzled expressions. The fatty promptly asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Talon shifted his gaze from the painting to Jonathan, sneering disdainfully, Boss Yush, this painting isn't worth buying. Hearing Talon's judgment, the others nodded in agreement. They had the same thoughts. This painting would be expensive at 20 taels, let alone 120 taels. The shopkeeper's face changed upon hearing this, and he hurriedly said, Everyone, finding a bargain depends on your own judgment. Please do not exchange opinions with each other. He knew very well that this painting was certainly not worth 120 taels. When the original owner brought the painting for a pawn, he only offered 5 taels of silver. This time it was brought out to see if there were any suckers willing to buy the painting. After saying this, the shopkeeper quickly looked at Jonathan. Young brother, buying and selling relies on one's own judgment. This painting costs just 120 taels. We can complete the transaction immediately. Upon hearing Talon's judgment, the fatty originally wanted to make some sarcastic remarks, but after hearing the shopkeeper's words, he promptly shut his mouth. Sarcasm could come later. Now the key was to get this kid to buy the painting. So the fatty said, Mr. Zhao, have you checked clearly? I think this painting looks pretty good. Talon frowned and was about to deny it. But seeing the fatty's look, Talon suddenly understood. It was asking him to play along. Talon immediately said, Boss Yush, honestly speaking, I'm not quite sure about this painting. Hearing Talon's words, the others were first taken aback. Then they chimed in when they got what was happening. Not sure. Really not sure. Jonathan watched these people's clumsy acting and inwardly sneered. Are they treating him as a fool? Unfortunately, these people would never know the true value of this painting. Jonathan immediately said, I'll buy this painting. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, hastily took Jonathan's gold ingot, and at the same time, asked someone to bring 80 taels of silver to give to Jonathan. Seeing that Jonathan had bought the painting, the fatty finally couldn't help laughing loudly. The others also joined in the laughter. Talon said disdainfully, Kid, this painting is worth at most 10 taels of silver. You've lost big time. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Sir, once an item is sold, no returns or exchanges are allowed. The fatty laughed even louder. Kid, you've been fooled. It doesn't feel good to be fooled, does it? Chapter 98. Only spent so much silver. After the Memphis finished speaking, he looked at Jonathan, hoping to see a look of exasperation on his face. However, Jonathan's expression was extremely calm, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, feeling it was quite unbelievable. This kid can endure too much, can't he? They mocked him like this, and he isn't angry? Jonathan chuckled at that moment. 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy my satisfaction. Besides, I only spent so little silver. The laughter of everyone came to an abrupt stop, and their faces turned somewhat ugly. Jonathan's offhand words revealed extraordinary wealth, describing 120 taels as such a small amount of silver. The Memphis felt extremely displeased and harumphed heavily. I think you're just putting on a brave front, probably regretting it immensely inside. By this time, Jonathan had already instructed the system to retrieve the painting hidden within the picture and smiled faintly. Indeed, I do regret it. The Memphis rejoiced greatly, believing he had hit the nail on the head. Just as he was about to say something more, he saw Jonathan suddenly unfold the painting, which made him stop in surprise. What is this kid planning to do? At that moment, Jonathan suddenly exerted force with both hands. Rip. The scroll was immediately torn into 2 halves. No one expected Jonathan to tear the painting, all of them staring blankly in shock, especially the Memphis, whose mouth kept twitching. He had just said that Jonathan was putting on a brave front, yet didn't expect him to casually tear the painting he bought for 120 taels. If it were him, he absolutely wouldn't have the heart to tear it up. The mockery from before instantly lost all its impact. The Memphis hurriedly changed the subject. Mr. Zhao, could you help me see what's worth buying here? The others also snapped back to reality and quickly diverted the topic. Jonathan smiled faintly and didn't leave. He found a place to sit down. When he used the system to judge the value earlier, he found that there was a porcelain bottle whose value was extraordinarily strange. According to the system's assessment, this porcelain bottle wasn't even worth 1 tael of silver. But on the price list, this porcelain bottle was listed at 800 taels, the highest. This indicated that although the porcelain bottle was a fake, it was hard to tell. He wanted to see who would be the poor sap buying this bottle. Talon and the others were quick, spending less than a quarter of an hour looking over the treasures. Then they returned to their respective bosses and whispered their judgments. Jonathan noticed clearly that almost everyone's gaze fell on the blue-green porcelain bottle. The pawnshop manager sent someone to bring paper and pens, and each wrote down what they wanted. Then, the pawnshop manager announced the choices. Boss Yush chose the blue and white porcelain bottle, jade ring. Boss Pierce chose the blue and white porcelain bottle, court tablet from the previous dynasty. Boss Jim chose the blue and white porcelain bottle. Boss Demon chose the blue and white porcelain bottle. Once the announcement was complete, the gazes of these rich merchants collided instantly, none willing to yield. Jonathan watched secretly, finding it amusing. These people were indeed going to fight over a fake. The pawnshop manager said, since all of you have your eyes on the blue and white porcelain bottle, let's start with that. The starting price is 800 taels. Please bid now. The Memphis immediately shouted, 900 taels. He had asked Talon about the true value of this blue and white porcelain bottle. It exceeded 5,000 taels. Although it was close to his limit, since this thing would be profitable if bought, he wouldn't miss out. As soon as he finished speaking, another rich merchant called out, I offer 1,000 taels. Before the sound faded, another voice joined in, 1,100 taels. 1,200 taels. For a moment, the bids echoed continuously, quickly reaching 3,000 taels. At this price point, the frequency of bidding slowed down. The merchants discussed among themselves before each bid. After consulting Talon's opinion, the Memphis clenched his teeth and shouted, 4,000 taels. With those words, the others, who were initially prepared to slowly raise their bids, ceased immediately. Going higher would exceed their capacity. The others four smiles. Congratulations to Boss Yush. Seeing the others give up, the Memphis couldn't help but laugh loudly. Your courtesy. Thank you all. After paying, the Memphis received the porcelain bottle and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he spent 4,000 taels, according to Talon's statement, he could easily make a profit of 1,000 taels by reselling it. It was worth it. At this moment, a sudden burst of laughter sounded beside him. The Memphis looked over and found that the one laughing was actually Jonathan, causing his expression to darken. Although he spent 4,000 taels, it was well worth it. And Jonathan, while only spending 120 taels, seemed to him like he had wasted money. In this situation, what right does this kid have to laugh? The Memphis immediately demanded, why are you laughing? Jonathan chuckled, I'm wondering when you'll smash this porcelain bottle. Smash it? The Memphis was stunned. Then he looked at Jonathan as if he were looking at a madman. Why would he want to smash the treasure he bought for 4,000 taels of silver? However, the pawnshop manager shivered. He heard what Jonathan implied and quickly said, Sir, please don't talk nonsense. Boss Yush spent a large sum on this item. Why would he smash it? Jonathan had initially thought that this blue and white porcelain bottle was something someone else had pledged to the pawnshop, but the reaction of the pawnshop manager gave him another suspicion. Jonathan suddenly asked, Manager, what is your surname? The manager was taken aback, replying, I am surnamed Boris. Boris? Jonathan suddenly laughed. The manager and the Memphis both asked simultaneously, What are you laughing at? Jonathan's laughter subsided somewhat as he pointed at the vase the Memphis was carefully holding and said, This vase, I bet it was made by the manager or his family, right? What? The Memphis was greatly alarmed and hurriedly turned to look at the pawnshop manager. But the manager's face suddenly changed drastically, hastily denying, no, how could that be possible? Yet the abnormal expression on his face already revealed the truth. The Memphis found it hard to believe and quickly looked at Talon. Mr. Zhao, what's going on here? At this moment, Talon seemed to have realized something. He quickly seized the porcelain bottle and walked to the door, inspecting the inside of the bottle against the sunlight. When he saw the character Boris carved inside the bottleneck, Talon exclaimed in disbelief, It's fake. It's fake. What? The Memphis leaped to his feet and rushed over. Mr. Zhao, what did you say? How can it possibly be fake? Talon, in a daze, pointed out the character Boris. After the Memphis finished looking, he collapsed onto the ground with all color drained from his face. He had spent almost his entire fortune on this porcelain bottle, only to find out it was a forgery. Talon finally snapped back to reality and shouted at the pawnshop manager, You're surnamed Boris, so those fakes were all made by your family? Upon hearing this, everyone was completely shocked. A few years ago, there was an incident in Great Chu where many people spent huge sums on blue and white porcelain bottles, only to later find out they were fakes. Those fakes were made by the Boris family. Chapter 99. Someone is planning a rebellion. After the counterfeit incident was exposed, due to many officials in the capital being deceived, the Boris family was wanted by the imperial court, and the entire family went into hiding. No one expected that after several years, they would reappear. Jonathan was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He had memories of this event, but didn't immediately connect it with the current situation. The pawn shopkeeper's face turned pale as he turned and ran toward the back of the shop. Such a reaction was tantamount to admitting his identity. The others quickly chased after him. The Memphis leaped up from the ground and pursued him like a madman. Jonathan looked at the now chaotic pawn shop and chuckled softly before walking out. What followed would be a dog-eat-dog situation. Returning to where he had parted ways with the Patty, she hurriedly came up to him. Jace, I just heard shouting from over there. Is everything alright? Jonathan laughed heartily. Nothing much, just someone exclaiming over that piece of white jade. Oh. The Patty wasn't suspicious but asked curiously, how much silver did you get? Jonathan held up 2 fingers. 20,000 taels. The Patty couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 20,000 taels, an unimaginable sum for her. With this money, they wouldn't have to worry about their livelihood when they reached Liangzhou. Thinking that Jonathan could find such valuable treasure even in a convenience, the Patty couldn't help but marvel. Jace, your luck is really too good. Jonathan laughed heartily. Let's go eat now. The Patty nodded. Okay. With 20,000 taels of silver, she didn't say anything more when Jonathan chose another restaurant. Jonathan reserved a private room, and they began eating leisurely. While they were eating, Jonathan suddenly heard 2 voices coming from the adjacent private room. The current Jonathan, after being enhanced by the system, had exceptionally keen senses, both visual and auditory. Though the voices were not loud, Jonathan could hear them clearly. He noticed the conversation because these 2 men mentioned the Alpha's mansion. One voice said, The Alpha's situation provides us with the perfect opportunity to rise up. Another voice echoed, Exactly. Using the exoneration of the Alpha's mansion as a pretext will surely gain the people's support. The first voice continued, Hee. Our general has always been at odds with the Alpha. Now, not only is he dead, but he also gives our general a reason to rise up. This is too good. Hearing this, Jonathan's expression changed slightly. What the other party referred to as rising up was clearly rebellion. Although Jonathan wasn't concerned with the rebellion itself, using the Alpha's mansion as an excuse was unacceptable. If this propaganda spread, it would give the court a reason to target him again. Though he was unafraid of armies, he currently lacked his own power base. Absolutely, this mustn't happen as they wish. Thinking this, Jonathan strained his ears again. He heard the first voice continue. This town has no defenses and can be easily taken. We'll start the uprising tonight and seize control here. After saying this, the voices fell silent, indicating that the people had left. Jonathan's gaze darkened. Their actions were surprisingly swift, planning to act tonight. He needed to disrupt their plans. Recalling what happened at the pawn shop, Jonathan had an idea. Brother-in-law, you stay here and eat slowly. I need to handle something outside. The Patty was startled. Vinidal, what? Do you want me to come with you? Jonathan shook his head. No. If the Patty knew about the rebellion using the Alpha's mansion's name, she would undoubtedly worry. Jonathan left the restaurant and headed straight for the county office. After knocking on the appeal drum, he quickly met the magistrate. What grievance do you have? The magistrate asked. Jonathan replied, I heard that the town's pawnshop harbors a wanted criminal by the court, so I've come to report it. Pawnshop? Wanted criminal? The magistrate was displeased. Nonsense. This pawnshop has been open for years. How could it harbor a wanted criminal? Be off with you. Don't disturb my rest. Jonathan was speechless. Every magistrate he encountered on the way acted similarly. This great Chu might indeed be doomed. I heard that the pawnshop owner surnamed Boris is related to the porcelain forgery case several years ago, Jonathan said. As the magistrate stood up, he froze mid-air upon hearing the words porcelain forgery case. What did you say? Repeat that. The porcelain forgery case. Jonathan repeated. That huge case a few years ago. The magistrate immediately became excited. Back then, this case caused quite a stir, and many of the deceived were high-ranking officials. If he caught the fugitive criminal, he could rise rapidly in rank. The magistrate immediately called out, People, follow me to capture the fugitive. Saying this, the magistrate hastily got up and ran outside. Jonathan quickly stopped him. Sir, the enemy is numerous. The people in the yamen might not be enough. Moreover, if one or two of them get away, sir's credit will be diminished. The magistrate's expression changed. He did not want such a great credit to slip away. He hurriedly shouted, Immediately take my handwriting outside the city to find the garrison troops and have them blockade the county. Hearing this, Jonathan felt reassured. Once the troops outside the city moved, the other side would not dare to act rashly. Jonathan left the county office and hurried back to the tavern. Upon seeing Jonathan return, the Selma of the prince asked curiously, Jace, what were you doing just now? Jonathan smiled and said, Nothing much. I was just asking about the situation around here. Oh. The Selma of the prince understood and nodded continuously. That makes sense. This place is already not far from Liangzhou. The conditions between the two places should not differ much. After saying this, she looked at Jonathan. Jace, I have finished eating. How about you? Jonathan's eyes darkened slightly. The current situation was urgent. They couldn't leave until this matter was resolved. I went out once more and got hungry again. I'll order some more dishes. Jonathan immediately called for the waiter to add a few dishes and began eating slowly. While eating, Jonathan listened attentively to the surroundings. Half an hour later, the sound of opening doors came from next door, followed by those two voices that Jonathan had heard earlier. The first person said, What's going on? Why are the troops outside surrounding here? The other person replied, I don't know, but it looks like things have changed. Tonight's plan can't be implemented. The first person said, Then what about Hermes' side? They are all set there. The other person responded, We need to quickly inform the Hermes not to act, otherwise, it might fail directly. The first person immediately said, All right, I'll tell the prince right away. Next door soon fell silent again. Jonathan's expression relaxed slightly. The other party's action had been temporarily delayed. Chapter 100, Success and Disruption. Listening to the commotion next door, Jonathan felt a slight relief. But although the other party had changed their plan, it was only temporary. The root of the problem remained unresolved. After a brief thought, Jonathan made up his mind. Judging from the conversation between those two people, they were clearly confidants preparing for a rebellion. By staying here and monitoring them, more information could be obtained. Thinking about this town being surrounded by troops, Jonathan immediately made his decision. Camille, I'm done eating. Let's go, Jonathan said. The Princess Danielle didn't overthink it and nodded. The two left the restaurant, preparing to leave town. However, after just a few steps, the Princess Danielle noticed pedestrians hurrying by, talking about an incident. Her heart suddenly tightened with worry. Jace, what's happening? Jonathan put on an uninformed look. I don't know either, let me ask. Jonathan promptly asked a passerby. The person, visibly uneasy, replied. The town was suddenly surrounded by a group of soldiers who were temporarily not allowing anyone in or out, saying they're hunting for a fugitive wanted by the court. The Princess Danielle paled. A court fugitive? Could they be talking about them? Once the passerby walked away, the Princess Danielle anxiously asked, Jace, could they be here to capture us? Jonathan shook his head. Probably not. Smiling, Jonathan added, You needn't worry, Camille. With our current appearance, no one would recognize us. We can inquire further. The Princess Danielle felt slightly reassured and followed Jonathan to the city gate. After listening for a while, the Princess Danielle finally relaxed. It seemed they were capturing people surnamed Boris, not them. Seeing that the Princess Danielle understood, Jonathan smiled. Camille, we can't leave now. Let's stay here for the moment. The Princess Danielle looked at the stern-faced soldiers and nodded. Jonathan promptly took the Princess Danielle back to the previous restaurant and rented a room. Clearly, those two men were communicating at this restaurant. Staying here meant being able to learn of their movements immediately. Jonathan hadn't waited long in the room when he indeed heard those two voices again. One said, The message has been sent out. The general will receive it soon. The other cursed, Damn it, those surnamed Boris, once caught, they'll be torn to pieces. The first person replied, Don't be too angry. A day sooner or later doesn't matter much. The key is to wait for the opportune moment to win. Otherwise, if the soldiers under the general lose confidence, things will turn dire. Besides, these soldiers believe the general truly intends to clear Pingbei Wangfu's name. The other laughed. You're right. Those fools indeed need some confidence. Let's wait. Hearing this, Jonathan's eyes narrowed. He had assumed the rebels were united in determination, but there was evidently more to the story. An idea sparked in Jonathan's mind. If the deceived soldiers learned the truth, the rebellion would surely fail. Jonathan's furrowed brow relaxed. He needed to find a way to infiltrate the enemy camp. However, the town was still surrounded, so he'd have to wait for the soldiers to withdraw. Meanwhile, the conversation between those two men grew silent, and Jonathan settled down to rest. 80 miles away, at the training ground, Julius looked down at the confident soldiers and felt triumphant. It had been easy to deceive these soldiers into believing he was rising up to clear Rex's name. Truly foolish. Thinking about starting the action tonight and soon occupying the entire southwest region brought a smile to Julius's face. Everyone tonight, we march straight to Shako town, Julius began, preparing to rally the troops' spirits. But before he finished speaking, a confidant rushed over and whispered, Hermes Vinny, something's changed. Julius's smile froze. He had meticulously planned this rebellion. And now, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen event occurred. He hurriedly asked, what happened? His confidant handed him a note. Hermes Vinny, see for yourself, Shako town is suddenly surrounded by soldiers. What? Julius was startled. Had his plans been discovered? He quickly snatched the note. After reading it, Julius relaxed slightly. It turned out they were arresting a court fugitive, not due to his plans. As long as his actions hadn't been exposed. Relieved, Julius couldn't help but curse. Those surnamed Boris, exposing themselves now of all times. Frustration aside, Julius knew now wasn't the best time to attack. After all, soldiers on high alert were not easy to deal with. Julius had no choice but to order the soldiers on the parade ground to cancel the action for the night. The originally high-spirited soldiers looked stunned when they heard Julius's command. One soldier even asked directly, Hermes, why cancel the operation? Could it be that you're afraid and dare not clear the name of Pingbei Wang? Julius felt a surge of frustration. Though he had raised this slogan to rally the troops, he had never truly intended to vindicate Rex. Up until now, Rex had always overshadowed him in terms of achievements. He had long wished Rex dead. Of course, he couldn't tell these soldiers who believed in vindicating Rex the real reason. So Julius recounted the unforeseen event to them. Upon hearing it, the soldiers couldn't help but look astonished. What a coincidence. For a moment, their morale plummeted. Feeling even more depressed, Julius was frustrated. After great efforts to use the excuse of clearing Rex's name to persuade these soldiers, he lost the opportunity due to some unexpected individuals. How damned unlucky. After cursing, Julius consoled the troops with a few encouraging words before returning to his tent. Back in the tent, Julius reviewed the note again, and his depression gradually faded. Although the situation today was sudden, capturing the court fugitive would only take 1 or 2 days at most. Maybe 3 or 4 days. Afterward, it would still be an excellent opportunity for him. Thinking of this, Julius couldn't help but smile. Glancing at the memorial tablet of Rex, he placed in the tent to gain the soldiers' trust. Rex, oh Rex, you probably never thought I would rebel under your name, even until death, right? I heard your son didn't die. After this, he likely won't survive either. But you should thank me. Liangzhou is no place for humans. Letting him reunite with you earlier could be considered a good deed. Ha 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 ha. In Xiako town, Jonathan digested the information he had gathered from those 2 men over the past 2 days. According to these 2, the general leading the rebellion under the pretext of clearing Pingbei Wang's name, surnamed Vinny. Combining this with what the 2 men previously mentioned about conflicts with Pingbei Wang, Jonathan quickly identified a person named Julius in his memory. Chapter 101. They could never know we were hiding here. Jonathan quickly found information about Julius from his memory. Julius was originally also a general in the northern border. However, due to his greed for glory and rash advancement, he fell into an ambush by the Xiongnu, resulting in the loss of nearly 100,000 troops. After that incident, Rex heavily accused Julius. Consequently, Julius was transferred away from the northern border to garrison the south. Since then, animosity developed between them. This time, Julius used the justification of rehabilitating the Pingbei king's name, taking advantage of his soldiers' respect and pity for Rex, thus rallying everyone under him. Jonathan summarized all the information he gathered and came to a conclusion. To disrupt Julius's plans, he must work through those soldiers. And to reach those soldiers, he had to blend in with them first. While Jonathan was thinking, he suddenly heard the voices of the 2 people conversing, immediately perking up his ears and attentively listening. One person cursed, damn it, are these soldiers useless? The town of Shako is surrounded, yet they can't find those imperial fugitives? The other responded, could the imperial fugitives have escaped already? If so, when will they withdraw? The first person cursed again. Who knows? Anyway, they're all useless. I think the general should just attack directly. The second retorted, this is a major issue. We cannot act so rashly. It's better to wait until conditions are ripe, rather than acting recklessly at inappropriate times. Hearing this, Jonathan slightly frowned. Those Boris people were actually missing? That shouldn't be the case. At the time, those merchants chased after the pawnshop keeper. There was no way they could escape under their watchful eyes, right? Even if so, the magistrate should have received news already. Jonathan had a thought. If they didn't escape and are untraceable, they must be hiding somewhere. But where? Jonathan pondered for a moment and had an idea. They definitely wouldn't hide far from the pawnshop. Without delay, Jonathan left the tavern and walked towards the pawnshop. The area around the pawnshop was sealed off by the constables from the county yamen, not allowing anyone to approach. Jonathan arrived nearby but did not get close, instead focusing on listening to the surrounding sounds. Soon, a faint angry voice reached Jonathan's ears. Big brother, was it this boy who exposed our whereabouts? Another voice replied, yes. Upon hearing this, Jonathan felt a glimmer of hope. It was indeed the voice of the pawnshop keeper. Jonathan then casually walked around, searching for the source of this voice. But as he moved around, he noticed little change in the sound. For a moment, Jonathan was puzzled. However, shortly afterward, he realized what was happening. Jonathan's gaze shifted downward. Undoubtedly, the others were hiding underground. At this moment, the pawnshop keeper continued, Yanni, remember this boy's appearance well? The first voice affirmed, I've memorized it. Big brother, rest assured. Once I find this boy, I'll kill him for sure. The pawn shopkeeper remarked, "Good. If not for this boy, why would we be hiding here like rats?" Upon hearing this, Jonathan was even more convinced they were hiding underground. Then, the first voice asked worriedly, "Big brother, is it safe here?" The pawn shopkeeper laughed confidently, "Relax, don't mind the footsteps above us. They'll never imagine we're down here." The first voice let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." The pawn shopkeeper added, "Once they can't find us, they'll retreat soon enough. At that time, we can escape gradually." Pausing briefly, the pawn shopkeeper continued, "Yanni, tonight, find an opportunity to go out and kill this boy." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Jonathan sneered, "They still want to kill me?" Immediately, Jonathan approached the constables. Before he got too close, one constable barked, "Stop. What do you want?" Jonathan smiled faintly, "Brother officer, I recalled something strange." The constable looked puzzled. "What is it?" Jonathan stomped his foot. "Earlier, while walking around here, I noticed this place seems hollow underneath." The constable froze, instinctively stomping his foot. He was both startled and overjoyed. Indeed, the vibrations below were entirely different from solid ground. "This place is definitely hollow." "Thank you, young sir," the constable said, then hurriedly ran back to the county yamen. Moments later, a team of garrison troops ran towards the pawn shop. Jonathan blended into the crowd, listening to the sounds below. Suddenly, the voice that promised to kill him sounded anxious. "Big brother, did you hear that? There seem to be many people upstairs. Could they have discovered we're hiding beneath?" But the pawn shopkeeper said, "Hampton, you're overthinking it. 2 days have passed, and they haven't found us here. Did they suddenly get smarter now? I think after failing to find us, they've decided to loot everything in our pawn shop." The first voice replied, "So that's what it is. Then I can rest easy." The pawn shopkeeper continued, "Yes, you get some rest and prepare for the action tonight." Hearing this, Jonathan chuckled. The constables and soldiers indeed couldn't find them here, but he could. At this moment, the magistrate accompanied a quite imposing general to walk over. The two exchanged glances and then started walking around the area near the pawn shop, occasionally stomping their feet. Once they noticed something unusual below, both of them were overjoyed. Indeed, it was hollow beneath. "Get some people, start digging." Soldiers immediately grabbed shovels and started digging. As soon as the digging began, a panicked voice came from below. "Big brother, what's going on upstairs?" After a moment of silence, the pawn shopkeeper's voice sounded, "It seems like they're digging for something." Another voice instantly turned panic-stricken. "Big brother, why would they dig downwards? Have they found us?" As soon as these words were spoken, the pawn shopkeeper immediately responded, "Impossible. They absolutely cannot have found us here." Though he said so, there was clearly some unease in his voice. The first voice asked, "Big brother, if not for this reason, then what could it be?" The pawn shopkeeper's voice resumed after a while, "I understand now. They suspect we have hidden treasures underground, which is why they are starting to dig." The first voice had doubts. "Big brother, are you sure about that?" The pawn shopkeeper's tone immediately turned displeased. "What? Do you doubt my judgment? Or do you mean to say, since they didn't find us in 2 days but suddenly did now, it's because you informed on us?" The first voice hurriedly denied. "Big brother, how could I have betrayed our location?" The pawn shopkeeper snorted. "That's right. Unless there's an insider who betrayed us, they wouldn't have thought we were hiding here." Chapter 102. What grievance, what hate? The pawn shopkeeper's voice grew increasingly confident as he tried to reassure others. "They can't possibly know that our Boris family used to be tomb raiders, let alone imagine that we've built such a spacious residence underground. Don't worry, they'll give up soon since they won't find anything. Stop worrying about this and that. Find something to plug your ears and rest well. We will act tonight." After saying this, the worried voice stopped. Evidently, he was convinced by the pawn shopkeeper's reassurance. Upon hearing this, Jonathan sneered, "You're still thinking of acting tonight. Unfortunately for you, you are all about to be wiped out." At this moment, soldiers reported to Commander Giacomo and the county magistrate who were standing nearby. "Hermes, sir, the ground is too hard to dig." The county magistrate hesitated, but Giacomo ordered, "If it can't be dug, smash it. Dig it open at all costs." "Yes, sir." Soon, several large hammers were brought over. Soldiers swung the hammers down on the ground with all their might. Bang, bang. The thunderous sound was immense, even though Jonathan stood at a distance. At this moment, an alarmed voice came from below. "What's happening?" This voice wasn't the one who had been worrying before, but it belonged to the pawn shopkeeper. Clearly, the heavy hammering had taken him by surprise. Following this, sounds of confusion and panic echoed from below. It was obvious that the other Boris family members hiding there were frightened too. The pawn shopkeeper shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, be quiet. Let me listen carefully to what's going on." After these words, it became quiet below, but soon the terrified voice of the pawn shopkeeper sounded again. "Something's wrong. They seem to be digging towards us. What? What should we do? How did they find us here?" Other voices turned frantic. The pawn shopkeeper himself panicked now. "How would I know? For 2 days, no one came searching for them. Why today? And why directly to the underground?" Someone called out, "Keeper, let's run away quickly." However, the pawn shopkeeper said in despair, "Run? Where to? We'll be caught once we go outside." Suddenly, lamentations rose from below. With the hammers in place, the ground was soon broken open. Seeing the suddenly exposed space below and the Boris family looking up in fear, the soldiers felt greatly encouraged. "Hermes, sir, they are indeed hiding here. Great, great. We finally found them. Ha 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 ha." Laughing, Ross and Giacomo walked over, their joyful expressions turning into sneers when they looked down at the Boris family. "Thought you could hide here and avoid being found? Forget just hiding here. Even if you fled to heaven, we would still catch you back." Very soon, all Boris family members were bound and sent to the county prison. As he walked past the crowd, the pawn shopkeeper suddenly saw Jonathan and his eyes widened instantly. He immediately shouted, "Wait." An impatient Giacomo asked, What now? The county magistrate even snorted. Don't try any tricks. The pawnshop keeper stared hard at Jonathan, wishing he could send daggers with his gaze. Following his gaze, the county magistrate noticed Jonathan and was stunned. This man seemed like the one who initially told him about the Boris family. Giacomo also sensed the anomaly and roared, "Why are you staring at him?" The pawnshop keeper snapped back to reality and thought of something suddenly. He shouted, "Was it you who found us hiding underground? Was it you?" Startled, both the county magistrate and the commander paused. At this moment, the constable whom Jonathan initially approached stepped forward. "Sir, Hermes, it was this young man who alerted me. Only then did I discover the hollow beneath the pawnshop." Hearing this, the county magistrate and Giacomo were astonished. The pawnshop keeper rushed madly toward Jonathan. "It's you. It really is you. What hate, what grudge does my Boris family have with you that you repeatedly target us?" Giacomo angrily barked. "Be quiet. Your Boris family has committed major crimes, and now you blame others for targeting you." Finished, Giacomo smiled at Jonathan. "Young friend, rest assured, their crimes are unforgivable. They cannot escape execution." Jonathan felt moved by this gesture. This commander seemed very amiable, not like a bad person at all. Jonathan laughed and replied, "Hermes, don't worry, I won't be scared. Even if they manage to escape again, I will make sure they face justice once more." Hearing this, Giacomo's eyes lit up. "Well spoken." Then he asked curiously, "What's your name, young friend?" Jonathan replied, "Jonathan." Jonathan. Commander Giacomo did not show any special expression. Within the territory of Great Chu, countless commoners have the character Chu in their names, which is not unusual. He continued, "Jonathan, this general sees that you have courage and insight. Are you interested in following me?" Jonathan's heart stirred. He was still thinking about how to get involved when he didn't expect the other party to extend an olive branch proactively. Of course, following was out of the question. Jonathan said, "Hermes, I appreciate your offer, but I have other matters at hand right now. Following you will have to wait for another day. If possible, I would like to visit the camp and see the soldiers." A glint of appreciation flashed in Giacomo's eyes as he nodded. "No problem." In his view, Jonathan was checking on his military preparedness. Only capable people would have certain requirements for those they were loyal to. Just this point alone made Giacomo look upon Jonathan more favorably. Jonathan immediately followed behind Giacomo, and after handling the Boris family matter at the county office, he returned with Giacomo to the encampment. On the road, Jonathan rode his horse next to Giacomo. Seeing Jonathan's skilled riding, Giacomo felt a hint of confusion flash across his eyes. "Jonathan, have you ridden a horse before?" Jonathan nodded. "I've practiced." Giacomo's eyes showed surprise. Jonathan said not just ridden, but practiced. Although it was just a difference of one word, the meaning was vastly different. Seeing Jonathan's honesty, Giacomo asked directly, "Where did you practice before?" Jonathan did not answer head-on but suddenly asked, "Commander son, what do you think of the Prince of Pingbei?" Finishing his sentence, Jonathan stared intently at Giacomo. Giacomo was taken aback, then scrutinized Jonathan from top to bottom. After a moment, Giacomo narrowed his eyes. "Are you working for the Prince of Pingbei?" Jonathan remained expressionless. "What does Commander son think?" Giacomo did not respond but suddenly raised his hand. "Rest here." After the soldiers stopped, Giacomo led Jonathan forward for some distance, then his face turned cold and stern. "Boy, what are your intentions by impersonating someone from the Prince of Pingbei?" Chapter 103. I am Jonathan, also known as Chandler. Facing the stern and cold expression of Giacomo, Jonathan remained calm. "Corbin, do you know Hermes Vinny?" Jonathan asked. "Hermes Vinny?" Giacomo frowned, then hesitantly replied, "Do you mean Julius?" Hearing Giacomo's address to Julius, Jonathan felt assured in his heart. "Yes, exactly Julius." Giacomo's face turned cold again. "Why do you mention him? Could it be that you are one of his people?" Jonathan chuckled. "If I were one of his people, would I be so straightforward in mentioning his name?" Giacomo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "You have a point." After saying this, Giacomo looked at him with a hint of suspicion. "Who are you really?" Jonathan decided to be direct. "I am Jonathan. People used to call me Chandler." Giacomo froze for a moment, then his eyes widened suddenly. Within the Great Chu territory, there were many people named Jonathan and also many named Chandler. But there was only one person who was both Jonathan and Chandler. That was the second son of Pinglei Prince's mansion, Dukin, Jonathan. After the shock subsided, Giacomo doubted. "Why should I believe you? As far as I know, Dukin is still on his way to Liangzhou after being exiled. Besides, everyone knows that Dukin has disabled legs." Jonathan chuckled. "Xiaoko Town is not exactly the place one must pass through from the capital to Liangzhou." He then recounted his journey simply, but omitted the part involving the system. After listening to Jonathan's account, Giacomo believed him to some extent. However, there was still a trace of vigilance in his expression. "Even if you are Dukin, why are you here to see me?" Jonathan said directly, "Because I received news that Julius plans to rebel. If not for your troops stationed in Xiaoko Town, Julius would have already made his move 2 days ago." Giacomo was shocked. "What did you say?" After calming down from the shock, Giacomo cast a doubtful look at him. "Although Julius has considerable military power, I doubt many would follow him if he rebels." Jonathan did not answer directly but asked, "Corbin, how do the soldiers and civilians around here view the Pinglei Prince's mansion?" Giacomo replied, "They admire them very much. They don't believe the Pinglei Prince would plot a rebellion." "That's right." Jonathan nodded. "According to the information I have, Julius plans to use the pretext of clearing the Pinglei Prince's name to gain support from the soldiers." Upon hearing this, Giacomo's expression changed drastically. If that were the case, it could indeed happen. Jonathan continued, "If Julius truly makes any moves, the imperial court will surely use this as an excuse to act against me and my sister-in-law again. So I must disrupt his plan." Giacomo nodded repeatedly, but his expression remained uneasy. It sounded easy, but implementing it would be hard. Julius had already advanced to this stage. How could they easily thwart his plans? Giacomo could hardly think of anything. So he could only turn to Jonathan. Your Excellency, what's your plan? Jonathan smiled and nodded. The key lies in making the soldiers realize that Julius is not genuinely seeking justice for the Pingbei prince's mansion. He gains their support because of this reason. Once his lies are exposed, the soldiers will no longer support him. Giacomo's face lit up with joy. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Finishing his words, Giacomo looked at Jonathan with admiration. I heard long ago that your Excellency was both brave and wise. Now it seems true about your wisdom, but this bravery. Giacomo glanced over Jonathan while speaking. Obviously, he still hadn't fully trusted Jonathan's identity. Jonathan chuckled. How shall I prove my bravery, Corbin? A flash of sharp light appeared in Giacomo's eyes. This subordinate wishes to exchange a few moves with your Excellency. No problem. Jonathan nodded with a smile and prepared to dismount. But Giacomo suggested, let's have a cavalry battle, your Excellency. Pausing for a moment, Jonathan smiled again. Fine. Let's have a cavalry battle. Immediately, they each found a branch to serve as weapons and kept a distance apart. Be cautious, your Excellency. With a light cry, Giacomo spurred his horse and charged at Jonathan. Jonathan smiled faintly, also guiding his horse towards Giacomo. At the moment they passed each other, Jonathan's branch swiftly moved several times, striking critical points on Giacomo's chest and abdomen. Giacomo was stunned. His cavalry skills were among the top in the southwestern region's military forces. Yet, he couldn't withstand even one move from Jonathan. Undoubtedly, he was indeed Dukin, Jonathan. Giacomo immediately dismounted, turning around to kneel before Jonathan. I greet you, your Excellency. Jonathan laughed and hopped off the horse, helping Giacomo to his feet. Corbin, you're too courteous. Giacomo was very excited. Duke, I will let everyone know about your presence right away. Jonathan hurriedly waved his hand. Absolutely not. Giacomo looked puzzled. Why not? Hermes, don't forget that I am currently a convict exiled by the imperial court. If we make too much of a fuss, it will definitely reach the capital. Jonathan deliberately stopped here. The imperial court would certainly seize this opportunity to move against Jonathan again. Giacomo suddenly understood. So he could only say, if that's the case then for now, I won't let them know. Then Giacomo thought about what Jonathan had just said and hurriedly asked, Duke, do you have any plans? If you need my help, I will never refuse. Jonathan felt delighted inside. This was exactly what he wanted to hear from Giacomo. Jonathan immediately said, Corbin, I want you to take me to Julius's camp. Giacomo was taken aback, then his eyes widened. Duke, you want to personally expose Julius's lies? Yes. Jonathan nodded. Only if I show up in person can I make Julius reveal his true colors. Giacomo couldn't help but be somewhat worried. Duke, isn't that too dangerous? Jonathan laughed heartily. Corbin, with the skills you saw earlier, do you still think I can't escape? Giacomo paused, then burst into laughter as well. Indeed, with Jonathan's skills just now, no one could stop him. Since that's the case, I'll take you to Julius's camp. Giacomo immediately ordered his soldiers behind him to return to camp. Then, Giacomo led Jonathan straight to Julius's main camp dozens of miles away. Just as Giacomo left Xiaoko town with his soldiers, a homing pigeon flew straight to Julius's camp. After reading the message, Julius couldn't help but be overjoyed. Finally, Giacomo had withdrawn with his troops. His chance had come. Julius ordered his confidants to gather all the soldiers on the parade ground, then prepared to address them. He had just walked out of the tent in excitement when a confidant suddenly rushed over. Hermes, Giacomo is here. Giacomo? Hearing this name, Julius frowned. What is this fellow doing here? Chapter 104, the first step achieved. Julius's expression was somewhat serious. Although Giacomo's rank was lower than his reputation in the southwestern region was not insignificant. One could even say that in the eyes of the southwestern soldiers, Giacomo had more prestige than this senior officer transferred from the northern border. Previously, whenever Giacomo came over, he would usually give prior notice. But this time, he suddenly arrived. Did he find out something? Thinking of this, Julius felt uneasy and quickly asked, did he mention what this is about? The confidant replied, I asked him, and he said it's just a visit to the general. A visit? A hint of confusion arose in Julius's mind. Though Giacomo showed positional respect towards him, it only went so far. Normally, Giacomo would never come to see him unless there was something important. At this thought, a flash of coldness appeared in Julius's eyes. Could it be that he really discovered something? If that's the case, Julius immediately said, bring some men and go with me to meet him. The confidant looked astonished. Hermes, how many men should I bring? Julius said, as many as you can. I suspect he's here with ill intentions. The confidant was taken aback. Hermes, he only brought one person. Julius was stunned, finding it unbelievable. What did you say? He only brought one person? The confidant nodded, yes. A flicker of doubt crossed Julius's eyes. Could it be that he misunderstood, and the other party truly came for a visit? At this moment, the confidant asked, Hermes, shall we still call for more people? Julius shook his head, not for now. With only 2 people on their side, if he acted unusually, Giacomo might discover something. That would be shooting himself in the foot. Julius immediately said, let's go see. Outside the military camp, Jonathan recalled what Giacomo told him about the situation of Julius's subordinates during the journey, and chose several individuals. These few people held great reverence for the king who pacified the north. And these individuals were also of high status. Once they knew Julius's true face, other soldiers could follow suit. After a short wait, Jonathan saw Julius leading a deputy come out. Jonathan remained unperturbed. To him now, Julius was a complete stranger. Julius didn't even glance at Jonathan, going straight to Giacomo. Corbin, how do you have time to visit? Julius asked with a smile. Giacomo was fully aware of Julius's intent. He wanted to probe his purpose. He had already discussed with Jonathan on the road how to respond to these questions. Giacomo laughed heartily. I've heard Hermes Vinny commands troops marvelously long ago. Now that I'm free, I thought I'd come to seek some advice. Julius's gaze slightly darkened. Most generals were proud and arrogant, relying on their achievements to speak for them. Giacomo's considerable prestige in the southwestern region stemmed from quelling multiple rebellions. While Julius had many past military merits and held a high rank, he recently suffered a defeat due to greed and recklessness. Seeking advice on command? It didn't sound like kind words. However, since Giacomo spoke politely, he couldn't lash out directly, especially at such a critical juncture. Julius immediately demurred. Corbin is too kind. Who doesn't know about your victories? Giacomo tightened inside. The more Julius refused, the more it confirmed what Jonathan had said. Indeed, preparations were being made for rebellion. Giacomo calmed down and said, Hermes Vinny, you flatter me. How can my victories compare to yours? Julius felt a touch of pride. Giacomo's statement wasn't wrong. Giacomo's victories were mostly small-scale internal conflicts. His victories, however, were against the invading Xiongnu. The contrast was clear. With a proud and smug expression, Julius realized he couldn't refuse any longer. Otherwise, it would easily reveal issues. If that's the case, then please, Corbin. Saying this, Julius turned to walk inside. But Giacomo said, hold on a moment, Hermes Vinny. Then Giacomo stepped aside to reveal Jonathan, smiling. Hermes Vinny, this is one of our best fighters. Hearing I would seek your wisdom on commanding troops, he wished to spar with the best from Corbin's camp. Julius's expression grew increasingly grim as Giacomo spoke. He had a feeling Giacomo would come specially to seek advice. Sure enough, there was another agenda. For the first time, Julius glanced at Jonathan, sneering inwardly. He thought Giacomo had brought some expert, but it turned out to be just a young man in his 20s. At that age, no matter how much training he received since birth, how formidable could he be? Could he be more powerful than the soldiers who have fought on the battlefield under his command? Overestimating oneself. These 4 words flashed through Julius's mind, and he immediately said, all right, I also want to see what kind of strong hands Corbin has in his camp. Though his words sounded amiable, the sarcasm in them was quite evident. Seeing Julius agree, Jonathan gave a faint smile. Julius was still exactly as he remembered, unable to withstand any provocation. This way, he could make contact with the soldiers in Julius's camp. The first step has been achieved. Julius then said, both of you, please follow me. As he spoke, Julius turned and walked towards the camp, while giving instructions to a confidant nearby. Go, gather some of our best fighters for a friendly match. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. On the training ground, about 10 skilled fighters found by Julius's confidant were already standing there. Seeing these people, Julius nodded in satisfaction. These few were indeed among the strongest in the camp. He glanced at Jonathan and sneered inwardly. He wanted to see if Giacomo would still have the face to talk to him after being completely defeated. Julius declared, listen up, Corbin has brought a skilled fighter this time to spar with you all. Put your best foot forward and don't disgrace me, Julius. Yes. 11 soldiers answered in unison, and then looked at Giacomo and the nearby Jonathan. When they saw Jonathan, everyone was taken aback. Could this young man be the opponent who was challenging them? Several instantly dismissed this thought. Too young. So young. How formidable could he be? They immediately started searching around Giacomo for other figures. But looking all around, no one else was present. They couldn't help but be stunned. Could it really be this young man challenging them? Several couldn't help but feel angry. Was this a challenge or an insult? A big man stepped forward fiercely. Hermes, let me go first. Having said that, the big man beckoned Jonathan with his fingers, full of provocation. Kid, come on. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Julius's face. This kid is about to be in trouble. Chapter 105. What a big talk. Julius was certain that Jonathan was in for trouble, because the man who stepped forward had a well-known nickname among the soldiers, Fierce Tiger. This man was named Avon, with an extremely volatile temper, often clashing with other soldiers. Whenever there was a clash, Avon would always resort to violence. And whenever he fought, the opponent would inevitably suffer severe injuries. Among the 11 top fighters present, 2 had once been on the receiving end of Avon's fists. These 2 were among the best in Julius's army. If even they couldn't handle it, what about Jonathan? Moreover, the Jonathan was about to face was an enraged Avon. An angry Avon was even stronger than usual. Thinking of this, Julius smiled and said, Avon, be gentle when you fight. After all, the opponent is Corbin's close subordinate. If he gets hurt too badly, I can't explain to Corbin. Julius then turned to look at Giacomo. Corbin, am I right? Giacomo's expression turned unpleasant. He could ignore the mockery in Julius's words, but the meaning behind those words made him uneasy. Julius obviously believed his side would win convincingly. This indicated Julius had full confidence in this big man, and that confidence must be based on solid strength. Moreover, just by looking at the size difference between the 2, it was evident. Giacomo could almost be sure that Avon weighed twice as much as Jonathan. How could one possibly fight like this? Giacomo quickly glanced at Jonathan, seeking an answer through his eyes. If Jonathan refused, he would have to refuse, no matter how embarrassing it was. This wasn't a game. However, when Giacomo turned his head, he found that Jonathan had already stepped forward, smiling. Since Hermes Vinny put it that way, I'll go easy on him. Upon hearing this, Julius's face changed. What a big talk from this guy. Avon was also filled with anger. This was the first time someone dared to speak so boldly to him. Avon clenched his fists loudly and said coldly, Kid, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Jonathan smiled faintly and walked down to the training ground. Avon followed closely. Soon, they faced each other on opposite sides. Seeing the huge size difference, Julius sneered inwardly again. He didn't believe Avon could lose. If both sides are ready, let's begin, Julius announced. He couldn't wait to see Jonathan being defeated. Avon immediately replied, I'm ready, kid, are you? Jonathan chuckled, I'm ready too. Let's start. All right. With a shout, Avon was already charging at Jonathan at lightning speed before the sound faded. Seeing this scene, Giacomo's expression abruptly changed. Avon's speed did not match his large build at all, far exceeding his expectations. Giacomo's heart tightened. Such a large body coupled with such speed. How could anyone fight? If it were him, he would be at a loss. Although Julius's eyes were on the scene, his peripheral vision observed Giacomo's facial changes. When he saw Giacomo's anxious expression, he couldn't help but smile. He knew it would turn out like this. Without astounding skills, how could Avon still be in the military after causing so many conflicts? That was the reason. Just as Julius thought this, he noticed Giacomo's expression suddenly froze, followed by an unbelievable look. How could this be? Julius was puzzled. Giacomo's expression should have been one of shock and immediate intervention to stop the fight. Why this reaction? Julius immediately looked toward the training ground. At this sight, Julius's eyes widened. There on the training ground, Jonathan's hands were firmly holding Avon's wrists. How could this be? Julius let out an inward exclamation. He simply couldn't believe what he saw. Avon's attack had been blocked. Moreover, it was blocked by grabbing his wrists. This was even more incredible than simply blocking Avon's attack. It wasn't just about having immense strength. Avon was even more shocked. His punches had defeated countless enemies before, including many strong individuals. Often these people underestimated his speed despite his large frame and thus got hit by surprise. But today, such a surprise attack was seen through and blocked by someone half his weight, which left him stunned. Coming back to his senses from the shock, Avon hurriedly tried to pull his hands back. However, he couldn't retract them. For the first time, an incredulous expression appeared on Avon's face. Especially when he saw that Jonathan had not been moved by his strength and remained standing still, his expression changed dramatically. How could this be? The other party weighed no more than 150 pounds. This weight, he could lift with one hand. But now, he couldn't move the other party an inch. This completely exceeded his understanding. Jonathan smiled faintly at this moment. You're preparing to give up after just making a move? After saying this, Jonathan pushed backward with both hands. A force like a surging tide suddenly surged towards Avon. Avon's face changed drastically as he quickly lowered his center of gravity, trying to stabilize his stance. However, this force was something he couldn't resist. Despite his best efforts to steady himself, Avon took 10 steps back before barely managing to stabilize his stance. At this point, Avon's face had turned from red to white. To stabilize his stance, he almost used all his strength. This scene left Julius and Giacomo staring in disbelief. Did I see that right? Avon couldn't shake Jonathan but was pushed back 10 steps by him. An absurd thought flashed across Julius's mind. Was Avon faking it? Giacomo couldn't help but look at Julius, suspicion in his eyes. Did Julius choose the wrong person? This big man looks good but seems to be useless. Feeling Giacomo's gaze, especially sensing the doubt in Giacomo's eyes, Julius's face immediately darkened. He was looked down upon. Julius immediately barked, Avon, what's going on? Haven't you eaten yet? Avon's face flushed instantly, filled with shame and anger. If he were defeated by such an opponent, where would he put his face? Avon roared angrily and pounced on Jonathan again. This time, Avon used full strength, creating a whistling sound. Julius was overjoyed. It seemed that Avon was just probing earlier. Now, he was finally giving it his all. Julius knew very well how strong Avon was when he gave it his all. Thinking of this, Julius sneered. This time, the kid definitely can't resist, and might even end up with broken bones. Chapter 106, I won this match. Seeing Avon launch an even more ferocious attack, Giacomo's expression tightened. He had fought Jonathan before, and was well aware of Jonathan's strength. Jonathan was stronger than him, but not by much. However, Avon's current attacks made him feel utterly unable to defend. Even if Jonathan could barely hold out against such an indomitable opponent, it would be very manchang. Note, very manchang seems out of place in English as a direct translation. I will omit it for fluency. It wouldn't take many moves for Jonathan to fall at a disadvantage, or even be defeated. What should be done? Was the marquee plan going to fail at the very beginning? For a moment, Giacomo felt his heart race and his body tense up. This scene did not escape Julius's notice. He couldn't help but want to burst into laughter. Even Giacomo is anxious now. My judgment must be right. This boy can't possibly withstand it. At this thought, Julius's face became increasingly eager as he stared intently at the training ground, eagerly awaiting what would happen next. On the training ground, Jonathan watched as Avon attacked again with even greater speed and power, shaking his head inwardly. What a brute with no brain to speak of. Didn't that last attack make it clear who was stronger? Looking at the straightforward assault coming his way, Jonathan narrowed his eyes slightly. Giacomo hadn't mentioned this person's name on the list he talked about earlier. Since that's the case, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Jonathan's face as he stood perfectly still. As soon as Avon was close enough, Jonathan suddenly moved. Julius was greatly taken aback by this move. Giacomo leapt up from his seat, his face filled with worry and unease. The Marquis didn't dodge. Instead, he punched straight at Avon. Isn't this suicide? At that moment, the two fists collided. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Giacomo instinctively closed his eyes, unable to bear seeing Jonathan's likely gruesome outcome. Julius, however, quickly turned his gaze towards Jonathan, his face full of joy. This boy didn't even try to dodge. His end is already set to be pitiful. But when his eyes fell on Jonathan, Julius let out a cry of shock. How is this possible? Giacomo, who had turned away, startled by Julius's exclamation. What was that shout about? Could the outcome not be as terrible as he thought? Gathering his courage, Giacomo looked back at the training ground. The sight left him speechless. Jonathan was standing there proudly, not defeated as Giacomo had imagined. Instead, Avon was lying flat on the ground. What happened? What just transpired? Questions piled up in Giacomo's mind, making it hard to think. His eyes involuntarily shifted towards Julius. Julius's mouth remained wide open, stunned. This result not only exceeded his expectations, but also defied his understanding. Someone actually won a direct confrontation against Avon? Something he never considered. Something he never dared to imagine. This match, I suppose I won, right? In a daze, Julius heard Jonathan's voice come from the training ground, snapping him back to reality. Meanwhile, Giacomo regained his senses, his face beaming with surprise. This wasn't a dream. The Marquis had beaten Avon and won the match. After the initial shock and joy, Giacomo felt mixed emotions. It seemed that the Marquis had held back in previous matches. His earlier assessments were seriously off. The gap between the Marquis and himself was beyond comprehension. Reflecting on this, Giacomo felt reassured. With such formidable strength, no wonder the Marquis proposed such a seemingly difficult plan. All his worries vanished. He looked at Julius. Hermes, Vinny, should we send the second person in? Julius's already sour expression darkened further. So smug. Winning just one brute. So what? After a brief thought, Julius instructed the remaining 10 elite men. Stefan, you're up. A stern-looking man stepped forward onto the training ground, keeping a close eye on Jonathan. Jonathan also looked at Stefan, curiosity evident in his eyes. According to Giacomo, Stefan was someone who greatly respected the Pingbei king and held high esteem within the military. If Stefan could see through Julius's true nature, it would save a lot of trouble. With this in mind, Jonathan made his decision. This match needed to be evenly matched. Stefan approached the training ground and greeted Jonathan with a bow. You just fought with Avon. Would you like some rest to recover your strength? Jonathan smiled. Thank you for your concern, but I haven't exerted much effort and can start directly. A flicker of surprise crossed Stefan's eyes, which then turned into admiration. Since that's the case, let's begin. After speaking, Stefan took 2 steps back and assumed a defensive stance. Clearly, he was unwilling to take advantage of someone in difficulty. Jonathan inwardly nodded in approval. This Stefan seemed to have good character. Indeed, he would be a fine target for persuasion. Jonathan immediately started walking toward Stefan step by step. On the high platform, Julius frowned upon seeing Jonathan's actions. Jonathan's composed demeanor annoyed him greatly. Just because he beat Avon, does he need to put on such an act? But then Julius's displeasure turned into a sneer. Compared to Avon, who only knew how to use brute force, Stefan was completely different. Once Stefan finds a flaw, he will strike immediately. You little brat, this time you're in for it. Julius glanced at Giacomo beside him, wanting to see his anxious expression. However, Giacomo, having fully recognized Jonathan's strength far exceeded his expectations, was completely reassured. Even as he saw Jonathan walk slowly towards Stefan, there was not a trace of worry on his face. Julius's smile froze. Giacomo isn't worried about this kid at all? Why? Could it be that Giacomo has complete confidence in this kid? This thought was quickly dismissed by Giacomo himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid looks ordinary. How could he instill such confidence in Giacomo? After some thought, Julius suddenly understood. He got it. Giacomo no longer cared about winning or losing this match. After all, they had already beaten Avon. Even if this match was lost, it would still be a draw. Given the difference in their status and the number of soldiers they managed, a draw would actually count as a win for Giacomo. Julius couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. So be it. He's here to build a reputation. Julius made up his mind instantly. After Stefan wins, he would demand that the remaining matches be completed. In the competition with a draw? Not a chance. Chapter 107, where did this freak come from? Julius did not want Giacomo to find an excuse to avoid the battle later. So he said, Corbin, what do you think the outcome of the next few matches will be? After saying this, Julius felt quite pleased with himself. The result of the current match had yet to be determined, and Giacomo wouldn't be able to find an excuse to refuse. How smart he was. When Giacomo heard Julius's words, he couldn't help but smile. He was now fully confident that Jonathan would win against these people. Of course, he couldn't say this outright. Otherwise, if Julius got angry and canceled the upcoming matches, he would have ruined the Duke's plan. Thinking of this, Giacomo smiled and replied, this subordinate is not sure either. Not sure. A sharp gleam appeared in Julius's eyes. It seemed his guess was correct. Giacomo really planned to end the matches after this one? Absolutely not. Julius immediately asked, Corbin, there are a total of 11 opponents here. Letting them all fight will naturally decide the winner. What do you think? Giacomo frowned. Although he no longer doubted Jonathan's strength, fighting continuously against 11 experts might exhaust him. Moreover, the Duke's purpose wasn't just to have these people engage in combat, but to establish connections with these generals through their encounters. Seeing Giacomo hesitate, Julius was more convinced of his judgment. He then said, Corbin, I will make the remaining people expend energy so they won't have any advantage. With that, Julius ordered the remaining 9 people to start moving, thereby expending energy. After giving the orders, Julius looked back at Giacomo, his gaze hinting at a challenge. Corbin, this way, you can't say I'm taking advantage of your subordinates, right? Giacomo's greatest concern had been that Jonathan might become exhausted. Seeing Julius's arrangement, he laughed heartily. Hermes Vinny has considered it very thoroughly. That's great, really great. Julius was taken aback. He hadn't expected Giacomo to agree so easily. Unusual behavior must have some hidden reason. Julius tried to find signs of forced optimism on Giacomo's face, but no matter how he looked, Giacomo's smile seemed genuine, as if he was confident they could win. Where did he get this confidence? Julius thought about it, and finally turned his gaze to Jonathan, who was still walking towards Stephen on the field. Could it be because of this kid that Giacomo was so confident? Julius couldn't help but closely examine Jonathan, but try as he might, he couldn't see anything special about him. Was Giacomo's confidence due to the fact that this kid was stronger? At this thought, Julius felt reassured. Just a brute. At this moment, Jonathan was less than 10 steps away from Stephen. Stephen squinted, watching Jonathan with caution. He had witnessed Jonathan's entire fight with Avon. He thought Avon would easily win with his powerful strength, but unexpectedly, he lost, and was defeated by this young man using even greater strength. Stephen had never seen anyone stronger than Avon. This alone made Stephen cautious enough. Seeing Jonathan getting closer, Stephen started moving side to side. The strength that even Avon couldn't withstand, he naturally couldn't resist either. So he could only use agile movements to entangle with him. This was the conclusion he drew after observing Jonathan's fight with Avon. Seeing this, Julius smiled with satisfaction. Although Stephen sometimes questioned some of his decisions, he indeed was clever enough to know not to confront this kid directly. At this moment, Jonathan stopped in his tracks. Julius couldn't help but feel elated. Undoubtedly, this kid couldn't keep up with Stephen's pace. Julius sneered inwardly. Can't hit the target. I'd like to see where you'll apply your strength. With this thought, Julius glanced at Giacomo beside him. He wanted to see what expression Giacomo wore now. Seeing Giacomo's relaxed smile without any trace of worry, Julius was stunned. What was going on? Ike was about to lose this match, yet Giacomo could still laugh? Did Giacomo believe that kid had a sure win? This idea flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Absolutely impossible. Just as he was thinking, a series of exclaims came from the side. Julius's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look at the field. Those exclaims came from the competitors who hadn't fought yet. Only something unexpected happening on the field could cause such exclamations. When Julius saw the situation in the training ground, he couldn't help but draw a cold breath. He saw that Stephen, who had just been moving back and forth, was now being choked by Jonathan. What happened? How could this be? Julius's mind was blank, unable to imagine what had just occurred. At this moment, Giacomo's eyes were full of joy. His judgment was indeed correct. When the Duke fought with him, he did hold back. In that instant, the Duke moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving in front of Stephen and grabbing his vital spot before Stephen could react. The speed was such that not only could he not catch up, but he couldn't even imagine it. Julius also heard from his confidant what had just happened, and his face turned numb. The confidant's account made him almost disbelieve. This boy, besides having more strength than Avon, was actually so fast. Where did this freak come from? Jonathan released his hand, and Stephen immediately began coughing violently. Stephen, while coughing, looked at Jonathan with shock on his face. Jonathan's speed had completely surpassed his understanding. This was the first time he had lost so miserably. After taking a few deep breaths, Stephen calmed down and said in a low voice, I lost. Jonathan smiled and said, I apologize. Stephen glanced at Jonathan a few more times before walking away. Julius came back to his senses from the shock, shifting his gaze from Stephen to the other 9 people. But seeing the expressions on their faces, Julius's heart sank involuntarily. From these 9 faces, he only saw solemnity and no confidence whatsoever. Obviously, Jonathan's easy defeat of Stephen had given them immense pressure. Julius's expression became somewhat ugly. He originally thought that Giacomo bringing only one person to challenge him was overestimating his own abilities. But now, he realized that he might very well lose this contest. Thinking of this possibility, Julius's expression became even uglier. Julius looked at the remaining 9 people again. Who among you is willing to challenge him? Chapter 108. Another move. The remaining 9 men's faces changed when they heard Julius's words. These people couldn't even say they had any chance of instantly defeating Stephen, let alone beating him at all. And yet, Stephen had lost to the opponent, and lost badly. How could they fight? Julius was already quite unhappy after losing 2 consecutive matches. Seeing that none of the remaining individuals answered him, he became even more displeased and shouted, I'm asking you a question. The 9 exchanged glances, and finally, one stepped forward. I'll give it a try. Seeing this person, Julius's expression slightly improved. He warned, be careful. The man nodded and headed toward the parade ground. Giacomo's eyes gleamed sharply, and he loudly said, Hermes Vinny. I've long heard that Hermes Steve is brave and fearless. Seeing him today, indeed he is. Julius couldn't help but frown. He felt Giacomo's words were mocking him. On the parade ground, Jonathan smiled. The reason Giacomo suddenly said this was actually to inform him of the name of the person challenging this time. According to what Giacomo had mentioned on the way, this Steve was a person similar to Stephen. Someone through whom he could also expose Julius's true nature. Jonathan immediately bowed respectfully to Steve who was walking down. Hermes Mao, your reputation precedes you. Steve gave a serious nod, returning the bow to Jonathan. You are too kind. After that, Steve didn't say anything more, taking a few steps back. He had just witnessed Jonathan's battles with Avon and Stephen, knowing Jonathan was extraordinary in both speed and strength. In such circumstances, maintaining distance was the only way to possibly win. Jonathan smiled faintly and walked straight toward Steve. Steve's face instantly turned tense. Julius on the platform also grew anxious. Stephen had been defeated in the same manner. Unable to hold back, Julius loudly reminded, be careful. Under normal circumstances, such a reminder from Julius would definitely anger the crowd. It clearly violated the challenge rules. But this time, no one found it inappropriate. The pressure from the opponent was just too overwhelming. Yet, Steve's heart on the parade ground was filled with bitterness. Did he not know to be cautious? But would caution guarantee victory? Watching Jonathan approach, Steve felt his heartbeat quicken. Even in battles against enemies, he hadn't felt this nervous before. Feeling the rising fear in his heart, Steve's eyes flashed with determination. Continuing to dodge would only lead to defeat. Since that was the case, he had to go all out. Steve roared loudly and rushed towards Jonathan. In the audience stands, Julius's face changed upon seeing this scene. Wasn't Steve delivering himself right into defeat? But upon reflection, Julius realized. Steve was known for being cautious. If he initiated an attack, he must have a surefire method to win. Thinking this, Julius felt incredibly elated. Good. Great. Finally about to win. However, Steve's heart held the resolve of a last stand. Jonathan looked at Steve rushing towards him and smiled faintly. This level of combat was like child's play to him after systematic enhancements. With a swift move, Jonathan easily evaded Steve's attack. Then, with a reverse hand grab, he precisely caught Steve by the nape. Steve's face turned gray instantly. Just as expected, no difference at all. On the platform, Julius stared dumbfounded. Didn't Steve have a surefire method to win? Why did he still lose in one move? For a moment, Julius couldn't accept this fact. Until Giacomo's voice brought him out of his daze. Hermes Vinny, shall we continue? Julius's face flushed red with shame and anger. 3 consecutive losses, and these were the 3 strongest in the military. Others stepping up would only continue to suffer defeats. Who exactly was this kid? How did Giacomo find him? Julius took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and forced a smile, saying, I didn't expect Corbin to have such capable subordinates. There's no need for further competition. Julius then waited for Giacomo to say something showing superiority. Unexpectedly, Giacomo directly replied, then there's no need. I still need to consult Hermes Vinny on military strategies. Julius couldn't help but look puzzled, staring intently at Giacomo. Having achieved such a victory, Giacomo dismissed it so lightly? After some thought, Julius's gaze instantly shifted to Jonathan on the parade ground. Could it be that Giacomo wanted this kid to surpass him in military strategy? Julius's face slightly changed and he asked, Corbin, is it you or him who will discuss military strategy with me? Pointing to Jonathan, he asked. Giacomo laughed heartily. Of course, it's me, Hermes Vinny. Hermes Vinny couldn't help but be stunned. This answer was completely out of his expectation. Giacomo continued, Hermes Vinny, we will discuss our military strategies, while he can chat with the soldiers about combat and killing enemies. With that, Giacomo stood up first, waiting for Julius. These words left Julius stunned once again. It took him a while before he could come to his senses. Looking at Giacomo and then at Jonathan, Julius got up with the doubt in his heart. Corbin, please. Jonathan watched as Julius and Giacomo left, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Now it was time for him to take action. Jonathan immediately walked up to Stephen and Steve, who were about to leave, smiling and saying, Hermes, I deeply regret offending you earlier. I would like to apologize to both of you. Stephen and Steve's faces turned red instantly, replying, we lost wholeheartedly. There is no question of offense. Jonathan nodded inwardly, and then said, regardless, I have much to learn from both of you. Please give me the honor. The expressions of Stephen and Steve softened considerably. After exchanging glances, they nodded. We dare not say teach, just mutual exchange. Jonathan followed the two men into Stephen's tent. After they sat down, Stephen realized they hadn't learned Jonathan's name and asked, may I know how to address the young brother? Jonathan smiled and said, Jonathan. This common name in Dechu did not arouse any curiosity in Stephen or Steve. Steve asked, Brother Wong, may I know who taught you these martial arts? Jonathan smiled and replied, I learned from my father. Steve and Stephen were taken aback, then sized up Jonathan from head to toe, filled with confusion. Jonathan looked to be in his early 20s, so his father should be in his prime. Anyone who could teach such a formidable fighter as Jonathan should not be unknown. But no matter how they thought, they couldn't recall any renowned Wong expert. So Stephen asked, may I know who your father is? Jonathan's expression became solemn. My father, Dan. Chapter 109. Major trouble temporarily resolved. Dan? The name Jonathan mentioned only deepened the confusion on Stephen's and Steve's faces. They had indeed never heard of this name. At this moment, Jonathan smiled and continued, that is his real name. More people know him by the name Rex. Stephen and Steve immediately widened their eyes in shock. Dan? Rex? The person who had both these names could only be the Tad. Recalling Jonathan's name, their expressions changed. Steve stared at Jonathan and asked, are you Chandler, the second son of the Tad? Jonathan smiled and nodded. Yes, but I have been stripped of the Liang surname, so now I am called Jonathan. At that moment, Stephen's gaze suddenly turned cold, staring at Jonathan's legs and said icily, who are you? Why pretend to be the Duke of Angua? Looking at Stephen's gaze, Jonathan knew the reason for his suspicion and said with a smile, my legs have been cured. Steve also came to his senses and his face changed as he shouted, nonsense. Everyone knew the Duke of Angua had been paralyzed in both legs for nearly 6 years. How could they possibly recover so suddenly? Jonathan smiled again and repeated what he had told Giacomo. After hearing it, Stephen and Steve remained dubious. What Jonathan said sounded too bizarre. Steve asked, what other way do you have to prove you are the Duke of Angua? Jonathan gave a faint smile. I came to see you two to prevent you from seeking redress for the Pingle Prince's house. Upon hearing these words, Stephen and Steve's expressions drastically changed, standing up abruptly. Then, they drew their sabers, their eyes flashing with cold light. Jonathan chuckled and gestured for them to calm down. Don't be nervous. Besides Corbin, no one else knows about this matter. Stephen and Steve's expressions changed once again. Giacomo knew too? Jonathan went on. On my way here, Corbin told me your names. I know you two respect my father very much, which is why I dared to risk telling you about this matter. Stephen and Steve exchanged glances, falling silent for a moment before sheathing their swords and sitting back down. However, they were still wary. Stephen asked, if you really are the second son of the Tad, why would you stop us from seeking redress for him? Jonathan smiled. Firstly, your so-called campaign for vindication will not achieve anything. Instead, it will cost you your lives and make the court think of cutting off all roots. Secondly, Julius's true purpose is not to vindicate the Pingle Prince's house, but to use this opportunity to rebel. Stephen and Steve were greatly shocked. Rebel? Yes. Jonathan nodded. Is Sheko Town your first target? Stephen and Steve's expressions changed. This was a top secret known only to Julius, themselves as vice generals, and the scouts sent out. How did Jonathan find out? Before they could wonder further, Jonathan explained, I got these pieces of information from the 2 scouts in Sheko Town, and the scouts mentioned you two and the deceived soldiers. Hearing Jonathan's words, Stephen and Steve had to believe him. Even if Jonathan wasn't the second son of the Tad, he definitely wasn't an enemy working against them. But they still had one doubt. Julius was so certain. How could he be lying? Seeming to read their doubts, Jonathan smiled. You may not know that the reason why Julius was appointed as a deputy general here was because of my father's impeachment. Stephen and Steve's eyes immediately widened. They knew Julius was transferred here due to defeat in battle caused by overambition, but they didn't know it was because of the impeachment by the Tad. With such a fact, the conflict between Julius and the Tad must have been irreconcilable. There was no way Julius would risk everything to vindicate the Tad. For a moment, Stephen and Steve broke into cold sweat. Only now did they finally believe Jonathan's words. They had been deceived by Julius. What should we do? Instinctively, they turned to Jonathan for advice. Jonathan said, "Stay put and do nothing. Without your support, Julius wouldn't dare act rashly." Stephen and Steve were enlightened. They had been startled by the news and hadn't expected the solution to be so simple. Exchanging glances, they both clasped their fists toward Jonathan. "Thank you, Your Grace." Jonathan smiled. "You two acted with good intentions. I just reciprocate the favor." Stephen and Steve couldn't help feeling grateful. Jonathan let out a long sigh of relief. This big trouble was finally temporarily resolved. Jonathan smiled and said, "You two should act as if nothing has happened today. I am merely a folk expert that Corbin found by chance." Stephen and Steve nodded vigorously. "We understand." Jonathan added, "You two must be careful as well. Since Julius has the heart to rebel, even if he puts it on hold temporarily, this intention will never disappear." Stephen and Steve nodded again. "Thank you for reminding us, Your Grace. We will be cautious." After discussing the important matters, the gloominess that had enveloped Stephen and Steve before was completely swept away. They thought there couldn't be such a young martial arts expert, but it turned out to be the Duke of Angua. No wonder. This was a legendary figure who went into battle at a dozen years old and established great achievements. Both immediately began asking Jonathan one question after another. For a time, exclamations of surprise rang out intermittently within the tent. Just as Jonathan and Steve were chatting merrily, in the main tent, Julius's mind was filled with anxiety. It was already late afternoon, and it wasn't long until dusk. But Giacomo showed no signs of leaving. He was still asking some superficial military strategies. How could he act while Giacomo did not leave? After all, he was raising the banner to vindicate the Pingbei prince's house and could not do anything harmful to Giacomo. Thinking over and over again, Julius decided to issue an eviction order. "Corbin, it's getting late. My camp will conduct training tomorrow, so let's call it a day here." Giacomo glanced outside the tent, seemingly checking the sky, but in fact looking to see if Jonathan had come over. Not seeing Jonathan, Giacomo smiled and said, "Hermes Vinny, we just talked about so many military tactics. If I could witness your method of training soldiers firsthand, it would be perfect." Julius's face couldn't help changing. If Giacomo stayed, how could he start the rebellion? Julius quickly racked his brain for other excuses. Before he could think of a reason, he heard Giacomo suddenly say, "I just remembered I have some affairs in the camp. Hermes Vinny, I will take my leave." Julius couldn't help staring in shock. What was up with Giacomo? A moment ago, he was stubbornly refusing to leave, but now he was suddenly talking about leaving? Chapter 110 The Art of Delay. Julius was taken aback when he heard the voices of Johnny and Steve coming from outside. "Brother Wong, I have gained much from today's sparring. I hope we will have another chance to exchange skills in the future." Hearing their enthusiastic tones, Julius's face immediately darkened. These two usually treated him with only a formal courtesy, yet they were so polite to this young man who had defeated them. It was as if they were slapping his face. Once the big plan succeeds, these two would be the first on his list to eliminate. At this moment, Giacomo had already stepped outside, casting an inquiring glance at Jonathan. Jonathan nodded almost imperceptibly. Giacomo felt overjoyed. The Duke did not disappoint, solving such a daunting problem in such a short time. Turning around instantly, Giacomo cupped his fists towards Julius. "Hermes Vinny, farewell." Julius nodded expressionlessly, glancing at Jonathan at the same time. Having made up his mind, after he started his rebellion, Giacomo would inevitably receive orders from the court to come and suppress it. Then, he would make sure to kill that boy along with anyone else who dared to come. How powerful could someone be to withstand thousands of troops? Julius watched Jonathan and Giacomo leave, glanced at the sky, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It was about time to gather the troops and prepare for action. Julius immediately issued orders to Johnny and Steve. "Deputy Hermes Luo, Deputy Hermes Mao, gather the soldiers on the parade ground immediately, without any mistakes." As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny and Steve almost simultaneously clutched their stomachs, revealing looks of pain. "Hermes Vinny, my stomach hurts terribly. I need to go relieve myself." Julius was momentarily speechless. He was just getting ready to take bold actions, but these two had stomachaches? How disappointing. Julius frowned disapprovingly. "Go quickly and return swiftly." "Thank you, Hermes, for your understanding." Johnny and Steve replied before hurriedly running toward their camps. Even his confidant stood there wide-eyed. These two were fine just now. How could they suddenly have stomach pains? Regaining his senses, the confidant asked, "Hermes, should we just wait here?" Julius snorted. "Besides them, we still have our own men to prepare. Have Avon get everyone ready to depart at any moment." "Yes." After his confidant left hurriedly, Julius looked at the camps of Johnny and Steve, feeling extremely dissatisfied. If it weren't for Johnny and Steve's troops being the main force for this uprising, he would have already dealt with these two long ago. Upon returning to their camp, Johnny and Steve immediately summoned their orderlies, who were also their trusted men. "You must immediately order all soldiers who had lunch to pretend they have stomachaches and can't get out of bed. Don't ask why now, I will explain later." Hearing this command, the orderly looked astonished. He knew tonight was the night they would join Julius's uprising, but this new order would clearly contradict Julius's directive. Seeing the delay, Johnny shouted, "Stop dawdling, hurry up." The orderly quickly responded and rushed off to arrange it. Meanwhile, Johnny and Steve consulted their strategy and called in their camp doctor, whispering a few instructions. Back in the main tent, Julius sat by the table, his expression somewhat grim. Half an hour had passed since Johnny and Steve left, yet neither had returned. What's going on with those two? Why haven't they come back yet? Even the messenger sent to notify Avon and others has returned. Julius barked, "Go see what's taking them so long." "Yes." The confidant, frowning, rushed straight to Johnny's camp. As he approached, an acidic, rancid odor hit him, almost making him vomit his lunch. What is this smell? Pinching his nose, he moved closer, noticing the guards were absent and paused. Where are they? The confidant immediately shouted. Anyone here? A soldier rushed over hastily. Greetings, Hermes. Looking at the soldier, the confidant wrinkled his brows. This soldier hadn't even put on his armor properly, clearly having just returned from relieving himself. Suppressing his nausea, the confidant snapped. Where is your general? He's been gone for half an hour. Why hasn't he reported back to the general? The soldier quickly replied. Please calm down, Hermes. It's not that our general won't go, but he can't go. The confidant froze. Can't go? What do you mean can't go? The soldier, clutching his stomach, said, We don't know what happened, but everyone began experiencing severe stomach pains just now. Our general's condition is especially bad. He can't even get out of bed now. The confidant stared in disbelief. How could this happen? What a coincidence. The confidant was filled with doubt and said, Take me to see your general. Soon, the confidant arrived at Johnny's tent. Even before entering, he heard Johnny's intermittent groans from inside the tent. Ouch, ouch. The confidant frowned and walked into the tent. Inside, he saw the pale-faced Johnny lying on the bed. Next to him, a doctor was preparing medicine. The confidant was startled and hurriedly asked, Hermes Luo, what happened to you? Seeing Julius's confidant, Johnny sneered inwardly. Undoubtedly, Julius couldn't wait for them, so he sent someone to urge them along. But he had agreed with the Duke to delay Julius's actions. Johnny immediately feebly said, I seem to have eaten something unclean at noon, and I've been vomiting and having diarrhea nonstop. As soon as he finished speaking, the doctor next to him added, Not just the general, many soldiers are experiencing the same. I just questioned some soldiers. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because the general and the soldiers ate something unclean at noon. The confidant was speechless with shock. There were more than just Johnny who couldn't move. The confidant clearly understood the importance of Johnny and his soldiers to Julius's uprising. He immediately asked the doctor, How long will it take to cure this illness? The doctor shook his head repeatedly. This is my first time encountering such a situation. I'm still trying to detoxify the general, so I can't say when he will recover. The confidant was stunned. He was sent by Julius to urge Johnny and Steve, but he never expected Johnny to be in this condition. Thinking of this, the confidant immediately turned around and briskly walked towards Steve's camp. A moment later, the confidant ran back toward the main tent from Steve's camp with an ashen face. The situation in Steve's camp was exactly the same as in Johnny's camp. In the main tent, after sending the confidant, Julius's expression became much better. Time was still ample. As long as the confidant could bring Johnny and Steve, everything would still be in time. After all, he was the supreme commander here. They, as two deputy generals, naturally wouldn't dare to disobey his orders. Chapter 111. Could it be their doing? Julius couldn't help but sneer as he thought how easily he had deceived these two with just a few words. These people were so incredibly stupid. After I have used you, it will be time for fools like you to meet your most admired Rex in the underworld. Just as Julius thought this, his confidant rushed in. Seeing his confidant, Julius asked joyfully, Have they arrived? After asking, he realized something was off about the confidant's expression and paused. What's wrong? The confidant twitched his lips and said, Hermes, both of them are already bedridden. Stunned at first, Julius was then dumbfounded. Weren't they just complaining about stomachaches? Why would they become bedridden? Julius shouted. What exactly happened? His confidant hurriedly relayed what he had seen. Listening to it, Julius was left speechless. How could this happen? Almost instantly, images of Jonathan and Giacomo surfaced in his mind. Stephen and Steve had been fine until today. Could it be their doing? They suddenly appeared and then abruptly left. The more Julius thought about it, the more likely it seemed, causing all the hairs on his body to stand up. Could news of his rebellion have leaked? He immediately roared, Quick, send someone to capture Giacomo and that boy. The confidant hesitated, confused. Hermes, why do we need to arrest them? Julius cursed. Can't you see the connection between Stephen and Steve's sudden illness and their arrival? Again stunned, the confidant was puzzled. Hermes, I don't think it is. Julius glared at his confidant. Why do you say that? The confidant replied, Because it's not only them. Even their soldiers are in the same state. Taken aback, Julius asked incredulously, So many people? The confidant nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone from their two camps is affected. I've investigated, and it may be related to their lunch. Julius's anger vanished without a trace, looking somewhat embarrassed. He had thought it was Jonathan and Giacomo's doing, never expecting it to be a problem on his side. They hadn't even arrived by lunchtime. But then, Julius felt uneasy. Problems had arisen before the revolt even began. Was this a hint from heaven? Recalling that he had consulted a diviner for today, Julius hurriedly asked, When can they recover? Shaking his head, the confidant responded, I asked the doctor, but he isn't certain. If things go smoothly, it might take 1 or 2 days. Otherwise, it could be 3 or 4 days, or even longer. Julius's face darkened. No matter how long it took, they wouldn't recover today. How could this happen? Today was a day he had specially chosen after consulting a diviner, very suitable for the uprising. Missing today meant waiting for the next auspicious day, which was months away. What should he do? Julius hesitated. If he insisted on revolting today, he could only use his own troops. Once he started, there would be no turning back. Without Stephen and Steve's troops, his forces would be reduced by a quarter. Once the court mobilized surrounding garrisons to deal with him, he would definitely not hold out. After much contemplation, Julius sighed in helplessness. Ordered to cancel the operation. The confidant was incredulous. After preparing for so long, it was just cancelled like this? He couldn't help saying, Hermes, we can use our own soldiers. Before he finished, Julius angrily interrupted him. Do you think I don't know that? Don't you think I want to? But what we aim to achieve isn't just winning today but winning tomorrow and every day after. Without their 2 camp soldiers, can you guarantee victory against nearby garrisons? The confidant froze. Indeed, although Stephen and Steve's camps accounted for only a quarter of his troops, their combat strength was the best among Julius's forces. This was also one of the reasons Julius dared to revolt. With half of his strongest forces incapacitated, if he still insisted on revolting, the consequences would be unimaginable. In helplessness, the confidant had no choice but to pass on the order to cancel the operation. Watching the confidant leave, Julius's eyes were filled with frustration. But thinking of something, a gleam of inspiration suddenly flashed in his eyes. After the confidant returned from passing the orders, Julius immediately asked, "If I remember correctly, wasn't Rex's youngest son exiled to Liangzhou?" The confidant nodded, "Yes." Julius immediately sneered, "Great, wonderful." The confidant's eyes rolled. "Hermes, you want to deal with him?" But Julius glared at his confidant. "Deal with what? Don't forget the excuse for our uprising." The confidant was stunned, then suddenly realized, "So, your meaning is to join forces with him and rise together?" "Exactly." Julius nodded. "With Rex killed and him exiled, this boy must harbor deep resentment towards the court. Once we mention it, he has no reason not to agree. Then, we can use his name to gain more support." The confidant immediately became excited. How did his grace persuade Stephen and Steve? On the way back to the camp, Giacomo curiously asked Jonathan. Jonathan chuckled and recounted the situation at that time. After hearing it, Giacomo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. True to his grace's reputation, convincing Stephen and Steve in such a short time was truly remarkable. After marveling, Giacomo asked, "His grace, what should we do next?" For now, they had only delayed Julius's actions. But Julius would not give up easily. It wouldn't take long before he took action again. And when that time came, it would be impossible to delay him with the same methods used on Stephen and Steve. Hearing this, Jonathan smiled confidently. "Next, it's my turn to make an appearance." Giacomo was taken aback. "You?" Jonathan nodded. Julius dared to act because he believed he could deceive everyone by raising the banner of vindicating Mohammed's house. With news of my exile to Liangzhou, which he must have received, don't you think he will try to exploit it? Giacomo began to understand. He will definitely try to recruit his grace to further strengthen his own power. Exactly. Jonathan nodded. When that happens, I will respond accordingly and expose his true nature. Giacomo let out a sigh of relief. Since hearing about this from Jonathan, he had felt suffocated under immense pressure. Now, everything was perfectly resolved. And all of this was due to Jonathan. Giacomo bowed to Jonathan. If his grace needs anything in the future, please command at any time. Chapter 112. The Boris family's backup plan. After walking a certain distance, Giacomo headed back to his encampment, while Jonathan returned to the town of Shako. From afar, Jonathan saw the anxious Selma pacing back and forth outside the tavern, constantly looking around. At the sight of Jonathan, the anxious Selma was both startled and delighted, rushing over immediately. "Second brother, where have you been? Why did it take so long for you to return?" Jonathan felt touched by the sincerity of this nominal sister-in-law. "I wandered around for a bit. Didn't realize it would take so long." The anxious Selma heaved a sigh of relief. "Next time, please let me know before you go out," she added. "By the way, the Ross came to see me when you were away." Jonathan frowned. "Ross? What did he want?" The anxious Selma laughed. "Second brother, why didn't you tell me about your great achievements?" As she spoke, she pulled out a tin-tail silver ingot from her sleeve and handed it to Jonathan. "This is a reward from the Ross." Jonathan shook his head continuously at the sight of the silver ingot. It seemed the Ross had quite a black heart. For helping catch such an important fugitive of the Boris family, only giving 10 taels of silver felt like being brushed off. But it was probably better this way. Such a person would likely claim all the credit for himself, saving him from further troubles from Sterling. Thinking this, Jonathan said, "Alexandria, let's continue our journey tomorrow." As Jonathan and the anxious Selma prepared to set off for Liangzhou again, 2 memorials were sent separately from the military camp and county government office to the capital city. Within the imperial palace, everyone, from eunuchs to palace maids, moved with utmost caution. Especially those who interacted directly with Sterling, they hardly dared to breathe loudly. Lately, Sterling's temper had grown increasingly irritable, and he frequently lashed out or punished eunuchs and maids at the slightest dissatisfaction. Inside the imperial study, Vic chose his words carefully while advising Sterling. Because of Sterling's brutality, not only eunuchs and maids suffered. Several ministers also faced misfortune. These incidents, exaggerated and spread among the commoners, completely shattered Sterling's once benevolent image. Feeling annoyed, Sterling waved his hand heavily. "Fourth brother, I know what you're saying, but I just can't control my anger." He asked, "Why on earth did my treasures disappear? And after secretly investigating for a month, we still have no leads at all. Isn't that absurd?" Hearing Sterling bring up this matter, Vic closed his mouth, his face turning grim. He had been investigating this case wholeheartedly, but despite his efforts, he found no trace of the missing treasures. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. To this day, he couldn't figure out what happened. After a long pause, Vic finally said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will uncover the truth." Sterling nodded, reassuring him, "I trust you, fourth brother." "Oh, how is the preparation for my birthday banquet going?" Just as Vic was about to answer, a voice announced from outside, "Commander Wayne requests an audience." Sterling's expression changed instantly. He interrupted Vic and shouted loudly, "Announce him!" Since Wayne was one of his confidants, an urgent visit certainly indicated something significant. Wayne hurried in, wearing a smile. "Your Majesty, good news. Great news," he exclaimed as soon as he entered. Sterling and Vic exchanged glances, both finding it hard to believe. They hadn't received any good news recently. Was there actually some good news today? Wayne took out a memorial. "Your Majesty, please read this. It's a report from local troops I received today." Sterling snatched it and opened it eagerly. Upon finishing the report, he was both astonished and elated. The Boris family was captured? Beside him, Vic was stunned. "Boris family? You mean the counterfeiters from a few years ago?" Sterling nodded vigorously, speaking through gritted teeth. "Yes, them." Vic grew excited. "Good. Wonderful. This is indeed good news." Several officials and nobles, including the royal family, had been deceived by the counterfeits a few years ago. Several expensive treasures they bought turned out to be fakes, causing them considerable embarrassment among the officials. Of course, capturing the Boris family would not only allow them to exact revenge but more importantly, recover the immense wealth the Boris family took with them when they fled. Thinking of this, Vic immediately asked, "Where are the members of the Boris family now?" Wayne replied, "On their way here." Good, good, good. Sterling laughed 3 times and ordered, "Wayne, I command you to personally lead 500 cavalry to provide support. You must bring all the Boris family members to the capital without exception." Understood. 500 miles away from the capital, Giacomo and a team of soldiers arranged by the county magistrate were escorting the Boris family members toward the capital. The Boris family members all hung their heads in dejection, their faces ashen. Only the pawnshop manager that Jonathan had met occasionally flashed a look of smugness in his eyes. After the incident that befell the Boris family, he had long prepared for this. One of his sons had always been living next door under another identity. Moreover, the Boris family's true treasures were hidden in another place entirely. Only he and this son knew the location of the hiding place. With these treasures, the Boris family would flourish once again. A cold gleam flashed in the pawnshop manager's eyes as Jonathan's figure appeared before him. His behavior at the time of arrest was not just anger. It was also meant to inform his surviving son who had escaped about their enemies. "Boy, just wait until we take you down with us." After leaving Shako town, Jonathan and the Paddy continued on toward Liangzhou in the southwest direction. They hadn't gone far when Jonathan suddenly turned back subtly. Before leaving Shako town, he had noticed someone tracking them. At the time, there were too many people on the road, so he didn't try to find out who it was. Now seemed like an appropriate opportunity. When Jonathan discovered the figure watching him, he was somewhat surprised. He initially thought it was a relentless killer sent by the court, but the person's physique was neither tall nor strong. Even the clothes worn were long-sleeved scholar robes, which did not match those of a typical assassin. Jonathan was puzzled. Who is this person? Jonathan discreetly observed the figure, while Leon had no idea he had been spotted, glaring at Jonathan with intense hatred. Father had already confirmed. It was this boy who caused the downfall of the Boris family. He must avenge this. "Boy, I want to see where you're going." Leon was pleasantly surprised when he saw the direction Jonathan and his companion were heading. This boy's chosen direction was actually the same as where the Boris family had hidden their treasures. Chapter 113. Can you spare my life? Leon was both shocked and delighted. He had planned to first find out where Jonathan and the other person were heading, then return to retrieve the Boris family's gold and silver treasures, and hire someone to kill these two people. But he never expected that he didn't have to do these separately. Truly, heaven helps me. A wave of madness surged in Leon's heart. "Kid, this is you asking for death." On the way, Leon continued following Jonathan and the other person. Jonathan walked vigilantly while watching out for Leon. However, for several consecutive days, Leon made no move, which made Jonathan somewhat puzzled. They were already in a desolate place. Why did the other party not plan to make a move yet? A hint of coldness slowly flashed across Jonathan's eyes. If the other party didn't make a move, he would have to act himself. After all, it's unreasonable to always guard against something bad happening. As Jonathan was thinking about how to get rid of the Danielle Leah, he suddenly noticed that the other party had sped up and was leaving in another direction. Jonathan couldn't help but be stunned. Throughout this journey, he could affirm that the other party was absolutely watching over the two of them. But now they suddenly left. Thinking of a possibility, a sharp light flashed in Jonathan's eyes. Could it be that the other party went to find an accomplice? Jonathan glanced at the direction the other party left, only to see a large mountain. Perhaps there were bandits nesting on the mountain. Jonathan immediately said, "Alexandria, rest here for a moment. I need to go relieve myself." The Danielle Leah nodded. "Be careful then." Jonathan responded and chased after Leon's direction. Leon walked towards the large mountain, the excitement on his face growing stronger. These treasures were hidden by him and his father. It was worth 200,000 taels of silver. Not only could he rely on this fortune to allow the Boris family to continue, but he could also use a small portion to avenge his father. The more Leon thought, the more excited and agitated he became, and the faster his pace grew. Jonathan followed behind with a slightly furrowed brow. Looking at the other party's appearance, it didn't seem like they were from a gangster background. Why had they been tracking him all along? While pondering, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. High-value recyclable items detected. Do you want to scan? Jonathan was momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. There's treasure in the mountain? Scan. Following Jonathan's order, the item list reappeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the numerous high-value items listed, Jonathan was both surprised and delighted. Chasing this person actually yielded unexpected rewards. Recycle. Recycle everything. Jonathan didn't hesitate to give the command. In an instant, all the treasures in the item list were recycled. Seeing the value points, Jonathan couldn't help but take a deep breath. These treasures actually resulted in 20 million value points. His value points soared from the original 27 million directly to 48 million. After being shocked, Jonathan couldn't help but become curious. Who on earth hid so many treasures here? Jonathan immediately quickened his pace to catch up with Leon ahead. After Leon reached halfway up the mountain, he warily surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that no one else was around, he continued forward. After some twists and turns, Leon stopped in front of a mountain wall. After removing a pile of dry branches and rotten leaves, a narrow cave entrance appeared, almost invisible if not carefully observed. Leon looked around again, then took out a fire stick and entered the cave sideways. Jonathan listened intently, confirming that the other party had entered, then silently followed. After passing through the initial narrow cave entrance, the space inside widened significantly. By now, Leon had lit oil lamps around the area. Looking at the over 20 chests illuminated by candlelight, Leon couldn't resist laughing loudly. No one could have guessed that the Boris family would hide their treasure here. Even less would anyone expect that he, the legitimate son, wouldn't reside in the Boris household. Thinking of Jonathan's appearance, Leon gritted his teeth and cursed. Boy, you destroyed my Boris family. I will make you pay blood for blood. The Boris family? Upon hearing these words, Jonathan was enlightened. He had thought that Sterling should not be foolish enough to send people to provoke him continuously. So it was the Boris family. Thinking about having already recycled all the gold and silver treasures here, Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle. Just as Leon was about to open the chest, he was startled by the laughter and shouted, "Who's there?" Jonathan emerged from the shadows, smiling coldly. "The person you plan to make pay blood for blood." Leon was greatly shocked. "It's you? How did you follow me here?" Jonathan sneered. "If you can track me, why can't I track you?" Leon's expression changed drastically. "You knew?" Jonathan smirked. "Your tracking skills are terrible. I knew even before we left Shaco Town. But your Boris family really has some means. No wonder you managed to escape from the capital back then." Leon's expression kept changing, and finally, he took a deep breath. "What do you want?" Jonathan chuckled. "What I want depends on what you want." Leon's face changed. He had just talked about paying blood for blood, but immediately after, Leon burst into maniacal laughter. "Boy, that means you're dead for sure." Before the words were fully out, Leon drew a dazzlingly cold dagger from his sleeve and pointed it at Jonathan. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Leon laughed loudly. "This is what my father taught me. Always carry something to protect yourself." As he spoke, Leon looked down at Jonathan with a superior gaze. "What about you? Do you have a weapon?" Jonathan said indifferently, "No." "Ha ha ha ha." Leon laughed again. "I knew you didn't. So now that I'm going to make you pay blood for blood, what can you do?" With that, Leon took a step toward Jonathan, eyes flashing with a cold light. Jonathan saw the alertness in Leon's eyes and smiled with disdain. Seeing this smile reflected in his eyes made Leon stop momentarily. What was this boy smiling about? How could he still laugh? At that moment, Jonathan flicked a stone with his foot, sending it flying. Clank! The stone hit the dagger in Leon's hand, knocking it away. Stunned, Leon stared at his empty, tingling right hand in disbelief. His weapon was knocked away? Realizing this, Leon was drenched in cold sweat. If that stone had aimed for his head instead, wouldn't he already be dead? Instantly, Leon recognized the enormous gap in strength between them, and his face paled drastically. He hastily retreated and stammered, You, don't come closer." Jonathan smiled disdainfully. "Now what? What do you think I'll do?" A trace of fear flashed in Leon's eyes as he hurriedly pleaded, "Brother, everything I said just now was a joke. How about this? All these treasures are yours. I don't want anything. Can you spare my life?" Chapter 114. Did you just want me dead? All these treasures are for me? Jonathan's expression was a little strange. Leon saw Jonathan smile and felt an intense joy. This kid is tempted. Leon hurriedly nodded. "Yes, all of them belong to you. I don't want any." Saying this, he pulled out several silver ingots and pieces of jewelry from his sleeve and placed them on the ground. "Including what I have on me, all for you." After putting them down, Leon took a few steps back, signaling that Jonathan could come over and take them. Jonathan chuckled, walked over, and picked up the silver and jewelry. Seeing this scene, Leon's eyes gleamed with sharp light. This kid is indeed greedy. After Jonathan put away the items, Leon pointed to the most exquisite box near the entrance. "That box contains a night pearl as big as a watermelon, which my father found in a tomb." "A watermelon-sized night pearl?" Jonathan raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion arising in his heart. Such a large night pearl should have considerable value, and logically, the system would rank it among the top items. Though he hadn't looked closely during the system's last recovery process, he remembered the items at the front. There seemed to be no round objects. Jonathan immediately said, "A night pearl this size should be the most valuable treasure, right?" Leon nodded vigorously. "Of course. That's why it's kept in the best box." After saying this, Leon's heart raced excitedly. That box, of course, had no night pearl inside. Instead, it contained a hidden weapon, a scatter crossbow. Its purpose was to kill any outsider who discovered these treasures. Until now, this hidden weapon had never been used. Today, it was about to accomplish its great feat. Upon hearing Leon confirm the night pearl as the most valuable, Jonathan inwardly smiled coldly. Now, he was certain Leon was lying. Jonathan glanced at the inventory. Apart from the items Leon carried, there were no others. Though he didn't know what was inside the boxes, it was clear that everything had already been collected by the system. Jonathan then walked towards the box, smiling. Seeing Jonathan's action, Leon trembled with excitement. He fell for it. This kid fell for it. He's about to turn the tables on him. Suppressing his excitement, Leon said, "Besides the big night pearl, there are a few smaller ones. Any one of them would be priceless if taken out." Hearing Leon's lies, Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This light laughter sounded like triumph to Leon. Leon couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Laugh. After opening the box, you won't even have the chance to laugh anymore." As Jonathan approached the box and looked back at Leon, Leon stiffened and became nervous. Wouldn't he let him open the box himself? However, Jonathan only glanced at Leon and turned back. Leon breathed a sigh of relief and stared intently at Jonathan. When Jonathan's hand touched the box, Leon clenched his fists tightly in excitement. Open it. Open it fast." In Leon's endless anticipation, Jonathan finally opened the lid. At that moment, Leon seemed to see Jonathan being pierced by arrows and couldn't help shouting loudly, "Kid, die." But after shouting, he realized that Jonathan wasn't killed by the arrows as expected, but remained standing there calmly. The excitement on Leon's face instantly froze, filled with disbelief. What happened? Why didn't the crossbow fire? He and his father checked it periodically. It should have been fine. Jonathan turned around and gave Leon a cold smile. "What did you shout just now? Wanted me dead? Does this mean there's a hidden weapon inside?" Speaking, Jonathan casually picked up the box and threw it in front of Leon. Seeing the empty box, Leon's face turned deathly pale. He took 2 steps back in horror, exclaiming, "How can it be empty? Where are the arrows?" Arrows? Jonathan smirked coldly and opened another box nearby, tossing it in front of Leon. Seeing the second empty box, Leon's expression turned blank. Ignoring the threat from Jonathan, he hurriedly opened the next box. Finding nothing inside, Leon stood frozen. Where were the gold and treasures? Where were the items? Leon frantically rushed to other boxes, opening one after another. Seeing all the boxes empty, Leon's entire demeanor crumbled instantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, impossible. Muttering a few times, Leon spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath weakening. Moments later, he was completely dead. Jonathan walked forward to check and confirmed that Leon was indeed dead. He felt speechless. He hadn't even gotten the chance to make a move. Yet this guy had already died on his own. Thinking that the Princess Danielle was still waiting for him, Jonathan immediately covered the cave entrance and went down the mountain to join up with her, continuing their journey toward Liangzhou. In the capital city, Wayne received the convoy escorting the Boris family, inquired about the situation, then hurriedly returned to the capital with the pawnshop owner Dave, his children, and the confiscated items. Your Majesty, your subordinate has brought back the head of the Boris clan. Sterling was overjoyed and ordered, bring him up. Upon seeing Dave, Sterling's face instantly showed hatred. Dave, it is indeed you. 6 years ago, it was Dave who made the forgery that caused him embarrassment. Dave looked somewhat grim. Just by looking at Sterling's expression, he knew his fate wouldn't be good. Sterling snorted heavily. After 6 years, I've still caught you. What do you have to say? Immediately, Dave saw the image of Jonathan flash before his eyes. With great reluctance, he said, back then, I managed to escape right under your nose, which proves you and your people are useless. If not for that boy, how could I have been caught? Since he was definitely going to die anyway, he might as well provoke Sterling to give him a quick death. As expected, Sterling flew into a rage. Guard, slap him hard. At this moment, Prince Vic hurriedly arrived. Seeing Wayne about to act, he hurriedly said, wait. Finishing his words, Vic walked beside Sterling. Brother, this person seems to wish for death, obviously trying to protect some secret. Sterling immediately calmed down and nodded solemnly. If it weren't for Vic's reminder, he almost forgot the purpose of bringing Dave back first. Seeing Sterling calm down, Dave's expression changed slightly. Vic sized up Dave a few times and said, under heaven, all is the king's land. Within its borders, all are the king's subjects. As long as you were captured by our people, it means the emperor has captured you. Chapter 115. The elated Sterling and Vic. Sterling nodded repeatedly. He certainly would not admit that he and his subordinates were good for nothings. Vic smiled and continued, you just said that a young man caught you, which is enough to illustrate how outstanding this person is. To think of it, our great Chu should really thank you. If not for you, we might never have discovered such talent. Dave's expression changed again. These few words made him feel that Vic was more difficult to deal with than Sterling. His idea of seeking death by defiance probably wouldn't work on this man. Vic now turned to Wayne. Leader Chow, how much treasure did you bring back? Wayne glanced at Dave and frowned, saying, Your Highness, the treasure I brought back this time is worth no more than 10,000 taels. So little? Sterling slapped the table and glared at Dave. Speak. Where did you hide all the gold and silver? Dave's expression slightly changed as he turned away without answering. Sterling slapped the table again. Do you dare defy the imperial order? Dave couldn't help but sneer. I do defy your orders. Kill me if you can. You. Sterling wanted to lose his temper but thought better of it, considering he had yet to learn about the whereabouts of the treasures. He felt quite vexed. Vic spoke up. Brother Alfred, please calm down. Your servant has experience dealing with such scoundrels. Sterling nodded. Fourth brother. It's in your hands then. Vic gave Dave a cold smile. Dave, you once lived in the capital, so you must have heard of certain punishments, right? Confess the location of the treasure truthfully to avoid unnecessary suffering. Dave paled. Those punishments terrified him just thinking about them. But thinking of how the Boris family needed those treasures to rise again, Dave steeled his resolve and shouted, Bring it on, whatever punishment you have. Vic's expression darkened. Dave proved harder to break than he imagined, possibly driven by some belief. A glint flashed in Vic's eyes as he said, It's clear even if you endured all these punishments one by one, you could hold out. But others might not be as strong as you. Wayne, bring up his children. Dave's face changed drastically, shouting, Target me, they know nothing. Vic smiled smugly. I don't care if they know or not, but you do. Dave looked at Vic with hatred. You'll die miserably for doing this. Vic laughed. Are you cursing me? If curses worked, you'd likely be the first to go. Wayne came in with 2 sons and 2 daughters of Dave. Your Majesty, your Highness, the prisoners are here. A flash of coldness appeared in Vic's eyes. Bring on the leg irons. Yes. Wayne immediately ordered the leg irons to be brought. After setting up the leg irons, Vic asked again, Dave, answer honestly where the treasures are hidden. Seeing his pale-faced children, Dave whispered, Can you give me some time to think? Just delay for 2 days, and Boris Hayagi should be able to move the treasures. Vic shook his head without hesitation and yelled, Tell us now, or suffer the punishment immediately. Dave's heart sank as he gritted his teeth and shook his head. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Vic's eyes. Fine, fine. Since it's like this, don't blame me for being unfriendly. Just as he was about to shout, inflict punishment, Dave's son cried out, Sir, I know something, I'm willing to talk. Dave's face changed, yelling, Shut up. Vic laughed, waving at Wayne. Take off the leg irons from his hand. Afterwards, Vic didn't rush to ask but looked at the other 3. What about you? The 3 hurriedly replied, We're also willing to talk. Seeing this, Sterling couldn't help but laugh. Good, good. Fourth brother, you indeed have methods. Vic looked somewhat proud before asking, Do you know where the Boris family's treasures are hidden? The 4 were stunned. Aren't they all at home? Vic's expression darkened. Your Boris family cheated at least 200,000 taels in the capital a few years ago. I'm asking about that. However, The four looked at each other and unconsciously shook their heads. At this moment, Dave burst into laughter. Ha! I told you. They know nothing. Ha 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 ha. Vic's expression instantly turned ugly. The four people suddenly realized what was happening and glared at Dave, shouting, Father, there's actually still so much silver in our family? You didn't tell us? Quick, tell us or we'll all die. Dave's laughter abruptly stopped as he yelled, Shut up! Can't you see talking won't save us either? The four people's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Vic then said, Although you will all face death eventually, there is a big difference between dying swiftly and dying after being tortured. Coming to their senses, the four hastily pleaded, Your Excellency, we don't want to die. We don't want to die. Vic grunted, Then it depends on whether your father decides to talk or not. Or, perhaps you can tell us where the treasure is hidden. Upon hearing this, some of them once again shouted angrily at Dave while others frantically tried to recall any clues. Dave closed his eyes as if he hadn't heard anything. At this moment, one of them seemed to remember something. Your Excellency, I just recalled an incident which might be related to the treasure. Sterling and Vic quickly urged, Speak quickly. Even Dave opened his eyes, his heart now hanging in suspense. Every half-month, Father would leave for a day, claiming he was visiting an old friend. Now that I think about it, he probably went to check on the treasure. Dave's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Seeing this, Vic couldn't help but feel elated and promptly asked, Where did he go? But the speaker was speechless. Dave let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, another person spoke up. I remember, one night when I woke up, I heard Father talking in his sleep about Pingbei Mountain. Upon hearing these words, Dave immediately shouted, Shut up. Wayne then remarked, Your Highness, I remember Pingbei Mountain is located 10 miles southwest of Jiaku town. Seeing Dave's reaction, Vic slowly smiled. So, the treasure is likely hidden there. Dave's expression dramatically changed, but he remained silent. Sterling waved his hand. Wayne, send an urgent order via express courier, instructing the local garrison to immediately surround Pingbei Mountain without fail. After speaking, Sterling looked at Vic, Fourth brother, I don't feel reassured in trusting this matter to anyone else. You should go personally? Yes. Vic acknowledged before suddenly turning to smile at Dave, Elder brother. I think it might be better if we bring him along too. Sterling's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Good, take him with you. Let him witness firsthand how we retrieve the treasure. Ha ha ha. Chapter 116, A Fruitless Trip. Dave, standing below, had a very unpleasant expression on his face, but there was a hint of cold laughter in his eyes. It had been 4 days since they were captured. Even if Pingbei Mountain was surrounded within 1 day, the treasures inside should have been transferred by Leon already. Best to bring him there, and let him see these people's dreams shatter right before their eyes. 3 days later, Vic arrived at Pingbei Mountain with a troop. Although traveling day and night was tiring, Vic looked spirited and showed no signs of fatigue. At the foot of the mountain, Julius had already surrounded it with troops upon receiving orders in advance. Hermes Julius, I pay my respects to your Highness Willis. Julius saluted Vic with a fist salute, feeling somewhat uneasy in his heart. Vic merely grunted in acknowledgement, then glanced toward Pingbei Mountain and asked, No one has approached here in these few days, right? Julius hurriedly nodded and said, None. Even the birds that flew close were shot down by my soldiers. Very good. Vic praised once, then commanded, Bring Dave up. After Dave was brought up, he did not show any signs of nervousness or concern. Instead, he appeared quite calm. Looking at Dave's appearance, Vic sneered, Dave, no matter how you pretend now, this prince is convinced that your treasure is hidden in this mountain. Dave's face revealed a peculiar smile. That's right. I indeed hid the treasure on this mountain. Upon hearing this response from Dave, Vic's breathing immediately became rapid. This was an answer straight from Dave's mouth. Dave then continued, Do you know why I can still laugh? Without waiting for Vic to speak, Dave answered himself, Because the treasure here has already been moved away by my son. You didn't expect that. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Dave laughed out loud, his laughter filled with pride. However, after laughing twice, he noticed something unusual. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Looking at Vic, Dave saw that the latter had a faint smile on his face and did not seem particularly affected by his words. Seeing Dave looking at him, Vic finally spoke with a smile. Isn't it strange why this prince isn't angry? Without waiting for Dave's reply, Vic turned to ask Julius, Have you investigated what I asked you to? Julius grinned at Vic, whose complexion had slightly changed. I followed the prince's order and sent people to inquire within 10 miles. Over the past 10 days, no one asked them to transport anything, nor did anyone see anyone carrying chests passing by. I also carefully examined the road surface and found no wheel tracks. In other words, no one has taken a large amount of stuff away from Pingbei Mountain. After hearing this, Vic looked at the increasingly terrified Dave, his smile becoming even brighter. Now do you understand why this prince isn't angry? Dave started trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with disbelief. So many days had passed. Why hadn't his son moved the treasure yet? What was he doing? Vic retracted his gaze from Dave and looked towards Pingbei Mountain. Search the mountain. Yes. Following Julius's command, the soldiers at the foot of the mountain began to search in a systematic manner up towards the mountaintop. As the search reached halfway up the mountain, Dave's expression became tense. Vic had been observing Dave's facial expressions all along, and seeing this change, his eyes lit up. Search thoroughly around the waist of the mountain. Don't miss any spot. After these words, Dave's expression grew even more anxious. Not long after, a surprised shout came, There's an entrance here. Upon hearing the sound, Dave's face changed dramatically. Vic, however, was extremely excited and hurried over. Arriving outside the cave entrance, Vic did not rush in but instead smirked at Dave. Is this the place? Already dejected, Dave nodded, yes. Vic then asked, Are there any traps inside? Dave shook his head, No. Vic didn't believe him at all and instructed Julius, Send someone in to check. Julius responded quickly and called over a trusted subordinate. You go in and report every 5 steps if it's safe. Watching his subordinate enter the cave, Julius said sternly, Dave, if any harm comes to my men, you will pay with your life. Reports began to come back from the subordinate. 5 steps, safe. 10 steps, safe. 15 steps, safe. Listening to the reports, excitement spread across Vic's face. 30 steps, inside the cave, safe. Hearing this last report, Vic could no longer hold back and crawled into the cave. At that moment, the confidant used a fire starter to light the nearest oil lamp. Upon seeing several open chests in front of him, the confidant was shocked and hurriedly shouted, It's bad. The chests inside have been opened. What? Vic, who was walking deeper into the cave, changed color. Meanwhile, Dave, who had been hanging his head outside the cave, suddenly perked up. Ha ha ha. Good, good. No wonder he's my son. Vic, no matter how much you tried to prevent it, you didn't think my son managed to take away the treasure inside, did you? Let me tell you, I've hidden over 20,000 taels of gold and silver jewels here. Ha 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 ha. What does it mean to draw water in a bamboo basket? Vic, this is exactly what happened to you. Dave blurted out all the retorts he could think of. Vic, who was still walking into the cave, was enraged and yelled, Julius, slap him, slap him. Julius was also both shocked and furious. If the treasures were taken away, did that mean there were flaws in his previous investigation? He swung his hands left and right, shouting, Tell me what your son looks like. Tell me. But Dave only laughed maniacally. Amidst his laughter, Dave saw Jonathan again in his mind, hatred burning in his eyes. With the treasures gone, it was time to avenge himself. Vic rushed into the cave and saw several open chests at the entrance. He was so angry and startled that he held up the torch to look further inside. Seeing that all the chests had been opened and overturned, Vic felt a wave of darkness before his eyes and fell to the ground. 20,000 taels of gold and silver jewels had just been taken from right under his nose. Not only had he wasted his trip, but how could he explain this to his imperial brother upon returning? In an instant, Vic was overwhelmed by hatred for Dave. He leaped to his feet, ready to go out and torture Dave fiercely. Just then, the confidant, who was still examining the chests, cried out, Your Highness, there's a body here. It looks like they died not long ago. Startled, Vic hurried over and found the corpse with blood stains around its mouth and nose. He instinctively asked, Who is this person? How did they die here? Chapter 117. That kid is a major suspect. The confidant looked embarrassed. This servant does not know. Autry came to his senses and said, Drag the body out. Having said that, Autry walked towards the exit. This corpse might help investigate where those golds, silvers, and jewels went. Autry soon arrived outside the cave, looking at Guy, whose cheeks were swollen but still laughing maniacally. A surge of anger rose in him. He had been fooled this time. However, there was still a possibility to trace the whereabouts of the golds, silvers, and jewels. He couldn't vent his anger on Guy just yet. Autry took a deep breath and said, There's a body inside the cave. You'll need to identify who it is later. Guy's laughter halted for a moment before resuming. There's no need to identify it. It must be a woodcutter who accidentally discovered this cave. Autry was somewhat surprised. How do you know? Guy chuckled. Did you see a chest different from the others? After recalling, Autry nodded. Indeed. What about this chest? Is there anything especially valuable inside? Guy grinned proudly. I placed this chest intentionally at the entrance to exploit the idea of entering the cave. Autry was startled. This chest is for dealing with those who found this cave? Yes. Guy nodded. To prevent multiple discoverers, it contains scattering crossbows sufficient to kill 5 people simultaneously. Autry was stunned as he suddenly realized what Guy said didn't match what he saw. He confirmed again, You're saying, this chest was placed by you at the entrance and contained crossbows? Guy smirked arrogantly. Yes. I didn't want these people to touch other chests. Doubt appeared on Autry's face, but the body wasn't at the entrance, it was deeper inside. Guy's pride faltered. Pondering for a moment, he replied, This person might have been hit by the crossbow and panicked, unable to find the exit, thus dying elsewhere. Autry's suspicion deepened. I did not find any arrow wounds on this person. Guy froze. No arrow wounds? How could that be? How did he die inside then? After much thought, Guy could only think of one possibility. It must be because the lighting inside was dim, so you didn't see clearly. Autry frowned. He had indeed examined carefully with a firelight stick back then. Thinking of the face of the corpse, Autry suddenly paused, staring intently at Guy. Guy felt uneasy under Autry's gaze, tremblingly asked, what are you going to do? Autry slowly shifted his gaze away, then suddenly asked, Does your son have eyebrows like yours, distinctly slanted? Guy's expression changed abruptly. How do you know? Where have you seen them? Autry's pupils constricted. The eyebrows on the corpse were just like that. What? Guy froze, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son and I were the only ones who knew about the trap in that chest when we visited this cave together. He definitely wouldn't have fallen for it. You must have seen wrong. Autry did not argue with Guy. Whether this corpse was Guy's son would be clear soon enough. Now the problem was, where did the treasures in those chests go? Soon, the corpse was brought out. Guy rushed over instantly. The moment he saw the face of the corpse, Guy completely broke down. It was his son. How could this happen? How could this happen? Why did my son die? Why did he die inside? At this point, Autry stepped aside and instructed Lars, find out why he died. Understood. After a while, Lars looked puzzled. Your Highness, this person has no external injuries and doesn't appear poisoned. I can't figure out how he died. Autry was displeased. No injuries, no poison. Could he have been frightened to death? This thought flashed through his mind, and Autry immediately looked at Guy. Were there really 200,000 taels worth of gold and silver hidden here? By now, Guy was utterly defeated, forcing a bitter smile. Why would I lie to you? Autry nodded. I know how your son died. Guy perked up instantly. Who killed my son? Autry said, no one attacked him. Your son died of shock. Guy wore a look of disbelief. Died of shock? Autry said, 200,000 taels worth of wealth disappeared. What would you do if it were you? Guy froze. Though the explanation seemed far-fetched, it had a hint of reason. At this moment, Autry squinted his eyes and said, if you want to avenge your son, you must cooperate with me. Guy came back to his senses, bewilderedly saying, my son was scared to death. Who can I seek revenge on? Autry said in a deep voice, the reason your son died of shock is that someone stole things from here. That person is the murderer. Guy froze, his eyes gradually turning red. Autry was right. The one who stole their Boris family's treasure was indeed the murderer of his son. How should I cooperate with you? Guy asked. Autry nodded in satisfaction. Tell me all the people who might know about this place, just like your children, even if they only know you often go out. List them all. Names immediately floated into Guy's mind, and he promptly said, get someone to bring paper over. I'll write them all down. A moment later, Guy finished writing all the names. Autry looked at the list with over 50 names, his brow furrowing but soon relaxing again. No matter how many people there are, he still had to investigate. It was a treasure worth more than 200,000 taels. After Guy put down the pen, the figure of Alf suddenly appeared before him, causing an involuntary shudder, and he loudly called out, there's another person. He's a major suspect. Autry hurriedly asked, who? Guy gritted his teeth and said, Ike, who discovered me. The excited look on Autry's face quickly faded as he snorted. It's true we are now partners, but don't think of using me to settle your personal vendetta. Guy shouted, Ike really is a major suspect. When I was captured, I specifically pointed out that kid. My son would definitely have followed him to avenge me. It might be that kid who tracked my son and then stole the treasures here. Autry frowned. Judging by Guy's expression, he didn't seem to be making things up. And for someone to have found Guy hidden underground, he was indeed no ordinary person. Autry's expression immediately became serious, and he ordered, go to Shako Town immediately and investigate the identity of that young man. Chapter 118. Just who is this young man? Night. Vic paced anxiously back and forth in the main hall of the county yamen. Upon arriving at Shako Town, he immediately had someone summon the local magistrate. However, after a round of questioning, Vic discovered that this magistrate did not even know the surname or name of the young man, let alone where he lived. Fortunately, the magistrate recalled that the young man had last been taken away by Giacomo. An hour ago, he sent someone to find Giacomo. During this waiting period, he was in a feverish hurry. Every moment delayed increased the difficulty of finding the young man. Amidst his anxiety, a voice from outside announced, Your Highness, Giacomo has arrived. Vic immediately ordered, let him in. Giacomo entered the hall and hurriedly greeted Vic with a clasped fist salute. I pay my respects to your excellency. Vic didn't have time for pleasantries and directly asked, where is the young man who left with you? Giacomo's already rapidly beating heart sped up even more. Before coming to see Vic, he had already known that Vic wanted to ask about Jonathan, but he hadn't expected such urgency. Giacomo hastily replied, Your Excellency, this person has already left. Left? Vic's voice rose an octave. When did he leave? Giacomo said, this general intended to recruit him, but he didn't agree and left on the same day. Vic's expression was one of deep thought. If someone could disdain even the recruitment of a general, there must be something peculiar about him, and leaving on the same day made it even more suspicious. Thinking of this, a flash of insight appeared in Vic's eyes. If this were the case, then Dave's guess might indeed be correct, that this young man stole all those treasures. Vic became excited instantly and asked urgently, what's his name? Giacomo had already prepared his answer while en route, so he answered without hesitation. He said his name is Jonathan. The name Jonathan was quite common in the Great Chu. Sure enough, Vic frowned. Wang was a major surname in the Great Chu, numbering far beyond 10 million, and people named Chu were countless. This was likely a false name. Even if it were true, there would be hundreds of thousands of people named Jonathan, making it impossible to track down. Vic could only ask further. Did he say where he was from? Where did he go last? Giacomo replied, this general did ask. He said he was going to the capital to make a name for himself. As for where he's from, I'm not too clear, but judging by his accent, he doesn't seem to be from around here. These few answers made Vic's frown deepen even further. Such a wide range. How could he investigate? At this moment, Vic picked up a portrait on the table and said, this portrait was drawn based on descriptions from people who saw Jonathan. Take a look and see if it's him. Giacomo was greatly startled. Calling himself Jonathan and having a portrait, didn't this expose the identity of the Marquis? He quickly calmed down. Jonathan was the second son of the Pingbei king, and Vic should have seen him many times, yet showed no signs of recognition. After some thought, Giacomo suddenly understood. Jonathan must not have revealed his true appearance at the time. Relieved by this realization, Giacomo looked at the portrait and felt completely at ease. The person in the portrait did indeed resemble Jonathan he had met, but since Vic hadn't recognized him, it was clearly a disguise. Giacomo felt not a hint of displeasure, but instead admired Jonathan even more. The Marquis must have foreseen this long ago. Giacomo nodded immediately. Yes, it is indeed him. Finishing, Giacomo added, Your Excellency, this person traveled with me. He is slightly taller than me by about an inch, and has a similar build. Vic quickly had someone record these details. After Giacomo finished speaking, he immediately had the description transcribed and posted. Ha ha ha, with such a precise portrait, anyone who has seen him will recognize him. Vic's words made Giacomo suddenly think of something. Your Excellency, I remember now. This person followed me to Hermes Vinny's camp. What? Vic was taken aback. To do what? Giacomo explained. He said he had heard that Hermes Vinny had many valiant generals and wished to challenge them. He later fought against 3 generals under Hermes Vinny and won each battle. Vic's face changed dramatically as he shouted, Bring Julius in. Julius rushed in, puzzled. Your Excellency, what are your orders? Vic unfolded the portrait and asked urgently, Has this person ever been to your camp? Julius widened his eyes. Yes, this person. Could he be the young man who uncovered Dave? Vic nodded, his expression becoming extremely grim. Uncovering and reporting the Boris family to the county yamen, and then visiting Julius's military camp. Just who is this young man? And what does he intend to do? Julius, thinking of something at this moment, stared at Giacomo and shouted loudly, Giacomo, didn't you say this person was one of your men? Giacomo wore a bitter smile. Hermes Vinny, I wanted to recruit him into my army, so I agreed to take him to your camp to spar with your generals. I didn't expect. Julius opened his mouth and then tightly shut it. He had just wanted to mention that Stephen and Steve had interacted with Jonathan, but he feared they might accidentally leak the news about his planned uprising. Moreover, if this person were indeed against the Great Chu, it would be beneficial for him. The chaos in Great Chu would give him a better chance of success. Vic's expression grew increasingly grim. He considered a possibility that the young man might be a spy sent by another country. Send out orders immediately. The troops stationed in the southwest must stay highly alert and show no slackness. Having said this, he did not bother talking to Julius and Giacomo further, immediately calling his subordinates to set off back to the capital. Seeing Vic leave hurriedly at night, both Giacomo and Julius breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously and left on their own. In the imperial palace, the early morning court hall, ministers and generals looked at the emperor with a joyful smile on his face, all feeling puzzled. His Majesty had been sulking for more than a month. Why is he suddenly happy today? After the court session, the Alfred returned to his study and asked the chief eunuch, has Willis sent any letters back? The chief eunuch shook his head, not yet. The Alfred's smile slightly faded. But then, considering something, the Alfred smiled brilliantly again. It's likely that my fourth brother is bringing treasures back to the capital, preparing to surprise me. While thinking this, he heard Wayne's voice from outside. Your Majesty, Willis has returned to the capital. The Alfred abruptly stood up, both surprised and delighted. I guessed right. My fourth brother really brought me a surprise. Thinking of the chests of gold and jewels Vic might have brought back, the Alfred couldn't contain his excitement. This is absolutely wonderful news. He immediately ordered, send orders to everyone in the palace to join me in welcoming Willis at the gate. Following the Alfred's command, concubines, eunuchs, and maidservants all gathered at the entrance of the palace. Looking at the joyous Alfred, they plucked up their courage to congratulate and inquire about the news. Chapter 119. Losing both wife and soldiers. Your Majesty, is there something exceptionally joyous that you've arranged such a grand reception? Lila, once the most favored concubine of Sterling, asked in her coquettish tone. Ever since Sterling could no longer perform as a man, he had never treated his concubines with kindness. Today, he finally smiled. The fourth brother will bring back some surprises for me this time, so of course it's worth all this pomp. Surprises? These two words aroused everyone's curiosity. Lila tugged at Sterling's sleeve and pleaded coyly, Your Majesty, what kind of surprise? Just tell me, Your Majesty, okay? Sterling tapped Lila's delicate nose. You? He then raised his voice and asked everyone, do you all want to know? Everyone answered in unison, yes. Sterling laughed heartily and declared loudly, since that's the case, I'll tell you all. Tanner has solved a cold case from several years ago. He brought back the criminal and even returned the ill-gotten gains from that time. At this point, Sterling waved his hand grandly. Eunuchs and maidservants, each rewarded with 1 tael of silver. My beloved Danielis, each receives 100 taels. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed their thanks. Thank you for your Majesty's great favor. Sterling felt immensely pleased. By estimation, the Boris family had hidden away at least 200,000 taels of silver. His rewards today amounted to less than 10,000 taels altogether. Spending this small amount to boost his own prestige was well worth it. You may all rise. Sterling raised his hand, then said, listen carefully. When Tanner returns, you must all welcome him warmly. Yes. Everyone stretched their necks in anticipation of Vic's return. Shortly thereafter, several fast horses came galloping over. On the foremost large steed rode none other than Vic. Sterling's eyes immediately turned towards the rear, but upon seeing the empty saddles on the following mounts, his smile froze. However, his smile quickly resumed its former brilliance. It was clear that Vic and his companions had rushed ahead. Not bringing the treasure was quite normal, but the silver he promised today would likely have to be delayed a few days. Vic was now approaching the palace gate. Selmas, palace maids, and eunuchs were already gathering in welcome. As Vic drew near, he was stunned by the sight outside the palace gates. What were these people doing here? When he saw Sterling among the crowd, his expression changed. He already understood what was going on. Thinking about the news he was bringing back, Vic's lips twitched. Welcome, Your Highness, Duke of Vinny. Listening to the crowd's cheers, Vic dismounted. Sterling approached him, laughing heartily. Fourth brother, you've done an outstanding job this time. Vic forced a smile and whispered, Royal brother, please let these people disperse. Sterling's smile faltered, his heart leaping into his throat. He sensed something was off with Vic. Seeing Sterling's confusion, Vic had to speak up himself. Thank you all, madams. I need to report something important to His Majesty. Yet, the crowd did not leave, but instead stared expectantly at Sterling. Where was their silver? Realizing the crowd's sentiment, Sterling tried to soothe them. Everyone, go back first. What I promised will surely happen. Hearing this, they reluctantly dispersed. But as soon as they turned around, almost everyone's face darkened. Sterling couldn't care less about their feelings at the moment and hastily asked in a low voice, what happened? Vic didn't dare reveal the truth here and suggested, let's talk in the study, Royal brother. Once in the study, Sterling couldn't wait to ask, fourth brother, what's going on? Vic didn't answer but unfolded a portrait. Royal brother, look at this person. Sterling glanced at it, puzzled. What about this person? Vic took a deep breath and recounted what he discovered and his suspicions. Sterling was startled. Are you saying he's a spy from another country who's come to gather intelligence on our great Chu? Vic nodded. It's highly possible. Chu was momentarily stunned, then flew into a rage. Why didn't you arrest Evander? This man has betrayed state secrets and deserves death. Vic hurriedly replied, Royal brother, absolutely not. Though Evander inadvertently revealed our state secrets, he's also the only bait we can use to catch this person again. If we kill him, it will warn the real spy, making it nearly impossible to catch him again. Sterling calmed down after a moment and nodded slowly. You're right. So what do we do? Vic sighed, Royal brother. For now, we can only wait or watch who might make a move against Great Chu to figure out this person's origin. Sterling felt a surge of frustration. No treasure, and now a hidden spy has been uncovered. How could everything be bad news? After a moment of silence, Sterling looked at Vic. Fourth brother, I might need you to support with 10,000 taels of silver. Vic was stunned. What's going on? After hearing Sterling's explanation, the corners of Vic's mouth twitched. This trip has truly resulted in losing both wife and soldiers. 1,000 miles away, Prince Jonathan and the Eleanor left Shako Town, and after 5 days of traveling, they could see a city from afar. The Eleanor wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Jace, is that Liangzhou? Jonathan nodded and heaved a long sigh of relief. After nearly 2 months of travel, they finally arrived. But there was a hint of worry on the Eleanor's face. Jace, nothing will happen here, right? Jonathan frowned. The reason she asked this was because over the past 2 days, teams of soldiers had been passing by from time to time, looking serious as if they were guarding against something. This was a situation only seen during wartime preparations. Thinking about the possible scenarios, Jonathan's gaze darkened. Alexandria, rest assured, with me here, no harm will come to you. Let's go into the city. As they got closer, Jonathan furrowed his brows again. At the city gate, soldiers were questioning people entering the city, causing a long queue at the entrance. A shade of concern appeared on the Eleanor's face. Jace, are we going to war? Jonathan squinted his eyes and said, I'll go ask. At the end of the line, Jonathan found a middle-aged man with a simple appearance and asked with a smile, Brother, why do we have to queue up to enter the city? Surprised by Jonathan's clearly foreign accent, the man countered, Little brother, what brings you to Liangzhou? Jonathan felt a bit puzzled and laughed, saying, Why can't people come to Liangzhou? The man smiled helplessly. Of course people can come, it's just not very prosperous here and we often have wars. It's been years since I've seen outsiders. Jonathan laughed. Our coming to Liangzhou is also a matter of necessity. The man didn't press further, saying, They just question your background, purpose for entering the city, and when you plan to leave. Also, little brother, you'll need some silver. Each person entering needs to pay 10 as military donations. Chapter 120. Arrival at Liangzhou. Jonathan was somewhat surprised. He could understand everything mentioned earlier. But what was this Kaojuan fee, troop consolation fee? Wasn't the military fund supposed to be distributed by the imperial court? Vinny seemed to have read Jonathan's mind and explained, Young brother, this troop consolation fee was established by Prefect Abdur. Its purpose is to encourage the soldiers to fight bravely. Jonathan was inwardly startled. Hermesly speaking, the governor of a state should be the highest-ranking official. However, this order was set up by the prefect, and it involved something as sensitive as military funds. It seemed that Governor Abdur was a figure whose word was law in Liangzhou. However, this person had no prior connection with him at present. Jonathan thanked Vinny and returned to the side of the Paddy. The Paddy quickly asked, Braden, what did you find out? Jonathan recounted everything he heard to the Paddy. After listening, she sighed in relief. It's good that there's no war. Jonathan smiled and took the Paddy to join the queue at the back. 15 minutes later, Jonathan and his companion arrived at the city gate. Seeing their clothing and appearance, the soldier immediately became wary. These two clearly weren't from this area. Who are you two? Why are you coming to Liangzhou? Jonathan chuckled and showed the document of exile issued by the imperial court. We too were exiled to Liangzhou. The soldier paused, inspected the document, and then looked at them again, a strange expression appearing on his face. Where are the bailiffs who escorted you? Jonathan replied, They went back ahead of us. The soldier's gaze grew even stranger. In the absence of bailiffs, these two actually came to Liangzhou voluntarily, which couldn't be described as just strange. It was bizarre. It's 21 for the troop consolation fee. After entering the city, register at the governor's office. Jonathan acknowledged it, paid the money, and entered the city. The Paddy looked around at the bustling pedestrians and vendors with amazement. Braden, I didn't expect Liangzhou to be so lively. Jonathan nodded. Liangzhou's situation was much better than he had imagined. He had thought that such a remote place, and especially an area for exiles, would be dilapidated, but it wasn't like that at all. It seemed that although Prefect Abdur appeared domineering, he still had some capability. Jonathan brought the Paddy straight to the governor's office and explained their reason for being there to the guard at the gate. The guard's surprise matched that of the soldier at the city gate. After confirming Jonathan and the Paddy's identity several times, he went in to report. Inside the inner courtyard, Gio was dressed in tight-fitting clothes, holding a long spear and fiercely thrusting it forward in midair. Next to him, a young man who resembled Gio to about 70% watched with bright eyes. After demonstrating a series of spear techniques, Gio turned to his son, Chui-ai, did you see clearly? Levi nodded vigorously. Yes, I did. Gio handed the spear to Levi and walked aside. Then practice for me to see. Levi began practicing enthusiastically right away, but he was stopped by Gio after the second move. Gio glared at Levi and shouted, Your movements are too weak. Are you going to battle enemies, or are you making cotton wool? Someone like you wouldn't survive if you encountered even a slightly capable enemy. Gio got angrier as he spoke, grabbing a branch from the ground to thrash Levi. At this moment, a guard rushed in and said, Sir, 2 exiled criminals are outside. Got it, bring them to the main hall. Gio acknowledged it, but didn't stop his actions. After beating for over a dozen times, Gio finally stopped, shouting, Remember the essentials before you practice. With that, he threw the branch away, changed into official attire, and quickly came to the main hall. Seeing Jonathan and the other, Gio instinctively frowned. In his view, another 2 people who would only be burdens. What can the two of you do? While asking, Gio opened the documents of exile to check. Since Gio appeared, Jonathan had been observing him closely, feeling very surprised. From this person's walking posture and decisive working style, it was evident he was someone who made decisions promptly. This kind of person rarely sought others' opinions. Especially for exiled criminals typically assigned to labor or farming, they usually had no choice in the matter. Yet, the other party actually proactively asked them. More importantly, such a personality, how could it be overpowered by the prefect? Or did he simply not want to get involved? The Paddy spoke up at this point. I can cook. Cook. These two words made Gio, who was reading the documents of exile, raise his head to look at the Paddy. A moment later, Gio sneered. The meal we need is an ordinary meal for regular people, not decorative pastries for show. Jonathan's expression was somewhat peculiar at this moment. Just now, he used the system to investigate and found that the most valuable item in the entire governor's office was a steel spear. For a governor, the most valuable possession was actually a steel spear. This was unimaginable. The Paddy hurriedly said, I can make ordinary meals. Oh. Gio was surprised and asked, which wealthy family's daughter are you? The Paddy replied, I am not from any wealthy family. My parents are just commoners. I happened to meet the prince a year ago. When she got to this part, Gio had just finished reading the charges on the document of exile and saw the part about the origins of Jonathan and her. Seeing the words, Corey, Gio abruptly sprang up from his chair and shouted, What kind of relationship do you have with Corey? Jonathan noticed the excitement and shock on Joe's face and responded in a deep voice. I am the second son of Corey, Jonathan, and she is my sister-in-law. Gio instantly froze. After regaining his senses, he rushed to Jonathan. You are Corey's son? Jonathan nodded. Yes, that's correct. Gio stared at Jonathan for a while before finally saying, Indeed. He looks very much like him. Jonathan was taken aback upon hearing this. Sir, you know my father? Gio nodded heavily. Of course I know. The Paddy was quite surprised. Sir and the king are. Gio laughed heartily. I once participated in the same military examination as Corey. He was the top scholar, and I was the runner-up. Military examination? Jonathan found it hard to believe. A graduate of the military examination ended up being a governor? At this point, Gio chuckled. After all these years, I'm still just a garrison commander, while he has long become a duke. Hearing this, Jonathan was astonished. The person in front of him was indeed the garrison commander mentioned by the big man earlier? Isn't this the governor's office? How could it be where the garrison commander lived? What about the governor? Chapter 121 The Contest. Jonathan was feeling surprised when he sensed Gio sizing him up with an inquisitive gaze. What are you looking at, Your Excellency? Jonathan asked. Gio slowly retracted his gaze and said, I heard a few years ago that you were awarded the title of Duke of Angwa for your great contributions? Jonathan nodded. That's correct. A mocking smile appeared on Joe's face. They say like father, like son. I never thought this would apply to appearances as well. I lost to the Artemio because I was deceived by his honest and loyal appearance. Jonathan frowned. Joe's words clearly held a deeper meaning, revealing not only his lingering resentment over losing to the Artemio but also casting doubt on Jonathan's past achievements. The Paddy didn't pick up on Joe's implications and smiled, saying, Lord Abdur, Hayden indeed made great contributions back then, even ending up crippled. Fortunately, during the exile, the kings protected him, allowing Hayden's legs to recover. Otherwise, I don't know if we could have survived the journey here. Really? His crippled legs recovered? Gio stared at Jonathan's legs, a mocking look appearing on his face. It seems the Artemio wasn't only invincible in battle while alive, but remains formidable even after death. Hearing the sarcasm, the Paddy finally realized something was off. She frowned. Lord Abdur, don't you believe it? Gio chuckled falsely twice. Why should I believe it? The Paddy fully understood. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. Please assign us some tasks. A trace of surprise flashed in Joe's eyes as he glanced at the Paddy, then focused on Jonathan. Not so fast. He then asked Jonathan, how old are you this year? Jonathan replied indifferently, 22. A sharp glint appeared in Joe's eyes. Did the Artemio teach you the Wong family spear technique? Jonathan furrowed his brows. Of course, the original body had learned the Wong family spear. But what did this man want? Was he trying to find redemption from his past defeat through a younger generation? At this thought, Jonathan scoffed inwardly. Yes, I've learned it. Great. Gio clapped his hands. My son Shui Ai is also 22 this year. Why don't you two have a contest today? If you win, all of your labor duties in Liangzhou will be done by my son Shui Ai. What do you think? Jonathan was taken aback. It seemed the opponent wasn't bullying the young but offering a fair match. Jonathan immediately nodded. All right. Joe's face lit up with pleasure. Follow me. With that, Gio excitedly walked toward the back courtyard. Jonathan and the Paddy followed behind. On the way, Jonathan scanned again with the system. The most valuable item was still the fine iron spear. Suddenly, Jonathan noticed something resembling a spirit tablet. Curiosity piqued, he checked its details. Spirit tablet of Dan. Made of pear wood, recyclable for 20 points. Jonathan paused, looking at Gio ahead, his expression becoming complicated. In the back courtyard, Levi was practicing spear techniques and stopped at their arrival, turning around. Father, Before he could finish speaking, Levi froze, blushing deeply and pointing at the Paddy beside Jonathan. Father, who is she? Gio humphed. She's the Artemio's daughter-in-law. Levi stood stunned, instinctively glancing at Jonathan. Then he's the crown prince of Pingbei? Then, Levi exclaimed, didn't they say he was executed along with the Artemio for treason? Gio humphed again. He's the second son of the Artemio. Levi froze again, recovering with a look of disbelief. Father, where did you find them? Stop your incessant chatter. Gio shouted. Your father just made a bet with him. Now you two will compete. If you lose, all his labor duties here will be yours to complete. Levi gaped. What are you talking about? Gio yelled again. Get some pride into you. Saying that, Gio grabbed another long spear from the weapon rack and threw it to Jonathan before stepping back. Begin. Holding the spear, Jonathan kept his eyes on Levi while pondering whether to win this match. Levi let out a light shout. Watch out. He flicked the spear, the tip turning into a blur as it lunged toward Jonathan. The Paddy's face changed, shouting hastily, Hayden, be careful. But Jonathan merely smiled faintly, flicking his own spear to form identical spear patterns that met Levi's head-on. Gio watched Levi's move, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. But when he saw Jonathan's counterattack, his expression changed slightly. However, his face soon returned to normal. This move was a basic spear technique, and it wasn't strange that Jonathan could use it. Levi saw Jonathan using the same move. A hint of excitement flashed across his face. He shouted, well done. Suddenly, he tightly gripped the spear shaft with both hands, and the tip of the spear stopped trembling, directly thrusting towards Jonathan's spear shaft. Jonathan, with an impassive expression, exerted force with both hands, causing the spear flowers to disappear instantly as he also used the spear tip to pierce Levi's spear shaft. A flash of shock appeared in Levi's eyes, and he quickly retracted his spear, stepping back. On the side, Gio saw this scene, and his expression changed again. Both of their moves were identical, but he could tell at a glance that Jonathan was mimicking Levi's moves. And even more astonishingly, he mirrored it with the same speed. Just from this point alone, his son had already lost. At this moment, Jonathan retracted his spear and gave a faint smile, looking at Gio. I think we are evenly matched. Why don't we call it a draw? Gio was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a trace of bitter laughter. He understood Jonathan's meaning. It was to give him a way out. But Gio shook his head. No, Chewie, I lost. Levi's eyes widened. Father, how did I lose? Gio glared. When I say you lost, you lost. Didn't you notice he was mimicking your moves and could match your speed? After saying this, Gio ignored the stunned Levi. His demeanor relaxed as he looked at Jonathan, as if he had just shed a heavy burden. These past years, I've always been unable to let go of losing to King Pingbei with that move. Now, it seems my loss was not in vain. At this point, Gio sighed, looking towards the northern border, his expression somewhat lonely. Pity, pity. After a moment, Gio took a deep breath, his expression recovering the decisiveness Jonathan had first seen. You stay here for now. I'll think carefully about what tasks to assign you. Also, I need to report your arrival to the court. Chapter 122 Convinced from the Heart. Gio was about to say something more to Jonathan and the other person when an officer hurriedly ran in from outside. The officer had an anxious look on his face and said, Sir Captain, those chieftains are at it again. Before he could finish, Gio interrupted him. Yisrael, you take them to see their rooms. Arrange anything they need and show them around the city. After saying this, Gio left with the officer. Jonathan's brows slightly furrowed. The mention of the chieftains by the officer just now suggested that Liangzhou wasn't as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. After Gio left, Yisrael seemed to come alive. Brother Jonathan, although my father just now said I lost to you, I don't admit it. Let's continue. With these words, Yisrael took up a stance, eagerly waiting for the fight to begin. Jonathan nodded without refusing. Yisrael was clearly a straightforward person. To someone like this, sincerity was the best tactic. Fine. Yisrael looked excited. Once Jonathan was ready, he shouted, Here I come. Yisrael's spear darted out like a dragon heading straight for Jonathan. On the side, the Princess Danielle watched with heart palpitations, looking extremely tense. But Jonathan remained calm, casually raising his spear to block. Yisrael's attack was easily deflected, leaving him surprised. He quickly let out another shout, his long spear attacking Jonathan like a tempest. Jonathan stood like an imposing mountain, unmoved amidst the fierce attack. Moments later, Yisrael stepped back 2 steps, looking at Jonathan who hadn't moved an inch, shock spreading across his face. He had just performed all 64 forms of the Abdur family spear, yet each move was perfectly countered by Jonathan. Only Father could do this. But Father had practiced the Abdur family spear for over 40 years to achieve such mastery. How old was Jonathan? It dawned on Yisrael why his father had declared him the loser after just 2 moves. Indeed, he lost badly. Jonathan brother, your spear technique is indeed stronger than mine. Let's compare our boxing skills. Yisrael proposed again. Jonathan smiled and nodded once more. They put away their weapons and then distanced themselves, ready to fight barehanded. Watch out. Yisrael shouted lightly and rushed towards Jonathan with a punch. Jonathan was somewhat stunned. Although he won earlier, it was clear that Yisrael was quite skilled with the spear. He just lost due to Jonathan. And now, the boxing skills displayed by Yisrael were far inferior to his spear technique. Without dodging or avoiding, Jonathan reached out and caught both wrists of Yisrael. Yisrael was greatly startled and immediately kicked at Jonathan. Jonathan smiled faintly, lifting his leg, and managed to restrain Yisrael's right leg even though he acted later. Both instantly came to a standstill. Yisrael's face turned red as he tried to break free from Jonathan's grip. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't budge Jonathan in the slightest. It was as if he was welded to him. Looking at Jonathan, he only saw a faint smile, with no sign of any exertion. Yisrael was taken aback once more. Jonathan did it so effortlessly. The Princess Danielle, seeing this, was also startled and called out, a tie. Both stopped. Yisrael admitted his defeat with a nod, saying, Brother Jonathan, I lose. With that, Yisrael stopped struggling. Jonathan laughed heartily and loosened his hold simultaneously. Having lost in both spear and boxing skills, Yisrael felt a bit dejected. But soon this dejection was replaced by joy as he laughed loudly, Brother Jonathan, you've come just in time. A flash crossed Jonathan's eyes. Zhou's sudden departure made him realize that things in Liangzhou were not ordinary. This sentence from Yisrael confirmed his suspicion. Glancing at the Princess Danielle, Jonathan asked, Brother Abdur, where will we be staying? Yisrael slapped his forehead and replied, Follow me. After arranging accommodations for the Princess Danielle, when only Jonathan and Yisrael were left, Jonathan brought up the earlier topic. Is Liangzhou not very peaceful? Yisroel was surprised. How did you know? Realizing he had spoken a redundancy, Yisroel continued. It's far from being peaceful. Gio, as the captain, lived in the prefectural office because the real prefect of Liangzhou, out of fear, stayed for only 5 days after being appointed by the court before hastily leaving, allowing Gio to take full charge of matters big and small in Liangzhou. His fear stemmed from Liangzhou's location on the border of the Great Chu Empire. Just 10 miles south lay the restless Annam Kingdom. Apart from this, the local chieftains in Liangzhou were extremely powerful, with no fewer than 10 large and small tribes, each commanding forces ranging from several hundred to tens of thousands. Gio had spent over a decade in Liangzhou, barely managing to ensure that the city wasn't under the thumb of these chieftains. However, vast areas outside the city were still the chieftains' territory. Jonathan, hearing this, asked, that officer mentioned the chieftains just now. What's going on with them? Yisroel's expression turned grave. A few days ago, the chief of the Bai family suddenly fell ill and died. His children didn't get along, and each wanted to take the position as the new chief. Other chieftain families are taking advantage of the situation, and they keep skirmishing with each other these past few days. Jonathan was enlightened. No wonder so many people queued up to pay money just to get into Liangzhou city. Thinking about Zhou's hurried departure, Jonathan asked, did Sir Abdur go to quell the conflict? Yisroel shook his head with a bitter smile. If it could be quelled, they wouldn't have started fighting in the first place. My father can only try to prevent things from getting too out of hand to avoid attracting the attention of Annam. Mentioning Annam, a hint of disgust flashed across Yisroel's face. This Annam is very restless. Knowing the situation here in Liangzhou, they often send troops to harass us. They loot a little and then retreat. Jonathan was puzzled. Doesn't the court know about this? Yisroel let out another bitter laugh. Father has certainly petitioned the court, but the court shows no intention of sending troops. They only ask father to be more vigilant. Hearing this, Jonathan frowned deeply. The Great Chu court was indeed too weak. In such a case with Annam, they should have dealt a heavy blow to make them truly behave. Father could establish himself here based on his martial prowess that intimidated the chieftains. I want to help father, but my strength has always been inadequate. Saying this, Yisroel looked at Jonathan with hopeful eyes. Younger brother Jonathan, you are a genius blessed by heaven. At such a young age, your strength is already so remarkable. If you could assist father, perhaps you could change the landscape of Liangzhou? Jonathan nodded. From the moment he learned he was exiled to Liangzhou, he planned to put down roots there and develop his own power base. The current situation was even better than he had imagined. Chapter 123. Arrogant Local Chieftain. Calvin saw Jonathan nod and could hardly believe it, hurriedly asking, Brother Jonathan, you agreed? Yeah. Jonathan nodded with a smile. Receiving Jonathan's confirmation, Calvin was both surprised and delighted. That's great. With Jonathan's help, the situation in Liangzhou would surely see improvements. Calvin immediately said, Brother Jonathan, let me take you around the city. Jonathan did not refuse. Since he intended to settle down in Liangzhou, understanding the place was essential. Calvin led Jonathan out of the prefect's office and onto the main street of Liangzhou city. After only a few steps, Jonathan heard several greetings. Hello, young Lord Abdur. Hello, young Lord Abdur. How is Lord Abdur recently? Jonathan was somewhat surprised. The Abdur family's reputation among the Liangzhou citizens was better than he had imagined. Calvin greeted the citizens who were hailing him with a smile, showing no sign of arrogance. At this moment, some citizens also noticed Jonathan and boldly asked, Young Lord Abdur, who is this lord? Calvin stepped aside, introducing Jonathan with a hint of pride. This is my newly acquainted brother, Jonathan from the capital, the second son of Mohammed. The citizens of Liangzhou clearly didn't know about the plight of the house of Pingbei, so they were greatly shocked upon hearing this. Son of Mohammed. The citizens hurriedly bowed to Jonathan. Jonathan waved his hand with a smile. No need for such formalities. Seeing that Jonathan had no heirs, the citizens instantly felt more favorable towards him. As they were conversing, suddenly a cacophony of noises came from ahead, accompanied by faint cries. Calvin's expression changed, shouting loudly, Everyone move aside. I'll go check what's happening. People quickly moved out of the way. Calvin pushed through the crowd, heading straight toward the source of the crying. Jonathan followed closely behind. After just a few steps, they heard angry shouts coming from ahead. Get lost. My father wants to snatch her. What are you going to do? Report it to the authorities? Go ahead and report it. Let's see if Gio dares to do anything to me. Jonathan frowned. The man's words were extremely arrogant, disregarding even Gio, the military commander. Clearly, he wasn't an ordinary person. By now, Calvin had recognized the voice and shouted loudly, Gray, what are you up to again? Simultaneously, he quickened his pace. Gray? This name instantly solved Jonathan's confusion. When Calvin introduced the situation in Liangzhou previously, he mentioned the powerful local chieftain clans. The Diao family was one of them. This Gray was clearly a member of the Diao family. Taking a few more steps forward, Jonathan saw a crowd gathered outside a tavern. In the middle of the crowd, Calvin stood face to face with a short, muscular man with slightly dark skin. The man had a weak woman in his right hand, while an old man with a terrified look stood beside her. Calvin now shouted, Gray, Liangzhou city is not where you can run amok. Gray glared at Calvin, gnashing his teeth. Calvin, you're meddling in my affairs again. Calvin scoffed, shouting once more, let her go. Gray's expression changed several times, but eventually, he released Miriam. However, his gaze toward Calvin grew increasingly resentful. Calvin, you keep ruining my plans. I'll remember this. Saying this, Gray angrily left. The surrounding crowd burst into cheers as they watched Gray depart. Young Lord Abdur is amazing. The elderly man and Miriam who were rescued knelt before Calvin, repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude. Calvin quickly helped them up. Please rise, both of you. It's my duty. A little later, the onlookers dispersed. The tavern keeper ran out with lingering fear, smiling and saying, Fortunately, young Lord Abdur arrived in time. Otherwise, that grandfather and granddaughter would have definitely been forcibly taken away by Gray. Your Excellency has resolved such a big problem for us today. I must invite young Lord Abdur to dinner. Please don't refuse. Saying this, the keeper grabbed Calvin, determined not to let him leave unless he agreed. I won't leave even if you try to drive me away today. Calvin laughed heartily, looking toward Jonathan nearby. Brother Jonathan, come over. You must have seen quite a spectacle just now. Jonathan smiled and walked forward. The keeper sized up Jonathan and beamed with delight. Young Lord Abdur is here to entertain friends. Please come in. Under the keeper's insistence, Jonathan and Calvin went up to a private room on the second floor. Outside the tavern, Gray stared at the room where Jonathan and Calvin were, leaving home with a venomous and resentful expression. Upon entering the hall, he saw a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor talking to his father, the patriarch of the Diao clan, Zen. Seeing Gray, Zen beckoned, "Lai, come meet Mr. Xia." Gray walked into the hall with a sullen face, ignoring the middle-aged man and complaining to Zen. "Father, that boy Calvin ruined my good thing again today?" Zen frowned. "What happened this time?" Gray said, "I fancied a girl who sings ballads and wanted to bring her back, but that boy stopped me." Zen's expression darkened. For centuries, as powerful local chieftains, they could do whatever they wished here. Even if the court sent prefects, none dared to challenge them. But since Gio arrived, he won over many local citizens with his remarkable martial skills, turning Liangzhou City into its current state. He even made it so the powerful local chieftain families, dared not act recklessly anymore. With venom in his tone, Gray said, "Father, when can I settle this score?" Before Zen could respond, the middle-aged man interjected, "Young Master Diao, you can settle this score anytime you want." Gray glanced at the middle-aged man, puzzled. "Father, who is he?" Zen laughed heartily. "Didn't I just say? This is Mr. Xia. I invited him to be our Diao family's drill master." "Drill master?" Gray hurriedly asked Santiago. "You're very good at fighting?" A look of pride flashed across Santiago's face. Zen chuckled. Mr. Xia was once a top martial arts expert, placing 6th in the military examination. He was just one rank away from becoming an official. Otherwise, how could he possibly invite him to be the Diao family's drill master? Gray was both surprised and delighted. Though Calvin was skilled, he couldn't have ranked 6th in the military examination. Gray immediately said, "Mr. Xia, you must help me settle this score." Santiago nodded. "No problem." He then looked at Zen. "Chief Diao, have someone keep an eye on when that boy leaves the city, so I can take action against him." Gray quickly called out, "That boy loves to meddle in other people's affairs, especially to uphold justice. I'll send someone to lure him out right now." A glint of determination shone in Santiago's eyes as he slowly stood up. "Good." He then looked at Gray. "Young Master Diao, are you going with me to watch me teach that boy a lesson or wait for good news at home?" Gray didn't hesitate. "Of course I'm going with you." Without witnessing Calvin being beaten up personally, he wouldn't be able to quench his hatred. Chapter 124 The Trap. Inside the tavern, Jonathan and Duke were chatting while eating when the tavern keeper suddenly knocked on the door and walked in, saying, "Young Master Abdur." A child of about 10 years old came outside, claiming to have urgent matters for young Master Abdur. "What should I do, young Master Abdur?" Duke immediately said, "Where is he? Bring me to him." The tavern keeper then said, "He's right outside the door." Saying so, the tavern keeper shouted to the outside, "Come in quickly." A disheveled little boy with tear stains on his face ran in, saying, "Young Master Abdur, please save us." Duke hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The little boy replied, "A group of wicked people came to my house wanting to take away my sister. My parents refused, so they took away my parents and sister." Hearing this, Duke was enraged. Who would be so bold, seizing civilian girls in broad daylight? The little boy replied, "It's the people from Diao family." "Diao family?" Duke grew even angrier upon hearing this. "It must be Gray. Let's go, take me there." As he spoke, Duke stood up and turned to Jonathan. "Brother Jonathan, wait here, I will be back soon." Jonathan glanced at the little boy and also stood up, saying, "I'll go with you." He noticed that though the little boy looked frightened and uneasy, he spoke logically and clearly. It was obviously unusual. Though Duke had some strength, the other side must have been prepared. Without much thought, Duke agreed, "All right, let's go together." They immediately followed the little boy out of the city. Concerned, Duke kept asking how far it was. However, Jonathan paid attention to the surroundings all along. The farther they went from Liangzhou City, the more remote the area became. Jonathan's expression darkened slightly. It seemed that what he suspected was indeed true. This was a trap. After walking for a while, the three arrived at a forest, and the little boy pointed to it and said, "My home is inside." Without hesitation, Duke rushed into the forest. However, Jonathan did not follow immediately, but looked at the little boy instead. The little boy met Jonathan's inquiring gaze and became flustered. "You? Aren't coming in?" At this moment, Jonathan no longer had any doubts and sneered, "Why don't you go in?" I. The little boy stammered and could not utter another word. Jonathan's expression turned cold. "Who sent you to bring us here?" Seeing this, the little boy's face changed and he turned to run away. Jonathan did not chase after him, but walked towards the woods instead. This little boy was just carrying out orders. The real mastermind was inside. After walking not far, he saw Duke confronting Gray and another middle-aged man. Duke sneered, "Gray, you made someone trick me over here, only to get beaten by me again?" Upon hearing this, Gray's face instantly turned nasty as he spat hatefully. "Duke, you really think you're that amazing?" Then, Gray turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "Mr. Xia, leave this kid to you." Santiago nodded indifferently. Gray was delighted and stepped back. Jonathan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Santiago. Gray and Duke must have known each other for quite some time. For Gray to bring Mr. Xia to deal with Duke, there must have been a strong sense of confidence. Duke now understood and laughed coldly. "I knew you dared to trick me over here because you found an accomplice." Even if you find one, I will beat you up anyway. Then, Duke focused his gaze on Santiago and shouted, "Come on, let me see how good the person Gray hired is." Santiago's face turned cold and he snorted, "An ignorant brat. Today I will show you that there are always people better than you in this world." The atmosphere in the forest immediately became tense. Just as the fight was about to break out, Jonathan took a step forward, standing beside Duke. "Brother Abdur, you've had quite a lot of alcohol just now, let me handle it." Duke waved his hand and said, "No need for your help, Brother Jonathan, I can handle it." "You." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gray's sneer. "Duke, I didn't expect you found a helper too. But the helper you chose doesn't seem to be that impressive. And besides, it's way too few." After speaking, Gray waved his hand and ordered, "All come out." Rustling sounds filled the air as over a dozen burly men grinned evilly and emerged from behind the trees, holding sticks in their hands. Duke couldn't help but change his expression. He originally thought that Gray had only invited one helper, but he didn't expect such an ambush. He whispered urgently, "Brother Jonathan, once we start fighting, you leave as soon as possible. They won't dare to do anything to me." His words clearly indicated a lack of confidence in defeating the opponent. After all, there were nearly 20 people on the opposite side. Although Gray couldn't hear what Duke was saying, he could guess. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Scared? Even if you are scared, it's no use. Today, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will still give you a good beating." As he spoke, Gray waved his hand again and ordered, "Surround them, don't let them escape." Duke saw himself and Jonathan being surrounded, and he felt an urgency rise in his heart. He had rushed over hastily without bringing any weapons. Thinking of this, Duke instinctively looked around on the ground for something that could serve as a weapon. But with one glance, Duke's face immediately turned very grim. There was not a single item nearby that could be used as a weapon. Gray laughed loudly. "Duke, are you looking for something you can use as a spear? Let me tell you, you won't find it. This area has been cleared by my men. Don't even think about finding any weapons." Duke's heart sank to the bottom. Gray's preparation this time was incredibly thorough, considering even this minor detail. Duke kept watch over the surroundings while whispering, "Brother Jonathan, when the fight starts, we'll break through towards the back together." However, Jonathan chuckled. "No need." Duke froze, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Had he heard wrong? Jonathan's voice wasn't small, instantly catching Gray's attention. Seeing Jonathan smile, Gray also showed a flash of astonishment. Being surrounded like this, how could this person still laugh? Gray immediately shouted, "Duke, who is this guy?" Duke replied thoughtfully, "He is the son of King Pingbei. You'd better let him go. If you harm him, King Pingbei will hold you accountable, which your Diao family cannot bear." Gray's expression changed slightly. The reputation of King Pingbei had spread throughout the whole kingdom of Dechu over the years. Even Gray had heard of him. He was absolutely the top military genius of Dechu. For a moment, Gray seemed hesitant. At this point, Santiago suddenly laughed coldly. "Master Diao, don't let his words fool you." Chapter 125. Why is it you? Gray was taken aback, looking at Santiago with doubt. "Mr. Xia, he's lying to me?" Santiago nodded with a cold smile. "As far as I know, the Pingbei prince's family has been exiled for treason. Even if he were truly the son of the Pingbei prince, he'd still be an exiled criminal here. So what?" This news left Gray both shocked and delighted. "Mr. Xia, you're serious?" "Of course." Santiago nodded. This matter had spread throughout the capital a month ago. With this confirmation, Gray felt reassured and grinned at Levi. "Levi, I bet Mr. Xia knows the truth, right?" Levi's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Santiago to know about this. After some thought, Levi said, "Gray, what he says is indeed true, but the Pingbei prince defended the Great Chu from the northern Xiongnu invasion, protecting the land. If not for him, this place might have been occupied by the Xiongnu. Given his contribution, let Brother Jonathan leave. Moreover, this grudge is between you and me. It has nothing to do with Brother Jonathan." "Huh, nonsense." Gray spat. "Even if the Xiongnu took over, they couldn't do anything to us. As for your claim that this kid isn't involved, he became involved the moment you entrusted him to your brothers." Levi's expression turned grave upon seeing Gray's resolute attitude, and a trace of guilt flashed across his face. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have let Jonathan come along. At this moment, Jonathan chuckled again, patting Levi on the shoulder. "Brother Abdur, since they won't let me go, let's beat them together." Levi hesitated, then nodded vigorously. "All right. Ha 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 ha." Gray burst out laughing, as if hearing a joke. 2 against 20 of us, including a high-level expert like Mr. Xia, and you still think you can win?" His expression grew fierce. "Mr. Xia move. Beat him until he can't get up?" Santiago nodded, sweeping his gaze over Jonathan and Levi before walking toward Levi. There was something he hadn't revealed. The exiled son of the Pingbei prince was crippled in both legs. With Jonathan's legs perfectly intact, he was clearly a fraud. Once he subdued Levi, Jonathan wouldn't be a threat at all. Seeing Santiago approach, Levi stepped forward and warned, "Brother Jonathan, be careful." Jonathan nodded and turned to face the approaching men. The big men looked at Jonathan with smirks. Previously, they had attacked Levi but ended up getting beaten badly. Now that they didn't have to deal with Levi but could bully Jonathan instead, they were thrilled. Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. These people were truly unlucky to encounter him. On the side, Levi roared and lunged at Santiago. Gray watched the two intensely, his face tense. Despite Santiago's confidence, he felt uneasy until Levi was defeated. However, after watching for a while, Gray's tension dissipated, replaced by joy. Santiago, who had placed 6th in the martial examinations, proved to be a formidable opponent. The seemingly strong Levi couldn't gain any advantage over him. Instead, as the fight continued, Santiago's dominance grew. Gray couldn't contain his laughter. "Levi, now you know there are stronger people in the world, don't you?" As the fight progressed, Levi felt his confidence waning. Santiago wasn't overwhelmingly superior, but he was clearly stronger. Since the start of the fight, Levi had been trying to find an opening, but Santiago foiled every attempt. Gradually, he had switched from attacker to defender, and Santiago's offensive only grew stronger. Within 15 minutes, he knew he couldn't hold on any longer. If he lost, the worst he'd face was punishment. Gray wouldn't dare kill him. But what about Jonathan? Upon learning the Pingbei prince's family had been exiled, Gray obviously no longer cared about Jonathan's identity. Just as Levi's mind wandered, Santiago seized the opportunity. Bang! Santiago punched Levi squarely in the chest. Levi struggled to catch his breath, his vision darkening as he fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Gray laughed out loud. Levi, how does it feel to lose? Mr. Xia, subdue him. I want to slap his face hard. Santiago proudly nodded and prepared to step on Levi. Suddenly, a figure blocked Levi from behind. Santiago was taken aback, his eyes focusing on the figure, and his smug expression instantly turned to disbelief. How could it be him? Gray also saw this figure and let out an even louder exclamation when he recognized the face. Why is it you? Hearing this exclamation, Levi quickly looked up, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Could it be father? But as he clearly saw the back of the figure shielding him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This back, it looks like Jonathan's. He hurriedly glanced to the side. This glance made Levi's eyes widen instantly. Just a short distance away, more than a dozen motionless big men lay sprawled on the ground in all directions. These were the ones who had surrounded them just now. At this moment, Gray exclaimed from the side, how did this happen? He had also seen this scene. The astonishment on Santiago's face slowly faded, replaced by solemnity. He had been fully focused on fighting Levi, and hadn't noticed how Jonathan had defeated those big men. But he was very clear that whatever method Jonathan used to defeat those big men was enough to show extraordinary strength. After all, even for him, defeating these people wasn't an easy task. Jonathan turned around and smiled at Levi. Are you all right? Levi was both surprised and delighted. Brother Jonathan, it really is you. He got up from the ground and glanced at the big men lying on the ground, his face filled with excitement. You actually defeated them all. At this moment, Levi's previously sinking heart instantly lifted, and Gray's heart clenched tightly, hiding behind Santiago and yelling, Mr. Xia, quickly take care of this guy. Santiago nodded with a serious face. Of course, he knew he had to deal with Jonathan. Glancing at those big men, Santiago's gaze fixed on Jonathan, filled with caution. Although he had been fully focused on dealing with Levi, he wasn't completely unaware of his surroundings. He remembered very clearly that he didn't hear any loud noises like screams from the big men. That meant these big men were likely defeated by Jonathan before they even started fighting. Chapter 126, Scared Out of His Wits. Santiago was assessing Jonathan's strength when he heard Jonathan laugh. Brother Abdur, how do you plan to deal with these two? Santiago's face instantly turned extremely ugly. They hadn't even made a move, and they were already discussing what would happen after defeating him. Too disrespectful. Gray became furious and shouted, Mr. Xia, this guy is too arrogant. Take him down. Santiago nodded heavily, no longer assessing Jonathan's strength, and suddenly stepped forward, punching toward Jonathan's head. Seeing this, Levi hurriedly warned, Brother Jonathan, be careful. Jonathan smiled calmly, not only not dodging but stepping forward instead, delivering a punch at Santiago's chest faster than before. Seeing the fist that arrived almost in an instant, Santiago couldn't help but be startled. How fast is this kid? He hastily withdrew his punch and retreated backward. But as soon as he steadied himself, everything before his eyes darkened. Looking up, Santiago was terrified. Jonathan had followed and was throwing another punch. If he retreated again, the opponent would definitely continue pursuing, with even more momentum. Santiago gritted his teeth and raised his arms to block. Bang! A dull thud and two crackling sounds suddenly echoed. Santiago's face turned pale as paper. Both of his forearms were broken. In the next moment, the massive force from his arms sent Santiago flying backward. This scene left Levi and Gray speechless and wide-eyed. Levi looked at Jonathan's back, feeling both relief and regret. Against Santiago, he could only barely hold on. Yet, Jonathan had defeated Santiago with just one punch. The gap between them far exceeded his imagination. It was really foolish of him to think he was only slightly weaker than Jonathan. Looking at Santiago sprawled on the ground, Gray's shock quickly turned into terror. We lost. Coming back to his senses, Gray hurriedly turned to escape. But after only 2 steps, he felt someone grab his collar. Then, his feet lifted off the ground. At the same time, a calm voice sounded by his ear. Did I let you go? Gray's legs trembled, and a warm stream caused the air to fill with an unpleasant odor. Jonathan frowned and threw Gray to the ground in disgust. This kid had been so arrogant just moments ago, yet now he had wet himself from fright. Levi walked over and started slapping Gray fiercely on both sides of the face. Gray cried out and begged for mercy repeatedly. After giving him over a dozen slaps, Levi stopped and looked at Gray with disdain. Do you have anything to say now? Gray glanced fearfully at Jonathan and then quickly said, Brother Abdur, please spare me. I'll never dare to again. Do you mean it? Levi asked sternly. Gray nodded vigorously. I swear, I won't dare again. Levi turned to look at Jonathan and gave him a meaningful glance. Brother Jonathan, since he's afraid now, should we let him go? Jonathan nodded. Fine. Levi then shouted at Gray, get lost. Gray, feeling like he had been granted amnesty, covered his face and ran out of the woods. Seeing this, Santiago also dragged his broken arms and slunk away. With both of them gone, Levi said, Brother Jonathan, let's head back. On their way back, Levi apologized to Jonathan. Brother Jonathan, I acted on my own just now. Jonathan, having sensed there must be some hidden reason after getting Levi's hint earlier, laughed. Brother Abdur, isn't it because the Diao family is tough to handle? Levi shook his head. The Diao family isn't particularly powerful. It's the overall strength of the local chieftains here that is very strong. Although these chieftains often fight each other over their territories and interests, once they face an external force, they unite immediately. Jonathan understood. No wonder Levi could only give Gray a few slaps without seriously hurting him. Gray probably relied on this point to provoke Levi despite being clearly not a match for him. Levi's expression gradually brightened as he spoke. Brother Jonathan, my father and I have always wanted to grow our power and subdue these chieftains, but we've never succeeded. Now that we have Brother Jonathan, our chances of success are much higher. Jonathan smiled and nodded. The two returned to Liangzhou City, enjoyed a meal at a tavern, and then headed back to the prefecture government office. By this time, Gio had also returned. Dad, you're back? Levi called out excitedly. Hearing the excitement and agitation in Levi's voice, Gio was puzzled. What's so happy? Levi chuckled. Dad, it's good news. Gio was surprised. You know? Levi was taken aback. No what? Gio frowned. Aren't you talking about the fierce competition among the local chieftains this time? Levi shook his head. No. Gio asked in confusion. Then what is it? Levi stepped aside to reveal Jonathan, smiling and saying, Dad, weren't you always wanting a powerful helper? Brother Jonathan is that person. Really? Gio was somewhat surprised. After sizing up Jonathan for a few moments, he asked, Do you know how to manage internal affairs? Before Jonathan could respond, Levi was already looking puzzled. Manage internal affairs? Dad, don't you want someone formidable? Gio gave Levi a stern look. Nonsense. What use are one or two formidable people? What I need most right now is someone who can manage the internal affairs of Liangzhou City, attracting as many civilians from outside into the city as possible, weakening the influence of those chieftains. Levi looked somewhat embarrassed. I thought you were short on formidable helpers. Gio had a sudden thought and said, You mean, Brother Jonathan is very formidable? As he spoke, Joe's gaze fell on Jonathan with a hint of curiosity. From the previous trials, he indeed saw that Jonathan was stronger than Levi. But from Levi's tone, it seemed Jonathan was even stronger than he imagined. Levi recounted everything that happened in the woods, gratefully saying, Dad, if not for Brother Jonathan, I would have been the one slapped. After finishing his story, Levi noticed that Gio did not show the joy he had expected, but instead looked very solemn. Levi was puzzled. Dad, what's wrong? Gio didn't answer directly but countered. Did you say Gray saw Jonathan's strength firsthand? Yeah. Levi nodded, smiling. When he was caught by Brother Jonathan, he was so scared that he wet himself. While Levi found it amusing, Joe's expression became even graver. This matter might not be a good thing. Seeing Joe's demeanor, Levi was puzzled. Dad, isn't it great that Brother Jonathan is formidable? Gio shook his head. If Gray tells Zen about this, it might prompt the chieftains to unite. In that case, they will be even harder to deal with. Chapter 127. The Tribal Chiefs Unite. Diao Family. Zen was listening to his subordinates reporting today's events regarding the Bai family's territory disputes. At this moment, Gray returned from outside, disheveled and dirty. Zen couldn't help but look astonished. When he left, Gray had been properly dressed and composed. How did he end up like this? Wasn't Santiago with him? Just as he thought of Santiago, Santiago came in, dragging his two arms, a pained expression on his face. Zen was taken aback and immediately asked, What happened? As soon as Zen spoke, Gray began sobbing loudly. Father, you have to take revenge for me. That Duke brought a formidable ally today. I didn't even land a hit, but he beat me up. Look at my face. Seeing Gray's swollen cheeks, Zen was shocked. He looked toward Santiago. Mr. Xia, even you? Santiago's face was pale as he barely moved his arms. Chief Diao, both of my arms were broken by one punch from the opponent. Hiss. Zen took a sharp breath, his face filled with disbelief. He had chosen Santiago because he witnessed Santiago easily defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Yet such a powerful person had his arms broken by one punch. How strong could the other party be? A shadow of fear rose in Zen's heart. Dealing with just Gio was tough enough. If there was another person not weaker than Gio, Zen abruptly stood up and walked out. Gray looked puzzled. Father, where are you going? Zen stopped and turned back, beckoning to Gray and Santiago. Come along. This matter must be known by others too. In front of the Li family hall, the gathered tribal chiefs were extremely solemn after listening to the accounts of Gray and Santiago. Some were still skeptical and confirmed. That person first dealt with over a dozen people armed with sticks and then broke your arms? Santiago nodded grimly. He had already been asked this several times. Each time, it felt more painful than the physical pain. This time, he should have become an honored guest among these tribal chiefs. But because of Jonathan, not only did he fail to gain fame, he ended up becoming a stepping stone for Jonathan. Santiago harbored endless hatred toward Jonathan at that moment. After waiting for a moment, Patriarch Luke finally spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, all these years of constant squabbling among us have allowed that old man Gio to seize control of Liangzhou City. Now, that old guy has found another powerful helper. We can't go on like this. I suggest we unite and drive these outsiders away first. Then we can settle things amongst ourselves based on our strength. What do you say? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. They say in Central Plains, expel foreign threats after pacifying internal matters. I agree. I also agree. After everyone expressed their stance, Luke said, since everyone agrees, it's decided then. From now on, we will join forces against them. Everyone nodded again. Zen thought of something and said, patriarchally, what about the Bai family matter? Hearing this, everyone looked at Luke. Indeed, who would become the patriarch of the Bai family was tied to many interests. Luke responded, let's draw lots. Whoever draws the lot becomes the Bai family patriarch. It's the fairest way. Everyone agreed. They promptly summoned some younger members of the Bai family to draw lots under everyone's supervision. After you return, any news about Liangzhou City must be reported immediately. Luke concluded with these words before they dispersed. At the prefectural office, Gio became extremely solemn after listening to an officer's report early in the morning. Even when Duke called him for breakfast, he hardly reacted. Father, what happened? Duke asked. Gio snapped back into reality and said gravely, the successor for the Bai family patriarch has been determined. So fast? Duke was surprised and then laughed. Father, isn't this good? This way, they probably won't fight anymore. Gio shook his head. Duke was confused. Isn't it good? Gio opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly paused. Go call Jonathan here. No matter what I ask him, don't speak. Duke was puzzled. Father, what are you going to ask him? Gio glared at him. Just do as I say. What are you babbling for? Duke pursed his lips and went to fetch Jonathan from the back office. Jonathan, what does my father want to ask you? On the way to the front hall, Duke curiously asked. But then, he guessed aloud, I think it should be about Prince Pingbei. Yes, it must be. Jonathan smiled. Duke was a decent person but indeed didn't use his brain much. Such a grand arrangement to have him questioned at the front office surely wouldn't be about personal matters. Sure enough, after seeing Jonathan, Gio recounted how the Bai family had selected their new chief and asked, what do you think about this? Without hesitation, Jonathan replied, this shows that your worries have come true, Sir Abdur. A sharp gleam immediately flashed in Joe's eyes as he slowly nodded. Duke, standing nearby, however, remained utterly puzzled. What worry? Father, what are you worried about? Upon hearing this, Gio gave Duke an exasperated glance as if disappointed in his stupidity. Have you forgotten what I said yesterday after just one night's sleep? Only then did Duke recall something and exclaimed in surprise. They acted so quickly? Gio sniffed. They've been able to maintain such a large influence for thousands of years because they react fast enough. Duke was startled and hurriedly asked, Father, then how should we respond? Gio frowned deeply, shifting his gaze onto Jonathan. Jonathan, what do you think we should do? Jonathan smiled faintly. To deal with the Tutsi, whether they unite or remain divided, it all comes down to strength. As long as we're strong enough, stronger than when they unite, then their unity will be useless. Gio nodded. What Jonathan said was precisely what he had been striving for over the years. However, the results were not satisfactory. For one, the imperial court hadn't provided any additional support. Secondly, local resources were severely lacking. Liangzhou City was already stretched to its limits supporting its current population. To further attract more people, territorial expansion would be necessary, inevitably leading to direct conflict with the Tutsi. At that time, the Tutsi would undoubtedly unite. That was also the reason why he hadn't made any breakthroughs over the past few years. At this moment, Duke also recalled Joe's efforts over the years and sighed, Brother Jonathan, the situation now is that the city can't support more people. Whether it's food or housing, the supply is limited. We simply can't enhance our strength anymore. Chapter 128 Increasing Production, Building More Houses. Qi is right. Liangzhou can no longer expand as it has. Gio nodded and said in a solemn tone, with our current strength, we're nowhere near capable of contending with those hereditary chieftains. Unless we can find a way to solve these two problems. At this moment, Calvin let out a bitter smile. Father, you've thought about this for years, tried various methods, but none of them have worked. I don't think it's possible unless the imperial court lends a hand. Gio sighed. As much as he didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. Without intervention from other forces to break the existing balance, even if he had another 100 years, he couldn't change the situation in Liangzhou. While the father and son were wearing worried expressions, they suddenly heard Jonathan emit a light laugh. This laughter made both of them look up at Jonathan simultaneously. Calvin asked doubtfully, Brother Jonathan, why are you laughing? Gio shared the same confusion as Calvin, but soon a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Jonathan, do you have a solution? Does Brother Jonathan have a way? Calvin was taken aback and then showed an expression of incredulous surprise. Father, what are you talking about? That's impossible, right? He admitted that Jonathan's personal strength was indeed formidable. However, individual power meant nothing when facing the united might of the chieftains. It wouldn't help at all in breaking Liangzhou's current deadlock. Gio ignored Calvin and stared intently at Jonathan. Although he had similar doubts, he felt that Jonathan wouldn't just laugh for no reason. Jonathan smiled and nodded. Yes, I do have a method. What? Before Jonathan could finish speaking, Calvin emitted a shout of surprise. The exclamation hadn't even died down when Calvin jumped in front of Jonathan, his face full of disbelief. Brother Jonathan, you aren't joking, right? This isn't the time for jokes. Do I look like I'm joking? Jonathan retorted. Calvin was stunned for a moment and then still doubted. But neither my father nor I can come up with any way. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a hard tap on the back of his head from Gio, who pulled him back. Ouch! Calvin cried out in pain, rubbing the back of his head and looking at his father reproachfully. Father, why did you hit me? Gio glared at him and ordered, shut up. Let Jonathan finish speaking. Calvin kept quiet and gazed eagerly at Jonathan. Jonathan smiled lightly and said, if there's not enough food, then increase production. If there aren't enough houses, then build more houses. After these two sentences, the front hall fell into a sudden silence. Both father and son stared at Jonathan, their eyes shifting from anticipation to disappointment and speechlessness. Gio retracted his gaze and sighed. He thought Jonathan would suggest something unexpected, but instead, all he got were two cliché statements. Calvin directly interjected, Brother Jonathan, what you're saying? Of course, father and I thought of that already. The key is how to increase grain production and build more houses within the saturated city of Liangzhou? Gio rarely nodded after Calvin spoke, adding, Jonathan, Qi is right. The current population in Liangzhou is maintained based on bountiful harvests, and it's already impossible to build more houses. Faced with the father and son skepticism, Jonathan still wore a confident smile. To increase grain yield, besides expanding arable land, we can enhance the output per acre. As for housing, we can build vertically. Skyscrapers, in other words. Upon hearing this, the father and son were dumbfounded again, staring blankly at Jonathan. Increase grain yield per acre? Build vertically? It sounded feasible, but Calvin voiced again, Brother Jonathan, the current grain yield per acre is already the highest it's been in thousands of years. How can we improve it further? As for building vertically, do you mean like taverns? Even so, it's usually only 3 stories, costly and dangerous. It can't be used for long-term residence by common people. Gio nodded. He had already ruled out these 2 methods early in his planning because they simply weren't practical. Gio said gravely, Jonathan, it's impressive that you've thought of these 2 methods in such a short time. Why don't you write down all the methods I've considered, and once you've read them, see if you can come up with other solutions. However, Jonathan shook his head with a smile. Lord Abdur, these 2 methods can solve Liangzhou's current predicament, so why look for other ways? Gio frowned and said, Qi has already mentioned that these 2 methods are impossible to achieve at present. Jonathan shook his head and said, they can be achieved. Gio was taken aback. Calvin let out an incredulous exclamation. Brother Jonathan, really? You're not joking? Jonathan nodded with a smile. Would I joke about such matters? Calvin immediately became excited and jumped in front of Jonathan again. Brother Jonathan, how do you plan to increase grain yield per acre and build multi-story buildings? Compared to Calvin's barely contained excitement, Gio was much calmer. He still thought it was impossible. He had also considered some potential solutions for these 2 methods, but without exception, he ultimately ruled them all out. The method Jonathan proposed must be one of those he had discarded. Opening his mouth, Gio finally did not directly negate him. Directly negating Jonathan would surely discourage him. Moreover, the fact that Jonathan could think of this in such a short time was proof enough that he indeed had some capability. He should encourage him more. With this thought, Gio said, Jonathan, tell us your idea. Jonathan smiled and said, to increase grain yield per acre, relying on current seeds is clearly impossible. Therefore, we must change to a different crop. Change the crop? Both father and son were taken aback, then simultaneously shuddered. Gio excitedly slammed the table. Right? Why didn't I think of this? Calvin hurriedly ran outside, shouting, Father, I'll go ask the people right now which crop has the highest yield. Seeing this, Jonathan quickly called out to stop Calvin. Brother Abdur, there's no need. No need? Calvin stopped, puzzled. Why not? Jonathan smiled and said, because the crops the people are planting now already have the highest yield per acre. What? Both father and son were simultaneously stunned. Chapter 129. Could you? Gio, taken aback by surprise, quickly came to understand. Although the common folk basically had not read much, they were by no means foolish. When it came to food supply issues, they certainly wouldn't plant low-yield grain crops. Naturally, they would choose to plant crops with higher yields. Realizing this point, Gio couldn't help but ask, Brother Jonathan, since you know that the crops planted by the people are those with the highest yield per acre, why bring up this matter? At this moment, Levi also figured it out, his mind suddenly flashing with a brilliant idea. He exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Jonathan, could there be crops with even higher yields per acre in the capital city? Gio, however, frowned. He didn't think so. If such crops really existed in the capital city, they would surely be promoted across the entire Great Chu Kingdom. Since they weren't being promoted, it meant either these crops did not exist, or they weren't suitable for promotion. If Liangzhou cannot grow them, then it's as if such crops do not exist. Jonathan chuckled and shook his head. There aren't any in the capital? There aren't. Levi couldn't help but become dejected. However, something stirred in Joe's heart. When Jonathan said there weren't any in the capital, he did not mean that there weren't any elsewhere. Considering this possibility, Gio couldn't help but get excited. Brother Jonathan, could it be? They exist elsewhere? Jonathan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Really? Gio let out an exclamation of excitement. He hadn't been confident earlier, merely asking out of curiosity. But he hadn't expected it to actually be true. Reacting immediately, Levi hurriedly asked, Where? Brother Jonathan, tell me quickly. I'll set out immediately to fetch them. Gio nodded repeatedly, having the same plan. However, faced with their eager gazes, Jonathan shook his head and said, Not necessary. The 2 Abdurs were stunned, their expressions filled with confusion. What did not necessary mean? Jonathan laughed heartily. Because we can cultivate these crops ourselves. Cultivate? These 2 words once again left the Abdur father and son stunned, followed by renewed excitement. Brother Jonathan, could it be? You know how? After asking, Levi nervously swallowed. Even Gio, who wouldn't normally be nervous even in front of tribal leaders, clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Jonathan. In their anxious and expectant gazes, Jonathan nodded. Yes, I do. Excellent. 2 voices, filled with joy, rang out simultaneously from the father and son. This news was like sweet music to their ears. After savoring the good news, Gio quickly asked, Brother Jonathan, what is needed to cultivate these new crops? Tell me, and I will have it prepared immediately. Levi also nodded continuously. Yes, Brother Jonathan, just speak up. Whatever you need, just command it. Jonathan smiled and replied, All we need is a piece of farmland and a few farmers knowledgeable about planting. Levi was stunned. Just these? Gio also looked puzzled. Cultivating crops with higher yields was a significant event, capable of transforming Liangzhou. On a larger scale, it could greatly benefit the nation and its people. For such a profound impact, only this much was required? Jonathan laughed heartily. Of course, farming indeed only requires these. The Abdur father and son exchanged glances, doubt still lingering in their eyes. Could such high-yield crops truly be cultivated with just this? Yet, lacking better alternatives, Gio nodded. All right, I will arrange it right away. He then continued, Jonathan, you mentioned building taller houses earlier. What did you mean by that? Currently, most of the houses people lived in were made of adobe, with some even just thatch huts. In this situation, let alone taller structures, even 2-story buildings were impossible. Unless a large amount of bricks and stones were available, it would be difficult to construct tall houses. However, brick and stone houses were unsuitable for long-term residence and were often used to build pagodas. Jonathan smiled once more. On one hand, by improving the structure of house construction. On the other hand, by using some special materials. Before Gio could respond, Levi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jonathan. Brother Jonathan, you even know this? Gio was equally astonished. Just from hearing these 2 points, it wasn't just knowledge. It was expertise. Gio quickly urged, Jonathan, tell us, how can we improve? And what are these special materials? Jonathan promptly redeemed a blueprint for a multi-story building from the system, then picked up a brush and copied it onto paper. Standing beside Jonathan, one on each side, the Abdur father and son couldn't quite figure out how the structure Jonathan drew differed from the current houses. But when they saw that the drawing depicted a building 6 stories high, their eyes widened in amazement. Jonathan had just put down the brush when Levi couldn't help but ask eagerly, Brother Jonathan, if we build like this, it can be 6 stories tall? Jonathan nodded. Their breathing instantly became rapid. 6 stories. If such buildings could really be constructed, wouldn't it mean that Liangzhou's population could increase 6-fold? That number would surely allow them to compete with the chieftains. Gio, recovering from his shock, quickly asked again, Jonathan, what materials are you talking about? And where can we obtain them? Jonathan replied, this material is called concrete. It needs to be processed using some ingredients. Do you know how? Levi asked immediately. Gio gave Levi a light tap. What nonsense. If Jonathan didn't know, how could he explain it so clearly? Yet, after scolding Levi, Gio himself was still somewhat anxious, staring intently at Jonathan as he awaited his answer. Jonathan nodded. I do. Good. Good. Excellent. Gio let out another excited cry, then said, just tell me what you need. Jonathan did not immediately respond to Gio but communicated with the system instead. System, how many value points are required to exchange for 1 ton of cement? 350 value points can be exchanged for 1 ton of cement. Hearing this response, Jonathan smiled. Cement mixed with gravel makes concrete, and Liangzhou was abundant in gravel. So, he only needed to exchange for cement from the system. The price was extremely cheap. He had 48 million value points. After communicating with the system, Jonathan explained, I need a large amount of gravel and a kiln. The expectant Abdur father and son were taken aback by Jonathan's requirements. Gravel? Kiln? Could these things produce concrete that could build a 6-story building? They couldn't understand the principle behind it at all. Chapter 130. There's actually such a thing? Calvin couldn't help but ask, Brother Jonathan, you said that this concrete can really be made to build 6-story buildings? Jonathan nodded. Of course. Seeing the father and son of the Abdur family still puzzled, Jonathan chuckled. I will use special methods to let them solidify together with hardness comparable to city walls. What? This statement from Jonathan was like a bomb, startling the 2 of the Abdur family so much they jumped. Gio could not help but exclaim, Jonathan, are you joking? Hardness comparable to city walls? What kind of concept was that? Did Jonathan not understand the hardness of city walls? Jonathan chuckled again. Lord Abdur, I have also been on the battlefield defending cities. Naturally, I know the hardness of city walls. After concrete hardens, at the same thickness, its hardness indeed matches city walls. Of course, houses don't need to be built as thick as that. Gio couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Jonathan's words completely overturned his perception. There's actually such a thing. Suppressing all other thoughts in his heart, Gio said, I'll get someone to gather these things right away. After saying that, Gio hurriedly left. He had to see it with his own eyes before he dared believe. Gio quickly summoned his confidant and asked him to prepare what Jonathan needed. At the Lee family, the steward was reporting to Luke, Master, we just received news that Gio is ordering people to collect sand and gravel, but we don't know what for. Luke frowned. Sand and gravel? What was Gio up to? Luke thought for a while and then said, go invite the other clan elders over. Soon, the other Tusi clan elders arrived, and Luke had the steward repeat the news. After the steward finished speaking, Luke said, I don't understand what Gio is doing, so I've gathered everyone to brainstorm. All the other Tusi elders furrowed their brows simultaneously. Their thoughts were similar to Luke's. None of them could figure out what Gio was up to. Zen couldn't figure it out either, but he instantly thought of Jonathan, his eyes flashing coldly. Gentlemen, Gio has shown no unusual actions in recent years, yet now he suddenly takes action. I think it must be related to that new young man. Luke and the other Tusi elders frowned in unison. Everyone heard the targeting tone in Zen's words against Jonathan, but soon enough, they couldn't help but agree with Zen's assessment. Although Zen might have harbored personal grievances, his words weren't wrong. This matter probably did have a lot to do with that young man. Luke then asked, Elder Diao, what do you suggest? Zen hesitated. He wanted to say to send someone to eliminate Jonathan, but he knew this plan wasn't realistic. At least the timing wasn't right now. Zen could only say, I'll follow your arrangements, clan leader Lee. Luke nodded and glanced at the other clan leaders. Elder Diao's guess is likely correct. This matter probably does have a significant connection to that young man, but we don't know what he plans to do, so it's best to wait and see. At this point, clan leader Beckham spoke up. Clan leader Lee, if we don't act, what should we do if that young man creates something that threatens us? As soon as these words were spoken, the Tusi elders' expressions changed dramatically, looking at Luke collectively. However, Luke's expression remained calm. Clan leader Ma, if Liangzhou City wants to fight against us, they can only continue to strengthen themselves. But Liangzhou City, whether in food or housing, has already reached the limit of population it can accommodate. Do you think sand and gravel can change this situation? Beckham hesitated, then shook his head. Luke smiled faintly. Therefore, as long as we don't let them expand their territory, they won't be able to gain more people, thus not enhancing their strength. As long as they cannot enhance their strength, even if they bring all the sand and gravel in the world into the city, what is there to worry about? The Tusi elders nodded repeatedly, relaxing. Indeed, as long as Liangzhou City couldn't solve the fundamental problems, they had nothing to worry about. Seeing no objections from everyone, Luke continued, Of course, I will have people continue to monitor this matter. Everyone can share any new information as well. Luke displayed utmost confidence. As long as we work together, even if Gio gains 10 more assistants, he can't pose any threat to us. Upon hearing this, the two sea elders laughed proudly. In Liangzhou City, after a pile of sand and gravel was delivered outside the kiln, Gio hurriedly called Jonathan over. Jonathan, everything you need is ready. After saying this, Gio looked at Jonathan with burning eyes, full of anticipation. Jonathan nodded, but did not take action immediately. Instead, he said to Gio, Lord Abdur, the process of making concrete needs to be kept confidential. What do you think? Gio immediately replied, I'll go out right now and make sure no one comes near. Having said that, Gio dragged the curious Calvin out and gathered his confidants to guard all sides. With only Jonathan left, he waited for a moment, then recycled part of the sand and gravel. He exchanged a few tons of cement from the system and walked out. As for the kiln, Jonathan didn't even glance at it from beginning to end. It was just something to divert attention. Waiting outside, Gio and Calvin were both nervous and hopeful. Every minute and second felt like an agonizing year to them. After what seemed like a long time, they heard footsteps behind them and turned around quickly. Seeing Jonathan, their surprise mingled with a hint of doubt. They had only been away for less than half an hour. Could it already be done? Calvin couldn't help but ask, Brother Jonathan, did it succeed? Jonathan smiled and nodded. Yes, follow me. The two hurriedly followed, soon arriving outside the kiln. They saw that some of the sand and gravel were missing, replaced by a pile of grayish powder. Gio and Calvin looked puzzled. This is concrete? It doesn't look anything like soil. Jonathan smiled and shook his head. This is cement. It needs to be mixed with sand and gravel to become concrete. Gio immediately called out, bring water over. Once the water arrived, Calvin took the initiative, mixing the cement and sand together as instructed by Jonathan. Jonathan nodded. That's good. Done? Gio looked at the mixture, which resembled mud except for its color, in disbelief. He asked skeptically, Jonathan, will this not crack like soil when it dries? No. Jonathan shook his head firmly. Lord Abdur, if you don't believe me, we can do an experiment here. Chapter 131 How can it be so hard? Although Jonathan spoke with great conviction, Gio still found it hard to believe. It was simply too unbelievable. Gio immediately built a small short wall together with Levi using the well-mixed concrete. After the wall was built, a constable came over and said, My lord, dinner is ready? Gio waved his hand and said, Chui, you take Jonathan to have dinner. Have someone send my meal over here. Jonathan smiled and left with Levi for dinner. Gio stood guard by the newly built wall, not leaving even for a step. By night, he had a recliner sent over and fell asleep watching over the wall. The next morning, Gio suddenly woke up, his first action being to look at the wall built yesterday. It was already summer, and from the outside, the wall appeared to be dry. Gio reached out and gently pushed it, finding that he couldn't move it at all, which made him pleasantly surprised. He then increased his strength but found it still wouldn't budge. Just 6 hours and it's already this solid? Gio was elated. His competitive spirit stirred. He clenched his fist and punched the wall. Because of his constant practice in martial arts, Joe's fists were calloused. Usually, punching an ordinary mud wall would cause no pain to him. Instead, the mud wall would scatter under his blows. However, when he hit the concrete wall, a powerful counterforce along with the pain in his hand made him change expression drastically. Ouch! How can it be so hard? Half an hour later, Gio glared at Levi, who was trying hard not to laugh, with his right hand wrapped in bandages. If you laugh anymore, I'll let you try how hard that wall is. Levi hurriedly said, Father, I'm sorry. Although he hadn't seen the wall yet, what happened to Abdur Chui already proved how strong the wall was. He quickly turned to Jonathan, Brother Jonathan, does having enough sand and gravel mean we can always produce such concrete? Jonathan nodded with a smile. Exactly. Fantastic. Levi's face was full of surprise as he looked at Gio. Father, with this concrete, we can build the 6-story buildings Jonathan drew. Gio nodded, visibly excited. With these high-rise buildings, Liangzhou City could accommodate many more people. I will order them to continue collecting sand and gravel right now. Gio, while giving the order, looked at Jonathan with anticipation. Jonathan, please bear with me for a while and make more cement. Jonathan nodded with a smile. No problem. For him, it was just a matter of a thought. Following Joe's command, everyone in the office, together with robust civilians, started collecting sand and gravel incessantly. The collected materials were then sent outside the kiln for Jonathan to process. The finished cement was stored under the watchful eyes of Levi. 5 days straight, the room storing cement was already full. Reminded by Jonathan, Gio promptly ordered the recruitment of masons within the city. This situation soon reached the ears of the chieftains. In the front hall of the Lee family, the heads of clans gathered again. Luke scanned the crowd. Everyone should know by now what Gio is doing, right? Everyone nodded. They were unclear before, but after the city began recruiting bricklayers, everyone knew what Gio was planning. What they didn't understand was why Gio had gone crazy, deciding to undertake such extensive construction projects. More importantly, how could sand and gravel be used to build houses? Luke summed up these two questions and looked around. What are everyone's thoughts? Everyone looked at each other until Zin spoke up first. I think there must be some kind of plot behind this. Everyone knows that Gio isn't someone who enjoys luxury, or he wouldn't have consistently rejected our good intentions. But now, he has embarked on large-scale construction, which is completely out of character. It must be due to that young man, Jonathan. Hearing this, the others rolled their eyes. Zen's words were not unknown to them. What they wanted to know was the purpose of the construction, not the reason. Luke calmly said, Clan Chief Diao, we all know you have a grudge against Jonathan, but more importantly, we need to know the purpose behind his actions. Zen frowned and said, I think he's using this to deceive us, making us believe he has given up opposing us, then achieving his goals secretly. Upon hearing this, many clan leaders became serious. After careful consideration, it really could be possible. Beckham disagreed, saying, Chieftain Diao, you say Gio is planning something sneaky, but what exactly? We have people monitoring the court. At present, they are deadlocked with the Xiongnu and can't possibly take action against us. Zen was speechless. Luke frowned. His first reaction was the same as Zen's. But Beckham's words did make sense. Even if Gio really had some sinister plot, there was no reasonable explanation for it. After much deliberation, Luke had a sudden thought. Gentlemen, I have an idea. Even though we don't know the purpose behind Zhou's large-scale construction, we can still capitalize on this matter. Amid curious gazes, Luke smiled smugly. Gentlemen, let's not forget that Gio has been able to establish himself in Liangzhou City because the people trust him. But what if he now becomes extravagant and dissolute? The people will naturally be disappointed. Once he loses the people's support, he will no longer pose a threat to us. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zen eagerly shouted, "Good idea. I'll send someone to spread the news in the city right away." In the prefectural office, more than 20 bricklayers, who had been summoned, looked at Jonathan standing before them with some trepidation. They had seen Zhou's notice and volunteered. They assumed they would be repairing houses for Gio, but they never expected that Gio would hand them over to Jonathan and ask them to learn new building techniques from him. Could a boy in his early 20s, who didn't look like he had ever worked, teach these master craftsmen who had decades of experience? Seeing the skepticism on the bricklayers' faces, Jonathan smiled faintly. "I am going to teach you a completely new technology today. After mastering it, you will be, apart from me, the first batch of people in the world to learn this technology." The bricklayers couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Is it really that amazing? It's just about building houses. What else could there be? As they doubted, they saw Jonathan taking out a blueprint and unfolding it. "What I'm going to teach you is how to build 6-story buildings." Chapter 132, Do you still think he is a cheater? 6-story building? The masons looked at the blueprint in Jonathan's hand in surprise, exchanging glances. Skepticism was evident in everyone's eyes. In the entire Liangzhou city, the tallest building had only 3 stories, and there was only one such building, which clearly showed how difficult it was to construct tall buildings. This was common knowledge among masons. For this young man to directly propose a 6-story building, did he really understand construction? One of the masons stepped forward, saying in a deep voice, "I'm not feeling well. I need to go to the restroom." Jonathan frowned but still nodded. The mason immediately left quickly, yet did not head for the outhouse but sought out Gio after asking a bailiff. When the mason saw Gio, he was somewhat surprised. In front of Gio was something that resembled a short wall. It wasn't certain because while the appearance was like a short wall, its color was bluish-gray, unlike any short wall he knew. He didn't dwell on these thoughts and hurriedly asked, "Sir, may I boldly ask what is the background of the young man teaching us about building houses?" Gio retracted his gaze from the concrete wall, asking curiously, "Why do you ask?" The mason replied, "I think he is a cheater." "A cheater?" Gio was dumbfounded, asking, "Why do you think so?" "He wants us to build a 6-story high-rise. All my life in this business, I've never heard of anyone who can build such a tall building. You might not know, Sir Abdur, no matter if it's adobe or wood, we cannot build anything over 10 yards high because they can't support that much weight." Gio suddenly understood, smiling and said, "So you think he's a cheater?" The mason nodded. Gio laughed loudly, laughing until the mason felt puzzled. "What's Sir Abdur laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Gio stopped laughing and pointed to the concrete wall. "Do you know what this is?" The mason hesitated. "It looks like a wall, but I don't know what material was used." Gio explained, "This thing is called concrete." "Concrete?" The mason was puzzled. "This doesn't look related to soil at all, does it?" Gio beckoned, "Come, try the hardness of this material." The mason came forward, pressing on it and couldn't help being surprised. What kind of material was this? It was so hard. Gio then picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and handed it to the mason. "Try again." The mason took the wooden stick, using all his strength to strike the concrete wall. Crack. The concrete wall remained intact, but the wooden stick broke into 2 pieces. The mason could not help but take a sharp breath. The hardness of this material was almost comparable to stone. If it were a normal adobe wall, it would have turned to dust by now. Gio chuckled. "Tell me, do you think it's possible to build a 6-story high-rise with this material?" The mason was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shocked. With this material, indeed a 6-story building could be built. Could it be that Sir Abdur invented this material before asking someone to teach them how to build a 6-story building? For a moment, the mason felt both pleased and anxious. Pleased that Gio had invented such a material, but still distrustful of Jonathan. Thinking of this, the mason still said, "I greatly admire Sir Abdur for inventing this material, but I still think it's unnecessary to listen to the young master who taught us." Gio raised his hand, interrupting the mason's words. Looking bewildered, Gio smiled. "This concrete wasn't invented by me, but by Jonathan, the young master you mentioned." "What?" The mason opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Such an unprecedented good material was invented by that seemingly 20-something young man? It was too unbelievable. In shock, he heard Gio continue. "Because Jonathan invented this super hard concrete, he started to consider how to build a 6-story high-rise. Now, do you still think he is a cheater?" The mason slowly closed his open mouth, his face still full of shock. The information provided by Gio was too much for him to digest at once. A young man barely in his 20s invented such material and figured out how to build a 6-story building. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible. But it was indeed the case. For a moment, the mason felt as if he had lived a dog's life all these years. "All right, if there are no other questions, go back and try to master the method of building a 6-story building as soon as possible," Gio said. The mason walked back in a daze, forcing an awkward smile when he noticed the gazes of the other masons. Seeing the mason's expression, Jonathan had a rough idea of what happened. He smiled faintly. "Now, let me explain the basic concepts of constructing a 6-story building." The other masons instinctively turned their eyes to the returning mason, waiting for him to raise doubts. However, that mason did not speak up but instead listened attentively to Jonathan's explanation. Everyone was greatly puzzled, but could only temporarily suppress their doubts. When Jonathan announced a break and went to get water, All the masons gathered together, looking at the mason with suspicion. Alfie, why didn't you raise any objections? Didn't you find Lord Abdur? Although that young master made some sense just now, ordinary adobe can't build a 6-story building, right? What if it collapses? Surrounded by the others, the mason shook his head repeatedly, saying, it won't collapse, it won't collapse. It won't collapse? All the masons were stunned. Alfie, why do you think it won't collapse? Because this young master invented a material called concrete, which is as hard as stone, the Wong mason explained. What? The masons all showed expressions of shock. As hard as stone? Are they joking? Someone asked suspiciously. Alfie, where did you hear this news? That young master, so young, how could he invent such a thing? The Wong mason chuckled bitterly. Lord Abdur said it himself, and I saw the material with my own eyes. Hiss. All the masons simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Lord Abdur said it himself, and they had seen the material. This couldn't be fake. Could it be that the 6-story buildings that previous generations failed to construct would now be built by them? Recalling Jonathan's initial words, the masons immediately became excited. Chapter 133. Investigate thoroughly, then deal with it. For 2 consecutive days, Jonathan imparted all the techniques for constructing a 6-story building to the masons. The masons, who initially doubted, eventually turned into admirers. The concepts and methods that Jonathan spoke of were indeed different from what they had known all along, but it really worked. Especially after seeing that concrete wall with their own eyes, the masons no longer had any doubts. After explaining everything, Jonathan said, after these 2 days of learning, everyone should understand how to build a 6-story building. The renovation plan for Liangzhou City in the coming period will be implemented by you all. The masons, still digesting the knowledge, were stunned for a moment before being greatly alarmed. Someone asked incredulously, Sir Wong, are you saying Liangzhou City is going to have 6-story buildings? Of course. Jonathan nodded as if it was natural. Otherwise, why would I teach you all this? The masons couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It was true. Some quickly came back to their senses and hurriedly asked, Sir Wong, you also mentioned that constructing a 6-story building requires concrete as a material. So about the concrete. Upon hearing this, all the masons turned their gaze onto Jonathan, their looks filled with hope and concern. Jonathan smiled and said, the materials were prepared beforehand before teaching you. You just need to prepare to start construction. The masons immediately broke into smiles. After the masons left, Jonathan informed Gio that construction could begin. Gio was very excited. A situation that couldn't be resolved for over a decade was about to change. Gio asked, Jonathan, where do you think the first 6-story building should be constructed? Jonathan replied without hesitation, of course in the most bustling place. Gio paused for a moment. According to his thought, the first 6-story building should be built on an empty lot. But he never expected that Jonathan's idea was completely different. Gio didn't quite understand and asked doubtfully, why? Jonathan chuckled, Magistrate Abdur, our plan is to gradually transform the entire Liangzhou City into this type of 6-story building. So what we need to do now is to let everyone know about this as much as possible. Building a 6-story building in the most bustling place will naturally have the greatest impact. Gio suddenly understood and nodded continuously. You're right. After speaking, Gio frowned, but soon relaxed. Jonathan, you get ready to start the work. I'll take care of the land issue. After saying this, Gio hurried away. In the main hall of the Li family, all the chieftains gathered again, each wearing an expression of intense confusion. After a long time, Luke slowly opened his mouth. What does everyone think about this matter? No one spoke because no one could figure out why Gio suddenly wanted some shops in the central bustling street of Liangzhou City to temporarily close. Seeing no one else speak, Zen couldn't help but say, since none of us can think of anything, then let's just not think about it. This old villain certainly doesn't have good intentions. We just won't agree with him. Beckham nodded and said, I think Chief Jiao is right. Whatever Gio wants to do, we won't cooperate. The other chieftains, regaining their senses, echoed his words. After listening to everyone's opinions, Luke's frown did not ease. But he still nodded. Since everyone thinks so, let's tell our subordinates to handle it like this. Seeing Luke made the decision, Zen couldn't help but sneer. Gio, don't expect everything to go your way. At the prefectural yamen, Joe's face turned grim after hearing the report from the constables. The few shops he had spoken to all rejected his proposal. After reporting, the constable was very indignant. They're too ungrateful, Sir Abdur. At first, they begged Sir Abdur to take them in, but now they aren't supporting you at all. Gio frowned. When accepting the city residents initially, he knew there must have been many people from large clans mixed in, and behind these few shops must definitely be those large clans. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to do such big business. He only focused on needing these people to provide food and clothing for the city residents at that time, so he didn't pay much attention. But now it had become a problem. Beside him, Levi couldn't hold back and said, Father, shall I go talk to them? Gio shook his head. They followed orders from the chieftain clans. Even if Levi went himself, or even he personally approached them, they wouldn't give in. What should be done? After thinking hard, Gio still couldn't come up with a good solution. Seeing this, Levi suggested, Father, shall we ask Brother Jonathan? He has many ideas. Maybe he can think of a way. Joe's eyes lit up. Right. How could he forget about Jonathan? Let's go find Jonathan. Father and son hurried to the back office and saw Jonathan discussing something with the Patty. Levi asked curiously, Brother Jonathan, what are you talking about? Jonathan chuckled and said, nothing much, just that my sister-in-law is looking for something to do. The Patty stood up a bit awkwardly. You guys discuss. I'll leave first. The Abdurs didn't think much and quickly laid out their problem. After finishing, Gio asked, Jonathan, do you have any way to make them give in? Jonathan raised an eyebrow and laughed. Sir Abdur, those few shops are probably backed by the large chieftain clans, right? Gio was slightly surprised and nodded. That's right. Precisely because of this reason, this matter is quite difficult. Jonathan suddenly smiled mischievously. Since they don't want to step back, then let's just ignore them. Ignore them? Levi was puzzled. Brother Jonathan, what does that mean? Jonathan did not answer but continued to ask Gio, Sir Abdur. Apart from these few, many other shops in the city are also controlled by the big chieftain clans, aren't they? Gio nodded with a grave face. Jonathan sneered. In that case, let's take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate all of them. Hearing this, Levi was both surprised and delighted. Right? We can take this chance to round them all up? Gio frowned. Levi was thinking too simply. Although these people were secretly backed by the large chieftain clans, on the surface, they weren't. If they took action against them without any reason, the large chieftain clans would definitely seize this opportunity to spread rumors, making ordinary citizens lose trust in him. This would be like undermining his own foundation. Thinking about this, Gio frowned even deeper and looked at Jonathan. Jonathan, are you thinking the same as Chuyi? Jonathan shook his head. Of course not. Levi was curious. Brother Jonathan, then why? Jonathan chuckled. Investigate thoroughly, and then deal with them. Chapter 134. What are they really up to? Deal with them? A hint of confusion flickered across Levi's face. Wasn't this what he had just said himself? Joe's heart stirred. He understood Jonathan's meaning now. These large families controlled shops that could not be dealt with by force, but it was possible to shut them down. However, Gio hurriedly asked, Jonathan, how do you plan to do it? Jonathan chuckled. I plan to build a mall. A mall? Though the term was novel, both father and son quickly grasped Jonathan's intention. Yet, the bustling street must have existed for over a decade. It would be too difficult to start from scratch. But Jonathan smiled confidently. Don't forget that a novel building alone is enough to attract people. And with some shops that are refreshingly different, citizens will naturally flock there. Hearing this, Levi felt both surprised and delighted. Father, Brother Jonathan's plan will definitely succeed. I want to see it even as I hear about it. Gio nodded, filled with curiosity and anticipation. I'll immediately send someone to investigate thoroughly. Jonathan, prepare for the construction of the mall. Gio finished his instruction and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go, Jonathan called him back. What's up? Gio was puzzled. Jonathan smiled and said, Lord Abdur, in the newly built mall, I'd like to reserve one space. Gio paused, while Levi curiously asked, Brother Jonathan, you're going to open a shop? Jonathan shook his head. It's for my sister-in-law. The Abdur family duo suddenly understood. Gio nodded. No problem. Once the mall is built, you can pick any space you like. Gio immediately ordered someone to investigate further. The shopkeepers who were questioned before became anxious after receiving instructions from the tribal chieftains, fearing that Gio might send people over again. But no one came. Instead, some shops that hadn't been questioned before received visits from Joe's men. One by one, news reached the tribal chieftains outside the city. After half a day, the chieftains gathered again at the Lee family hall. Compared to the morning, everyone's faces looked more grim and serious. Luke spoke up again. Everyone. It seems that Gio wants to investigate our details. All the chieftains nodded in agreement. They felt the same way. Beckham was startled, saying, This old fox wouldn't try to round us all up, would he? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The hall immediately buzzed with noise. At this moment, Luke suddenly coughed loudly, suppressing the discussions. Chief Ma's concern, I think, is unnecessary. Under the puzzled gazes of the chieftains, Luke calmly said, Think about it. We've planted these people in the city for several years. If Gio dared to move against them, it would cause panic among others. Moreover, without these people, many inside the city would struggle for food. Gio won't be so crazy as to act on them. I believe he's just trying to understand the situation. Everyone thought about it, their worried expressions gradually fading. Indeed, if Gio dared to act against these people, the city of Liangzhou would fall into chaos. For them, this would be a good thing. Suddenly, they wished Gio would take action. Seeing everyone agreeing with his judgment, Luke appeared rather pleased, saying, In my view, we should watch and wait. When Gio makes a mess or quits, Liangzhou City will naturally belong to us. The chieftains laughed. Yes, they had roots here for hundreds or thousands of years. Driving away Gio meant nothing much to them. Zen excitedly said, Since that's the case, let him investigate. Let's see what he can do. At the prefecture office, after listening to the report from the constable, Jonathan saw Joe's face turn grim once again. Levi was puzzled. According to the constable's report, those shops likely backed by the tribal families only made up about 30%. This ratio was less than half and didn't seem too severe. He didn't understand why Joe's expression looked as though all the shops were owned by the tribal families. Before Levi could ask, Gio took the initiative to explain to Jonathan. Jonathan, although these shops only make up about 30%, they control more than 70% of the city's grain business. If they all closed down, many citizens might immediately run out of food. So severe? Levi was greatly alarmed. Jonathan suddenly understood. No wonder Gio looked so grave. However, Jonathan's expression did not become as serious as Joe's. Instead, he laughed. Lord Abdur, I originally planned to study crop cultivation after the mall is built, but now it seems we need to do both at the same time. Gio was taken aback, then remembered that Jonathan had mentioned two solutions back then, feeling both surprised and delighted. Jonathan, you're confident about cultivating higher yield crops? Jonathan laughed heartily. No problem at all. Without directly mentioning hybrid rice from the system, just sweet potatoes would be enough to tackle the current dilemma. With Jonathan's resolute and confident reply, Gio was overjoyed, his expression excited. Good. The crisis in Liangzhou has a solution. Gio immediately took out a map of Liangzhou, spreading it before Jonathan. Jonathan, where should the mall be built? Jonathan looked at the map and finally pointed to a densely populated residential area. Here. Levi saw that the location Jonathan chose was far from the bustling street and couldn't help but ask, Brother Jonathan, is this place suitable? Jonathan chuckled. Of course it is. He pointed at the residential area and said, the best commercial district is always closest to the residential areas. Building the mall here will let the residents experience its benefits. When we renovate to 6-story residential buildings in the future, they won't oppose it. Gio pounded the table hard, his face filled with excitement. Good. It's decided here. After finalizing the location for the mall, under Jonathan's arrangements, more than 20 bricklayers started work immediately. The news of constructing new buildings quickly reached the tribal chieftains. This news made them all doubt if they had heard correctly. Gio was actually going to undertake such a massive construction project? Everyone gathered again in the Lee family hall. Before Luke could speak, Beckham impatiently asked, "Chieftainly, what is Gio really up to?" Other chieftains also looked at Luke. Previously, though they sometimes couldn't fully understand Joe's intentions, at least there were some clues. But this time, they were completely at a loss. Chapter 135, Discovering the Treasure. Before Luke could speak, Zen hastily interjected, "Clan leader Ma, I think what you said is wrong." "Where am I wrong?" Beckham replied with displeasure. All the clan leaders' gazes fell upon Zen, curiosity brimming in their eyes. Zen coldly remarked, "I don't think it should be about what Gio wants to do, but rather what that boy Jonathan intends." Many of the clan leaders were speechless for a moment. They had thought Zen would reveal some new insights, not just spout common knowledge. They all knew this matter was closely related to Jonathan. But so what? The critical point now was still what Gio intended to do, not who initiated it. Beckham even rolled his eyes and said, "Clan leader Diao, I know you have grudges against that boy, but this is not the time for personal grievances." Upon hearing this, Zen's expression darkened as he responded, "I'm merely reminding everyone that to understand Joe's intentions, we need to consider that boy." Only after Zen finished speaking did Luke slowly chime in, "Clan leader Diao makes sense. The reason everyone can't grasp Joe's purpose might be because this affair isn't largely connected to Gio at all, but entirely due to Jonathan's plans. So, to understand what Gio wants to do, we must consider Jonathan's background." At this point, Luke looked at Zen, saying, "Clan leader Diao, as the one among us who knows most about Jonathan, could you tell us about his origins?" Zen was pleasantly surprised to receive agreement from Luke. "Clan leaderly, based on what I know, that boy is Muhammad's son. Due to Muhammad's rebellion and consequent conviction, he was exiled and thus came here," Zen explained. "Exiled?" This information was entirely unexpected by everyone else. They had assumed Gio invited some kind of mastermind, only to find out it was a convict. Beckham raised a doubtful eyebrow. "Clan leader Jiao, if Jonathan is indeed a convict, why would Gio listen to him so readily?" Just as Zen was basking in satisfaction, he suddenly paused, looking somewhat embarrassed. I do not know." Luke spoke again. "Regardless of why Gio favors this person, being Muhammad's son, he likely possesses considerable insight. In other words, building new structures is definitely not aimless. Everyone should be vigilant and ensure that businesses within the city remain calm during this period without stirring up trouble. They wouldn't take any actions until construction is almost completed. At that time, we will be able to discern their intentions and prepare accordingly. So, there's no need to worry. Everyone go back." After the clan leaders dispersed, Luke remained seated in the hall, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. As a convict, Jonathan should be undergoing punishment according to regulations. But Gio didn't assign Jonathan any labor, already violating the imperial decree. There's certainly room to make trouble over this. With this in mind, Luke immediately called out, "Someone, deliver a message for me to the prefect of Lajou." Capital City. It has been several days since Vic returned to the capital, and Sterling had barely managed to calm down from his anger. Vic, however, was feeling extremely frustrated, almost to the point of despair. Not only did he waste a trip, but he also had to shell out 10,000 taels of silver. However, when he read a report from Liangzhou, his mood brightened instantly. "Brother, good news?" Vic happily reported to Sterling. Sterling exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Could it be a great victory from the northern frontier?" Caught off guard, Vic shook his head. "No, it's not news from the north." Sterling's smile vanished. His anger had subsided not just because of the passage of time, but also because he was overwhelmed with worry. In the past, when Rex was around, Sterling felt the Xiongnu were nothing much to threaten Great Chu. Now he realized how crucial Rex was to the northern frontier. After Rex's death, the northern border clashed with the Xiongnu in 16 battles, winning only 3 minor victories while losing all others. If not for the beacon towers built by Rex's orders, the northern frontier would have already fallen. Had he known this outcome beforehand, they shouldn't have moved against Rex. Sterling shook his head, banishing his regret. Rex is dead, and regrets serve no purpose. Turning to Vic, he asked, "Fourth brother, you mentioned good news. What is it?" Vic snapped back, managing a smile. "It's news from Liangzhou." "Liangzhou?" Sterling paused, reflecting on the timing. His heart skipped a beat. "Has Jonathan arrived at Liangzhou?"
"Yes."
Nodding, Vic handed over the report to Sterling. "This is Joe's report from 6 days ago." Glancing through it, Sterling smiled slightly. "Fourth brother, this is indeed good news. John remembered that Gio lost to Rex by just one move back then, right?" Autry smiled and nodded. "Your memory serves you well, your majesty." Indeed it was so. Gio has shown many times since then that he was not convinced and felt bitter about it. Now encountering the son of an old acquaintance, he finally has a good outlet for his pent-up resentment. Sterling burst into laughter. "Fourth brother, if I'm not mistaken, Jonathan is probably laboring under the scorching sun now, right?" "Ha ha ha." At the prefect's office, Jonathan sat alone in a courtyard, lost in thought. After arranging for the bricklayers to build the mall, he asked Gio to prepare a courtyard for him, saying he wanted to cultivate new crops. The so-called cultivation was actually directly exchanged from the system. The exchange only took an instant, but Jonathan could not go out immediately. Otherwise, it would surely raise suspicion. So he had to sit here idly, planning to wait 2 days before going out. Bored, Jonathan had an idea. System scan? Scan complete. With the system's prompt sound, a pile of miscellaneous items appeared in the inventory. Jonathan's mind stirred as the information of the first item appeared in his thoughts. Bronze double halberd sword, an ancient bronze double-halberd sword, can be recycled for 1 million value points. Jonathan couldn't help but pause. According to what Gio said, this courtyard was surrounded by ordinary civilians. How could there be such valuable things here? Jonathan hurriedly looked at the second item. Golden face mask, an ancient ceremonial mask crafted by artisans, can be recycled for 30,000 value points. Jonathan's eyes widened. Ancient times? Could it be? Jonathan's gaze immediately fell on the ground beneath his feet. Now that the system could detect within a range of 150 meters, it wasn't just horizontally but also vertically. These two items were likely buried underground. Thinking of the geographical location of Liangzhou, Jonathan instantly became excited. This place was precisely where some forces retreating from the central plains had settled. The treasures these forces carried were undoubtedly buried underground. He had thought that exchanging cement and sweet potatoes would only deplete his value points without any gains, but unexpectedly, there were so many treasures hidden here. Chapter 136 My luck isn't bad. Jonathan didn't rush to retrieve these things, but made a mental note of them. After idly passing several days, Jonathan returned to the prefectural government office with the sweet potato seeds. Gio, who was busy dealing with official business, almost couldn't believe his ears when he heard from the officer about Jonathan's return. Jonathan is back? How could it be so fast? Joe's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. In such a short time, it was impossible to cultivate anything. It was obviously a failure. Without sufficient grain, even if 6-story buildings capable of housing many civilians were built, the population of Liangzhou wouldn't increase. Indeed, things were not as easy as he had thought. Gio sighed in his heart, but still pulled himself together and got up to meet Jonathan. Even though it ended in failure, he couldn't blame Jonathan. This matter was difficult from the start. At Jonathan's young age, being able to solve one problem was already impressive. Now, he should encourage Jonathan. While pondering over comforting words for Jonathan, Gio smiled and said upon seeing him, Jonathan, don't take this failure to heart. Nothing goes smoothly all the time. As long as you keep trying, you will succeed eventually. Take some rest and try again later. Gio blurted out all the consoling words he could think of. After speaking, he sensed something was off with the atmosphere. Jonathan was looking at him with a strange gaze. Gio was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding. Could he have said something wrong? No, he hadn't quoted any classics or anything that might go wrong. Just as he was thinking, Jonathan smiled and said, Your Excellency Abdur, who said I failed? Gio was once again stunned, astonished. What did you say? Didn't fail? But it has only been a few days. Could it have succeeded? Jonathan nodded with a smile. I had good luck and succeeded. As he spoke, Jonathan showed the sweet potato seeds to Gio. Gio felt a chill and stared at the seeds intently as if they were rare treasures. These? What kind of seeds are these? Do they have high yields? Jonathan nodded. I named it sweet potato. Its yield is at least 3 times higher than current crops. If conditions are ideal, it could reach 5 times. How much? At least 3 times? Gio seemed to have been shocked, his voice rising several octaves. His eyes, looking at the seeds, immediately filled with eagerness. Then, Jonathan dropped another bombshell. This crop can be planted twice a year in the climate of Liangzhou, and it doesn't require specific land conditions. It's suitable for dry fields. Upon hearing this, Joe's breathing became rapid. Liangzhou is inland with no major rivers, making paddy fields extremely scarce. And this crop was for dry fields. It was like it was tailor-made for Liangzhou. Joe's gaze shifted from the seeds to Jonathan, filled with excitement and disbelief. Jonathan was simply a gift sent by heaven. I will immediately have someone plant these seeds. Having said that, Gio hurriedly left the room. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Jonathan. Jonathan, shall we tell outsiders that you found these by chance? Jonathan understood Joe's intention right away and nodded. The appearance of sweet potatoes was too astonishing, making it hard to believe that Jonathan cultivated them. Therefore, saying it was found by chance was more credible. Seeing Jonathan understood, Gio looked gratified and proceeded to find people to plant the seeds. Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Chu, an imperial report from the magistrate of Lizhou arrived. After reading the report, Vic's face turned to shock. How could this be? Vic murmured. Sterling heard Vic's murmur and raised his head questioningly. Fourth brother, what happened? Vic snapped back and hurriedly handed the report to Sterling. Brother, take a look. Sterling took the report curiously. Before he finished reading, Sterling's expression was also filled with disbelief. Didn't Gio always complain? Why would he treat this boy Jonathan so well? Vic nodded with a troubled look. A few days ago, when they read Joe's previous report, they imagined Jonathan's life in dire straits. However, it turned out not to be as they thought. Sterling's face darkened terrifyingly. Fourth brother, does this Gio not see my intention? Vic frowned, unsure. Your Majesty, Gio is a military scholar. Perhaps he is a bit lacking in guessing your Majesty's intentions. Sterling couldn't help but hum coldly. Waste. He can't even see such an obvious arrangement? As he spoke, Sterling asked, Fourth brother, shall I replace him with someone else? Li Sheng hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, no. Gio has been in Liangzhou for nearly 20 years, and is the one who has stayed the longest there since the founding of Great Chu. If we replaced him with someone else, it might not be easy to gain the favor of the local chieftains. I think just giving him a hint to understand your Majesty's intentions would be enough. Sterling thought about it and finally nodded. If so, then you, my fourth brother, reply to him and tell him to treat Jonathan well. Yes. In the main hall of the Li family, Luke once again convened the tribal chiefs of the chieftain clans. After several days of observation, they had already grasped the movements within Liangzhou city. However, this brought many new questions. Based on their observations, the houses being built this time were not large in area but seemed very strange, completely different from what they knew. Luke felt there might be something he didn't understand here, so he gathered everyone. Everyone, what are your thoughts on the houses that Gio ordered to be built? Luke rarely asked the group. All the tribal chiefs frowned deeply. Their confusion was no less than Luke's. They also couldn't figure out what these new buildings were all about. Beckham saw that no one was speaking up, so he suggested, chiefly, since we don't know much about construction, why don't we find some bricklayers and ask them? The others lit up at this idea and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luke had his men bring in some skilled bricklayers and had them relay the information gathered by his subordinates. After hearing the report, the bricklayers all wore expressions of shock. Is that all? Just that? What does that even mean? Do these people even know how to build houses? One after another, these doubts rang out, leaving the tribal chiefs stunned. Chapter 137. Build a tower? Luke, frowning deeply as he listened to the masons' questioning voices, said, What do you mean? Speak clearly. The masons replied, Clan chief, we've never heard of this kind of house structure. It sounds strange. And these houses seem enclosed, but not like a courtyard. Rather, they resemble tubes. We've been building houses for decades and have never heard of such architecture. This is just absurd. After the masons spoke, the great hall fell into an instant silence. The expressions on the chieftains' faces were all one of astonishment. According to the masons, Gio was completely making a mess. However, this conclusion sharply contrasted with Joe's actions over the past 20 years. What was going on? Zen almost instantly thought of Jonathan and called out, Everyone! That boy must be behind this mischief. All eyes turned to Zen, their expressions somewhat odd. Zen seemed to harbor intense hatred towards the young man named Jonathan, always blaming things on him. But upon careful thought, everyone had to admit that Zen might be right. Luke, lost in thought, said, Chieftain Diao, your guess makes some sense, but why does Gio trust this person so much? To the point of letting him act recklessly? This was the most incomprehensible part for Luke, as well as for the other chieftains. Zen hadn't considered this question before, but suddenly had an epiphany. I get it. That boy must have been sent by the court to deal with us. But the court feared direct involvement would be too overt, so they used the pretext of exile. At these words, the chieftains were alarmed. Could it be true? Is the court planning to move against them? Thinking about this possibility, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became restless. If the court intends to act against us, we absolutely cannot sit back and await our doom. For centuries we've lived this way. If the court doesn't want us to be safe, we won't let the court be at ease either. If that boy is indeed from the court, let him die here, and we'll show our stance to the court. Right, let that boy die. The chieftains grew agitated, especially Zen, who couldn't stop talking about killing Jonathan. Luke's brows furrowed deeply listening to them. After a moment, he raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, calm down. The situation is not yet dire enough for us to openly defy the court. Although Chieftain Diao's guess has some merit, what he has done is very strange. Think about it. Building a few houses, can it really change our current state? Everyone was stunned, then looked somewhat puzzled. Indeed, even if Jonathan was truly sent by the court, the current situation seemed absurd. Seeing the group calming down, Zen expressed some dissatisfaction. Clan chiefly, then what do you think is happening? Luke glanced at Zen. If I knew, I wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Additionally, I have something to inform you all. After everyone left last time, I paid a visit to the prefectural governor and had him report Jonathan's situation here to the court. Judging by the time, there should soon be some activity from the court side. If there's no response, it means that boy is indeed sent by the court. But if the court responds, we may need to reconsider our assumptions. Everyone was surprised, then showed admiration. No wonder the Li family rose quickly among the chieftains in just a few decades. Luke was indeed stronger than them. Zen was still somewhat displeased. Clan chiefly, what if that boy is really from the court? Luke smiled faintly. If that's the case, then as everyone thinks, we will take care of this boy first and make our stance clear to the court. Hearing this, Zen's expression improved. That's good. Convincing Zen, the other chieftains naturally had no objections. Luke now looked at the masons again. Not considering whether these houses are reasonable, estimate how many people they can accommodate if built successfully? The masons asked for paper and pens, did some calculations, and said, if calculated based on normal residential sizes, at most 10 households. Only 10? This answer immediately calmed everyone down. If the number were 10 times larger, they might still be worried. But only 10 households meant it could barely accommodate 100 people at most. Not to mention 100 people, even if another 1,000 people were given to Liangzhou City, it would be impossible for them to stand against the Tusi. It was completely an overreaction before. Luke waved his hand with a relaxed expression. You may leave now. After the masons left, Luke smiled and said, everyone can rest assured now, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Zen showed a smile. They had thought they encountered a difficult person, but now it seemed that this person was just a bit better at fighting. As long as he couldn't match their strength, everything was fine. He now eagerly hoped that Jonathan was indeed sent by the court. This way, he would have a reason to get everyone to act against Jonathan together. Luke looked relaxed at this moment. They had thought Joe's actions carried deep meanings, but now it seemed trivial. Surely he wouldn't be stupid enough to think that an extra 100 people could deal with him? Keep monitoring the situation in Liangzhou City. Report any anomalies immediately. 3 days passed in a blink. Jonathan stood not far away, looking at the mall under construction and nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, the mall would be completed within a month at most. In this era, rough-cast houses were sufficient. Farther away, the spies observing the construction situation noticed that the house didn't seem to be reaching its peak height, so they hurriedly relayed the message. In the Li family hall, the clan chiefs gathered again. Luke's brows were tightly furrowed. A few days ago, they received news that the materials used for building in Liangzhou City this time weren't the usual adobe bricks but sandstone and a pile of gray powder they didn't recognize. Everyone had dismissed these details at the time, but combined with the latest news, it sparked a bold idea in his mind. Gentlemen, you've all heard the news. Could it be that the kid intends to build a 2-story tower? The word tower startled all the Tusi clan chiefs. Towers were not common in this era. Counting all the towers across Liangzhou, there were only a handful. And now, following the kid's suggestion, Gio intended to build a tower? Chapter 138. Why not ask Jonathan? After a brief shock, Many of the Tusi clan elders showed a hint of puzzlement on their faces. Beckham remarked, "Clan elderly, even if he is indeed building a structure, what could be his purpose? Such a small area can't accommodate many people." Many nodded in agreement. This was also something they couldn't understand. Luke frowned. Beckham was right. Even if it were a genuine construction project, it seemed to have no practical use. Surely Gio isn't getting senile, is he? After pondering for a moment, Luke said, "I haven't figured this out either. Let's all think about it and share our ideas." The hall then fell into silence. No one knew how long it had been when Tyler, the newly selected head of the Bai family, whispered. He wouldn't be thinking of building a multi-story structure, would he? These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Zen asked, "Tyler, what did you say?" Startled, Tyler's face turned pale, and he hurriedly replied, "Clan Elder Diao, I was just saying it offhand." Unexpectedly, Zen suddenly burst out laughing. Soon after, the other Tusi clan elders also laughed heartily. Even Luke smiled. Tyler was taken aback, somewhat confused. Was there something wrong with what he just said? Then, Zen, controlling his laughter, spat out bitterly. If that old man Gio really wants to build a high-rise, then so much the better. For years, every venture this old coot has embarked on has succeeded. It's time he tasted failure. Hearing this, Luke's heart stirred. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an idea. Since even we don't know what Gio plans to do, the common folk of Liangzhou probably don't know either. We can spread the news that Gio is planning to construct a tall building. This will undoubtedly stir up great anticipation among the people. When it inevitably fails, it will mark the beginning of the collapse of Zhou's reputation. Good. Excellent plan. Luke had barely finished speaking when several Tusi clan elders loudly praised the idea. It was indeed a brilliant strategy to tarnish Zhou's reputation. Zen nodded and suggested, "Clan elderly, to ensure the message spreads without being debunked, we should disseminate it secretly, allowing the people to hear it but not making too much fuss about it." Clan Elder Diao is correct. Luke agreed heavily. Since everyone agrees, let's each return home and have people spread this news throughout Liangzhou City, making a big deal out of it. Once this becomes a major issue, let's see how Gio handles it. Ha ha ha. The group of clan elders, imagining Zhou's embarrassment, couldn't help but laugh heartily as they went back to arrange for their subordinates to spread the news in Liangzhou City. Just one day later, a number of residents began flocking to the construction site out of curiosity. Levi, who was helping on-site, noticed this situation and reported it to Gio with confusion. Upon hearing this, Gio frowned deeply. When the mall first started construction, few people paid much attention. After all, building houses within the city wasn't unusual. But today, many people suddenly came, seemingly for a specific reason, which was odd. Though he knew something was definitely amiss, Gio couldn't immediately pinpoint what. Seeing his father's troubled expression, Levi suggested softly, "Father, why not ask Brother Jonathan?" Gio slapped his thigh. Right, how could he forget Jonathan? Let's go find him together. Liangzhou's two current major events both stemmed from Jonathan's hands. Jonathan deserved a personal visit. At the rear yard, the Leah Danielle listened to Jonathan explain the detailed plans for the mall, dumbfounded. She had never heard of such ideas before, but on reflection, they seemed entirely feasible. Holt, who would have thought you're not only adept at war but also skilled in business? Jonathan smiled, deflecting her praise. Alexandria, the mall will be completed in less than 2 months. Think about what kind of business you want to run during this time. The Leah Danielle nodded repeatedly. Living in the prefectural mansion for so long, despite the Abdur family's kindness, she still felt uneasy. They needed a place of their own. Just then, Gio arrived with Levi. Seeing this, the Leah Danielle excused herself and left. As soon as she was gone, Levi reported, "Brother Jonathan, there's a new development at the construction site." Jonathan furrowed his brows. What happened? Levi explained the sudden increase in visitors today, concluding, "Brother Jonathan, my father and I both feel something's not right. But something feels off, so we came to seek Brother Jonathan's advice." The common folk Turayi went to watch? Jonathan pondered for a moment, his heart stirred. For the common folk to willingly go and watch, it was clear they had heard some news about the mall. However, at this moment, only the 4 of them knew about the construction of the mall. Even the bricklayers thought they were building houses, and it was even less likely that the common folk would know. Eliminating this possibility left only one other. Certainly, someone had spread the word that they were building something unusual, which attracted the common folk to come and check. Jonathan immediately voiced his speculation. Levi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder the people suddenly went there to check. Speaking of this, Levi chuckled, "Brother Jonathan, those people sure are well informed. What we're building is indeed something unusual." After saying this, he noticed that neither Jonathan nor Gio smiled like him. Especially Gio, whose face turned grim. Levi felt puzzled and asked hesitantly, "Father, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this matter?" Gio did not respond to Levi but looked at Jonathan and said in a solemn tone, "Jonathan, do you think how the people got this news?" Seeing Zhou's expression, Jonathan knew he already had an answer. He smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this news was probably spread by those people outside." Hearing Jonathan's answer matching his own suspicions, Zhou's expression darkened even more. Those Tusi clans surely had no good intentions. Since they spread this news, they must have some ulterior motive against him. Levi also realized this at this moment, and his complexion changed. "Father, what should we do?" Gio wore a worried look. It wasn't a question of what to do. They still didn't know the opponent's true intention. Thinking back and forth, Gio had no clue, so he could only look at Jonathan. "Jonathan, what do you think they want to do? How should we respond?" Chapter 139. Ignore them. Jonathan didn't answer directly but countered. "Over these years, what methods have they used, Governor Abdur?" Gio was taken aback for a moment. Then after some thought, he replied, "Their methods weren't too varied. Initially, they tried to intimidate me with force. Later on, they firmly controlled their own territories, preventing Liangzhou City from expanding outward. In summary, it came down to these 2 methods." Jonathan nodded and smiled. If if I'm not mistaken, now they've adopted the third method. Duke looked curious. What method? They're trying to undermine Governor Abdur's credibility. Undermine my credibility? Gio was first surprised, then a bit puzzled. The statement wasn't incorrect, but how could showing off a new commercial complex to the citizens strike a blow at his credibility? It made no sense. Duke was also confused, asking, Brother Jonathan, what do you mean by that? Jonathan chuckled. Governor Abdur's actions over these years in Liangzhou have already given the impression to the people that success is inevitable. So they intentionally exaggerated this construction project, raising the expectations of the people. If, upon completion, it falls short of their inflated claims, the people will be greatly disappointed when their expectations aren't met. Thus, Governor Abdur's prestige would suffer as a result. Duke was dumbfounded. There could be such a strategy? How despicable. They hadn't said a word. Duke hastily asked, then what should we do? Gio looked anxiously at Jonathan. If the opponent achieved their goal, it would disrupt the current balance. This was the worst-case scenario. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Joe's back. Contrary to the worries of the Abdur family father and son, Jonathan appeared very relaxed. No matter how exaggerated they got, they couldn't imagine what he intended to build this time. Jonathan smiled. Governor Abdur, before I proposed concrete and 6-story buildings, what were your thoughts on building houses? Duke scratched his head anxiously. Brother Jonathan, doesn't this question seem unrelated to our current predicament? But Gio instantly understood Jonathan's meaning. Before Jonathan introduced these concepts, even based on his experiences in the capital, he wouldn't have dared to think about building a 6-story skyscraper, let alone these chieftains. Moreover, what he intended to construct this time could be described as unprecedented. No matter how they exaggerated, the chieftains couldn't imagine this. Understanding Jonathan's point, the worry disappeared from Joe's face, replaced by a sneer. Duke was still baffled. Father, you're not worried anymore? Gio gave Duke a stern look. You should learn more from Jonathan. Use your brain more often. Duke was speechless. Just a moment ago, Gio had been full of worry too. At this moment, Jonathan smiled at Duke. If those citizens want to come and watch, let them. Just ignore them. Duke looked astonished. Ignore them? Yes, ignore them. Gio chimed in. Those petty people who only know how to use intrigue cannot amount to anything significant. Remember, brute force can overcome all skills. After hearing this, Duke nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, an officer rushed in. Governor Abdur. A document from the capital. A document from the capital? Gio was somewhat startled. In more than 20 years in Liangzhou, apart from a few replies to his appeals for support from the court, all other memorials had vanished without a trace. He had only reported to the court about Jonathan and another person arriving in Liangzhou. Why would there be a reply? Gio originally planned to go to the front office but reconsidered and said, bring the document here. Duke wondered, Father, handling documents here? Gio ignored Duke and turned to Jonathan. This document might be related to you. Let's take a look together. Jonathan nodded solemnly. The document arrived quickly. When Gio opened it, his brows furrowed. After reading, Joe's eyes filled with anger as he slammed his fist on the table. Mohammed was indeed wronged. Duke was shocked. Father, what are you saying? As he spoke, Duke hurriedly glanced at the reply. After finishing the read, his face showed disbelief. Even though he wasn't well read, he could tell from the reply that the court hinted at something. It suggested that Gio should mistreat Jonathan and the other person. However, he didn't understand why Gio was so sure that Mohammed was wronged. Gio now looked at Jonathan and asked, Jonathan, what are you thinking? Jonathan had already finished reading the reply and said coldly, my thoughts align with Governor Abdur's. From the start, I never believed Father would plot rebellion. Upon hearing Jonathan's judgment, Joe's expression became extremely grim. Rex did not plan to rebel, but the court placed this label on him, which was clearly an ungrateful and faithless move. The more Gio thought about it, the angrier he became. He abruptly threw the reply to the ground. Jonathan, you stay here with peace of mind. I want to see what the court can do to me. After saying that, Gio stormed off in a rage. A day later, notices were posted throughout the streets of Liangzhou City. The content of these notices was to inform the citizens of Mohammed's glorious victories and announce that Jonathan, as the second son of Mohammed, had arrived in Liangzhou. This news quickly reached the ears of the chieftain leaders. Luke heard this news in the middle of a drowsy afternoon. Upon hearing it, Luke immediately perked up, his face filled with disbelief. Gio has quite the nerve, daring to defy the court? Isn't he afraid of the court dealing with him? As he was thinking, a report came from outside. Zen had arrived. Luke frowned. Without needing to think, he knew that Zen must have come to incite him to take action against Gio at this opportunity. Luke immediately said, tell him I'm not feeling well and will not see any guests. After giving the order, Luke's expression turned serious. Although Gio was defying the court, this matter was trivial. Instead, if the chieftains caused trouble, the court would never turn a blind eye. That would be a significant event. Considering Zen's impulsive nature, Luke immediately called for a servant. Go tell the other chieftain leaders not to take any action during this period and just wait for the court's response. Yes. After issuing the orders, Luke set off again for the CI prefecture. Joe's actions must still be reported to the court. CI prefecture. Prefect Davidson was both shocked and delighted after listening to Luke. Clan leaderly, are you telling the truth? Did Gio really post those notices? Luke nodded and took out a notice. Sir, please look. Davidson received the notice and was elated. Great, great. This is ironclad proof. I will immediately file a complaint to the court. Chapter 140, Luke's Wicked Plan. Amadeo wrote an impassioned memorial and had it delivered to the capital along with a notice. After finishing this, Amadeo smiled and said, if I take over Liangzhou, you will be first in merit, clan leaderly. Luke smiled smugly. At that time, we will still need much care from Governor Dong. Of course, of course. Ha 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 ha. They exchanged glances and laughed aloud together. Liangzhou City. With Joe's full support, the construction of the market was progressing rapidly. Just from looking from outside, One could see how quickly it was taking shape day by day. The number of citizens coming to observe did not decrease over time, but instead increased even more. These people all looked on with surprise and anticipation, which puzzled the masons. However, when the masons asked Levi, they were told to ignore it and continue the construction. Thus, an odd scene unfolded in Liangzhou City. Citizens were privately discussing the matter of the market, yet the prefectural office acted as if they knew nothing at all. It was like two separate worlds. This situation was soon reported by spies in the city to the various clan chieftains. In Diao family manor, a group of chieftains arrived for a banquet at Zen's invitation. After seating down, they conversed cheerfully, sharing the information they each obtained. Their smiles widened upon confirming that their information matched. Once everyone gathered, Zen raised his wine cup towards Luke and toasted loudly, "To you, clan leader Li, this round is on me." Spreading those fake messages among the common folk while ensuring Gio has no clue. This strategy is truly ingenious. That old man must still be scheming against us, completely unaware that his reputation is about to crumble. Haha. Beckham also laughed and remarked, "Clan leader Li, if you hadn't explained it to us, we probably wouldn't have understood either, let alone Gio, the martial fellow. This time, we'll certainly make the nearby residents lose faith in Gio." Other clan leaders echoed, lavishing praise on Luke. Although Luke only showed a faint smile, he felt greatly pleased inside. He had never used this stratagem before. Gio would be utterly unprepared. Once successful, not only would it undermine Zhou's reputation, but it would also significantly enhance Luke's standing among the chieftains. A win-win. Looking at the assembled chieftains, Luke's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. After dealing with Gio, it would be these fools' turn next. Zen then spoke again. "Upon receiving the news, I specifically asked the masons. According to the current progress, the nature of what Gio is building will likely be revealed by tomorrow at the latest. Meaning, tomorrow we might find out exactly what Gio is constructing. Clan leader Li, do you have any plans?" Everyone immediately looked at Luke, filled with anticipation. They had spread the rumor that Gio was building a high-rise, and tomorrow was the unveiling. If the people found out on their own, it wouldn't cause much excitement. So something needed to be done. Luke chuckled and said, "Chief Diao, this matter depends on your arrangement." Zen was taken aback. "Depends on my arrangement? What do you mean by that?" Others also wore puzzled expressions, not understanding how it related to Zen. Luke explained, "Now that the people have some expectation, it's merely curiosity and isn't very strong yet. What needs to happen now is to stoke the fire and intensify the people's anticipation." Zen became even more confused. "Clan leader Li makes sense, but what does this have to do with me?" Luke smiled. "To heighten the people's anticipation, there needs to be someone who raises doubts. And this person should preferably be someone the people dislike." At this point, Luke glanced at Gray sitting beside Zen. Though he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. Gray was the perfect candidate. Zen suddenly realized and immediately said, "Gray, stop eating and go into the city right now to counter the thoughts of the common folk." Gray had been eagerly awaiting this moment ever since hearing Luke's plan days ago. Hearing this, he leapt up. "Father, just wait for good news from me." With that, Gray hurriedly gathered a few subordinates and rushed off to Liangzhou City. Seeing Gray set off, the clan leaders who had already eaten and drank their fill no longer rushed to leave. Gray's trip wouldn't take more than an hour, so they could wait. For a time, the clan leaders once again burst into laughter, discussing how Zhou's reputation was about to plummet. Gray jogged into Liangzhou City and immediately started issuing orders to the few subordinates he had brought along. "You few, each of you take a street and start contradicting those commoners. Say whatever will infuriate them."
"Yes."
The subordinates dispersed, while Gray headed straight for the market's location. He needed to go where the most people were gathered. After walking not far, Gray saw crowds of citizens coming and going, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is the spot." He stopped right in the middle of the road, giving a contemptuous snort. "Have all of you gone to see that new building being constructed? I can't understand why a building would be so interesting to look at. Do you think it's something unique? Or do you believe he can build a skyscraper? Huh, what a joke. Does he, Gio, have that kind of ability? Only you fools think Gio is so impressive. To me, pooh." The citizens, who had been walking around Gray, could not help but feel angry upon hearing these words. They glared at Gray furiously. Seeing this, Gray felt quite pleased. The angrier they got, the better. He immediately added, "What are you looking at? Isn't what I'm saying the truth? Or do you harbor some unrealistic hopes, thinking that he, Gio, can really build something astonishing? Ridiculous. Utter nonsense. You might as well stop daydreaming about such impractical things. Got it?" The nearby citizens grew even more enraged. One citizen couldn't hold back and retorted, "How do you know Lord Abdur can't build something extraordinary?" Other citizens, seeing someone speak up, joined in agreement. "Exactly. How do you know Lord Abdur can't do it? We believe Lord Abdur can build something extraordinary." Listening to the citizens' rebuttals, under normal circumstances, Gray would have exploded in anger. But today, these objections filled Gray with sheer joy. His objective was achieved. These citizens' anticipation had indeed become stronger. Gray promptly replied, "Then you just wait and see. It won't take long before you see the results. By then, I'll bring people over to witness your humiliation, to see what expressions you'll have." With that, Gray swaggered off, leaving behind the still fuming citizens. Chapter 141. Watching the Clowns. Seeing Gray's back, the citizens were extremely angry in their hearts. What was originally mere curiosity quickly turned into intense anticipation. When they went to the construction site again, the expressions of the citizens were completely different from before. This scene was soon discovered by Duke, whose face changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the prefectural office. "Father, something big is wrong," Duke shouted as he rushed into the prefectural office. Gio was discussing with Jonathan how to promote the mall after its completion. Hearing Duke's shouts, his eyebrows furrowed. "What is it?" Duke hurriedly explained his discovery and said worriedly, "Father, I think something has changed. Otherwise, the citizens wouldn't act this way." Joe's face slightly changed as he looked at Jonathan. Jonathan squinted his eyes, thinking for a moment before smiling. It seems those tribal chiefs have added fuel to the fire. Duke was confused. Add fuel? What fire? Where is anyone burning? Gio, however, seemed to understand something. He immediately called out to the constables, "Go around the city and see if there's anything unusual today." Soon, the constables hurried back and reported, "Your Excellency, we learned that on several streets today, some people questioned the buildings under construction. The citizens debated with them, and some even got physical." A sharp gleam flashed in Joe's eyes as he looked at Jonathan admiringly. Sure enough, just as Jonathan had predicted, someone was stirring up trouble. At this moment, Jonathan sneered and looked at Gio. "Since they're willing to add fuel to our fire, let them do it. In this way, we won't need to promote it specially anymore." Joe's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "That's right. In this case, they are doing all the work for us." After saying this, Gio waved his hand. "Chui, don't worry about this matter. Continue building the mall according to plan." Duke left still puzzled. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Gio burst into laughter together. As Jonathan and Gio laughed, inside the Diao family mansion, the assembled tribal chiefs also burst into laughter after listening to Gray's vivid account. Good, good. Zen looked at his son with satisfaction, a hint of pride on his face. Everyone always said his son was a waste who only cared about pleasure, but hadn't he done a great job this time? Next time he heard such talk, he would use this incident to shame those people. The more Zen thought about it, the happier he became. He turned to Luke, leaderly, "If there are similar tasks in the future, send Lai to handle them." Luke nodded with a smile. He hadn't expected Gray to complete this task so perfectly. He had intended to send his own people if Gray failed. But Gray had completed the task perfectly. This worked out well, saving him some trouble. Luke said, "Chief Diao, tomorrow let Gray lead a group over and mock and ridicule those citizens thoroughly, turning their disappointment into anger toward Gio." Before Zen could speak, Gray interjected eagerly, "Don't worry, leaderly, I'm best at this. Leave it to me." Luke smiled, "Then we'll be here tomorrow, waiting for your good news." "No problem." Gray eagerly agreed. Then he and Zen saw off the other tribal chiefs. Back home, father and son both wore excited and thrilled expressions. Gray exclaimed loudly, "Father, I can finally take my revenge. This time, I'll make the Obdur's reputations fall to rock bottom." The next morning, Gray, who had been too excited to sleep all night, didn't even eat breakfast before leading his followers straight to Liangzhou City. Once in Liangzhou City, Gray didn't go directly to the construction site but instead roamed the streets shouting, "Those who disagreed yesterday, come out now. I'll tell you, there's no need to wait for the building to finish. Today will reveal everything. If you're brave, follow me and see for yourselves. By then, you'll see facts slap you in the face." Many citizens, hearing Gray's voice, came out angrily and followed him. Within half an hour, nearly 100 citizens followed Gray. These citizens all looked at Gray ahead with furious expressions. Gray, however, wasn't angry but smiling broadly. He wished every citizen in the city would follow him to witness his victory. Soon, they arrived at the construction site, startling Duke who had just arrived. "Gray, what do you want?" Gray glanced at Duke and huffed. "What? Is this place yours? Don't allow me in." Duke frowned, just about to speak when someone from the crowd of citizens shouted, "Official Xiao Abdur, we aren't with him." Other citizens quickly joined in, and Duke breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Gray urged, "Duke, why are you standing there staring? Aren't you supposed to start work?" Duke looked at Gray in astonishment, his face full of suspicion. Is this still Gray? He actually urged him to start work as soon as possible? What was going on? Duke couldn't figure it out, but his heart hung in suspense. He would not naively think that Gray had come just for the spectacle. Turning around, Duke quickly gave a signal to one of the constables. Upon receiving the order, the constable hurriedly ran to the prefectural office and reported the situation to Gio. After hearing the report, Gio couldn't help but sneer. These tribal chiefs were really eager to see him make a fool of himself. Unfortunately, they were bound to be disappointed. Gio glanced at Jonathan who was smiling nearby and said, "Jonathan, shall we go together and take a look?" Jonathan chuckled and nodded, getting up to walk with Gio towards the construction site. He certainly didn't want to miss such a scene of watching clowns. At the mall construction site, Duke instructed the masons to start working while he kept an eye on Gray vigilantly. However, Gray did something unexpected. He took no action at all. Instead, he had chairs brought over, got some fans, and even bought some snacks to eat. Duke was puzzled. When did this guy develop an interest in house building? As time passed, more and more citizens gathered around. Just as Duke was considering whether to take any action, Jonathan and Gio arrived. Duke hurriedly went over and whispered the situation to them, then asked, "Father, brother Jonathan, what's that Gray up to?" Jonathan and Gio exchanged smiles. "You'll know in a minute." Seeing Jonathan and Gio, Gray subconsciously jumped up from the chair, his expression changing instantly. But soon, his fear turned into anger and hatred. One foiled his plan, and the other prevented him from wreaking havoc in Liangzhou City. They came just in time. Gray turned back to look at the more than 300 citizens behind him, extremely excited. He was going to ruin these people's reputations right before everyone's eyes. Chapter 142, Playing with a Fool. "Sir Abdur, you're here." Gray came forward, greeting Gio with his nose in the air, showing no sign of respect on his face. If it were before, Gio would have already responded with a cold face. But today, Gio instead smiled and nodded cheerfully. This reaction left Gray stunned for a moment, starting to question things in his heart. How was the situation not as he had imagined? According to his expectation, Gio should have greeted him with a cold face and reprimand. And then he would steer the conversation towards the newly built houses, stimulating the crowd to ask if these new houses were different from others. But now, the first step was already off. Gray stood there bewildered, unsure how to continue speaking. Seeing this scene, Jonathan shook his head secretly beside him. This Gray is truly incompetent. A little change, and he doesn't know how to respond. This won't do. Without this clown as the main character, the show can't go on. Jonathan immediately said, "Why did you come here? Are you trying to steal our house-building techniques?" A light shone in Gray's eyes, looking at Jonathan with a mocking expression. He was just wondering how to shift the topic to the houses, and this kid actually foolishly brought it up himself. Great. If it weren't for the fact that Jonathan ruined his good deed that day, he might have suspected that Jonathan was a spy specially planted by Zen. Gray immediately shouted loudly, "What technique does building a house require? How have I never heard of it? Could it be that the houses being built here are some special kind of houses?" Saying this, Gray was afraid that Jonathan and Gio would deny it, so he pointed at the cement and said, "What are you using here? Straw ash? Really hilarious." As he spoke, Gray looked back at the crowd behind him and laughed out loud. "You don't really think adding a bit of straw ash will build something extraordinary, do you? Ha 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 ha." Gray's words immediately made the people angry. Plus, with Sir Abdur present, the crowd grew braver and began to speak up. Some yelled loudly, "This isn't straw ash. The method of building this house is different from ours. It will definitely be different after completion. Sir Abdur, tell him, is this house unique?" Hearing this sentence, Gray became even more excited and cast an approving glance at the person who said it. Of course, the crowd didn't shout this. It was his arranged subordinate who shouted it. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, the scene instantly fell silent. All eyes of the crowd fell on Gio, filled with anticipation and nervousness. This scene made Gray even more excited. It's coming. Finally, the moment has arrived. The atmosphere has been hyped up to this point, and if Gio dared to deny, it would certainly lose popular support. And if Gio dared to agree, the consequences would be even more serious, completely losing the trust of the people. It's a lose-lose situation. Had he not been waiting for Joe's response, Gray couldn't resist laughing out loud. He stepped forward and pressed, "Sir Abdur, say it, is this house unique?" Seeing Gray's expression, Jonathan almost burst into laughter. This kid probably thinks he has the upper hand now. To add a twist for the outcome later, Jonathan put on a stern face and said, "Does it matter to you whether this house is unique or not?" Upon hearing this, Gray indeed got excited again, looking at Jonathan with an increasingly strange gaze. Is this guy really Joe's man? How could he stoke the fire like that, and even help him? Though puzzled, Gray didn't miss this opportunity. Pointing at the crowd, he shouted loudly, "Of course it doesn't concern me, but I want to slap them hard in the face." Originally still somewhat calm, upon hearing these words, the faces of the crowd turned red, all looking expectantly at Gio. Now, only Joe's acknowledgement could give them victory over Gray. Gio took a leisurely glance at Jonathan, feeling a bit stifled inside. With one sentence, Jonathan escalated the situation to its peak. Impressive. Retrieving his gaze from Jonathan, under everyone's watchful eyes, Gio slowly began to speak. This time, the houses being built are indeed unique. The silence suddenly erupted into cheers. Everyone shouted loudly, jeering at Gray. "What do you have to say now? Sir Abdur has spoken, and this house is unique. What else do you have to say? Just leave this place, don't try to steal Sir Abdur's techniques." Listening to the mockery from the crowd, Gray did not erupt in anger as usual but was rather both shocked and delighted. Acknowledged. Gio acknowledged it. Caught in a difficult situation, Gio admitted that these houses were indeed different. Gray trembled with excitement and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The citizens, who were just coldly mocking, were momentarily stunned, even forgetting to continue their jeering. What's gotten into Gray? Shouldn't he be angry and raging? Why is he laughing instead? Just as the citizens were puzzled, they heard Gray shout loudly, "Sir Abdur, you say these houses are different? But I don't believe it." Hearing this, the citizens couldn't help feeling indignant. "Sir Abdur has already said so. Why don't you believe him? Can you deny Sir Abdur's words just by your mouth? If you don't believe, we do." Listening to the citizens' doubts and refutations, Gray suddenly turned around. "You are right, it doesn't matter if I don't believe. But it also doesn't matter if you believe. Only facts matter." As the citizens' voices slowly subsided, someone asked, "What facts?" Gray replied, "Whether the houses are different can be seen." This made sense, and the citizens nodded. But someone else said, "It will take some time to finish building the houses, so we can wait until then to see." Gray shook his head. "There's no need to wait until then." Under the gaze of the citizens, Gray, with a smile on his face, loudly proclaimed, "We can see what they look like after they're finished today." After saying this, Gray looked at Gio mockingly. "Sir Abdur, you won't deny this point, will you? Is it so?" The citizens, full of doubt, all looked at Gio. Gio didn't answer but turned to Jonathan. Jonathan nodded. "He's not wrong. We can tell today." Gray hadn't expected Jonathan to admit it directly, rendering his prepared speech useless. Just as he was thinking about what to say, he heard Jonathan, with a smile in his voice, say, "Young Master Jiao, it's still morning, but the result won't be seen until afternoon. If you want everyone to see the result, shouldn't you provide lunch?" Chapter 143. Mr. Jiao, isn't this beneath you? Let me take care of these peasants' lunch? Gray looked at Jonathan with disbelief clearly written on his face. Jonathan shrugged. "If you don't provide them lunch, they will go back to eat. And if the house is only half built by then?" Jonathan deliberately stopped there. Gray's expression changed abruptly. He absolutely wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. "All right, I'll take care of it." Gray hastily agreed. Jonathan smiled and turned to the stunned peasants. "Did you hear that? Mr. Jiao is providing lunch for everyone. Aren't you going to thank him?" The peasants snapped out of their stupor, looking at each other in astonishment. Mr. Jiao was actually willing to provide lunch? This was beyond their wildest dreams. Recalling the announcement released earlier by Gio, the peasants now looked at Jonathan with admiration. One of the peasants summoned up the courage to say, "Thank you, young Master Wong." The others followed suit upon realizing what had happened. Gray, who was waiting for the gratitude, shouted in disbelief when he heard the peasants. "What are you talking about? It's me who is providing your meals. Me, Gray, not this guy." However, no matter how much he protested, the peasants paid no attention to him and continued thanking Jonathan. Gray was so angry that his heart ached, wishing he hadn't promised lunch to the peasants. But recalling Jonathan's warning, he dared not retract his words and sat down grudgingly. Jonathan glanced at Gray, waved to the peasants with a chuckle. Gio, watching this unfold, couldn't help but admire Jonathan internally. No wonder he is the son of the Duke of Pingbei. Indeed, brave and wise. After a while, the excitement of the peasants subsided. Everyone's attention returned to the construction site. Especially Gray, who couldn't tear his eyes away for fear of missing anything. Time passed quickly until noon. Gray's attendant glanced at the sky and reminded, "Young master, it's time for lunch." Gray shot the attendant a nasty look. What nonsense. Clearly, he wanted to renege on his promise. Just as he finished speaking, Jonathan's voice came from beside him. "Mr. Diao, it's time for lunch. Should we have someone deliver lunch, which you would pay for, or should you send someone to buy it?" Seeing Jonathan's sly smile, Gray's heart sank. He immediately said, "I'll send someone to buy it." Before Jonathan could say another word, Gray instructed his attendant to purchase steamed buns. Jonathan chuckled again. The great Mr. Diao, only providing plain steamed buns to the peasants, truly beneath your status. Gray blushed and turned away, pretending not to hear. At this moment, Levi, hinted by Jonathan, sarcastically remarked, "Brother Jonathan, you might not know, but although Gray is called the young master of the Diao family, it's just in name. It's already quite generous to provide steamed buns. We can't expect him to offer dumplings, can we? A single dumpling costs 2 coins, one more than a steamed bun." Gray's face instantly flushed all the way to his neck. Some quick-witted peasants joined in. "Young Master Wang, Mr. Diao has always been like this. We're used to it. Right, there's no way he would spend an extra coin. Just think about how his reputation will be tarnished if this gets out." Gray's face darkened. If this news spread, his reputation would plummet. When meeting other chieftains' sons in the future, he would undoubtedly be mocked. Thinking of his impending triumph, Gray clenched his teeth. Changed to dumplings. Unlimited. As soon as he spoke, the peasants cheered and thanked Jonathan once again. Hearing that they still thanked Jonathan, Gray's face turned red with rage, glaring at Jonathan. If only he could fight Jonathan, he would rush over and attack. Jonathan and Levi exchanged amused glances. Gray had definitely been duped this time. Lunch ended quickly amid the laughter of the peasants. Gray ate without any appetite, focusing on the construction site, trying to understand it. But no matter how hard he tried, he saw nothing remarkable. Gray became increasingly anxious and urged the masons as soon as they finished eating, "Get back to work." The masons ignored Gray and instead looked at Jonathan. Jonathan nodded, and the masons resumed work. Despite being extremely displeased, Gray suppressed his anger when he saw the masons working. Time ticked by, and the progress of the building slowly increased but very gradually. Furrowing his brows, Gray couldn't help but say, "Are you deliberately stalling? I'm warning you. Today you must build enough to show its structure, otherwise, it means you're hiding something." The originally happy smiles on the peasants' faces changed slightly upon hearing these words. Although Gray's words sounded a bit rude, they weren't wrong. If nothing came out of it today, it would prove that Gio was guilty. For a moment, all the peasants' gazes fell on Gio and Jonathan. Seeing that he had drawn everyone's attention with his words, Gray couldn't help but feel smug. It was a good thing he had preemptively set the stage. Otherwise, he might have really been fooled by Jonathan. Jonathan didn't respond but watched the masons instead. Gio also remained silent. Their attitudes made Gray even more pleased with himself. In his view, Jonathan and Gio were clearly guilty and thus dared not respond. Seeing this situation, the peasants felt their hearts clench. Jonathan and Gio said nothing at all, indicating there might really be a problem. For a moment, there was no sound on the scene as everyone watched the masons' actions. Gray, feeling the growing tension, had an impulse to laugh aloud. He had guessed right. Jonathan and Gio were just putting up a front. He had been saying for years, how could someone suddenly build a house that stood out? Thank goodness they had uncovered and exploited it. Looking at Gio again, Gray's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Wait for your reputation to hit rock bottom. As the sun began to set and the sky gradually dimmed, Gray felt increasingly excited inside. The peasants' hearts, however, sank lower and lower. At the same time, in the Diao family courtyard, a group of clan elders had arrived early, all eagerly watching the entrance. Zen was standing right at the door, looking out expectantly. Seeing everyone tense, Luke comforted them. "There's no need for all of you to be so anxious. Gray's delay only means our position is greatly advantageous." Beckham was puzzled. "Elderly, what do you mean by that?" Luke chuckled and explained, "It's simple. It means Gio is stalling for time." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and laughed. This time, Gio was surely going to lose his reputation. Chapter 144, Do you care about dinner? Luke, seeing everyone's agitation, smiled and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Destroying Joe's reputation is not our ultimate goal. We have a lot more to do next, the most important thing being that we must make sure the common people no longer trust Gio." Everyone nodded in agreement. Beckham loudly suggested, "Head of the clanly, isn't this simple? As long as we spread today's events when we return home." Luke shook his head. "Spreading it is not enough. We must emphasize how Gio only admitted the truth at the last moment when he couldn't hide it any longer. Only then will the common people begin to doubt and even despise him." Upon hearing this, all present gave their thumbs up without hesitation. "Clever, head of the clanly, this strategy is brilliant indeed." A mere lie was different from a lie that one had no choice but to reveal at the end. Obviously, the latter would make the public hate him more. Thinking about the public's reaction to this news made the clan heads increasingly excited. The control over Liangzhou would gradually return to their hands. Everyone grew more excited with this thought, frequently glancing toward the door. Outside, Gray glanced at the darkening sky, sat back on the chair contentedly, having lost his earlier sense of urgency. After sitting down, Gray looked at the crowd behind him, a smug expression spreading across his face. He was no longer anxious because now it was the crowd watching who were feeling the rush. As night approached, the bricklayers seemed to be following some command, delaying time endlessly. Fortunately, he had spoken ahead of time, or they might really have been delayed until tomorrow. Looking towards the direction where Jonathan and Gio stood, Gray couldn't help but snort. Although their faces showed nothing, their minds must be panicking. With this thought, Gray became more smug. Just then, Levi came over unexpectedly. Gray frowned, then a sneer appeared on his face. He could guess roughly why Levi had come. Before Levi could speak, Gray preempted, "What are you going to say? Is it about seeing the result today, or waiting till tomorrow?" Seeing Levi's stunned look, Gray waved a hand firmly. "Let me tell you, forget it. I must see the result today. Even if it goes till midnight, I need a result." Having said that, Gray sneered at Levi. "What are you standing here for? Go tell your father and that kid." However, Levi looked puzzledly at Gray. "What are you talking about? Who said we can't see the result today?" Gray was taken aback, showing his surprise. Levi did not come for that reason? Then what was it for? Only to hear Levi say, "Brother Jonathan sent me to ask if you care about dinner now that it's getting dark." Gray's face changed. He blurted out, "Care about dinner?" Levi replied, "If you don't care, I'll let everyone go home for dinner since this may take a while." As he spoke, Levi turned to address the crowd. "Everyone, stop." Interrupting Levi right away, Gray shot a hateful glance in Jonathan's direction. Clearly, this boy wanted to take advantage and send people home before announcing the result with the least crowd around. He wouldn't allow this wish to come true. "Their dinners, I'll handle them," Gray said angrily, making up his mind already. Once the people returned to these chieftains' rule, he would get back more than several taels of silver spent today. Levi stared at Gray in surprise. When Jonathan told him to do this, he never imagined Gray would agree so easily. It was as if he was listening to Jonathan like his own son. Therefore, Levi couldn't help confirming, "You really will handle it?" Gray glared at Levi. "I will." Saying so, he waved at a servant. "Go, buy more buns like those from lunchtime." After the servant left, Gray looked at Levi. "Now do you believe?" "I believe." Levi nodded repeatedly and was about to leave. Just as he started walking, he was called back by Gray. Turning around, he saw Gray's grim face. "Tell that boy, I'll remember this hatred today." Frowning, Levi returned to Jonathan and relayed Gray's message. Then, reminded worriedly, "Brother Jonathan, be careful in the future. This Gray is full of plots." "Got it." Jonathan responded with a casual nod, but didn't take it seriously. With his current strength, he could walk around the world without any worries. Moreover, he still had tens of millions of value points unused. A small figure like Gray was beneath his notice. Gio asked at this moment, "Jonathan, isn't it about time? It's getting dark." Jonathan smiled and nodded. "Let's unveil the result after the commoners receive their buns." Upon hearing this, Levi laughed. Once Gray sees the result, he might be scared to death directly. Jonathan and Gio chuckled in agreement. Gray had been watching the three of them all along. Seeing them laugh, his expression turned confused. They were unveiling the results today, yet these three people could still laugh? Could it be? An unbelievable thought flashed through Gray's mind. The moment it appeared, he cut it off resolutely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If they really could build something extraordinary, why would they delay until now? It must be bluffing, trying to make him think things were dire and leave early. Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Gray sneered. Want to use such tricks against him? He was underestimating him too much. Did he think he only knew how to eat and play? He was still the young chieftain of the Diao clan. Gray immediately leaned back on his chair, sneering as he watched the ongoing construction of the wall. At this height, it was already the limit for an ordinary house. If they delayed any further, he would find someone to expose the fraud. At this moment, his attendant reported, "Young chieftain, the buns are bought back." Gray felt elated. "Distribute them quickly, lest we delay important matters later." "Yes." The attendant responded, hurriedly distributing the buns. Before long, the attendant's expression changed as he rushed back to report to Gray. "Young chieftain, there aren't enough buns." Gray frowned. "How can there not be enough? Didn't you buy enough?" The attendant replied, "It seems many more commoners have arrived during this time." Hearing this, Gray's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed as he excitedly said, "Go, keep buying buns. Buy as many as there are people coming." Chapter 145. We are building a 6-story tall building. The attendant was dumbfounded. "Young clan leader, more purchases?" Atticus's eyes widened. "What? Didn't you hear me clearly?" The attendant hurriedly replied, "I will go and buy immediately." With that, the attendant left with a puzzled head. He couldn't understand why Atticus seemed to have gotten a great deal when it was obviously an expensive move, but excitement surged in Atticus's heart. The more commoners came, the better for him as they would witness Joe's lie. Moreover, witnessing the lie being exposed would be far more impactful than just hearing about it. Furthermore, with these commoners as eyewitnesses, they wouldn't need to send people to spread the news. It would soon spread throughout the entire Liangzhou. This being something beneficial and harmless to them, how could he not be delighted? Spending a little extra silver was nothing. Soon after, the attendant brought over several baskets of steamed buns. For a moment, the construction site was filled with the aroma of steamed buns. Jonathan had been watching what was going on by Atticus's side all along. After all the commoners received their steamed buns, Jonathan nodded at Levi. "The craftsmen can start sealing the top now." "Sure." Levi chuckled, then walked over and gave instructions in a low voice to the bricklayers who were slacking off. Upon receiving the order, the bricklayers' spirits were instantly uplifted. They should have finished in the afternoon if everything went according to schedule. But young Master Wang made them work slowly, and now they finally got to finish up. It not only meant they were done with today's work, but also allowed them to witness the birth of this miracle. This was a totally new building that no one had seen before. Seeing the sudden acceleration of the bricklayers' actions, Atticus suddenly stood up from his chair, his expression filled with excitement. "Here it comes. The result is coming." He moved forward, and if not for the attendant stopping him under the pretext of danger, he would have run to the wall to watch. Following Atticus's action, the crowd also grew tense and all turned their gazes towards the wall. Some of the commoners who hadn't finished their buns even squeezed them out of shape due to nervousness. Under everyone's gaze, the bricklayers held back their excitement and started sealing the top. Atticus saw this scene and shouted excitedly, "Did you see? It's sealed. Sealed." The faces of the citizens, full of anticipation and tension, changed drastically upon hearing this. Many of them seemed to have their vigor drained away instantly. Suddenly, the commoners started murmuring among themselves, their faces showing disbelief. Is this just an ordinary house? It looks like it. Why did Administrator Abdur say it's different? Is he deceiving us? Each word of doubt and disappointment entering Atticus's ears caused him to burst into laughter uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Administrator Abdur, what do you have to say now? Laughter suddenly froze as Atticus noticed Jonathan and his two companions looking at him like they were watching a clown. Why were they looking at him like that? A sense of unease crept into Atticus's heart, though he had no idea why. At this moment, Geo stepped forward, spoke slowly yet loudly, "Everyone, this is indeed a different house." Atticus was stunned, then sneered, "Administrator Abdur, the facts are right here. Are you trying to deceive us?" The crowd's expressions became puzzled, and there was even anger mixed in their confusion. They thought Geo was talking nonsense. Unhurried, Geo replied, "Whether or not it's different, please come inside and take a look." Saying that, Geo led the way from the entrance. Atticus, full of suspicion, hurriedly followed him inside. The rest of the commoners also trailed after. As soon as they entered, everyone's eyes widened, especially Atticus, who called out in disbelief, "How can this be?" Inside the enclosed outer wall, there weren't the courtyards and side rooms they imagined, but small compartments separated from each other. In the center of the outer wall was a platform. Although they didn't know the purpose of these small compartments and the platform, it was clear this design was unprecedented. The initially dejected crowd, seeing this novel sight, became excited once again. "I knew Administrator Abdur wouldn't deceive us. Indeed, this place is different. True, I can't even imagine what these dozens of small rooms are for." As the commoners discussed animatedly, someone suddenly pointed at the bricklayers standing on the wall and exclaimed, "What are they doing? Are they going to build higher?" These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Under the collective gaze, the bricklayers, following Jonathan's instructions, nodded and announced loudly, "Yes, according to Administrator Abdur's plan, we will construct a 6-story tall building here." The originally noisy mall instantly fell silent. Everyone was shocked into dumbstruck stares by this news. A 6-story tall building? What did that even mean? As the civilians were still in shock, a roar filled with shame and anger suddenly sounded. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This world cannot have a 6-story tall building. Even if it is forcibly built, it will collapse." All eyes turned to Gray, who was roaring. Many frowned. Although they disliked, even despised Gray, his words were not wrong. A 6-story tall building, if forcibly constructed, would only end up collapsing. For a moment, many questioning gazes were cast towards Geo. Geo, however, smiled calmly. "The 6-story tall building to be constructed here will never collapse. Because the material we use is something entirely new, its sturdiness comparable to stone." As he spoke, Geo tapped on the adjacent concrete wall and said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, feel free to test the hardness of the wall." Just as Geo finished speaking, a civilian hurriedly asked, "Lord Abdur, what if we damage the wall?" Geo laughed heartily and told the civilian, "If you can damage the wall, then it only proves that everything I just said is a lie. So everyone can rest assured, no matter whether you use your fists or legs, if you damage the wall, I will not hold anyone responsible. But I want to remind everyone, the wall is very hard, too much force will only hurt yourselves." Upon hearing this, the civilians sighed in relief while many pounded the wall with their fists. Without exception, they all winced in pain. Gray, now back to his senses, had a face full of disbelief. The wall is as hard as stone? Nonsense. How could such lies deceive him? Seeing those civilians holding their fists in pain, Gray's face was filled with disdain. "It's just a wall, yet it's exaggerated like this. They are all rubbish. Watch him expose Joe's lie." With a loud shout, Gray immediately used all his strength and fiercely punched the wall. Chapter 146, Broken Finger. As Gray swung his fist towards the wall, he cast a glance at Jonathan and Geo. His action was so sudden that it certainly caught the two off guard. These two must have been startled by me. However, when he saw the expressions on Jonathan and Joe's faces, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He saw that instead of panic and discomfort as he had expected, their faces were filled with surprise. Then they shook their heads in unison. Why did these two shake their heads? Gray was extremely puzzled. At this moment, his fist smashed heavily into the wall. The expression on Gray's face instantly froze. Immediately after, a piercing scream rang out through the mall, startling the citizens who were curiously inspecting the mall. When they saw that the one screaming was Gray, everyone wore a look of astonishment. What new antics is this detestable young master up to now? Just as the citizens were puzzled, they saw Gray's attendant asking anxiously, "Young clan leader, what happened?" As he spoke, the attendant moved forward to check Gray's hand. "Don't touch!" Gray shouted loudly, his face pale, and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Because of the pain, his voice quivered. "It's broken. My finger seems to be broken." "What?" The attendant was greatly alarmed, immediately shifting his gaze from Gray's fist to the wall. "Is this wall really this hard? To the point of breaking young clan leader's finger?" Gray was now filled with shock. He thought others were exaggerating, but he never expected the wall to actually be this hard. More importantly, the structure here was indeed vastly different from any building he had seen before. Jonathan and Geo really were doing something new. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Gray's forehead intensified. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding citizens, Gray felt both ashamed and angry, shouting at the attendant, "What are you standing there for? Quickly take me to the medical hall. Hurry up. The attendant came back to his senses from his shock and hurriedly supported Gray out. Seeing this scene, the citizens couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gray's originally pale face instantly turned red with anger as he turned around and yelled, "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?" However, in the moment he turned back, his injured right hand touched the attendant's body, and he immediately let out another cry of agony. The citizens immediately laughed even louder. Gray wanted to scold them again, but the intense pain in his fingers prevented him from speaking. He hurriedly signaled the attendant to take him away. Once Gray left, the atmosphere inside the mall immediately became lively as everyone began discussing the purpose of this new construction. Jonathan and Gio quietly slipped away. Walking outside, Joe's delighted expression gradually faded. "Jonathan, based on my understanding of those chieftains, they will definitely not let this go. The real confrontation is likely to begin soon." Jonathan nodded but showed no worry, even smiling slightly. "Lord Abdur, they can only constrain us in so many ways. No matter what means they use, a single sweet potato will catch them off guard." Gio was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Looking towards the outskirts of the city, Joe's face displayed a mocking smile. "This time, I want to see what tricks you have left." At the Diao family compound, a group of clan chiefs waited anxiously outside, but they didn't see Gray return even as night fell. After their initial excitement waned, a hint of suspicion appeared in the clan chief's expressions. Beckham couldn't help but ask, "Clan Chief Diao, why hasn't Gray returned yet? Did he go out drinking and playing again?" Zen's face darkened. He knew Gray better than anyone. This possibility wasn't far-fetched. But then Zen suddenly laughed. Beckham asked curiously, "Why are you laughing?" Zen said, "Clan Chief Ma, if Gray really went out drinking and playing, it would actually be good news." Beckham was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Luke smiled and joined in, "Clan Chief Ma, only if things go smoothly would Gray have the mood to go out drinking and playing. So that's it." Beckham suddenly understood, and the other clan chiefs also got it, all smiling. They had been worried that things might not go well, but now it seemed they had overthought it. Gray's delay in returning actually meant everything was going smoothly. Zen laughed heartily. "Thank you, Clan Chiefly, for your understanding. Why don't we leave that boy alone and prepare a feast? How about we eat and wait?" "Good idea." Everyone laughed heartily as they returned to the compound and continued feasting. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, the gatekeeper suddenly ran in and shouted, "Clan Chief, young clan leader has returned." The noisy voices within the courtyard instantly became quiet, followed by bursts of surprised cheers and laughter. "This boy is finally back. We can finally hear some good news. I can't wait to know what kind of expression that old thing Gio had at the time." Zen called out even louder, "Let him in quickly." However, after he spoke, Zen suddenly noticed something was off with the attendant's expression. Not only did the attendant not share their excitement and joy, but his face also looked somewhat grim. Zen's heart sank, a sense of foreboding spreading. Luke also noticed the attendant's unusual behavior, the smile on his face disappearing as he looked towards Zen. Suppressing his unease, Zen demanded, "What happened?" The attendant's lips twitched as he said, "Young clan leader's right-hand fingers are broken." "What?" Shocked, Zen's voice rose sharply. "You mean Lai's fingers are broken?" The attendant nodded. A look of bewilderment appeared on Zen's face. Gray went there to incite the citizens and make them lose faith in Gio. How did his fingers end up broken? Recalling that Liangzhou City was Zhou's territory last time, Zen's expression darkened. Could it be that Gio, enraged by the loss of reputation, lost control and attacked Gray? Thinking of this possibility, Zen couldn't help but fly into a rage. Over the years, both sides had followed the unwritten rule of open competition and hidden struggles without explicitly stating it. This time, Gio had clearly crossed the line. Zen immediately turned to Luke. "Chiefly, this old thing Gio has gone too far." Luke's eyes flashed with determination. "Rest assured, Chief Diao, we will unite and demand an explanation from Gio." The other chieftains now understood what had happened, feeling a surge of unity against a common enemy. Beckham shouted loudly, "Don't worry, Chief Diao. We're all one family. Let's go together to settle accounts with Gio tomorrow." "Great. I thank you all in advance." Zen expressed his gratitude to everyone, then turned to the attendant. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly bring young clan leader inside." Chapter 147. It was that kid. "Yes." The servant responded and hurriedly ran out. Soon, Gray, with one arm hanging, was supported by his attendants and walked in. Zen immediately approached with a pained look in his eyes. "Liar, how are you? Does it hurt a lot?" Seeing Zen, Gray could no longer hold back his chief and burst into tears. "Father, my finger is broken." Zen consoled him right away. "Don't worry, I will definitely invite the best doctor to treat your injury. Also, this grudge, father and the uncles here will take revenge for you. Now, tell us how that old man Gio bullied you." After Zen finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Gray, their eyes filled with curiosity. How did Gio break Gray's finger? However, upon hearing this, Gray was stunned. "Father, I wasn't bullied by Gio." "Not bullied?" This answer left all the local chieftains and clan leaders present utterly astonished. Zen was most surprised. Looking at Gray's bandaged finger, he asked in confusion, "Then what happened?" "This?" Gray blushed rarely. "I did it by accident." "By accident?" Zen was even more surprised. No one knows their child better than their parents. He could tell Gray was not telling the whole truth. He immediately looked at the attendant beside him. "What exactly happened to young master?" The attendant instinctively glanced at Gray. Seeing this, Zen barked, "Speak." Startled, the attendant hurriedly replied, "Reporting to clan leader, young master hit his hand against the wall." Hit the wall? Including Zen, everyone's expressions became more shocked. Not only wondering why Gray would hit the wall, but also what kind of wall could cause Gray's fingers to be broken. One must know, Gray had been practicing martial arts since childhood, known for his strength and boldness. After a brief moment of shock, Zen shouted again, "Explain clearly." The attendant quickly recounted everything that happened that afternoon. As the attendant told the story, the Jiao family courtyard soon fell into dead silence. Everyone's expressions changed from initial gravity to surprise, and finally disbelief. The moment the attendant finished speaking, several local chieftain clan leaders began to ask questions. What materials did Jiao use? What does the house look like inside? Did he say what the house was used for? The flurry of questions left the attendant at a loss for words, looking only towards Zen. At this point, Zen's mind was in chaos as well. He never imagined that things were entirely different from what they thought. Just thinking about how they spent half the day imagining Zhou's reputation plummeting made Zen's face involuntarily flush red. Luke, the most composed, spoke loudly. Everyone, please calm down, one question at a time. After quieting down, Luke asked the crucial question. So, Jiao really built a unique house? The attendant nodded, yes. Hearing the attendant's firm response, all the clan leaders couldn't help but draw a cold breath. Things really were completely different from what they imagined. Jiao actually succeeded. Luke's face showed astonishment as he asked the second question. What does the house look like? The attendant replied, it's like an enclosed rice storage shed, but there are many partitions inside. How big are the partitions? The attendant thought for a moment and said, not very big, roughly about 7 steps around. All the clan leaders couldn't help but frown. Such small partitions were too tiny for living. But if not for living, what else could they be for? For a moment, the Jiao family courtyard fell into silence as everyone pondered this question. After thinking for a while, Luke still couldn't figure it out and decided not to think further. He continued asking, you mentioned earlier that the house is still being built upwards? The attendant nodded repeatedly with an expression of disbelief. Not only upwards, according to them, it's going to be 6 stories high. Hiss. Everyone once again drew a cold breath. 6 stories. This number left everyone feeling incredulous. Beckham couldn't help but say, is he not afraid it might fall over? The attendant subconsciously looked at Gray's injured hand. Though he didn't respond verbally, everyone understood. Given the hardness that broke Gray's fingers, such a building indeed wouldn't collapse. Realizing this, Luke's face couldn't help but darken. Jiao was actually doing something they couldn't even imagine. Coming back to his senses, Zen grabbed the attendant by the collar and demanded, you mentioned grayish-green powder on the ground. What is that? The attendant shook his head in panic. Clan leader, I can't identify it. Waste of space. Zen shoved the attendant away and then looked at Luke. Clan leaderly, do you know what it is? Luke shook his head, his expression turning even more unpleasant. Their opponent's actions not only surpassed his expectations but also included items he had no knowledge of. This meant that they were now at a significant disadvantage. At this moment, Gray said bitterly, it must be that kid. His abrupt words left everyone momentarily stunned, but after some thought, everyone nodded. Indeed, in all the years of back and forth with Jiao, he had never achieved any breakthroughs. But since Jonathan's arrival, the situation had taken an unforeseen turn. To say that this happened without Jonathan's involvement was unbelievable to them. Seeing everyone's angry expressions, Zen called out immediately, I've always said we should deal with this kid. You believe me now, right? Everyone nodded, feeling somewhat regretful. Had they known the kid had such capabilities, they should have found a way to eliminate him as soon as possible. Luke's face looked rather unpleasant. Zen's words clearly targeted him, because it was he who several times blocked Zen's suggestions. Noticing many local chieftains and clan leaders looking at him, Luke's face darkened. Clan leader Jiao, that kid is not someone you can just deal with. Do not forget, after arriving in Liangzhou for just 2 days, that kid became brothers with Levi, clearly aligning with Jiao long ago. If we take action against him, do you think Jiao will let it go easily? Everyone frowned. Although unwilling, they had to admit Luke was right. Zen said unhappily, then what? Let that kid act recklessly? With this interference from the kid, Zhou's reputation is likely higher now. In my opinion, we should find a way to get rid of that kid. Zen's suggestion received approval from quite a few. However, Luke countered, ladies and gentlemen, eliminating that kid would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Think about it, even if we manage to eliminate that kid, what if Jiao finds another equally capable helper? Beckham was surprised. So clan leaderly means to eliminate Jiao? Chapter 148. Money lost can be earned again. Luke shook his head. Jiao is an imperial official, and even more specifically, a military commander. Moving against him would be tantamount to rebellion. The court will never sit idly by. Zen felt a surge of anger. Chiefly, if we can't deal with that boy, and we can't deal with Jiao either, then what do we do? Are we just going to sit back and watch as they grow stronger? Luke huffed, Chief Jiao, I haven't finished speaking yet. Direct confrontation with these two is the worst strategy. The best strategy is to target their objectives. The various chieftains looked at each other, all somewhat confused. Beckham asked, what do you mean by targeting their objectives? Luke, feeling rather pleased with himself, explained, their goal in building houses is simply to accommodate more people within the walls of Liangzhou City, right? No one disagrees with this point, correct? Everyone nodded. Luke sneered, let's assume the worst, that their 6-story buildings really can hold 6 times the current population. But there's one problem they can't solve. That's food. Liangzhou City has only so much arable land. Without the granaries we operate inside, the common folk won't survive, and they'll have no choice but to come out again. In other words, with just one order from us, Liangzhou City would immediately collapse. At that time, even 10 times its current population wouldn't matter. Hearing Luke's analysis, the previously tense chieftains relaxed completely. Luke was right. As long as they firmly controlled the food supply and resources, Liangzhou City couldn't cause too much trouble. Beckham thought for a moment and said, Chiefly, why don't we start taking some actions now, giving them a warning? Luke smiled and nodded. Chief Ma's suggestion is excellent. Immediately, everyone began discussing. An hour later, the chieftains left, fully satisfied. After everyone had gone, Gray, unable to contain his excitement despite the intense pain in his fingers, said, Father, once grain prices rise, not only will we make more money, but Liangzhou City won't be able to maintain its current population, let alone add more. As he spoke, Gray recalled the smiles on Jonathan and Joe's faces and said angrily, by then, the houses they worked so hard to build won't have any residents. I'd like to see how they still manage to smile. Inside Liangzhou City, some citizens came to the grain shop with a few coins only to find a notice posted on the door. Curious, one of them asked, "Boss, what does this say?" The boss glanced at the crowd and replied indifferently, "Poor harvest this year, so grain prices are rising." The citizens were surprised. They looked up at the sky and asked doubtfully, "Boss, it's been a favorable season all year. How could the harvest be poor?" The boss snorted. "Just because it's good here doesn't mean it's good elsewhere, right? Moreover, how much grain can this place produce? All the grain I sell is bought from elsewhere at high prices. If you're not satisfied, then don't buy." The queuing citizens exchanged glances and headed to another grain shop. Watching their retreating figures, the boss sneered. They think they can buy grain at the original price by switching shops? They had received orders. All grain shops had raised their prices. Before the citizens reached the next shop, they saw people shaking their heads and leaving another queue, causing them great surprise. They hurriedly asked, "Why? Did this grain shop run out of grain?" The person shook his head. "No, prices went up. We're planning to check another shop." Surprised, the citizen replied, "We came from another shop where prices also increased." All of them? The citizens exchanged worried glances and reluctantly returned to the first grain shop. One citizen asked, "Boss, what's the price for rice now?" Seeing them return, the boss huffed before answering, 200 coins per dough. Upon hearing this, the citizens gasped, 200 coins? It's risen so much? Previously, a dough of rice cost only 100 coins. Now it had doubled. The boss lifted an eyelid to glance at them. "I clearly marked the price. If you can't afford it, don't buy." Stunned, the citizens conferred among themselves and then headed to the prefectural office. 15 minutes later, Gio returned to the back office with a sullen expression. He had anticipated that the chieftains would adopt new tactics, but he hadn't expected them to act so swiftly and ruthlessly. To double the grain prices outright. It was a direct challenge to him. Back in the office, Jonathan was planning the arrangements for each floor of the mall. Seeing Gio return with such a grim face, he had a sudden thought. "Lord Abdur, did the chieftains make their move?" Gio nodded. "They have doubled the grain prices, and now the citizens can't afford to buy grain." Double? Jonathan was somewhat astonished. These two were really daring enough to demand an exorbitant price. But the other side indeed had the capability. After all, a large amount of daily necessities in Liangzhou City were transported in by them. Levi couldn't help but look anxious. Food is the first necessity for the people. If citizens can't afford grain, it's a big problem. If this went on for long, many citizens in the city would definitely leave. In that case, Joe's 20 years of effort would be in vain. Levi suddenly thought of sweet potatoes and said, "Can sweet potatoes fill the gap left by grain?" Gio frowned and replied, "Those sweet potatoes yield highly. They have just been planted and need at least 2 months to mature." 2 months. Levi's heart sank to the bottom instantly. The citizens could not last for 2 months. Levi could only look at Jonathan and asked, "Brother Jonathan, what should we do?" Gio couldn't help but shake his head. After several days of interaction, he admitted that Jonathan indeed was outstandingly capable. However, today's trouble was not something Jonathan could resolve. After all, Jonathan wasn't a god. He couldn't conjure up a large amount of grain. Just as Gio was thinking, he heard Jonathan laugh lightly. They dared to increase grain prices so high because currently, all the grain in Liangzhou City is supplied by them. So if we can manage to get our own grain, survive these 2 months, and wait until the sweet potatoes are ripe, then we will no longer fear. Hearing this, Gio was stunned, then smiled bitterly. "Jonathan, your words are indeed true, but the key point is, all the money in Liangzhou City has been used as wages for masons. Moreover, that bit of money is far from enough to buy enough grain for the citizens to eat for 2 months. Levi nodded in agreement. "Brother Jonathan, you know the situation in Liangzhou. We really can't come up with this amount of money." However, Jonathan laughed heartily. "No money? We can earn it." Gio couldn't help but be stunned. Liangzhou City is located on the border, extremely desolate. To make money, there were no valuable items to sell. Chapter 149, Collecting Rent. "Malik, have you discovered something special in Liangzhou?" Gio asked with some excitement. Based on his interactions with Malik over the past few days, Gio didn't think Sam was one to speak without purpose. If he said it would make money, then a comprehensive plan must already be in place. And this had to be the only possibility. Levi also looked at Sam with great anticipation after hearing Joe's guess, eagerly waiting for Sam's next words. However, amidst the expectant gazes of the Abdur family father and son, Sam smiled and shook his head. Gio and Levi both looked stunned. Nothing special? Then how would they make money? Just as the father and son were puzzled, they heard Sam say with a smile, "You must not forget that we are building a shopping mall unprecedented in history. As long as this news spreads, merchants will surely come flooding in. On my way here, I saw Mr. Arn, the manager of Jade Shin, Jade Shop. With his foresight and vision, he would definitely agree to move in. And all we need to do is collect rent." Gio and Levi widened their eyes, their minds buzzing with confusion. What Sam said was something they had never thought of before. But listening to Sam's reasoning, they immediately felt it was feasible. The father and son immediately became excited again. Levi exclaimed happily, "I'll immediately have someone announce this news." Gio paused for a moment and then asked, "Sam, what are the chances that Arn will agree to move in after hearing this news?" Sam smiled faintly. Given his acumen, "I'm 100% sure. But I suggest that you, Lord Abdur, write him a personal letter inviting him to come over. Otherwise, he may not believe this news." Gio nodded repeatedly and immediately wrote an earnest letter, dispatching it via the local constabulary to search for Arn around the nearby areas. After finishing all of this, Joe's tense mood relaxed somewhat. Although he was not certain if everything could resolve the crisis, at least they now had a method. "Sam, you think carefully about the planning of the mall. I'll go out first and ask someone to calm the people. As Gio was about to leave, Sam called him back. A bit puzzled, Gio asked, "Is there still something?" Sam nodded but didn't mention his own matters. Instead, he countered, "Lord Abdur, how do you plan to soothe the people's emotions?" Gio was taken aback and furrowed his brows in thought, saying, "I intend to post announcements, informing everyone of possible scenarios in the coming days. At the same time, I will inform them that we have taken action and the crisis will soon be resolved." Listening to this, Sam nodded but then countered again, "Lord Abdur, what do you think about those who suffered during this crisis?" Gio was stunned, not quite understanding. "What do you mean?" Sam smiled and said, "Lord Abdur, to gain more support from the people, we must show our sincerity. I suggest sending people to stand guard outside every grain shop, recording the names of those who buy grain at inflated prices and noting the extra cost. Once the crisis is over, we can fully compensate them for their losses." Gio was taken aback for a moment, then nodded enthusiastically with delight on his face. "Great idea." Gio brightened up instantly and hurried to the front hall to instruct the constables. In most grain shops of Liangzhou City, under the instruction of the chieftains, prices doubled outright. Seeing this, other grain shops, fearing loss, also quickly raised their prices. Most citizens preparing to buy rice returned home empty-handed. A few households already devoid of provisions could only grit their teeth and buy the expensive grains, returning home with sorrowful expressions from the grain shops. Not long after leaving the grain shop, citizens who bought grain were stopped by constables. "Sir, how much rice did you buy? What was the price?" The citizen, looking slightly uneasy, replied to the constable, "Sir, my family has no more rice left today. Even if the price is high, I have no choice but to buy it." The constable assured quickly, "Don't worry, sir. This inquiry comes on behalf of Lord Abdur." Upon hearing Joe's name, the citizen eased up and said, "I bought 2 pounds of rice today for 16 cash coins." The constable quickly noted it down and then said, "Lord Abdur said he feels deeply sorry for everyone's loss and wants to remember everyone's names." Startled, the citizen waved his hands vigorously. "That won't do. I dare not have Lord Abdur remember my name." Despite the citizen's refusal, the constable persisted, eventually getting the citizen's name recorded, who then left with mixed feelings. The constable promptly proceeded to question the next buyer. This scene repeated itself outside various grain shops throughout Liangzhou City. The Chavi, seeing this, quickly sent someone out to investigate. Once they learned what the constables were doing, the Zavis sneered. "Feeling guilty? How useless." After scorning Joe's actions, the Zavis hurriedly reported this news back to their chieftain patriarchs. In the Li family's main hall, the chieftain patriarchs had gathered early in the morning, confirming with each other if they had instructed their subordinates to raise grain prices. Once they were certain that all their grain shops had increased prices, they smiled knowingly. Especially when they heard that after discovering the rise in grain prices, the citizens rushed straight to the prefectural office, they laughed maniacally. Orlando said disdainfully, "What's the use of seeking that old thing? Can he make us lower our prices?" Dai also said, "These people are giving Gio a tough problem. He must be scratching his head anxiously right now. Ha ha ha." The other chieftain patriarchs also joined in, all mocking Gio. After having their fill of verbal indulgence, they all looked at Li Jihong, admiration filling their faces. "Leader Li, this move of yours is truly high. Gio must be panicking now. Maybe it won't take long before he comes knocking on our doors, begging for mercy. At that time, we must destroy all his efforts these years." As they talked, the conversation drifted back to Gio. Li Jihong listened with a smile at first, but upon noticing they had gone off topic, he coughed loudly to draw everyone's attention. "I completely understand how you feel. But don't forget about Diao Yes issue. Gio now has an assistant. Before everything is settled, we shouldn't be too happy yet." As soon as Li Jihong finished speaking, the chieftain patriarchs chimed in one by one. "Leader Li, you're overthinking it. What can that boy do? Make us lower our grain prices? That boy does have some abilities, but only because we don't know him well. Now with this trouble, he absolutely can't handle it." Chapter 150, A Wicked Plot. Luke, listening to the confident words of the tribal chieftains, felt very pleased. He had deliberately spoken those words just now. His purpose was to let the chieftains continue praising him and to establish his authority among them. Regarding this current predicament, he was completely confident that Jonathan would not be able to solve it. After proposing this plan, he hadn't stopped thinking about it for a moment and still couldn't figure out how to break through the deadlock. After all, these grain shops were theirs, so they wouldn't follow Joe's order to lower prices. Furthermore, Gio didn't have the money to buy rice to sell to the people. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a way to resolve this crisis. Just as everyone was still in the midst of their praises, a loud shout came from outside. "Chieftains, there's news from the grain shops." Instantly, the Li family hall fell silent, followed by a flurry of chatter. Seeing this, Luke shouted loudly, "Let them in." The men sent by the grain shops rushed in, their faces filled with delight. "Great chief, good news. Wonderful news." Gio has sent clerks to the entrances of the grain shops to record the names of the people buying rice, saying he feels guilty. Clearly, he is at his wit's end. Everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I told you what? I knew Gio had no way out, and now he's even resorting to this. Indeed, feeling guilty means he's out of options. To think Gio would also face this day. It makes me happy just thinking about it." After a brief reflection, Luke joined in the laughter with everyone else. The judgment of the Zavis must be correct. Gio surely has no more tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, if he had any other solution, why would Gio choose to do such a thing? Luke's mind flashed to Jonathan's name, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It seems this kid isn't much after all. With just a little effort on my part, he's already floundering. At this moment, Beckham's eyes twinkled as he said, "Chiefly, I have an idea. Now that Gio has lowered his posture so much, why don't we push him into the mud completely? We can slightly reduce the price of grain to make those who paid high prices feel dissatisfied with Gio. What do you think?" The other tribal chieftain's eyes lit up. "Right. Those who bought grain at high prices would naturally feel upset upon seeing the price drop, and at this time, only verbally addressing the issue, Gio would surely become the target of those who overpaid. Thus, Gio would completely lose his credibility. After some consideration, Luke nodded. That's indeed a good idea. Upon receiving Luke's approval, Beckham perked up and immediately wanted to instruct his attendant to deliver this order to the city's grain shopkeepers. Luke stopped him, smiling. Chief Ma, wait a moment. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. All the chieftains looked at Luke, their gazes filled with curiosity. However, instead of speaking to them, Luke looked at Gray beside Zen. Gray, I need to confirm something with you. The materials used to build that strange house, you've never seen them before, right? Gray nodded, his eyes revealing hatred. That green-gray powder, I heard they call it cement, but I can be certain it's not made from water and mud. Luke nodded, then swept his gaze over everyone. This material called cement interests me. What about you? We are interested too. The chieftains all nodded. This material that could build 6-story buildings naturally piqued their interest. In that case, let's have our servants inquire more about cement while they're in the city. Realization dawned on everyone as they nodded again. In the afternoon, the grain shops lowered their prices from 200 coins per dough to 195 coins per dough. When the news of the price drop reached the ears of the morning buyers, they were both shocked and angry. If the price dropped immediately after they bought the grain, wasn't that a huge loss? When the people confronted the grain shops demanding an explanation, the response was straightforward. It was a fair transaction. There was no coercion involved. The high-priced grain buyers were furious. Seizing the opportunity, the Chavi sneered, "You only spent a few extra coins, but you received an apology from the prefect. It was worth it." With these words, many citizens began to associate the grain price drop, which had nothing to do with Gio, with him, generating dissatisfaction. At the prefect's office, Gio hurried to the back office and found Jonathan, his face filled with confusion. Jonathan, something strange happened. The grain shops suddenly lowered their prices from 200 coins to 195 coins. Why? Jonathan was somewhat taken aback. This situation also caught him off guard. However, Jonathan was certain that those tribal chieftains absolutely did not lower the grain prices out of conscience, but rather had other intentions. It was very likely aimed at them. After listening to Jonathan's analysis, Joe's expression changed slightly. He also found it strange that the tribal chieftains suddenly lowered the grain prices a bit, but it was just strange. However, after Jonathan explained, he immediately realized the hidden danger. At this moment, a constable rushed in. Sir Abdur, something seems amiss. Some citizens are dissatisfied with you. Gio was startled, full of surprise. He had the constables apologize to the citizens on his behalf, so why would they be dissatisfied with him? Jonathan, however, was quick to ask, are those citizens who are dissatisfied with Sir Abdur the ones who bought grain? The constable thought for a moment and hurriedly nodded. It should be so. Many of them came from the grain shops. Jonathan, why is this happening? Gio asked urgently. Although he didn't understand why Jonathan suddenly asked this, he knew Jonathan must have figured something out. Jonathan's face turned cold as he said, Sir Abdur, the purpose of their lowering the grain prices is exactly this. Gio was stunned, then realized, almost incredulously. You mean they want to use this method to make the citizens dissatisfied with me? Jonathan nodded. Joe's face couldn't help but change dramatically. He had managed to free Liangzhou City from the control of the tribal clans by relying on the support of the citizens. If the citizens became dissatisfied with him, then the situation in Liangzhou would become precarious. What a vicious scheme. Gio gritted his teeth. At this moment, Levi, who had just finished arranging the dissemination of information about the mall's recruitment, returned. After hearing about the tribal chieftain's plot, he was so enraged that he grabbed his spear and ran outside. Stop. Gio stopped Levi and frowned. What are you going to do? Levi, his face flushed with anger, shouted loudly, Father, they are so shameless. I will fight them. Chapter 151. Do you want to counterattack? Come back. Gio shouted. Can you fight all of them? Besides, even if you win, what can it solve for the current situation? Calvin was stunned and said resentfully, then we just let them destroy Father's reputation like this? Hearing this, Joe's face turned ugly. He didn't place too much importance on his own reputation. He cared more about the impact of the current reputation on the situation. Calvin put down the long spear angrily, grumbling continuously. One trouble wasn't resolved yet, and now there is a new one. How could they deal with the crisis in front of them? Instinctively, Calvin looked at Jonathan, his expression filled with anticipation. Now, probably only Jonathan could possibly help them out of this predicament. Gio also looked at Jonathan, a hint of anxiety lingering in his eyes. Facing the gaze of both Abdur family father and son, Jonathan chuckled, Sir Abdur, wanting their scheme to fail. Actually, the method is quite simple. Very simple? Jonathan hadn't finished his sentence when Gio and Calvin both cried out in surprise together. They had racked their brains and couldn't think of a way to respond to the difficulty. Yet Jonathan said it was very simple. Gio and Calvin exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Calvin scratched his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. For a problem that he and his father couldn't find a solution to, how could Jonathan say it was so simple? Was the gap in governance between them really that large? Jonathan nodded firmly. This problem indeed has a very easy solution. Don't forget, our purpose in recording the names of citizens who bought rice was initially to temporarily appease their emotions. Now that this method has proven ineffective, why don't we directly announce the subsequent plan to the public? Subsequent plan? Upon hearing these words, Joe's expression changed. Didn't that mean they had already prepared for merchant recruitment, and were also preparing to compensate those citizens who paid a high price for grain this time? Understanding, Calvin was both shocked and delighted, exclaiming in agreement. Right. The fundamental reason why citizens are dissatisfied is due to the high grain prices. As long as we tell them that we will compensate them for this loss in the future, they definitely won't be dissatisfied anymore. Having said that, Calvin turned and ran outside. He needed to announce this news immediately. Wait. Calvin didn't run 2 steps before being called back by Gio. Father, what else? Calvin asked in confusion. Without answering Calvin, Gio looked at Jonathan. Jonathan, the reason we haven't revealed these two strategies is because we're not sure we can attract merchants yet. The other reason is worrying about what actions those Tusi might take. If they take action now, such as raising the price of grain again, making it impossible for people to eat, then what should we do? After Gio expressed his concerns, Calvin's smile immediately turned into worry upon hearing it. Brother Jonathan, what father said isn't an exaggeration. Those Tusi aren't easy to deal with. In response to Joe's worries, Jonathan merely smiled. These concerns, Jonathan had thought through long ago. He smiled and said, once we announce the compensation plan, grain prices will definitely rise accordingly, without a doubt. But we can buy rice ourselves and sell it to the citizens at normal prices. The moment Jonathan finished speaking, Abdur father and son simultaneously showed looks of confusion. Calvin even couldn't help but feel Jonathan's forehead. Brother Jonathan, are you feverish? Why are you talking nonsense? Gio frowned deeply. Jonathan's words left him utterly baffled. The shops in the market haven't been leased out yet. The prefecture government has no income from silver. Where would they get silver to buy grain? Knowing Joe's doubts, Jonathan looked at Calvin. Brother Abdur, the Tusi have been stirring up trouble lately. Do you want to counterattack? Stunned, Calvin didn't understand why Jonathan suddenly changed the topic, but he still nodded vigorously, shouting, of course I want to. Now, the opportunity has come. Under the curious gazes of Abdur father and son, Jonathan grinned, saying, after listening to Gray's account, those Tusi will definitely be interested in cement. If someone secretly sells cement at this moment, they will definitely spare no expense to obtain it. At that time, we can raise the price as much as we want. Listening dumbfounded, Gio and Calvin were amazed. Could it be this simple? Though it seemed incredible, carefully thinking about it made Gio beam with delight. Every year, Great Chu spent heavily to purchase Xiongnu war horses through various channels, just like the present situation. The money earned from them can be used to buy food to get through the current crisis, Jonathan continued. Gio listened, nodding repeatedly, and immediately went out. He couldn't wait to start making arrangements. That night, the people Gio had arranged quietly came to the prefectural magistrate's office to report on the day's situation. Sir, someone contacted me saying they want some cement. Gio felt both surprised and delighted. Things were actually going so smoothly. He hurriedly looked at Jonathan, waiting for him to speak. This matter still needed Jonathan's personal execution. A smirk curled the corners of Jonathan's mouth. Since someone wants to buy, then sell it to them. However, you must emphasize the risks involved in obtaining cement and raise the price. Additionally, the amount of cement sold each time should be minimal. Too much will inevitably arouse suspicion. After giving these instructions, Jonathan added, Magistrate Abdur, the money from selling cement will be available soon. I'll leave tonight to start acquiring food in advance. Gio nodded repeatedly, a look of gratitude in his eyes. Jonathan, thank you. As Jonathan left Liangzhou City under the cover of night, there was laughter and chatter in the Li family hall. Beckham said mockingly, hee hee. How could that old thing, Gio, think that he has spies among his subordinates? With all of us, we will definitely figure out the secrets. With our strength, isn't a 6-story building easy to build? At that time, the structure in Liangzhou City will become a complete joke. Tiske. Gio has been fighting us for 20 years, and now he is finally going to lose. Gray listened to everyone's mockery, feeling an intense sense of satisfaction, and couldn't help but shout loudly, every clan leader, in my view. The credit for this should go to that boy, Jonathan. The group of clan leaders looked at Gray in confusion. What did he mean? Gray sneered. If it weren't for this boy, Gio would have stuck to the previous strategy. How would we have gotten such a good opportunity? Everyone suddenly understood and laughed heartily. Gray is right, thanks to that boy. It seems that boy is truly a gift from heaven. Chapter 152. Is this thing made of gold? Gray was delighted to see the clan elders agreeing with his criticism of Jonathan. Seeing the enthusiastic atmosphere, Zen seized the opportunity and said, everyone, last time Lai failed to complete the task due to an accident. What about letting him buy cement this time? The elders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Fine, let Gray handle it. While Gray might not be reliable for other tasks, buying something as straightforward as cement should be within his capabilities. Gray couldn't hide his excitement upon receiving this mission. At the prefectural governor's office in Liangzhou, Gio was discussing the details of selling cement with the informant mentioned by the chieftains. Yush Mian, do you still remember what Jonathan said? Conley nodded. I do. Good. Gio nodded and paused before saying, tomorrow, when you go there, observe who they send first. If it's someone sharp, prefer a lower price, but don't expose yourself. But if it's someone easy to manipulate. Gio paused here. Conley smiled knowingly. Rest assured, sir, I will act accordingly. Early the next day, Conley arrived at the designated spot outside the city, waiting for the other party. Soon enough, Gray showed up with his attendants. Upon seeing Conley, Gray eagerly asked, did you bring the cement? Conley hadn't expected it to be Gray and felt elated inside. Although detested by everyone, Gray wasn't exactly bright, a perfect target for manipulation. Conley immediately feigned difficulty and shook his head. Gray raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? You didn't bring the cement? Are you playing tricks on me? Conley quickly replied, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I didn't want to bring it, but I couldn't. Gray was puzzled. Couldn't bring it? How so? Conley explained. Perhaps because the officials are wary of someone trying to steal the cement, they've been guarding it extra tightly. I watched all night but couldn't find a chance. Gray grew anxious upon hearing this. Last night, Zen had repeatedly emphasized the importance of this rare opportunity and demanded good performance. Now, if he couldn't get the cement, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Fearing the consequences, Gray retorted. I don't care about your excuses. We already agreed. You must get the cement, or else I'll expose your betrayal of Liangzhou City. Conley inwardly sneered. Sure enough, Gray was nothing but trouble. He put on a fearful expression. No, what if I try to steal it? Gray felt smug. That's better. But hurry up, don't delay. Conley nodded and hesitated slightly. I'll do my best to steal it, but as you know, there's great risk involved. So, about the price. He deliberately paused here. Though dull, Gray grasped the implication. The price wouldn't be low. He grunted. How much do you want? Overjoyed, Conley replied, I can probably smuggle out 2 ounces, for 20 taels of silver. What? Gray thought he misheard. 20 taels, Conley repeated. Confirming he hadn't misunderstood, Gray laughed coldly. You really have the nerve to charge exorbitantly. For 2 ounces, you're asking 20 taels. Is this thing made of gold? Feigning distress, Conley said, I'm taking considerable risks, and this cement can build a 6-story building, only available in Liangzhou. As they say, rarity is valuable. I don't think the price is high. If you disagree, then I won't sell. Even if you threaten to report me, I'm not afraid, just words without proof. Speechless with frustration and anger, Gray knew he had no choice. Conley was right. He couldn't buy cement anywhere else. Reporting Conley now was just a threat. If he truly reported Conley, they'd never get their hands on cement again. All right, 20 taels it is. Gray could only grit his teeth and reluctantly agree. Conley was both astonished and delighted. Reporting back to Gio immediately after leaving. Gio was dumbfounded after hearing the news. 2 ounces of cement for 20 taels of silver? It's priced like gold. Yet, he knew very well that these cements were simply made from gravel, using special techniques by Jonathan. What a windfall profit. No wonder Jonathan wasn't worried at all when he heard the chieftains might raise grain prices again. He was clearly well prepared. Gio couldn't help but get excited. After some thought, he had an idea. Since he's willing to pay such a high price for it, we'll sell him a little more. Tomorrow, you take 3 taels of cement over there. In the coming days, I'll find an excuse to leave Liangzhou, and by then, Gio said this with a mischievous smile on his face. Conley understood immediately and nodded. At the same time, Gray reported the negotiation results to the chieftain clan leaders. Zen felt a twinge in his heart when he heard Gray spent 20 taels of silver for 2 ounces of cement. This is a price like gold. The other chieftains didn't feel the pain in their hearts, but were only filled with joy. Once they got the cement back, surely among so many people, they would recognize what it is. Then they could make cement themselves. For a moment, everyone praised Gray profusely. When Zen heard the chieftains praising his son, the pain of spending money disappeared, replaced by delight. The next day, Conley brought 3 taels of cement outside the city and feigned surprise as he reported to Gray. This time I brought out 3 taels of cement. You only wanted 2 taels yesterday, right? As he spoke, Conley pretended to measure out 2 taels. Gray glared and shouted, What? Do you think I can't afford 30 taels of silver? Look carefully. Without hesitation, Gray took out 3 10-tael silver ingots and shoved them into Conley's hand, then snatched the 3 taels of cement and left. Conley looked at Gray's back, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Carrying the 3 taels of cement, Gray soon returned home. Father, I bought it. Seeing Gray return with a joyful expression, Zen, who had been anxiously waiting, finally relaxed. This time, Gray had successfully completed his mission. The other chieftains who rushed over also came forward eagerly, watching Gray hold the small package in his hands, their faces full of excitement and curiosity. Finally, they were about to see the real face of cement. Under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, Gray smiled as he opened the small package. A small pile of bluish-gray dust-like material appeared before the chieftains. Chapter 153. That kid really has some skills. The tribal chief looked at the cement that resembled dust, and the joy on his face quickly turned into deep confusion. They had no recollection of this thing at all. Realizing they had no impression of it, everyone began to inquire from the chiefs standing next to them. When they found out that no one recognized it, they couldn't help but be startled. Luke frowned slightly and said, Since none of us know what this is, it must be something entirely new. Let's see what effect this is first. As he spoke, Luke looked at Gray. Gray's face immediately flushed with pride. Although the previous operation had failed, among all these people, only he had personally seen how cement was used. He immediately ordered someone to bring sand, gravel, and water. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he mixed these items together. Afterward, they asked a mason to shape the mixture into a long block. All the tribal chiefs stared intently at the concrete block, full of suspicion. This was the thing that had broken Gray's fingers? Zen directly asked, Liar, did this thing really break your fingers? Gray blushed and replied, His walls were much thicker than this. Once it dries, you'll see for yourself. Everyone patiently waited for over an hour and a half before finally hearing Gray announce that it had solidified. The tribal chief scrambled to pick up the concrete block and examined it closely. Soon after, exclamations of amazement rose from the crowd. So small, yet so heavy. It's very hard. It's indeed like stone. Gray wasn't wrong before. That cement can bond sand and gravel so firmly, much better than mud slurry. Listening to everyone's remarks, Luke glanced at the block for a moment, then suddenly spoke, Chief Tiao, I heard you invited a skilled expert. Why not have him assess the hardness of this material? Zen immediately had Santiago brought over. After several days of rest, Santiago's complexion had returned to normal, though his broken arms were still bandaged. Mr. Xia, this thing is the cement made by Jonathan. Since you've seen many things, tell us if you've ever seen this elsewhere. Hearing Jonathan's name, Santiago's face immediately flashed with anger. For the past few days, he had been constantly thinking about how to take revenge on Jonathan. However, he hadn't thought of a way yet. When Zen asked him to evaluate Jonathan's invention, especially after hearing that it was cement, he subconsciously wanted to belittle it. But upon looking at it, the words of belittlement couldn't come out. Calling it cement, this stuff seemed to have nothing to do with mud. It was completely something he had never seen before. Santiago took the concrete block and examined it carefully for a while. In the expectant gazes of the tribal chiefs, he shook his head with a pained expression. I've never seen anything like this. Even Mr. Xia hadn't seen it. Zen exclaimed in shock, widening his eyes. Santiago had traveled across most of the Great Chu Kingdom and still didn't recognize this. Looks like that kid really has some skills. Zen continued, Mr. Xia, Jonathan said this material can build 6-story tall buildings. What do you think? Suppressing the pain in his arms, Santiago squeezed the block hard and couldn't help but change his expression. This material was even harder than he had imagined. Though reluctant to admit it, Santiago had to concede. If it's this hard and a bit thicker, it can indeed build taller buildings. Whether it can support a 6-story building or not is hard to say. Phew. All the tribal chiefs drew a sharp breath simultaneously. Everyone knew Santiago had a grudge against Jonathan, so this statement was clearly made to belittle him as much as possible. Which meant, this material could indeed build 6-story tall buildings. Zen hurriedly instructed the masons standing by, quick, separate the cement from the sand and gravel. The masons promptly approached, took the concrete block, and filled a bucket with water, dropping the block inside to dissolve it. During the wait, Beckham came to Zen with a smile. Chief Tiao, Gray did a good job this time, actually bringing back 3 taels of cement. I'm quite interested in this stuff. Can you give me 1 tael? I'll pay the original price. Zen smiled happily, sure. Hearing this, other tribal chiefs also came forward. Chief Ma, asking for 1 tael alone seems a bit excessive. Why not share it with everyone? Chief Tiao, if necessary, we can pay more money, which can be considered as compensation for Gray's efforts. Zen nodded with a big smile. Although 30 taels of silver was not much to the Diao family, half a tael would suffice for research. Now that he could sell the surplus, he naturally felt very happy about it. As they were discussing how to divide the 3 taels of cement, they suddenly heard an exclamation from the mason beside the bucket of water. What's wrong? Zen hurriedly asked, with an uneasy premonition rising in his heart. The mason pointed at the water passage. Chief, look, this thing won't dissolve. What? The tribal chiefs quickly gathered around. Upon seeing the concrete block still solidly intact in the bucket of water, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Not only did this material have the hardness of stone, but it also didn't fear being soaked in water. Some tribal chiefs dipped their hands into the water and pinched it, then looked at each other in amazement. Jonathan has indeed created something remarkable. At the same time, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. They had to get hold of the method for making cement. All eyes turned to Gray. Gray, we rely on you to buy more cement. While the tribal chiefs were thinking about obtaining the cement formula, Jonathan stepped into the city of Ciizhou and went straight to a grain shop. How much rice do you want to buy? The shop assistant asked. Jonathan said, I need a lot of rice. I want to make a big deal with your boss. The assistant sized up Jonathan a few times and, noticing his impressive demeanor, quickly invited him to sit down in the back and went to fetch the boss. When the boss of the grain shop came out, he glanced at Jonathan, sat opposite him, and looked directly at Jonathan. Young master, what kind of business are you here for? Jonathan smiled faintly, 1,000 dan. The previously lazy boss immediately sat up straight, sizing up Jonathan again, speculating about his background. Ciizhou, like Liangzhou, was located in a remote area where most grain buyers were poor. Those who could afford even 1 dan of rice were already rare, let alone mentioning 1,000 dan right away. The boss thought about it and said with a smile, indeed a big deal. Where does your household reside? I can send it over. Within the city of Liangzhou, Jonathan replied. Liangzhou? These 2 words caused the boss to pause in surprise. His brother-in-law, the prefect, had once mentioned the chieftains of Liangzhou and intended to cooperate with them. Could this young man be the opponent of those chieftains? Chapter 154. I want to see your granary. The grain shop manager sized up Jonathan, his mind racing. Soon, he laughed heartily and said, no problem. I'll do this business with you. Jonathan's heart stirred and immediately exchanged silver from the system, preparing to retrieve it for the transaction. Before Jonathan could withdraw the silver, the grain shop manager suddenly said, Sir, you are a major customer here. It's also about lunchtime now. Allow me to treat you to some of our Ciizhou delicacies. After we finish lunch, we can continue discussing our collaboration. Jonathan felt a bit strange about this, but nodded anyway. The grain shop manager immediately took Jonathan to the largest tavern in Ciizhou, reserving a private room. After Jonathan sat down, the grain shop manager smiled and said, Sir, please wait a moment. I just saw a friend and thought to invite him to join us. Without waiting for Jonathan's response, the grain shop manager hurriedly left the private room. Jonathan frowned. The grain shop manager's behavior was highly unusual. A glint of sharpness flashed in Jonathan's eyes as he became secretly vigilant. Leaving the private room, the grain shop manager ran nonstop towards the magistrate's office not far from the tavern. Brother-in-law, there's a young man from Liangzhou who wants to buy grain. Seeing the magistrate of Ciizhou, Amadeo, the grain shop manager recounted how Jonathan intended to purchase grain. Amadeo's expression changed slightly. You're sure he mentioned Liangzhou City? The grain shop manager nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm certain I didn't hear wrong. Amadeo narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A few days ago, Luke had come over and talked about the current situation in Liangzhou. Tensions had risen both inside and outside the city. Luke controlled vast tracts of land outside the city, so they couldn't be short on grain. Anyone coming to buy such a large amount of grain must be Zhou's people. Thinking of this, a hint of cold laughter appeared on Amadeo's face. Though he didn't know the details of the conflict, the situation was clear. Liangzhou City was running out of grain. If he cooperated with Luke, Zhou would surely lose this time. Then, he would have the chance to become the magistrate of Liangzhou as well. A flash of determination flickered in Amadeo's eyes as he instructed the grain shop manager, proceed with this deal, but don't give him real grain, understand? The grain shop manager nodded continuously. I understand. Satisfied, Amadeo nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead. After the grain shop manager left, Amadeo summoned a confidant and ordered him to go to Liangzhou immediately to inform Luke of these events. Having done all this, Amadeo leaned back in his chair, imagining what it would be like to succeed as the magistrate of Liangzhou. Apologies. I chased after that friend for quite some time, only to realize it wasn't him. Truly sorry about that. Waiter, bring out your best dishes right away. Back in the private room, the grain shop manager kept apologizing profusely. Looking contrite, "Consider it my apology." Jonathan frowned slightly. The grain shop manager's behavior was clearly off, but up until now, he hadn't figured out what the other party was up to. After lunch, they returned to the grain shop. Jonathan raised the issue of buying grain again, and the grain shop manager agreed wholeheartedly. "No problem. 1,000 stones of grain is a lot, but my shop can handle it. 1 stone of grain costs 1 tael of silver, so 1,000 stones would be 1,000 taels." Jonathan nodded, taking out 2 gold bars exchanged from the system. The grain shop manager's eyes bulged instantly. Gold? Gold bars? He expected Jonathan to pay with banknotes, not gold bars. Jonathan raised an eyebrow. "What? You don't accept gold bars?" "Of course I do. Definitely." The grain shop manager exclaimed, his eyes glued to the gold bars. He had seen many banknotes before, but such perfect gold bars were a first. Reaching for the gold bars, Jonathan pulled back. "Manager, shall we make it cash on delivery?" The grain shop manager froze, awkwardly retracting his hand, and nodded. Right? Please bear with me for a moment while I arrange it." Finishing his sentence, the grain shop manager rushed out and returned shortly. "Sir, the 1,000 stones of grain are ready outside." Jonathan nodded and stepped outside, where several donkey carts were piled high with coarse burlap sacks. The grain shop manager asked, "Would sir like to inspect them?" As he spoke, a barely noticeable gleam of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. These grains were arranged carefully by him. Every bag was filled with grain on the sides but sand and mud in the center. No matter which bag Jonathan inspected, nothing unusual would be detected. Even seasoned merchants would be fooled, let alone someone as young as Jonathan. Only when the grains were unpacked at their destination would his tampering be revealed. But by then, it would be too late. Shaking his head at that moment, Jonathan said, "No need." However, at the same time, Jonathan felt a sudden impulse and made the system start scanning. Upon seeing the results in the item list, a coldness flashed across Jonathan's eyes. Out of these 1,000 stones of grain, 950 stones were actually mud and sand. The grain shop manager felt a pang of regret when he heard Jonathan's refusal. After all the efforts he had put into cheating, he couldn't even trick the other party. It was truly regrettable. He continued, "Young master, since this is our first collaboration, wouldn't you feel more reassured if you inspected the grains?" Jonathan still shook his head with a smile. "I trust the boss, no need to check." Although still somewhat disappointed, the grain shop manager felt quite proud. After all, his deceit had succeeded. Unexpectedly, Jonathan suddenly asked, "Boss, may I know where your grains are stored? I'd like to take a look. Perhaps we can collaborate again in the future." The grain shop manager laughed heartily upon hearing this. Sure thing. Come along, young master." With that, the grain shop manager swaggered forward with an 8-character gait. Jonathan followed behind him, a touch of coldness lingering in his eyes. About half an hour later, Jonathan arrived with the grain shop manager in front of a massive warehouse. Outside the main gate stood over a dozen burly men, each carrying a steel saber on their waist. More pairs of large men patrolled the area around the granary and even further back. The grain shop manager proudly introduced to Jonathan, "This is where I store my grains. What do you think, young master?" Jonathan smiled and replied, "It looks very secure." Upon hearing this, the grain shop manager couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Young master, you got that right. These people are specially hired by me, every single one of them top-notch." Nodding, Jonathan focused his mind on the invisible screen only he could see. The system had already scanned everything nearby. At the top of the item list was a surprising 2,000 stones of grain. Glancing at the grain shop manager, Jonathan silently chuckled to himself. Recycle. Chapter 155. This trip was worth it. As Jonathan's thought surfaced, the system's voice sounded. Recycling completed. Gained 200,000 value points. Current value points, 48,620,000. Hearing the system's voice, Jonathan barely managed to hold back his laughter. The 100 taels of gold he had exchanged for 1,000 dan of grain just now cost him 100,000 value points. And now recycling this grain instead earned him 200,000 value points. Back and forth, he made an extra 100,000 points. This trip was indeed worthwhile. At this moment, the Chavi asked, "Would the young master like to come in and take a look?" Jonathan smiled and nodded. He wanted to see what expression the Chavi would have. Seeing Jonathan agree, the Chavi sneered inwardly. "Wait until you see the grain you bought and think about the grain in the warehouse. You will definitely be on the verge of tears." He waved at the big man by the door. "Open it." Rumble. The heavy iron door was forcefully pulled open by the big men, and a smell of grain came rushing in. The Chavi looked proudly at Jonathan and said, "Young master, please come in and take a look." Jonathan glanced at the Chavi and walked in. The Chavi followed behind Jonathan, staring at Jonathan's back with a sneer. Just then, he suddenly heard Jonathan exclaim from ahead, "Owner, what happened here?" The Chavi froze, puzzled. "What do you mean, what happened?" Jonathan pointed at the jute bags not far away. "Why are these jute bags empty?" "Empty?" The Chavi followed Jonathan's finger direction and widened his eyes. Indeed, how did several empty jute bags end up there? The Chavi quickly glanced to the side and saw more empty jute bags, his face changing. These dozen bags of grain were used to replenish shortages in the grain shop randomly. He remembered clearly that all the jute bags were filled with grain. He hurried over, picked up a jute bag, shook it, but not even a single grain of rice fell out. "You few, come in here." The Chavi barked at the big men at the door. Confused, the big men walked in and heard the Chavi's furious questioning. "What happened?" Looking at the empty jute bag in the Chavi's hand, their faces changed. "How did the jute bags become empty? Where did the grain go? Speak." The Chavi shouted again angrily. The big men came to their senses and hastily replied, "Sir, we've been guarding here without leaving for a moment. We didn't notice any thieves coming." Someone speculated, "Owner, could it be that rats got inside?" "Bullshit." The Chavi's roar interrupted the big man's words. "Are you an idiot, or am I an idiot? Can rats finish so many bags of grain?" Unsatisfied, the Chavi prepared to continue scolding when he suddenly heard Jonathan's voice beside him. "Owner, My 1,000 dan of grain should also have been stored here, right? Were the people handling it earlier not careful enough? The Chavi paused, only then remembering Jonathan was still here. He turned to Jonathan with a forced smile. I've caused quite a commotion for you. Something happened here, so I won't be able to entertain you much longer. The Chavi paused and continued, young master, regarding the money for that 1,000 dan of grain? However, Jonathan suddenly shook his head. I don't want that 1,000 dan of grain anymore. The Chavi immediately became anxious. Young master, why wouldn't you want that grain? That grain was mixed with sand and mud. Hard to sell even if kept. Jonathan chuckled and said, I think such a big incident has occurred here, and it needs to be thoroughly investigated. If I take away that 1,000 dan of grain, it will definitely affect your investigation. With that, Jonathan pulled out a 10 tael silver ingot from his sleeve and placed it in the Chavi's hand. This 10 taels of silver is to compensate for the time I've taken up. After saying this, Jonathan left, leaving the stunned Chavi behind. For a long while, the Chavi came to his senses, looking at the 10 tael silver ingot in his hand, feeling utterly helpless. The wasted grain couldn't be measured by just 10 taels of silver, yet he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Several emotions intertwining, the Chavi gritted his teeth and said, Go, call everyone who handled the grain just now. I want to see who dared to steal grain right under my nose. Soon, the assistants who had handled the grain were called over. The Chavi shook the empty jute bag forcefully and shouted, Who was so audacious as to steal these bags of grain? The assistants stared with wide eyes, looking completely innocent. Owner, we've been working here. How could we dare steal grain? Yes, with so much grain, we would definitely be caught if we tried to carry it out. The Chavi frowned deeply upon hearing this. These helpers are right. Unless these people and the big men guarding the door were all accomplices, it would be impossible to silently steal nearly 10 bags of grain. The Chavi's gaze immediately swept around. Everyone, search carefully in the warehouse to see if anyone dug a hole from outside. Yes. Everyone immediately started a thorough search. But after searching the warehouse thoroughly, no holes were found. Everyone was utterly puzzled. What was going on? The Chavi's gaze quickly fell on the helpers and big men again. If nobody had dug tunnels from outside, then it must have been an inside job. At this moment, a helper pointed at the area enclosed by rice stacks and said, Boss, could the thieves have dug a tunnel inside the rice stacks? The Chavi's face changed as he hurriedly said, Bring me a ladder. After the ladder was brought over, the Chavi leaned it against the rice stack and climbed up personally. However, he had only climbed 2 steps when the ladder suddenly tipped forward. Ah, what happened? Be careful, boss. Several cries rang out simultaneously, but in the next moment, the entire warehouse fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the ground that looked as if it had just been cleaned. After a long while, the Chavi regained his senses. He felt the ground first and called out in shock, Where is the rice? Where's the rice? The others snapped out of their shock and rushed into the area previously surrounded by rice stacks, their faces filled with disbelief. This place was originally piled high with grain. Now, there was nothing, not even a single grain of rice. Everyone looked at the warehouse left with only rice stacks and jute bags, and a sense of fear washed over them. Ghost. It must be a ghost. A timid helper shouted in horror. The others' faces changed. The Chavi wanted to scold but couldn't bring himself to speak. 2,000 dan of grain disappearing without a trace. Besides being haunted, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Goosebumps covered the Chavi's body, and he hurriedly shouted, You stay here and guard. I'll go find help. Having said that, the Chavi rushed out. The remaining helpers and guards also ran out of the warehouse in terror. Chapter 156 Seizing the Initiative. The Jinzhou Prefect's office. Dino was luxuriously enjoying the service of a beautiful concubine, daydreaming about the future. Just as he was indulging in visions of becoming the prefect of Liangzhou and amassing untold wealth, a series of footsteps pulled him back to reality. Dino's face immediately darkened, and he said displeasedly, What is it? Outside came the hurried voice of the grain shop manager, Sir, it's me. Upon hearing the grain shop manager's voice, Dino's anger instantly dissipated. Considering the timeline, the matter should have been settled. Moreover, the urgency in the grain shop manager's voice indicated he was here to report good news. He waved for the concubine to leave and then said, Come in. However, when the grain shop manager entered with a look of terror and unease, Dino's smile froze. This expression clearly did not herald good news. Dino's expression darkened. What on earth are you rushing around for over such a trifle? In his view, the worst possible news would be that the adulteration of grain had been discovered. But it wasn't much of an issue since all grain shops in Jinzhou were under his control, leaving the opposition no chance of purchasing sufficient supplies. With that, Dino picked up his teacup, skimming off the floating dregs. The grain shop manager's lips twitched. A trifle? If only it were a trifle. He hastily reported, Sir, something serious has happened. The 2,000 pickles of grain reserved in the warehouse have vanished without a trace. Snap. Dino's teacup shattered on the ground. The tea splashed onto his clothes, but he paid it no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the grain shop manager. What did you say? Repeat that. The grain shop manager choked out, Sir, the grain you had me stockpile, it's all gone. Dino's vision blurred momentarily, nearly causing him to collapse. This grain represented his entire savings. And now it was just gone? Dino grabbed the grain shop manager by the collar, gritting his teeth. What exactly happened? After listening to the manager's explanation, Dino commanded, Get all the staff from the grain shops to the warehouse. He rushed toward the warehouse afterward. Leaving the grain warehouse, Jonathan arrived at another grain shop only to find it closed. Confused, Jonathan proceeded to the third shop, which was also shut. Perplexed, Jonathan pondered briefly and decided to head outside Jinzhou City. Unable to buy locally, he would rely on the system exchange. In an uninhabited area, Jonathan exchanged for several donkey carts and 1,000 pickles of grain through the system, then drove them back toward Liangzhou. As Jonathan embarked on his journey back to Liangzhou, in the Li family hall, Luke was receiving visitors from Zhenzhou. A young man in his 20s went to Jinzhou to buy grain? Hearing this, Luke immediately visualized Jonathan's face. His own complexion changed rapidly as he asked urgently, did he manage to buy it? Dino's envoy chuckled, don't worry, Headmanly. Ike bought nothing but inedible mud and sand. Relieved, Luke thanked the visitor profusely. After seeing the visitor off, Luke immediately summoned the chieftains of various clans to share this news. Upon hearing it, everyone burst into laughter. Geo, and that kid must be clueless that our people are already in charge in Jinzhou. I can't wait to see their faces when they realize the grain they bought is just mud. They really think they're clever. After everyone finished laughing, Luke added smilingly, besides sharing this good news with you all, I want you to know, don't stop Jonathan when he brings the grain back. Let him transport the grain smoothly into Liangzhou City and help spread the word so the city folk know they bought 1,000 pickles of grain. Many chieftains understood what Luke intended to do, grinning knowingly. Luke continued, once the citizens rushed to buy the grain and discover it's mud. Heh. Luke couldn't resist laughing as he imagined the scene. The other chieftains joined in hearty laughter at the thought. After the laughter died down, they engaged in casual conversation. Beckham approached Zen and asked with a smile, Old Yao, when will Gray get the cement back? Zen chuckled, he contacted the supplier early this morning, so it shouldn't take long. Beckham's eyes flashed with interest. Old Yao, we have a good relationship, right? Zen showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although the Jiao family and the Ma family were not enemies, the two had often clashed on various issues before and even exchanged sharp words. It was clearly unusual for Beckham to ignore this history and claim they had a good relationship. Noticing Beckham's expression, Zen began to understand. It seemed that Beckham wanted to ask him for help. Sure enough, Beckham continued, Old Yao, this cement seems quite extraordinary. I want to buy more of it. I was wondering if this arrangement would work. This time all the cement that Gray brought back, I want it all. I'm willing to pay extra silver. What do you think? Zen was bewildered by this. Beside him, Tyler, the new chieftain of the Bai family, suddenly interjected, Clan leader Ma, are you planning to do something with the cement? Upon hearing this, Beckham's face changed. Seeing this, Zen instantly understood. He then gave Beckham a cold look. Clan leader Ma, you're being unreasonable. Zen spoke loudly enough for all the chieftains present to turn their attention towards them. Once they realized what was going on, everyone looked at Beckham with reproachful eyes. They now understood Beckham's intentions. Cement was indeed different from anything else, especially now when many people had never even heard of it. If they could present this material to certain individuals, it would certainly gain favor. They could even build things with cement and offer them as gifts. Clearly, Beckham wanted to seize this opportunity. After comprehending Beckham's intentions, Luke said sternly, Clan leader Ma, have you forgotten our previous agreement? Our common enemy is Geo and Jonathan. We must not be selfish. Beckham blushed. I just haven't had the chance to tell everyone yet. This excuse was clearly not convincing, as everyone sneered at him. Luke then said, since that's the case, let's all discuss how we can use the cement to win the favor of some important figures. I think presenting it directly to the prefect of Qizhou would be good. I believe offering it to Lawson, who is closest to Liangzhou, would be better. In my opinion, soon it will be the emperor's birthday, so it's best to present it directly to his majesty. Chapter 157. This is too coincidental. Everyone, hear me out for a moment. Luke waited until everyone had finished speaking before slowly opening his mouth. Since we are going to present a gift, it's natural that we should offer it to the most powerful person. So presenting it to his majesty is the best choice. Just think, once his majesty is pleased, won't we be able to avoid control by others in Liangzhou in the future? Upon hearing this, the tribal chieftains immediately became excited. They had been struggling against Geo for so long, all for the sake of obtaining greater power. If they could establish a relationship with Sterling, what could a minor figure like Geo do to them? For a moment, everyone nodded in agreement. Beckham suddenly chuckled. Who knows what Geo was thinking? To have such a treasure and not seek credit for it. In this instance, he has actually prepared a marriage dress for us. The other tribal chieftains laughed along upon hearing this. At this moment, Gray hurriedly ran back from outside, his face beaming with excitement. Father, I bought it. As he spoke, Gray raised the bundle containing cement, seeking praise. However, seeing such a small bag of cement, the tribal chieftains frowned. Such a tiny amount of cement was far from what they needed for their grand plans. Gray was puzzled. He had indeed bought the cement, so why did these people look contemplative? Father, what's wrong? Gray couldn't help but ask. Zen didn't hide anything, explaining their plan and then said, this tiny bit of cement is far from enough. Gray was initially stunned, but then burst into laughter. The tribal chieftains were taken aback, looking at Gray in confusion, not understanding his reaction. Zen frowned. Liar. What are you laughing about? Suppressing his laughter somewhat, Gray still wore a joyful expression as he loudly declared, Father, this isn't a problem. Not a problem? Everyone looked at Gray in surprise. They needed quite a bit of cement this time. Even if they could buy a few more packages later, it wouldn't be nearly enough. Moreover, cement was only available within Liangzhou City now. How could this not be a problem? Luke raised an eyebrow, incredulously asking, Gray, did you get the method to make cement? Upon hearing this, all the tribal chieftains focused their attention on Gray. Gray's smile froze, awkwardly laughing, no. Their hopeful gazes instantly turned into disappointment, with several frowning deeply. Without the method to produce cement, saying it wasn't a problem seemed like a jest. Zen humphed, liar. Stop holding back and quickly explain why it isn't a problem. Yes. Seeing the displeased expressions on everyone's faces, Gray hastily explained. While buying cement today, the seller told me that Geo would inspect the border area this afternoon. He can take advantage of this opportunity to obtain a large quantity of cement. Isn't this precisely what solves our problem? A commotion immediately arose in the hall. Every tribal chieftain wore a look of both surprise and joy. There's such good news after all. Indeed, it's no problem. Gray, this time you've really done a great deed. That old man Geo probably never dreamed that his trip would bring us such benefits. Listening to the excited voices of the tribal chieftains, Luke looked somewhat doubtful. He felt the situation was too coincidental. Chiefly. Immersed in thought, Luke heard someone calling him from the side. Looking up, he saw it was Zen. Zen smiled proudly. Chiefly, this time Liar has solved a big problem for us, right? Luke furrowed his brow. He understood Zen's intention, to have him acknowledge Gray. Once he acknowledged Gray, the Jiao family's standing among the tribal chieftains would significantly increase. Such a thing, he absolutely would not allow. Despite these thoughts, Luke did not show the slightest hint of his feelings, instead nodding with a smile. If it truly solves our problems, it is indeed a great deed. Zen's proud expression froze. The other tribal chieftains also looked over. Luke's words carried hidden meanings. Zen asked, "What do you mean by that, Chiefly? Doesn't this news from Liar mean we can buy the cement we need, solving our problems?" Luke replied, "Chief Diao, don't you think it's too coincidental? Think about it. Just when we needed a large amount of cement, Gray suddenly received this good news. It's as if someone arranged everything." The faces of the tribal chieftains changed dramatically. After Luke's remark, the situation indeed seemed like it had been arranged. Zen's expression turned grim. Although he was unhappy with Luke's words, Luke's argument did make some sense. But Gray wouldn't stand for it. He had finally done a few things well, and was still going to be negated. He immediately declared loudly, "Chiefly, I think you're just being overly cautious." At this statement, all the chieftains looked over in surprise. Was Gray openly questioning Chiefly? Luke's face filled with shock, which quickly turned dark. None of the other chieftains questioned him, yet this junior dared to speak disrespectfully. Though he hated Gray, Luke maintained a calm tone, asking, "How am I being overly cautious?" Gray snorted and said, "Chiefly, when you were discussing the use of cement, I was right in the middle of trading with the other party. At that time, even I didn't know we needed a large amount of cement. How could the other side have known?" The hall instantly fell silent. Zen's eyes shone brightly, full of admiration as he looked at Gray. His son was finally getting the hang of it. He promptly said, "Chiefly, I think what Liar said is correct. The need for a large amount of cement was only discussed by us. Even if it had leaked out, there wouldn't have been enough time. I think, Chiefly, you are indeed being overly cautious." Several chieftains nodded slightly. Zen's words did make sense. Luke frowned, clearly not expecting Gray to articulate such a logical response. And it made perfect sense. Seeing the reactions from the other chieftains, Luke furrowed his brow even more tightly. This time, Diao family father and son had hit on the crux of the matter. After a brief thought, Luke nodded. "What you say does make sense. It seems heaven itself is helping us against Geo." He deliberately phrased it this way to minimize Gray's role in this issue. Zen saw through Luke's intentions at a glance, coldly smiling inwardly, saying, "If Chiefly also thinks so, then shall we let Gray go by the cement?" Chapter 158, not bought, but on credit. Luke felt incredibly depressed but could only nod and say, "Buy." Zen smiled contentedly and said, "We need quite a lot of cement this time. Shouldn't everyone chip in some money?" The other tribal chieftains nodded repeatedly. Should chip in. This time they were going to make something with cement to present to Sterling. They had to contribute their share. Zen then sought out the mason who had previously used cement and inquired about the quantity needed for building a 3-foot thick wall using cement. The mason pondered for a moment and replied, "A conservative estimate would be 30 caddies." Everyone immediately started doing mental calculations. 1 tael of cement costs 10 taels of silver, so 1 caddy would cost 100 taels. 30 caddies, that's 3,000 taels. All involuntarily gasped. They hadn't realized until now. It was shocking to need so much silver. Fortunately, these costs were to be shared equally. Each person still had to contribute at least 100 taels or more. After the discussion, Gray quickly contacted Conley again. When he heard Gray wanted 30 caddies of cement, Conley was both surprised and delighted. He turned around and reported the news to Geo. 30 caddies? 3,000 taels? Geo was astonished upon hearing these figures. He had never seen so much silver in his entire life. Yet now, 30 caddies of cement could fetch this amount. Incredible. No wonder Jonathan was confident that the money from selling cement could buy grain. Regaining his composure, Geo immediately instructed, "Sell." After speaking, he hurriedly got up and walked toward the back office. Conley was taken aback and asked instinctively, "Where is Lord Abdur going?" Without looking back, Geo replied, "I'm preparing to leave the city immediately. We can't give those Tusi leaders any time to change their minds. Also, once you get the money, send it to Chijo with Chewy Eye. Jonathan must be waiting to use it." That night, Conley and Gray exchanged money for goods, both satisfied and smiling. Gray returned home with his attendants carrying the cement. Although it was very late, none of the tribal chieftains had left yet. After checking, all faces lit up with pleasant surprise. They had obtained enough cement. Luke said, "Tomorrow, gather all the masons from our respective families and have them start constructing the walls immediately. At the same time, thoroughly research how this material is made." Agreed. Everyone responded in agreement and left with joyous smiles. Meanwhile, Conley handed the banknote over to Levi, who set off immediately toward Chijo. Riding on a galloping horse, Levi wore an expression of worry. Jonathan didn't bring much silver to Chijo and had likely been refused multiple times already. At worst, he might have been insulted. Rushing overnight, by dawn, Levi saw ahead on the mainland a convoy of donkey carts slowly approaching. On the donkey carts were stacked burlap bags, clearly filled with grain. Levi couldn't help feeling envious. How wonderful it would be if this grain were heading to Liangzhou. As he rode past the donkey carts, for a brief moment, Levi heard an astonished voice. "Brother Abdur?" It was Jonathan's voice. Levi was puzzled. Wasn't Jonathan supposed to be in Chijo? He quickly pulled the reins, shifting his gaze from the grain to the driver. To his surprise, there on the donkey cart was Jonathan himself. Levi was completely dumbfounded, taking a while to regain his senses before asking, bewildered, "Brother Jonathan, why are you here?" Jonathan laughed heartily. "Why can't it be me?" Levi pointed at the grain on the donkey carts. These are grain, Jonathan answered naturally, leaving Levi stunned once more. Indeed, it was grain. Looking at Jonathan again, Levi's eyes were full of disbelief. Jonathan, brother, how did you buy this grain? Jonathan, having anticipated the question, smiled and explained, it wasn't bought, but on credit. The Chavi is a decent man who trusts me, allowing me to take the grain first and pay later. Really? Levi was astonished. But after thinking about it, it didn't seem impossible. Although he hadn't known Jonathan long, he found him trustworthy. The Chavi, being experienced, surely saw Jonathan's character as well. Levi took out the banknotes and said, Jonathan, brother, I brought the banknotes. Tell me which grain shop it is, and I will deliver it. Jonathan quickly responded, let me handle it since the shopkeeper doesn't know you. Once you return the grain carts, I'll head back to Liangzhou soon. Good idea. Levi agreed without further thought, handing the banknotes to Jonathan and subsequently drove the donkey carts back to Liangzhou. Jonathan then rode his warhorse back to Liangzhou after a day of touring. The Diao family compound. These past 2 days, the tribal chieftains had come without fail every day to check on the progress. Each time they saw the masons busily working, they were filled with joy. This was what would gain them Sterling's favor. Looking at the section of the city wall that had already been built, the tribal chieftains were full of amazement. Cement truly was something extraordinary. The more they experienced its excellence, the more eager they became to understand how it was made. Once they mastered the method of manufacturing cement, not only would they rise rapidly in power and influence, but they would also acquire vast wealth. This was something they had never dared to dream of before. Thinking about the possibilities, laughter and chatter filled the Diao family compound every day. As the chieftains were chatting happily, a servant from the Diao family rushed in to report. Chieftain, several donkey carts loaded with grain have entered the city. Immediately, the courtyard fell silent. Then, loud laughter broke out one after another. It seems that boy Jonathan is back. Hee, they will never guess that the grain they bought can't be eaten. What a pity we can't enter the city, otherwise, I would definitely go see Joe's embarrassment. When Gray heard this, he immediately stood up. Father, when they try to sell the grain, shall I go into the city to watch their embarrassment? Zin laughed heartily. Of course you can. The other tribal chieftains laughed even louder, adding, Gray, make sure to see the look on Joe's face when they discover the sand mixed in the grain and tell us all about it. When the grain arrived back at the governor's office, Gio, who had returned, heard the news and hurried outside. Seeing the mountain of grain piled high on the donkey carts, Gio was too excited for words. They really did buy it back. After a long pause, Gio finally regained his composure and quickly asked Jonathan, how much grain did you buy this time? 1,000 Dan, Jonathan replied. 1,000 Dan. Gio drew in a sharp breath. This number was beyond what he had imagined. Levi added, Father, these 1,000 Dan of grain were obtained on credit by brother Jonathan without paying a single coin. Chapter 159. The jokester became the joke. Credit. Gio was taken aback and looked at Jonathan. What happened? Before Jonathan could speak, Duke spoke up with his speculations. Father, we all know what kind of person brother Jonathan is. The grain shopkeepers have seen countless people, of course. They can tell brother Jonathan is reliable at first glance. So, they were willing to sell us grain on credit. Gio was speechless. This was 1,000 Dan of grain, worth 1,000 taels of silver. But seeing Jonathan nod, Gio couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Jonathan's charisma was indeed significant. Yashting his focus to the grain, Gio couldn't help but laugh heartily. 1,000 Dan of grain would last for at least 2 months. By then, the sweet potatoes would be ready. The city of Liangzhou wouldn't need to worry about food anymore. Thinking of this, Gio glanced at Jonathan. Jonathan had developed the sweet potatoes. The silver used to buy 1,000 Dan of grain was also earned by Jonathan's efforts. In short, Jonathan played an essential role in the whole affair. Gio couldn't help but marvel internally. He always refused to admit old age, but at this moment, he had to acknowledge that heroes do emerge from the young. Jonathan smiled and reminded him, Sir Abdur, shouldn't we inform the citizens now and compensate those who bought grain at high prices these past few days? Gio snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, and immediately instructed the officers. Post notices around the city that starting tomorrow, the government will sell grain at 100 cash per dough. The people who bought grain at high prices recently will receive compensation. The notice caused both surprise and joy among the citizens. Not only did they now have grain, but those who had paid a high price for grain would get compensated. Upon hearing the contents of the notice, the owners of various grain shops in Liangzhou City could not help but change their expressions. Those officials recording the names of high-priced grain buyers were preparing for this moment. Quickly, inform the clan leaders of this news. Soon, the chieftains in the Diao family courtyard learned of the notice's content. After a brief moment of shock, laughter erupted throughout the courtyard. Haha, this really cracks me up. That old man Gio wants to restore his reputation through this matter. He probably never thought that selling grain tomorrow would be the moment he falls from grace. Gray, enter the city early tomorrow. I can't wait to see Joe's expression at that time. That night, many people were so excited they couldn't sleep. At dawn, Gray, sporting dark circles under his eyes, hurried to Liangzhou City with his followers. He wanted a prime spot to watch Jonathan and Duke's stunned expressions. When Gray arrived at the prefect's office, it wasn't even the morning hour yet, but he found the office already surrounded by citizens. The citizens, their faces filled with excitement, praised Jonathan and Gio. Under normal circumstances, hearing such praise would infuriate Gray, but today, he wasn't angry at all, and he even hoped the citizens would praise them more harshly. The greater they think Jonathan is now, the more disappointed and hateful they'll be soon. As Gray was thinking this, he heard the creaking sound of the prefect's office doors opening from within. Jonathan and the Abdurs walked out, accompanied by officers. Seeing the smiling faces of Jonathan and the others, Gray sneered. Laugh now, see if you can keep laughing later. Gio bowed to the crowd and said loudly, Citizens, please form 2 queues. one for buying grain and the other for those who bought grain at high prices these past few days. I must say this up front, don't try to fraudulently claim compensation. I've recorded everyone who bought high-priced grain. Under the officer's management, the citizens divided into 2 queues, eagerly waiting by the office gate. Seeing the lines formed, Gio glanced at Jonathan. After Jonathan nodded, Gio announced, "Bring out the grain." For officers immediately carried out bags of grain. Seeing the grain, the citizens immediately became excited. Gray, watching from afar, couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. "It's here. It's coming." 2 officers holding scissors cut open a jute bag, took out a measuring scoop, and started filling the citizens' baskets with rice. Looking at the fragrant rice, the citizens beamed with joy. Especially those who had paid high prices for grain recently, they shouted aloud, "Thank you, Sir Abdur. Thank you, little Sir Wong." Gray's face stiffened slightly. They haven't noticed the sand and mud in the bags yet? Recollecting himself, Gray sneered again. He understood now that the 2 batches of grain currently being sold were likely from the outermost bags. To prevent Jonathan from discovering any issues on the spot, these 2 bags were kept problem-free. But the rest of the grain certainly wouldn't be like this. Praise away, praise away. Let's see if you can still do so in a moment. Gray sneered and patiently waited. Soon, 1 bag of grain was sold out, and the second bag was brought over. Gray craned his neck, waiting eagerly for the situation he had imagined to unfold. However, even after the second bag was sold, nothing unusual happened. Gray furrowed his brow but still waited patiently. This bag should also have been placed on the outside to prevent inspection. Then came the third, fourth bag. When the officers sold the 5th bag of grain, Gray finally realized what was happening. Because 2 bags were being sold at once, they had actually reached the 10th bag. Yet, nothing unusual had occurred. What was going on? Just as Gray was puzzled, he suddenly heard a soft laugh coming from the front. Lifting his head, Gray's expression couldn't help but change. Standing before him was none other than Jonathan and Duke. "Hey, isn't this Gray? What brings you to town today?" Duke's voice was filled with mockery. "Why aren't you at places for eating, drinking, and entertainment? Why come here instead? Could it be that you want to see a farce?" Gray's anger flared up instantly. Indeed, he had come to watch a farce. But now, he had become the farce. Jonathan didn't speak, only smiling at Gray. But this smile seemed more mocking to Gray than Duke's words. It was clear that Jonathan knew exactly what he wanted to see. You. Gray pointed at Jonathan, but couldn't muster any harsh words. The psychological shadow cast by their encounter in the forest was too deep. Suddenly, Jonathan smiled mischievously and waved someone over from behind. A man walked over. Seeing the man's face, Gray froze. His vision went dark. It was Conley, the one who had sold him cement. Chapter 160, Counting Money for Someone Who Sold You. You. Gray pointed at Conley, but he was too shocked to say a word. Jonathan chuckled. What? Has young Master Diao forgotten him after only 2 days? Gray finally snapped out of his trance. Undoubtedly, everything was a trap set by Jonathan, and they had fallen into it step by step. Seeing the grain still being sold enthusiastically and looking at Conley in front of him, Gray couldn't catch his breath and fainted directly. Clan leader. The attendants were startled and quickly carried Gray to the clinic. Levi couldn't help laughing loudly when he saw this. Brother Jonathan, it's really satisfying. Ike Gray will probably feel pain in his heart whenever he sees us in the future. Jonathan nodded with a smile. This blow to Gray was indeed significant. In the courtyard of the Diao family, the tribal leaders looked excitedly at the finished concrete city wall, their eyes filled with surprise. They thought that a city wall built with cement would be good, but they didn't expect it to be so amazing. This thing seemed to be born for constructing city walls. It's unbelievable that old Gio, a Wuju scholar, can't even think of such a simple thing. Zen couldn't help but express disdain. Others echoed his words, also thinking that Gio was short-sighted. Luke recovered from shock and hurriedly instructed the masons. Quick, try to figure out how the cement is made. If you can find the method of making cement, I will reward each of you 50 taels of silver. Other tribal leaders immediately agreed. Right? Think hard. We will reward you with silver as well. With the quality of this wall, it undoubtedly would receive the approval of Sterling. Now they only lack the method of making cement. However, the masons showed a troubled look. These past few days, while building the wall, they had been studying cement. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't figure out how to make cement. Although they wanted the silver, they simply didn't have the capability. So the masons could only reply, all clan leaders, we have no clue about how cement is made. How can you have no clues? The tribal leaders were stunned, unable to accept this result. Zen was dissatisfied. You are all veteran masons with decades of experience. How can you have no clue? Are you trying to raise your price now? The masons hastily said, we dare not, but we really have no clue. Clan leader, please see, whether in appearance, color, or smell, this cement is different from anything we've ever seen. We really cannot figure out what it is made of, let alone know the method used. The tribal leaders' faces turned grim instantly. Looking at the newly constructed concrete wall, there was no longer the previous joy on their faces. The prerequisite for presenting this thing to Sterling was mastering the method of making cement. Without this method, they absolutely couldn't present it. Otherwise, once Sterling inquired, they would only be able to reveal Jonathan. At that time, they would merely be doing all the work for Jonathan. This was something they absolutely could not accept. Many clan leaders felt a pang in their hearts upon realizing this. They had spent 3,000 taels on this cement. Yet now, they gained nothing from it. A loss beyond compare. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Luke took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and told everyone, don't worry. We still have 2 months until the Emperor's birthday. We can continue our research. As long as we can figure out a little bit, it will be a great achievement. Even if we say this thing was discovered accidentally, it will suffice. Hearing this, the tribal leaders felt a bit better. Beckham remarked, Clan leader Lee is right. I don't believe that young guy Jonathan could figure out the manufacturing process of cement at his age, and we can't either. Zen agreed, yes. Judging from the events recently, fate seems to be on our side. We have no reason to fail in figuring it out. Others chimed in one after another. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard became lively again. Thinking of Gio, some tribal leaders couldn't help but sneer. Although this Jonathan has helped Gio a lot, I bet Levi wishes to kill him now, doesn't he? Another tribal leader chuckled. Isn't that so? Now their reputation is probably ruined. Speaking of this, everyone laughed. Calculating the time, Gray should be back soon. Thinking of the upcoming news, all previous gloom vanished, replaced by anticipation. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from outside. The Tusi chieftain's spirits lifted as they all looked towards the courtyard gate. However, when they saw Gray being carried in, everyone was stunned. What happened? Zen was the first to react, rushing over immediately. Liar, what happened to you? Upon reaching Gray, he found that while there were no injuries on Gray's body, his face was ashen, resembling a defeated rooster. Didn't Gray go to see Jonathan and Gio make fools of themselves? Why did he return in this state? Seeing Zen, Gray became agitated and shouted, Father, we've been tricked. We've been tricked. At these words, everyone present changed expressions. They had been tricked? Zen panicked and asked quickly, what exactly happened? Gray exclaimed, the grain they sold had absolutely no problem. The 30 pounds of cement was not stolen and sold by that person. It was orchestrated by Jonathan. What? The Tusi chieftains were greatly alarmed, standing rooted to the spot. These two sentences uttered by Gray shattered all their pride. They thought everything was under their control, but it turned out they had been deceived. Luke's face turned pale. He finally realized one thing. Gio had no silver at all, and Jonathan, who was exiled, could not possibly have any either. Yet, Jonathan had somehow sold 1,000 share of grain in Sijo. Moreover, Davidson's people hadn't mentioned anything about them not paying. Zen regained his senses and said incredulously, Liar, are you saying that Gio used the money from selling cement to buy grain? Yes. Gray nodded fiercely, tears welling up in his eyes. Zen felt as if the world had gone dark, almost falling to the ground. The other Tusi chieftains were not faring much better, with flushed faces and furious expressions. Looking at the concrete wall and recalling their previous excitement, they felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. They had been sold out and were still helping count the money for the seller. Chapter 161. Where did this kid buy the grain from? That old rascal Gio has been scheming against us all along. Zen growled in a low voice. The other chieftains of the Tusi also had faces full of hatred. This time, they were completely fooled. Luke's expression was equally grim, but he quickly thought of another matter. Gray, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? There's nothing wrong with their grain? Luke asked Gray. Gray nodded confidently. I don't think I made a mistake. Luke fell into deep thought. The other chieftains also realized this. The information they received indicated that the grain sold to Jonathan from Chijo indeed contained sand and dirt. But now it turned out that the grain Jonathan sold had no problems. What was going on here? Beckham said, Headmanly, could they have deceived us? Luke frowned deeply and did not answer. He knew Davidson's thoughts all too well. In this matter, there was no reason for Davidson to deceive them. After a long while, Luke said, I'll send someone over to ask. At this moment, a servant came in to report that Davidson had sent someone over. Luke immediately said, please bring him in. A bailiff from Chijo's yamen ran in and without waiting for Luke to speak, said, the governor has sent me to tell you that the kid who went to buy grain did not purchase any grain back from Chijo. What? This news stunned everyone. No wonder Jonathan's grain had no issues. It wasn't bought from Chijo at all. But if Jonathan didn't buy grain from Chijo, where did he get it from? The bailiff noticed the abnormal reactions of the chieftains and asked doubtfully, what happened? Is something wrong? Zen immediately explained what had happened in Liangzhou City. The bailiff listened with a stunned face before hurrying off. He needed to report this news to Davidson as soon as possible. Watching the bailiff leave, the expressions of the chieftains grew even more grim. Although the bailiff's words made it clear that Davidson hadn't deceived them, a new problem emerged before them. Who had sold the grain to Jonathan? Davidson had the same question in his mind after listening to the bailiff's report. All the grain shops in Chijo had to buy grain from him to sell it. This meant it was impossible for Jonathan to have bought grain from Chijo. But within just 1 or 2 days, Jonathan couldn't possibly buy grain from outside Chijo. Someone must have secretly stockpiled grain and sold it to Jonathan behind his back. Thinking about this, Davidson couldn't help but feel enraged. 2,000 pickles of grain vanished without warning, and he hadn't found any leads yet. Now, someone was secretly hoarding and selling grain behind his back, showing blatant disrespect for him as the governor of Chijo. Send for all the Zavis immediately. Chaos ensued within the city of Chijo. In Liangzhou City, with an additional 1,000 pickles of grain, the citizens calmed down from their previous anxiety. Gio laughed heartily upon hearing the reports from the bailiffs returning from various places. Excellent, excellent. This crisis has passed safely. As Gio spoke, he couldn't help but look at Jonathan with admiration in his eyes. If not for Jonathan, he wouldn't have known how to deal with the chieftain's tactics. Impressive indeed. Now, Jonathan was no longer just the son of the former martial champion in his eyes. He was also a wise strategist with courage. After all, even in the 20 years that Liangzhou was in his hands, he could only achieve its current state. Jonathan had barely been there for half a month and already thwarted the Tusi's plots multiple times. Gio knew very clearly who was superior. Jonathan, what do you think Liangzhou should do next? Gio asked Jonathan about the direction of Liangzhou's development. Jonathan smiled and said, we should still follow the previous plan and attract merchants. There are still many industries in Liangzhou under the control of the chieftains. If we don't regain control, similar events will continue to happen in the future. It's not difficult to solve, but it would take up a lot of time and seriously slow down Liangzhou's development. Gio nodded continuously in agreement. Fine, I'll continue to promote the news of Liangzhou attracting merchants. Just as he was speaking, Levi rushed in excitedly. Father, brother Jonathan, good news. Big news. I heard that Yushuan Pavilion is planning to open a branch in the southwest. What? Gio stood up abruptly, startled. Is the information reliable? Levi nodded repeatedly. I've asked many people, and they all say the same thing. Gio immediately became excited. Although Jonathan had previously mentioned inviting Arn to Liangzhou, it was just an invitation. He had no certainty about whether Arn would indeed open a branch in Liangzhou. But with Arn proactively releasing the news this time, there was no doubt about it. Thinking of this, Zhou's face was filled with determination. This time, we must secure Eudaimonin Pavilion. Almost at the same moment, the magistrate of Chizhou, Davidson, also received the news that Eudaimonin Pavilion intended to open a branch in the southwestern region. Eudaimonin Pavilion? Davidson's eyes sparkled. He originally served in the capital and knew all too well the background of Eudaimonin Pavilion. Arnie's uncle was an old minister who had survived several dynasties. If he could establish good relations with Eudaimonin Pavilion, his future would be boundless. Thinking of this, Davidson suddenly recalled the rumors he heard these past 2 days and immediately summoned his confidant. I remember you mentioned that Liangzhou has been attracting merchants recently? The confidant nodded repeatedly, yes. Davidson narrowed his eyes and then sneered. He knew the situation in Liangzhou inside out. Without mentioning that it wasn't prosperous under the control of the Tusi, the mere fact that it bordered Annam was a significant disadvantage. However, recalling the events of the past couple of days, Davidson's expression turned cold. Go and tell those Tusi leaders in Liangzhou to stir up some trouble and keep Liangzhou from being peaceful. In the Li family hall, the Tusi chieftains gathered together, their faces looking quite grim. Recently, news of Liangzhou attracting merchants kept reaching their ears. Even if they were foolish, they knew that this was a sign that Gio was trying to push them out of Liangzhou city. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Beckham shouted. Zen also said, if they manage to squeeze our people out, we will lose any influence over Liangzhou. Everyone agreed one after another. They absolutely couldn't let Gio succeed in this. Luke nodded solemnly. On this matter, his opinion aligned perfectly with everyone else's. We have to sabotage this plan. Luke stated, but how we act needs careful consideration. We must ensure success. Hearing this, the Tusi chieftains all nodded gravely. Chapter 162-2 Difficult Problems. Luke was absolutely right. Last time, their carelessness allowed Jonathan to exploit a loophole, turning them from observers into the subject of ridicule. This time, they must ensure absolute success and must not repeat the same mistake. For a moment, discussions filled the Li family hall as everyone deliberated on how to act this time. As they were discussing, a servant suddenly brought in a confidant sent by Davidson. The confidant said, to all the chieftains, Sir has asked me to deliver a message. He wants you to create disturbances during this period to ensure that Liangzhou remains unrestful. The chieftains looked surprised. Why is that? Didn't you hear that the owner of Jaichen plans to open a branch in the southwestern region? The confidant asked in return. The chieftains exchanged puzzled glances and nodded collectively. They had heard the news but didn't take it seriously, because they didn't understand the impact Jaichen could have. The confidant explained, Sir said that Jaichen isn't an ordinary store. It's one of the factors that can make a place flourish. In other words, if Jaichen opens in Liangzhou, it will undoubtedly become the most prosperous place in the southwestern region. You should understand what this means, shouldn't you? The faces of the chieftains changed simultaneously. They indeed knew what it meant. It meant their control over Liangzhou would be drastically reduced. This was the situation they least wanted to see. Luke immediately said, please tell Sir Dong that we will certainly prevent Jaichen from settling in Liangzhou city. Great. The confidant nodded in satisfaction. You can start preparing now. After seeing off Davidson's confidant, the chieftains immediately began discussing again. What does Sir Dong mean by creating disturbances? Someone asked doubtfully. Do I need to spell it out? It's obvious. We need to make Jaichen think Liangzhou is inadequate. To make Jaichen think Liangzhou is inadequate, I believe we should let them see its desolation. We could temporarily close many shops in the city. I think security is also an issue. How about we arrange for some people to cause trouble and show Jaichen that Liangzhou is unstable? After some discussion, everyone quickly reached a consensus. They needed to make Jaichen believe that Liangzhou offered no prospects and was unsafe. By attacking on 2 fronts, they believed Jaichen would never set up a branch in Liangzhou. At the same time, in the Liangzhou prefectural office, Gio was consulting Jonathan. Jonathan, what should we do to get Jaichen to open a branch in Liangzhou? He consulted Jonathan because while Gio had achieved some results in the past 20 years, it mainly relied on his personal charm to earn the respect of the people. Apart from that, the main reason the chieftains didn't dare to act rashly was due to his status as a court-appointed official. Therefore, in terms of managing Liangzhou city, Gio had no experience at all. Levi, standing beside him, clenched his fists excitedly. Brother Jonathan, share any ideas you have, and I'll handle the tasks. Though he wasn't as strong as his father, or as wise as Jonathan, he could see that with Jonathan's arrival, the stalemate between them and the chieftains would be broken. Suppressed for so long, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated at the chance to counterattack. Jonathan smiled at the excited Abdur family father and son. Actually, what we need to do isn't much. As merchants, they need only 2 things. First, the ability to make money. Second, the ability to safely bring the money back. So, we need to show Jaichen the market potential and superior safety of Liangzhou city to win their favor. Jonathan's explanation was clear and straightforward, enlightening the Abdurs. So it's this simple. Levi exclaimed. To him, these 2 objectives weren't challenging at all. But Gio grunted. Do you really think it's that simple? He thought deeper than Levi and saw the difficulties hidden in these seemingly simple tasks. Levi was puzzled. Father, isn't it simple? Looking at Jonathan, he asked, Brother Jonathan, do you think it's simple? Jonathan shook his head. Levi was momentarily stunned. While he disagreed with his father's assessment, he couldn't question Jonathan. But he still didn't understand why it wasn't simple. Jonathan smiled and explained, let's talk about the first point, showing them the market potential of Liangzhou. Brother Abdur, think about it. Currently, the people in Liangzhou city are struggling to have enough food to eat. How can they possibly afford to buy jade and jewelry? Levi was momentarily stunned. Indeed, not long ago, the people were still worrying about the price of 200 cash for a dough of rice. How could they afford jade and jewelry that cost several taels, or even dozens or hundreds of taels of silver? What about security? That should be simple, right? Levi replied after regaining his composure. There haven't been incidents of theft or robbery in Liangzhou City for a long time. As he spoke, a sense of pride appeared on his face. However, Jonathan still shook his head. Although it's very safe inside the city, what about outside the city? Levi was speechless, unable to respond. At this moment, Gio nodded and said, what Jonathan said is true. We can ensure their safety within the city, but not outside. Moreover, the chieftains won't just sit idle. They might even secretly sabotage us. Levi thought for a moment and suggested, then, how about we arrange escorts every time they leave the city? Jonathan shook his head without hesitation. That's not practical. Our ultimate goal isn't just Eudaimon and Pavilion. We need other merchants as well. It's easy to protect Eudaimon and Pavilion, but what about the other merchants? If we don't protect them, other merchants won't come. But if we do protect them, we don't have enough manpower. So, these two things may sound simple, but implementing them is far from easy. Hearing this, Levi fell silent. After Jonathan's analysis, he realized that he had been thinking too simply before. Indeed, it wasn't easy at all. Gio frowned deeply. While Jonathan was explaining to Levi, he had already started thinking about how to solve these problems. But up to now, he still had no clue. He even felt that these two problems weren't just difficult. For the current Liangzhou, they were almost unsolvable. Gio could only look at Jonathan and ask, Jonathan, do you have any solutions? Levi also looked at Jonathan, his eyes full of expectation. Jonathan smiled and said, let's talk about the security issue first. The only way to ensure safety both inside and outside the city is to firmly control everything within and beyond the city walls. Chapter 163, The Demon Forest. At this, Gio and Levi were both dumbfounded. Jonathan's words seemed to say nothing meaningful, because they couldn't control the area outside the city at all now. Levi could not help but say, Brother Jonathan, don't you understand the situation outside the city? That's the domain of the Tusi. I know. Jonathan nodded with a smile. So we have to snatch the territory from the Tusi. Or, we can carve out a safe route. Saying this, Jonathan walked to the map and drew a straight line on it. If we can control this road, then the issue of safety can be said to be solved. Gio and Levi hurriedly came over to the map. After looking at the line drawn by Jonathan, they couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Levi even cried out involuntarily, the Demon Forest? On the line drawn by Jonathan, there was a large forest marked with the words, Demon Forest. Gio said gravely, Jonathan, the Demon Forest is indeed the weakest area controlled by the Tusi. But the reason why these Tusi have weak control over this area is because of the Demon Forest. You may not understand. The reason it's called the Demon Forest is that none of those who went there ever returned. Even groups of dozens who went in for exploration didn't come back alive. Rumors say that demons inhabit that forest. Gio paused, and Levi nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, Brother Jonathan, I know you are quite capable, but the Demon Forest really is a bizarre place. Let's think of another way. Jonathan smiled and said, the alternative is passing through the Tusi territory. Gio and Levi immediately fell silent. Not only might this not be possible, even if it was, it wouldn't be something that could be achieved in a short time. But Yushuan Pavilion wouldn't wait for them to resolve this before choosing a branch location. Time was running out. Levi clenched his teeth and said, Father, I'm willing to explore the Demon Forest. Joe's face changed slightly. He understood better than Levi how perilous the Demon Forest was. It was a place where one would surely die and never return. However, without passing through the Demon Forest, they couldn't break the deadlock. For a moment, Gio hesitated. At this point, Jonathan smiled and said, Brother Abdur, let me take on the task of entering the Demon Forest. No way. Gio rejected the idea outright without any hesitation. This was a last resort proposed by Jonathan. Moreover, Jonathan had no direct connection to this matter. He couldn't risk letting Jonathan go. Levi also felt moved and said, Brother Jonathan, thank you for your goodwill, but I am more familiar with the situation here. Let me go. Jonathan smiled and said, hold on. With that, Jonathan turned around and headed for the rear office. Gio and Levi exchanged glances, both puzzled as to what Jonathan was up to. Back in his room, Jonathan had an idea and asked the system, how many value points does a gas mask cost? The system promptly replied, a gas mask that can protect against all gases costs 5,000 value points. Do you wish to redeem it? Jonathan said without hesitation, redeem it. Following Jonathan's order, a black helmet-style gas mask appeared in his item list. After taking it out, Jonathan returned to the front office holding the mask. The Abdurs looked at Jonathan with suspicion when they saw him come back, especially noticing the new item in his hand. Brother Jonathan, what is this? Levi couldn't help but ask. Jonathan said calmly, it's a gas mask I made. Gas mask? The Abdurs were even more puzzled. Jonathan's item bore no resemblance to their concept of a mask. Besides, poison was usually eaten. How did this thing prevent it? Jonathan slapped his forehead, remembering that there probably wasn't the concept of gas in this era. So he clarified, more accurately, it's for protecting against miasma. Hearing miasma, the father and son suddenly understood. Gio said, you suspect the Demon Forest has miasma? Jonathan nodded. If it were beasts, it would be impossible for dozens to enter and none escape. So it must be miasma. Gio thought about it and slowly nodded. This hypothesis seemed right. Staring at the gas mask, Levi suddenly spoke up, Brother Jonathan, can this really protect against miasma? Jonathan laughed heartily and tossed the gas mask to Levi. You can try it in the toilet. Levi froze, then under Jonathan's help, put on the gas mask and rushed to the toilet. Soon after, Levi ran back like the wind, shouting excitedly, it works. It really works. Upon entering the toilet, he hadn't detected any unpleasant odors. He even once suspected that he might have caught a cold and lost his sense of smell. But the moment he took off the gas mask, he nearly threw up from the stench. Seeing Levi's excited state, Gio was very surprised. It's really this effective? Levi nodded vigorously. Absolutely effective. If you don't believe it, father, you can try it. Gio nodded and also put on the gas mask before going to the outhouse. Moments later, Gio returned with excitement similar to Levi. It indeed worked very well. Jonathan chuckled. How about it? Now you're reassured, right? Gio nodded but then said, Jonathan, since we have this, let Shui go. Levi regained his senses and nodded continuously. Yes, I should go. Jonathan smiled and asked, can you plan the route after you see it? Levi hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. Gio also paused, then helplessly said, all right, you should still go, Jonathan. After discussing safety, Gio thought of another issue Jonathan had mentioned earlier and became solemn again. Jonathan, the safety issue can be resolved through Malshan. But what about the problem of people having no money? Jonathan had already thought of a solution. Sir, don't forget our initial plan was to completely transform Liangzhou. One of the steps is to have the people move into concrete-built apartment buildings. We can start implementing this ahead of schedule now. Of the 3,000 taels from selling cement, 1,000 taels were used to buy grain, leaving 2,000 taels, which is enough to pay the people for some time. So that's how it is. Levi listened with both surprise and joy, praising involuntarily, still, brother Jonathan has a way. Gio was also very excited, but after calculating in his heart, he frowned. 2,000 taels may seem like a lot, but in reality, it would only cover the people's wages for a month. Building apartment buildings such as this would definitely not be completed within a month. By then, they would run out of silver to pay wages. Chapter 164. That guy entered the evil ghost forest. Gio, thinking that 2,000 taels of silver would only cover 1 month's wages, said, Jonathan, what will we do after 1 month? Jonathan smiled confidently. Lord Abdur, don't forget that Liangzhou now has something very attractive to outsiders. Is there? Gio and Levi were both astonished upon hearing this. They had been in Liangzhou for 20 years. How could they not know about such a thing? Jonathan laughed. That thing is cement. Both were stunned. Cement? Gio recalled selling cement before, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Previously, 30 pounds of cement sold for 3,000 taels of silver. Even if it was sold at a discount later, it would definitely be enough to pay the people's wages. And once the people had money, they would naturally be willing to spend it. Thinking of this, Gio became excited. The two seemingly unsolvable major problems were both addressed by Jonathan. Moreover, the solutions weren't just empty words. This was truly remarkable. For a moment, Gio felt extremely impressed. After reflecting, Gio immediately wrote a notice to gather people to build houses, then ordered it to be posted. Lord Abdur is recruiting workers for construction. Anyone with strength can sign up. The wages are not low either. After reading the content of the notice, the entire city of Liangzhou boiled over. The subordinates of the local chieftains, upon receiving the news, hurriedly informed their chieftain clan leaders out of astonishment. The chieftain clan leaders, who hadn't yet decided how to cause trouble, rushed to the Li family hall with anger on their faces, because they knew very well that the wages mentioned in the notice must come from those 3,000 taels of silver they spent on cement. This time, they really became the fools. Not only did Gio buy grain, but he also had money to pay the people's wages. Zen grew angrier the more he thought about it and said angrily, Headmanly, I think we should find some people and let them raid Liangzhou city. Although Luke was equally furious in his heart, he calmly rejected it. No way. If they really did that, it would give Gio an excuse to act against them. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. What do we do then? Shall we just endure this? Zen asked angrily. The other chieftain clan leaders looked at Luke, full of hate in their eyes. Luke said gravely, what we need to do now is not to deal with Gio, but to create chaos in Liangzhou so that the Jaichen Pavilion abandons Liangzhou. As for Gio using our silver, we will temporarily endure it. When we take control, we will have our revenge. The chieftain clan leaders gradually calmed down and nodded unanimously. Beckham suggested, since that's the case, please tell us how to proceed, Headmanly. Luke replied, I've already figured it out over these 2 days. Let's arrange some people to cause trouble around Liangzhou, so everyone knows there's bandit activity nearby. As he spoke, Luke had someone bring out a map and marked several areas, assigning each clan leader responsible. Everyone nodded in agreement as they listened. After making the arrangements, everyone prepared to leave. At this moment Tyler, the newly appointed chieftain of the Bai family, suddenly pointed to an area and said, Headmanly, this plan is indeed good, but why isn't this area assigned to anyone? Everyone looked at the area Tyler was pointing to, all puzzled, then burst into laughter. Zen laughed loudly, Tyler, you're young, but how can your eyesight be worse than ours? Didn't you see the evil ghost forest below this area? Tyler was startled, and his face turned red when he saw the evil ghost forest. Indeed, he hadn't noticed the evil ghost forest. Seeing this, everyone laughed even louder. Laughing, Beckham suddenly said, Gentlemen, Jonathan doesn't follow the rules. Is he really going to have ideas about the evil ghost forest? Just as Beckham finished speaking, Zen laughed loudly, Old Ma, you seem to be scared by that guy. The evil ghost forest is a place where even deities can't enter. So many people have gone in over the years, but never come out. What makes this guy any different? Beckham felt somewhat embarrassed. He indeed reacted overly because of Jonathan's series of actions earlier. Zen continued, if that guy dares to enter, it will be a great favor to us, won't it? Everyone nodded in agreement. I hope that guy has ideas about the evil ghost forest. Better if he goes in and dies there. Listening to the discussions, Luke's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, Gentlemen, why don't we actively remind them to notice the evil ghost forest? Zen frowned and said, Chiefly, even if that boy Jonathan doesn't know the severity of the evil ghost forest, could it be that Gio and his people don't? Luke replied, Of course Gio and his people know, but they may not be able to persuade Jonathan. Think about it. Those few things Gio did recently, weren't they all orchestrated by Jonathan? In other words, as long as we can convince Jonathan, even if Gio opposes, it would be futile. The crowd couldn't help but brighten at this. It seemed like it really was the case. Moreover, every move made by Jonathan had caught them off guard. He might indeed dare to venture into the evil ghost forest. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Chiefly is right. We should indeed remind them. Even if it fails, we have nothing to lose, right? Luke's suggestion quickly gained unanimous approval from everyone. That afternoon, in Liangzhou City, especially near the prefect's office, the topic of the evil ghost forest was frequently brought up. All of this, Jonathan was unaware of. He was preparing for his trip to the evil ghost forest. Of course, all preparations were just a front. Even the gas mask was just to convince Gio and his son. The current Jonathan was impervious to all toxins. After meticulous preparation, Jonathan finally set out. The moment Jonathan left the prefect's office with his bag, he was spotted by several pairs of eyes. Subsequently, these gazes tracked Jonathan continuously. When following Jonathan to the outskirts of the evil ghost forest, the eyes that secretly trailed him were filled with both surprise and delight. Seeing Jonathan enter the evil ghost forest, everyone leaped up in excitement. Borisri, go tell the chief, that boy has entered the evil ghost forest. When the chieftains heard that Jonathan had truly entered the evil ghost forest, they first felt disbelief. They couldn't believe Jonathan had fallen for such a simple trap. However, after all the chieftains confirmed with each other, they finally believed Jonathan had indeed entered the evil ghost forest, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. He went in. That boy really entered the evil ghost forest. Zen and his son laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of relief. This trip, you will surely not return. Chapter 165, let them have their few days of satisfaction. Father, I want to go into Liangzhou City for a bit. Gray, who was laughing loudly, suddenly spoke up. Zen subconsciously asked, what are you going to do in Liangzhou City? But just as he finished speaking, Zen realized what was on his son's mind and laughed heartily. Are you planning to taunt Gio and the others? Yep. Gray nodded heavily, with a look full of hatred on his face. Calvin had made him lose face several times, while Jonathan had slapped him in the face repeatedly. Now that Jonathan would surely not return, if he didn't seize this opportunity to mock them fiercely, then he wouldn't be Gray. All right. Zen nodded and chuckled. You can tell Gio and the others that the reason that little Jonathan went into the Devil Forest is because he listened to our persuasion. This will upset them even more. I know. Gray responded and hurriedly headed towards Liangzhou City. Seeing Gray's actions, the other tribal chiefs all laughed out loud. They could already imagine how enraged Gio and his son would be after hearing Gray's words. In the magistrate's office of Liangzhou, after Jonathan left, Gio and Calvin became busy immediately. Jonathan had taken risks by venturing ahead. They couldn't hold him back. They needed to help enrich the common folk as quickly as possible. After some discussion, they decided to personally recruit people. With their reputation, they could mobilize the masses most effectively. The two walked out of the office right away. As soon as they stepped out, both father and son frowned simultaneously. For there stood Gray with a few attendants at the door of the office, spitting sunflower seeds with an annoying smile on his face. Gio remained silent and serious, but Calvin approached and loudly demanded, Gray, what do you want this time? Gray spat out a sunflower seed shell and glanced at Calvin. What? Not allowed to stand here. Calvin snorted, Gray, don't talk nonsense. What is your real intention? Pausing for a moment, Calvin sneered, however, let me remind you not to forget how many times you've been embarrassed before. Gray's expression turned grim at this. Calvin's words were equivalent to hitting him below the belt. The previous times were just because we fell for your tricks, but this time is completely different. At this point, Gray sneered coldly, this time, it's you who have fallen for ours. Startled, Calvin immediately looked at Gio. Joe's gaze darkened as he thought hard. However, he couldn't figure out how they might have fallen for the tribal chieftain's trap and shook his head at Calvin. Slightly relieved, Calvin sneered, fell for a trap? How did we not know? Ha 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 ha. Gray burst out laughing. No need to pretend to be calm. Aren't you just eager to find out what kind of trick we played on you? I came here to tell you. Calvin's expression changed, and Gio felt his heart drop. If Gray was so confident, did they miss something? Seeing the shock on Gio and his son's faces, Gray smiled proudly and pretended to look around as if discovering something. Oh, where's that little fellow called Jonathan? He wouldn't have gone into the Devil Forest, would he? Gio and Calvin furrowed their brows. Only a few of them knew that Jonathan had gone to the Devil Forest. Yet Gray guessed Jonathan's whereabouts correctly, which meant he wasn't just making guesses but received information. Calvin humphed, yes, Jonathan has indeed gone to the Devil Forest. Upon confirmation from Calvin, Gray couldn't hold back a hearty laugh. Since you know he went to the Devil Forest, aren't you finally figuring out what trick we played on you? How stupid you must be. Shocked, Calvin looked at Gio. Gio was also startled. He stepped forward and inquired, do you mean you lured Jonathan into the Devil Forest? What else? Gray laughed and asked back, let me tell you the truth. The only reason this boy ventured into the Devil Forest is because of the information spread by someone under our arrangement. Are you feeling very angry now? Very regretful? Too bad. Since that boy is already inside the Devil Forest, there's nothing you can do about it. That boy is doomed to die there. Ha 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 ha. Gray poured out everything he had planned to say along the way, laughing loudly, feeling extremely satisfied. However, when he looked at Calvin and Gio, his laughter paused. The expressions on the father and son's faces were not filled with the expected remorse and anger, but rather something quite strange. Gray couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, Gio spoke up, so you're saying that Jonathan went to the Devil Forest because he was persuaded by your misinformation? Exactly. Gray nodded, his face beaming with pride. Gio asked again, when did you spread this news? Yesterday afternoon. After hearing this, Joe's expression became even stranger. Calvin burst into laughter. Gray was taken aback and frowned, asking, Calvin, what are you laughing about? Ha 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 ha. I laugh at your self-righteousness. Do you know that Jonathan has already? Calvin laughed loudly, intending to reveal the time Jonathan made his decision, but he was interrupted by Gio suddenly. Gio said, "It seems we were indeed deceived by you this time. Let's go." Saying this, Gio led Calvin away hurriedly. Gray stood there for a moment, feeling something was off, but when he saw Gio taking Calvin away hastily, he laughed out loud again. The Obdur family must be panicking. Gray immediately strutted away in an exaggerated gait, humming a tune as he went to tell the other tribal chiefs the news. Upon hearing this, the tribal chiefs roared with laughter. They finally won this time. Beckham excitedly said, "I'll send someone to guard outside the Devil Forest and see when Gio will come to claim that boy's body. Why didn't you let me say that Brother Jonathan didn't enter the Devil Forest just because of their instigation?" Look at Gray's smug look. After being led away by Gio, Calvin asked in puzzlement. Gio smiled faintly. If you had told them, they would surely come up with some new schemes. Going into the Devil Forest is already risky for Jonathan. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Calvin nodded in understanding. Let them enjoy these few days and see their faces when Brother Jonathan returns. After saying this, Calvin asked, "Father, should I contact the people from Yushuan Pavilion now?" "Yes." Gio nodded with a hint of anticipation on his face. "Be sure to explain our Liangzhou's advantages clearly to them." "Got it." Calvin looked eager, grinning. With shopping malls built with reinforced concrete, they can't resist. Chapter 166, a mall that can accommodate 20 stores. Mr. Devon, you should have seen the situation in Chizhou City. I'm not exaggerating, but there is no city more suitable for Yushuan Pavilion to open a branch than Chizhou throughout the southwestern region. In the office of the Chizhou prefect, Amadeo said with a full smile to Arn. Arn smiled but did not express an opinion on what Amadeo had said. Instead, he asked, "May I ask Darun, if Yushuan Pavilion decides to settle in Chizhou, what plans do you have?" "Plans?" Amadeo was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Devon? Please be more specific." Arn replied, "Sir Dong should know that Yushuan Pavilion has extremely high requirements for storefronts. I would like to know how many suitable storefronts are available in Chizhou City. I also heard that the southwestern area is quite far from the capital and isn't very peaceful. How will Sir Dong ensure the safety of Yushuan Pavilion?" Suddenly enlightened, Amadeo laughed and said, "Mr. Devon, I dare not speak for other matters, but all the storefronts within Chizhou City can be at your disposal. As for security, please rest assured, Mr. Devon, I have a good relationship with the tribal leaders. Just give them a word, and they will certainly keep their subordinates in line." After finishing, Amadeo looked at Arn full of anticipation, hoping that Arn would agree directly. However, Arn just smiled faintly. "Your words, Sir Dong, are noted in my heart. Many thanks for your hospitality. I plan to travel through the southwestern region anyway, so I can take this opportunity to consider things. Rest assured, Sir Dong, once my travels are over, I will definitely give you a reply." Amadeo's smile froze. Although Arnie's words were polite, it implied that he would compare several places before deciding. But after only a moment, Amadeo's expression returned to normal. "Mr. Devon, please feel free to travel. I believe that in the end, you will still choose Chizhou." After saying that, Amadeo no longer mentioned Yushuan Pavilion but instead asked about Arnie's recent journey and invited him to a banquet. He was confident that Arn would ultimately choose Chizhou. On one hand, Chizhou indeed was one of the most prosperous cities in the southwestern region. More importantly, he could command those tribal leaders to behave themselves. He believed that Arn would carefully consider this point. After the dinner, Arn returned to his residence. A servant reported, "Boss, someone from Liangzhou, not far from Chizhou, came today to invite you to visit and inspect." Arn asked, "Did he mention any advantages of Liangzhou?" "He did, but..." At this point, the servant stopped, looking somewhat puzzled. Arn chuckled. "What? Was it exaggerated?" The servant shook his head. "Not really exaggerated, it's just, he didn't mention other advantages. He only said that the buildings in Liangzhou are very suitable for Yushuan Pavilion." "Buildings?" Arn couldn't help laughing, shaking his head repeatedly. It seemed Liangzhou had no notable merits and took its buildings as an advantage. Coming from the capital and having traveled almost the entire empire these past years, what kind of building hadn't he seen? Thus, there's no need to go to Liangzhou. Let's head for Lishou further away tomorrow. Arn said casually. "Yes." The servant wrote it down and then withdrew. Early the next morning, after getting up and freshening up, Arn went downstairs to prepare for breakfast before heading out for Lishou. Duke, who was guarding the inn, saw Arn and hurriedly approached. "Do you have any plans for today, Boss Devon?" Duke asked. Confused, Arn glanced at Duke, then looked at the servant. The servant quickly explained, "Boss, he is the one sent from Liangzhou." Arn suddenly understood and smiled faintly. "You've been diligent, but I plan to visit Lishou today." After saying that, Arn walked past Duke and sat down for breakfast. Lishou? Hearing this, Duke was stunned. He knew Lishou was located north of Liangzhou, and traveling to Lishou from here would require passing through Liangzhou. Clearly, Arn had no intention of inspecting Liangzhou. Understanding this, Duke's face changed. He hurriedly approached Arn, ready to introduce Liangzhou. Taking 2 steps forward, Duke was stopped by Arnie's servant. The servant said, "I already told our boss what you said last night. It doesn't interest him. Please don't disturb our boss." Upon hearing this, Duke showed signs of anxiety. Why wasn't he able to attract Arn? He hastily said, "Our Liangzhou's buildings are specifically designed for malls." The servant nodded expressionlessly. To him, this wasn't rare. Which city didn't have a bustling commercial street? Duke was surprised by the servant's reaction, which he hadn't expected. He exclaimed in surprise, "Have you seen a mall built with tall buildings?" Duke's words shattered the calmness on the attendant's face. Tall buildings? Malls? These two things sounded completely unrelated. The attendant thought for a moment and asked, "Do you mean you've built a building for Yushuan Pavilion to open a store?" Duke hurriedly replied, "We indeed built a building, but it wasn't specifically for Yushuan Pavilion. Instead, it can accommodate many stores." Recalling the scenes described by Jonathan, Duke added, "At least 20. What? Can accommodate 20 stores?" The attendant couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This exclamation caught Arnie's attention while he was having breakfast. What's going on? Arn asked. The attendant hastily gave Arn an apologetic smile, then whispered sternly to Duke, "You're so young. Why are you talking nonsense like this? Where in this world could there be a building that accommodates 20 stores? And saying at least? Even boasting should consider reality." Duke hastily said, "I'm not talking nonsense. It's really like that." The attendant's expression turned cold. He had recommended Liangzhou to Arn because of Duke's sincere attitude yesterday, but he didn't expect this kid to be so unreliable. The attendant immediately shouted, "Enough! Whether it's true or not, our boss won't go. Leave now." Naturally, Duke refused to leave and insisted, "What I said is true." As they tussled, Arn walked over. "What's happening here?" Arn asked, frowning. Before the attendant could speak, Duke said, "Boss Devon, what I just said is absolutely not nonsense." Arn was thoroughly confused. "What did you say?" The attendant quickly explained, "Boss, this guy claims that Liangzhou has built a building that can accommodate 20 merchants. Listen to him. Isn't this just empty talk?" Arn frowned even deeper. He also believed that Duke was indeed talking nonsense. Duke hurriedly said, "Boss Devon, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know if you visit Liangzhou. It's guaranteed not to be nonsense." Chapter 167. Repeating Jonathan's words can solve the problem. Just one glance will prove whether I'm telling the truth or not, Calvin said earnestly. No sooner had Calvin finished speaking than the attendant snorted coldly. "We've seen this kind of trick too many times. You're just trying to deceive us into visiting Liangzhou." "Forget it." Calvin froze, not expecting someone had used this tactic before. He scratched his head anxiously. Arn looked at Calvin's expression and suddenly said, "We happen to be passing through Liangzhou anyway. Let's take a look." Calvin was taken aback, but then was overjoyed. The attendant was also surprised and didn't know what to say, but he glanced at Calvin and scoffed inwardly. He absolutely did not believe there would be such a building in Liangzhou. Once the lie was exposed, he would see how this kid would be punished. Arn now said, "I've finished eating. Let's go." Calvin nodded continuously and hurriedly led the way ahead. The group left the inn and headed toward the west city gate leading to Liangzhou. Outside the inn, upon seeing Calvin, the spy arranged by Amadeo changed his expression immediately and ran quickly to report the news to Amadeo at the prefectural government office. Hearing this, Amadeo's face darkened. "Old man Gio actually still wants to compete with me? You, go gallop straight to the chieftains and get them to stir up some trouble." In the Li family hall, Luke's face darkened rapidly as he listened to Amadeo's confidant. "Gio actually wanted to open a branch of the Yushuan Pavilion in Liangzhou?" He said coldly, "Please tell Lord Dong that we will never let Gio succeed." After dismissing Amadeo's confidant, Luke immediately summoned other chieftain leaders. Upon hearing the news, all the chieftain leaders showed an incredulous look. Isn't Gio like a toad dreaming about eating swan meat? Trying to bring the Yushuan Pavilion to Liangzhou based on its current situation? It seems to me that Gio has lost his mind over Jonathan venturing into the ghost forest. As far as I'm concerned, even if we do nothing, the Yushuan Pavilion will never settle in Liangzhou. After everyone discussed for a moment, Luke spoke up, "Gentlemen, what you say makes sense, but Lord Dong has already given orders, and we can't sit idle. So even if our actions won't change the outcome, we must act. This is to show our loyalty to Lord Dong. This way, once Lord Dong governs Liangzhou, we will have done our part." The chieftain leaders nodded. Leader Li's words are wise. If so, let's proceed according to the original plan and have them act. With the chieftain leaders' orders issued, the prearranged subordinates began causing trouble around the outskirts of Liangzhou city. Brawls, robberies, theft. Such incidents began spreading among the citizens. Gio, who was personally recruiting workers for the construction, changed his expression upon hearing this news. He hastily handed over the recruitment to Conley and returned to the government office. He knew clearly that so many sudden incidents must have been orchestrated, and the orchestrator was none other than. Recalling Jonathan's arrangements before leaving, Joe's eyes gleamed. "Send for the soldiers in the city and follow me outside." Moments later, a few hundred people assembled and set out under Joe's lead. This scene caused the spies of the local chieftains to panic and swiftly reported back. When Luke and others heard the news, their faces inevitably changed. Zen snorted. "This old fox Gio is really making a big fuss. It looks like he's very serious about getting the Yushuan Pavilion to settle here." Beckham sneered coldly. "How much seriousness can help? Can the Yushuan Pavilion possibly look at this wretched place? No matter how hard Gio tries now, it won't change the final outcome." Others joined in with mocking laughter. Luke also wore a faint smirk. Just as Beckham said, no matter how much effort Gio put in, no matter how good an impression he made on Arn, it couldn't overcome Liangzhou's current state. As long as Arn had any insight, opening a branch in Liangzhou would be out of the question. After all, Liangzhou's poor location and economic status were undeniable. Opening a branch of the Yushuan Pavilion here would mean not selling a single piece of jade or jewelry. Don't let the spies panic. Continue watching Joe's performance. The harder they perform, the more disappointed they'll be in the future. And we get to watch a bigger joke unfold. Luke concluded. The chieftain leaders laughed heartily. Guiding Arn and his group, it took Calvin half a day to enter the territory of Liangzhou. Arn lifted the curtain and looked outside. Seeing the anxious expressions and ragged clothes of the locals, his eyebrows furrowed. The reason he was most concerned about these 2 points was that they reflected the safety and prosperity of the place, which were what merchants valued most. However, both points were far from satisfactory. Arn glanced at Calvin, who was following alongside the carriage, and made up his mind. This trip was merely a formality now. The group walked for a while longer when they heard Zhengqi Jiaobu Sengzhan came an array of Zhengqi Jiaobu Sengzhan neat footsteps from ahead. Hearing the noise, Calvin was puzzled. It was clearly the sound of the Liangzhou city soldiers. Looking forward, Calvin was somewhat surprised. "Father, how did you come here?" Gio dismounted from his horse and rushed to the carriage. "Is the person inside Manager Devon?" Arn lifted the curtain and chuckled. "Yes. May I ask who this gentleman is?" Calvin quickly introduced him. "This is my father, also the defense commander of Liangzhou." "So you're the defense commander?" Arn politely bowed, but felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. In other places, he was always personally greeted by the highest-ranking prefect, yet in Liangzhou, it was the defense commander who came, clearly showing Liangzhou's attitude toward him. At that moment, Arnie's impression of Liangzhou worsened even more. Gio had been the defense commander of Liangzhou for 20 years and no longer held this concept, not realizing he had already offended Arn. He smiled and said, "Manager Devon coming to Liangzhou is a blessing for its people. I happen to be dealing with some matters here, and can accompany Manager Devon back to Liangzhou City." Arn replied indifferently with a light, then apologized. "I apologize, Commander. I've been traveling for a long time and feel somewhat tired. I would like to rest a bit." Gio nodded understandingly. "Manager Devon, please take your time." Arn acknowledged and put down the curtain. The group set off again, with Calvin walking beside Gio, whispering doubtfully, "Father, did we offend him? He seems a bit unhappy." Gio frowned, feeling that Arnie's attitude had indeed changed, but he couldn't figure out why. After much consideration, Gio could only come up with one explanation. It must be as he said, that he's tired from traveling. Chapter 168. How about taking a look back? So that's how it is. Levi suddenly understood, and both father and son immediately felt relieved. Inside the carriage, Arn lifted the curtain and gave a subtle nod to one of his attendants beside him. The attendant nodded in comprehension and then quietly left. When Arn followed the Obdors into Liangzhou City, the attendant who had gone out for reconnaissance rejoined the procession and handed Arn a slip of paper. Arn read through the note he received, his expression becoming even colder. According to the attendant's investigation, the area surrounding Liangzhou City was far from peaceful. In terms of safety, it wasn't just zero. It could be said to be negative. After entering the city, Arn proactively lifted the curtain and observed the passers-by. He couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Although the citizens' faces were filled with smiles, their clothing indicated they weren't living in prosperity. One could say that Liangzhou City had no market potential whatsoever. Thinking about this, Arn said, "Commander, it's already quite late. I need to rush to Li's-Ho, so I won't be staying here in Liangzhou. I'll take my leave now." Levi's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Devon, you haven't even seen our shop yet." Arn replied coolly, "There's no need." "Why?" Levi couldn't help but ask. Arn frowned slightly. He wasn't someone who would speak in absolutes, so he explained, "On my way here, I found that Liangzhou isn't suitable for Yushuan Pavilion. So, I'm sorry." Levi was stunned, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Gio suddenly spoke up, "Does Mr. Devon feel that Liangzhou lacks market potential or falls short on security?" Arn was taken aback and looked at Gio in surprise as if he was meeting him for the first time. The 2 points mentioned by Levi were precisely what Arn valued most. From his perspective as a businessman, it was easy to spot Liangzhou's weaknesses in these areas. But for Gio, a commander and a martial general, to hit the nail on the head was indeed unexpected. Could this be why the prefect of Liangzhou sent Gio to meet him? Arn speculated. Gio was very nervous at this point. He didn't really know why Arn wanted to leave. What he said was merely a recitation of what Jonathan had once said. He had no confidence in whether it would have any effect. Levi was even more anxious, holding his breath and staring intently at Arn, fearing that Arn would shake his head. Under the expectant yet worried gazes of the Obdors, Arn suddenly smiled. "Commander, since you're aware of these 2 major weaknesses of Liangzhou, why did you invite me here?" Gio and Levi were momentarily stunned. They didn't feel joy from Arnie's smile and question, but rather shock. Just repeating what Jonathan had said, they had guessed correctly. Gio quickly recalled what Jonathan had said and responded, "Because these current shortcomings will soon no longer be shortcomings." In other words, Liangzhou will soon have a secure access route, and the people's wallets will soon bulge. Having finished repeating Jonathan's words, Gio fixed his gaze on Arn. Amidst his anxious stare, Arn displayed a look of astonishment. "How do you mean?" Gio couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted. Arn clearly showed interest in his words. He hurriedly recalled the solutions Jonathan had mentioned and explained. "Regarding the secure access route, we are currently exploring it, but we're full of confidence. As for the people," Gio couldn't find a better explanation, so he simply had Levi bring over the notice pasted on the wall. Arn took the notice with interest. After reading it, he was dumbfounded. Was he seeing things right? The notice actually said they were going to gather young and able-bodied men to build a 6-story residential building. Arn rubbed his eyes and looked again at the notice. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, Arn hurriedly asked, "Commander, this must be some mistake, right?" Beside him, Levi laughed, "Mr. Devon, there's no mistake. We're indeed planning to build a 6-story residential building." Arn couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. An attendant beside him finally couldn't hold back. "Boss, let's hurry to Li's-Ho." Since the beginning, he felt that Gio and his son were spouting nonsense in unison. Recalling the reason Levi had given for bringing them here, the attendant felt displeased. No wonder lies came so easily from such a young person. It must be the family upbringing. Arn snapped out of his shock and frowned. Reminded by the attendant, he realized he had lost his composure. The content of the notice was indeed shocking, but it was also too implausible. A 6-story residential building. He had traveled through half of Great Chu but had never heard of such buildings, let alone seen one. Arn immediately returned the notice to Gio. "Commander, your dedication to the people is truly admirable. However, it is indeed quite late now, and I must be on my way. Farewell." Having said that, Arn got into the carriage. Gio and Levi looked anxious. Arn was clearly very interested. Why did he suddenly lose faith? At this moment, a bricklayer who was involved in constructing the shopping mall came running over and said, "Sir Obdur, I finally found you. The 4th floor has been completed. Please come and inspect it." The bricklayer's voice was loud, making Arn, who had just sat down inside the carriage, pause in surprise. Did he hear correctly? Outside, someone mentioned that the 4th floor was completed? At this point, the attendant driving the carriage mocked, "Commander, it seems like you have everything prepared, even such easily exposed lies." Gio was about to respond to the bricklayer when he heard this comment and had a sudden thought. He shouted loudly, "Mr. Devon, Since this lie is so easily exposed, how about taking a look? The attendant scoffed coldly. What? Still not giving up? But Arn, from inside the carriage, suddenly said, since Commander is inviting me so earnestly, let's go take a look. The attendant was taken aback and quickly protested. Boss, they are clearly setting one trap after another. Who knows what tricks they might have once we get there? Besides, this so-called fourth floor is probably just a deception. After the attendant finished speaking, Arn smiled gently. No harm in having a quick look. The attendant couldn't argue further, but gave Gio an unsatisfied glance before saying, lead the way. Gio and Levi were overjoyed and hurriedly led Arn and his entourage towards the construction site of the shopping mall. After walking for a while, the attendant grew impatient and asked, not there yet? Levi raised his hand and pointed forward. It's right ahead. The attendant lifted his head and followed the direction Levi was pointing. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but freeze. Inside the carriage, Arn had expected the attendant to continue mocking, but after waiting for a while without hearing any sound from him, he felt strange. He lifted the curtain and saw the attendant standing stiffly, motionless. Arnie's expression changed as he hurriedly asked, what's wrong with you? The attendant snapped back to reality, staring at the tall building nearby, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 169. These are what Jonathan created. Arn looked at the attendant's expression and felt somewhat surprised. This attendant had been following him for many years, handling matters steadily and performing exceptionally well. In his memory, this was the first time he saw a look of shame on this attendant's face. What did he see? Curious, Arn followed the attendant's gaze. When he saw a building ahead that was clearly taller than 3 stories, even Arn, who was well-traveled, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. This is. Arnie's mind momentarily stopped thinking. He couldn't utter a complete sentence. He was utterly shocked. After a long while, Arn finally came to his senses and immediately looked at Gio. Magistrate, is this the 6-story building you mentioned that was going to be built? Gio had been observing Arnie's expression all along. When he heard Arn ask this question, the tension in his heart instantly eased. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, this is the 6-story mall I just told you about. Whoa! Arn drew in a sharp breath. The reality far exceeded his expectations. Although the building before him was only 4 stories tall now, he fully believed it could reach 6 stories. In this remote Liangzhou, which one could say birds wouldn't defecate upon, such an unprecedented building had actually been constructed. Magistrate, may I take a look? Arn asked. Of course. Gio replied with a chuckle. Please do. Arn hurriedly walked forward quickly. Gio and Levi followed behind, both with excited expressions on their faces. It worked. As Arn entered the construction site, he immediately noticed concrete being mixed and paused in surprise. What was this? He had never seen anything like it before. Out of curiosity, Arn glanced at an attendant with a goatee, a middle-aged man, asking for an explanation. This person was named Henrik, highly knowledgeable in various disciplines, invited specially by Arn to introduce things he didn't know. Henrik was now staring intently at the 4-story building that had already been erected, his heart churning with emotions. Previously, relying on his extensive reading of ancient and modern miscellaneous books, he had ridiculed the idea of a 6-story building. Especially when Arn asked him, he confidently declared it impossible. Yet, reality slapped him hard in the face. Although Arn didn't blame him, he still felt very guilty. Meeting Arnie's questioning gaze, Henrik hurried over. Since he failed to make the correct judgment regarding the 6-story building, this was now his chance to make up for it. Henrik approached with confidence, following Arnie's gaze to the mixing concrete. But as soon as he got a clear look, the confident look on Henrik's face froze. He couldn't identify this thing either. Noticing Henrik's unusual expression, Arn was surprised. Mr. Jim, you don't know what this is either? Henrik's face turned red with embarrassment, nodding awkwardly. He felt powerless. What was happening in this Liangzhou? Why were things continuously appearing that surpassed his knowledge? While he was feeling gloomy, Arn asked Gio, Magistrate, is this used for constructing the 6-story building? What exactly is it? Henrik listened attentively, afraid not to miss a single word. Gio explained with a smile, Mr. Devon, this is concrete. Arn was stunned. Henrik was also stunned, looking at the concrete in disbelief. Is this dirt? Why is it so different from what I know? After examining it for a while, Arn asked doubtfully, Magistrate, this looks completely different from dirt. Gio laughed. It's just called that. In fact, it has nothing to do with dirt. It's a mixture of cement and gravel stirred with water. Joe's explanation didn't make things clearer for Arn and Henrik. Instead, it made them more confused. Cement? Before Arn could speak, Henrik couldn't help but ask, Sir, you said concrete has nothing to do with dirt, but you mentioned cement. Is this material really unrelated to dirt? Looking at Henrik's puzzled expression, Gio nodded again and pointed toward a pile of cement nearby. Cement indeed has nothing to do with dirt, Mr. Jim. Please take a look over there. Henrik looked and widened his eyes. Was this gray powder cement? He hurried over, inspecting it closely. But no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find anything similar in his memory, nor could he determine what cement was made of. Seeing Henrik crouching by the pile of cement, seemingly lost in thought, Arn realized Henrik had never seen such a thing before, and his face was filled with wonder. If Henrik didn't recognize something, it was truly rare. Yet, in this Liangzhou, they kept appearing one after another. This city had given him too many surprises. Arn looked at Gio with a hint of admiration in his eyes and said in praise, I didn't expect Commander Abdur to be so knowledgeable and capable of creating these novel things. Gio waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Mr. Devon, you've got it wrong. I did not create cement and concrete. It wasn't you? Arn was a bit surprised and subconsciously glanced at Levi beside Gio. Levi hurriedly shook his head. Not me either. All these were created by brother Jonathan. Startled, Arn immediately looked around for nearby people while asking, May I know where this Jonathan is? Could Commander Abdur introduce me to him? As a businessman, Arn clearly understood the market potential of cement and concrete. If he could obtain the methods to manufacture these two materials from this Jonathan, the Devon family's future would certainly skyrocket. Brother Jonathan is not in the city right now, Gio replied. Not in the city? Arnie's brows furrowed. In his view, Joe's answer didn't seem genuine. After all, how could such talented individuals be allowed to leave at will? He said solemnly, Commander Abdur, please rest assured. If I can meet Jonathan, I will definitely offer generous rewards. Gio was taken aback, then quickly understood what Arn meant, smiling as he explained, Mr. Devon, you misunderstood. Jonathan indeed is not in Liangzhou City right now. Seeing the straightforward expression on Joe's face, Arn felt somewhat surprised. It seemed he had indeed misunderstood. He hurriedly apologized. I misjudged just now. Please forgive me, Commander. Gio waved it off, showing no concern. Arn couldn't help but admire Gio more, while simultaneously becoming curious. Judging from Joe's expression, it seemed he didn't value this genius named Jonathan as much as Arn had anticipated. Realizing this, Arnie's eyes lit up. If that's the case, might there be an opportunity for him? He immediately asked, Commander Abdur, do you know where Jonathan has gone? When will he return? He went to Ghost Forest outside the city. He should be back in a day or two, Gio replied with a smile. Arn felt a surge of joy. So that's it. Then Before he could finish, Henrik beside him suddenly exclaimed in shock. What? Ghost Forest? Chapter 170. Genius. What a genius. Henrik's exclamation frightened Arn. Seeing the stunned look on Henrik's face, Arnie's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Jim, is there something wrong with this devil forest? The disbelief was still etched clearly on Henrik's face as he replied, more than just something wrong, it's practically a suicidal act. What? Arn was taken aback. He hurriedly asked, is the devil forest very perilous? Very perilous indeed. Henrik nodded firmly. I have read in the county records of Liangzhou that the devil forest has existed for at least 800 years. Within these 800 years, no one or any beast who entered has ever returned alive. Upon hearing this, Arnie's expression darkened drastically. None returned alive. Did that mean Jonathan couldn't possibly return? At this moment, Henrik spoke up, Commander, you should know about the perils of Devil Forest. Why didn't you stop him? Arn came back to his senses and looked at Gio, full of confusion. Levi then reassured them, rest assured. Brother Jonathan has made ample preparations for this journey into the Devil Forest. He will definitely return safely. Henrik shook his head vigorously. Over the 800 years the Devil Forest had been around, everyone who dared enter after the initial hasty entrance had prepared adequately. Yet none emerged alive. Arn felt the same way as Henrik and sighed with regret. What a pity to lose such a mastermind who could create cement and concrete. Recovering from his stupor, Arn turned to Gio and asked, Commander, did Brother Jonathan tell you how to make cement before he left? Gio frowned and shook his head. No. Arn froze, then let out a sigh of disappointment. It seems like the method of making cement is destined to be lost forever. With a mix of regret, Arn continued, Commander, can I buy some cement? Without hesitation, Gio shook his head. There isn't enough cement to build houses for the people yet. We are not selling it at the moment. If Master Devon is interested, we can discuss buying more cement when Brother Wang returns. Having said that, Gio glanced anxiously at Arn. He didn't come up with these words himself. They were instructions left by Jonathan before departing. His intention was to keep Arn in Liangzhou. But in Arnie's mind, Jonathan was already deemed dead. Looking at the construction site of the shopping mall and the amount of cement available, Arn nodded. These supplies would likely last for 2 days. If Jonathan hadn't returned by then, it could confirm his death. He would then discuss buying more cement. After making up his mind, Arn pointed at the mall and said, Commander, may I take a look inside? Gio nodded. Please. Arn, filled with curiosity, stepped inside the mall, his face filled with astonishment upon seeing the individually partitioned rooms. Commander, what are these? Gio repeated what Jonathan had told him. These rooms will be rented out to merchants in the future. It can be done like this? Arn listened with surprise, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Similarly shocked, Henrik asked, was this idea also suggested by Mr. Wang? Gio nodded, yes. Both Henrik and Arn drew in a sharp breath. Genius, what a genius. After expressing their admiration, both felt regret. What a shame for such a genius to lose his life due to recklessness. While Arn and Henrik lamented Jonathan's fate, Jonathan was exiting the Devil Forest, holding a compass in his hand. After exploring for a day and night, Jonathan had thoroughly understood the conditions of the Devil Forest. Just as he suspected, the Devil Forest had a one-way passage because of the miasma inside. Moreover, the miasma wasn't visibly spread in the air. Instead, it only spread out upon stepping on certain areas. So from the outside, the Devil Forest appeared normal, but entering it meant certain death. Taking off his gas mask, Jonathan couldn't help but smile. The gas mask, exchanged for 5,000 value points, was indeed worth its weight in gold, completely filtering out the miasma in the Devil Forest. With this item, the Devil Forest would become the safest passage between Liangzhou City and the outside world. Thinking of this, Jonathan couldn't help but sneer. Once Liangzhou City flourished, those chieftains would undoubtedly use various means to obstruct progress. One of those methods would include blocking passage. However, with the path through the Devil Forest, this strategy would become completely ineffective. Putting on the gas mask again, Jonathan retraced his steps back toward Liangzhou City. In the Li family hall, the chieftain elders sat within, laughter occasionally echoing through the room. 15 minutes ago, they received news that Gio had entered Liangzhou City with Arn. However, they were not in a rush. They knew the appearance of Liangzhou City all too well. There was no way Arn would be interested in it. At most, in half an hour, Arn would definitely leave Liangzhou City. With Jonathan entering Devil Forest and being unable to return alive, their relationship with Liangzhou City would revert to what it was before. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh heartily. Before long, half an hour had passed since Arn entered Liangzhou City, and the scout arranged by Luke rushed in. The laughter in the hall immediately stopped, and all eyes fell on the scout. The scout instantly felt the pressure. He opened his mouth but failed to make a sound. Luke frowned, somewhat displeased. Louder. The scout took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chief, Mr. Devon and his party haven't left yet." The hall fell into complete silence instantly. The expressions of the chieftains changed from sneers to shock. Everyone doubted whether they had heard it wrong. Luke's face was filled with disbelief. "What did you say? They haven't left? Did you miss anything?" The scout hurriedly replied, "There are no signs of them leaving through any of the 4 city gates." This answer made Luke's expression change involuntarily. Zin could not hold back and exclaimed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! There is nothing in Liangzhou City that can attract him. How can he possibly stay in Liangzhou City?" The other chieftains also found it hard to accept this reality and began belittling Liangzhou City. After a long while, everyone calmed down a bit. Luke said gravely, "Go check again to see if they have left."
"Yes."
The scout rushed out and returned hurriedly after a short time. "Chief, they still haven't left Liangzhou." Silence enveloped the hall once more. Every face was etched with incomprehension. What was in Liangzhou City that made Arn willing to stay so long? Tyler weakly suggested, could it be that Geo hosted a banquet for Arn, thus causing the delay? All the chieftains were stunned, then suddenly enlightened. That must be it. Chapter 171. What is he looking at? Beckham patted Tyler's shoulder and laughed. Tyler is right. Old Geo surely won't let Arn go easily. He'll find all sorts of excuses to keep Arn here. Arn will definitely leave after lunch. The group of Tusi clan leaders instantly wore smiles. Luke also suddenly understood. He indeed had overlooked this possibility. He immediately instructed the scout, "Go continue monitoring Arnie's movements, especially in the afternoon."
"Yes."
After the scout left, Luke called over a servant. "Prepare lunch. I want to drink heartily with all of you clan leaders." In the hall of the Li family, joyous laughter filled the air once again. Within Liangzhou City, after deciding to stay in Liangzhou for 2 more days, Arn wandered around the construction site of the mall with curiosity evident on his face, mentally noting everything he saw. He had a faint feeling that the design of this mall would lead trends in the future. The father-son duo from the Abdur family watched Arn wandering around. Duke looked for a while and couldn't help but ask, "Father, what is he looking at?" Geo rolled his eyes. Obviously, he's looking at the mall. Duke showed confusion. "What's there to look at?" Geo couldn't help but give Duke a tap. "Have you forgotten your reaction when you first saw it? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and make arrangements. Invite him for lunch." At the dining table, Arn enthusiastically asked questions about the mall. Geo could answer some of the questions, but mostly he could only shake his head in bewilderment. Seeing this, Arn felt even more regretful for Jonathan. As the designer of the mall, Jonathan must know the answers to these questions. This person has courage and insight, but unfortunately, his bravery is too excessive, daring to venture into the devil forest which no one has dared to enter for centuries. Truly a reckless man. After lunch, Arn returned near the mall and continued wandering. Outside the 4 gates of Liangzhou City, Luke's arranged scouts stared intently at the city gates without diverting their gaze even during meals. But as the sun gradually tilted westward, reaching late afternoon, they saw no carriages coming out of the city. The scouts couldn't help scratching their heads. This shouldn't be the case. Didn't the clan leaders say that they would definitely leave by noon? After waiting a bit longer and still seeing no signs of Arn leaving the city, the scouts finally waited no longer and hastily sent the message back. In the Li family hall, the Tusi clan leaders who were laughing and chatting happily during lunch were now silent, their faces not looking good. According to their estimation, the scouts should have returned by late noon. But it was already mid-afternoon, and the scouts hadn't reported back yet. This meant that Arn hadn't left Liangzhou City. What's going on? Just as the clan leaders were baffled, footsteps sounded from outside. Everyone's spirits were instantly uplifted. The scout has returned. Many people smiled, and even laughed loudly. It seems Arn has left. I thought old Geo had the means to keep them here. It seems it didn't work. I really want to see Joe's expression right now. Haha. Amidst the laughter of the clan leaders, the scout rushed into the hall. Upon seeing the scout, the laughter from the clan leaders abruptly stopped. Because the scout's expression wasn't good, the clan leaders couldn't help feeling uncertain. Luke hurriedly asked, "What news? Has Arn left?" "No," the scout quickly replied. Whisper. Instant chaos erupted in the hall. How can this be? Why isn't he leaving? What kind of love potion did Geo give him? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, unable to understand why Arn hadn't left Liangzhou. Luke's expression was particularly bad. Arnie's behavior was directly opposing him, making him feel humiliated. "Did you see clearly?" Luke barked. He still wasn't convinced. The scout nodded firmly. "Clan leader, we didn't even move our gaze from the city gate during meals. We absolutely didn't make any mistakes." Luke's expression became unbearably grim. At this moment, Zen stepped forward. "Everyone, I'll send Gray into the city to see what's happening with my own eyes." Soon, Gray entered Liangzhou City, heading straight for the prefecture office. Arriving at the prefecture office, Gray barged in without hesitation. The constables tried to stop him but were knocked down by Gray. Storming into the front hall, Gray shouted loudly, "Duke, come out." Despite calling out several times, no one responded to Gray. His attendant whispered softly, "Young clan leader, are they not here?" Gray came back to his senses and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, the young Prince Danielle came from the back office. "May I ask who the young master is? What do you need from young Master Abdur?" Seeing the young Prince Danielle, Gray couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Not until his attendant whispered a reminder did he regain his composure, barking angrily, "Where is Duke?" The young Prince Danielle didn't know who Gray was. Seeing that the other party seemed very urgent, she replied, "Young Master Abdur is at the mall." Before she could finish her sentence, Gray turned and ran towards the direction of the mall. On the way, Gray felt puzzled. This heavenly beauty was someone he had never seen before. If not for more pressing matters now, he would have definitely tried to take her away. Gray rushed to the vicinity of the mall and indeed saw Duke sitting nearby with Geo, both looking in the direction of the mall. Following their gazes, Gray immediately spotted Arnie's carriage. Instantly, Gray understood. It was this new building that attracted Arn. Gray couldn't help feeling both surprised and angry. This house that caused him great humiliation actually captivated Arn. No, he had to ruin this. Thinking this, Gray rushed directly in front of Arn and shouted, "Young Master Devon, don't let this building deceive you." Arn was summarizing the advantages of the mall in his mind when he was startled by Gray. Calmly regaining his composure, Arn asked somewhat confusedly, "What did you just say? That the mall is deceptive?" At this moment, Duke and Gio also ran over. Duke yelled, "Gray, why are you causing trouble again?" Ignoring Duke, Gray continued speaking to Arn. "Young Master Devon might not know, but this building is just a trick they've pulled to deceive people. Before you, quite a few people have already been deceived." Gray's words were naturally nonsense. His purpose was simple, to make Arn doubt and hopefully leave directly. After all, it wasn't until the situation reversed that he realized something was wrong with this building. He believed that Arn wouldn't figure anything out in just 2 hours. However, after finishing his speech, Duke suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 172. Good thing Jonathan is dead. Levi suddenly burst into laughter, startling Gray. He looked at Levi and said unhappily, "What are you laughing about? Is what I said not true?" He had already made up his mind to insist in front of Arn that the house was a fraud. Levi sneered, "Gray, you know whether it's true or not, I know too. Of course, shopkeeper Devon knows best." Having said this, Levi looked at Arn and asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper Devon, am I right?" Hearing Levi actually ask Arn, Gray couldn't help but feel a thud in his heart, a sense of foreboding surfacing. He hurriedly looked at Arn, only to see him nod. "Indeed, my eyes can certainly tell what is true or false." Arn said this, looking calmly at Gray. "This young master claims this house is a deceitful fabrication. I wonder what proof he has for me to see." Gray was immediately speechless. He had just wanted to scare off Arn, so he was talking nonsense. But he didn't expect Arn to take it seriously. Of course, he couldn't find any evidence that this house was fraudulent. The scene where his own finger was broken when he punched the wall was still vivid in his mind. Seeing Gray unable to say anything, Arn smiled faintly and walked away. This nearly contemptuous attitude made Gray extremely angry. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Since Arn wouldn't yield, he would use force then. He wouldn't believe he couldn't drive this kid away. Gray immediately shouted to his followers, "This kid is too arrogant. Come on, let's all go." As he spoke, Gray swung his fists wildly and charged toward Arn. Presumptuous. The expressions of the Abdur family father and son changed, ready to step forward to stop him. At this moment, Arnie's expression turned cold, and he snorted heavily. The guards surrounding Arn received orders and immediately stepped forward to block the way for Gray and his people. Before Gray could react, he was thrown to the ground by Arnie's guards. Even Gio and Levi didn't have time to make a move. Gray was pinned down, his face full of disbelief. He never expected there were so many experts lurking nearby. Glancing sideways, Gray saw Levi wearing a mocking smile and couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Levi, why are you laughing? Quickly let them release me, otherwise, none of you will have an easy day." Initially indifferent, Arnie's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Commander, who is this man daring to threaten a court official?" Gio explained, "This person is the young chieftain of the Diao family, a major clan among the native officials in Liangzhou." Young chieftain? Arn suddenly understood, then sneered. "Fine, I'd like to see how you, this young chieftain, can deal with me." As he spoke, Arn waved his hand. "Slap him." Smack. Ah. Shortly after, Gray covered his swollen mouth, leaving Liangzhou City with his equally swollen mouth followers, returning to the Li family hall. The waiting tribal chiefs, seeing Gray's appearance, all wore astonished looks. What happened? Last time his fingers were broken, and this time his mouth was swollen. Zen angrily asked, "Liar, who beat you like this? Was it that old brute Gio?" Gray mumbled indistinctly, "No, it's that surnamed Devon." Zen was taken aback. Surnamed Devon? Wasn't that Arn? Zen couldn't help but fly into a rage. A mere jade merchant dared to lay hands on his precious son. Such audacity. Zen got up and headed out. "Where is Chief Diao going?" Beckham asked. Zen replied without turning back, "To gather some people and give that little surnamed Devon boy a good lesson, making him understand who's in charge here." At this moment, Luke suddenly said, "Chief Diao, wait a moment." Zen turned back unhappily. "What? Chiefly, are you telling me to swallow this insult?" Luke shook his head and said, "I'm not asking Chief Diao to suppress your anger, but to first find out why that surnamed Devon remains in Liangzhou City." Luke then looked at Gray. The other native chiefs also nodded. "Chief Diao, Chiefly is right. Let's understand the situation first. Anyway, that boy will stay in Southwest for a few more days. Revenge can be taken anytime." Only then did Zen return to his seat with a grim expression, looking at Gray. "Tell us, why does that surnamed Devon boy not leave?" "He's watching Gio build their new house." Speaking, Gray winced with pain from time to time. The native chiefs were stunned. This reason greatly surprised them. In their view, although the house was peculiar, it wasn't a big deal. Yet, Arn stayed in Liangzhou because of that house. It was truly unbelievable. Luke's face instantly turned grim. According to Amadeo's statement, Arn was a big merchant from the capital, well-traveled and knowledgeable. If such a person was attracted by that house, it indicated that there must be something about the house they didn't understand. More importantly, Liangzhou had attracted Arn. This was the worst possible news. "Everyone, the situation is not looking good," Luke said with a serious expression. "Don't forget Lord Dong's requirements." The chieftains' faces immediately turned grave. Amadeo had required them to ensure that Arn would not set his sights on Liangzhou. But now, things were far off from what they had anticipated. They all looked at Luke. "Chiefly, you're full of ideas. What do you suggest we do now?" Luke frowned but quickly relaxed. "You don't need to worry. Even if Mr. Devon is attracted by that house, it won't matter much. Don't forget, Jonathan, that guy, has already died in Devil Forest. In other words, Gio can only rely on that house. Mr. Devon will absolutely not stay in Liangzhou just for that house. Everyone suddenly understood and felt relieved. Beckham laughed heartily. Chiefly, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your suggestion to let that boy notice Devil Forest, he wouldn't have died. Chiefly really thinks ahead. The others nodded repeatedly, agreeing wholeheartedly, feeling greatly relieved. Thank goodness Jonathan is dead. Listening to their praises, Luke felt quite pleased with himself. He indeed thought ahead this time. Luke modestly waved his hand. Just luck. Then he turned to Gray. You said Mr. Devon was attracted by that house? What was he doing? Gray thought for a moment and replied, I saw him walking around that house. A sharp glint appeared in Luke's eyes. Sure enough. With confidence, he told everyone, it looks like my guess was right. The reason why Mr. Devon hasn't left Liangzhou is that he wants to learn from that house. I'm certain that once he finishes learning, he will leave. Upon hearing this, the hall burst into laughter again. Chapter 173. Jonathan must have more than that. At the office of the governor of Xizhou, after hearing the news delivered by Luke's messenger, Amadeo burst out laughing. Good. Good. Go back and tell head of Clanley that I fully agree with his judgment. Have him continue to monitor Arnie's movements. Pausing for a moment, Amadeo added, oh, right. Have head of Clanley send someone to monitor the Devil Forest as well? The servant from the Li family who came to report said, Your Excellency Dong, the head of our clan has already dispatched people to watch over Devil Forest. Amadeo was greatly pleased. Head of Clan Li has indeed considered everything thoroughly. You may return now. Come back and inform me after the people from Yushuan Pavilion leave Liangzhou. Yes. As he watched the Li family servant leave, joy filled Amadeo's face. This time, everything was under his control. In the city of Liangzhou, early in the morning, Arn got up and began strolling around the city. Henrik was somewhat puzzled. To him, there didn't seem to be much worth exploring in Liangzhou city. It lacked culture, lacked scenery, and all he could see were common folk wearing patched clothing. He couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you really thinking about opening a branch of Yushuan Pavilion here in Liangzhou? Arn shook his head. I won't open a branch here in Liangzhou. Henrik was taken aback. He thought so because, apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other reason for Arn to leisurely stroll through Liangzhou city. Why then is Sir strolling around? Arn smiled faintly. Weren't you amazed by the mall we saw yesterday? Henrik nodded, still carrying a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Even now, thinking about that mall and its cement construction left him in awe. Arn continued, I believe that Jonathan cannot possibly have only those few tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, Henrik understood. Sir must be looking for other things left behind by Jonathan in the city. With this reminder from Arn, hope lit up Henrik's eyes. Indeed, a genius who could invent cement and such impressive architecture couldn't possibly have just these abilities. The two immediately started searching the city, hoping to find other relics left by Jonathan. However, after searching for half a day, they found nothing else that truly caught their attention, which led them to doubt. Could they have overestimated that Jonathan? Sir, it's already noon. Why don't we have lunch? Henrik suggested. Arn nodded but frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The two went to the largest tavern in Liangzhou and sat down. Just as they were about to order dishes, the waiter spoke first. Gentlemen, please allow me to explain something before you order. Recently, our restaurant charges extra for rice. Henrik looked stunned. Charging for rice? Arn also felt quite surprised. Having traveled through most of Dachu, he had never encountered a restaurant of this size charging extra for rice. Henrik snorted. Are you trying to swindle us because we sound like outsiders? The waiter waved his hands quickly. Sir, you misunderstand. Our restaurant always conducts business fairly and is well known within Liangzhou. The extra charge for rice is out of necessity. Henrik snorted again but was stopped by Arn. Arn asked with interest, You say it's out of necessity. What do you mean by that? The waiter replied, Gentlemen must have arrived in Liangzhou recently, haven't you? Arn was slightly surprised. How do you know? The waiter explained. If you had come earlier, you would understand why. Then, the waiter recounted how the grain shops in Liangzhou had doubled their prices, concluding, although there isn't an acute shortage of food in the city now, it's far from abundant. So, charging extra for rice is a matter of necessity. I see. Arn suddenly understood. Henrik, however, frowned and asked, if what you just said is true, what if the grain merchants don't lower their prices? Will the governor's office keep buying grain to sell to you forever? The waiter laughed. That's a good question. But Adult Abdur mentioned on the notice a few days ago that Liangzhou will be self-sufficient in 2 months. The waiter hadn't finished speaking when Henrik firmly declared, Impossible. He was very familiar with the geography of Dachu. Even including the surrounding territories controlled by local chieftains, it would be impossible for Liangzhou to achieve self-sufficiency. What the boy said simply couldn't happen. Seeing Henrik so certain, Arn was also confused. Does Adult Abdur have any explanation for how they will achieve self-sufficiency? The waiter stuttered, shaking his head. It wasn't mentioned on the notice. Immediately, Henrik showed a look of, as expected. Though he didn't speak, his meaning was clear. This must be a lie that Gio used to reassure the people. The waiter, seeing Henrik's expression, felt somewhat indignant and said, Does this guest not believe it? Henrik nodded without hesitation and then countered. Do you know how many farmlands there are within Liangzhou city? Even with a bountiful harvest, how many people could it sustain? But even if I tell you the numbers, you should know it's absolutely impossible to sustain all the residents. The waiter blushed and said, This is an announcement made by Adult Abdur. It can't possibly be false. Henrik scoffed and fell silent. The waiter wanted to continue but was stopped by the innkeeper calling from behind. Go help in the kitchen. I'll take care of these 2 guests. After the waiter left, the innkeeper smiled apologetically. That young lad speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Arn waved his hand, signaling that he wasn't bothered, then ordered a few dishes. After finishing their meal, Arn led Henrik out of the tavern. Thinking for a moment, Arn suddenly turned and headed towards the prefect's office. Henrik was a bit surprised. Young master, not going sightseeing anymore? Arn nodded and said, Instead of wandering around aimlessly, We might as well go directly to ask someone in the know. Henrik paused, then suddenly understood. The person Arn referred to as someone in the know must be Geo. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He also had something he wanted to ask Geo. Adult Abdur, did Jonathan create anything new besides what we know? Upon meeting Geo, Arn asked straightforwardly. Geo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Arn frowned, feeling slightly disappointed. At this point, Henrik suddenly spoke up. Adult Abdur, I heard that Liangzhou will be self-sufficient in grain within 2 months. Is that true? Hearing this, Arnie's heart stirred. Henrik had asked a good question. If Geo denied it, it would mean Geo was unreliable. If Geo admitted it, then as Henrik suggested, it must be due to Jonathan's contributions. After all, Geo had been in Liangzhou for 20 years. Not achieving self-sufficiency in those 20 years, but managing to now could only be attributed to Jonathan. Chapter 174. Is he the most capable person ever? How did you two learn about this matter? Geo asked reflexively, his expression very surprised. In his view, Arn and Henrik had just arrived and should not know much about Liangzhou's affairs. Upon hearing this, Arnie's eyes lit up. So there really was such an event. He hurriedly asked, Sir Abdur, is the content of the announcement true? Arn fixed his gaze on Geo, awaiting his reply. Henrik couldn't help but curl his lips from the side. He truly admired Jonathan's capabilities. However, he simply didn't believe what the waiter said regarding this matter. Of course, even if Geo acknowledged it, he wouldn't believe it, because it was absolutely impossible. Under the watchful eyes of Arn and Henrik, Geo nodded. Yes, there is indeed such a thing. Arn couldn't help but show surprise all over his face. Geo admitted it, but immediately after, confusion filled his face. How could Liangzhou City's residents become self-sufficient in 2 months? Henrik scoffed. Sir Abdur, do you know how many people have diligently worked their entire lives only to ruin their reputations because of one matter? At this moment, Levi entered and heard Henrik warning with these words, causing his expression to darken. Mr. Jim, what do you mean by that? Levi unhappily said, my father seems not to have offended you, has he? Henrik glanced at Levi, giving no response but continuing to look at Geo. Geo frowned. He understood Henrik's meaning. He was implying that the announcement was deceiving the citizens. Thinking about the sweet potato situation of recent days, Geo laughed heartily. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Jim. I have it in mind. Henrik couldn't help being stunned, glancing curiously at Geo. He had almost spelled out his concerns, yet Geo showed no worry, remaining relaxed instead. What was going on here? Compared to Henrik's firm disbelief, Arn harbored a sliver of hope, because this was definitely something orchestrated under Jonathan's direction. He also believed Geo couldn't accomplish it, but Jonathan might be capable. Arn promptly asked, Sir Abdur, is this by chance another idea of Jonathan? Geo was somewhat surprised but nodded. Indeed. Phew. Arn couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Though he expected this, hearing Geo confirm it still left him amazed. What kind of person was this Jonathan, who could find solutions even to matters like this? Arn hastily asked, Sir Abdur, may I ask what method it is? Can you disclose it? After speaking, Arn wore an anxious and expectant look. Geo hesitated slightly before shaking his head. I apologize, but this matter concerning Liangzhou's future cannot be disclosed to others now. He added, if Mr. Devon is interested in this matter, you can see the results after 2 months. Arn felt disappointed, but nodded understandingly. From beside them, a sneer filled with disdain came through. A fine, cannot disclose. A mocking smile spread across Henrik's face. I think it's not that you can't disclose it, but that there's nothing worth disclosing, right? Unless, this Jonathan excels not only in architecture, but also has accomplishments in agriculture? If so, isn't he the unprecedented and unparalleled first capable person? Another sneer followed Henrik's statement. Joe's brows knitted tightly, feeling somewhat discontent, but ultimately remained silent. Levi couldn't hold back any longer. This Henrik was too impolite. Not believing was one thing, but to be so sarcastic toward brother Jonathan was another. Levi sneered, some people assume others can't achieve what they can't. What a great joke indeed. Henrik's expression changed. Levi's veiled criticism was too obvious. Daring to call him a joke? Fury rose in Henrik's heart as he stared at Levi. If you want to prove I'm a joke, convince me with facts. Levi humphed. Father just said we can't reveal this now. Forget promising not to tell others. I don't believe it anyway. Henrik couldn't contain his anger and declared, if you tell me, I'm willing to stay confined in Liangzhou City for 2 months. The atmosphere suddenly grew thick with tension. Arn was startled. This was the first time he saw Henrik react this way, even proposing confinement for 2 months. He quickly interjected, Mr. Jim, please calm down. We can wait 2 months without issue. However, Henrik was determined to expose Joe's lies. Master, you know my character well. I can't just stand by and watch nonsense being spouted. Levi also grew angry upon hearing this. Father, if he wants to see, let him see, then lock him up there for 2 months. Geo remained silent for a moment before nodding grimly. Henrik had repeatedly doubted Jonathan. It was time for him to understand that Jonathan was not someone he could question. Chewy, take Mr. Jim to see. Yes. Levi replied, then looked at Henrik. If you're ready to be confined for 2 months, then follow me. With that, Levi turned and left without looking back. Master, I'll be right back. Saying this, Henrik followed Levi without hesitation. He was adamant that his judgment would not be wrong. Arn watched Henrik's back with a furrowed brow, feeling both curious and nervous. What exactly did Levi plan to show Henrik? Would Henrik ever come back? He hoped Henrik wouldn't be trapped in Liangzhou for 2 months, yet he also hoped what Levi said was true. For a moment, Arn felt incredibly conflicted. Levi quickly led Henrik to a large courtyard guarded by officials. Henrik glanced at the walls of the courtyard, roughly estimating its size, and his expression became even more disdainful. With such a small area, even if it were entirely covered with crops, it couldn't possibly provide enough food for the people of Liangzhou to be self-sufficient. As Henrik was thinking, Levi suddenly turned around. Think carefully. Once you enter here, you won't be able to leave for 2 months. Henrik snorted. That's only if I lose. Seeing Henrik still being stubborn, Levi sneered. Then let's go. Saying this, Levi pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard first. Henrik closely followed and stepped in as well. The moment he entered the courtyard, Henrik's eyes swept around. Upon scanning, Henrik couldn't help but pause. This courtyard didn't have the crops he expected. Instead, many small plants grew close to the ground. Chapter 175. Absolute Trust in Jonathan. Henrik stared at the leaves and stalks of the plant for a while, shock gradually spreading across his face. He actually didn't recognize this plant, but he had read and memorized all the basic plant introduction books of Great Chew. What is this? Henrik couldn't help but ask. Levi snorted. This is sweet potato vines. Henrik was taken aback. Sweet potato? What was that? Suddenly, an idea struck Henrik. Could it be that the Abdur family's confidence came from this sweet potato he had never seen before? However, there was only so much sweet potato vines in the entire courtyard. Not enough to feed all the people in Liangzhou city, and probably only enough for a slightly larger 10-person household for 2 days. Moreover, these crops called sweet potatoes did not look like food grains at all. Thinking of this, Henrik snorted. I indeed haven't seen this sweet potato. Is this really the source of your confidence? Exactly. Levi nodded firmly. Seeing this, Henrik burst out laughing. What are you laughing about? Levi asked in puzzlement. Henrik laughed loudly. It seems you have no common sense at all. You can't think such a small amount of this thing could provide food for the whole Liangzhou city's population, can you? To tell you the truth, even if we multiply it by 10 times, it wouldn't be enough. After saying this, Henrik turned and started to walk away, but Levi reached out and blocked Henrik's path. Henrik sneered. What? Afraid I'll expose your lie to others, and don't want to let me go? What lie? The confusion on Levi's face deepened. I just want you to admit it willingly. Henrik laughed again and pointed at the sweet potato vines. With just these? Levi finally understood why Henrik looked like a victor and said with a cold smile, You don't think I asked you here to see the sweet potato vines, do you? Henrik's laughter abruptly stopped, and his smile froze on his face. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Not for this? Of course not. As Levi spoke, he squatted down and carefully dug under one of the sweet potato vines. Soon, an egg-sized red fruit appeared. Without picking up the fruit, Levi pointed it out to Henrik. This is what I want to show you. Surprise filled Henrik's face as he hurriedly squatted down, lying on the ground to examine the sweet potato closely. Looking for a moment, Henrik became speechless because of shock. This thing, how is this possible? At this time, Levi covered the sweet potato back up and snorted. This thing is only just starting to grow. According to Brother Jonathan, it will be at least fist-sized in 2 months. If it grows well, it might even reach the size of a pumpkin. What? Henrik was greatly alarmed. Pumpkin size? Levi nodded without hesitation. These were the words of Jonathan, whom he trusted entirely. In fact, these sweet potatoes could indeed grow to the size of pumpkins. These were the highest quality sweet potato seeds exchanged by Jonathan from the system. It was precisely because of this that Jonathan had the confidence to solve the grain problems of all the city's residents with these sweet potatoes. Now, what do you have to say? Asked Levi. Henrik got up from the ground, looking somewhat dazed. This thing called sweet potato had completely surpassed his understanding. He couldn't be sure whether what Levi said was true. After a long time, under Levi's repeated inquiries, Henrik finally regained his senses. I'm not sure yet. But this thing is indeed extraordinary. I am willing to be locked up here for 2 months. Surprised, Levi then nodded and left the yard. When Arn subconsciously looked behind Levi after he returned to the front office, he was shocked to find that Henrik wasn't following and quickly asked, Mr. Jim? Levi replied, Mr. Jim agreed to stay here for 2 months. Arn instantly drew a sharp breath. Did this mean that Joe's words weren't exaggerations before? Was Jonathan's method really capable of solving the grain problem for the people of Liangzhou? How unbelievable. If it weren't for being locked up in Liangzhou for 2 months, he would also want to see what was going on. For a moment, Arn grew more curious about Jonathan. Recalling what Gio had said earlier, Arn said, Lord Abdur, Jonathan has been in the ghost woods for 2 days. Should he be coming back soon? Gio nodded. If everything goes well, he should return tomorrow. Hearing this, Arn felt increasingly regretful. Everything going smoothly was unlikely. According to Henrik, the danger of the ghost woods ranked first in the Great Chew. No matter how powerful Jonathan was, he was destined not to come back. After all, the ghost woods aren't a place where one can enter and exit safely just by creating something. What a pity, what a pity. If such an extraordinary person were still alive, how wonderful would that be? Arn felt a wave of emotion and returned to the inn. Tomorrow, he was going to leave Liangzhou. In the hall of the Li family, the chieftains burst into fits of unrestrained laughter. They had just received news that Arn left the prefect's office with a look of disappointment on his face, obviously very let down by Liangzhou. To them, this was undoubtedly the best possible news. Luke smiled and said, Everyone, now that Mr. Devon has stopped hovering around that house, it means he must have stealthily learned whatever he could. If my guess is correct, he will definitely leave tomorrow. Cool Liangzhou won't be able to cause any ripples anymore from now on. Following Luke's words, almost like a declaration of victory, another bout of laughter erupted in the hall. And as news came early the next morning, the chieftain's excitement and agitation reached new heights. Arn had already ordered his carriage to be prepared and parked outside the inn. Obviously, he was about to leave. This news also reached Joe's ears. He immediately brought Levi and hurriedly came to the inn. Before Gio could say anything, Arn smiled and greeted him, saying, Thank you for your hospitality these past few days, Governor Abdur. I've truly broadened my horizons. Today, I must take my leave. Gio opened his mouth but could only swallow back what he originally wanted to say. He could tell that Arn had made up his mind, and persuasion would be futile. Seeing that Gio wasn't going to try to keep him, Levi asked directly, Mr. Devon, Does Eudaimonin Pavilion plan on opening a branch here in Liangzhou? Such a direct question made Arn pause. But he understood well that certain things should be made clear. Arn promptly replied, Liangzhou has great potential for development, and the concept of a marketplace is entirely new and intriguing to me. Levi felt his heart leap with excitement at this point. However, Gio frowned deeply. He knew well that after praise, bad news was bound to follow. Sure enough, Arn continued, however, the current situation in Liangzhou isn't suitable for Eudaimonin Pavilion. So, I apologize. Chapter 176. Jonathan has returned alive. Calvin's smile froze on his face, disbelief washing over him. After saying so many words of praise, it turned out to be unsuitable? Wasn't this just playing with him? Calvin hurriedly said, Young Master Devon, you said Liangzhou is unsuitable for the Jaichen Pavilion. What place isn't suitable? You can just say it, and we can make changes. Arn revealed a hint of a bitter smile. When he talked with others, they could easily understand his implications. But Calvin was not one of these smart people. He had no choice but to speak plainly. Young Master Abdur should understand that the jade jewelry sold by the Jade Pavilion is quite expensive. Given the current living conditions of the Liangzhou people, they simply don't have extra money to buy them. Operating the Jade Pavilion here requires paying wages to managers and clerks. It cannot run here at a loss. Thinking of Jonathan's previous description and arrangements for the future, Calvin hastily said, Young Master Devon, the people will soon have money. Arn was taken aback and asked in surprise, how so? Gio interjected, according to the plan, all able-bodied young adults within the city will be gathered to build high-rise housing next. At that time, they'll earn quite a bit of wages. High-rise housing? Arn widened his eyes. Governor Abdur means skyscrapers like in shopping malls? Yes. Gio nodded. Seeing Gio admit it, Arn looked incredulous. But didn't Governor Abdur say there wasn't enough cement? Gio found it strange. Once Jonathan returns, he can produce more cement, so it will be enough. Arn was stunned, then shook his head helplessly. Now he understood why the Abdur father and son were relentless in wanting him to open the Jade Pavilion in Liangzhou. They still hoped Jonathan would return alive. He couldn't tell them straight to their faces that Jonathan must have died in the Devil Forest, so he said, since Governor Abdur has such confidence in Liangzhou's future, I'll make a promise to you. If Liangzhou truly reaches what you described, I will definitely set up a branch of the Jade Pavilion here. Gio couldn't help but rejoice, hurriedly saying, it's a deal. It's a deal. Arn laughed and nodded, but didn't take it seriously at all. Liangzhou would never develop to that extent. With Arnie's promise, Gio felt completely reassured, smiling as he said, Chi, accompany me in seeing off young Master Devon. The Abdur father and son immediately followed alongside the carriage, making their way through Liangzhou towards the north gate. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes swiftly conveyed this scene back to their respective families. Outside the Devil Forest, after guarding outside all night, a servant of the Li family yawned, shaking his head to stay awake. Thinking someone would come to replace him soon, the servant turned back to look. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly caught his ear. The Li family servant was startled and quickly turned to look towards the Devil Forest. Seeing a figure emerge from within the Devil Forest, the servant instantly froze, hurriedly rubbing his eyes and looking again. Upon confirming he wasn't mistaken, and indeed a figure walked out of the Devil Forest, the servant stood up in terror, trembling uncontrollably. For millennia, no one had ever walked out of the Devil Forest alive. Undoubtedly, what he saw was definitely not human. It could only be a ghost. The servant wanted to flee but found his legs weak, unable to move an inch. As the figure grew closer, the servant noticed the face clearly. It was a terrifying scream that broke free, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. His last thought before fainting was that the ghost emerging from the Devil Forest did not have a human face but a black, indescribable visage. Jonathan, walking out of the Devil Forest, suddenly heard a scream, then saw a person fall stiffly. Jonathan was puzzled, then recalled the gas mask on his head, finding it rather speechless. Scared unconscious by the gas mask. After removing the mask, Jonathan approached and pinched the person's philtrum. Gradually regaining consciousness, when the person felt someone nearby, he jumped up in shock, screaming, Ghost! There's a ghost! Jonathan coughed, I'm human. The Li family servant froze upon hearing the voice. Seeing Jonathan's face, his already pale complexion became even paler. You are Jonathan? Jonathan was somewhat surprised. You recognize me? The other party did not respond but instead took several steps back. Why, you weren't supposed to die in the Devil Forest? Jonathan frowned, realizing the situation. Devil Forest had a notorious reputation, rarely approached by anyone, let alone early in the morning. Moreover, this person knew him. These 2 points were enough to confirm the other party's identity. Absolutely a member of the Tusis people. Jonathan gave a faint smile, ignoring the person and picking up the gas mask beside him. The servant of the Li family saw the gas mask and the memories before he fainted surfaced in his mind. He exclaimed in shock, It's you? Jonathan glanced at the person. Go back and tell them I have returned alive from the Devil Forest. After saying this, under the shocked gaze of the other party, Jonathan walked towards the direction of Liangzhou City. The servant watched as Jonathan left. Only when Jonathan was out of sight did he come back to his senses and hurriedly ran toward the Li family at the fastest speed. On the way, when he encountered another servant of the Li family who came to take over the shift, he passed by without even having time to speak. In the main hall of the Li family, the tribal chiefs of the Tusi, having received news from within the city, were continuously praising Luke. Headmanly is truly divine. He said the Devon family would leave, and they really did. Everything now is exactly as Headmanly predicted. It seems that future developments will not go wrong either. With Headmanly strategizing for us, it is indeed a great blessing. Luke listened to the praises with satisfaction. Just as he was enjoying this feeling, sudden hurried footsteps came from outside. The chaotic noise made Luke somewhat displeased. Before he could speak, an anxious cry sounded from outside. Chief, something's wrong. Something terrible has happened. With these words, the room instantly fell silent. The tribal chiefs who had just been full of smiles frowned. their admiring gazes at Luke turning into confusion. Luke's face darkened. As the servant rushed in, he slammed the table and shouted, "If the sky falls, there will be tall ones to look after it. What kind of decorum is this with all the commotion?" The servant saw the Luke then said, "Speak, what has happened?" As he spoke, Luke picked up his teacup. In his mind, the worst news would only be Arn suddenly changing his mind and deciding to stay in Liangzhou, only to hear the servant say in a voice trembling with panic, "Jonathan. He came out of the devil forest alive." Crack. The teacup in Luke's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Chapter 177. Do you really not trust Brother Jonathan? The sound of Luke's teacup shattering brought the dazed Tusi chieftains back to their senses, all showing looks of disbelief. Jonathan actually came out alive from the demon forest? Zen grabbed his servant by the collar with a fierce look and growled, "What are you raving about? How can someone come out alive from the demon forest?" Others also glared angrily at the Li family servant. Zen was right. For thousands of years, no one had ever returned alive from the demon forest. How could Jonathan have managed it? Beckham said, "Did you see wrong?" The servant hurriedly replied, "I saw someone walking out of the demon forest with my own eyes. He wore a very scary mask on his head. I thought he was a ghost and fainted from fright. But he woke me up, and I saw that person was indeed Jonathan." Sigh. The Tusi chieftains couldn't help but suck in a breath simultaneously. The servant spoke logically and certainly wasn't raving. In other words, Jonathan really came back alive from the demon forest? Luke noticed the mask mentioned by the servant and asked, "What did the mask look like?" The servant recalled, "It was very strange, jet black, with a pig-like nose, and seemed swollen elsewhere, but I can't describe it clearly." Luke frowned, unable to imagine what it looked like. At this moment, Tyler suddenly exclaimed in horror, "Could the one who came back be Jonathan's ghost?" Ghost? These two words startled everyone present. The demon forest was named so because those who entered never returned, leading to rumors of evil ghosts residing there. Could it be that the one coming out of the demon forest wasn't Jonathan, or as Tyler suggested, was Jonathan's ghost? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's faces changed. Jonathan only went into the demon forest after they spread the news. What if he came to take revenge? Everyone quickly looked at Luke. "What do we do, chiefly?" Zen hurriedly asked. Luke remained calm. "Don't panic, everyone. Let's not forget that it was my suggestion to send Jonathan into the demon forest. Even if he comes for revenge, he'll come for me. Besides, I don't believe the one who came out is Jonathan's ghost." Everyone was taken aback and somewhat puzzled. "Why do you say that, chiefly?" Luke pointed at the servant. "If Jonathan were really a ghost, how could he let him live? Moreover, although it has been said for millennia that there are ghosts in the demon forest, who has seen them? So don't be afraid. I think that Jonathan's survival may have a lot to do with that mask." After hearing Luke's analysis, everyone felt slightly reassured, but another doubt surfaced. "Chiefly, can that mask allow someone to enter and exit the demon forest safely?" Luke nodded. "It seems so." Everyone's expressions changed again. Their ability to suppress Liangzhou's development relied on monopolizing all channels between Liangzhou and the outside world. But the demon forest was beyond their control. If Jonathan could make a mask that allowed safe entry and exit from the demon forest, they would no longer be able to control Liangzhou. "Chiefly, do you know how that mask is made?" Beckham hastily asked. Luke's expression stiffened. He hadn't even seen what the mask looked like. How could he make it? Seeing Luke shake his head, the Tusi chieftain's hearts sank. Luke quickly added, "Everyone, don't lose heart. We can use the same method as buying cement to secretly purchase a mask and study how to make it." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Although they were cheated last time buying cement, they did indeed get some. As long as they could buy that kind of mask, being cheated again wouldn't matter. Learning how to make such a mask would allow them to control the demon forest and once again tightly suppress Liangzhou. All eyes turned to Gray. Gray nodded heavily, hate flickering on his face. This time, he absolutely wouldn't let the other party haggle again. Outside the northern gate of Liangzhou City, Gio and Levi were bidding farewell to Arn. Gio smiled, "Mr. Devon, although we part today, I believe it won't be long before we meet again." Arn returned a proper smile but didn't agree inwardly. The expert named Jonathan was already dead, and Liangzhou's development would remain frozen. There was no need for him to return to such a Liangzhou. Levi said with a look of regret, "It's a pity that young Master Devon is in such a hurry to leave. If you could wait a little longer, Brother Jonathan might come back." Hearing this, Arn sighed inwardly. This father and son had too high expectations of Jonathan. While Jonathan did indeed have some exceptional qualities above the ordinary in construction and agriculture, it was the demon forest, a place where no one had ever walked out alive for thousands of years. No matter how capable Jonathan was, he couldn't possibly come back alive. Their hopes were bound to remain just wishes. What a pity for these two idealistic people. After a moment's thought, Arn gave a subtle hint, "Lord Abdur, Liangzhou is after all desolate. I have some connections in the capital. If you ever want to return to serve there, perhaps I can help." Gio frowned slightly. He hadn't considered returning to the capital at all. But understanding Arnie's goodwill, Gio replied, "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Devon, but I don't have such thoughts for now." Seeing that Gio didn't get the implication, Arn didn't elaborate further and simply said, "Lord Abdur, farewell." Gio cupped his fists in salute and watched Arn leave. Levi looked at the departing carriage with admiration and commented, "Father, young Master Devon seems like a decent person, even willing to help you maneuver in the capital. But father, shouldn't we wait until Liangzhou stabilizes before thinking about returning to the capital?" Gio suddenly realized something. Arn clearly didn't think Jonathan would come back alive. He immediately rushed after the carriage. Levi was startled and hurriedly followed. "Please hold on, young Master Devon." Gio chased up and stopped the carriage. Thinking Gio had understood, Arn smiled and asked, "Lord Abdur, may I know what advice you have?" Gio stared at Arn. "Was your earlier remark indicating that you are not optimistic about Liangzhou's future development?" Arn was taken aback, not expecting this question from Gio. Before he could respond, Geo continued, or perhaps, young Master Devon doesn't believe Jonathan can return alive from the demon forest? Upon hearing this, Levi's expression changed, looking at Arn with surprise. Young Master Devon, do you really not trust brother Jonathan? Chapter 178. Is Jonathan the Duke of Angwa? Faced with the questioning from the Abdur father and son, Arn let out a self-deprecating smile in his heart. This father and son pair were truly different from the people he usually interacted with. They were completely straightforward. Arn had no choice but to tell the truth. The two of you have been in Liangzhou for many years, so you should be very clear about how dangerous the Wraith Forest is. In such an extremely dangerous place, I don't think anyone can go in and come out alive. Geo and Levi exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter together. Before personally experiencing the gas mask, their thoughts were exactly the same as Arnie's. But after experiencing it, they had no doubt at all that Jonathan could return alive. Levi said, young Master Devon, brother Jonathan should be back today. Why don't you wait a little longer? Arn frowned. He had already lingered in Liangzhou for 2 days and was prepared to refuse. At this moment, an official ran out of the city breathlessly, shouting, my lord, his grace has returned. Geo and Levi's faces instantly lit up with joy. However, Arn wore a puzzled expression. His grace? Which his grace? Why would he appear in Liangzhou? Just as he was perplexed, he heard Levi say excitedly, young Master Devon, brother Jonathan has returned? Arn was stunned. The official had mentioned his grace, but Levi spoke of Jonathan. Could it be that this his grace is Jonathan? A name suddenly flashed through Arnie's mind, and his face filled with astonishment. He hurriedly asked Geo, Director Abdur, could this Jonathan be the former Duke of Angwa? Chandler? Geo laughed heartily. Yes, it's him. Arn immediately drew in a sharp breath. He had heard about the seizure of the Pingbei prince's mansion and Jonathan's exile. But he never thought that the highly respected master he admired so much was actually the exiled Jonathan. After all, Jonathan was several years younger than him. Moreover, he had heard that Jonathan had become crippled in both legs due to injuries a few years ago. Yet he didn't expect this person to have such great talent to invent cement. More importantly, this person had really returned from the Wraith Forest where no one had survived for millennia. Arn hurriedly said, Director Abdur, please introduce me. No problem. Geo nodded and laughed heartily again. Hearing Joe's laughter, Arn felt somewhat embarrassed. Just now, he was thinking of rejecting Joe's suggestion. He hadn't expected that in just a few moments, reality would hit back at his thoughts. The group immediately turned around and headed back to the prefecture office. Prince Devon, this is Jonathan, Geo introduced. Looking at Jonathan, Arn couldn't stop the shock in his heart. Even younger than he imagined. Jonathan smiled and greeted Arn, young Master Devon, we meet again. Arn was startled. Again? He was a bit confused. Have we met before? Although he was also in the capital, he did not hold any official position in court, and he traveled frequently outside, while Jonathan spent most of his time in the military camp. He only heard Jonathan's name but never saw him. Jonathan chuckled. I once saw young Master Devon in Minzhou City. Arn was somewhat surprised. When he was in Minzhou, he hadn't seen Jonathan. Jonathan explained, at that time, young Master Devon seemed to want to buy a piece of white jade. Mentioning white jade, Arn suddenly realized, then felt regretful. He must have been focused on the white jade at that time, so he didn't see Jonathan. If only he could have befriended Jonathan back then. Thinking about this, Arn hurriedly said, Your Grace, according to Director Abdur, cement was made by you? Jonathan nodded, yes. Arnie's eyes sparkled. I want to buy the method of making cement. The price? Before Arn finished, Jonathan interrupted, young Master Devon, I do not intend to sell the method of making cement. Arn wasn't the least bit displeased. If it were him, he wouldn't hand over the method of making cement to anyone else either. After all, cement was something that could overturn one's understanding. He immediately said, then I want to buy cement. Is that possible? No problem. Jonathan agreed without hesitation. Liangzhou was still besieged by the chieftains, and the only way to get money was through large merchants like Arn. Selling cement was a profitable business. Relieved to hear Jonathan's agreement, Arn smiled. Jonathan also laughed. In this case, the wages for young laborers building houses would be secured. Jonathan continued, young Master Devon, you've seen the market. Do you have plans to open a branch of Jaichen Pavilion in Liangzhou? Arn was still hesitant. The people of Liangzhou City would indeed become richer over time, but the safety issue hadn't been resolved yet. Seeing that Arn was no longer as firmly rejecting as before, Geo hurriedly asked, young Master Devon, if you have any doubts, please speak them out. Arn replied, Director Abdur, I no longer doubt the future of Liangzhou's people. But Mr. Jim mentioned that the local chieftains near Liangzhou seem to be on bad terms with you. This statement was tactful but clear in its meaning. Joe's face darkened. This issue indeed existed and was a sore point for Liangzhou. At this moment, Jonathan laughed heartily. Young Master Devon, you need not worry about this. I have already traversed the Wraith Forest and left markers within. Following my markers, one can enter and exit the Wraith Forest safely. What? Arn was once again greatly surprised. Although Jonathan had returned alive from the Wraith Forest, Arn had assumed that Jonathan might have only explored the outer perimeter. He hadn't expected that Jonathan had actually crossed through the Wraith Forest. Arn asked somewhat anxiously, are there really ghosts in the Wraith Forest? No. Jonathan smiled and shook his head. The humidity inside the Wraith Forest causes dead leaves to hide miasma underneath. If someone steps on them, the miasma will rise up, causing poisoning, unconsciousness, or even death. So that's how it is. Arn and the Abdur family looked enlightened. This was the first time they had heard about the conditions inside the Wraith Forest. But soon, Arn realized an issue. Your Grace, why are you unharmed? Jonathan pointed smilingly to the gas mask placed nearby. I was able to enter and exit the Wraith Forest safely because of this device. This is what? A helmet? Arn curiously examined the gas mask. I call this a miasma-proof mask. Jonathan explained with a smile. This device can block the miasma, preventing it from affecting the wearer. Really that effective? Arn widened his eyes in amazement. Though shocked, he had no doubt. After all, Jonathan had safely entered and exited the Wraith Forest with this device. Levi nodded repeatedly at this moment. Young Master Devon, Brother Jonathan is not exaggerating at all. I once wore this mask to the latrine and couldn't smell anything foul. Arn immediately became interested, looking at Jonathan. Your Grace, can I try it too? Chapter 179, a more suitable location. Of course. Jonathan smiled and nodded. Arn, in his impatience, put on the gas mask and ran to the Malfong outhouse. A moment later, Arn dashed back excitedly. After removing the gas mask, he revealed an amazed face, praising endlessly. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Can't smell a bit of odor at all. While praising, Arn looked at Jonathan with an incredibly astonished expression. Was this thing also created by your Grace, the Duke? Indeed. Jonathan nodded without breaking a sweat. Phew. Arn couldn't help but draw in a breath sharply. Construction, agriculture, masks. In these three aspects, Jonathan had managed to create things beyond his understanding. It was truly unbelievable. And this was only what he had seen in just a few short days. If given more time, who knows what other new and interesting things he might see. At that moment, Arnie's heart was filled with anticipation. Jonathan said smilingly, with this kind of mask, the caravan can enter and exit the ghost forest safely. Those local chieftains won't be able to harass us at all. Now, is there anything else troubling you, Mr. Devon? Arn paused for a moment and had no choice but to shake his head. What he was concerned about was nothing more than safety and market access. Now that both problems were solved, he naturally had no other excuses. More importantly, Jonathan was in Liangzhou. He had a vague premonition that Liangzhou would become extraordinary because of Jonathan. Setting up a branch of Yushuan Pavilion here, right now, would definitely be the right choice. Thinking of this, Arn immediately said, I am willing to set up a branch of Yushuan Pavilion in Liangzhou. Upon hearing this, Zhou's breathing quickened instantly. Calvin asked in disbelief, are you serious? They hadn't achieved this in several days, yet it was accomplished within less than 15 minutes due to Jonathan's appearance. This made them doubt their own ears. Arn smiled and said, absolutely serious, Sir Abdur. I'd like to go to the mall first to pick a shop. Is that all right? Zhou's face flushed red with excitement. He wished to agree immediately, but he still looked at Jonathan. Jonathan laughed and said, of course not a problem, but I think there's a location very suitable for Yushuan Pavilion. Arnie's eyes lit up. Please enlighten us, Your Grace. Though in his impression, Jonathan had never shown any business acumen. But previously, Jonathan also hadn't demonstrated any exceptional skills in construction or agriculture, yet the facts spoke for themselves. Arn had reason to believe that Jonathan's suggestion would definitely be unique. The group arrived at the mall. Just as Jonathan was about to speak, Arn suddenly said, Your Grace, hold on a second. Can I guess where Your Grace thinks is best placed? Jonathan smiled and nodded. Arn then turned to a scholar who had followed them over. Mr. Liu, please. Leo nodded and stepped forward. As he passed Jonathan, he glanced at him disdainfully. What could this young man know about picking a good spot? To him, Jonathan merely wanted to show off this unique mall. But finding the most suitable spot should be his job. After all, he had personally chosen all the locations for Yushuan Pavilion shops in recent years. Leo started moving around the mall with Arn. Half an hour later, Leo finally selected a shop. Arn examined the shop repeatedly and nodded in satisfaction. He too felt this was the best shop. Not only was it spacious, but it faced the entrance of the mall. Anyone coming from outside would see it first. Once decided, Arn and Leo walked over to Jonathan, smiling. Your Grace, Mr. Liu and I have both chosen this shop. Jonathan took a glance and nodded slightly. These two indeed had good judgment. This was indeed one of the best shops. Seeing Jonathan nodding, Leo lifted his head proudly. Just as expected, after he made his choice, Jonathan could only agree. However, after Jonathan nodded, he added, I think there's another place even more suitable for Yushuan Pavilion. Leo's triumphant smile froze instantly as his eyes scanned the mall anxiously. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find anything better than the shop he chose. Yet, Arn felt excited. Jonathan did have a better option. He immediately looked curious and asked, Please guide us, Your Grace. Jonathan smiled and pointed to the ground near where they stood. Right here. Here. Arn was stunned, looking around, showing an incredulous look on his face. There was nothing here. It was just an open space, not even close to being considered a shop. Leo was dumbfounded after Jonathan finished speaking. Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but laugh. Your Grace, are you suggesting that we should sell jade and jewelry on the ground like petty traders? Arn also looked at Jonathan with bewilderment. Jonathan chuckled. Mr. Liu, have you heard of a counter? In Leo's mind, images of counters from taverns, inns, and even pawnshops immediately surfaced, causing him to frown. The kind of counter you mentioned seems somewhat out of place for selling jade and jewelry at Yushuan Pavilion, doesn't it? Arn imagined gray-black counters displaying jewels and jade, shaking his head continuously, growing increasingly puzzled. Could it be that he had overestimated Jonathan? Did he not understand the environment required for selling jade and jewelry? The father and son Gio, who had been silent all along, now furrowed their brows as well. Although they hadn't bought jade or jewelry before, they felt that such an arrangement would seem quite unharmonious. For a moment, they were worried about Jonathan. However, Jonathan smiled confidently and said, not that kind of counter, but a completely new type of counter. This counter is made of transparent material. The jade and jewelry inside can be seen clearly from outside. When Jonathan said this, Leo's face turned incredulous. The transparent material you mentioned, could it be Lioli? After thinking for a moment, Jonathan nodded. Yes, exactly Lioli. No sooner had Jonathan finished speaking than Leo began to sneer. Seeing Jonathan admit it, Arn couldn't help but shake his head. The Abdur family father and son stared at Jonathan speechlessly, looking very awkward. Calvin leaned close to Jonathan and whispered, Brother Jonathan, items made of Lioli are extremely rare throughout the entire Great Chu. Even a cup-sized piece is priceless, let alone one as large as a counter. After Calvin finished speaking, Leo sneered, Your Grace's idea is indeed remarkable. But we at Yushuan Pavilion can't possibly obtain such a large piece of lioli. Since your grace has proposed this suggestion, do you know if it's possible to procure a piece this size? Arn frowned and shook his head at Leo. Leo snorted and then remained silent, but continued to sneer. Arn tactfully remarked, your grace's idea is indeed good, but this lioli is truly a rarity. At this moment, Jonathan suddenly said, I will provide the lioli for the counter. Chapter 180, Jimly, I will provide it. What? Arnie's voice suddenly became sharp, completely out of character for his usual gentle demeanor. Abdurjia's father and son, along with Leo, wore similarly incredulous expressions. After a long moment, the group finally regained their composure. Leo chuckled coldly, Duke, did I hear that right? You're saying you'll provide the lioli for the counters? Everyone else stared at Jonathan, wondering if they had misheard as well. Under the gazes of the others, Jonathan smiled and nodded. That's correct. I will provide the lioli. Leo's smile immediately faded. Your grace, you've managed to invent cement, forced Mr. Jim to admit defeat in agriculture, and even created the anti-miasma mask. Truly remarkable achievements. But do you know what lioli is and how rare it is? Levi looked anxious, giving Jonathan frequent meaningful glances. After all, cement was something Jonathan created himself. But lioli already existed and was widely recognized as rare. Not to mention, even if Jonathan had money, there was nowhere to buy such quantities. Moreover, according to Jonathan's description of the counter, it would be nearly 6 feet long. It was highly unlikely that all existing lioli pieces combined would suffice. Arn also shook his head inwardly. He understood Jonathan's intent, but knew clearly where lioli came from. Jimly couldn't be manufactured. The pieces found in the Great Chu Empire were all discovered near volcanoes, coming in all sorts of odd shapes. Indeed, Jonathan seemed too young and was becoming arrogant over these new inventions. Jonathan's high stature in Arnie's mind diminished significantly. Just as this thought crossed Arnie's mind, Jonathan suddenly smiled and spoke up, how about this? I'll make some lioli for you to see. He then turned to Levi, Brother Abdur, I need some sand delivered to the kiln. Sand? Everyone froze, their faces filled with confusion. Leo couldn't help but sneer. He really didn't understand what Jonathan was thinking. There was nothing similar between sand and lioli. Gio couldn't resist asking, you mean sand like the kind found in mud? Jonathan nodded, that's right. Seeing Jonathan's affirmation, Gio was bewildered. Though puzzled, Levi nodded, I'll prepare it right away. Jonathan immediately headed towards the kiln. The rest followed closely behind. In no time, they arrived outside the kiln, watching Jonathan enter. After Levi delivered the sand, Leo let out another mocking laugh. Sir, I think we should leave. Our Yushuan Pavilion values credibility most. I don't believe Liangzhou is suitable. The implication was clear. Jonathan was a fraud. Arn frowned. Although he didn't believe Jonathan could manufacture lioli, he didn't think Jonathan was a liar either. At most, Jonathan was overly confident. What puzzled him was why Jonathan insisted on making lioli from sand. As Levi finished delivering the sand, Gio quickly asked, Chui Ai, what is Jonathan doing? He's firing the kiln, replied Levi. Firing the kiln? Everyone frowned deeply. Jonathan must be intending to fire the kiln after specifically mentioning sending sand there. But could it be just that? Arn couldn't help but ask, is Dukan doing anything else? Levi shook his head, no. Arn was momentarily speechless. Leo jeered from the side, sir, this seems normal enough. The Duke of An can certainly have secrets about making lioli. However, with that, he laughed coldly again. We wonder how many days or months it will take Dukan to produce lioli? Just as Leo finished speaking, Jonathan's voice echoed from afar. Find a place to sit down. It'll take half an hour. Leo's face froze, turning red instantly. Having just implied Jonathan would delay, he had been proven wrong. Levi, who was already resentful of Leo's constant belittlement of Jonathan, couldn't help but laugh. Leo's expression darkened immediately. Half an hour, is it? I'll wait here. I'd love to see if you can make lioli from sand. With that, Leo sat directly on the ground, his eyes fixed on the kiln entrance. The others didn't leave either. After having chairs brought by Gio, everyone gazed intently at the kiln entrance. Time ticked by slowly, and the tension grew on the faces of Gio and Levi. Leo began smirking again. At half an hour's mark, he planned to expose Jonathan's lie once and for all. Inside the kiln, Jonathan idly propped up his cheek. When the time was about right, he retrieved the sand and then exchanged for a narrow piece of glass as long as an arm, holding it and walking out. The few people guarding outside heard the footsteps, all became alert, staring intently at the direction of the kiln entrance. Under their gaze, Jonathan slowly walked out from the cave. The moment Jonathan stepped out of the cave, sunlight shone on the glass in his hand, immediately reflecting off. Not far away, the few people let out a chorus of exclamation, quickly turning their heads away. What is that thing, so blinding? Levi shouted, Brother Jonathan, what are you holding? Put it away quickly. Jonathan looked down and laughed, hiding the glass behind his back. All right. Only then did the others turn back to look at Jonathan with puzzled eyes. Brother Jonathan, what do you have in your hand? I almost thought I went blind just now, Levi said curiously, trying to scare us. Leo snorted and then asked, where's the lioli? Jonathan smiled and brought the glass from behind his back. This is it. The instant the glass appeared, everyone froze, gazing speechlessly at the glass in Jonathan's hand. This. Even Arn, well-versed and experienced, lost his power of speech at the sight of the glass. The others couldn't utter a word either. After a long moment, they finally came to their senses, Gio and Levi with flushed faces, filled with excitement. Jonathan had actually managed to produce lioli. Arn looked at the glass, then at Jonathan, his face full of admiration. Until now, he thought he had overestimated Jonathan, but it turned out he had underestimated him. Leo continued to stare dumbfoundedly at the glass in Jonathan's hand for a long time before regaining his composure. After a long pause, he extended his hand hesitantly, touching the glass. The moment he touched the glass, Leo retracted his hand as if electrocuted, his face shifting between green and red. There was no doubt. It was indeed Lioli. Smooth, crystal clear without any impurities, and in a large piece. Rarer and more precious than any Lioli he had ever seen or heard of. Chapter 181. 1,000 taels of silver as annual rent. Really crystal. Gio looked at the glass in Jonathan's hand, marveling with a face full of surprise. Back when he had secured second place in the military examination and was invited to the palace banquet, he had seen an exquisite crystal treasure cherished by Sterling. But compared to the crystal in Jonathan's hand now, it was like comparing chalk to cheese. The crystal Jonathan held was incredibly pure. Ha ha ha, brother Jonathan, I knew you could do it. Levi laughed heartily as he approached, his eyes wide with amazement. He wanted to touch it but didn't dare, afraid that he might accidentally damage this rare piece. Jonathan chuckled lightly and casually handed the glass over to Levi. Brother Abdur, catch. Ouch, brother Jonathan, be careful. Levi hurriedly caught it with both hands. The others watched Jonathan's carefree attitude and were drenched in cold sweat. For such a rare treasure, Jonathan seemed far too nonchalant. Jonathan then turned to Arn. Young Master Devon, there should be no doubt now if I say that I will provide the counter, right? No. Arn shook his head repeatedly, a flush of shame crossing his face. He had doubted Jonathan even after Jonathan said he could make crystal. How shameful. On the side, Leo's face turned beet red listening to Jonathan addressing Arn. Although Jonathan hadn't retaliated against his earlier mocking words, it made him feel even more humiliated than direct insults. His previous comments were just like the light breeze trying to shake a mountain, completely ridiculous. At this moment, Levi carefully offered the glass back to Jonathan. Brother Jonathan, you'd better hold onto this crystal. I'm afraid I might drop it. Jonathan laughed and took it back, weighing it in his hand. Brother Abdur, there's no need to be so careful. If it breaks, so be it. It's not a big deal. The hearts of the people nearby skipped a beat with every movement of the glass. Upon hearing Jonathan's words, they were speechless. Such a world-renowned rare crystal, and Jonathan said it wouldn't matter if it broke? When they returned to the Yamen, Arn immediately proposed signing a contract to purchase the central area of the shopping center. Gio was elated and was about to agree, but Jonathan suddenly spoke up. Hold on. Gio looked at Jonathan with confusion, not understanding. After all their efforts, wasn't the goal to establish Imran's branch in Liangzhou? Now at this critical juncture, why did Jonathan call for a stop? Master Devon, all shops in the mall are for rent only, not for sale, Jonathan smiled and said. Hearing this, Arn revealed a bitter smile. The moment Jonathan spoke, he knew his intentions were seen through. With years of business experience, Arn clearly understood the impact this mall would have on the entire empire of Chu once completed. If he could buy the prime location, it would be endlessly beneficial for Imran's future development. He had planned to seize this opportunity by leveraging Zhou's eagerness to settle Imran in Liangzhou, never expecting Jonathan to be so astute, spotting his intent at a glance. This proved that Jonathan also possessed considerable business acumen, architecture, agriculture, crystal, and now business. Recalling Jonathan's demonstrated capabilities, Arn felt genuinely shocked. Genius was no longer sufficient to describe Jonathan. If there was an appropriate word to describe Jonathan, it would probably be all-rounder. Composing himself, Arn nodded. Fine, let's sign a rental contract then. Imran intends to stay permanently in Liangzhou, so? Before Arn finished, Jonathan continued. 3 years. The longest rental period can only be 3 years. Arn laughed bitterly. Now it wasn't Liangzhou begging him to open Imran, but he needed to settle in Liangzhou ahead of everyone else. The situation had taken a complete 180-degree turn since Jonathan's return. And with Jonathan around, it was indeed difficult to gain any advantage. Arn had no choice but to agree. All right, 3 years. But if there are no other issues after 3 years, I hope we can renew the lease. Jonathan nodded. No problem. Arn breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then what about the rent? Gio no longer interjected, his gaze fixed on Jonathan. When Jonathan mentioned renting instead of selling, he had broken out in a cold sweat. If Jonathan hadn't stopped him in time, he would have committed a grave mistake. So now, he left all decisions about the mall to Jonathan. Jonathan raised one finger, 1,000 taels. As soon as Jonathan spoke, 2 cries of shock echoed beside him. 1,000 taels? Father and son, Gio and Levi, were dumbstruck. Was Jonathan really that daring to name such a price? They had been in Liangzhou for 20 years. Only recently had they earned 3,000 taels from selling cement, while at other times, the silver in their hands rarely exceeded 100 taels. And Jonathan directly asked for 1,000 taels. Was he not afraid of annoying Arn and scaring him away? Thinking of this, Gio hurriedly said, Young Master Devon, it's almost lunchtime now. Let's have lunch and then discuss the rent. Having said that, Gio turned his head, repeatedly giving eye signals to Jonathan, signaling to put off discussing this matter. But before he finished giving the signals, he heard Arn say, agreed. What? Again, 2 exclamations came simultaneously from the Abdur father and son, their gazes fixed on Arn. Had they heard wrong? Did Arn just agree? Was Arn crazy, or had they misunderstood? Just as the two were too shocked to be sure what they had heard, Jonathan spoke again. The 1,000 taels I mentioned is not the rent for 3 years, but 1,000 per year. Phew. Gio and Levi simultaneously drew in a sharp breath. Due to shock, they even forgot to breathe. 1,000 taels per year? Was Arn crazier than Jonathan? Before the two could recover, they heard Arn say, let me think about it. The Abdur father and son drew another sharp breath. Arn did not fly into a rage and leave, but said he needed to think. Was there anything to consider? Even if Jonathan was thinking of Liangzhou, they felt Jonathan was robbing them. After all, even the largest restaurant in Liangzhou only paid 100 taels for its annual rent. At this moment, Jonathan pointed at the glass on the table and said, Young Master Devon, without mentioning the attraction of a 6-story mall once it's built, young Master Devon should know how attractive the crystal counters will be, right? Arnie's eyes lit up, and he no longer hesitated. All right, 1,000 taels per year. I'll take it. Having said that, seemingly fearing Jonathan might change his mind, Arn immediately pulled out 6 500-tael silver bills. These are 3,000 taels in silver bills. Let's sign the lease contract right away. A short while later, the duplicate contracts were signed, and both Geo and Arn sighed with relief, revealing smiles of joy on their faces. Finally, things were settled. Chapter 182. Give me 2 days. Arn put away the contract and cupped his hands towards Jonathan and others. Lord Abdur, Lord Duke, time is of the essence. I will now return to the capital to arrange matters for our arrival in Liangzhou. Good. Geo nodded repeatedly. However, Jonathan said again, hold on a moment. Joe's heart skipped a beat and gave Jonathan a warning look, signaling him not to speak further. He felt they had already gained enough advantage. Pressing on would be excessive. If he upset Arn, it could turn out counterproductive. Nevertheless, Arn showed no dissatisfaction or anger but instead looked expectantly at Jonathan. Lord Duke, what do you wish to say? Jonathan pointed to the piece of glass on the table again. Prince Devon, if you only relay this by word of mouth, few would believe it. But with this item, they will have no choice but to believe it. Arn was taken aback, then his face lit up with surprise. Jonathan was right. He had been pondering how to convey the situation in Liangzhou upon his return. The biggest challenge was that most people wouldn't believe that such incredible things existed in the distant borderlands. But with this piece of glass, it would be a different story. Though pleasantly surprised, Arn still seemed somewhat incredulous. Lord Duke trusts me with this piece of glass? Jonathan laughed. Didn't Prince Devon confidently pay the 3,000 silver notes just now? Arn paused, then burst into hearty laughter and cupped his hands towards Jonathan. Lord Duke's magnanimity is commendable. I admire you. Since that's settled, I won't hesitate any longer. Rest assured, Lord Duke, when I return to Liangzhou next time, I will certainly return this piece of glass intact. Jonathan smiled and nodded. That would be best. At this moment, Jonathan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. In this era, glass was indeed a rare treasure. However, according to the system's evaluation, glass wasn't worth much. Had it not been for maintaining its rarity, given Jonathan's current accumulated value points of over 40 million, glass would be available in endless supply. Arn summoned his attendant at this moment, who carefully wrapped the glass in fine silk and prepared to take his leave. However, Jonathan called him back again. Does Lord Duke have further instructions? Arn asked sincerely. Jonathan glanced outside the city of Liangzhou and said, Prince Devon, you can leave Liangzhou now without encountering any obstacles. However, once you leave, we will start announcing you Demonin Pavilion's settlement in Liangzhou. When you return, it might not be so smooth. Arnie's expression became solemn. After a brief pause, Arn asked earnestly, does Lord Duke have a solution? Jonathan smiled and nodded. Prince Devon, do you remember the anti-miasma mask from before? Arn was stunned, then his face filled with disbelief. Does Lord Duke mean we should enter through the haunted forest? Jonathan nodded. Arn frowned, hesitating. Entering through the haunted forest is indeed a good plan. But the jewelry from Eudaimonin Pavilion is extremely valuable. The journey spans thousands of miles, and I would be leading dozens or even hundreds of people. Prince Devon is worried about the insufficient number of anti-miasma masks? Jonathan asked with a smile. Yes, Arn nodded. Jonathan laughed. Prince Devon, rest assured. Since I've suggested this method, I've considered all these. I'll give you 2 days to prepare 100 anti-miasma masks for your departure. Arn couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted. This is the best solution. Then I'll wait here for 2 days. However, Jonathan shook his head. During these 2 days, you should go to Lizho one more time to confuse their attention. Arn thought for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Lord Duke is wise. I'll set off immediately. With that, Arn took one last lingering glance at the wrapped glass and left with Leo and his attendants. After Arn and his group left, Geo suddenly burst into laughter. Soon after, came the nearly frenzied shouts of joy from Levi. Brother Jonathan, it's done. We've succeeded. 1,000 taels a year, and that's just one shop. Ha ha ha. I can already imagine the expressions of those chieftains when they realize what has happened. The moment Arnie's carriage passed through the northern gate of Liangzhou, it was spotted by the scouts arranged by the tribal chieftains at the north gate. After a moment of shock, the scout quickly sent the message back. In the Li family hall, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. All the tribal chieftains were present, but they were all silent. Everyone's faces were grim due to the previous news. Upon returning to Liangzhou, Arn, who had already left, actually returned to Liangzhou again. Wouldn't this mean that the Wujihuilida should be translated as Jonathan, who returned alive, to make the sentence coherent in English? Here's the revised translation. Wouldn't this mean that Jonathan, who returned alive, was going to reverse the situation? Without considering how they would explain this to Amadeo, they simply could not accept the possibility of Eudaimonin Pavilion settling in Liangzhou. After a moment, Zin said angrily, in my opinion, we should directly threaten the Devons and force them out of Liangzhou. Luke frowned and replied, Clan Chief Diao, this Devon person is someone even Magistrate Dong treats politely. He clearly holds an unusual status. Zin snorted, Clan Chiefly, you should know that no matter how powerful an outsider is, he cannot surpass the local snake. With our remote location far from the Emperor's reach, what can this young Devon do to us? Luke furrowed his brows even tighter and reminded him, Clan Chief Diao, don't forget what happened here 200 years ago. With those words, Zin closed his mouth sullenly. 200 years ago, one of their ancestors, Atusi, had similar thoughts and killed the son of a second-rank official who came to enjoy the local scenery, robbing him blind. They thought the imperial court wouldn't care, but unexpectedly, the court dispatched 300,000 troops to quell the unrest. So what should we do? Beckham asked with a frown. Luke pondered for a while before speaking solemnly. If this Devon really brings Eudaimonin Pavilion to settle in Liangzhou, then we have no choice but to block the strategic passes. Once he realizes the inconvenience of travel, he will surely abandon Liangzhou. The Tusi clan chiefs nodded slowly. This indeed was a viable plan. Since everyone agrees it's feasible, let's discuss how to proceed. Everyone perked up after Luke finished speaking, ready to contribute their ideas. At this moment, hurried footsteps and excited shouts were heard from outside. Clan chief, good news, great news. A scout rushed into the hall, took a deep breath, and announced loudly under the gaze of the Tussi clan chiefs, just now, I saw the Devons leave through the north gate in a carriage. The Lee family hall fell silent instantly. Everyone wore looks of astonishment. Zen snapped back to reality, shivering suddenly. What did you say? Say it again. Chapter 183. Aden finally figured it out. Little me personally saw Mr. Devon get into a carriage and leave Liangzhou through the north gate. The scout repeated with a beaming smile. A murmur of excitement filled the room. Left? That young man surnamed Devon actually left? He was supposed to go back, right? Why did he suddenly leave again? What on earth happened? Many of the tribal chieftains looked incredulous. This piece of good news made them wonder if they were dreaming. Luke suppressed his bewilderment and asked, You didn't make a mistake? Mr. Devon was inside the carriage? The scout nodded vigorously. Chief, the curtain was lifted at that time, and I saw him as clearly as daylight. Luke stood there, stunned, feeling somewhat lost. Everything was completely unexpected, catching him off guard. At this moment, Aden burst into laughter. I get it. I finally get it. Everyone turned their attention towards Aden. Chief Dao, what have you figured out? Aden laughed heartily. I understand why that young man surnamed Devon went back to the city, but then suddenly left. Why? Luke quickly followed up. Aden, looking rather proud, said, It's very simple. That young man surnamed Devon couldn't tolerate Jonathan. You think about it. If Liangzhou wanted the Jachin Pavilion to settle here, that young man surnamed Devon would surely seize the opportunity to make many demands. Jonathan is not someone who will take any loss. Hence, both parties could not reach an agreement. Naturally, that young man surnamed Devon left. After Aden finished speaking, the other tribal chieftains wore doubtful looks. Could it be that simple? More and more people gradually looked towards Luke. Luke pondered for a moment and slowly nodded his head. Although Aden's explanation sounded unbelievable, it was indeed highly plausible. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain why Arn stayed for merely 2 hours after returning and then left abruptly. Thinking about this, Luke's tense nerves relaxed, and he smiled, saying, Looks like we don't need to take action ourselves. Others also laughed along. Beckham gave Aden a thumbs up. Old Dao, who would have thought Chiefly didn't even realize what you did? Aden chuckled proudly and then turned to Luke. Chiefly, this time reporting the news to Commissioner Dong shall be arranged by me. Luke's gaze darkened slightly but still nodded. Then it's all down to you, Chief Dao. After the tribal chieftains dispersed, Luke's expression turned grim, and he summoned the same scout. Follow that group of people surnamed Devon, find out their route. If anything suspicious happens, report immediately to me. Once the scout left, a smirk appeared on Luke's face, with a cold glint in his eyes. Aden, I've been worrying about how to explain if anything goes wrong, and now you've taken the lead. If everything goes smoothly, my credit won't slip away. But once problems arise, it'll be your responsibility. In the office of the magistrate of Liangzhou, Jonathan had reserved a courtyard where Gio collected various materials for him. Then, he spent 2 days holed up inside. 2 days later, Jonathan opened the gate, and Duke, who had been waiting nervously outside, quickly asked, Brother Jonathan, did you finish making the anti-miasma mask? Jonathan nodded and stepped aside to reveal his work. Duke, seeing the neatly stacked masks in the yard, was visibly moved. Perfect. With these anti-miasma masks, there was no need to worry about the tricks from the tribal leaders. After all, without these masks, Devil Forest was off limits to ordinary people. That evening, Arn returned to Liangzhou in a carriage. The scouts who had been following Arn immediately reported this news to Luke. Arn came back to Liangzhou again? Didn't they say negotiations with Jonathan broke down? Luke frowned, looking puzzled. The scout added, Chief, perhaps because it was too late, Mr. Devon's party had to enter Liangzhou for rest? Luke's expression didn't ease up at all. There was a possibility that was true, but he felt the matter wouldn't be so simple. After much deliberation, Luke gathered all reports from the scouts within the city. Upon reading those messages, Luke became even more perplexed. Reports from the scouts within the city stated that neither the Abdur family nor Jonathan showed any unusual movements over these 2 days. However, after Arnie's party entered the city, they visited the magistrate's office first, only to leave less than a quarter of an hour later. What were they up to? For the first time, Luke felt unable to read the situation. After much contemplation, Luke sent his men to invite all the tribal chieftains overnight and told everyone the recent developments. Gentlemen, I just feel that the situation seems a bit off. What do you think? Although he had already planned to shift the blame to Zen if anything went wrong, he still hoped nothing would happen. After hearing this, the tribal chieftains began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, today's events were very strange. The negotiations had fallen apart, and it was understandable for Arnie's party to stay in Liangzhou due to the late hour. But why did they still go to the magistrate's office? Moreover, staying there for only a quarter of an hour before leaving made it even stranger. Just as they were discussing, another burst of laughter echoed in the hall. The tribal chieftains followed the sound and couldn't help but be stunned. The laughter came from Zen again. Beckham asked in surprise, Chief Diao, have you figured out the reason again? Zen nodded heavily. Exactly. What is it? Beckham hurriedly asked. Others also looked at Zen curiously. Zen enjoyed everyone's attention and loudly said, Very simple. Think about it. Young man surnamed Devon treated Commissioner Dong with courtesy, which shows his identity must not be low. But he suffered a setback in Liangzhou and surely couldn't swallow this bitterness. Moreover, on his trip to Lixiao, they probably offered him very generous terms. That young man surnamed Devon visited the magistrate's office just to mock them. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Beckham pinched his chin and nodded. What old Diao says makes some sense. Regardless of how extraordinary young man surnamed Devon is, if I were in his shoes, I would also find it hard to swallow. This statement resonated with the other tribal chieftains, who all nodded in agreement. Yes, I would definitely return to mock them too. Chief Diao's judgment should be correct. Chief Diao is truly remarkable, figuring out the cause again. Luke watched as the discussion turned from confirming Zen's explanation to praising him, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Zen now turned to Luke. Chiefly, do you think I'm right? Luke took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Right? Zen's pride became more apparent, and he laughed heartily. Geo and Jonathan must be furious. Everyone, go home and sleep happily. Chapter 184. The advantage is mine. Although the tribal chieftains were not as optimistic as Selen, it was now dark, and whatever plans they had would be of no avail, so they dispersed one by one. However, after a night's sleep, everyone was completely reassured. According to reports from the spies within the city, just as dawn was breaking, Arn hurriedly led everyone away. Not even waiting for daylight, it was clear how much Arn was agitated by Jonathan and Geo. He probably didn't sleep all night. Selen became more smug, quickly sending this news to Amadeo through Gray. At the prefectural government office, Gray was passionately narrating the news to Amadeo. In the end, Gray, with a red face from excitement, loudly said, Sir Dong can rest assured. With us on the outskirts of Liangzhou, Geo and his group won't cause any waves. Amadeo burst into laughter. Good. Well spoken. You mentioned your name before? You're called Gray, right? Not bad. Gray was both surprised and delighted, and upon returning, he immediately relayed this news to Selen. After hearing this, Selen joyfully went to the ancestral hall to report the good news to his ancestors. His son has finally made it. As he left the ancestral hall, Selen cast a glance toward the direction of Liangzhou City, a sneer appearing on his face. Geo, Jonathan, in the end, you've paved the way for my Diao family. Liangzhou City. Geo and his son woke up early, beginning their busy day. With the 3,000 taels of silver from renting shops to Arn, plus the remaining 2,000 taels from selling cement, the government now possessed 5,000 taels of silver. This was an unprecedented sum. With this amount, planning to have the able-bodied men build high-rise buildings was now on the agenda. The father and son reviewed the already recorded list again, and when they heard signs that Jonathan had woken up, they hurried over. Brother Jonathan, can we start getting the people to build the buildings? Asked Geo eagerly. Jonathan nodded. Of course we can. Duke became excited. Where will they be built? Jonathan didn't hesitate. Naturally, near the shopping center, constructing a residential area. A residential area? The Abdur father and son looked curiously at each other. They knew what an area was. But what was a residential area? Jonathan slapped his forehead and briefly explained the concept of a residential area. The father and son suddenly understood. It was a planned residential region. This model did exist in today's Great Chu, but both the scope and concept were quite vague. However, Jonathan's concept of a residential area was clear and specific. Geo sighed in admiration, then suddenly glared at Duke. Learn more from Jonathan. Don't just spend your days wielding weapons. Duke was speechless. Before Jonathan appeared, whenever he picked up a book, Geo told him to focus on practicing his martial arts and to surpass the Prince of Pingbei. Now, he was being accused of only knowing how to wield weapons. Although he complained internally, Duke still admired Jonathan greatly. Over this period, he found that not only was Jonathan far superior in strength, but in many other areas, he had reached heights Duke could never attain. He seemed like the incarnation of both the star of literature and the star of martial arts. Geo continued talking. Suddenly, Duke thought of something and said, Father, you should see who Brother Jonathan's father is, a Wu Piercianjuan. Geo was taken aback, then flew into a rage, picking up a stick and lunging at Duke with the Abdur family spear technique. I'll teach you a lesson. Duke laughed and dodged, running away. Geo glared in the direction Duke fled, but soon began laughing. You brat. Seeing this special interaction between the Abdur father and son, Jonathan also chuckled. Geo laughed as he returned to Jonathan's side. Jonathan, tell me, how do you think Liangzhou should develop next? Liangzhou was now a base for Jonathan as well. He had long thought about the direction for its development. Jonathan immediately said, First, let's make the city's economy flourish and dynamic. Next, establish a military force to defend Liangzhou. And finally, expand our influence. After listening, Geo looked puzzled. He understood the first and third goals, but not the second. Liangzhou already had forces capable of protecting the city. Why did Jonathan emphasize this again? Unable to resist, Geo voiced his doubt. Jonathan smiled faintly. Sir Abdur, what I mean by defending Liangzhou isn't just being self-sufficient against the tribal chieftains, but, at this point, Zhou's heart stirred, his eyes widening in shock. Do you think Nan will break through the Southwest Army's defenses and launch an attack on Liangzhou? Jonathan was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. Not a Nam. Not a Nam? Geo was puzzled. Then where? Jonathan said in a grave voice, I mean, the imperial court. What? Geo was startled, hurriedly lowering his voice. His expression kept changing as he stared at Jonathan in shock. Facing Zhou's probing and doubtful gaze, Jonathan gave a faint smile. Sir Abdur, you know the Prince of Pingbei's mansion was wronged. You can imagine the reasons without me saying them. In that case, once the imperial court discovers my actions in Liangzhou, what do you think they will think or do? Geo was speechless for a moment, his expression becoming serious. Jonathan's concerns were not unfounded, and it could be foreseen that according to Jonathan's plan, Liangzhou would eventually become as prosperous as, or even surpass, the capital. This would definitely not be good news for the imperial court. At that time, the imperial court might deal with him just like they did with the Prince of Pingbei's mansion. What Jonathan was saying was merely preparing for future contingencies. Thinking of this, Geo no longer doubted Jonathan's words. But soon, he had a new question. If the imperial court mobilized all its forces, it could gather an army of 1,000,000 men. Liangzhou, counting the elderly, weak, women, and children, probably wouldn't exceed 30,000 people at most. 1,000,000 versus 30,000. Could Liangzhou have any chance of winning? Facing Zhou's doubt, Jonathan smiled faintly. Sir Abdur, rest assured. Let alone 30,000, even 10,000 would give us the upper hand. Geo was stunned, looking at Jonathan in disbelief. He didn't understand where Jonathan's confidence came from. But he could see that Jonathan's confidence wasn't empty talk, but had solid grounds. If it were anyone else, Gio would certainly doubt or even question them. But thinking about Jonathan's performance over this period, Gio unconsciously believed that Jonathan must have a sure plan. At the prefectural government office, Amadeo walked forward with a smile on his face, welcoming Arn and his group who were stopped and invited over. Mr. Devon, the Jachin Pavilion in the southwestern region should settle in Suzhou, right? Chapter 185. You wouldn't think that Yushuan Pavilion would settle in Liangzhou, would you? Chapter 185. Would you think Yushuan Pavilion might settle in Liangzhou? Amadeo looked at Arn, his face full of confidence. He was absolutely certain about which city the branch of Yushuan Pavilion would be established in. After all, most cities in this southwestern region were far worse off than Qizhou, and Liangzhou, which had improved slightly under Zhou's administration, had already failed to reach an agreement with Arn according to the news sent by Gray. It could be said that Qizhou now had no competition at all. Just as Amadeo was feeling pleased with himself, he heard Arn say, Lord Dong, I'm very sorry, but Yushuan Pavilion does not intend to settle in Qizhou. What? Amadeo was startled out of his pleasant reverie, disbelief plastered all over his face. Had he heard correctly? But when he saw the expression on Arnie's face, he knew he hadn't. Amadeo's complexion darkened somewhat. He wanted to get angry, but thinking of Arnie's background, he could only suppress his anger and force a smile. Master Devon, why is that? I'm not boasting, but Qizhou is absolutely the most prosperous among the nearby cities. Or has Master Devon found more appealing qualities in another city? After saying this, Amadeo stared intently at Arn. His purpose in saying so was to try and find out from Arn where he had ultimately decided to open the branch. But Arn had seen through such tactics countless times before. Arn simply smiled faintly and replied, Qizhou is indeed excellent, but it's truly unsuitable for Yushuan Pavilion. As for where Yushuan Pavilion will finally settle, it has not been decided yet. But once it's determined, I will write to them. Amadeo's face turned gloomy. What Arn just said was as good as nothing. Unsuitable? Undecided? Pure nonsense. If it were any other merchant, Amadeo would have long used his position as magistrate to pressure him. But unfortunately, this couldn't be done with Arn. Amadeo had to say, I see. Then please consider Qizhou again, Master Devon. I will. Arn replied simply. Amadeo's face darkened once more. Arnie's response was clearly perfunctory. Suppressing his anger, Amadeo said, Then this official won't detain you any further, Master Devon. Attendants, see Master Devon out? As soon as the constables escorted Arn away, Amadeo erupted. You refused my well-intentioned offer. Don't blame me if I'm not courteous. Someone, inform those chieftains to investigate thoroughly where Arn plans to set up the branch of Yushuan Pavilion. At the Diao family estate, the chieftain leaders gathered together, their faces filled with shock. They had just received orders from Amadeo's messenger, stating that Yushuan Pavilion was not going to settle in Qizhou. How could this be? No one could comprehend it. Beckham felt a headache coming on and couldn't help looking at Zen. Old Diao, what do you think? The others also turned to look at Zen. After guessing Arnie's intentions twice before, Zen's insights had reached, and even exceeded in some aspects, those of Luke in people's hearts. However, Zen was completely clueless this time around. The previous two times, he put himself in Arnie's shoes and came to conclusions. But this time, after putting himself in Arnie's place, he found that regardless of how he considered it, Yushuan Pavilion should logically settle in Qizhou. This differed entirely from what they had learned. Thinking hard, Zen could only come to a less reliable conclusion. That boy surnamed Devon must be trying to haggle for more benefits, asking Lord Dong to give him some favors. That's why he says this. However, this conclusion was immediately denied by Luke. Chief Diao, this guess might not be right. Lord Dong didn't say anything about Mr. Devon making demands. He directly rejected the idea of opening a branch in Qizhou. Zen's face darkened. His explanation, which he barely thought of, was directly denied by Luke, causing extreme dissatisfaction within him. If Chiefly puts it like that, do you have a better explanation? The gazes of the chieftain leaders shifted from Zen to Luke. Luke felt a bit smug and smiled. For now, I can't figure out exactly what the reason is. But I can be sure that Yushuan Pavilion is definitely not bargaining for more. Chief Diao shouldn't forget that Lord Dong asked us to investigate the conditions of other cities, which indicates that Lord Dong believes Yushuan Pavilion has already prepared to settle in another city. In just a few short sentences, Luke repeatedly negated what Zen had just said. Zen's face flushed red with anger, yet he couldn't find words to refute. The other chieftain leaders glanced between Luke and Zen, finally resting their eyes on Luke. Chiefly, what should we do then? Luke wore an expression as if he had seen through everything and said, very simple. We will follow Lord Dong's instructions and send people to investigate the situation in nearby cities. The city that Yushuan Pavilion has its eyes on will surely see significant activity soon. Everyone suddenly realized this and nodded in agreement. Luke immediately assigned everyone to take charge of investigating different cities. At last, Luke narrowed his eyes and said, as for Liangzhou. Wait. Just as Luke mentioned Liangzhou, Zen loudly interrupted him. Luke frowned. Do you have something to say, Chief Diao? Zen grunted. Chiefly, I won't comment on your previous arrangements, but about Liangzhou. Do you really think Yushuan Pavilion would set up a branch there? He waved his hand. Chiefly shouldn't forget that young Master Devon quarreled with Gio. Others were startled, then many nodded in agreement. Seeing that many agreed with him, Zen felt much more comfortable. Luke remained calm. He mentioned Liangzhou because he always kept a wary eye on it. After all, Liangzhou was where Jonathan resided, who had put them at a disadvantage several times. I do this just to be on the safe side, said Luke. Ha 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 ha. Before Luke could finish, Zen laughed out loud again. Chiefly is being too cautious. In my view, Yushuan Pavilion might settle in any city except Liangzhou. Investigating Liangzhou is clearly a waste of manpower. Saying this, Zen gave Luke a cold smile. If we fail to notice unusual activities in other cities due to this, can Chiefly take the responsibility? Luke's face darkened instantly, retorting, Chief Diao, if it ends up settling in Liangzhou, are you ready to take the responsibility? Luke had barely finished speaking when Zin replied, yes. If Yushuan Pavilion settles in Liangzhou, I'll take the responsibility. But what if it settles in another city? Luke's face turned sullen, hesitated for a moment, and finally closed his mouth. Chapter 186. What kind of treasure is it? Seeing Luke unable to retort, Zin burst into laughter. This time, he had one. Luke's expression turned even uglier when he heard Zin's loud laughter. Although he proposed the possibility of the Jade Pavilion establishing itself in Liangzhou, in his heart, he knew this was unlikely. He simply did not trust Jonathan. Glancing at Luke, Zin sneered, leaderly, it seems you really don't trust Liangzhou. Well, lie. For the next few days, go and investigate the city. Gray understood his father's intention and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Luke's expression grew even darker, and he finally left with a flick of his sleeves, his face ashen. The Jiao family father and son immediately erupted into a hearty laugh. In the following days, Gray would visit Liangzhou daily, meandering around, especially focusing on the bustling streets, watching for any shops closing down. For 5 consecutive days, everything in Liangzhou remained normal except for the ongoing construction of new buildings. This news, relayed back to Zin, made him feel exceptionally pleased. At another gathering of the chieftains, Zin glanced at Luke, leaderly, after several days of investigation. Like confirmed there is nothing unusual in Liangzhou. What do you think? Luke's face turned ashen, falling into silence. He too had secretly sent people to observe Liangzhou over these days, and the reports matched Gray's findings. This made him doubt his initial suspicions. Seeing Luke silenced, Zin laughed loudly, leaderly. It seems you've overestimated Liangzhou this time. Finishing, he greeted the other chieftains. Everyone, let's look into the conditions of other cities. Everyone responded in unison and began sharing what they had discovered about nearby cities, trying to identify which city might host the Jade Pavilion as Dino mentioned. In the capital, by dusk, all the merchants and scholars in the capital received an invitation from the Devon family. The Devon family invited everyone to a banquet in 3 days to announce a surprising piece of news. Those who received the invitations were filled with curiosity. What big news could surprise them all? The capital buzzed with speculation, even reaching the palace. Sterling frowned after listening to the head eunuch's report. Aside from occasional bad news from the northern border, the capital had been relatively peaceful, exactly what he wished for. This move by the Devon family unsettled him. After some thought, Sterling summoned Vic. Fourth brother, what do you think of this? Vic had already heard about it, and had formed an opinion. Your Majesty, I believe this is probably another scheme by that little son of Achilles. He must have discovered some rare treasure. Sterling realized, thinking of the empty treasury, his eyes lit up. Fourth brother, I heard the Devon family's Jade Pavilion has made quite a fortune these past years. Upon hearing this, Vic understood the Emperor's intentions. After pondering briefly, he flashed a cold look. Your Majesty, I will also attend to see what the Devon family is up to. If it endangers our great Chu dynasty, we can only act preemptively. Sterling smiled, seeing Vic understood his meaning. Good, fourth brother, do as you see fit. Yes. 3 days later, Arn returned to the capital. Though exhausted from the rapid journey, thoughts of the impending sensation caused by the crystal jade banished his fatigue. Without returning home, Arn hurried to the Devon family restaurant, where he arranged the banquet. Kit, everything is prepared. The innkeeper reported to Arn. Arn inspected the area, nodding in satisfaction. Thinking of the crowd's reaction to the large crystal jade, Arn couldn't help but smile. As twilight approached, guests receiving invitations started arriving at the Devon family restaurant. Arn stood at the entrance, welcoming everyone with a smile. Those close to Arn asked covertly, Arn, what have you found this time? Give us a hint. Arn gave a mysterious smile. You'll know soon. Such an attitude only fueled everyone's curiosity. Discussion among the guests quickly escalated. Soon, his attendant reported that everyone had arrived. Nodding, Arn turned to enter the restaurant. Suddenly, a voice outside announced, His Highness Willis has arrived. Arn was somewhat surprised. Did Vic actually come? He hadn't invited Vic, nor had he heard of him attending such events. Inside the restaurant, the invited merchants and scholars also looked astonished and rushed out to greet him. Your Highness Willis. After Vic got down from the sedan chair, everyone hurriedly bowed. Vic chuckled and raised his hand. There's no need for so many formalities. I came here today just out of curiosity. Please feel at ease. Although Vic said this, Arn did not take it seriously and politely invited him into the restaurant. Leaving Vic's private room, Arn frowned. Though the Devon family had considerable influence in court, he was not at all interested in it. Could Vic's sudden visit be due to father and the elder brothers? Arn quickly instructed his attendants to inform the Devon residents of Vic's arrival and focused on arranging the banquet. Moments later, the banquet officially began. I am deeply grateful that you have all honored us with your presence tonight. Arn bowed as he spoke. Those who were invited were all familiar with Arn and urged him, Kit, let's skip the formalities. Tell us what treasure you've found. Indeed, you've never been this formal before. Could it be a rare treasure? Show us quickly. I can't wait anymore. Listening to the urging, Arn laughed heartily. I had planned to keep you all guessing, but it seems you've already seen through me. Since that's the case. With that, Arn waved his hand. Bring out the item. 2 attendants carefully carried a package wrapped multiple times and placed it on the table in front of Arn. Vic, sitting in his private room, watched curiously at the wrapped package. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the package, speculating about its contents. This shape, could it be a famous sword? Unlikely. What kind of famous sword would make Kit invite everyone here? It might be some jade carving. That doesn't seem right. Jade carvings aren't usually this flat. Despite their guesses, everyone still felt uncertain. Finally, they all asked Arn, Kit, what kind of treasure is inside? Chapter 187. Because of one person. Arn laughed heartily and said with excitement, the treasures inside will definitely broaden everyone's horizons. As he spoke, Arn personally started to unwrap the layers of packaging. Everyone stretched their necks to stare at the package. At the moment the wrapping was fully removed, All the onlookers, who were extremely curious, gaped in amazement together. Is this Lioli? Shouts of surprise echoed throughout the tavern. When Vic saw the glass, he stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with astonishment. In this world, there was actually such pure Lioli. Being the most trusted prince by the Alfred of Chu, he had seen all the emperor's treasures. Among them were some pieces of Lioli. But compared to the Lioli before him now, the pieces in the emperor's collection were nothing. And it was so huge too. At this moment, the voices in the tavern grew louder, with everyone discussing excitedly. To see such a large and pure piece of Lioli would be a topic of conversation in the future. Kit, where did you obtain such a large and pure piece of Lioli? Someone asked. The chatter instantly quieted down, with everyone staring intently at Arn, eagerly awaiting his response. But deep down, they didn't hold much hope. As the saying goes, talk business when doing business. They didn't think Arn would generously share the source of this Lioli. However, Arn laughed heartily again. You all don't need to worry. I will reveal this place later. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. In the private room, Vic frowned. Arn was actually this generous? Was he trying to win over these people? Thinking of this possibility, a cold light flashed in Vic's eyes. This was best. It would give them a reason to deal with the Devon family. At this moment, Arn had someone pack the glass away and said with a smile, Do you all know where I went on this trip? A guest who knew replied, I heard Kit went to the Southwest region? That's right, the Southwest. Arn nodded. Honestly, I wanted to open a branch of Jade Pavilion in the Southwest. But everyone knows about the situation in the Southwest, so before setting off, I didn't have any hope. Hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Did this mean that the situation in the Southwest was beyond Arnie's expectations? For a moment, curiosity peaked among the crowd. Vic was also quite surprised. The Great Chu Empire only cared that the Southwest region didn't rebel or cause trouble, so it didn't pay much attention. Could it be that the Southwest region had developed well under such circumstances? Arn continued, but after I visited one city, I realized my previous thoughts were completely wrong. The condition of this city, like the Lioli you just saw, shocked me greatly. He smiled as he said, Can you all guess which city it was? Everyone became interested. Someone guessed, Kit, could it be Zhizhou? I heard it's the most prosperous city in the Southwest region. This guess immediately received agreement from many others. However, Arn shook his head with a smile. Everyone paused. It wasn't Zhizhou? Another person thought for a moment and said, Could it be Lizhou? This guess also gained recognition from several people. Although Lizhou wasn't as famous as Zhizhou, many had heard of it. Yet, Arn still shook his head. People couldn't help but look puzzled. If not Zhizhou or Lizhou, which city could it be? At this point, someone laughed and said, Kit, most of us don't know much about the Southwest region. Besides Zhizhou and Lizhou, the most famous place we know is Liangzhou. I guess it's Liangzhou. This statement caused an eruption of laughter in the tavern. Everyone knew this person was joking. Who didn't know that Liangzhou was an isolated wasteland used by the court to exile criminals? Moreover, there were many local chieftains there. If people had to choose the place they least wanted to go, it would absolutely be Liangzhou. However, amid everyone's laughter, Arn nodded with a smile. Yes, it's Liangzhou. The tavern fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Arn in shock. It was actually Liangzhou? Someone questioned doubtfully, Kit, are you joking? How could such exquisite Lioli appear in a wilderness like Liangzhou? And what could possibly surprise Arn so much? However, Arn replied earnestly, I'm not joking. That piece of Lioli indeed came from Liangzhou. And the city that shocked me the most is indeed Liangzhou. His serious tone made the tavern quiet again. In the private room, Vic's hand, holding a wine cup, froze midair, his face showing great disbelief. It was actually Liangzhou? Arnie's answer completely exceeded his expectations. More importantly, he remembered that Jonathan was exiled to Liangzhou. They exiled Jonathan to Liangzhou, so he would suffer and preferably die there. But the Liangzhou Arn spoke of did not seem like what they imagined. How could this be? Vic found it hard to accept and couldn't help but ask, Arn, do you mean that Liangzhou is very prosperous? Arn turned to look at Vic and shook his head. No. Vic let out a sigh of relief, thinking Liangzhou only produced some rare treasures. Just as he thought this, he heard Arn continue. But I believe it won't take long before Liangzhou becomes the most prosperous city in the Southwest region, perhaps even the most prosperous outside of the capital in all of Great Chu. Cough, cough. Vic choked on his breath and started coughing violently. This commotion made everyone present somewhat worried. Willis, are you alright? Vic waved his hand hurriedly, took a deep breath, and managed to calm down. But his face still showed signs of disbelief. Could Arn really be so optimistic about Liangzhou's future? Vic knew well that Arnie's judgment was usually spot on. Any city he favored over the years would eventually flourish. Why would Arn favor Liangzhou, such a wild and desolate place? Vic tried his best not to reveal his thoughts and gave a faint smile. Arn, why are you so optimistic about Liangzhou's future? Arn smiled and said, because of one person. As soon as these words were spoken, the tavern erupted in discussion. One person? Who is so remarkable that they can make an entire city thrive. Only the Emperor of Great Chu could accomplish such a feat, right? Indeed, apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who could do this. Listening to the chatter around him, Vic furrowed his brows. If not for his dignity, he would have scoffed at these people in the hall. His imperial brother would never do such a thing. But aside from him, he couldn't think of anyone else who could achieve this. Chapter 188. This person is Jonathan. The crowd's gaze slowly returned to Arn. Someone asked, Kit, do we know this person you're talking about? You may not know him personally, but you've definitely heard his name, Arn replied with a smile. Heard. Everyone fell into deep thought, but remained uncertain after much deliberation. Vic, however, felt a jolt in his heart. The first name that popped into his mind was Jonathan. But the next moment, Vic dismissed this guess. Jonathan had only arrived in Liangzhou a month ago, and moreover, Gio had once been defeated by Jonathan's father. It couldn't possibly be Jonathan. But besides Jonathan, Vic couldn't think of anyone else. For a moment, Vic's expression became extremely grave. Listening to the chaotic speculations below, Vic said in a solemn voice, Arn, stop playing games. Who exactly is this person? How could they have such power? Arn glanced at Vic, a peculiar expression flashing across his eyes. This person is Jonathan. Snap. The teacup in Vic's hand fell to the ground, while an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Jonathan. It really is Jonathan. How is this possible? Others were stunned for a moment before realizing who Jonathan was, all falling silent. Everyone knew about the incident at the Alpha's residence a few months ago. Vic slowly came back to his senses, shock still visible on his face. At this point, Arn announced loudly, Gentlemen, apart from showing everyone that piece of glass, which can be considered a rare treasure, I have another announcement. Yushuan Pavilion will open a branch store in Liangzhou, and the layout of the Liangzhou branch will use the kind of glass shown earlier as countertops. Whispering filled the inn. Everyone looked at Arn in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Using glass as countertops? How is this possible? But recalling the glass Arn just showed them, everyone had no choice but to believe it. Suddenly, the inn fell silent as everyone digested this shocking news. Arn waited for the crowd to regain composure before continuing, Furthermore, I also invite all of you to set up branches in Liangzhou. I assure you that Liangzhou is far from what you imagine. It's a city beyond your wildest dreams. Stunned already, this statement left them even more shaken. They had never heard Arn praise a city like this. Upon hearing this, Vic's expression darkened to the extreme. He and Sterling thought Liangzhou was desolate, but now it received such praise from Arn. Doesn't this mean that he and the Emperor might have made a huge mistake? Thinking that Jonathan hadn't suffered in Liangzhou but thrived instead, a murderous intent flashed in Vic's eyes. Kit, please tell us what makes Liangzhou so special. Voices of inquiry echoed from below. Vic's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he gave a heavy humph and left the inn. Back in the palace, Sterling was lost in thought in the imperial study. After Vic left, he pondered ways to deal with the Devon family. But whether it was Chancellor Achilles or Deputy Minister of Works Jose, neither seemed to have any faults. Finally, a cold light flickered in Sterling's eyes. If nothing works, fabricate a charge against them just like with the Alpha's residence. Just then, he heard Vic return. Sterling cheered up and hurriedly said upon seeing Vic enter, Fourth brother, quickly help me devise a plan to deal with the Devon family. Only after speaking did Sterling notice Vic's sullen look, causing him to pause. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Your Majesty, Jonathan seems to be doing too well. Vic then told Sterling everything he heard tonight. After listening, Sterling wore an incredulous expression. You mean Jonathan not only didn't suffer in Liangzhou but also enjoys high status and position? Vic nodded. If Arn isn't lying, that's indeed the case. How can this be? Sterling flew into a rage. Shouldn't Geo hate Jonathan to death? Why would he let him live so comfortably? Your Majesty, we may have misjudged Geo, Vic admitted reluctantly. Fine. Sterling's face was filled with fury. One by one, they're all betraying me. Fine. He suddenly turned to Vic. Fourth brother, immediately draft an edict to transfer Geo out of Liangzhou. Vic, however, replied, Your Majesty, there's no need to rush. No need to rush? Sterling shouted angrily. This boy lives so comfortably, can you endure it? Vic shook his head, saying in a grave voice, Your Majesty, dealing with Jonathan is important, but there's no urgency. Your Majesty, don't forget our primary target right now, the Devon family. Sterling was taken aback, recalling what Vic had just said. He suddenly realized, Fourth brother, you mean we can use Liangzhou to deal with the Devon family? Exactly. Vic nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming coldly. Arnie's purpose in returning to the capital this time is to attract merchants to Liangzhou. Once they develop there for a while, we can use the excuse that they are plotting rebellion with Jonathan to round them all up. Good. Sterling was overjoyed and patted Vic's shoulder heavily. Fourth brother, I'll leave this matter to you. Vic nodded. Your Majesty can rest assured, I will not fail in this matter. After all, the court could muster an army of up to 1 million men, and Liangzhou had no more than 2 or 3 tens of thousands at most. After Arn finished telling the merchants and literati about Liangzhou, he returned to the Devon residence with great joy. As soon as he entered the Devon residence, he was informed that his father, Achilles, was looking for him. Arn hurriedly came to the front hall. Father, what do you need? Upon finishing, Arn noticed that his elder brother Jose was also in the hall, looking grave. Arn couldn't help but be puzzled. Brother, what happened? The white-haired Achilles pointed to a chair, indicating Arn should sit down. Arn sat down in confusion, and only then did Achilles speak. Sure, your father plans to retire and return home. What? Arnie's eyes widened in shock. Why? Achilles smiled bitterly. Did Willis visit the tavern tonight? Arn nodded, somewhat puzzled. What does that have to do with anything? This is Alfred's way of keeping us Devon family on guard. Achilles sighed. How could that be? Arn was thoroughly perplexed. Father, before I left the capital, wasn't it just announced that you would be appointed as the crown prince's tutor? Achilles laughed bitterly again. This is the Alfred's hint for me to relinquish power. Is that so? Arn was startled and quickly looked at Jose. Brother, then you? Jose also smiled bitterly. I've been transferred from the Ministry of Revenue to the Ministry of Works. Arn was greatly shocked. So much had changed in just a month since he left the capital. What should we do? Arn felt a bit panicky. Achilles smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thunder and rain alike are blessings from the Emperor. We must accept them. Chapter 189. Mall completed. Arn felt a chill run through his body. According to Achilles' words, the Devon family might be facing a clan-exterminating disaster at any moment. Father, then we should all resign from our posts. This way, His Majesty won't suspect us anymore, Arn said hurriedly. Ah. Achilles sighed and slowly shook his head. Even if your brother and I resign together, His Majesty will still think we retain considerable influence. It's hard to get away. Forget it. Don't worry too much about this. I've heard you're going to Liangzhou to set up a branch store. After you've arranged everything in the capital properly, go to Liangzhou. Arn returned to his room in a daze, his mind in turmoil. Liangzhou. Days passed by, and the six-story mall was completed. Gio and his son Levi walked around the floors, both of them wearing astonished expressions. A real six-story building had been built. Especially the layout of shops on each floor left both father and son marveling. So this is how it can be done. Thinking of the concept of a shopping mall that Jonathan had introduced to them over these days, the two looked at each other with eyes full of joy. Liangzhou would definitely take off because of this shop. News of the completion of the mall spread quickly to the ears of the Tusi chieftains. Upon confirming the news as accurate, their faces turned grim. They originally thought that so-called six-story buildings were merely gimmicks. But it turns out they were actually built, and according to scouts' descriptions, they were incredibly sturdy, far from being shoddily made. Although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, just imagining it filled everyone with curiosity. It could be foreseen that once this news spread, it would attract countless curious people. By then, the population of Liangzhou would surely surge. Thinking of this, their faces grew even darker. They had initially assumed that Liangzhou's limited size couldn't accommodate more people. However, with the construction of six-story residential buildings starting, that notion was thoroughly shattered. To say nothing of exaggeration, once the six-story residential buildings were completed, Liangzhou's population capacity would easily triple. At that time, they wouldn't be able to contain Liangzhou city. Everyone, you all know the situation. Now, we must unite and stop Gio and company, Luke said, looking towards Zin. Zin grunted, but finally nodded. At such critical times, he knew right from wrong. Beckham then said, leaderly, the six-story building has been completed, and news will spread quickly. There seems to be nothing we can do. Everyone listened solemnly, nodding. Beckham was right. They couldn't just storm into Liangzhou city and tear down the six-story building. Even if they did, Gio could rebuild it. That wouldn't solve the root problem. Luke already had a plan in mind, laughing. We indeed cannot destroy those high-rise buildings, but don't forget, most merchants supplying daily necessities in Liangzhou are under our control. As long as we give the order, Liangzhou will suffer a food shortage. Last time, we were tricked by Jonathan into spending 3,000 taels on cement, which allowed them to buy food. But this time, as long as we aren't fooled again, Liangzhou won't have money for food, and the citizens will flee. Everyone suddenly understood, nodding vigorously. Indeed, this was a good strategy. Beckham thought for a moment and said, chiefly, based on the reports, it seems that the completed six-story building is intended for use by merchants. This novel structure may attract many merchants from outside, who might fill the vacancies. Luke laughed heartily. Director Ma is right, but overlooked one thing. What? Beckham was puzzled. Luke smiled faintly. Don't forget, the Yushuan Pavilion will soon settle in the southwestern region. Do you think these merchants will follow the Yushuan Pavilion, or move into Liangzhou? After some thought, everyone burst out laughing. As long as those merchants aren't foolish, they will definitely choose to stay with the Yushuan Pavilion. Exactly. No matter how novel the six-story mall is, it won't help if there's no profit to be made. Hee. Luckily, Jonathan and Gio broke talks with the Devons. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Everyone talked incessantly, completely at ease. Luke waited until everyone's discussion was nearly over and waved his hand. But to prevent some from being misinformed or not seeing the situation clearly, I suggest we send some people to spread the news of the Yushuan Pavilion settling in various cities. This way, they will only focus on the Yushuan Pavilion and ignore what's happening in Liangzhou. Good idea. They all agreed loudly and then dispersed to make arrangements. In the following days, in every city within the southwestern region, news of the Yushuan Pavilion settling down could be heard everywhere. The merchants couldn't help but be greatly enticed. Following behind the Yushuan Pavilion, even if they didn't get a large share, they would certainly gain some benefits. For a time, merchants began to inquire and speculate which cities the Yushuan Pavilion might settle in. In the Li family hall, the Tusi chieftains who heard about the reactions from the merchants in various cities burst into laughter again. These merchants probably have only 3 words on their minds now. Yushuan Pavilion. Even if Gio promotes the novel architecture in Liangzhou, it will be of no use. TSK, I really want to see what expressions Gio and that kid Jonathan have right now. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Gray stepped forward. All my uncles and elders, if you want to know what their expressions are like, it's extremely easy. I'll go into the city and take a look. Everyone's eyes lit up as they nodded repeatedly. Beckham laughed heartily and said, Gray, you'd better bring more people with you, so that you're not beaten by an enraged Gio and Jonathan. Laughter erupted in the hall once again. Liangzhou Prefecture Office. Gio and Levi looked at Jonathan with eager anticipation, waiting for his next moves. The mall has been built. The next step is promotion and hype. Jonathan smiled faintly and said, apart from the 6-story mall, it's also time to announce the news about the Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou. Gio and Levi's eyes lit up. If these 2 pieces of news were announced simultaneously, merchants from nearby cities would flock over. By then, the shops would undoubtedly be in high demand. Thinking about the rent merchants would pay for leasing the shops, Gio couldn't help but breathe heavily. This would be a continuous source of income. With this income, Liangzhou would truly come alive. Looking at Jonathan again, admiration surfaced in Zhou's eyes. Genius. The 3 immediately left the prefecture office, ready to act accordingly. At this moment, Gray stood outside the office with a group, a self-satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 190. Bad news? Good news. Just as Jonathan and the other 2 walked out of the yamen, Gray's eyes lit up, and he came over with more than 10 followers. Calvin's face darkened as he shouted, Gray, what do you want? Are you thinking of starting a fight? Gray cast a glance at Jonathan and chuckled. How could I dare to? I just brought them along for my own safety. Calvin frowned and snorted. Do you think we enjoy stirring up trouble like you? As long as you don't provoke us, we won't do anything to you. Gray pursed his lips. Under normal circumstances, Calvin's words made sense. But he didn't believe that Jonathan and the others would remain calm after hearing the bad news. Gray immediately observed Jonathan and the others. When he saw only disgust on their faces, he was somewhat surprised. What's going on? Why are they only reacting to me? Don't they know about the reactions from the nearby cities? After some thought, Gray suddenly realized. It must be because they received the news too slowly. Indeed, who would have thought they sealed Liangzhou so tightly? He then said, Your Excellency Abdur, I've come today with some good news for you. Geo furrowed his brow. Over the years, he and Gray, including the Diao family and the group of chieftains behind Gray, had always been adversaries. Gray coming to deliver good news to him now was clearly suspicious. It must be bad news. Geo felt his heart skip a beat. Calvin's expression also changed abruptly as he urged anxiously, What news? Ha ha ha. Seeing the changes in Geo and Calvin's expressions, Gray burst into triumphant laughter. What are you laughing about? Quickly, what is the news? Calvin demanded angrily. Calvin, even you have this day. Ha ha ha. The sight of Calvin's anxiety only made Gray laugh harder. Calvin took a step forward and grabbed Gray by the collar, demanding, Are you going to say it or not? Gray's followers immediately moved forward. Let go of young clan leader. The son of the defender Hermes wants to bully us. If you want to fight, we're not afraid of you. The shouts of the followers infuriated Calvin further. At this moment, Jonathan stepped forward and patted Calvin on the shoulder. Brother Abdur, there's no need to get so angry. If he doesn't tell us, we can find out ourselves. Hearing Jonathan's intention, Geo added, Jonathan is right. We'll find out on our own. Calvin still didn't understand Jonathan and Joe's intentions, but Gray couldn't hold back anymore. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. He had come specially to witness Jonathan and the others' reactions when they heard the news. If they found out on their own, how could he watch? Once Calvin let go, Gray sneered and said, I heard your skyscraper is almost finished, isn't it? Calvin frowned. What does that have to do with your news? Gray laughed again. Answer my question first. Unhappily, Calvin replied, Yes, it will be completed soon. Were you planning to use this skyscraper as a gimmick to attract merchants to Liangzhou? Gray asked again. Calvin's expression changed. How did you know? Ha ha ha. Gray burst out laughing again. His father and the clan elders were indeed right. Jonathan and the others had that plan all along. After laughing wildly for a while, Gray continued, The news I'm about to share is related to this matter. Calvin became tense immediately. Geo stared intently at Gray, feeling as if his heart was suspended in midair. Feeling the anxiety of the Abdurs, Gray became increasingly smug. However, when he saw Jonathan standing aside, his gaze darkened. Jonathan seemed completely unperturbed, his expression calm. Gray couldn't help but feel furious. Boy, wait until I tell you the news and see if you can still stay so calm. He immediately announced loudly, The news is that merchants from nearby cities are currently investigating which city Yushuan Pavilion will settle in and preparing to relocate there along with Yushuan Pavilion. It's truly unfortunate that your skyscraper was completed at such an inappropriate time, coinciding with the settlement of Yushuan Pavilion. TSK. I think any merchant with a grain of sense knows which side to choose, right? Finishing his statement in one breath, Gray kept his gaze fixed on Jonathan, eagerly awaiting a significant change in his expression. However, even after finishing his speech, Jonathan's expression remained unchanged, even returning Gray's gaze with interest. Gray couldn't help but be stunned. This kid heard such terrible news and showed absolutely no reaction. Confused, Gray noticed out of the corner of his eye that Geo and Calvin's expressions had changed from tension to relaxation. He couldn't help but pause and look over quickly. When he confirmed that he hadn't seen wrong, Gray was thoroughly stunned. What's going on with these three people? Such a huge piece of bad news, and the three of them show absolutely no reaction? At this moment, Calvin suddenly grinned, stepping forward to pat Gray on the shoulder. Gray, tell me honestly, did you spread the news about Yushuan Pavilion settling in one of the cities? Gray's expression changed as he took a step back, wary. So what if we did? Are you planning to attack me? As he spoke, Gray hurriedly had his followers protect him. Calvin chuckled. What are you afraid of? You're helping us so much. We can't thank you enough. Why would we attack you? Gray felt a little dazed. Helping you? Their actions were clearly aimed at sabotaging Liangzhou's grand plans for attracting merchants. Is this kid Calvin losing it and speaking nonsense? Gray was still puzzled when he heard Jonathan say, Director Abdur, Brother Abdur, this is an excellent opportunity right now. We must seize it. Geo nodded. Go ahead and act according to the plan immediately. After saying that, Geo looked at Gray again. Gray, go back and tell Zen that I appreciate his help in spreading the news about Yushuan Pavilion settling here. Then, Geo asked Jonathan, should we head to the mall now? Jonathan glanced at Gray, smiling and nodding. Gray watched Jonathan and Geo leave, still in a daze. For a long while, Gray came back to his senses and turned to his followers. What did they mean by that? The followers were also utterly confused, thinking Jonathan and the others were talking nonsense. Gray couldn't help feeling stifled. He had come into the city today wanting to see Jonathan and the others' reactions after hearing the news. Yet not only did he fail to witness their humiliation, but he himself was left bewildered. For a moment, Gray was so depressed he felt like spitting blood. Chapter 191. Something terrible happened. Gray returned to the Diao family with a frown, and Zen immediately came up to greet him. Are you alright, liar? Gray snapped out of his thoughts and asked in confusion. Father, why would anything be wrong with me? Zen was taken aback. Didn't that old brute Geo get so enraged that he took action against you? Gray hurriedly said, Father, I was just about to tell you. Jonathan and Joe's reactions today were very unusual, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. Zen froze, the smile on his face stiffening. The originally joyful mood gradually plummeted. What were their reactions when they heard the news? And what did they say? Tell me everything, Zen said. Gray nodded and described everything from the moment he saw Jonathan and the others until they left. After finishing, Gray looked at Zen in bewilderment. Father, why did Geo ask me to come back and thank you? After asking the question, Gray suddenly noticed that Zen's expression had turned particularly grim, causing him to freeze. Father, what's wrong with you? Zen's facial expression flickered several times. From Gray's description, he thought of a possibility. But this possibility was something he could not believe at all. Zin abruptly stood up, took 2 steps towards the door, stopped, and turned back to look at the confused Gray. Come with me. Gray followed Zin, utterly bewildered, arriving at the Lee family residence. When Luke heard that father and son Zin had arrived, he was somewhat surprised. At the same time, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Ignoring the grudge he held against Zin, Luke rushed forward to greet them. Seeing the serious expression on Zin's face, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, Clan Leader Jiao, have you come in such a hurry for some urgent matter? Zin nodded and recounted what Gray had described after sitting down. Upon finishing, Zin said, Clan Leader Lee, I have a hypothesis. What do you think? Luke's expression became difficult. At this moment, cries suddenly came from outside. Clan Leader, something terrible has happened. Luke's already troubled expression instantly worsened. Beside him, Zin's complexion also turned ashen. At this time, a servant rushed in and reported, Clan Leader, a notice was just posted within Liangzhou City announcing that Imran will soon settle in Liangzhou. What did you say? Before Luke and Zin could react, Gray had already exclaimed in shock. Say it again. Where is Imran settling? The servant said, I read the announcement multiple times. It clearly states Liangzhou. How is this possible? Gray jumped up shouting. Wasn't Master Devon already done negotiating with them? How could they possibly settle in Liangzhou? Saying this, Gray looked at Zin. Father, what's going on here? At this moment, Zin clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding from his arms, his expression looking ready to devour someone. His uncertain speculation earlier had been confirmed by the announcement. No wonder Gio had told Gray to return and thank him. Their announcement about Imran settling in Southwest had completely made a fool out of Liangzhou. Luke's face was now filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't understand how Imran could settle in Liangzhou. Not only because Arn had fallen out with Gio, but also he could not figure out why Arn would take interest in Liangzhou. Luke quickly regained his composure and ordered someone to gather all the tribal chieftains. He then informed them of this worst possible news. After hearing this, everyone was stunned speechless. How is this possible? Is that young man surnamed Devon blind? Wasn't Gio already done dealing with him? One after another, incredulous voices of doubt echoed, leaving Luke feeling irritable. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that Imran is about to settle in Liangzhou. It's too late now to consider why they chose Liangzhou. What we need to think about now is how to explain this to Governor Dong and how to stop this from happening. The chieftains regained their senses and fell into deep thought. Luke was right. It was useless to dwell on past events. The current priority was to sabotage this situation. Beckham said at this point, everyone need not worry too much. Although we don't know how that old man Gio convinced the young man surnamed Devon, if those merchants want to enter Liangzhou, they must pass through our territory. Do we not have the final say on whether or not to let them in? Others nodded in agreement. True, if all else fails, we can have people dress up as bandits to ambush them a couple of times to make them retreat. This suggestion quickly gained unanimous approval from everyone. The atmosphere in the Lee family hall eased significantly. At this moment, Tyler suddenly spoke softly. Chieftains, I remember that Jonathan once survived coming out of the demon forest alive. Could it be that these merchants are also entering and exiting Liangzhou through the demon forest? White Go had just finished speaking when Gray sneered. White Go, you are now the chief of a tribe. Why do you still worry about this and that like you used to? Jonathan has some ability, I admit, but there aren't just 1 or 2 merchants. Can that Jonathan kid really get so many merchants in and out of Devil Forest? The other chiefs also chimed in. White Go, what Gray said is right. You're overthinking it. If Jonathan can really get the merchants to enter and exit Liangzhou through Devil Forest, then I'll change my surname from Borisong to Wang. White Ge's face turned bright red from the comments of the other chiefs, and he quickly shut up. Luke pondered for a moment, raised his hand to suppress the cacophony, and said, although White Goo might be overthinking things, we cannot afford not to be cautious. Why don't we drive some livestock into the Devil Forest to see if they can survive? The chieftains nodded at Luke's suggestion. Soon, all the chieftains arrived outside the Devil Forest and had their subordinates drive chickens, ducks, dogs, cows, and other animals into the forest. It didn't take long for cries of struggle to emerge from within the forest. Borisri, pull them out. Luke hurriedly shouted. The servants quickly pulled on the ropes and soon, animal carcasses were dragged out. Everyone was chilled to the bone, their faces turning pale. Luke let out a long breath, smiling. Gentlemen, it seems the Devil Forest is still as dangerous as ever. Just because Jonathan can survive entering and exiting doesn't mean others can do the same. As for those masks, even if Jonathan can make them, he certainly can't produce enough for an entire caravan. The group listened and nodded repeatedly, feeling a little less worried. Back in the Lee family hall, Zin looked at Luke with a somewhat grim expression. Chiefly, how should we explain to Governor Dong about Imran settling in Liangzhou? Luke furrowed his brow. He originally intended to use this opportunity to completely undermine Zen's authority, but now it seemed like the timing wasn't right. This Jonathan keeps ruining my plans. Chapter 192. This method won't work. Luke cursed Jonathan inwardly and said to Zen, Leader Diao, rest assured, I'll take care of this matter. Zen heaved a long sigh of relief, looking at Luke with gratitude. Thank you, Leader Li. As for what happened earlier, Luke waved his hand. Let's not talk about the past, Leader Diao. Zen felt even more ashamed and said, Leader Li, I promise I won't deliberately oppose you again. Luke was delighted inside and smiled. You're too polite, Leader Diao. We are all friends. Gio and Jonathan are our enemies. Zen nodded heavily, putting his mind at ease. Luke looked at Zen's back, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The Jiao family is under my control now. At the prefectural governor's office, the constables were reporting the news they had gathered to Amadeo. Although it's widely rumored that the Yushuan Pavilion will settle in the southwestern region, no one has confirmed which city it will be. No official has come forward to confirm either. After hearing this, Amadeo's face darkened, and he felt increasingly annoyed. Arnie's rejection of the prefecture still lingered in his mind. What he couldn't get, others wouldn't get either. But now, there was still no definite news. Amadeo gritted his teeth and snarled, "Don't let me find out who did this, or else see how I deal with them." Just as he was threatening, an announcement came from outside. "Sir, Leader Lee has sent someone over." Amadeo's eyes lit up. "Let him in." The Lee family servant hadn't even managed to bow when Amadeo eagerly asked, "Has Leader Lee found out which city the Yushuan Pavilion will settle in?" The servant hurriedly nodded. "That's right. Tell me quickly which city?" Amadeo impatiently urged. The servant hesitated before saying, "It's Liangzhou." "What?" Amadeo wondered if he had heard wrong. "Liangzhou," the servant repeated. Bang. As soon as the servant finished speaking, a loud noise like something heavy hitting the ground echoed. "How can it be Liangzhou?" Amadeo kicked over a table and rushed to the Li family servant, grabbing him by the collar. "Tell me, why would the Yushuan Pavilion settle in Liangzhou? Boorish?" Amadeo had considered every possible city in the last few days, but never thought of Liangzhou. Not only because Liangzhou could not compare with the prefecture, but also due to the guarantees made by Luke and other chieftains. Yet now, the Yushuan Pavilion was settling in Liangzhou. This was a slap in his face and proved that their promises were nothing but lies. The servant turned pale with fear. I don't know, sir." "Don't know?" Amadeo shoved the servant to the ground angrily. "Didn't you say the Yushuan Pavilion definitely wouldn't settle in Liangzhou?" The servant quickly replied, "Sir, the patriarch said although the Yushuan Pavilion is settling in Liangzhou, we have a plan to ensure they won't settle peacefully." "What plan?" Amadeo barked. The servant promptly explained the plan discussed by Luke and others. After listening, Amadeo's anger subsided somewhat. These tactics seemed like they might actually work. "You go back and tell Luke that if this fails again, once I take control of Liangzhou, don't blame me for being harsh." In the main hall of the Li family, after hearing the servant's report, the tribal leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Although Amadeo was dissatisfied, at least he gave them another chance. Luke spoke solemnly, "Everyone, you've all heard what Governor Dong said. This time, we must not fail." Everyone nodded, turning their gaze to Luke. Beckham said, "Patriarchally, I've received word that merchants from other cities are heading towards Liangzhou. Should we start taking action?" Luke nodded heavily. "We must make sure they dare not come to Liangzhou. Gentlemen, those merchants often say we are barbaric. This time, let's show them what barbarism means." Everyone's eyes brightened. Understood. At the Liangzhou prefectural governor's office, Gio and Duke stood around the table, listening intently to Jonathan's analysis. As the news spreads, merchants from nearby cities will certainly flock to Liangzhou. For these merchants, the first impression of Liangzhou is very important. But predictably, those chieftains will surely interfere. So we must ensure these merchants can enter the city smoothly. Duke grunted heavily here. "Brother Jonathan, rest assured, I'll send a message to the chieftains, telling them to behave." Jonathan was speechless. "Brother Abdur, those Tusi definitely won't show up in person. The ones who will take action are bound to be the so-called mountain bandits and outlaws." Gio nodded gravely. "That's true. Jonathan is right. What we need to guard against are the small tricks of the Tusi." Duke scratched his head. "Then what should we do?" Gio pondered for a moment, then looked at Jonathan and expressed his thoughts. "Jonathan, how about I form a team to escort the merchants into Liangzhou all the way? What do you think?" Duke's eyes lit up, praising, "This method is great. No matter how bold those bandits are, they wouldn't dare to attack soldiers." But Jonathan shook his head. Gio was somewhat puzzled. "Jonathan, is this method not good?" Jonathan explained, "Lord Abdur, the merchants coming to Liangzhou come from all directions and arrive at different times. Even if we had 10 teams, it would be hard to escort everyone. Moreover, doing so would suggest to the merchants that the area around Liangzhou isn't safe enough. This way, many merchants might have concerns." Gio frowned. The two flaws pointed out by Jonathan were indeed overlooked by him, and upon deeper consideration, it would indeed backfire. For a moment, cold sweat dripped down Joe's forehead. If Jonathan hadn't pointed out the problem, he would have made a big mistake. Duke was dumbfounded. A plan he thought was perfect turned out to have such significant loopholes. Coming back to his senses, Duke suddenly thought of something, his eyes flashing with insight. "Brother Jonathan, I remember now. We can have all the merchants enter Liangzhou through Devil Forest." Joe's eyes lit up, nodding continuously. But Jonathan still shook his head. "On our first interaction, those merchants may not fully trust us. Besides, Devil Forest is to the east. We can't possibly ask merchants from the other 3 directions to make a big detour." Gio and Duke were momentarily stunned, then became dejected. This was the best idea they could come up with, but it still didn't work. So what should they do? The father and son both fixed their hopeful gazes on Jonathan. Chapter 193. To become rich, build roads first. Facing the expectant gazes of Gio and Levi, Jonathan smiled brilliantly. "Have you heard a saying? This saying goes, to become rich, build roads first." Both Gio and Levi were taken aback, confusion flashing in their eyes. Each word was clear to them, but when strung together, it left them puzzled. "Brother Jonathan, what's the connection between becoming rich and building roads?" Levi couldn't help but ask. Gio also looked at Jonathan, awaiting his explanation. "Take Liangzhou as an example. To make Liangzhou prosperous, what needs to be done is to let outsiders come in and sell the goods of Liangzhou out. And roads are something that can never be bypassed. The smoother the roads, the faster the pace of movement in and out, the faster Liangzhou will grow rich." Jonathan explained with a smile. "So that's it." Father and son both suddenly understood. But Levi soon had another question. "Brother Jonathan, this sentence is indeed true, but what does it have to do with the merchants who are about to arrive?" Speaking of this, Levi's face showed incredulity. "Are we starting to build roads now? But the merchants will swarm in within 2 days. Even if we just make simple repairs to the original official road, there won't be enough time. We can't possibly let those merchants wait for us to finish building the road before coming, can we?" Gio nodded lightly. What Levi said was also what he could not figure out. Faced with Levi's question, Jonathan nodded firmly. "Yes, we want the merchants to wait until after we've built the roads." "What?" Levi was full of surprise. Brother Jonathan, did I hear that wrong? Gio couldn't help but speak up. Jonathan, the merchants are now very curious about Liangzhou. If we don't let them come over, will they lose interest, or even abandon the idea altogether? Finishing his words, Gio appeared worried. Jonathan laughed confidently. Lord Abdur, rest assured. As long as the Yushuan Pavilion settling matter doesn't change, the merchants won't lose interest. Moreover, the later they come, the more interest they will have in Liangzhou, especially once we raise their expectations. Jonathan's words left the father-son duo stunned again. Raise the merchants' expectations? Levi scratched his head. Brother Jonathan, what do you mean by this? Jonathan said with a smile. The current Liangzhou has a commercial market already built, but in other aspects, it's no different from other cities. But after some time, as high-rise residences are completed, Liangzhou will completely stand out from other cities. Adding to that, our road reconstruction project will naturally draw the merchants' attention once the news gets out. At that time, until they finally arrive, they'll have strong anticipation for Liangzhou. Gio and Levi were astounded. There was actually a way to operate like this. Levi snapped back and quickly glanced at Gio. What Jonathan said had thoroughly broken his perception. He simply couldn't determine if it was feasible. However, when he looked at his father Gio, he noticed a hint of hesitation in his expression too. Clearly, Gio couldn't judge either whether what Jonathan said was viable. But Gio was decisive by nature. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth. Jonathan, what should we do? Jonathan immediately instructed Lord Abdur. Write a notice right away and have people posted in various cities to let everyone know that Liangzhou is currently undergoing an unprecedented construction project. During this period, Liangzhou cannot receive visitors. Once the construction is complete, we will inform everyone and invite everyone to visit Liangzhou in a completely new way. Though Gio and Levi didn't fully understand everything Jonathan said, they acted resolutely. In a short while, dozens of officers carrying notices dispersed towards nearby cities. Such a large commotion caught the attention of the Tusi leaders, who had been closely watching the developments in Liangzhou. They hurriedly sent people to investigate. Once the information was gathered, all the Tusi leaders came to the Li family hall with puzzled expressions. Upon gathering, Zen couldn't help but say, Leader Li, what's that old thing Gio up to now? The other Tusi leaders also turned their gaze to Luke. Luke frowned deeply. Ever since learning of the officer's actions, Luke had been pondering the real purpose behind it all. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand the hidden intent. Seeing that Luke remained silent, the Tusi leaders began to discuss among themselves. One of them said, the notice mentioned that Liangzhou is undergoing a completely different construction project and cannot attend to the merchants coming over. This should be the reason, right? Immediately, someone countered, can we trust what's written on the notice? Even a fool would know these reasons are meant to mislead us. What about you? What do you think? Why would I need to ask you if I had an idea? It's because I don't have one that I'm asking Clan Leader Li. Luke felt irritable from the clamor of voices around him and coughed loudly. The Tusi leaders fell silent and looked at Luke again. Everyone, regarding the reason why Liangzhou is blocking the merchants from coming over, I haven't figured out the true cause yet. However, this is a great opportunity for us, one that can't get any better. What opportunity? Beckham hurriedly asked. Luke smiled sinisterly. Think about it. When we first heard that Yushuan Pavilion was going to settle in Liangzhou, what were our thoughts? Someone immediately retorted resentfully. What else could we think? We didn't believe it. I didn't believe it then, and even now, I still find it hard to believe. Luke nodded heavily and said, what's the situation in Liangzhou? I doubt there's anyone in the southwestern region who doesn't know. The well-informed merchants are even more aware. If even we think like this, won't the merchants only be more suspicious? But this notice from Liangzhou, no matter its real intention, looks like it's trying to mend previous boasts. If we add fuel to the fire by hinting that the news of Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou is all Zhou's nonsense, imagine how those merchants will react? The Tusi leader's eyes lit up instantly. If I were those merchants, I'd definitely curse Zhou's ancestors through generations. Speaking of which, not only would I curse Zhou's ancestors, but I'd also treat Liangzhou as a fraud. Chapter 194. Only Jonathan can be relied upon. Luke nodded heavily, listening to the merchants' indignant curses from everyone's commercial perspective. Right. These merchants will definitely have an extremely bad impression of Liangzhou. The chieftain elders immediately became agitated. Once an impression turns bad, it's hard to change, unless something unexpected happens. That announcement did say that Liangzhou is undergoing unique renovations, and that they would invite merchants in a completely different manner. Given Liangzhou's background, is that possible? As long as these 2 points mentioned in the announcement aren't achieved, even if Yushuan Pavilion truly settles in Liangzhou, a significant number of merchants will be repulsed by Liangzhou from their core. It will undoubtedly affect the future development of Liangzhou. This time, Liangzhou has really made a terrible move. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh with joy. Zen laughed loudly, saying, I am now very curious. Who thought up this terrible move, Gio, the old geezer, or Jonathan, the little bastard? Beckham chuckled. Old Yao, do we still need to think about it? It must be that kid, Jonathan. After dealing with Gio for so many years, don't we know what kind of person he is? Only that kid, Jonathan, likes using these kinds of complicated means. But this time, although we don't know what his purpose is, this kid is destined to shoot himself in the foot. Good point, good point. In the hall, bursts of laughter echoed. Finally, Luke waved his hand. Everyone, go back and take action. Send people to secretly guide the merchants' opinions in each city. Regardless of whether it's Jonathan or Gio, this time, we must make them suffer. As the chieftain elders returned to arrange things, the cities in the southwestern region were abuzz with discussions about Liangzhou. Hiss, how come Liangzhou is completely different from what I remember? Not only is Yushuan Pavilion going to settle down there, but it's also undergoing unique construction. Yeah, I find it strange too. Shall we sneak over and take a look? 2 merchants were whispering when suddenly a voice came from the side spitting. What settlement? What unique construction? It all sounds like crap to me. This voice immediately drew the attention of the crowd around the announcement. Someone curiously asked, "Brother, what do you mean? What else can it mean? Liangzhou is lying." Lying? Many merchants were stunned and quickly asked, "How are they lying?" That person then said, "Isn't everyone clear on what Liangzhou has been like for decades? In the entire southwestern region, doesn't Liangzhou rank below the top 5 in every aspect? Do you really think Yushuan Pavilion would settle in Liangzhou?" The merchants were taken aback, but felt some truth in his words. When they first heard the news of Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou, didn't they initially not believe it? But someone was puzzled. But this news came directly from Liangzhou? What use is what Liangzhou says? That person snorted disdainfully. Everyone think about it. Has Yushuan Pavilion confirmed it? To me, this is just Liangzhou talking nonsense, because they know the people from Yushuan Pavilion have left the southwestern region. Everyone was shocked. Indeed, from start to finish, Liangzhou had been the only source of this news. Yushuan Pavilion hadn't announced which city they would settle in yet. Thinking about this, anger started showing on their faces. Turns out this news is a fake story from Liangzhou. They foolishly waited in anticipation of visiting Liangzhou. Seeing the merchants' livid faces, that person inwardly rejoiced and continued, "I'm so sure because of today's announcement." That announcement sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just to stop everyone from going to Liangzhou. Think about it. Isn't this Liangzhou's attempt to cover up their lies? After hearing this, everyone lost all doubt and couldn't help but get furious. "Nice one, Liangzhou, tricking us all." It's indeed still Liangzhou, full of exiles and scoundrels. Someone stepped forward, tore the announcement down, and ripped it into shreds. "I'll let you lie. See if you can lie again." Seeing this scene, the person causing confusion forced a smile and quietly left. Similar scenarios occurred in various cities. Upon hearing the feedback, the chieftain elders couldn't help but laugh. "Brilliant. Chiefly, your move is brilliant." Zen gave Luke a thumbs up. Now, the merchants in nearby cities are all cursing Liangzhou. I think this time, Liangzhou won't be able to turn itself around. Luke couldn't help but wear a full face of smiles today. For him, this was the first time they had completely taken the upper hand since Jonathan came to Liangzhou. And in his view, there was basically no room for Liangzhou to turn things around in this matter. However, out of caution, Luke still waved his hand. "Chief Tiao, you flatter me. Now we've made our move, but Jonathan and Gio haven't responded yet. Exactly how it will go still depends on their follow-up actions." Zen sneered and said, "Chiefly, I think you're overthinking this time. Jonathan and Gio could rack their brains all day, but they won't come up with any way to respond. Liangzhou's reputation is thoroughly ruined this time." Inside Liangzhou City, Gio was at the construction site of the residential buildings, happily watching the people work under the direction of the masons when suddenly several uneven voices came from behind him. "Sir, something has happened." Joe's expression changed, and he quickly turned around. He had already recognized these voices as belonging to the constables he had dispatched to other cities to post announcements and spread the news. When he turned around, he saw several anxious faces staring back at him. Gio felt a thud in his heart and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" The constables explained the incidents that occurred in various cities, and after hearing them, Joe's face instantly turned pale. The merchants' reaction was anger. Some even tore down the announcements. And this wasn't happening in just one city. "We tried to explain, but those merchants wouldn't listen." The constable asked anxiously, "Sir, what should we do now?" Gio snapped back to reality. The development of events completely caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared, and his mind was now in a jumble. He couldn't even figure out why the merchants were reacting this way. Taking a deep breath, Gio managed to calm himself and said, "You all go rest first. I'll let you know once I have a plan." After speaking, Gio hurriedly returned to the yamen and went straight to the back office to find Jonathan. At this point, probably only Jonathan could have a solution. Chapter 195. Black red is still red. "Jonathan, something's happened." As soon as Gio saw Jonathan, he was ready to tell him the bad news he had just received. But before he could speak, Jonathan said, "Is it that the merchants have doubts about Liangzhou after seeing the news?" Gio was taken aback. "You already know?" Jonathan smiled. "I haven't gotten the news yet, but for you to be this anxious, it must only be this matter." A hint of admiration rose in Joe's heart. He had merely said something happened, and Jonathan had guessed what it was. It seemed Jonathan was even more formidable than he imagined. Regaining his composure, Gio suddenly realized something and couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. "Jonathan, have you thought of a way to deal with it?" Having said that, Gio looked at Jonathan expectantly. In his view, since Jonathan could guess this, he must have considered this possibility beforehand. During their interactions, Jonathan gave him the impression of always having a fallback plan prepared. Moreover, Jonathan showed no signs of panic, indicating he definitely had a plan. Facing Joe's hopeful gaze, Jonathan shook his head. "No need to deal with it." These 4 words instantly converted into another 4 words in Joe's ears. "There's no way out." Gio froze, suspecting he might have misheard. Jonathan didn't have a way to handle this bad situation. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside, followed by Levi's voice. "Brother Jonathan, something's wrong. Merchants from other cities are cursing us." Levi rushed into Jonathan's room, discovering his father Gio there, and felt relieved. "Father, has brother Jonathan already told you the solution?" Only then did Levi notice something was off about his father's expression. "Father, why do you look like that?" At this moment, Gio urgently asked, "Jonathan, you really have no solution?" Levi was stunned, his face changing rapidly as he turned to Jonathan. "Brother Jonathan, do you mean you can't handle it either?" Facing the anxious looks of the father and son, Jonathan corrected them. "I said there's no need to deal with it." True to his heritage as Joe's son, Levi anxiously asked, "No need to deal with it? Doesn't that mean there's no way?" At this moment, Joe's expression changed. What Jonathan said was indeed, no need to deal with it. His earlier tension had led him to misinterpret it as no solution. But upon deeper reflection, they were not the same thing. Stopping Levi, Gio asked doubtfully, "Jonathan, you mean we don't need to do anything?" Yes, Jonathan nodded. Levi looked dumbfounded and asked perplexedly, Brother Jonathan, how can that be? If merchants get a bad impression of Liangzhou, it will be very hard to change later. Gio nodded in agreement. Levi's concerns mirrored his own worries. However, Jonathan smiled. Black-red is still red. Both Gio and Levi were momentarily stunned. Brother Jonathan, what do you mean by that? Levi couldn't help but ask. Jonathan didn't answer directly but instead asked them, Mr. Abdur, Brother Abdur, what does Liangzhou most need right now? Both were taken aback and fell into deep thought. The simplest thought was money. But everything they were doing now was aimed at making Liangzhou prosperous. And according to Jonathan's previous analysis, they needed merchants for Liangzhou's prosperity. But this answer was quickly negated by both of them. Because what Jonathan meant by no need to deal with it seemed to push merchants away on the surface. Unable to come up with a third answer after ruling out these two, both father and son finally looked at Jonathan, their faces full of confusion. Brother Jonathan, stop being cryptic, Levi urged impatiently. Jonathan laughed and said, there's an old saying, it's better to be scolded than to be forgotten. The Liangzhou that needs it most right now is fame. The more people know about Liangzhou, even notice it, the more beneficial it will be for its future development. Those people now think badly of Liangzhou because they believe we're talking nonsense. But precisely because of this, they remember Liangzhou more deeply. When Liangzhou truly becomes what we say it will be, their attitudes will naturally reverse. Gio and Levi were dumbstruck. So that's what it was. No wonder Jonathan said there was no need to deal with it. Recovering, Levi couldn't help but give Jonathan a thumbs up. Brother Jonathan, I'm thoroughly convinced. Gio nodded repeatedly. Right now, he was utterly convinced of Jonathan as well. He had already foreseen this step when Jonathan suggested not letting the merchants come for the time being. In silence, Gio suddenly said, we can only let those Tusi gloat a little more. Tusi? Levi was taken aback, then asked incredulously, Father, you mean to say that this matter was orchestrated by those Tusi? Gio snorted. Not necessarily orchestrated, but all the merchants from various cities reacting like this must have something to do with them. Levi couldn't help feeling indignant. They will have it easy during this period. The father and son left in high dudgeon, but Jonathan suddenly called out, wait. The two turned around, their faces showing a hint of surprise. Jonathan, do you have a way to stop these Tusi from gloating? Levi asked eagerly, but Jonathan shook his head with a smile. Levi froze, scratching his head. Gio was also surprised. Could they be wrong? Only to hear Jonathan say with a smile, I think we should let them gloat more. More gloat? Levi was completely baffled. Letting the Tusi gloat was one thing, but to make them gloat even more? Wasn't this making things worse for themselves? But Gio pondered and said, Jonathan, do you mean we should take advantage of this momentum to make the situation bigger? Exactly. Jonathan nodded. This is a rare opportunity for promotion. Gio understood and laughed. Right, I'll go arrange it right away. But Levi still looked bewildered. Father, Brother Jonathan, what are you talking about? Gio gave Levi a light tap in exasperation. With what Jonathan has said, how can you still not understand? The idea is to fan the flames and make this affair as big as possible, so that more people know about Liangzhou. Levi finally got it, unable to contain his excitement. He bolted off. Father, Brother Jonathan, I'll go arrange it right now. I'll make sure the Tusi are so happy they lose their sense of direction. Following Levi's arrangements, the wave of cursing Liangzhou fraudsters grew fiercer and fiercer. Chapter 196, A Villain Dies of Anger. In the Li family hall, the tribal chieftains gathered together, all wearing broad smiles on their faces. These past few days, throughout the surrounding cities, one could hear curses against Liangzhou everywhere. All of this was their doing. Chiefly, this time we gave it a slight real effort. Gio and his people might not be able to hold on. Zen said with a hearty laugh. Beckham also laughed. Heh. Gio must have already heard these messages. That old man probably wishes he could cut that young Jonathan into pieces. Gray sneered coldly. This time, let that kid Jonathan taste what it means to lift a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Other tribal chieftains also chimed in approvingly, bursts of laughter breaking out intermittently in the hall. Listening to everyone's comments, Chief Luke felt a surge of pride. All the credit for this matter went to him. After everyone had discussed it sufficiently, Luke said, Everyone, I imagine this matter has started fermenting in Tizhou as well. We should explain this to Lord Dong. There was no objection to this suggestion. At the Tizhou governor's office, Brandon was listening to a report from his subordinates. Everywhere in the city, you can hear people cursing Liangzhou. After investigating, I discovered that those who curse Liangzhou all say that Liangzhou has deceived them. Liangzhou deceived them? Brandon was somewhat puzzled by this information. What could Liangzhou possibly deceive them about? Just as he was pondering over this, news came from outside that Luke had sent someone over. Brandon's heart moved slightly. He immediately ordered the subordinate from the Li family to be brought in. What did Luke send you here for? Brandon asked indifferently, maintaining an air of superiority. The Li family subordinate hurriedly replied, Your Excellency, the clan chief sent me to explain why merchants in Tizhou are cursing Liangzhou. Brandon leaned forward slightly but quickly sat back down, resuming his earlier demeanor. Is this something arranged by Luke? Brandon asked. The Li family subordinate nodded respectfully. Your Excellency's wisdom is truly discerning. That is exactly the case. Brandon's eyes brightened. Suppressing the eagerness in his heart, he said, Tell me, what did he do? Let me see if there are any flaws. Yes. The Li family subordinate hurriedly recounted Luke's plans. With each detail, Brandon's eyes gleamed, finally nodding. Not bad. This time, Luke hasn't disappointed me. Go back and tell Luke that I will remember his efforts this time. Tell him to keep working hard and continue tarnishing Liangzhou's reputation. Yes. Having received Brandon's approval, Luke felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. He immediately called a meeting with the tribal chieftains to arrange further efforts to spread the defamation of Liangzhou. After making all the necessary arrangements, a cold light flashed in Luke's eyes. This time, he would make sure that Liangzhou became universally loathed. When that day comes, whether it's Gio or Jonathan, he would trample them underfoot. Achoo. Inside the Liangzhou governor's office, Jonathan, who was playing with mini parts, sneezed. Rubbing his nose, Jonathan was puzzled. It was midsummer now, and the weather was very hot. Moreover, his body had been enhanced, making him impervious to blades and bullets as well as heat and cold. It seems someone is cursing me behind my back. Jonathan couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Levi came running in, laughing heartily. Jonathan, brother, according to reports from various cities, more and more people are cursing Liangzhou as frauds. It's spreading to other cities too. Ha ha ha. Jonathan laughed along with him. Thus, more and more people would know about Liangzhou. By the time Arn brought Yushuan Pavilion into Liangzhou, these merchants who were now cursing Liangzhou would surely swarm in like bees. At that moment, Liangzhou would become the biggest winner. As for those people pushing things from behind, a cold smile flickered across Jonathan's face. They would likely die of anger when they saw this. Levi, looking at the pile of items on the ground, scratched his head in confusion. Jonathan, brother, what are these? Could these items, when put together, create the self-propelled cart you mentioned that doesn't need horses? Coming back to reality, Jonathan smiled and nodded. Levi shook his head. He couldn't visualize anything in his mind. But if Jonathan said it could be done, it would definitely work. Jonathan didn't elaborate further. He was going to build a simplified version of a bus. By the way, when can the soldiers start building the road? Jonathan asked. Levi replied, before coming here, I just asked father. He said the soldiers have learned enough and need just one more day of practice before they can start. Good. Jonathan nodded satisfactorily. The soldiers were learning how to construct roads using cement. Buses couldn't run on the current roads. Jonathan calculated the time in his mind and said, tell Lord Abdur that we need to speed up. Yushuan Pavilion will arrive within a month at most. Levi nodded and hurriedly went out to send the message. Imperial City. After several days of preparation, Arn organized a team of 100 people and packed some jade and jewelry, ready to set off. Father, elder brother, I'm leaving tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Arn said to Achilles and Jose. Achilles nodded without saying anything. Jose gave Arn some advice for the journey. After waiting for a while, Arn prepared to leave. At this moment, Achilles suddenly spoke. Shu, if everything goes well when you reach Liangzhou, stay there. Arn was taken aback. He had considered this plan, but Achilles' intention clearly differed from what he had thought. Achilles didn't explain further but waved his hand. Go ahead. With doubts, Arn returned to his room. Just as he sat down, a servant came with an invitation. Kit, several merchants invite you to a banquet. Arn opened the invitation and couldn't help but be delighted upon seeing the names listed. These were major merchants in the Imperial City, and exactly the ones he hoped to ally with on this trip. Thinking there was no hope, he never expected these people to seek him out just before his departure. Arn immediately rushed to the agreed location, smiling and greeting the few people at the table. Have you made your decision? However, those few people looked somewhat peculiar. One of them asked, Kit, are you really opening a branch of Yushuan Pavilion in Liangzhou? Arn was puzzled and nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Don't you believe me? It's not that we don't believe you, but... Another person handed a letter to Arn, saying, this is information I got from Liangzhou. Have a look. Arn took the letter and was stunned after reading it. As the steward of Yushuan Pavilion, how could he not know that establishing Yushuan Pavilion in Liangzhou was a lie? Arn hurriedly explained, I don't know who spread this rumor, but I can assure you all that Yushuan Pavilion will definitely settle within Liangzhou. Chapter 197. A genius among geniuses. Kit, are you so confident about Liangzhou? Someone couldn't help but say, that area has always been desolate, and according to the content of the letter, it's indeed very likely that this Liangzhou is a scam. Arn read the letter again, and only then noticed the announcement from Liangzhou appended at the end. After finishing the announcement, Arnie's expression turned somewhat shocked. He had personally witnessed the ongoing construction in Liangzhou, and thought it was indeed completely different from before. But inviting everyone to Liangzhou in such an unconventional way? What on earth is this? Seeing Arn dazed, the person opposite him wore an expression as if he expected this. They were right. It seemed Arn was deceived too. Unexpectedly, after Arn recovered his senses, he suddenly smiled and said, if Gao Yashin said it like this, then I am even more looking forward to it. The several people opposite all froze, staring at Arn in surprise. Kit, you believe what the notice says? Arn nodded without hesitation. Yes, I completely believe. This answer made the several people opposite even more astonished. Complete belief meant no doubt at all. For mere Liangzhou, how could Arn trust it so much? Noticing their confusion, Arn smiled and said, you have treated me sincerely, so I won't hold back. Do you remember that piece of crystal glass? Everyone nodded in unison. They remembered it well. They hadn't forgotten for a single moment. Let me put it this way. Arn lowered his voice, and his expression became mysterious. This time, the Jadechen Pavilion I opened in Liangzhou will use an even larger piece of crystal glass as the counter. What? Several thuds sounded as the group jumped to their feet, knocking plates and dishes off the table. But none of them seemed to feel any pain, instead urgently asking, Kit, are you serious? Arn pressed his hand down, signaling for them to keep their voices down. The group quickly suppressed their voices. Kit, you really mean there's a bigger piece of crystal glass? Arn nodded. Absolutely. How can this be possible? Their faces were filled with disbelief. The piece of crystal glass Arn showed them that day already subverted their understanding. And now, there was an even larger piece used as a counter. Looking at Arn again, their gazes were filled with admiration and envy. Who would have thought Kit has such good luck, actually finding such a large, fine piece of crystal glass? Yes, such an opportunity, we truly cannot compare. Arn laughed and waved his hand. If you all want such an opportunity, you can follow me to Liangzhou tomorrow. The group was very surprised. Arn was praising Liangzhou both directly and indirectly. Someone couldn't resist saying, Kit, is Liangzhou some sort of feng shui treasure land? Arn shook his head, and his expression became mysterious again. Liangzhou is quite ordinary, But within the city of Liangzhou, there is a person who can be called a genius among geniuses. The piece of crystal glass I brought back was given to me by him. What? The group was once again stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Such a large piece of crystal glass, and he gave it to Arn? Before they could recover from the shock, Arn continued, the crystal glass counter of Jachin Pavilion in Liangzhou will also be provided by him. Rustling. Once again, the group stood up abruptly, nearly overturning the table. But they paid no attention to these things, all surrounding Arn. Kit, are you serious? This is the second time you're asking if I'm serious. Arn smiled helplessly. The group didn't think anything was inappropriate. It was simply because Arnie's news was too unbelievable. Arn said, I still stand by my words. You can come along with me to Liangzhou and see for yourselves. The group pondered for a moment, and finally all nodded. Arnie's revelation left them thoroughly intrigued. The next morning, Arn met up with the group, bringing the merchant convoy with them, setting out towards Liangzhou. At the same time, he sent someone ahead to deliver the news to Liangzhou. In the office of Liangzhou's magistrate, Jonathan was busily pretending to do various tasks around his courtyard. At this moment, the Danielle Leah entered through the door, holding a palm fan. Braden, it's very hot now. Be careful not to catch heat stroke. As she spoke, the Danielle Leah started fanning Jonathan. Already impervious to heat and cold, Jonathan hurriedly waved his hands. Alexandria, don't worry, I'm not hot. Look, I haven't even broken a sweat. The Danielle Leah scrutinized Jonathan carefully, full of surprise. In the height of summer, Jonathan indeed did not appear hot at all. Braden, are you really not hot? The Danielle Leah still didn't fully believe it. Not hot. Jonathan nodded. Good, not being hot is a relief. The Danielle Leah felt relieved and then hesitated, seeming to have something else to say. Jonathan saw through it and said, Alexandria, just say what's on your mind. The Foys then said, Braden, I want to transplant a tree into my courtyard. Planting a tree? Jonathan was a bit puzzled. Alexandria, are you interested in gardening? The Foys shook her head. I want it for shade. Liangzhou's weather is a few degrees hotter than the capital. Jonathan suddenly understood, thought for a moment, and replied, Alexandria, there's no need to plant a tree. Give me 2 days, and I'll get something good for you. The Foys became more curious. What kind of good thing? Jonathan smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. But with this thing, Alexandria will know what coolness feels like. This piqued the Foys' curiosity even more. At this moment, Levi rushed in breathlessly, his face filled with excitement. Jonathan, come quickly, let's go see the shopping mall. Jonathan immediately knew that the main structure of the mall had been completed. He took the Foys along, and they all headed to the mall. At this time, the mall was 90% finished except for its rough concrete exterior. Gio stood inside the mall, looking up at the high ceiling with astonishment on his face. A 6-story building, with an entirely different architectural structure. In the entire empire of Great Chu, it was one of a kind. It was truly amazing. Once Jonathan and the others arrived, Gio hurriedly approached and asked, Jonathan, do you see any problems? Jonathan surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. It's almost done. Great. Wonderful. Gio nodded excitedly, overjoyed. Since there were no issues, it was as good as finished. At this moment, the Foys came out from the shop Jonathan had specially reserved for her eyebrows slightly knitted. Braden. The Foys hesitated for a moment before saying, I noticed some shops have very dim lighting. Both Gio and Levi were taken aback and hurriedly checked nearby shops. Moments later, father and son returned with serious expressions. The Foys was right. Some shops were indeed quite dark. Even now, with good lighting conditions, if it were cloudy or too early or late in the day, the light would be even worse. Chapter 198. Not difficult to solve. Brother Jonathan, what should we do? Calvin hurriedly asked. If the lighting is like this, many shops might not be rented out at all. Losing rental income is one thing, but this could seriously dampen the confidence of other merchants looking to lease space. By then, this shopping mall might never get off the ground. Gio thought about these issues and grew more serious. His focus had always been on construction. He hadn't considered such details. Jonathan probably hadn't considered them either. And even if he had, what difference would it make? They couldn't create a sun inside the mall. After all, this was an oversight. A significant oversight. At that moment, a clerk from the local government office rushed in excitedly. Sir, we've received a letter from the capital. Young Master Devon from the Jade Pavilion has set off with a few friends and is expected to reach Liangzhou in about half a month. The clerk said this with a full smile. But when he saw Gio, his smile froze on his face. What's going on? Why does Sir Abdur look so displeased? Isn't this good news? Or did I not explain clearly enough? The clerk then repeated, Sir, good news. Young Master Devon has already left the capital. Gio nodded, frowned deeply, and waved him off. I know, you may leave. The bewildered clerk left, unable to understand the situation. Gio, however, was filled with worry. Before noticing the lighting issue in the mall, this news would have been exhilarating for him. Now, it was definitely bad news. Half a month wouldn't be enough time to solve the lighting problem in the mall. What should they do? If Arn finds it unsuitable after coming to Liangzhou, everything done previously here would backfire. Thinking of the consequences, Joe's face turned ashen. Just as Gio felt a glimmer of despair, he suddenly heard Jonathan's laughter. The lighting problem isn't difficult to solve. Calvin immediately exclaimed, That's great. I knew brother Jonathan must have a way. Hearing this, Joe's face showed surprise as he quickly asked, Jonathan, do you really have a solution? To him, this seemed an insurmountable problem. Jonathan said it wasn't difficult to solve. Could there be such a vast gap in ability between them? Under Joe's doubtful gaze, Jonathan smiled and said, If indoor lighting is poor, let's just make it bright. Gio was flabbergasted. Of course, he understood this principle, but how exactly could they make it bright indoors? As he had just thought, it wasn't possible to bring in the sun, right? Unless... Joe's mind raced, a sudden idea forming. Jonathan, do you mean the merchants should solve it themselves? Or are we supposed to provide candles? Saying this, Gio shook his head repeatedly. If the merchants have to spend extra money, they likely won't be willing. And providing candles ourselves is impossible. The government funds need to go towards paying workers. Calvin's initial smile gradually faded as Gio spoke, replaced by a worried expression. Brother Jonathan, father is right. Neither of these methods seems feasible. Jonathan laughed heartily. My method isn't either of those two. Boorish. Both Gio and Calvin were stunned, feeling it was incredible. Apart from those two methods, what else could be done? I plan to create something that will illuminate the entire mall like the sun. What? Upon hearing this, Gio and his son, along with Aaliyah Danielle, were speechless. What could possibly illuminate the entire mall like the sun? Is Jonathan joking to ease the tension? Now is not the time for jokes. Calvin hurriedly said, Brother Jonathan, don't joke around at such a time. Tell us what your plan is and what we can do to help. Jonathan replied seriously, I'm not joking. Time is of the essence. I'll go back and start making this thing. With that, Jonathan hurriedly left. Gio and the others were left staring at each other, wide-eyed. After a long while, they walked out of the mall, their faces clouded with worry. To them, Jonathan was only speaking casually, still thinking about the specific solution. In other words, the problem wasn't solved yet. Just as they stepped out of the mall, curious citizens began looking at the building and asked, Sir, can we go inside to take a look? Coming back to his senses, Gio nodded, You may. Thank you, sir. The citizens flooded into the mall, and soon, it was filled with exclamations of praise. But amidst the crowd, several people carefully observed the surroundings. Upon noticing some shops were poorly lit, they quickly left the mall and hurried out of the city to report their findings to various chieftains. Is this really true? Luke was both surprised and delighted by the news. The servants of the Lee family nodded repeatedly. I checked several shops, and they all have this issue. There's no mistake. Good, good, good. Luke said 3 goods in a row, then burst into laughter. Although Liangzhou's reputation had been poor lately, Luke was still somewhat worried about this shopping mall. After all, it was an unprecedented concept. Regardless of Liangzhou's reputation, this 6-story mall alone could attract a lot of attention. But now, his last concern was gone. Go invite the clan leaders over. Soon, all the clan leaders arrived at the Lee residence, wearing smiles of relief. They had already heard about this from their subordinates. For them, this was absolutely great news. Luke waited until everyone was gathered before smiling and saying, It seems everyone has already received the news. Ha ha ha, clan leader Lee, this is truly good news. Ha, Gio, that old fool, and that boy Jonathan would never have thought that their pride and joy had such a big problem, right? Hee hee, this is what they call an old horse losing its step. Everyone chimed in one after another, gloating and mocking. Luke waited until they were done talking before speaking up. Do you think Gio and the others have discovered this problem? The chieftains were taken aback, then looked puzzled. Clan leader Lee, whether they found it or not, the problem exists. Can they even solve it? They certainly can't solve it. Luke smiled. What I mean is, can they bluff their way through it? If the merchants don't notice this problem and rent the shops, Gio and the others will get their money. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. Zen immediately said, We mustn't let Gio bluff their way through this. As he spoke, Zen looked at Gray. Lai, do you know how to handle it? Gray nodded vigorously with excitement. I understand, father. With that, Gray stood up and left to spread the news in the city. Chapter 199. What can Jonathan do? Before Gray left, Luke suddenly said, Wait. Gray turned around in confusion, while Zen asked in puzzlement, Clan leader Lee, is there anything wrong with my arrangement? Luke waved his hand with a smile. There's nothing wrong with the arrangement, but it's not the best time for now. Zen was stunned and asked curiously, The best time is? Luke chuckled darkly. If we bring up this issue now, Gio and his men will have the chance to think of countermeasures. So this news must take them by surprise, leaving them no time to react. Everyone suddenly realized, nodding their heads continuously. Gray excitedly asked, Clan leader Lee, when is the best time then? A cold glint flashed across Luke's eyes. When they announce it publicly. Hearing this, everyone nodded again. Indeed, that would be the most appropriate time. Thinking about how they could ruin the grand plan for Liangzhou's business recruitment with just a few words, everyone laughed with satisfaction. Gray's eyes were filled with pleasure. Jonathan, Levi, this time you'll taste failure. After returning to the courtyard, Jonathan began communicating with the system. How many value points are needed to exchange for lights and power generation equipment to illuminate 6 floors of the mall? 3 million value points, the system replied. So many? Jonathan frowned, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Is there a cheaper option? The system answered, detected that the area where the host is located has sufficient sunlight. You can choose a solar package, which only requires 1 million value points. Much cheaper. Surprised and delighted, Jonathan immediately said, Then let's go for the solar package. 1 million value points deducted. Solar lighting kit exchanged successfully. The host can check and retrieve it anytime. Remaining value points, 47,128,873. Just as Jonathan was about to take out the solar lighting kit, Gio walked in. Seeing the scattered parts on the ground, Gio finally did not mention the mall issue but said, Jonathan, focus on the bus project during this period. I'll find a way to deal with the lighting problem of the mall. Having said that, Gio shook his head and prepared to leave. Jonathan was speechless. Why didn't Gio believe him when he said he could solve it? But in front of Gio, Jonathan couldn't retrieve the solar lighting kit. So he said, Lord Abdur, don't worry. I have a plan regarding the mall lighting issue, but I will be very busy in the coming days. Send some people to prevent anyone from entering. Gio opened his mouth, then finally nodded Manchangda with a forced smile. Okay. He turned around and hurriedly left, but the furrows on his forehead remained. In half a month, Da Vinci would arrive. How could Jonathan manage both to make buses and solve the mall lighting problem? I still need to figure out something myself, but how can I solve this? Over the next 2 days, Gio stood inside the mall each day, gazing at the shops, deep in thought. His hair had turned white from worry. This scene was reported to the Tusi chieftains by their spies after gathering intelligence, leading to another round of derisive laughter. It seems old Geo has also discovered the problem. What can discovering it do? Can he bring light into the place? Hee, these past few days must have been hard on this old man. After mocking Geo, Luke suddenly asked, what about Jonathan? Hasn't he gone to the mall? The spy replied, clan leader, we haven't seen Jonathan these past few days. It's like he hasn't left the prefectural office at all. Luke frowned. He already knew Geo well, but he was still wary of Jonathan. Beckham then laughed heartily. Clan leaderly, are you worried about that kid Jonathan? Luke nodded lightly. Yes. Beckham waved his big hand. Clan leaderly, don't get me wrong, but you're scaring yourself. What do you mean? Luke was puzzled. Beckham smiled. Think about it, clan leader. If that kid Jonathan had a solution, would Geo still be running to the mall every day looking worried? Don't forget, Lianzhou has people repairing the official roads now, and Geo isn't even dealing with that. Everyone nodded repeatedly. The last shred of concern in Luke's heart slowly faded away. Beckham was right. If Jonathan had a solution, he wouldn't keep it from Geo. So, it looks like Jonathan is also out of options this time. At this point, Zen snorted with an extremely unpleasant expression. Beckham looked at him curiously. Old Yao, what's the matter? Zen snorted again. Damn it. Every time I think about being cheated out of 3,000 taels of silver by a bit of cement, I feel like cutting that little bastard Jonathan into pieces. At the mention of this incident, the faces of all the Tusi chieftains were filled with anger. Regarding the repair of the official roads that Beckham had just mentioned, they initially thought it was only routine maintenance, but they never expected that it would be reconstructed using sandstone and cement. Added to this was the fact that the residential buildings under vigorous construction in Liangzhou City now made it obvious to everyone that the cement they once treasured as a rare commodity was no longer precious at all. Zen's face was full of displeasure as he said, Clan leaderly, are we just going to watch them repair the official roads? Luke frowned. Although he was also upset about being cheated, there was nothing much they could do about it. Everyone should remember that the official road is not an ordinary path. If we intervene, Geo will have the excuse to send troops to protect the road. In that case, it will be detrimental to our subsequent actions. Beckham chimed in, Clan leaderly is right. Diao, just endure for now. Wait until that day comes and see what Geo can come up with. Besides, even if they really have some special things, we have been well prepared to ensure that no one dares to approach Liangzhou. Hearing this, the anger in Zen's heart subsided a bit. Old Ma, I like the way you talk. Let's just endure for now. But when the time comes, Geo and his people must be taught a lesson. In the prefectural office, the constables guarding outside Jonathan's courtyard were becoming more and more puzzled. Since taking up their positions here, they could hear the sounds of clinking coming from inside the courtyard every day. According to the guard captain's explanation, it should be the manufacturing of something called a bus. They knew what a cart was, but what was a bus? Just as they were wondering, the courtyard gate suddenly opened. Instinctively, both men looked over. They saw Jonathan walking out of the courtyard, holding two white box-like objects, one in each arm. Both were stunned. Lord Guogong, is this the bus? Jonathan laughed heartily. No, these are air conditioners. Air conditioners? Both men were thoroughly baffled. What on earth was this thing? Chapter 200, 2 Boris100,000 value points? A bargain. Without further explanation, Jonathan carried the indoor and outdoor units of the air conditioner to the Marigold's courtyard. Big Alexandria, here comes something good. Hearing this, the Marigold hurried out to greet him. Upon seeing what Jonathan was holding, she also wore a puzzled look. This is what Jace said would be cool? It didn't look like it at all. What's this, Jace? The Marigold couldn't help but ask. Jonathan smiled. An air conditioner. The term was completely foreign to her, leaving the Marigold thoroughly perplexed. How do you use this thing? Jonathan replied with a smile. Don't worry, Big Alexandria. Let me install it first. Having said that, he got busy installing both units, and then took out the remote control. Press this button, Big Alexandria, and the air conditioner will turn on. As Jonathan spoke, he pressed the switch. With a beep, the outdoor unit whirred into action, startling the Marigold. Before she could regain her composure, she felt a gust of cool wind on her face. She froze, quickly looking up at the white object hanging on the wall. This? The Marigold was speechless in shock. Jonathan laughed heartily and handed the remote control to her. Press the button again to turn it off. Why don't you try it, Big Alexandria? Like a puppet, the Marigold pressed the switch. With another beep, the sound from outside ceased, and the cool breeze vanished. She looked back and forth between the air conditioner on the wall and the remote control in her hand, her face full of amazement. Jace, did you make all this? Jonathan nodded without hesitation. The Marigold couldn't help but exclaim, Jace, you're truly amazing. Jonathan chuckled. Turn on the air conditioner, Big Alexandria. I need to get back to work. Oh yes, when the weather is nice, put the remote control in the sun. The Marigold was confused. Why the sun? Jonathan paused. He couldn't tell her it was for solar charging the remote control, so he said, it just works better that way. The Marigold nodded vaguely, and Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief as he left. On his way back, Jonathan pondered for a moment, then lit up. System, can I buy an additional central air conditioning system along with the solar light kit? The system immediately responded, yes, it only requires 200,000 value points. Jonathan didn't hesitate. Redeem. Just 200,000, a bargain. Moreover, now the entire shopping mall lacked only proper interior decoration and one elevator compared to what he was familiar with. Central air conditioning redemption successful. Remaining balance is 46,920,000. Listening to the system's voice, Jonathan returned to his courtyard with a broad smile. Before closing the door, Jonathan told the guards, let me know once the official road is repaired. Yes. The guard responded. A few days later, Geo appeared visibly haggard. Seeing this, Levi was heartbroken and said, Father, if you can't come up with a solution, stop thinking about it. Brother Jonathan said he had a plan, didn't he? Geo gave a bitter laugh. Chewie, do you still believe Jonathan has a solution? Levi hesitated. Didn't brother Jonathan say? Gio interrupted, even if Jonathan has a solution, it's too late now. And don't forget, he's still working on manufacturing those things called buses. Levi's expression changed. He realized the situation was not as simple as he had thought. Father, then what should we do? Gio sighed. If nothing else works, we won't rent out shops with poor lighting. Levi was taken aback. Father, that's at least half of the shops. Gio nodded dejectedly. It's the best we can do. Levi's expression became somber. It seemed that Jonathan wasn't omnipotent after all. There were aspects he hadn't considered. At this moment, a guard ran in excitedly. Sir, the official road leading north to Licho has been completed. This news invigorated Gio and Levi. Let's go check it out. Outside the city, they marveled at the flat, extremely sturdy cement road. This cement can be used not just for buildings but for roads like this, Gio remarked. Levi nodded repeatedly, realizing something he hadn't expected. Chewie, go settle the workers' pay for these past few days and have them start repairing the western road. Yes. Luke and other chieftains stood alongside the middle section of the official road, silent as they gazed at the cement path. They knew cement was special, but they never imagined how extraordinary it could be, creating such a flat and solid road. Moreover, according to the scouts' reports from Licho, after the merchants and civilians saw the cement road, their curses toward Liangzhou diminished significantly. Some even began to look forward to what Liangzhou had to offer. Zen said with a grim expression. Could this be the unique thing mentioned in the announcement? Although the chieftains were reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that this newly built official road genuinely left them shocked. Selen, what should we do? Zen asked Luke. Luke, however, did not appear too worried. He sneered, Chieftain Jiao, you don't need to be so nervous. This road is indeed beautiful, but what of it? Merchants still have to pass through our territory. As long as we use some tactics, we can make them turn back, cutting off the fuel at the bottom of the fire. Without merchants, no matter how good this road is, it's useless. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luke was right. They controlled the choke point into Liangzhou, whether by foot or by vehicle. Everyone had to go through their territory. As long as they didn't want people to go to Liangzhou, those people wouldn't be able to get there. At this moment, a scout rushed over. Chieftains, here's the latest news. Levi is paying the workers who built the official road. It's said that each person received 1 tael of silver. Hiss. The chieftains collectively drew in a sharp breath. In just a few days, he gave out 1 tael of silver per person. What a huge expense. But when they thought that this money might come from the 3,000 taels they paid for cement, everyone's faces darkened. Zen said resentfully. That old fox Gio is using our money to win the hearts of the people. How shameless. Beckham snorted. Old Yao, you shouldn't be too angry. Zen retorted angrily. How can I not be angry? Luke then sneered. Gio is indeed generous now, but such extravagance won't last long. The 2,000 taels of silver will soon be spent. And since we've blocked the merchants heading to Liangzhou, Gio and his group will soon run out of resources. At that time, as soon as we raise the price of grain, this money will flow back into our hands. And this time, they won't have any more money to buy grain. Chapter 201. Why not ask Brother Jonathan? Good idea. After listening to Luke's plan, the chieftains of the Tusi clans all cheered. Strangling the critical passageways and controlling the grain prices within the city would cause distress both inside and outside Liangzhou. Not to mention the substantial flaws in the high-rise building used as a mall. This time, they would absolutely not fail again. For a moment, bursts of laughter echoed in the Li family hall. Yamen of Liangzhou's magistrate. Gio was racking his brains trying to find a solution for the lighting problem in the mall when Levi burst in excitedly. Father, the wages have been distributed, and everyone is very happy. Gio forced a smile on his worried face. This news offered him a slight comfort. How much silver was paid? Gio asked casually. Levi replied, in total, we paid 2,300 taels, including those inside and outside the city. Before he finished, Gio exclaimed in shock. How much? Confused, Levi asked, 2,300 taels. What's wrong, father? Gio hastily asked, why so much? Many people were involved in the construction. Levi began counting on his fingers. More than 700 people worked on road construction and over 1,500 on multiple buildings in the city. So many indeed. Joe's expression turned grim instantly. Recently, aside from the mall's lighting issues, everything else had been flourishing. But Gio hadn't anticipated that this prosperity required so much silver. Previously, selling cement and receiving advance rent from the Jachin Pavilion only amounted to 5,000 taels, yet nearly half was spent this time. Upon understanding Joe's concern, Levi's excitement faded, replaced by a shadow of worry. Father, why don't we reduce the workforce? Levi suggested after some thought. No. Gio immediately shook his head. Although he didn't know what a bus was, as mentioned by Jonathan, since Jonathan insisted on road construction, it had to be executed thoroughly. Those residential buildings were Liangzhou's upcoming face to the world. Their construction progress couldn't be delayed. What should we do then? Levi's face mirrored deep worries. If we distribute wages again, our remaining silver will be exhausted. Gio frowned deeply, falling silent. If he knew how to solve this, Liangzhou wouldn't be in such a state. Levi proposed, Father, why don't we ask Jonathan? Gio pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. At present, only Jonathan could help them. However, Gio didn't harbor much hope. Last time, they could persuade the chieftains to buy cement and earn some silver, but that wouldn't work now. The income from Jachin Pavilion wasn't repeatable either. He had no idea where Jonathan could get more silver from. With a heavy heart, Gio and Levi approached the gate of Jonathan's courtyard. Jonathan, brother, my father and I have come to see you. Levi called out. The courtyard gate soon opened from inside, with Jonathan smiling. What brings you here today? Gio managed to smile. Jonathan, this visit is to inform you that the road leading north to Lizho has been completed. Oh. Jonathan was somewhat surprised. The construction speed was impressively fast, but seeing the expressions on the Abdur's faces, Jonathan felt something amiss. They showed no joy about the road's completion, only a hint of worry. Jonathan smiled and said, Magistrate Abdur must have something on his mind, right? Geo nodded and spoke frankly, Jonathan, the road was built so quickly because we mobilized almost 800 people. Though the speed is impressive, the expenses are also considerable. Including the citizens who worked on residential buildings in the city, it cost 2,300 taels. Only 2,500 taels remain in the Yamen, which won't cover the next round of wages. Jonathan understood after a brief calculation and reassured with a smile, Magistrate Abdur, there's no need to worry. The remaining 2,500 taels are enough to complete the eastern road to Chizhou. Afterward, many merchants will flood into Liangzhou to lease shops in the mall. The third round of wages can be covered by the rent collected from these shops. Upon hearing the solution, Zhou's expression didn't improve much. After noticing the lighting problems in many shops, his confidence in the mall's future had waned significantly. Renting out half of the 50-plus shops would already be a blessing. He lacked confidence in finding merchants willing to lease for 3 years like Jachin Pavilion did. A rough estimate suggested potential rent might reach only 1 to 2,000 taels at best. This amount of silver was only enough to pay the workers once. By then, the Yamen would be really strapped for cash. Although deeply worried, Geo didn't say much. Clearly, Jonathan had no solution either. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Jonathan, Geo left with Levi. The moment the courtyard gate closed, the worry on Zhou's face deepened even more than before meeting Jonathan. Levi was puzzled. Father, what's wrong with you? Geo glared at Levi in annoyance. What's wrong? It's still about the silver. Levi was even more bewildered. Didn't brother Jonathan mention a solution? That bit of silver is far from enough. Geo expressed his thoughts, and Levi was momentarily stunned after hearing them. The silver was indeed far from enough. Levi couldn't help but grow anxious. Then what should we do? Father, should we go ask brother Jonathan again? Geo shook his head and said, Jonathan must have considered these issues. But since he said that, it means he has no other solutions. Levi's heart sank. Even brother Jonathan can't solve this? It truly is a big problem. The father and son left with matching frowns, sitting around the table, unable to sleep all night. The next day, as the two were half asleep, a bailiff suddenly rushed in. Sir, His Grace instructed me to fetch you. The father and son immediately woke up, somewhat surprised. Levi asked suspiciously, Father, didn't we just meet brother Jonathan yesterday? Geo was also puzzled. If Jonathan had something to say, he should have mentioned it yesterday. At this moment, Levi suddenly exclaimed in joy, Father, could it be that brother Jonathan has thought of a way to earn money? Geo was taken aback, but quickly filled with hope. Let's go. Excitedly, the father and son came to the outside of Jonathan's courtyard. From afar, they saw Jonathan waiting for them at the door with a smile. Levi shouted loudly, Brother Jonathan, did you think of a way to earn money? Jonathan looked puzzled. A way to earn money? Didn't I say that yesterday? Both Geo and Levi froze, their faces soon filled with disappointment. Seems like they were overthinking it. Chapter 202. A vehicle can seat dozens. Jonathan, is there something you need from us? Geo asked with a forced effort to muster his spirits. My bus setup is nearly complete. I'd like to ask for some people to be stationed along the official road to set up a few stops, Jonathan replied with a smile. Stops? Geo was somewhat puzzled. Like the relay stations? After he spoke, Joe's expression turned grave. He had thought it would be enough just to have the road constructed, but he hadn't anticipated the need for follow-up actions. Relay stations weren't cheap to build and maintain, and Jonathan wanted several of them. All the silver taels left, over 2,000, probably wouldn't suffice. In an instant, Joe's brow furrowed in worry. At this moment, Jonathan smiled and explained, not relay stations. Just markers placed at specific points along the route where people can gather. So that's what it is. Geo breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just about setting up markers, it would be much cheaper. Yisrael wore a puzzled look. Brother Jonathan, where will these markers be placed? And why do we need people to gather there? One every li. Jonathan answered the first question and then chuckled. We make them gather so they can board the bus conveniently. Boarding the bus? The father and son were taken aback. Jonathan, you're planning on using that bus to transport merchants? Geo asked incredulously. Jonathan nodded. That's right. Yisrael's eyes widened. Brother Jonathan, when the time comes, there'll surely be plenty of merchants coming to Liangzhou. Won't it be too slow to bring them over one by one? Who said it's one by one? Jonathan countered with a laugh. Yisrael paused, then shook his head repeatedly. Even if a few can go at once, they probably can't wait that long. Geo nodded, feeling slightly disappointed. He had thought Jonathan indeed had something extraordinary up his sleeve, but it seemed his expectations were too high. Yet he couldn't complain too much. Under Jonathan's assistance, Liangzhou had developed more in a month than it had in the past 20 years. So Geo suggested, Jonathan, what Kai said makes sense. We should seize this opportunity to attract as many merchants as possible. Perhaps we should still let them come by themselves. But Jonathan smiled. What if one trip could accommodate dozens? Dozens? This number instantly stunned both Geo and Yisrael. They struggled to imagine what a vehicle carrying dozens of people would look like. Eventually, they conjured images of a long flatbed cart, only to shake their heads in disbelief. That was too unrealistic. Quickly, Yisrael warned, Brother Jonathan, those merchants have been lured to Liangzhou. We can't let them suffer under the sun. Geo also nodded. Kai is right. We should avoid making those merchants feel any resentment. Jonathan laughed heartily. You've misunderstood. Follow me, and I'll show you. With that, Jonathan turned and pushed open the yard gate, stepping through first. Geo and Yisrael hurried after him. Since Jonathan said they had misunderstood, it implied that things might be different from what they had imagined. Could it be that Jonathan really had built a vehicle beyond their imagination? For a moment, the father and son felt a hint of anticipation. The moment they entered the yard, Geo and Yisrael froze in place, staring wide-eyed at a square-shaped bus parked before them, their minds buzzing. Is this a vehicle? Such a large vehicle? And why does it have glass-like sides? Once they snapped out of it, both rushed toward the bus, examining it with amazement and shock etched on their faces. This is the bus? Gio murmured. Exactly. Jonathan nodded and encouraged with a smile. It's quite sturdy. You don't have to worry about damaging it. But still, Gio began to speak, only to be interrupted by Yisroel tapping the bus loudly, startling him. Realizing Yisroel was touching the bus casually, Gio scolded, You. Before he could finish, Yisroel exclaimed excitedly, Father, try it. It's made of iron. Iron? Gio, surprised, forgot his reprimand and quickly placed his hand on the bus. Feeling the cold touch, he became even more astonished and started knocking on the vehicle. Clang. The crisp sound instantly confirmed it was indeed iron. But why is this iron blue? Gio looked at the blue vehicle, completely baffled. At this moment, Jonathan stepped onto the bus via the door and said with a smile, Come up and take a look. Yisroel immediately ran up. Upon seeing the rows of seats inside, he couldn't help but gawk. A rough estimate suggested it could seat 30 or 40 people. Gio also climbed aboard the vehicle at this moment. Gazing at the interior layout, he was stunned in place. After a long while, Gio finally snapped back to his senses, his face full of disbelief. So, a vehicle that can carry dozens of people looks like this. Looking at the glass on the windows again, Gio couldn't help but say, Jonathan, isn't using crystal too extravagant? Jonathan laughed heartily and replied, This way, it's convenient for the passengers inside to see outside, and it won't be too dark inside either. Gio could only repeatedly smack his lips. Just with these pieces of crystal, the cost of this vehicle had already reached an astronomical figure. Yisroel circled around the interior of the car, suddenly noticing a very important issue. Brother Jonathan, how many horses will it take to pull your vehicle? Gio froze, then his expression changed. Indeed, although the vehicle was impressive and could carry 30 to 40 people at once, how many horses would it take to pull such a big vehicle? In Liangzhou City, horses were a scarce resource, and they were mostly old. Probably none of them could pull this vehicle. Thinking about this, the glimmer of joy that had just risen in Gio plummeted instantly. Jonathan laughed heartily. This vehicle doesn't need horses. Doesn't need horses? Yisroel and Gio both widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. How could a vehicle move without horses? Jonathan sat in the driver's seat and turned the key. Buzz. With a roar, the vehicle started to vibrate slightly. Standing up, Yisroel and Gio were startled, quickly grabbing onto the seats, shouting in panic, Jonathan, the Earth Dragon has turned over. Be careful. Jonathan glanced back at the two men and lightly patted his forehead. He had forgotten that these two had never been in a car before and would inevitably panic. Jonathan hurriedly explained, It's not the Earth Dragon turning over. This is normal when the vehicle starts. Normal situation? That word slightly eased the tension on Gio and Yisroel's faces. Jonathan pointed to the seats and said, You two sit down first. The two nodded and quickly sat down, clutching the seats tightly with both hands, their bodies tense. Jonathan gently pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle immediately began to slide forward. It's moving. It's moving. Yisroel shouted, staring outside. Joe's face turned pale, gripping the seat even tighter. This vehicle actually moves on its own. It was too frightening. Chapter 203. Can even change the temperature? Jonathan drove forward a short distance before stopping, laughing and saying, Look, do we need horses? Gio and Levi nodded repeatedly. They had felt it firsthand. But father and son soon realized an issue. Brother Jonathan, isn't this vehicle's speed too slow? At that speed, let alone horse-drawn carriages, it seemed slower than ox carts. Jonathan laughed heartily. That was just the slowest speed. If it speeds up, it can run faster than warhorses. Phew. Father and son both sucked in a breath of cold air, somewhat disbelieving. They had ridden horses before, especially warhorses, which ran at speeds akin to flying. Could this vehicle carry dozens of people and still be so fast? It seemed unimaginable. Unable to resist, Levi confirmed, Brother Jonathan, are you serious? Absolutely true. Jonathan nodded. Father and son exchanged glances, beginning to believe somewhat. After all, they hadn't believed Jonathan could make a vehicle that could pull dozens of people simultaneously. Since Jonathan said it, even if it wasn't as fast as a warhorse, it shouldn't be much slower either. Getting off the vehicle, father and son circled around it, then were thoroughly puzzled. Brother Jonathan, does this vehicle not need to eat hay? Levi asked doubtfully. It doesn't need anything. Jonathan shook his head with a smile. This vehicle was a solar-powered electric vehicle. Forget hay. It didn't even need gasoline. Don't need to feed? Father and son were shocked, almost unable to believe their ears. Was there such a miraculous thing in the world? Looking at Jonathan, admiration filled their eyes. Needless to say, it must have been done by Jonathan. Seeing the vehicle again, the two slowly became excited. With this vehicle, merchants coming to Liangzhou would surely be stunned. Chui, go set up the stops according to Jonathan's requirements immediately. Gio instructed. Levi nodded vigorously and left with high spirits. After Levi left, Gio said, Jonathan, if there's nothing else, I'll go set up the stops in the east. Hold on. Jonathan pointed to the solar lamp under the eaves and said, Sir Abdur, this is for lighting the market. Gio looked at the solar lamp, his face filled with disbelief, stammering. This can solve the problem of poor lighting in the market shops. Yes. Jonathan nodded. Didn't Sir Abdur ask me to think of a way before? Gio was taken aback, his face slowly showing a mixture of joy and bitterness. He thought Jonathan had only casually agreed, but never expected Jonathan to actually find a solution. He rushed to the solar lamp and examined it closely. But after examining it from all angles, he couldn't figure out how it worked, only noticing some parts resembled white jade. Jonathan, how does this work? Gio asked urgently. Jonathan walked over and pointed to the switch. Just turn this on. This one. Gio looked dubiously at the switch, then pressed it down. Click. As Gio pressed the switch, a blinding light instantly lit up, startling him into jumping back. Coming to his senses, Gio ignored the glaring light, staring intently at the solar lamp, his heart surging. It was daytime, and it could be this bright. Without a doubt, it could absolutely illuminate the entire shop. Looking at Jonathan, Gio couldn't help but feel deeply moved. A problem that had made him lose sleep, Jonathan had solved effortlessly. Gio smiled bitterly. When he couldn't match Rex, now even his son was surpassed, and the gap was growing wider. Collecting himself, Gio said, "I will install this right away." "Hold on." Jonathan stopped Gio. In his confusion, Gio heard Jonathan laugh and say, "Sir Abdur, don't you feel something is missing?" "Missing what?" Gio looked at the solar lamp, puzzled. "What's missing?" Jonathan pointed to the sky. "Doesn't Sir feel the market is a bit hot inside?" Gio was taken aback, then nodded. But he quickly became confused. "Can you make it cooler inside?" After speaking, Gio laughed disdainfully and shook his head. How was that possible? Making the market brighter was impressive enough. How could the temperature be lowered? Unless using ice blocks? Apart from Liangzhou not being able to store ice blocks, even if there were, they couldn't afford them. However, Jonathan nodded with a smile. Of course it can be done. Gio froze, his eyes widening in shock. Jonathan could even change the temperature? But this time, Gio didn't doubt it. Just today, Jonathan had come up with 2 things he could never have imagined. So, it wouldn't be surprising if he came up with another. Alright, then we'll install it all together once you're done. Gio nodded. After confirming that Jonathan had nothing else to say, he left in hurried strides full of vigor. This trip had solved all his problems at once. Now, he had no worries at all. Gio immediately rushed straight to the eastward road under construction and personally joined in. This scene, as well as Levi's setup of stations, was soon discovered by scouts and reported to the chieftains. In the Li family hall, the chieftain patriarchs were whispering about the new information they had obtained, their faces showing puzzled expressions. Why was Levi setting up signs at intervals? And why did Gio suddenly change from being dejected to full of energy? Zen and Beckham discussed a few sentences but couldn't reach a conclusion. They couldn't help but speak up. "Leaderly, something seems off with the Abdur father and son today. Is there something going on that we don't know?" Luke frowned deeply. He had received the same news as everyone else, especially the revival of Joe's spirit, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that Gio has solved the problem of poor lighting in the mall? Thinking of this, Luke looked at everyone. "Is there any new news about the mall today?" Everyone shook their heads, and several chieftain patriarchs even said, "Leaderly, according to the scout reports, Gio didn't go to the mall at all today." Luke's frown deepened instantly. Could it be that something changed within Liangzhou City? Luke's mind instantly brought up the name of Yuxuange, startling him. "I understand." The chieftain patriarchs hurriedly looked at Luke. "Leaderly, what do you understand?" "It's Yuxuange," Luke said heavily, calculating the time. The people from Yuxuange should have set out from the capital and might already be halfway here. And before they set out, they would definitely contact Gio, perhaps even sending along a solution for the mall lighting issue. Everyone was startled. If it was Yuxuange, it wasn't impossible to come up with a solution. But they absolutely couldn't let Gio and Jonathan succeed. Chapter 204, Cheater Liangzhou. "What should we do?" everyone hurriedly asked. Luke narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Now it seems that we can only spread the news about the dim lighting in the mall in advance. In this way, many merchants will inevitably give up the idea of coming to Liangzhou. And after they know this, they will certainly use this as an excuse to pressure Liangzhou's pricing, and Gio and the others will surely suffer huge losses." The chieftain's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a good idea. The chieftains immediately dispersed and arranged for people in nearby cities to spread the new news. Once the message that there was an issue with the lighting in the mall was spread, it quickly spread among the merchants who were paying attention to Liangzhou. The originally subsiding curses rang out again. The label of a cheat on Liangzhou became more firmly attached. Upon hearing the reported news, the chieftains couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, Liangzhou would absolutely never be able to turn things around. This news was soon delivered by homing pigeon to Arn and his companions. Several merchants who came with Arn to investigate Liangzhou looked doubtful when they saw the news. "Kit, is the shopping mall in Liangzhou really like that?" Arn looked at the letter, his face turning somewhat ugly. Because Imran's shops this time were located at the entrance of the mall, there was no problem with the lighting. It was precisely because of this reason that he had not thought much about it. Recalling now, Arn immediately realized that the news in the letter wasn't false. According to the construction structure of the mall, more than half of the shops had poor lighting. Seeing Arnie's troubled expression, the few people didn't ask further but already knew the answer and could not help feeling disappointed. Arn had previously described Liangzhou as almost perfect and highly praised the person who changed Liangzhou, but now, it seemed no better than ordinary. Arn came back to his senses and noticed their expressions, feeling ashamed. "Sorry, I didn't think much about this issue." Facing Arn, the few people smiled and waved their hands. "Kit, don't mind it. We'll treat this as a leisure trip." Arn felt even worse inside, sighing, "Everyone. All the expenses for this trip will be borne by me." The group did not refuse and left one by one. After everyone left, Arn couldn't help but show worry on his face. For shops, the lighting issue was not a small problem. This problem might seriously affect the future of the mall. If this problem couldn't be resolved, it would certainly affect Imran's business in the mall. At this moment, Jonathan's confident figure flashed in Arnie's mind. Could this person have a solution? This thought vanished as soon as it appeared. If he had a way, wouldn't the lighting problem have been solved when he went to check? Jonathan probably hadn't noticed the design flaw either. For a moment, Arnie's expression grew increasingly serious. Looking towards the direction of Liangzhou, his gaze lost its previous excitement and anticipation. "Jonathan, merchants from several neighboring cities are discussing the lighting problem in the mall." In Jonathan's courtyard, Gio told Jonathan. Jonathan pondered for a moment and couldn't help laughing. "It seems those people are getting restless because of your recent demeanor, Governor Abdur." Gio nodded, and a cold smile appeared on his face. If this were before, Hearing this news would have made him extremely anxious. But now, he wasn't worried at all, because Jonathan had already perfectly solved the lighting problem in the mall. Now if the Tusi exposed this issue, it would only elevate Liangzhou's fame. When all lies were uncovered, countless merchants would come to Liangzhou. At this moment, Jonathan chuckled, Governor Abdur, since they're willing to help us increase our fame, we don't need to install the lights yet. Not installing them, of course not. Gio nodded repeatedly, his face full of cold smiles. Wait until the official opening day. We'll make those Tusi drop their jaws. Days passed, and 2 concrete roads leading north and east were completed, along with the establishment of respective stations. Under Zhou's instructions, a notice began to be posted in several nearby cities. In 10 days, Liangzhou will transport everyone to Liangzhou using an extremely special method. Those intending to go to Liangzhou can wait at the designated spots along the main road. Both merchants and civilians furrowed their brows upon seeing the notice. This liar dared to spread fake news again, trying to deceive them into going to Liangzhou? If I go to Liangzhou, my last name will be written backward. Special method? Still trying to trick us? Wait at designated spots? Wait for what? Are carriages supposed to pick us up? Doubtful and even cursing voices, encouraged by the people arranged by the Tusi, continuously resounded. A chamber of commerce was even formed among the merchants to jointly boycott Liangzhou. This outcome surprised and delighted the Tusi clan chiefs. They hadn't expected that these merchants would hate Liangzhou so much after being provoked by them. This was truly great. Liangzhou had indeed become the target of public denunciation. The same situation was reported to Gio by Liangzhou's constables. After hearing it, Zhou's expression became somewhat solemn. Although the recent curses had raised Liangzhou's profile, it seemed now that many might not wish to come due to Liangzhou's reputation as a place of deceivers. This was quite ominous, but he couldn't figure out how to break this deadlock. Gio hurriedly found Jonathan. Jonathan, the current situation is not optimistic. Have we been too lenient with the Tusi? Jonathan waved his hand. It's fine. Seeing that Jonathan didn't seem to realize the severity of the situation, Gio hurriedly explained the news he had received. A chamber of commerce boycotting Liangzhou has appeared in the civilian world, Jonathan. This isn't a small matter. Gio said gravely. Jonathan still looked unconcerned. Governor Abdur, all this happens because everything we've said is based on lies. But Governor Abdur should know, what we said is true. The Yuxuan settling in Liangzhou is true, there being no problem with the lighting in the mall is true, and the special transport method is also true. When the lies are proven false, all actions based on them will dissipate. Gio paused, then looked enlightened. Indeed, he had worried too much. So we continue to leave it be? Gio asked. Yeah. Jonathan nodded, then smiled coldly. The day the Yuxuan people arrive in Liangzhou will be the moment everything turns around. Gio imagined the scene when things turned around, which made him so excited that his whole body trembled. He looked at Jonathan with gleaming eyes. That day would certainly be recorded in Liangzhou's history. And the one who created all this was Jonathan. Chapter 205. Are you hot? Kit, please take a look at this message. The few merchants who had come with Arn approached him again, handed over the received letter to Arn, and their expressions seemed somewhat peculiar. They couldn't figure out why Arn had been so enthusiastic about praising a city boycotted by the southwestern merchants before. Arn took the letter with puzzlement. After reading it, he was stunned on the spot. The group of people got a fright and hurriedly asked, Kit, are you okay? Arn came back to his senses, but his heart had already sunk to the bottom. In just a month's time, Liangzhou had undergone so many changes. It seemed that the Liangzhou in his memory was not the same city at all. How could it be like this? How did Jonathan, who looked wise to him, deal with these issues? Or perhaps, these pieces of information were too true for Jonathan to refute. If it were the former, it would still be better, but if it were the latter, a shadow instantly covered Arnie's mind, even making him doubt whether his decision back then was right or wrong. The merchants on the opposite side exchanged glances. After hesitating for a while, they said, Kit, regarding this Liangzhou, should we still go? After a moment of silence, Arn forced a smile and said, let's pause here for now. I will immediately write a letter to ask clearly. The group of people nodded their heads. That's a good idea. Arn immediately wrote a letter and sent it to Liangzhou as quickly as possible. 2 days later, at the governor's office in Liangzhou, Gio found Jonathan in a hurry and passed the letter from Arn to Jonathan. His expression was abnormally serious. In the letter, Arn candidly wrote down the news he heard along the way, indicating significant worry in his words. Jonathan, this matter must be handled well, Gio said gravely. If Jaichen Pavilion gives up on settling in Liangzhou, the rumors will be confirmed. After reading the letter, Jonathan nodded. What Gio said wasn't wrong either. But he wasn't worried at all about Arn not coming to Liangzhou. Even if Arn really decided to give up on setting up the Jaichen Pavilion in Liangzhou, he could change Arnie's mind. Jonathan laughed and said, Director Abdur, what about the messenger who delivered the letter? Gio thought Jonathan wanted to convey something to him, and hurriedly asked someone to invite the messenger in. Jonathan glanced at the messenger and suddenly smiled. Although the climate here is slightly cooler than the capital, after such a long journey, it must be very hot, right? Upon hearing this, Gio beside him immediately frowned. Why was Jonathan concerned about the messenger's feelings? Shouldn't they try to eliminate the misunderstanding as soon as possible? The messenger started to wonder in his heart. This trip to Liangzhou early, Arn had specially instructed him, assuring him that Jonathan would explain everything, so he must remember every word Jonathan said. What's happening now? But the messenger merely hesitated for a second before pretending to have an epiphany. Now I understand. Jonathan is trying to win me over, wanting me to say a few good words to Kit. The messenger's face immediately became cold, responding indifferently, thank you for your concern. It's my duty, no matter how hard it is. Please give a reply as soon as possible. I need to return as quickly as possible. Gio detected the displeasure in the messenger's words and urgently signaled Jonathan to stop talking about unrelated topics. However, Jonathan seemed oblivious to the messenger's meaning and smiled. It's too hot here, let's talk inside. Saying that, Jonathan entered the room without waiting for the messenger's reaction. The messenger was taken aback. Jonathan's actions were different from what he expected. Gio was also stunned, not quite understanding what Jonathan was doing. But now everything depended on Jonathan's actions, so he had no choice but to say, Jonathan is right, let's talk inside. The messenger followed behind Jonathan with furrowed brows, but once inside, his frown deepened even more, because it was even hotter inside than outside. Just as the messenger was about to speak, he saw Jonathan press a button on a long rectangular box with carvings. With a beep, the messenger suddenly felt a gust of cool air blowing from behind him. Startled, the messenger quickly dodged and turned around defensively. But when he turned around, he realized that there wasn't anyone attacking him as he imagined. Instead, it was a large rectangular box blowing out cold air towards him. The messenger was stunned and subconsciously asked, "What is this?" Gio, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded, staring at the air conditioner with surprise and confusion in his eyes. He was also seeing this thing for the first time. Jonathan did not answer the messenger's question, but invited him to sit down. The messenger sat down in puzzlement and wanted to ask further. But Jonathan said, "Please tell Mr. Devon that those rumors are deliberately spread by some people. To truly know what Liangzhou is like, Mr. Devon should come and see it himself." Having said this, Jonathan stood up. "You can cool off here. I have something to discuss with Director Abdur." Then, Jonathan gave a meaningful glance to Gio, who was equally puzzled, and the two walked out together. Gio followed Jonathan out of the room in a fog, and as soon as they were far enough away, he hurriedly asked, "Jonathan, what is that thing that blows out cool air?" "An air conditioner," Jonathan replied with a smile. Come to think of it, the air conditioner was installed because of the Princess Lexi. After installing the air conditioner for the Princess Lexi, she noticed that Jonathan himself didn't have one and insisted he move the air conditioner back. Helpless, Jonathan had no choice but to install one for himself too. But for Jonathan, who was impervious to cold and heat, he never used it after installation. Yet now, it came in handy unexpectedly. After personally experiencing the effect of the air conditioner, the messenger would certainly tell Arn all about it in detail. As long as Arn wasn't foolish, he could see the prospects and market for air conditioners. Even if the Jaichen Pavilion didn't settle in Liangzhou, Arn would definitely come over personally. And once Arn came to Liangzhou, he would surely not abandon settling the Jaichen Pavilion in Liangzhou. Everything linked perfectly. Jonathan's plan was so profound. Gio couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. No wonder he asked the messenger if he was hot all of a sudden. How wrong he was to think Jonathan was talking nonsense earlier. Embarrassed, Gio sighed with relief. Thinking of the messenger, Gio hurriedly asked, "Jonathan, how should we entertain him?" In Zhou's mind, the messenger Arn sent must be a confidant and needed to be treated well. However, Jonathan waved his hand with a smile. No need to entertain him? No need to entertain him? Gio was taken aback. Yes. Jonathan nodded confidently. In a moment, he will definitely ask to take his leave. Ah. Gio froze, utterly baffled. Just as he was puzzled, the messenger's voice came from behind. "Please wait, sir. I will prepare to return and report to young master." Gio was instantly stunned. Chapter 206 The Flattest Official Road. "Are you leaving now?" Gio snapped out of his daze and asked the envoy in disbelief, while constantly glancing at Jonathan. He couldn't understand how Jonathan could guess the envoy's actions so accurately. The envoy nodded firmly, yes. As he spoke, he also looked at Jonathan, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. He said, "I was too abrupt just now. Please forgive me, Lord Marquis." Gio became even more confused. Why did the envoy suddenly apologize to Jonathan? What on earth happened? Gio didn't know, but Jonathan understood clearly. Without a doubt, after carefully observing, the envoy realized Liangzhou's immense attraction to Arn. Even someone like Arn, who had some influence in every corner of Great Chu, might have to face Jonathan with a humble attitude. In such a situation, how could this envoy of Arn dare to show any contempt toward Jonathan? This apology was clearly to make up for the previous indiscretion. Jonathan smiled faintly and said, "Go back and tell young Master Devon everything that happened today." The envoy breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, Lord Marquis. I will report it word by word." After seeing Jonathan nodding, the envoy bowed to Gio and left hastily. Only when the envoy completely disappeared from sight did Gio regain his senses, still wearing a puzzled expression. "Jonathan, letting him leave like this, will it be all right?" Jonathan smiled confidently, "Absolutely fine." Seeing Jonathan's confidence, although Gio was full of doubts, he chose to trust him. After all, Jonathan had easily solved so many thorny problems before. Especially now. Borisandreds of miles away, Arnie's expression grew increasingly grave as he went over the news received these days after the envoy set off. In those reports, Liangzhou seemed to be a place everyone wanted to hit. If Liangzhou's situation was like this, then the Yushuan Pavilion absolutely couldn't settle there. Because in such a place, no one would go there. Several merchants who came with Arn had also begun to look uneasy, often shaking their heads at Arn. The highly praised Kit Devon from the capital had been deceived. Just as Arn was losing more faith in Liangzhou, the envoy sent to Liangzhou finally returned. Arnie's spirit lifted slightly upon seeing the envoy. Compared to other sources, he trusted what his own people reported. Those few merchants also saw the envoy return and gathered around. "Kit, I have delivered your letter to Magistrate Abdur." The envoy hadn't finished speaking when someone cut in. What did he say? Did he deny it vehemently? Said the information we heard is all false? Another nodded in agreement. Of course, who would admit to these things? The envoy patiently waited for them to finish and said, "Indeed." Before he finished, several merchants interrupted excitedly again. "See, I told you he wouldn't admit it." "Exactly, disgraced. Using such means to deceive Kit, truly detestable." "Oh, I think there's no need for us to visit Liangzhou anymore." Their chattering made Arnie's expression change repeatedly. Just as his spirits had lifted, they plunged again. If these pieces of information spread widely, they must not be completely false. Since Gio denied everything, it means Gio was lying. From this, it seems Liangzhou is indeed a scam as reported. Thinking of this, Arn sighed deeply. his face filled with disappointment. At this moment, the envoy finally got a chance to speak. Please let me finish, gentlemen. The merchants were taken aback and looked at the envoy curiously. Was what they said wrong? All frowned. They didn't see a problem with their words. One immediately said, then you speak. The others nodded. They wanted to see what the envoy could come up with. Arn, recovering from his disappointment, noticed the envoy's demeanor seemed different from what he imagined. Not anger or disappointment, but an undercurrent of excitement. Realizing the envoy's expression was excitement, Arn suspected if he was mistaken. How could the envoy show such emotion? While Arn was wondering, the envoy started narrating. When I arrived in Liangzhou, I found the official roads there are completely different from where we are walking now. Upon hearing this, one young noble merchant scoffed. Of course they're different. What kind of place is that? A desolate place. The road there must be rough and impassable for carriages, right? Arn frowned as well. Official roads across the empire are all pretty much the same. At most prosperous areas have wider and flatter ones while poorer areas have narrower and rougher ones. Is it even worth mentioning such common knowledge? Just as Arn was about to tell the envoy to focus on important matters, he saw the envoy shake his head and give a mysterious smile. To be honest, young masters may not believe me, but the official road in Liangzhou is the flattest one I've ever seen, with no exception. What did you say? Including Arn, they all frowned, their faces filled with disbelief. It's flat enough already, and now you say it's uniquely flat? How is this possible? Several merchants quickly questioned, do you know what you're talking about? Let's not talk about other things. Could there possibly be an official road flatter than the capital's? Have you been bribed by people from Liangzhou? How can you speak such lies? Arn listened with a furrowed brow. He also felt that what the envoy said was exaggerated. He had walked on the official roads of Liangzhou before, barely passable. How did it suddenly become the flattest road with no exception? Thinking about the suggestion that the envoy might have been bribed, Arnie's expression turned serious. He would never allow anyone around him to be bought. Just as he was about to scold, the envoy smiled at him. I understand what you all are thinking, but please trust me, Kit. Arn was stunned, not understanding the envoy's intention. Seeing this, the envoy reminded him, Kit, cement. Arnie's eyes instantly widened in surprise. His voice raised unconsciously. You mean, the official roads in Liangzhou are paved with cement? The envoy nodded heavily. Exactly. Whoa. Arn immediately sucked in a cold breath, feeling shocked. To pave the official road with cement, what a grand gesture. While Arn was still astonished, the other merchants were utterly confused. Cement? Mud mixed with water? It sounds strange, but it doesn't seem like anything special. Why did Arn react this way? Chapter 207. You'll see once you arrive. Kit, isn't it just water and mud? There's no need to be so surprised, right? A merchant with aristocratic background asked in confusion, even if it felt smooth at first. After some time, or even just a heavy rain, it would become bumpy again, wouldn't it? Right? This kind of road is totally impractical. It's not only worse than paved stone roads, but also worse than gravel roads. Are you unable to understand these issues, or are you deliberately muddling the waters? Several other young masters echoed his words, their gazes filled with doubt as they looked at the envoy. As they were speaking, Arnie's voice suddenly rang out from the side. He is not lying. Boorish. The merchants froze, staring at Arn in surprise. Kit, what did you say? He didn't lie? That's correct. Arn nodded. Reminded by the envoy, he realized the wonders of cement. If it could build a 6-story building standing upright, then paving a road would naturally be no problem either. Several people remained puzzled. Kit, it's merely water-mixed mud. Although the weather now makes it level, once it rains, won't it cease to exist? Hearing this, Arn couldn't help but laugh. His initial thoughts upon hearing cement were exactly the same as theirs. Seeing Arn smile, the young masters were perplexed. Kit, why are you laughing? What we call cement is not just water-mixed mud, Arn explained with a smile. The young masters widened their eyes. Not water-mixed mud? Then what is it? Let me think. Arn paused for thought, but found it hard to describe cement. You will understand after we arrive in Liangzhou. The young masters became even more bewildered. Kit, we're going to Liangzhou? Arn was taken aback, then turned to look at the envoy. Please continue. Yes, sir. The envoy responded and continued. You know the situation within the city of Liangzhou, so I won't go into detail about that. The next thing I'm going to tell you, if you haven't experienced it yourself, you would never believe it. With that, the envoy paused, sparking Arnie's curiosity. The merchants frowned, expecting the envoy to speak of another exaggeration. In a mysterious tone, the envoy said, that duke can alter the temperature. After finishing his sentence, the envoy scanned Arn and the others, hoping to see shock on their faces. However, instead of being shocked, the faces before him were filled with skepticism. You said what? Alter the temperature? One of the merchants confirmed. Yes, change the temperature. The envoy quickly nodded. As soon as he finished, the merchants burst into laughter, rolling with laughter. Ha ha ha. Arn furrowed his brows, his gaze slightly reproachful toward the envoy. The envoy was stunned, not understanding their reactions. After all, when he felt the temperature change, he was astonished for quite some time. One of the merchants laughed loudly. Kit, everyone knows you are generous. How can this person not know that ice blocks can be used to lower temperatures in summer? Arnie's expression darkened as he glared at the envoy, looking somewhat displeased. During extremely hot weather, he certainly had not been stingy with these things. Arn couldn't help but say, did you forget all these matters? Finally realizing why Arn and the merchants reacted this way, the envoy hurriedly explained, Sir, I know using ice blocks can lower temperatures, but what cools down Liangzhou city is definitely not ice blocks. Not ice blocks. The merchants stopped laughing abruptly, turning their puzzled gazes back to the envoy. The envoy nodded vigorously, appearing certain. At first, he thought it was ice blocks too. However, after Jonathan and Geo left, he searched the room thoroughly but found no ice blocks at all. The source of the cool breeze was a long rectangular box. Arn was also stupefied. No ice blocks. How can it cool down? The envoy gestured. It's this thing hanging on the wall, blowing real cool air. Tiffy. It's genuine cold air. As the envoy spoke, recalling his experience, his face still showed amazement. The merchants exchanged looks. What they assumed was completely different, and it was something they had never even heard of. Are you sure you weren't deceived? One of the merchants couldn't help asking. I've investigated thoroughly front and back, and I guarantee there's no trickery, the envoy affirmed confidently. At this moment, Arn thought of the gas masks Jonathan had given him. His heart skipped a beat. Could this thing be Jonathan's latest creation? Considering this possibility, Arn instantly became excited. In the scorching heat of summer, an item that can change the temperature would have a huge market potential. He immediately said to the puzzled young masters, I'm still going to Liangzhou. What about you? The young masters exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. We're coming too. Good, let's go. Arn spoke, leading the way with evident excitement and anticipation. The young masters followed closely behind but lacked Arnie's enthusiasm, instead carrying a mocking smile. What so-called unparalleled smooth official road? What long box that could blow cool air without ice blocks? Just nonsense. If their initial purpose for going to Liangzhou was to explore the business opportunities Arn had hinted at, now their goal was to expose Liangzhou's lies. 6 days later, under Arnie's constant urging, the caravan arrived outside a forest where Arn suddenly stopped. Kit, why aren't we moving? The young masters asked in confusion. Arn smiled as he looked at the forest. This forest is extraordinary. The locals call it Devil Forest. Devil Forest? The young masters laughed mockingly. Such a name. Does it mean there are devils inside? Barbaric place, indeed lacking in knowledge. Just as they were ridiculing, they heard Arn continue. For thousands of years, no living creature that has entered this forest has come out alive. The laughter abruptly stopped. The young masters stared at Arn in astonishment. Kit, are you joking? Arn retorted. Do I look like I'm joking? At this moment, a series of shouts came from the nearby farmland. Then, more than 10 quacking ducks rushed out of the field in panic and scattered in all directions. A few ducks ran straight toward the Devil Forest. Behind the ducks, a man around 50 was waving a branch. Seeing the ducks heading toward the Devil Forest, the man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly ran to stop them. But he was too slow, and the ducks rushed into the Devil Forest. Looking at the ducks entering the Devil Forest, the man wore a pained expression. After standing outside the Devil Forest for a while, he turned away with a heavy heart. The young masters approached him, asking curiously, why don't you chase after them? The man looked at them strangely. Am I stupid? Why would I risk my life for a few ducks? Chapter 208. What kind of person was he? What did you say? The faces of the young masters changed. They felt this man was criticizing them indirectly. One said unhappily, just catching up with ducks. Why does it mean risking lives? The man was even more puzzled. They rushed into the ghost woods. How to chase? The young masters instantly widened their eyes. This ghost woods is really that scary? Only now did the man notice a bunch of unfamiliar faces beside him. He hurriedly said, you are from out of town? Let me tell you, you absolutely can't enter the ghost woods. Once in, you'll never come out. Is it that scary? The young masters looked doubtful. Of course it's scary. The man shook his head repeatedly, fear on his face. The young masters wanted to ask more, but the man was about to leave. A young master had an idea and said, we will buy your ducks. The man froze. The young master already stuffed a silver ingot into the man's hand. Looking at the 5 taels of silver, the man smiled broadly. Sell, sell. After saying this, the man drove all the remaining ducks to the young masters. These are all yours now. The young masters then looked at Arn. Young Master 3, we want to see how powerful the ghost woods is. Do you mind? Arn faintly smiled and shook his head. The young masters immediately got ropes tied to the ducks' feet, and then drove the ducks towards the ghost woods. Watching the ducks waddle into the ghost woods, disbelief filled the young masters' faces. It was just a forest. Could it be so strange? And ghost woods, pure self-frightening. Under the gaze of the young masters, the ducks soon walked into the ghost woods. The attendants who were holding the ropes soon felt no movement ahead and said, young masters, the ducks aren't moving. What? The young masters were shocked. Less than 1 cup of tea time after entering the ghost woods, there was no more sound? Pull them out, the young masters ordered. Yes. The attendants immediately started pulling. Soon, dead ducks were dragged back one by one. Seeing the completely dead ducks, the young master's original disdain turned into horror. The ghost woods were indeed terrifying. Regaining their senses, they hurriedly said, young Master 3, let's change our route. Yes, there must be ghosts in this forest. Listening to them, Arn almost laughed. Just now, they were still saying how there couldn't possibly be ghosts in the woods. However, for the ghost woods, Arn wasn't afraid at all. He walked to a chest and said, open it. Yes. The attendant took out a key and prepared to open it. Seeing this scene, the young masters were puzzled. What was Arn doing? Changing direction was the right choice, right? Still wondering, the chest opened, revealing strange, black objects. The young masters became more puzzled. Young Master 3, what are these? As they spoke, they picked up gas masks to look at. But try as they might, they didn't know what these things were for. They could only vaguely feel it seemed like a mask. At this point, Arn chuckled. This thing is called an anti-poisonous gas mask, specifically used to resist poisonous gas. A mask to resist poisonous gas? All were stunned, suspicion in their expressions. How had they never heard of such a thing before? Someone suddenly realized another meaning in Arnie's words and asked in surprise, young Master 3, do you mean there's poisonous gas in the ghost woods? Indeed. Arn nodded. The reason why no one comes out once entering the ghost woods is due to the poisonous gas. Saying this, Arn shook the gas mask in his hand. But with this, there's no need to fear. Ignoring Arnie's last sentence, the young masters curiously asked, young Master 3, how did you know there was poisonous gas in this forest? Did you go in? Arn didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked in the direction of Liangzhou. Thinking of Jonathan's feet, Arn sighed with emotion, shaking his head. Of course I haven't been in, but someone has. Who? The young masters asked in astonishment. The person in Liangzhou City I mentioned before, Arn explained, raising the gas mask again. Including this anti-poisonous gas mask, it was also made by him. Whoa, so amazing. The young masters sucked in cold air in unison. To find such pure, large pieces of glass was fine, but to be able to manufacture anti-poisonous gas masks? For a moment, the young masters found it hard to believe. Such a character, how could he live in a place like Liangzhou? Young Master 3, we're not doubting you. A young master looked at the gas mask. But this ghost woods looks extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could cost one's life. If this anti-poisonous gas mask is unreliable, guaranteed to be reliable, Arn directly interrupted the other party. Without waiting for the other to continue speaking, Arn put on the gas mask and said, if you are not reassured, I'll go in first. After saying that, regardless of the young master's and servants' attempts to stop him, Arn forcibly entered the ghost woods. Although he trusted Jonathan, the moment Arn stepped into the ghost woods, he still felt tense. Pooh! When Arn stepped on withered branches and leaves, a grayish-white poisonous gas emerged. Arnie's expression changed as he instinctively held his breath. But soon, he realized he was wearing the anti-poisonous gas mask and gradually resumed breathing. After confirming that he felt no discomfort, Arn became excited. The anti-poisonous gas mask really worked. Jonathan didn't deceive me. Arn immediately walked briskly, looking for traces left by Jonathan. As he stepped, more poisonous gas kept surfacing, but it did not harm Arn at all. After exploring for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Arn turned around and headed back. Outside the ghost woods, everyone stared intently at the spot where Arn had entered, their hearts racing. The young masters cursed Jonathan, whose name they didn't even know yet, in their hearts. If Arn died in the ghost woods, they would bear some responsibility. Just as everyone was anxiously worried, a figure emerged from the ghost woods. It's young Master 3, it's young Master 3. The attendants shouted with surprise and joy. The young masters exhaled in relief, their tensed nerves relaxing. Then, their gazes fell on the gas masks in their hands. This thing actually worked to prevent the poisonous gas. For a moment, the young masters were filled with curiosity about Jonathan. Who exactly was the person who could create such a device and was constantly praised by Arn? Arn returned to the group and smiled. Now everyone can rest assured, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, Arn waved his hand. Let's set off. Chapter 209. The Impossible Possibility. In the Li family's main hall, the chieftain elders gathered together, chatting casually in a lively atmosphere. These past 10 days had been incredibly comfortable for them. With their encouragement, Liangzhou's reputation was now worse than ever. More importantly, Jonathan and Gio had not made any attempts to salvage the situation. Undoubtedly, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Even though Liangzhou City was still bustling with construction, in the eyes of the chieftain elders, all this effort would be in vain. Chiefly, you have played a significant role in curbing Liangzhou's momentum this time, Zen said with admiration on his face. The others nodded in agreement, having no objections to what Zen said. Without Luke's arrangements, they would not have gained such a significant advantage. It was completely right to attribute this whole matter to Luke's efforts. Luke felt very proud in his heart but wore an humble expression on his face, saying, this is everyone's achievement. I dare not take all the credit. Beckham laughed heartily. Chief Li is too modest. The others followed suit in praising Luke. Listening to these words, Luke felt at ease and was about to say something courteous when a servant suddenly rushed in. Chief, Lord Dong has sent someone over with a message. Lord Dong? The hall fell silent for a moment, and Luke quickly replied, please invite him in. A prefectural officer entered and said, Lord received news that more than 80 people from the Jiechen Pavilion approached Liangzhou from hundreds of miles away 10 days ago. Do you know anything about this? The Jiechen Pavilion is sending people here? This piece of information left all the chieftain elders, including Luke, stunned. They had no idea. The officer snorted, Lord anticipated you wouldn't know, so he sent me to inform you. Luke hurriedly responded, yes, thank you for informing us. Then, a hint of doubt appeared on Luke's face as he continued. Is the Jiechen Pavilion truly planning to settle in Liangzhou? The officer snorted again. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Speechless, Luke managed to smile and asked, does Lord Dong have any other instructions? The officer said, Lord said regardless of what the Jiechen Pavilion plans to do, you must investigate their movements and report back to him. If the Jiechen Pavilion intends to settle in another city, Lord will handle it himself. But if it's Liangzhou, Luke interjected, please rest assured, Lord. If the Jiechen Pavilion truly intends to settle in Liangzhou, we will definitely sabotage their plans. You understand well? The officer nodded satisfactorily and then hurried off to report back. After the officer left, the previous liveliness of the hall vanished, and each person frowned deeply. Chiefly, does the Jiechen Pavilion really plan to settle in the southwestern region? Tyler couldn't help but ask in disbelief. In his view, none of the cities in the southwestern region were worthy of attention from a merchant organization like the Jiechen Pavilion. Moreover, apart from Liangzhou confirming that the Jiechen Pavilion would settle within its walls, there was no news whatsoever from the other cities. In other words, the Jiechen Pavilion had a high probability of settling in Liangzhou. This was something he found impossible to comprehend. In fact, most of the chieftain elders present felt the same way. All eyes turned toward Luke. Luke wore a grave expression. His earlier pride was long gone, replaced by seriousness. After pondering for a moment, Luke spoke slowly. Regardless of which city the Jiechen Pavilion plans to settle in, we must prevent it. The other chieftain elders were somewhat surprised since the officer had just said that if the Jiechen Pavilion chose another city, Lord Davidson would handle it personally. Luke explained, don't you want to show your loyalty and capability before Lord Dong? Everyone was stunned, then nodded in quick succession. Indeed, they needed an opportunity to showcase their strength. This was indeed a good opportunity. With everyone's agreement, Luke immediately began making arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, We need to closely monitor the movements of the Jachin Pavilion's party. Everyone should dispatch all available people to keep close watch on every city gate. Once you spot members of the Jachin Pavilion, use any method to intercept them. Understood. Everyone chorused in unison and dispersed to make preparations. One day later, the chieftain elders gathered again, but their expressions were even more serious than yesterday. Not only did they arrange surveillance at various city gates, but they also dispatched scouts to distant areas to gather intelligence. However, the information gathered greatly puzzled them. No one had seen any trace of the Jachin Pavilion's group passing through the essential channels leading to each city. Chiefly, this is strange. Can the Jachin Pavilion's people fly down from the sky? Zen asked perplexedly. Beckham also said, yeah, we haven't heard that the people of the Jachin Pavilion can fly or travel through the earth. The others echoed in agreement, their expressions bewildered. Luke was equally frowning deeply. The information he had gathered left him equally puzzled. Lord Dong's information could not be wrong. Yet the people of the Jachin Pavilion seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was too bizarre. At this moment, Tyler suddenly whispered, could they have come through Devil Forest? The voices of discussion in the hall fell silent for a moment. Then came wave after wave of opposition and even rebukes. Tyler, why are you always spouting nonsense? Can people go through Devil Forest? Promoting you to the chief of the Bai family was really our mistake. You're just spouting nonsense. If you have nothing to say, shut up. Stop spouting nonsense. Tyler turned pale with fright and quickly kept quiet, shrinking to one side. Only then were the other tribal chiefs satisfied and continued discussing. Luke frowned but did not speak. Although he did not oppose like the other tribal chiefs, he also did not believe that the people of the Jachin Pavilion would pass through Devil Forest, even though Jonathan had returned from Devil Forest alive. After all, one person is entirely different from a group. An individual can use some special methods, but a group is impossible. Moreover, the last scout clearly stated that Jonathan used a strange mask. Such masks must be hard to make. Otherwise, during the thousands of years since the discovery of miasma, it would have been impossible for no one to make them. Taking it to extremes, even if making such a mask wasn't difficult and materials weren't hard to find. But Lord Dong's news said there were nearly 100 people in the Jachin Pavilion. How long did Arn stay in Liangzhou initially? Even working day and night, it would be absolutely impossible to make so many masks. So it was absolutely impossible for the Jachin Pavilion to pass through Devil Forest. After discussing for almost 2 hours, the tribal chiefs didn't reach any conclusions but only got headaches. Luke had to say, everyone should return today. We've already dispatched people to closely monitor several cities, so there's no need to worry too much. Before he finished speaking, a servant suddenly rushed in with panic on his face. Chief, something terrible has happened. The people of the Jachin Pavilion have emerged from Devil Forest. Chapter 210. The expert is that young man. The servant's words instantly plunged the Li family's hall into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All the chieftains stared at the servant in shock. After a long pause, everyone finally came to their senses. Zen rushed to the servant and seized him by the collar, shouting, what did you say? Say it again. Others stared intently at the servant too. They all wondered if they had misheard. The servant wailed, just now, news came in that over 100 people from the Jade Pavilion emerged from the Ghost Forest, each wearing those peculiar masks. Whoa! The confirmation sent the chieftains into an uproar. How is that possible? How can it be? How could there be so many masks? Where did they get them? They actually traversed through the Ghost Forest. The most impossible event has occurred. Luke stared blankly for a long time, then suddenly trembled as he snapped back to reality. He realized something crucial. Since the Jade Pavilion had managed to traverse the Ghost Forest, it meant their target was indeed Liangzhou. This implied that Jonathan and Gio hadn't lied about the Jade Pavilion settling in Liangzhou. Luke felt thunderous sounds roaring in his mind. How could this be? Didn't they say Arn and Jonathan's negotiations fell apart? A series of prior judgments flashed through Luke's mind, but faced with the current facts, those once confident judgments now seemed like jokes. Chiefly, only when other chieftains called out did Luke regain his senses. Chiefly, what do we do now? The chieftains looked anxiously at Luke. Though they didn't think as deeply as Luke, they also realized that the Jade Pavilion's plan to settle in Liangzhou wasn't false. Setting aside whether Liangzhou would prosper because of this, even how to explain things to Dino was already a massive headache. Luke took several deep breaths to force himself to calm down. After some quick thinking, Luke regained his earlier confidence, even revealing a faint smile. There's no need to panic, said Luke. Other chieftains gaped at him in astonishment. Zen asked in surprise, Chiefly, how can you not be worried now? Now? Luke laughed, returning the question. Zen was more baffled. The Jade Pavilion has entered Liangzhou City, ready to announce their settlement here. Others nodded in agreement. It was truly a crisis. But Luke laughed heartily. Settle in Liangzhou? Impossible. Everyone was greatly surprised. Beckham asked, Chiefly, why do you say so? Luke, with a confident demeanor, said, don't forget, the reason the Jade Pavilion wants to settle in Liangzhou is due to that skyscraper. And isn't there an issue with that skyscraper? Did everyone forget? Zen slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Yes, how could we forget that? The chieftains were stunned, then suddenly enlightened, relaxing their tense expressions. Luke was right. Once Arn discovered the lighting problem with the skyscraper, he would hesitate. As long as they informed Arn about the merchants' opinions on Liangzhou from nearby cities, the Jade Pavilion wouldn't settle in Liangzhou. That way, they wouldn't just worry about explaining themselves to Dino. They could use this opportunity to utterly destroy Liangzhou's reputation in the southwest. Thinking of this scenario made Zen nearly uncontrollably excited. He shouted, Liar, what are you waiting for? Borisry into the city and inform these guests of Liangzhou's current situation. I'm on it. Gray responded enthusiastically before rushing off. Seeing Gray's eagerness, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Diao, your son is more anxious than any of us. Zen laughed heartily. Can I let such an opportunity for revenge pass? Beckham nodded vigorously, saying to the crowd, Since Gray has gone, let's wait here for good news. Chiefly, shouldn't you entertain us? Luke smiled slightly, waving a hand. Prepare a banquet. At the Liangzhou city gate, people entering and exiting the city pointed and commented on several individuals prostrate on the ground. Yet those on the ground remained oblivious, because they were completely shocked. This is the Imperial Road? Those who accompanied Arn to Liangzhou touched the concrete road incredulously. Arn watched this scene with a smile on his face, but he was equally shocked inside. Although he had already imagined the official road paved with cement before, he was still awed when he saw it in reality. Just as the messenger said a few days ago, it was even flatter than any official road in Great Chu, including the one outside the capital city. After waiting for a while, seeing that the few people did not intend to get up, Arn walked forward. Gentlemen, should we enter the city first? The few people recovered from their shock and nodded continuously after standing up. Into the city. Into the city. After saying this, the few people led the way into the city. Arn shook his head with a smile and followed them along with everyone else. Once through the city gate, the young masters and merchants were stunned again, because they discovered several tall buildings ahead, at least as high as the arrow towers, which were 6 zhang tall. But looking at the outlines of the opposite buildings, they clearly weren't arrow towers. Coming back to their senses, the few people pointed at those buildings and asked Arn in unison, Kit, what are those? Surprise also flickered in Arnie's eyes. There were no such buildings when he left. Recalling the plans he had heard Jonathan mention before, Arnie's heart raced and he exclaimed, if I'm not mistaken, these should be residential buildings for the common people. What? For the common people to live in? The young masters were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Such buildings could be called miracles, and were actually for the common people? Even the current emperor might not have lived in such tall buildings. Arn was also uncertain and said, according to the plan, these buildings indeed are for the common people to live in. Although Arn did not make an absolute statement, the few people still drew in a deep breath. What a grand move. After another look at those residential buildings, the few people couldn't wait to say, Kit, where's the expert you mentioned earlier? Introduce us quickly. Arn nodded with a smile. All right, let's go to the prefect's office. Arnie's words had just finished when Joe's loud voice came from the front. Master Devon, you've arrived. Arn looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Jonathan beside Gio, his eyes lit up, and he said to the young masters, the expert I mentioned is that young man. Chapter 211. It's him. Him. The young masters stared at Jonathan in surprise. Two of them had a trace of confusion in their eyes as well. This person seemed somewhat familiar to them, as if they had seen him somewhere before. After a moment of recollection, the two young masters suddenly thought of a name and couldn't help but be shocked, looking together at Jonathan's legs. When they saw Jonathan standing steadily, they both looked puzzled. That can't be right. The person they were thinking of was crippled in both legs and absolutely could not stand. Could this person just look like him? As they were pondering, Arn walked forward, saying with an excited tone, Your Grace, we meet again. Your Grace? These 3 words instantly made the puzzled young masters freeze. Looking so much alike and being addressed as Your Grace, it could only be that person. The former Duke of Ingua Chandler, now the exiled convict Jonathan. The high-level person Arn spoke of was actually him. It was too incredible. The group remained dazed for a long time until Arn led Jonathan and Gio over. Welcome to Liangzhou, Gio said with a hearty laugh. They responded absent-mindedly, their gazes all revolving around Jonathan's legs. Regardless of whether they had met or not, they had all heard about Jonathan's crippled legs. But the Jonathan before them had very normal legs, didn't he? Furthermore, according to Arn, the cement roads outside Liangzhou city, the tall buildings in the distance, and even the glass Arn displayed were all thanks to Jonathan. In their impression, Jonathan was merely a warrior skilled in warfare. What was going on here? Carrying their full hearts of questions, the few were invited into the prefecture office, but their thoughts did not settle even after seating down. They didn't even hear the prepared opening remarks Gio spent effort on. After saying the welcome speech, Gio said confidently, Several of you have traveled a long way to Liangzhou. I guarantee none of you will be disappointed. If there are any doubts or confusions during your stay, feel free to seek us anytime. Arn nodded with a smile after Gio finished speaking. I trust Mr. Abdur's words, and am optimistic about the future of Liangzhou. However, while saying these sentences, Arnie's gaze frequently shifted towards Jonathan. Clearly, these words were aimed at Jonathan. Gio understood and turned to Jonathan with a smile. Jonathan, you'll be busy accompanying Master Devon and introducing Liangzhou's situation to them. No problem. Jonathan nodded without hesitation. No one knew more about present-day Liangzhou and its future than he did. Arn couldn't help but be delighted and repeatedly agreed, good, good. Afterward, Arn eagerly added, Your Grace, how about we visit the market now? Sure. Jonathan nodded. But before getting up, Jonathan looked at Gio. Mr. Abdur, please lead them first. I need to fetch something. Gio understood that Jonathan wanted to go get the lamps, immediately nodding, go ahead. Watching Jonathan leave, Arn felt puzzled. Wasn't it said that Jonathan would accompany them? Why did it suddenly change to Gio? Gio did not explain either and said with a smile, Master Devon, gentlemen, let's go. Just as Gio led Arn and others out of the government office, they ran into Danilo and his party coming hastily. Danilo, seeing Arn and others, burst into laughter. He came at just the right time. Joe's face darkened upon seeing Danilo. Without waiting for Danilo to speak, he knew it wasn't anything good. Arn glanced at Danilo, then back at Gio, feeling puzzled. Mr. Abdur, who is he? Before Gio could speak, Danilo pointed at Gio. You don't need to know who I am. I've come here to expose his lies in front of all of you. Lies? Upon hearing these words, everyone except Arn changed expression simultaneously. Although the gas masks had reduced some of their suspicions, they hadn't been completely eliminated. Now someone was about to expose lies in front of them, reawakening their remaining suspicions. Recalling Jonathan's previous preparations, Gio wasn't the least bit flustered, even sneering. You say this official has lies? This official would like to hear what lies. Seeing Gio still holding strong, Danilo gave several snickers. Do you not know what lie? Have you forgotten how the past few days went? Of course I haven't. Gio replied. Upon hearing this, not only were the young masters curious, but Arn also frowned. Gio did not deny Danilo's words, implying that he indeed endured torment a few days ago. Whatever could make Gio endure such torment must not be trivial. Recalling the news he heard on the road, Arnie's expression changed. Could it be that the lighting issue in the mall hasn't been resolved? With this possibility in mind, Arn felt his heart sink. Gray hadn't expected Gio to not deny, but directly admit his statement. His prepared words became useless, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue. Fortunately, one of his attendants reminded him, and Gray recalled that the main purpose of this trip was to expose the lighting issues in the mall and the resistance from nearby city merchants. Gray immediately shouted loudly, "Did you hear that?" He admitted it. So tell me, does that tall building have a lighting problem? After saying this, Gray stared intently at Gio. The others also looked at Gio, waiting for his response. Under everyone's gaze, Gio shook his head without any hesitation. No. Gray hadn't expected that after admitting the previous matter, Gio would deny this issue, which made him furious. Daring to lie in front of everyone. If you say there isn't, then let's go check out the mall. Do you dare? Joe's expression became somewhat strange. We were originally going to the mall. Boorish. Gray was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at Arn and the few young masters. You're going to the mall? Yes. Arn nodded. Gray couldn't help but be stunned. In his mind, Gio should be trying every means to prevent these people from going to the mall to avoid uncovering problems. But unexpectedly, the situation was completely different from what he imagined. What was going on? Gray was stunned once again. At this moment, the attendant reminded him again, young clan leader. We'll go with them and then expose their tricks. Gray suddenly realized, sneering at Gio. All right, since you're going, let's all go. After saying this, Gray looked at Gio with a cold smile, saying sarcastically, Mr. Abdur, you wouldn't refuse to let me go, right? Gio resisted the impulse to slap Gray, replying with a cold laugh. Did I say anything about it? After speaking, Gio ignored Gray and said to Arn and the others, let's go. Chapter 212. Wasn't Jonathan hiding? Gray was ignored by Gio, which infuriated him. But considering the disparity in their skills, he could only suppress his discontent and follow behind Gio and his group. As they got closer to the mall, Gray's dissatisfaction gradually turned into smugness and a cold sneer. Gio dared to lead these people to inspect the mall, so he must have used some means to cover up the problems. If Gray hadn't followed, Gio might have truly fooled everyone. But with him here, it was completely different. He would expose everything in front of everyone, ruining Gio and Jonathan's reputations. Thinking of this, Gray suddenly realized something. Hadn't he just not seen Jonathan? That was odd. In such a significant event, how could Jonathan be absent? Suspecting that he had overlooked Jonathan, Gray whispered to one of his attendants, Did you see that boy, Jonathan? All the attendants shook their heads. No, we didn't. This left Gray puzzled. Where did Jonathan go? Looking around, he still couldn't find Jonathan. With the mall in sight, Gray decided not to dwell on the issue. Perhaps Jonathan knew that everything would be exposed today and slipped away beforehand. Gray inwardly sneered. Even so, he would name Jonathan and take this chance to settle old scores. The young masters followed Joe close to the mall and couldn't help but marvel as they looked up at the towering building. It wasn't obvious from afar, but up close, the mall was truly magnificent. Hearing the admiration of the young masters, Gray felt irked. Gentlemen, you should all have heard the saying gilded outside, but cotton rags within. This skyscraper is exactly like that. The young masters frowned, and their praise quieted down. Indeed, while it looked good on the outside, if Gray was so confident, there must be serious issues inside. Arnie's expression grew grim as well. Gray didn't seem to be bluffing. Looking at Gio again, Arnie's concern deepened. Gio didn't look as grave as the others, but neither did he seem as relaxed as before, now showing a hint of nervousness. Could it be that the lighting problem in the mall wasn't fixed? Suddenly, Arnie's hope plummeted. Considering the situation, perhaps only Jonathan could salvage things. Before Gio could respond, Gray sneered beside him. You mean that boy, Jonathan? There's no need to ask. He definitely sensed trouble and hid himself. Arnie's face changed slightly, and the other young masters also wore looks of suspicion. Indeed, Gio had asked Jonathan to come along, yet Jonathan disappeared without a trace while Gio followed them instead. There had to be something fishy going on. Seeing that his words were affecting everyone, Gray felt delighted. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. This time, victory finally belongs to us. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, two figures emerged from the mall. One of them called out before they fully approached, Father, you've arrived. Hearing this voice, Gray's expression changed. That was Duke's voice. He quickly looked over. When he saw the person next to Duke, Gray's face paled. It was Jonathan. Wasn't he supposed to be hiding? Why was he here? Gray's mind went blank. Seeing Jonathan's calm smile, Joe's previously tense mood eased up. Arn and the others were surprised to see Jonathan. Jonathan had apparently come here early. A question then arose in their minds. Why did Jonathan arrive here ahead of them? At that moment, one of Gray's attendants reminded him, Young Chief, are they here to cover up the problems? The momentarily dazed Gray immediately reacted. That must be it. He loudly declared, Jonathan, Duke, you two really know how to seize the moment, preparing everything before our arrival. But your luck isn't great because I'm here. No matter what preparations or deceptions you've made, I will expose everything. Listening to Gray, Duke rolled his eyes. Gray certainly knew how to time his appearances perfectly, always showing up at critical moments. But while Gray's timing was perfect, the outcome would never align with his expectations. Ignoring Gray, Jonathan addressed Arn and the others. Gentlemen, please come in. Feeling ignored, Gray was displeased. Without waiting for Arn and the others, he rushed into the mall first. Seeing Jonathan's calm expression without a hint of panic, Arn felt reassured. The problems must have been solved. He immediately said to the other young masters, "Let's go in and take a look." They all nodded. From the previous situation, it was clear that this shopping mall indeed had some issues. They were very curious about how Jonathan had resolved them. The group then walked into the mall. As soon as they entered, they heard Gray's excited and thrilled shouts coming from inside. "Everyone, look quickly, it's so dark here. It's noon now. If it were morning or evening, you wouldn't be able to see anything here." Arn and his group followed the sound with their eyes, and their expressions couldn't help but change. Gray was absolutely right. The lighting at that spot was indeed poor. They hastily looked around. With just a quick scan, their faces turned grim. A rough glance revealed that nearly 40% of the areas had lighting issues. The information they had received earlier wasn't wrong at all. At this moment, Gray burst out laughing again. He also noticed many spots with extremely poor lighting. Initially, he thought Jonathan and Duke had come early to fix the problems, but it seemed these two hadn't made any mistakes. Although he didn't understand why, Gray didn't care. Taking no remedial measures was the best outcome for him. Arnie's gaze swept across the area, and with an unpleasant expression, he looked at Jonathan, his eyes filled with incomprehension. He couldn't understand why Jonathan had brought them here without taking any corrective actions. The other young masters shook their heads, utterly disappointed. Under these conditions, they would never invest here. At this point, Gray laughed arrogantly. "Jonathan, Gio, what do you have to say?" Gio ignored Gray, and instead looked at Jonathan. Jonathan similarly ignored Gray. After catching Joe's gaze, he gave a faint smile and said to Arn and the others, "You've seen the current problems with this shopping mall, haven't you?" They all nodded in unison, their expressions deeply puzzled. Chapter 213. What are you smiling at? It turned out that Jonathan had deliberately let them find the problems. What was he trying to do? Was it to show his sincerity? But no matter how sincere he was, they would never invest here under such conditions. Even Arn didn't understand Jonathan's intentions and frowned deeply. At this moment, Jonathan gave a light laugh and said, "So then, prepare to witness the moment of miracles." As he spoke, Jonathan took out a remote control under everyone's watchful eyes. The crowd looked bewildered. This small box seemed pretty exquisite. What was it for? Upon seeing this, Gray sneered outright. He had thought Jonathan had some brilliant strategy, but it turned out to be another bluff. How could such a tiny box be useful? Would it be capable of solving the building's lighting problem? Only lunatics and fools would think so. At this moment, Jonathan lightly pressed the switch. Drip. A light chime immediately came from above the heads of the crowd. Everyone hurriedly looked up, yet none knew what had made the sound. Just as the crowd was in confusion, a white light suddenly shone brightly in the previously dim upper space. "Ah!" Staring upwards, Gray cried out in shock. I'm blind. I'm blind." The rest were all stunned, staring at the white lights above in disbelief. They had actually lit up. Arn and the few young masters couldn't care less about the discomfort in their eyes as they stared fixedly at the glowing tubes, their expressions filled with shock. What on earth was this? How could it shine like this? Gio and Duke also surveyed the surrounding tubes. Although the two men had anticipated this, they still couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Too incredible. At this moment, reminded by one of his attendants, Gray finally realized that he hadn't gone blind. He had just been dazzled. He quickly opened his eyes and looked around, only to stare agape. The room that was dark a moment ago was now bright. Positions that originally had poor lighting were now no different from the others. Gray's face instantly turned extremely ugly as he glared fiercely at the tube lights. What on earth were these things? Capable of shining. Just as Gray was furious, he heard Duke laugh. "Gray, what else can you say now?" Gray's face fell. These were the very words he had used to interrogate Jonathan and Gio earlier, and within just a few breaths, they were thrown back in his face. Worse still, he had no power to refute. The problem he thought Jonathan couldn't solve had been resolved. At this time, Arn, encouraged by the young masters, asked Jonathan expectantly, "Can we get closer and have a look?" Jonathan laughed heartily. "No problem." Greatly delighted, the group headed over to inspect. Seeing this, Gray felt anxious. Judging from their appearances, they had already been completely captivated. That wouldn't do. He absolutely couldn't let these people settle down in Liangzhou. Recalling his second ace this time, Gray hurriedly called out, "Wait, there's still something you don't know." Arn and the others stopped in their tracks, frowning at Gray. If before, they had believed some of what Gray said, now, Gray was a complete joke in their hearts. Ignoring their perceptions, Gray hastily added, "You may not know that Liangzhou's reputation among the neighboring cities is now terrible to the extreme. If you do business here, you won't make money." After speaking, Gray's face regained its previous smugness. What did merchants value most? Making money. Without profit, no matter how good the conditions, they would not settle here. Unexpectedly, upon finishing his sentence, Duke burst into laughter. Gray became enraged and shouted, "Duke, what are you smiling at?" But Duke first asked Jonathan, "Brother Jonathan, shall I say those words?" Seeing Jonathan nod, Duke's eyes lit up and looked at Gray with a cold smirk. "Gray, do you know why Liangzhou's reputation has become so bad?" Gray felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Naturally, it was because they had pushed behind the scenes. Without waiting for Gray to answer, Duke continued, "The root of all evil lies in those rumors. And now, those false messages are debunked, and Yushuan Pavilion is about to settle in Liangzhou. Tell me, how do you think Liangzhou's reputation will change?" Gray's expression grew uglier the more he listened. He had never considered these matters before, but thinking about it carefully, it really was the case. The reason merchants detested Liangzhou was because they had portrayed Liangzhou as a place full of lies. But now, with the lies exposed, Liangzhou's reputation would naturally recover. Plus the influence of Yushuan Pavilion, merchants would definitely flood into Liangzhou. At that time, Liangzhou would surely become prosperous, and Yushuan Pavilion would naturally be able to make money. How could this happen? How could this happen? Gray could not accept this outcome at all. When he saw those glowing light tubes, Gray suddenly found the culprit. "I'll destroy these things." Saying this, Gray rushed toward the stairs. Gio was startled and quickly shouted, "Stop him!" "Yes." Duke responded. Just as he was about to act, he felt a gust of wind pass by him. Then, a wail from Gray followed, and he flew back. Duke was greatly surprised. Upon focusing his eyes, he then smiled bitterly. It was none other than Jonathan who had kicked Gray back. Gio was furious now. He grabbed Gray by the collar. "Gray, I've been lenient with you because you're a junior, but you have provoked me repeatedly. If I don't teach you a lesson this time, I'm not Gio." Having said that, Gio raised his calloused hand and slapped Gray left and right. In an instant, Gray turned into a pig's head, screaming continuously. His entourage wanted to step in, but were hesitant due to Joe's status. They could only watch helplessly as Gray was beaten. After venting his anger, Gio threw Gray to the attendants. "Get lost." The attendants didn't dare say anything and hurriedly dragged Gray away in embarrassment. Gio took a deep breath and laughed out loud. Feeling good, feeling relieved. Laughing over, Gio looked at Jonathan, his eyes filled with gratitude. Today's triumph all owed to Jonathan. Jonathan now turned to Arn with a smile. "Prince Devon, is there any change regarding Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou?" Arn shook his head without hesitation. "No." Jonathan nodded and then smiled at Duke. "Brother Abdur, it's time to spread the news to other cities." Duke gave a heavy nod and prepared to leave to arrange. Arn then thought of something and said, "Duke, to convince others, I can send some people along. It will be more persuasive." Finishing, Arn looked at Jonathan expectantly. The rise of Liangzhou was imminent. Why not add flowers to the brocade at this moment? Chapter 214, 3 guesses, all wrong. In the Li family hall, the chieftains and clan elders were exchanging toasts, their speech slurred with intoxication as they laughed and talked. Zen stood up with his wine cup in hand and raised it toward Luke. "Clan elderly, today I offer you this cup of wine in appreciation." With that, Zen drained the cup in one go. But he didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room and declared loudly, "I propose everyone here raises a toast to clan elderly." Think about it. If not for elderly, we would be at a loss on what to do by now. Could we still sit here so calmly, drinking and chatting? Elderly not only helped us resolve our troubles, but also ensured that Gio and Jonathan will never have a chance to turn things around. Shouldn't we all raise a glass to elderly? Of course we should. Beckham stood up, saying loudly, "Old Yao is right. Without elderly, there wouldn't be our present or future. I'll toast to elderly first." "I also toast to elderly." "So do I." The other chieftains and clan elders rose one after another, lifting their cups in a gesture toward Luke. Luke was elated inside, but maintained an air of modesty on his face. He waved his hand and said, "You all flatter me too much. I merely acted according to circumstances. But you all are right about one thing. Gio and Jonathan will no longer be our opponents from now on. We must drink together for this cause." "Here, here." Everyone cheered unanimously, holding their cups high, waiting for Luke's signal. Luke's eyes scanned over the crowd, growing more excited. He lifted his cup. "So let's..." Before he could finish the word drink, panicked shouting came from outside. "Elder, something terrible has happened." This sudden interruption enraged the intoxicated chieftains and clan elders. What a party spoiler. Luke's expression turned grim as he looked around the room. He had recognized that the voice wasn't from any servant of the Li family, so it could only belong to someone from another clan. Zen, still tipsy, glanced around as well, not considering it might be from a servant of the Diao family. A more sober Beckham recalled the voice and nudged Zen. "Old Diao, I think that's one of your servants." Zen looked astonished. "One of ours? Impossible. What catastrophe could befall the Diao family? And a bad one at that." Just as he was about to protest, a group burst into the room. Zen focused his eyes and widened them in shock. It really was a servant of the Diao family. And worse, they were carrying Gray into the room. Instantly sobered, Zen rushed over. "What happened? What's wrong with Lai?" The other chieftains and clan elders, seeing Gray, were suddenly half awake from their drunken stupor. Gray had gone to Liangzhou City on business, so why was he returning with a swollen and bruised face? What had happened? Gray's face was drenched in tears, trying to speak but only managing to emit muffled sounds due to the swelling. Zen immediately demanded of one of the attendants, "What happened? Who did this to Lai?" The attendant hurriedly answered, "Gio did." "That old scoundrel Gio." Zen instantly flew into a rage and rushed out, preparing to take revenge for Gray. Luke quickly interjected, "Clan Chief Diao, wait a moment." Under normal circumstances, Zen would have followed Luke's orders. But now, fueled by anger, he couldn't hear anyone else. Luke had no choice but to have people forcibly restrain Zen, saying, "Chief Diao, I know you're furious, but remember, we are commoners, and Gio is an official." Zen breathed heavily. "Am I supposed to just let this happen to my son?" "Of course not." Luke shook his head and said gravely, "The only ones who can handle Gio are the authorities. I can ask Commissioner Dong for help." Only then did Zen's anger start to subside somewhat. But seeing Gray's state only intensified his hatred towards Gio. At this moment, Luke suddenly smiled. "Chief Diao, although Gray has been beaten like this, it's actually good news." "Good news?" Zen couldn't help glaring at Luke angrily. How could this possibly be good news when his own son was beaten so badly? The other chieftains and clan elders were equally puzzled. Luke wasn't one to make frivolous remarks. Why was he joking at such a time? Luke laughed and said, "Don't forget what Gray went there to do." Everyone was stunned. Then some seemed to catch on, breaking into delighted smiles. Thinking about it, it indeed was good news. Those who still didn't understand started asking, "Elderly, please stop keeping us in suspense. What do you mean?" Luke laughed and said, "Everyone knows that Gio has always taken pride in his status and never bothered to argue with Gray, a junior. But this time he used such heavy hands, which means only one thing. He was infuriated to the extreme. The only thing that can infuriate Gio to this extent is the disruption of his plans." Suddenly, everyone was enlightened. That's how it was. Understanding this, the chieftains and clan elders all smiled, and some even burst into laughter. Zen, who had been angry at Luke's words just moments ago, also lit up with joy, quickly asking Gray, "Lie, was it like this?" Before Gray could nod or shake his head, a servant of the Diao family interjected, "Chief, it wasn't like that." "What? Not like that?" The laughter of the chieftains and clan elders immediately stopped, their expressions full of astonishment. Luke's smile froze on his face as he looked at the servant in disbelief. Could it be that my perfect speculation was wrong? Zen found it hard to accept and grabbed the servant by the collar. "What really happened? Tell me everything clearly." The servant hurriedly explained. "When young Chief led us to the magistrate's office, we encountered Gio and Mr. Devon coming out of there. Young Chief then exposed Joe's previous lies right in front of them." Luke interrupted. "So at this moment, Gio, embarrassed and enraged, beat Gray, right?" As he finished, a confident look appeared on Luke's face. This time, he was certain he wouldn't be wrong. However, the servant immediately shook his head. "No, not at this moment." Luke's expression turned stunned, and he felt a burning heat on his face. He guessed wrong again. Zen was annoyed at Luke for interrupting the servant, so he shot a glare at Luke and urged the servant on, "Keep talking." The servant quickly continued. "After young Chief finished speaking, Gio didn't react much. He just asked us to follow him to a tall building." At this point, Luke opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally closed it. Chapter 215. Bullied by the younger generation. Luke listened to his subordinate's account, thoughts racing in his mind. He had guessed wrong twice consecutively. If he was wrong again, it would undoubtedly make the chieftains underestimate him. He must wait until he is absolutely sure before speaking. The subordinate continued, "We followed Gio and the others to that place, and young chieftain said a few more words." At this moment, Jonathan and Levi came out of that building. Hearing this, Luke's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. He roughly knew what happened. Seeing them, young chieftain immediately said they must have tampered with things inside, then let us in first to check. At this point, Luke could no longer hold back from speaking. Gray discovered the method Jonathan and Levi used to conceal the truth and exposed it right in front of those outsiders. Gio, enraged by embarrassment, retaliated against Gray, didn't he? Finishing his sentence, Luke wore an extremely confident expression. This time, he was absolutely certain he wouldn't be wrong. But just as this thought emerged, the injured Gray, unable to speak due to pain, couldn't help but shout, "No." Luke froze, disbelief evident on his face. Could it be he was wrong again? Amidst his stunned silence, Luke sensed the other chieftains looking at him with suspicious and disdainful gazes, making his face pale. Having guessed wrong 3 times in a row, the impression of wisdom he had just established among the other chieftains was about to be ruined. For a moment, Luke felt both regretful and furious. Regret for opening his mouth, and anger toward Gio. What was that old man thinking? After enduring everything, why did he still attack Gray at the end? The subordinate went on, "After we went in, we found that indeed there were many poorly lit areas inside, just like what we heard." All the chieftains were momentarily puzzled, their faces showing their doubts. Jonathan and Gio didn't cover up the shortcomings? What was happening? Though puzzled, this turned out to be advantageous to us. So, young chieftain pointed it out right in front of them. But to our surprise, instead of denying it, Gio admitted it. They actually admitted it? The chieftains were surprised and confused. What on earth was Gio doing? As we were baffled, suddenly, lights shone brightly from above in the building. Many stick-like objects emitted dazzling light, illuminating the entire place as bright as daylight. Rustle. Suddenly, a wave of noise filled the Lee family hall. Everyone was astonished by the news relayed by Diao's subordinate. The dimly lit mall was actually illuminated. Remember, even though they were leaders of their tribes, at night they could only illuminate a small area and not very brightly. Yet such a tall building was illuminated as bright as daytime. How is this possible? Beckham couldn't help asking, "You didn't see it wrong?" Diao's subordinate shook his head repeatedly, "Absolutely not. Others saw it too." Others nodded in agreement. "Yes, we all saw it." At the moment, young chieftain was blinded and thought he was going blind. It was really as bright as daytime, and it's still unbelievable when I think about it now. Even Gray nodded, indicating that the subordinate hadn't lied. Slowly, the Lee family hall fell into silence, completely quiet. Each chieftain's face displayed incomprehension. After a while, Zen snapped out of it, frowning. "So you mean to say, Gio has been deceiving us, and his urgency was all an act?" Thinking about it, Zen's face was full of anger. If so, why did Gio harm my son, with such cruelty? The subordinate hurriedly explained, "Chieftain." Young chieftain wasn't hit yet at that moment. When young chieftain noticed the situation, he hastily mentioned that Liangzhou had a poor reputation in the nearby cities. However, the other side didn't care, and said that Yushuan Pavilion settling here could reverse it. At that moment, young chieftain rushed towards the glowing objects but was stopped and thrown back by Jonathan. Only then did Gio act. Diao's subordinate finished speaking, still showing fear. Had they reacted sooner, they might have rushed in as well, leading to an outcome even worse than Gray's. Zen remained silent. If what the subordinate said was true, then this time Joe's actions were indeed justified. But Gray was his son. Zen then looked at Luke. "Chiefly, please ensure Lord Dong reports Joe's tyrannical behavior to the court." Coming back to his senses, Luke numbly nodded, but he didn't hear what Zen said. His mind was in chaos. Gio, or rather Jonathan, had not only solved the lighting issue in that building but had even thought through how to reverse Liangzhou's reputation. This was clearly not something that could be conceived overnight. In other words, they had been deceived from the very beginning. Their actions went so smoothly, and Liangzhou did not put up any resistance because they were fully confident about reversing its reputation. Once the reputation was turned around, merchants from nearby cities would surely flock here. Their previous actions had inadvertently made those who were unaware of Liangzhou take notice of it. It was as if they were paving the way for Liangzhou. Realizing this, Luke felt a darkness cloud his vision. He fell back into his seat, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. "Leaderly, are you all right?" The other Tusi leaders noticed Luke's abnormal state and quickly inquired. Luke looked at the Tusi leaders who hadn't yet realized their actions had backfired and gave a bitter smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been played. Most of the Tusi leaders wore puzzled expressions. Played? Played by whom? Luke immediately explained what he had just thought. After hearing him out, the Tusi leaders were both shocked and furious. Beckham angrily said, "That old man Gio is indeed despicable." Luke shook his head bitterly. "It's not Gio." Beckham was taken aback and found it hard to believe when he understood Luke's meaning. "Leaderly, you mean to say, the one who played us isn't Gio but that young fellow Jonathan?" Luke nodded. If Gio could achieve all this, why would he have failed to accomplish anything in the last 20 years? Hiss. The Tusi leaders all sucked in cold breaths. If Gio was behind all this, they might still accept it despite their anger. But if it was Jonathan, they found it hard to swallow. Among them, apart from Tyler, everyone was at least twice as old as Jonathan. To be played by Jonathan, this younger generation. Thinking of this, someone immediately asked, "Leaderly, what should we do now? Can we really let a mere youth bully us with our large group?" Chapter 2:16. Brother Jonathan, you're really something. Chiefly, think of a solution quickly. All the tribal chiefs were urgently looking at Luke with anticipation. Luke reviewed all the actions that had taken place in Liangzhou City over this period. When he thought about the merchants from other cities, an idea struck him. "Gentlemen, I have a plan." "What is it?" everyone hurriedly asked. "The situation within Liangzhou City is no longer as we anticipated, but those merchants haven't arrived yet. To enter Liangzhou, they cannot possibly go through the demon forest like the people from Yushuan Pavilion. They must pass through our territory. If we intercept all these people and intimidate them so that they dare not come to Liangzhou, then everything Liangzhou has done up until now will be futile." "That's right. Great idea. What a great idea." The tribal chiefs all cheered, filled with great joy. This strategy was truly brilliant. Zen laughed heartily and said, "Chief Li's plan is good. Jonathan and his group can only watch helplessly." Luke nodded heavily. "Everyone should return immediately and make arrangements. We must guard the entrance route." The crowd dispersed, and then organized their clansmen to change into different clothes and lay in ambush on both sides of the official road, preparing to drive away and intimidate the merchants coming from other cities to Liangzhou. Chizhou. Amadeo woke up early in the morning and felt somewhat uneasy, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Just as he finished washing up and was about to have breakfast, one of his confidants rushed in. "Sir, it's not good." Amadeo's expression immediately darkened, confirming his premonition. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and demanded, "What happened?" After speaking, Amadeo reviewed the recent events in Chizhou in his mind, but found no issues. Just as he was thinking, his confidant said, "I just encountered people from Liangzhou posting announcements while walking around the city." Liangzhou? These two words changed Amadeo's expression. He asked anxiously, "What kind of announcement are they posting?" His confidant replied with an extremely grim look, "The announcement says that the people from Yushuan Pavilion have already arrived in Liangzhou and will soon open a branch store there." "What?" Amadeo stood up abruptly, incredulous. Wasn't the news about Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou fake? Why did it suddenly become true? Amadeo asked, "Are the merchants doubtful?" His confidant quickly replied, "They have doubts, but apart from the constables from Liangzhou, there are also people from Yushuan Pavilion posting the announcements." Bang! Amadeo pounded the table forcefully, his expression extremely ugly. Thus, the matter of Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou was set in stone. Though unsure why it turned out this way, Amadeo knew very well that once this news spread, it would surely attract all the merchants from Chizhou and nearby cities to Liangzhou. For Chizhou, this was absolutely the worst possible thing that could happen. Moreover, Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou was something he absolutely could not accept. Thinking back to the assurances given by the tribal chiefs earlier, Amadeo couldn't help but fly into a rage. Just as he was about to send someone to hold them accountable, a report came from outside. "Sir, the tribal chiefs have sent someone over to report important matters to you." Amadeo harumphed in displeasure. "Let him in." A servant from the Li family ran in, hastily bowing before saying, "Your Excellency, I've come to inform you about the chief's plans for the next actions." Amadeo suppressed his anger temporarily and commanded, "Speak." The Li family servant quickly recounted the arrangements made by Luke and the tribal chiefs, concluding, "Please rest assured, Chief has already set up strict defenses to ensure no merchants from outside can enter Liangzhou." After listening to the Li family servant's account, much of Amadeo's anger dissipated. Indeed, this plan was quite effective. Even if it were him, he wouldn't be able to come up with a better solution. "You must hold your ground," Amadeo sternly ordered. "Yes." The Li family servant promptly agreed. Amadeo waved his hand, and the Li family servant left hurriedly. Once the servant left, a smirk appeared on Amadeo's face. The news of Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou indeed caught him off guard, but as Luke suggested, as long as the entry routes were secured, even if Yushuan Pavilion settled down, Liangzhou would still not stir up any trouble. There was no need for him to worry excessively. Amadeo felt much better and immediately said, "Go call Lady 9. Similar announcements were posted in nearby cities. Upon seeing the announcement and the accompanying Yushuan Pavilion personnel, the merchants were astonished. The news of Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou turned out to be true. The merchants who had vehemently criticized Liangzhou earlier were utterly embarrassed. They had spent a month criticizing fiercely, never expecting it to be true. Especially the so-called chambers of commerce that had jointly boycotted Liangzhou, they shamefully took down their signs. For a moment, the merchants from various cities all fell silent, while a strong sense of curiosity surfaced in their hearts. What kind of magic does Liangzhou possess to make Yushuan Pavilion settle there? Many immediately went back to prepare for the journey to Liangzhou. In a short time, those who had heard of Liangzhou's name in the southwestern region all surged towards Liangzhou. "Brother Jonathan, good news, tremendous good news. So many people are coming to Liangzhou." Yisrael held the received message and found Jonathan, too excited to speak coherently. Jonathan wasn't particularly agitated. This outcome was within his expectations. Or rather, all the previous actions were for this very moment. After Yisroel excitedly finished speaking, he noticed Jonathan's calmness and couldn't help but admire him. Brother Jonathan, you're really something. Yisroel raised his thumb and couldn't resist praising. Not only because of Jonathan's calmness, but more importantly, because everything was as Jonathan had predicted. After a round of praise, Yisroel hurriedly asked, Brother Jonathan, what should we do next? Do you need my help? Jonathan glanced back at the bus that had been parked in the courtyard for over 10 days and chuckled. Next, it's my turn to take the stage. Yisroel followed Jonathan's gaze toward the bus and couldn't help but marvel once again. Over these few days, he had thoroughly examined the inside and outside of the bus. Each time he saw it, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Jonathan actually managed to create such an incredible thing. Thinking about how the incoming merchants would be able to experience the bus, Yisroel couldn't help but feel envious. Lucky them. Jonathan smiled and said, Brother Abdur, don't stay idle either. Send people to guard each station and have the merchants preparing to come to Liangzhou wait there. Understood. Yisroel nodded vigorously. Having said that, Yisroel hurriedly ran out. Just as Yisroel left, Gio walked in. Jonathan, was that guy just now? Gio wondered aloud. What did he come for? Chapter 217. Preparations began a month ago. Jonathan chuckled and said, Lord Abdur, young brother Abdur came to tell me the good news that many merchants are coming to Liangzhou. So it's like this. Gio suddenly understood but then frowned. Jonathan, I came to discuss this matter with you as well. Liangzhou has gained significant attention this time, and if everything goes smoothly, Liangzhou will flourish. But those chieftains outside certainly won't let us have it so easily. What measures do you think they will take? Will they come into the city and cause trouble? Jonathan smiled and said, Lord Abdur, it's certain they'll try to cause trouble in the city, but they won't do it now. Why not? Gio was somewhat puzzled. Jonathan said gravely, because they have a better means at their disposal right now. Gio widened his eyes. What is it? Jonathan replied sternly, preventing the merchants from reaching Liangzhou. Gio thought for a moment and couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, even if the merchants took the official road, a considerable part of the journey would still be within the territories controlled by the chieftains. Just by employing some minor tactics, these merchants could be stopped from reaching Liangzhou. All the efforts they had put in would be for nothing. Then what can we do, Jonathan? Gio anxiously asked. Should I send all the soldiers in the city out to protect the merchants? But even as he finished speaking, Gio shook his head. There were only so many soldiers in Liangzhou city, and it was impossible for them to protect every merchant. Not even a small fraction could be covered. This problem seemed unsolvable. For a moment, Gio felt his heart sink to the bottom. He had thought Liangzhou had an opportunity to change its current situation, but it turned out to be merely wishful thinking. Just as he was feeling disheartened, he suddenly heard Jonathan say, Lord Abdur, this won't do. I've already sent young brother Abdur and others out of the city. Gio froze, then his eyes lit up, and the despondency on his face turned into eagerness. Jonathan, do you have a plan? As soon as he said this, Gio wished he could slap himself. How could he forget about Jonathan? Jonathan smiled and said, Lord Abdur, did you forget about the buses? Buses? Gio froze again, then opened his eyes wide, looking at the bus behind Jonathan. A problem that had troubled him for so long finally found its answer. Jonathan, when you had me send people to repair the roads and create buses, it was all for this day? Gio couldn't help but confirm. Jonathan nodded with a smile. Exactly. Gio couldn't help but gasp and stood rooted to the spot. Jonathan had anticipated today's situation a month ago. Was he even human? After a long while, Gio came back to his senses and suddenly realized something. He looked at the bus with a hint of doubt. Jonathan, the chieftains can sometimes be very violent. These vehicles. Though Gio didn't finish his sentence, his meaning was clear. What if those chieftains decided to act forcefully? If surrounded, they wouldn't be able to escape. Rest assured, Lord Abdur. A cold smile appeared on Jonathan's face. No one would dare to do such a thing unless they are mad. Looking at Jonathan's confident expression, Gio was curious but didn't ask further. By now, he no longer harbored any doubts about Jonathan. Even while he was worried about solving the immediate problems a month ago, Jonathan had already laid out plans for today. His intelligence and foresight were on an entirely different level. Just as Gio left Jonathan's courtyard with joy, the chieftain leaders gathered once again in the Li family hall. Everyone must have heard the news. Many people are heading to Liangzhou, Luke said gloomily. The faces of the other chieftain leaders looked even worse. A month ago, they had worked hard to tarnish Liangzhou's reputation. But now, it seemed they had unintentionally boosted Liangzhou's fame. Based on the information they had, a large portion of the merchants coming to Liangzhou had only learned about it due to its bad reputation. Thinking about their failure to turn a profit from their actions made the chieftain leaders feel like slapping themselves. Zin clenched his teeth and growled. These merchants really are fickle, praising Liangzhou yesterday and now rushing over. Beckham sneered, merchants seek profit. What they're doing is normal. The other chieftain leaders joined in the scolding. Listening to everyone blame the merchants, Luke felt increasingly frustrated. Did these people understand what was important now? Was criticizing the merchants going to help? The key issue was still Liangzhou. Everyone, please calm down, Luke said. Luke couldn't help but speak up, interrupting everyone's ma song, saying, I have a question. How are everyone's arrangements? Finally, the crowd was brought back to the main topic and all nodded in agreement. Don't worry, clan leader Li, everything is well arranged. I've sent out everyone I can. If one comes, I scare him off. If two come, I scare both off. Make sure those merchants come with hope but leave with disappointment. After listening to everyone's reports, Luke's expression improved considerably. Though these people didn't grasp the key points, they did a good job with what he asked them to do. However, he still reminded them cautiously, this matter is of great importance. Don't be complacent. That boy Jonathan might have some tricks up his sleeve. Zen snorted, clan leader Li, I think you're underestimating us. Previously, we were indeed deceived by that boy. But now, if those merchants want to enter Liangzhou city, they must pass through our territory. Unless that boy can make these merchants fly over our territory, there's no way those merchants can enter Liangzhou City. The other chieftain leaders nodded in agreement, consoling him. Clan leader Diao is right. Clan leader Li, you're being too cautious. Listening to everyone's calm words, Luke felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, he had been overly cautious. Jonathan indeed has many ways, but he's not a god. The route to Liangzhou doesn't have anything like the Ghost Forest. In other words, anyone wanting to enter Liangzhou City can only go through the official road on our territory, with no other choice. Under these circumstances, no matter how capable Jonathan is, it's like a clever housewife facing a rice shortage. There's simply no way around them. Realizing this, Luke put his mind at ease completely. You're right, I was overthinking. At this point, Luke shouted loudly, as long as everyone pulls together to guard this last checkpoint, victory will still belong to us. Certainly it will succeed. Everyone roared in response, then called their clan members over. Pass the order down. Let everyone stay vigilant. Absolutely no merchant shall slip into Liangzhou. Chapter 2:18. Could such a grand move be possible? Luke listened to everyone's reports and smiled. After everyone had finished their explanations, he chuckled heartily. With such caution from all of you, it is certain that we can keep all merchants out. Zen gave a sardonic laugh. Now that young Jonathan and that old fellow Gio must be laughing at the thought of Liangzhou soon welcoming a multitude of merchants. They have no idea what tricks we still have up our sleeves. How I wish I could see the looks on their faces when they discover our tactics. Beckham couldn't help but sneer coldly. Is this even in question? Just imagine how we felt when we heard about Yushuan Pavilion settling in Liangzhou. That's exactly how they will feel. Thinking about being able to repay Jonathan and Gio for past grievances made all the tribal chiefs laugh heartily, feeling greatly satisfied. At the end of the main road, 7 travelers dressed as merchants were stopped by the Liangzhou officers arranged here. Are you gentlemen heading to Liangzhou? The officer asked. They nodded. The officer then smiled and gestured invitingly. Please wait under this signboard. Signboard? Following the direction of the officer's finger, the merchants saw a board standing upright. On it were written 4 big characters. Bus stop. The merchants looked at each other, all wearing puzzled expressions. They recognized each word, but together, these characters meant nothing to them. Unable to resist, one asked, what does bus stop mean? Why do we need to wait here? The officer explained according to what Jonathan had instructed him. From time to time, a vehicle will come here to take people to Liangzhou. The merchants couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim in surprise. You mean, Liangzhou will send a vehicle to take us there? Exactly. The unequivocal response from the officer left the merchants exchanging bewildered glances. Liangzhou was truly willing to go to such great lengths. Yet, glancing at each other again, they realized there were 7 of them. Far too many for just one carriage. Exchanging meaningful glances, they all nodded slightly in agreement. They might as well continue walking through. One person told the officer, thank you for the warning, but given our numbers, we think we'll walk instead. As they started to move, the officer hurriedly stopped them. Hold on. Puzzled, the group stared at the officer, not understanding why he was holding them back. The officer said, gentlemen, it's 10 miles to Liangzhou. Rather than walking, why not wait for the vehicle? Besides, here, the officer hesitated. The merchants felt perplexed. Why did this person start stuttering after stopping them? A curious merchant asked, besides what? The officer, having already spoken his piece, had no choice but to proceed boldly. Besides, the adult has mentioned that vehicles come every 2 hours and can carry 38 people per trip. How many? Before the officer could finish explaining what Jonathan had said, he was interrupted by the merchants. Seeing the 7 merchants with stunned expressions, clearly doubting if they heard correctly. It was 10 miles to Liangzhou, and 2 hours round trip would mean 2 vehicles operating simultaneously. But as far as they knew, Liangzhou wasn't wealthy enough to afford such expenditure. Even if Liangzhou decided to boost its impression by spending lavishly, could it really arrange for 38 passengers per trip? This sounded like a joke. That would require at least 7 carriages, which meant Liangzhou needed to arrange 14 carriages operating at once. This was absolutely impossible. The 7 merchants eyed the officer with suspicion. You're not fooling us, are you? The officer's expression turned awkward, unsure how to respond. All of this was what Jonathan had told him. At first, he found it unbelievable too. But Jonathan spoke with such certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Looking back now, he should have raised questions earlier. Due to this hesitation, the 7 merchants grew more suspicious. Why are you deceiving us? Seeing things were going awry, the officer finally revealed his identity. I'm an officer from Liangzhou City, sent by Sir Abdur to inform all of you here. Seeing the waistplate of the officer, the 7 people were momentarily stunned. He was indeed an officer from Liangzhou City. But what he said was almost too exaggerated to believe. Someone asked suspiciously, did you perhaps mishear something? The officer shook his head firmly. Jonathan had repeated his instructions several times, so he certainly hadn't misunderstood. Seeing the officer shake his head, the merchants were left completely confused. If he didn't mishear, could it be true that Liangzhou was making such a grand move? In disbelief, they waited at the bus stop. An identical scenario played out at the end of another main road. Under the constant persuasion of the constable, over 10 merchants were waiting under the platform, occasionally glancing towards Liangzhou City, their eyes brimming with curiosity. In the courtyard, Jonathan sat in the driver's seat of the bus, ready to start the vehicle and head out to pick up the people. Gio and Levi stood beside him, both showing an identical look of excitement as they watched Jonathan and the enormous bus. As Jonathan started the vehicle, Levi hurriedly opened the gate of the yard. Watching the car slowly drive out of the gate, the father and son trembled with excitement. The miracle of Liangzhou was about to be revealed to everyone at this moment. Outside the courtyard gate, the constable who had been standing guard turned back upon hearing the sound. When he saw the huge bus, he was frightened witless, his face pale as he screamed, "Monster! There's a monster!" Jonathan couldn't help but laugh as he poked his head out of the window. "It's me." Seeing Jonathan, the 2 constables froze, staring wide-eyed. "Your Grace?" Coming back to their senses, the two constables' faces changed once more as they rushed toward the bus together, shouting, "Help! Your Grace has been eaten by a monster." At this moment, Gio and Levi hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Hearing the voices of the father and son, the constables froze again. "Sir?" They quickly pointed at the bus. "Your Grace?" Gio nodded, cutting them off. "This isn't a monster. This is the vehicle that Jonathan made." "A vehicle?" The two constables gaped in disbelief. This massive object had nothing to do with what they considered a vehicle. But since Gio had said it, the two could only accept this fact. At this moment, Jonathan pressed the horn and laughed. "Excuse me." The two constables jumped at the honk and quickly moved aside. Jonathan immediately stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating under the watchful eyes of Gio and his son, as well as the constables. "Dad, it's picking up speed." Levi couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the bus going faster and faster. The two constables looked as if they had seen a ghost, stunned into silence. Gio watched the rapidly departing bus, his beard trembling with excitement. Everything was exactly as Jonathan had said. The speed of this vehicle indeed matched that of a galloping warhorse. Jonathan had actually created something that could be considered divine. Too incredible. Liangzhou would undoubtedly rise without question. Chapter 219. Is this a vehicle? Beside the official road 3 Li outside Liangzhou City, more than 10 Tusi people were constantly patrolling, their gazes sweeping in the direction of Liangzhou City. The leading Tusi clansman said, "Everyone be on high alert. Absolutely don't let any merchants enter Liangzhou under our noses." A person behind him laughed and said, "Brother, there's no need to be so nervous. There are several other squads ahead of us on guard as well. It shouldn't happen here, right?" "Right." The leading Tusi clansman thought for a moment, nodded, and then smiled. "Looks like I was overthinking it." Several people behind him burst into laughter, appearing very relaxed. They didn't believe any merchant could reach this place. Besides, even if a merchant really did come here, they would scare them away. As long as merchants couldn't go to Liangzhou, and Liangzhou couldn't develop, they the Tusi could still control vast areas. While they were laughing and chatting, they suddenly heard an unfamiliar buzzing sound coming from behind. At first, the sound wasn't loud, but upon closer listening, it rapidly grew louder as if approaching at incredible speed. These few Tusi curiously turned back and saw something unforgettable. A square monster they had never seen before rushing over from the official road toward Liangzhou City at an unimaginable speed. Pale-faced, they all exclaimed simultaneously, "What is this?" Seeing the monster quickly approach, they screamed and scattered in all directions. Whoosh! The bus roared past their eyes swiftly, causing them to stop fleeing with shock still lingering on their faces. They looked at each other, puzzled and stunned by the sight of the bus's rear view. What kind of thing was this that moved so fast and was so large? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't think of anything fitting this description. "Brother, should we report this to the patriarchs?" Someone reminded. The leader suddenly came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. "Quickly, you go and report this to the patriarch immediately." "Yes." Obeying orders, the Tusi person hurried toward the Li family. Over time, many more Tusi encountered the bus and reported the situation to the Tusi leaders after experiencing similar shock. At the end of the official road, 7 merchants were waiting when several more merchants arrived. The constable hurried forward to stop them, repeating what he had just said. The newly arrived merchants, unsure, joined the 7 waiting ones. "Excuse me, how long have you been waiting?" The earlier arrivals pondered and replied, "Almost a quarter of an hour." "The vehicle hasn't arrived yet?" the new arrivals asked again. "Not yet." The 7 shook their heads. The latecomers glanced toward Liangzhou City and began to doubt. After a quarter of an hour, there was still no sign of the vehicle. Was the constable lying to them? After some discussion, they made a decision. "Please wait here. We will proceed first." With that, the newly arrived merchants prepared to leave. The constable rushed forward to stop them. "Wait a moment. The vehicle should arrive soon." But those merchants shook their heads continuously, pointing at the 7 earlier arrivals. "You told them the same thing, but a quarter of an hour has passed without a trace of the vehicle. We'll walk ourselves and take a look around Liangzhou while we're at it." The constable felt increasingly anxious. Jonathan and Gio had instructed him to keep the arriving merchants at the station. He blocked their path regardless of other considerations. "Please wait a bit longer." Frowning, these people exchanged glances. Even the earlier 7 stood up upon seeing this scene. The constable's behavior made them wonder if they were being deceived. Exchanging looks, they nodded collectively. They wouldn't wait anymore. Sweating profusely, the constable kept imploring them to wait, but they ignored him entirely. 2 quarters per trip, holding 38 people. It was all nonsense. Retreating while speaking, the constable felt helpless as they moved further from the station, filled with despair. "I've messed things up." Just as the constable was ready to let the merchants pass, he noticed they all stopped. Startled, he wondered why. Had they been moved by his sincerity? Just then, a merchant suddenly pointed behind him in terror and exclaimed, That?" Puzzled, the constable turned his head and widened his eyes in shock, shouting, "What is that?" Upon hearing the constable's words, the merchant's expressions changed completely. Even the constable had no idea what was rapidly approaching them. Seeing the distance between it and them getting shorter, the merchants hurriedly screamed in shock and ran off the official road to both sides, fleeing back the way they came. Before long, the bus arrived at the station and came to a stop. The merchants, who kept glancing back, saw the bus stop and were taken aback. Their escape slowed significantly. Just as they were wondering, Jonathan got off the bus. The constable, seeing Jonathan, was startled and quickly ran over. "Your Grace, why is it you?" The merchants, seeing the constable approach Jonathan, all stopped in surprise. Jonathan glanced around and couldn't help but laugh. Such a scene of people being scared away had happened quite a few times on the way here. "Don't be afraid, everyone. This thing doesn't harm anyone," Jonathan said loudly, while giving the bus a couple of firm pats. Seeing that the bus showed no sign of going berserk, the merchants steadied their nerves and walked toward Jonathan. After waiting for everyone to get closer, Jonathan smiled and said, You are all merchants preparing to go to Liangzhou, right? I'm here to escort you all over. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their gazes fell on the bus. Could this massive object be the vehicle the constable mentioned earlier? Recalling the speed of the bus as it approached, they were filled with astonishment. There was actually a vehicle in this world that could move so fast. For a moment, there was silence. Jonathan then got into the bus through the door and waved at everyone through the window. Everyone can board now. As if awakening from a dream, the merchants slowly climbed aboard despite some lingering fear of the unknown. But their curiosity soon overcame their fear, and they followed Jonathan's example and boarded the bus. Once inside, the merchants were stunned. Alongside the neatly arranged seats were incredibly transparent pieces of glass. The merchants stood frozen in the aisle of the bus, momentarily forgetting to find seats. It took a while for them to regain their senses, and they all turned to look at Jonathan. Your Excellency, is this vehicle from Liangzhou? Chapter 220. The box faster than a horse. Or what? Jonathan smiled and shot back the question. The car fell into an immediate silence, with everyone's expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Forget the uniqueness of this vehicle. Just the value of all this glass was already immeasurable. And these pieces of glass, which they never dared to dream of, actually all belonged to Liangzhou. Yet, everyone knew that Liangzhou was the poorest among all southwestern cities. A strange feeling rose unbidden in everyone's hearts. Everyone, please take your seats. Jonathan reminded them at this point. People snapped back to reality, sitting down in surprise and curiosity. They kept examining the interior of the vehicle. Wherever their eyes fell, there were things they didn't recognize and couldn't understand. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. Is this really a vehicle? Are these really from Liangzhou? Someone couldn't help but ask Jonathan, Yanni, is this vehicle really from Liangzhou? Yes. Jonathan nodded. Wow. Such a definite answer sent a wave of gasps through the car. It's really from Liangzhou. The status of Liangzhou in the merchants' minds couldn't help but rise significantly. Is everyone seated securely? Jonathan asked, then stepped on the accelerator. Borism. After a brief sound, the bus started moving. As the scenery outside rushed past rapidly, the merchants couldn't help but be astonished. Although they had seen the bus's speed when it arrived, it had been empty at the time. Now it was carrying nearly 20 people. But why did they feel the speed hadn't decreased at all? The merchants grabbed whatever they could, their faces pale and filled with fear and unease. At the bus stop below, officers stared blankly as the bus drove off quickly, not coming back to their senses for quite some time. Is this our Liangzhou vehicle? An officer murmured to himself. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't accept this fact right away. Similarly affected were the 2C people monitoring from nearby. Once they realized they hadn't been mistaken, these 2C hurriedly ran back to their respective clans. This astounding news had to be reported to the chieftains immediately. While the 2C at the end of the official road were running frantically back, those about a li away from the road end were discussing in astonishment. Did I just see it correctly? That big box, running so fast? I saw it too. What on earth was that? It seemed to come from Liangzhou's direction. Could it be Liangzhou's possession? No way. Could Liangzhou have such a thing? The 2C debated amongst themselves but couldn't reach a definite conclusion. In the middle of their discussion, someone suddenly heard a noise and quickly turned to look toward the road's end. This glance made him stare blankly, and he hurriedly beckoned others. Look, that thing is coming back. Everyone quickly turned to see, and when they witnessed the bus speeding towards them at the same speed, they all gaped in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? As the bus approached, the 2C peered through the windows and suddenly spotted the seated merchants inside. Look, there are people inside. After the bus passed, the 2C gradually came back to their senses. People can ride on that thing? Who are those people? How dare they do something like this? They must be merchants from other cities? This speculation changed everyone's expression. They were here to prevent outsiders from entering Liangzhou. But if the merchants were inside that box, they had no means to stop them. Quick, report back to the chieftain. While the second batch of 2C hurriedly went to report, the first batch had already informed the various chieftains about the bus. Upon hearing the description from their people, the chieftains' faces were filled with skepticism. You're saying that a few zhang-long box can run faster than a warhorse? Yes, we all saw it. The people confirmed, nodding vigorously. Many chieftains remained doubtful. Liangzhou bordered Annam where they had seen elephants before. Those huge creatures moved very slowly. According to the description, the box was several times larger than an elephant. It should logically be slower. How could it rival a warhorse? Just as they doubted, servants from the Li family, following Luke's orders, invited everyone over. Soon, in the Li family hall, the chieftains gathered. Luke frowned and said, have you all heard the latest news? I heard it. Zen responded first, anger evident in his voice. I slapped anyone who spread nonsense like this. Think about it. How could there be something so large and yet run so fast? If there really was such a thing, wouldn't the world be turned upside down? Many 2C chieftains nodded in agreement. They thought the same. Luke frowned even deeper. Compared to the simple judgments of these 2C, he had considered more deeply. If only one or two people said so, there might have been a mistake in observation. But everyone saying the same thing couldn't just be due to mistaken observations. Yet, what Zen said did make sense. How could there possibly be something huge in size yet incredibly fast? For a moment, Luke couldn't figure this out either. As the 2C chieftains were discussing, the second batch of informants rushed back. Seeing the expressions on their faces, the 2C chieftains all changed color. Luke hurriedly asked, what happened? The 2C quickly replied, Chieftain, it's bad. We saw people sitting inside that massive box, heading towards Liangzhou. Those people might very well be merchants from other cities. Instantly, silence fell over the Li family hall. All the 2C chieftains wore looks of shock. That box could actually carry people? This meant that this enormous box functioned similarly to a carriage, didn't it? Realizing this, Beckham shouted loudly, since you saw that it might be merchants inside, why didn't you try to stop them? The 2C looked fearful. Chieftain, that thing was too fast, almost as quick as a galloping warhorse. We didn't dare to stop it. What? All the Tusi chieftains were taken aback. Luke couldn't help but ask, are you saying that thing, even carrying merchants, didn't slow down at all? The Tusi nodded rapidly, yes. It was no different from the first time we saw it. How could that be possible? The Tusi chieftains all wore incredulous expressions. According to their understanding, whether it was a single warhorse or a carriage, the speed when carrying people could never compare to when running empty. Yet now, something that defied their understanding had appeared. For a moment, silence enveloped the hall. Chapter 221. Could it be Jonathan's doing? In the oppressive silence, the reporting Tusi suddenly remembered something. Right, there were at least 10 people inside that box. What? The Tusi chiefs, who were still slowly coming to terms with the fact that the bus's speed wasn't affected by its passengers, exploded into chatter upon hearing this news. Several Tusi chiefs asked in unison, did you see it wrong? The Tusi affirmed, Chief, we absolutely didn't see it wrong. There should be more than 10 people in the box. Whoa. The Tusi chiefs sucked in cold breaths in unison, their faces filled with shock. If they had previously been able to visualize what they had seen, now their minds went completely blank. Carrying 10 people and still running as fast as a warhorse? What was this box? Everyone's eyes naturally fell on Luke. Zen asked in a daze, Chiefly, does such a thing exist in this world? Luke's expression was also one of disbelief. Even if things had failed before, he could at least comprehend what happened. But this was beyond his understanding. Seeing Luke unable to answer for a long time, the Tusi chiefs felt even more stunned. Even Luke didn't know. Beckham revealed an incredulous look and said, could it be that this thing was also made by that kid Jonathan? Others did not speak, but their expressions confirmed Beckham's guess. Apart from Jonathan, no one else could make something this astonishing. Luke suddenly stood up and walked outside. Everyone was surprised and hurriedly asked, Chiefly, where are you going? I want to see that box with my own eyes, said Luke as he continued walking without stopping. If he didn't see it himself, he wouldn't believe it. People suddenly understood and hurriedly followed him. Indeed, it was better to go over and take a look with their own eyes than sit here guessing aimlessly. More than 30 Tusi chiefs of all sizes arrived beside the road leading to Liangzhou in full force, gazing in the direction of Liangzhou under the blazing sun, starting their wait. Inside the bus, after the initial shock and panic, merchants gradually calmed down. Watching the rapidly retreating scenery through the windows, they couldn't help but exclaim one after another. Such incredible speed. This huge vehicle was faster than a lone rider. Some merchants carefully touched the glass window and exclaimed repeatedly. This was top-quality crystal, which they hadn't even dreamed of seeing, let alone touching, in the past. After appreciating the crystal, a merchant suddenly noticed something new and looked at the small hole above his seat, filled with wonder. He felt a faint cool air blowing out of this hole. Do you feel the breeze? The merchant whispered to the one beside him. The merchant beside him paused, then looked at the small hole, nodding repeatedly, yes. Upon hearing their conversation, other merchants realized that the temperature inside the bus was much lower than outside and were all shocked. Was there ice placed outside this vehicle? But they hadn't seen any just now. All eyes turned toward Jonathan. Just as they were about to ask, they felt themselves lurch forward, startling everyone. A merchant seated near the back, confused, heard someone ahead shout, We've reached Liangzhou? What? So soon? Other merchants were all taken aback. How long had they been riding? Less than a quarter of an hour. As they wondered, the view suddenly darkened. The bus was passing through the city gate. Their doubts instantly turned to astonishment. They had indeed reached Liangzhou. Although they had marveled at the bus's speed earlier, this was still far beyond their expectations. Entering the city, Jonathan stopped the vehicle at the predetermined location, looking back at the still stunned merchants with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived. Merchants came to their senses and instinctively looked at Jonathan, unsure what to do. Due to the shock, they temporarily lost the ability to think clearly. Jonathan reminded them, it's time to get off. I need to head to the Xizhou highway to pick up others. Everyone woke up and quickly got off the bus, reluctant to leave. Below the bus, Gio watched the bus in amazement. The speed of this round trip was faster than he had imagined. That Jonathan had created such a vehicle. It was hard to believe unless he saw it with his own eyes. Seeing the first group of merchants getting off, Gio perked up, smiling and welcoming them. Welcome to Liangzhou. I am Captain Gio of Liangzhou. Jonathan didn't get off. After handing the merchants over to Gio, he drove the bus back out of the city. He had already arranged everything inside the city beforehand. For the coming period, he just needed to play the role of a driver. Half an hour later, Jonathan delivered the merchants, who wore equally incredulous and shocked expressions, into Liangzhou from Xizhou and then started driving toward Lijiang's official road. Beside the official road, the Tusi chiefs twisted their necks, which felt slightly sore, with growing doubt on their faces. Zen said, Chiefly, it's been half an hour. How come that thing hasn't arrived yet? Luke frowned, feeling somewhat displeased inside. He couldn't even imagine what the box looked like, so how could he possibly know why? Beckham couldn't help but say at this point, maybe that boy Jonathan just sped up when he saw people to divert our attention, and slowed down again when there was nobody around? This guess immediately received considerable agreement from others. Zen's eyes lit up as he chuckled, Old Ma, your words make perfect sense. He added, with a cold snort, I said it was impossible for something to exist that was completely beyond our understanding. It turned out to be that boy's trick. The Tusi chiefs all nodded in agreement with Zen. Luke gradually relaxed his frown. Although he thought Beckham's guess seemed unreliable, he indeed couldn't explain the incredible speed if not for this possibility. At this moment, Beckham asked, Chiefly, do you think my guess makes sense? Luke slowly nodded. There is indeed a possibility. Upon hearing this, the Tusi chiefs felt a sudden surge of spirit. See, not only did they think this way, even the smartest Luke agreed. There must be no mistake. Suddenly, a spark of anger rose in everyone's heart. Well done, Jonathan, to actually play tricks on them and let them wait foolishly under the scorching sun for so long. This little bastard. Zen cursed a few times and said, Chiefly, should we go back first? Luke nodded. Relieved, the group turned to leave. Just at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from afar. The Tusi chiefs froze momentarily, not realizing what it was, until one of the nearby tribesmen shouted loudly, "It's here. That box is here." Chapter 222. Is there such a thing in the world? That box came. The chieftains of the Tusi were greatly shocked and hurriedly looked toward the official road in the direction of Liangzhou. When they saw a small black dot rapidly enlarging, everyone was dumbfounded. The box. High speed. Exactly as reported. The eyes of the Tusi chieftains followed the bus until it disappeared, still not turning back for a long time. Luke's heart churned violently at this moment. If he had been 90% convinced by his speculation about Beckham earlier, now that confidence was down to less than 10%. Just judging by the speed of that box, such a scenario was impossible. Beckham was also dumbstruck. He realized his conjecture was entirely wrong. Other Tusi chieftains gradually came to their senses. They stared at each other, unable to utter a word. Witnessing the bus with their own eyes left them more shocked than merely hearing about it. At this point, one of the previously scolded Tusi clansmen, who hadn't dared stop the bus, wore an aggrieved expression. "Honorable chieftains, it's not that we didn't want to stop it. We simply did not dare." The Tusi chieftains could only remain silent even more deeply. With that incredible speed and huge size, if they had dared block its path, they wouldn't doubt being crushed into minced meat. After a brief silence, the Tusi chieftains recovered their wits. All eyes turned to Luke. "Leaderly, what should we do?" Luke's expression carried unprecedented gravity as he said gravely, "We continue to wait here and see." Everyone understood Luke's meaning and looked in the direction the vehicle had gone. In less than a quarter of an hour, with a humming sound, the bus returned from where it had come. Luke quickly instructed, "Everyone, look closely, see if there are any people inside." Everyone nodded, staring intently at the distant bus. As the bus got closer, the Tusi chieftains grew incredibly nervous. Seeing the bus full of passengers, everyone froze on the spot as if slapped hard across the face. The bus was packed with people, yet it showed no sign of slowing down. A thought surfaced in each Tusi chieftain's mind. This is impossible. Chieftainly, how can there be such things in the world? Tyler trembled as he spoke. Other Tusi chieftains gradually regained their composure. Although none of them spoke out loud, they all shared Tyler's thoughts. That scene completely exceeded their understanding. Luke took a long time to answer Tyler's question, gazing dazedly towards Liangzhou. After a long pause, Luke took a deep breath. "Everyone, let's go back first." After saying that, Luke led the way back. However, each step Luke took felt like walking on cotton, floating and weak. Was it really possible for humans to make something like that? Outside the office of the governor of Chizhou, Dino was in an extremely good mood. Calculating the timeline, many merchants should be heading to Liangzhou these days. Gio and company must surely have anticipated this, filled with anticipation. But Gio and company did not know that Luke and those Tusi chieftains had prepared intercepting measures. Gio, what will your expression be when you realize no merchants are going to Liangzhou? It must be quite amusing, haha. Thinking of this made Dino laugh uncontrollably. At that moment, a soft voice came from outside the door. "Sir, what has made you so happy?" Hearing this voice, Dino's smile widened. "Come in quickly, my love, let me tell you about it." A charming woman pushed open the door and leaned coyly against Dino. "Tell me quickly, I can't wait to hear it." Feeling a surge of heat, Dino was just about to start touching her when suddenly a frantic and panicked voice of a confidant came from outside. "Sir, it's bad." Suddenly feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, Dino lost all interest and became enraged. "You bastard, if you don't explain yourself, watch how I punish you." Dino roared. The confidant hastily explained, "Sir, I just received news that a box over 10 feet long appeared at the end of the road leading here from Liangzhou and took away the merchants gathered there." "What?" Dino jumped up in shock, forgetting Miriam sprawled on the floor due to his abrupt movements. The confidant continued, "That box moved very fast, not slower than a warhorse. I estimate the Tusi chieftains couldn't stop it." "How could this be?" Dino's face showed disbelief as he stared at the confidant. "Did you see this with your own eyes?" The confidant nodded vigorously, "Yes." Dino's face changed drastically. His confidant couldn't possibly have seen wrong or lied. In other words, Liangzhou used a large box he had no knowledge of to directly solve the problem of the Tusi people. Dino regained his composure and hurriedly asked, "Did you have anyone drive away the remaining merchants?" As Dino thought, one trip wouldn't be able to take away many people. But before he finished speaking, his confidant bitterly smiled and said, "Sir, that box took away all 30+ merchants waiting there." "What?" Shock was clearly visible on Dino's face. "You mean that box carried away over 30 people in one go?" "Yes, and the speed when it left was exactly the same as when it was empty," the confidant added. Hiss. Dino sucked in a breath of cold air, stunned on the spot. What kind of thing was this box? How had he never heard of such a thing? Regaining his senses, Dino suddenly looked at his favorite concubine with a glimmer of hope. This favored courtesan from the Phoenix Pavilion had met quite a few influential people from all over the Great Chu. Perhaps she knew about the origins of this box. However, before Dino could speak, Miriam said, "Sir, is there really a box in this world that can carry away dozens of people at once?" Dino's heart instantly sank. Even she didn't know. The confidant then suggested, "Sir, shall we send someone to ask the Tusi chieftains?" Dino nodded. "Go immediately." "Yes." The confidant answered and rushed off. Dino no longer felt like being intimate with his concubine, and instead pondered solemnly. Jonathan was unaware of the shock and horror experienced by Luke and the Tusi chieftains, as well as Dino. There were simply too many people watching along the official road, making it impossible for him to pay attention to anything else. Besides the discussions among the commoners along the official road, there was also much chatter within the city. Especially those merchants who had ridden in the bus, they were repeatedly questioned about their experience. For a moment, although the merchants hadn't thoroughly inspected Liangzhou, their moods had brightened. Arn watched the bus leaving the city from afar, marveling endlessly. There's actually such a thing in this world. The Duke of Angua is truly remarkable. Chapter 223. Plan to destroy the vehicle. Arn exclaimed in admiration a few times, and then looked at Henrik on the side, his expression full of curiosity. Mr. Jim, has there ever been something similar recorded in ancient texts? Henrik smiled bitterly and shook his head. Arn couldn't help but be even more astonished. So, this was conceived by Lord Angua himself? It seems so. Henrik nodded and then sighed. Last time when he left Liangzhou, he felt extremely bufuchi, unconvinced/resentful. In this month, he had studied a large amount of new knowledge. He thought he could catch up with Jonathan, but unexpectedly, the gap between them not only didn't shrink but widened. After all, he was just learning from predecessors, while Jonathan was making history. Seeing Henrik's expression, Arn was again amazed. Jonathan was the first one who could make Henrik show such an expression. In the Li family hall, all the chieftains were gathered here, and the atmosphere in the hall was no longer relaxed as before but heavy instead. Everyone was silent, recalling what they had just seen. After a long time, Zen couldn't help but speak up. Headmanly, what should we do now? Others also looked at Luke, waiting for him to make a decision. However, Luke's expression was solemn, and he did not give an answer quickly as usual. After a long while, Luke slowly said, to directly stop merchants from entering Liangzhou is already impossible. Before Luke finished speaking, the hall erupted into chaos. Can't stop them? How can this be? If we can't stop them, won't Liangzhou rise? This cannot happen. Headmanly, you must think of a way. Luke frowned and, after the uproar quieted down somewhat, said gravely, wait for me to finish. Everyone immediately fell silent, waiting for Luke to continue. Just as Luke was about to speak, a servant guarding outside the hall shouted suddenly, Headman, Freddy from Master Dong has arrived. The expressions of all chieftains except Luke changed drastically. Amadeo sending someone over must mean he was seeking accountability. But Luke remained calm and composed. Please come in. As soon as Amadeo's confidant entered the hall, he asked, Master wants to know what exactly happened in Liangzhou? Where did that vehicle come from? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Amadeo's envoy. Luke, however, smiled. Master, please wait. I'm preparing to report to you. All the chieftains were somewhat surprised and then filled with joy. Luke definitely had a solution. Listening to Luke say, Master, the reason this situation occurred is because Jonathan and Gio have been hiding this thing. Amadeo's confidant frowned. He wasn't there to listen to Luke's explanation but responded unhappily. Then what are your countermeasures? Luke smiled confidently. This matter is actually not difficult. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Luke spoke calmly. Although I don't know how it was made, since it runs so fast, there must be some animal hidden underneath, perhaps a horse, or maybe some other animal. But all this is irrelevant, because as long as these animals are dealt with, it would mean destroying that vehicle. A light shone simultaneously in everyone's eyes. Right. How did they not think of this? Amadeo's confidant nodded continuously. Good idea indeed. Luke smiled and said, please inform Master Dong that we will take action as soon as possible, and he can wait for our good news. Fine. Amadeo's confidant left with a smiling face. After sending off Amadeo's confidant, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became enthusiastic. Headmanly, make arrangements quickly. Yes, every time I think about Joe's happiness now, I feel unbearable pain. We must destroy Joe's dream. A cold smile appeared on Luke's face. First, we need to figure out where the vehicle stops at night. Then, send people into the city to kill the animals underneath. The people outside to assist also need to be arranged well. Once successful, let them leave immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement and started arranging personnel. In Chizhou, upon hearing the report from his confidant, Amadeo nodded in satisfaction. This Luke to come up with such a method indeed shows some intelligence. The confidant smiled and said, with him handling things for us, it saves us much effort. Indeed. Amadeo nodded, feeling very comfortable inside. He thought it would be troublesome, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be simple. He had wasted anger in the morning for nothing. Thinking of the scene after Luke et al.'s success, Amadeo couldn't help but laugh loudly. At that moment, Gio would surely be heartbroken. All right, you may leave. I'm tired. Understanding, the confidant left, while Amadeo chuckled and headed toward his beloved concubine's room. Dusk. After delivering the last group of people to Liangzhou, Jonathan parked the vehicle on a roadside near the city gates for easy access. Levi, waiting by the roadside, was taken aback at this sight and hurriedly approached. Jonathan, you're leaving the vehicle here? Yes. Jonathan nodded. Parking it here makes it convenient to start tomorrow. Levi expressed some concern. Is it safe? What if someone steals it? Jonathan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brother Abdur, rest assured. No one can steal this thing. Really? No one can steal it? Levi didn't understand where Jonathan's confidence came from, but seeing Jonathan say so, he didn't press further. After all, he still didn't know what exactly this vehicle was about, and could only trust Jonathan's words. Without this worry, Levi said, Brother Jonathan, today has been tiring for you. I've had some good dishes prepared. Let's go back and eat. Jonathan smiled and agreed. And Chapter 224, Santiago's Confidence. Yes, it's time to let Jonathan and Gio know what despair truly means. Selen said with hatred. Among all the chieftains present, he hated these two the most. Chieftainly, how about letting Mr. Xia take the lead this time? Birch's eyes lit up. Santiago was originally brought back by Selen to deal with them, his strength beyond doubt. With Santiago leading, it would be perfect. Santiago stepped forward, clenching his right fist tightly, his eyes burning with hatred. Since being easily defeated by Jonathan, he had been recuperating but never stopped thinking of revenge. Now, the opportunity had come. Rest assured, everyone. I, Santiago, will ensure all the animals pulling the cart are killed. Santiago said fiercely. The chieftains nodded in agreement. This was exactly the ruthlessness they wanted. Birch announced loudly, apart from Mr. Xia, the rest should also be carefully selected. This time, We must not fail. Everyone nodded in unison. After careful selection, 9 strong men were chosen from the various tribal groups. Looking at Santiago and the other 9, the chieftains nodded in satisfaction. With these 10 people, success was almost guaranteed. Birch thought for a moment and said, I don't doubt your abilities, but Jonathan is quite cunning, so you must be very cautious. Make sure there are no loopholes before taking action, understood? Santiago nodded firmly, saying confidently, chieftainly, rest assured. I won't fall twice to the same person. Under Santiago's lead, the 10 set off aggressively towards Liangzhou City. Watching the backs of Santiago and the others, the chieftains couldn't help but smile. These were their elite, carefully chosen. Killing some animals pulling carts would be child's play. Amato suddenly chuckled. What do you think will happen in Liangzhou tomorrow? The chieftains' eyes brightened, and they laughed along. The unexpected appearance of such a vehicle from Liangzhou today had indeed taken them by surprise, leaving them greatly impressed. This situation applied to others as well. Because of this, many people would surely come out of curiosity. If Liangzhou couldn't produce the same vehicle tomorrow, these people would definitely be disappointed. At that time, they could stir things up, sabotaging Liangzhou's investment promotion efforts. Excited, Selen jumped up from his chair and rushed out. I'll go arrange for the troublemakers. As dusk fell, Santiago led 9 strong men into Liangzhou City. Seeing the bus surrounded by a crowd, they felt relieved. They had been worried about how to observe, but these people made it easy. Immediately, they moved closer to inspect the bus. Upon first sight of the bus, they were all stunned. Such a large vehicle, even the Emperor's carriage wouldn't compare. Besides shock, Santiago wished to destroy the bus right then. Struggling to suppress this urge, after examining the bus, Santiago led the group away to a shop owned by the Diao family within the city. What did you see? Did anyone notice where the animals are hidden? After sitting down, Santiago asked. He had circled the bus, but failed to find the animals. The 9 strong men exchanged glances and shook their heads. Didn't see any. Santiago frowned. Strange. There was the bus, yet they couldn't find where the animals were hidden. Could this vehicle not be pulled by animals? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Santiago dismissed it. How could there be a self-propelled vehicle? After much consideration, Santiago concluded that the animals were simply hidden somewhere out of sight. Remembering the bus covered on all sides, Santiago nodded repeatedly. That must be it. Turning to the shop owner, Santiago asked, Are the tools ready? The shop owner nodded eagerly, all prepared. As he spoke, he handed over long knives and short daggers. Santiago's face turned cold as he saw the gleaming blades. No matter where those animals were hidden, they couldn't escape death. Santiago picked up a long knife, gripping it tightly. You pick suitable weapons and prepare to act once it's dark. Night soon arrived. After being informed by the shop owner that the crowd around the bus had dispersed, Santiago slowly stood up. In the darkness, his eyes sparkled as he looked at the strong men. Let's move. Saying that, Santiago took the lead. Thinking of what he was about to do, Santiago couldn't help but feel excited. This time, he would definitely disrupt Jonathan's plan. They silently approached the location where the bus was parked and, confirming that no one was around, Santiago waved his hand abruptly and led several big men to the front of the bus. Looking at the bus, a sinister sneer appeared on Santiago's face. In his eyes, this bus was now like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Find the animals. With Santiago's order, the group immediately sprang into action. Some stood on tiptoe to peer inside the bus, some crouched down to search under it, and others circled around it. After searching for a while, all of them wore expressions of shock. Mr. Xia, there are no animals inside the bus. There aren't any under it either. It seems there are none around here. The reports from the big men left Santiago dumbfounded. There were no animals inside or outside. Where could they be hiding? Santiago couldn't figure it out and could only say, search more carefully. The big men had no choice but to conduct an even more thorough investigation. But they still found no animals. Hearing the second report exactly like the first, Santiago was momentarily stunned. How could they not find any? Could Jonathan have hidden the animals after using them? However, there was no information about Jonathan leaving with the animals. What was going on here? Santiago racked his brains but couldn't solve the puzzle. The man who had been searching under the bus got up from the ground and asked softly, Mr. Xia, what should we do? Santiago snapped back to reality but didn't know how to respond. Without finding the animals, they couldn't act. At this moment, the man who had been inspecting inside the bus suggested, Mr. Xia, this bus uses glass. Why don't we steal the glass? Santiago shook his head without hesitation. Although these pieces of glass were tempting, stealing them would be unmanageable. If tracked, they would inevitably be traced back to them. An idea suddenly struck Santiago. Who brought a flint? One of the big men produced a flint, but looked puzzled. Why did he need a flint? Santiago sneered. If they couldn't kill the animals pulling the bus, then they would destroy the bus itself. Though Jonathan was his enemy, Santiago had to admit, this vehicle was extraordinary. Chapter 225. Jonathan is too despicable. Santiago retracted his gaze, the sneer on his face deepening. The more unusual it was, the more it confirmed that after destroying this vehicle, Jonathan would certainly not be able to produce a second one. In this way, their objective could still be achieved. Santiago grew more and more excited as he thought about it. Immediately, he lit the flint and began searching for a suitable place to set fire. But as he swept his eyes around, Santiago's excitement faltered. There seemed to be nowhere suitable to start a fire within sight. Furrowing his brow, Santiago asked the burly men, Did any of you see any fabric or wooden parts on the vehicle? After thinking for a moment, all the burly men shook their heads. Startled, Santiago couldn't believe it. You didn't see any wood or fabric? Then what did you see? At this point, the burly men realized this too and exclaimed in surprise, It was iron, and something we don't recognize. Santiago couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of cold air. Without any wooden or fabric components, how could he set this vehicle on fire? At this moment, one of the burly men who had been examining inside the vehicle suddenly thought of something. There's a curtain and seats inside the vehicle, They should be flammable. Santiago's eyes then fell on the car windows. When he saw the curtains, his spirits soared with unexpected delight. Indeed there were. Looking at the glass, Santiago felt a bit regretful. Such fine crystal, and he was about to destroy it. But as soon as he thought these crystals belonged to Jonathan, Santiago sneered again. This time, I'll make Jonathan lose both his wife and soldiers. Santiago immediately clenched his fist, preparing to smash the window. One of the burly men quickly said, "Please hold on, Mr. Xia. This will make too much noise. Wrapping your fist in cloth would reduce the sound." Santiago quickly stopped, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, smashing the crystal directly would make too much noise, easily attracting trouble. Once his fist was wrapped in clothes, Santiago let out a slight sneer, using all his strength to smash the window with a sudden burst. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. However, simultaneously with this dull sound, there came a stifled groan from Santiago. He felt like his right arm, just recovered, had broken again. Even more unacceptable was that the window remained unscathed. As Santiago was struggling to believe it, the previously silent bus suddenly flashed red lights front and back. Immediately after, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Wail wail. Santiago and the burly men's faces instantly turned deathly pale. It's haunted. Panicked, they all turned to flee. At this moment, awakened by the alarm, the civilians rushed out of their homes, shouting loudly when they saw Santiago and others dressed in night gear. Thieves! Stop the thieves! While shouting, the citizens charged towards Santiago and company. Santiago and his group turned white as ashes, finding themselves surrounded by the crowd from all sides. They couldn't escape. 15 minutes later, Zhizhou Magistrate Office. Levi hurriedly found Jonathan. Brother Jonathan, something has happened. Someone attempted to sabotage the vehicle. Awakened by the call, Jonathan wasn't worried at all. This bus was no ordinary bus. He had spent extra value points on its upgrades. Its durability was comparable to a tank. Not only could ordinary people not damage it, even weapons wouldn't leave a scratch. Seeing Jonathan so unconcerned, Levi felt puzzled. Brother Jonathan, aren't you going to check? Jonathan waved his hand. No need, the vehicle is fine. Scratching his head, Levi couldn't figure where Jonathan's confidence came from. Just then, Gio rushed in. Jonathan, the culprits have been caught. Come join the interrogation. Reluctantly, Jonathan got up and followed him to the front office. Upon seeing Santiago, Jonathan was somewhat surprised. It's you? Seeing Jonathan, Santiago's originally ashen face flushed red with anger, glaring as if he wanted to kill him. Gio glared blackly at Santiago and the others, asking coldly, "Who instigated you? Did you damage the vehicle?" Santiago grunted, unwilling to answer. However, the burly men didn't share Santiago's courage and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Please spare us, my lord. We followed the chief's orders to come into town to kill the beasts pulling the vehicle. But since we couldn't find any beasts, we tried burning the vehicle but couldn't find anything flammable. We thought breaking the crystal and setting fire to the curtains inside might work, but the vehicle suddenly started wailing. Beasts?" Startled, Gio finally understood what the burly men meant. Amused as he was, Gio couldn't help being enraged. These local chieftains were indeed cunning, coming up with such a trick. Fortunately, Jonathan's vehicles didn't need beasts to pull them, otherwise, those chieftains might have succeeded. How daring of you! Men, follow me to capture Di Gao Yu and the others. At the Diao family residence, Selen was sound asleep when a sudden commotion outside woke him up, causing him to erupt in rage. What's all this noise? Don't you know what time it is? As he spoke, Selen prepared to get out of bed to vent his anger. Just as he got up, a servant rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Clan leader, it's not good. The officials are here to arrest you. What did you say? Selen was both shocked and furious. Who has the nerve? Before he could finish speaking, Zhou's voice came from outside. It's me. Selen was taken aback. Gio had been in Liangzhou for 20 years, but the number of times he personally confronted them could be counted on one hand. Without absolute certainty, Gio usually wouldn't act personally. What happened this time? While Selen was pondering, he saw Gio walk in with the officers. Mr. Abdu, are you? Before Selen could finish his sentence, Gio interrupted him. Gio waved his hand backward, and an officer pushed a man forward. Seeing the man's appearance, Selen's expression changed. It was Santiago. Do you recognize this person, Selen? Gio asked coldly. Selen frowned but didn't answer. Gio laughed coldly. Whether you answer or not, you must come with me. Selen's face turned gloomy, realizing that this trip was inevitable, but he couldn't understand how Santiago had been caught. After taking Selen along, Gio went to the territories of other local chieftains, arresting all the chieftain leaders mentioned by the large men, bringing them back to Liangzhou City. After Gio finished arresting everyone, the other chieftain leaders were in an uproar, rushing to find Luke. Leader Li, how could this happen? Beckham said incredulously. Their plan was flawless, and they had instructed Santiago not to act without certainty. How could it end like this? Luke looked grave. He didn't know why either. At this moment, Gray stormed in, his face full of anger. Without waiting for the others to ask, Gray exclaimed furiously, that Jonathan is too despicable. Chapter 226. Why not ask Brother Jonathan? Vile. What happened? The tribal chiefs hurriedly asked. Gray angrily said, I just found out that Mr. Xia and his group were captured because they fell for Jonathan's evil trick. Jonathan set up a mechanism in that vehicle which would be triggered once someone attempted to destroy it. This was clearly a trap deliberately set by Jonathan for us to fall into. The expressions of the tribal chiefs instantly turned extremely grim. Especially Luke, blackish aura appeared on his face. He had meticulously planned this from beginning to end, assuming it was foolproof and certain to cause trouble for Jonathan. But he never expected to fall into a trap. At that moment, Luke felt as if he had been toyed with by Jonathan. Beckham felt a stroke of luck at this time. Thankfully, none of his clan members were chosen. Otherwise, he might have been captured too. But thinking about Zen and the others who were captured, Beckham couldn't help but feel a sense of vicarious sorrow, hastily asking Luke, "Chiefly, what should we do now?" "Yes, chiefly, you must save my father," Gray also pleaded. Luke replied with a stern face, "I'm thinking of a way." The hall fell silent. Everyone looked expectantly at Luke. After much thought, Luke finally came up with a solution. The only plan now is to trade small for big. The next morning, Gray and other tribal chiefs who had people arrested escorted several dispirited individuals to the prefectural yamen. After Geo took his seat, he frowned while looking at the crowd below. What were these people going to do? Gray loudly said, "Your Excellency Abdur. Last night we interrogated them and discovered that the order to damage the carriage was issued by these people impersonating our chiefs." Geo suddenly understood. They were here to rescue Zen and the others. Before Geo could speak, the detained individuals vied to admit, "Your Excellency, we indeed acted on our own accord. It has nothing to do with our chiefs." Joe's face darkened. He had wondered if they would deny it, but didn't expect them to vie for admission. Moreover, from the start, he only had the statements from Santiago and others without any evidence. With this turn of events, trying to use this incident to capture Zen and the others was now impossible. Geo had no choice but to order the release of Zen and the others, imprisoning the few scapegoats instead. Zen and the others sneered at Geo from the prison. "Goodbye, Your Excellency Abdur. Also, please tell Jonathan for us, we won't fall for his tricks again." Saying this, the group left proudly. Seeing their confident backs, Levi beside him had an angry expression. "Father, just let them go like this?" Geo remained silent, his face grim. Of course, he didn't want to let them go, but he had to. Levi suddenly thought of something, hurriedly saying, "Father, why not ask Brother Jonathan?" Geo froze, then his eyes brightened. Right, how could he forget about Jonathan? Father and son rushed to the courtyard where Jonathan was conducting research and met him. Levi recounted the events, looking hopefully at Jonathan. "Brother Jonathan, do you have any ways to curb their arrogance?" Jonathan pondered slightly, a smile appearing on his face. "Well, we can't take them down completely based on this. Making them suffer a little is easy." Levi's eyes lit up. "Brother Jonathan, I knew you had a plan. Quickly, tell us what to do." Jonathan chuckled. "It's simple. Although they've pushed forward scapegoats, the confessions of those who damaged the carriage don't match up with theirs. In this situation, bringing those people back for further investigation should not be a problem, right?" Geo slapped his thigh. Right. How could he forget about this? At the time, he was just thinking that he couldn't capture Zen and the others, forgetting he could at least detain them for a few more days. Levi ran outside directly. "Father, I'll go intercept them immediately." "Father, are you all right?" On the road, Gray asked Zen. Zen shook his head with a gloomy expression. Although there were scapegoats, being imprisoned was still a deeply shameful matter for him. Moreover, by Geo, the more Zen thought about it, the angrier he became. Has Chiefly come up with a way to retaliate? Gray shook his head. "I set out as soon as I figured out how to rescue you, so I don't know if they've thought of anything yet." Zen's expression grew even darker. "This insult, I, Zen, will definitely seek revenge, or I swear not to live. Come on, let's hurry back to discuss how to retaliate." Everyone responded loudly and sped up. After walking a few steps, a synchronized loud voice called from behind, "Stop." Zen was stunned. When he saw Levi leading the bailiffs chasing after them, he couldn't help but be stunned. What was Levi going to do? Was he going to forcibly arrest them? At the thought of this possibility, Zen became enraged. "Everyone stop. I want to see what this little brat Levi is up to." Levi soon arrived with the bailiffs in front of Zen and his group. Before he could speak, Gray shouted, "Levi, what are you going to do? Are you going to forcibly arrest people?" After Gray finished speaking, the Tutsi people all showed angry expressions, making a stance as if they were ready to fight to the death. Levi chuckled, "I'm not here to arrest anyone. Not arresting them." The Tutsi people were taken aback, feeling somewhat puzzled in their hearts. If not to arrest them, why did Levi bring the bailiffs over? While they were perplexed, they heard Levi chuckle. "You all know that those thieves confessed to various chieftains. Although the people you sent admitted that they were passing fake orders, it doesn't match their confessions. So we still need several chieftains to come back with me for further investigation." Zen couldn't help but get furious and said loudly, "In the end, you still want to take us back?" Levi corrected him, "Chief Tiao, I clearly stated just now that I'm inviting everyone back for cooperation in the investigation, not to lock you up." "You." Zen was both angry and furious, but he couldn't refuse. After all, there was nothing wrong with what Levi said. At this moment, Gray called out, "Father, what if we don't go?" As he spoke, Gray waved his arm. "Everyone, can we let the chiefs be taken back again?" "No." The Tutsi people answered loudly, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Levi's smile turned cold. "Gray, do you want a rebel? I clearly said that I'm only inviting Chief Tiao and a few others back for further investigation." Zen, who was enraged, suddenly came to his senses and quickly raised his hand to stop Gray. Levi was right. If they dared to fight with the bailiffs now, they would fall into Joe's trap. Zen's face darkened as he forced down his anger and said, "All right, we'll go back with you." Chapter 227, Natural Counter. "Father." Gray wanted to say more, but was stopped again by Zen. "Don't worry, Lai. We're just going back to cooperate with the investigation." Seeing that Zen had spoken, Gray suppressed his anger and watched helplessly as Duke took Zen and the others away. In the Lee family main hall, Beckham sat at the seat, smiling as he watched the busy servants of the Lee family. Clan leader Lee's move is truly clever. Old Yao and the others will definitely return safely. The other Tutsi clan leaders all nodded in agreement. No matter how unwilling Jonathan and Geo are, they can only let Old Yao and the others come back. This time, clan leader Jiao's return is all thanks to clan leader Lee. We must certainly welcome clan leader Jiao properly when we see him. Luke listened to everyone's praise, feeling very pleased. Although he had been deceived by Jonathan, he had still managed to save Zen and the others from the maelstrom they were caught in. This ability surely left Jonathan sighing with admiration and without any countermeasures. It seemed the gap between himself and Jonathan wasn't so big after all. Thinking this, Luke felt increasingly self-satisfied and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves in the hall, a servant rushed in from outside. Clan leader, they've returned? Oh. Luke came back to his senses from his satisfaction and said to everyone, let's go out and welcome clan leader Diao. Everyone agreed, preparing to escort Luke outside. However, the servant continued, clan leader, young master Diao and the others don't seem to have brought back clan leader Diao. What? Luke's smile instantly froze. The other Tusi clan leaders showed expressions of disbelief. Not bringing Zen back? How could this be? Are you sure? Beckham asked. The servant replied, I saw clearly. It's still those same people who returned. Beckham was stunned. Clan leaderly, how could this happen? At this moment, Luke's mind was in chaos. The information reported by the servant was completely unexpected. He had already provided a scapegoat. Why hadn't Zen and the others returned safely? While deep in thought, Gray and the others entered with grim faces. Beckham hurriedly asked, Gray, where's your father? Anger immediately appeared on Gray's face. That bastard Duke grabbed father and the others back again. Luke was alarmed and quickly asked, what happened? Didn't Gio acknowledge it? Gray angrily said, we had already met up with father and the others, but Duke suddenly chased us, saying the statements didn't match and needed father and the others to cooperate with the investigation again. Is there such a thing? Everyone frowned. Anyone could tell this was an excuse, deliberately detaining them for a few days because they weren't willing to let Zen and the others go so easily. Beckham couldn't help cursing, goodness Gio, using such tricks. Luke paused, then said, it's not Gio. Not Gio? Beckham was taken aback, then widened his eyes. Clan leaderly means this is Jonathan's trick? Luke slowly nodded. It seems so. Otherwise, Gio wouldn't have allowed clan leader Diao and the others to leave in the first place. Everyone was shocked. Indeed. With further consideration, everyone felt even more agitated. Again, it's Jonathan. How does this Jonathan control them so effectively? Gray roared, Jonathan, I, Gray, will never rest until I've avenged this. After venting his anger, Gray quickly sought help from Luke. Clan leaderly, is there any way to bring father back? Luke shook his head with a grim expression. Though he knew this was Jonathan's doing, he was powerless to do anything about it. Because this tactic was a legitimate open strategy. Even if they raised the issue in the capital, there would be no fault found. Luke felt more and more powerless. This kid, Jonathan, is indeed their natural counter. Seeing that Gray was still discontent, Luke comforted him. You needn't worry too much. In a few days, clan leader Diao should be able to return safely. Gray nodded, but the hatred in his heart grew stronger. Of course, he knew that Zen would return safely, but being detained, and especially being released and then captured again, was an unbearable humiliation for him. Luke didn't have time to care about Gray's anger anymore. He was now worried about another issue. Just moments ago, he received news that the carriage was moving again on the official road, picking up merchants to take to Liangzhou. Before long, this matter would reach Amadeo and Xizhou. How was he supposed to explain this? No matter how much he thought, Luke couldn't come up with an excuse. He could only ask the other Tusi clan leaders, everyone. How should we explain this to Governor Dong? The Tusi clan leaders were all startled. Indeed, how were they going to explain this to Amadeo? Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Luke felt his heart sink. He couldn't rely on these people at all. Luke had no choice but to rack his brains for solutions. In the office of the Xizhou governor, Amadeo woke up from a pleasant dream and was dressed and washed by his beautiful concubine, preparing to enjoy breakfast. Just as he sat down, one of his confidants rushed in. Amadeo's expression immediately darkened, because he saw that his confidant didn't look good, indicating there was bad news to report. What happened now? Amadeo asked, barely restraining his anger. The confidant said, my lord, just now, that carriage came again and took away another group of merchants. You're saying what? Amadeo abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. He stared at the confidant and shouted, didn't you say the Tusi planned to destroy that carriage? The confidant also looked puzzled. The Tusi told me that. I don't know what happened either. Damn it. Amadeo couldn't help but curse and bellowed. What are you standing there for? Go find out what happened immediately. Yes. The confidant hurriedly responded and headed toward the Li family. After scolding the confidant away, Amadeo felt not the slightest bit relieved. Instead, he felt even more depressed. Unable to handle such a small matter, these Tusi were indeed useless. Thinking about it, Amadeo got up and walked outside. He wanted to see for himself what was happening with that carriage. Amadeo arrived at the end of the asphalt-paved official road and waited a moment before seeing the bus coming from afar. Upon clearly seeing the appearance of the bus, Amadeo couldn't help but look stunned. This is a carriage? How could it be so big? While still in shock, he heard the merchants gathered at the platform burst into cheers. This carriage is indeed exactly like the legends, unique and different. Cool Joe made this? It's too unbelievable. Cool Joe can make such a carriage, it seems quite different from before. There must be opportunities worth checking out. Listening to the merchants' praise and look forward to Liangzhou, Amadeo's face turned incredibly grim. Chapter 228. Let's see what he can do. The conversation among the merchants fully demonstrated these people's keen interest in Liangzhou. Once these people shift their focus to Liangzhou, they will inevitably reduce their investment in Xizhou. Worthless. All of them are worthless. Dino, watching the merchants scrambling to get into the bus, couldn't help but inwardly curse Chief Luke and other local officials. They couldn't even destroy one vehicle. Watching the bus disappear in the dust, Dino returned to the government office with a grim face. Although he had already sent his confidant to demand an explanation from Luke and others, this was not the most urgent matter. What was critical was to think of a way to impede Liangzhou's development. Obstructing merchants from entering Liangzhou had completely failed, so now he could only take action within Liangzhou city. Dino thought for a moment, suddenly remembering Jonathan's recent visit to Xizhou to buy grain, which gave him a bright idea. Indeed, Liangzhou has welcomed many merchants this time. but its capacity is far from enough to support such a surge in population, especially since Liangzhou is barely self-sufficient at present. Give orders that from today on, all grain shops within Xizhou City must not sell large amounts of grain and must verify the identity of buyers, ensuring no grain goes to anyone outside Xizhou. After giving the instructions, Dino immediately wrote letters and dispatched them to other cities. He knew very well that the prefects of other cities in the southwestern region shared his thoughts. Once united with these people, Liangzhou would be isolated in the southwestern region. At that point, no matter how advantageous the conditions within Liangzhou City might be, survival would be impossible, rendering everything futile. Imagining the scene of merchants fleeing from Liangzhou back to Xizhou, Dino couldn't help but laugh heartily. Gio and that boy, let's see how you deal with this move. In the Li family hall, Luke and others lowered their heads nervously, listening to the scolding from Dino's confidant. After a thorough scolding, the confidant asked coldly, "What do you plan to do next?" Luke felt a headache coming on. He had been trying to think of how to explain things to Dino but hadn't considered countermeasures yet. The confidant couldn't help but become angry. Still standing there dazed? Think quickly, I'll wait here. Yes, yes. The chieftains hurriedly responded and began racking their brains. The more anxious they became, the fewer ideas they could come up with, including Luke. Just as the confidant was losing patience, the second messenger from Dino arrived. Lord instructed me to tell you that he has devised a way to deal with Liangzhou City, and it requires your cooperation. The chieftains quickly replied, please instruct us. The confidant immediately explained Dino's plan to unite other cities to cut off grain supplies to Liangzhou. Luke saw a glimmer of hope. Beckham praised loudly, good idea. Lord Dong's plan is brilliant. The confidant grunted, of course Lord Dong's plan is good. Your task is to immediately raise the price of grain in Liangzhou City. We understand. We'll arrange it right away. Luke nodded hurriedly and then sent someone to inform all grain shops in Liangzhou City. After doing this, Luke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. This plan was indeed brilliant, effectively strangling Liangzhou City. Once a food crisis occurs inside the city, they will win without fighting. After the two confidants left, the chieftains regained their ease, gradually showing smiles on their faces. Beckham chuckled. This move is truly ruthless. Last time, Jonathan found a loophole and bought grain, but there's no chance this time. I want to see what he can do now. In Liangzhou City, a large number of merchants were transported into the city by buses, marking the busiest day Liangzhou City had ever seen. Under Jonathan's prearranged schedule, merchants first toured the mall, then inspected the residential buildings under construction, and finally, many chose to wander around the city. For a while, large and small taverns and eateries, even roadside stalls, were filled with people. This bustling scene rapidly consumed the ingredients previously purchased by taverns, restaurants, and stalls. Many bosses hastily sent people to buy grain from the grain shops. Before long, the assistants returned empty-handed, faces flushed with anger. Boss, the grain shops are shameless. Knowing our business is booming, they've raised rice prices tenfold. How much? The boss thought he heard wrong. The assistant said, 10 times. Now a dough, measure of grain, costs 1 tael of silver. The boss gasped, urgently asking, did all grain shops raise prices? All of them did. The boss immediately recalled the previous grain price hike and rushed out to ask other bosses. Soon, these people came together to the prefect's office. Due to the influx of numerous merchants, Gio had been extremely busy over the past few days. Not only did he have to arrange the merchants according to Jonathan's plan, but he also had to answer some of their questions. Though busy, Gio was spirited and not at all tired. Instead, he felt quite excited, so much so that he even skipped meals. Liangzhou was truly about to rise. Chui, go check again which merchants have doubts and bring them to see me. Gio was giving instructions when a clerk hurriedly ran in. Sir, several people claiming to be inn and restaurant owners want to see you, saying they have very important matters. Inn owners? Gio was puzzled. It was mealtime now. Why would these people come to see him? Were they coming to thank him? Gio couldn't help feeling somewhat proud and said, let them in. The innkeepers and bosses came in quickly. Before Gio could ask, they began talking all at once. Sir, we can't go on like this. The price of rice is too high. If we raise our prices, customers will be scared away. This is detrimental to Liangzhou's development. Gio and Levi stood there bewildered. What were these people talking about? Why did it sound so strange? Gio quickly raised his hand to calm everyone down. Speak slowly, one by one. After a moment, all the previous joy and excitement vanished from Joe's face, replaced by extreme seriousness. If the last increase in grain prices was just a difficult challenge set by those local chieftains, then this tenfold price hike meant not leaving any room for Liangzhou to survive. This was clearly an attempt to strangle Liangzhou's rising momentum using grain. Levi angrily said, 1 tael of silver per dough of rice. These people really dare to ask for it. Father, I'll take people over there right now. Before Levi finished speaking, Gio stopped him, no. Although equally angry, Gio knew very well that they couldn't handle the situation as Levi suggested. Once strong-arm tactics were used, those chieftains would surely portray themselves as victims and spread news about how the Liangzhou authorities were bullying others. At that point, many merchants would likely back off. This was also unacceptable for Liangzhou. Chapter 229. This time no need to trouble Jonathan. Father, what should we do? Calvin also realized the difficulty of this matter, and his face inevitably showed his distress. Neither advancing nor retreating was a viable option. It was indeed hard to handle. Gio frowned deeply. The incident happened too suddenly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, an innkeeper whispered, Your Excellency, where did the grain come from last time? Joe's eyes lit up. Right. Even though the grain prices didn't rise as much last time as they did now, the nature of the issue was exactly the same. Chi, take the money immediately and buy grain in Xizhou. Calvin was overjoyed. I'll go right away. With that, Calvin rushed out with high spirits. Gio smiled and reassured the innkeepers, everyone, don't panic. By tomorrow at the latest, Chi should be able to transport the grain back. You may return home first. Great. Everyone rejoiced and left one by one. Gio also wore a pleased expression. This time there was no need to trouble Jonathan. At the same time, Gio sneered inwardly. It seemed the chieftains were out of tricks, resorting to using the same tactic they had before. Evening fell. Jonathan parked the bus and returned to the prefectural yamen. Gio greeted him. Jonathan, you've worked hard. I've already arranged for a meal to be prepared for you. Jonathan sat down and waited for the bailiffs to bring the food. While waiting, Jonathan asked curiously, Excellency Abdur, where's Brother Abdur? Gio laughed heartily. He went to buy grain. Buy grain? Jonathan was puzzled. What's going on? Gio recounted the day's events and smiled, saying, Jonathan, did I handle this properly? Jonathan furrowed his brow. On the surface, it seemed Joe's solution was without issue. But upon closer inspection, it might not be so simple. The chieftains couldn't possibly not know how Liang Zhou had resolved the problem last time. As long as they weren't fools, they would certainly find ways to close any loopholes from last time. However, seeing Joe's excited expression, Jonathan didn't say anything. After dinner, instead of going back to rest, Jonathan headed straight to the sweet potato field. Creak. Pushing open the gate, Jonathan was about to check the growth of the sweet potatoes when he heard a stern voice from inside. Who's there? Startled, Jonathan's expression darkened. Someone had sneaked in here? Without hesitation, Jonathan leaped forward to where the voice came from and grabbed the person. Who are you? Jonathan demanded. The other person was clearly surprised. I'm Henrik. And who are you? Henrik? A flash of confusion crossed Jonathan's eyes. That name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place who it was. Henrik, under the moonlight, finally got a clear look at Jonathan and couldn't hide his surprise and delight. Are you Jonathan? Jonathan was somewhat taken aback. Do you know me? Yes, of course I do. Henrik nodded repeatedly. The market previously and the sweet potatoes here had kept Jonathan's name and face constantly on his mind for over a month. To say the least, even if Henrik lost his memory, he probably wouldn't forget Jonathan. Seeing that Jonathan didn't recognize him, Henrik felt a bit disappointed and explained, I was the one who came with young Master Devon San the last time. So it's you. Jonathan understood immediately. After Arn left last time, Gio had mentioned once that someone named Henrik from Arnie's entourage had been eager to see the sweet potatoes. Realizing Jonathan knew who he was, Henrik couldn't help but feel delighted. Yes, it's me. Then Henrik quickly asked, may I ask why the National Duke has come here? Jonathan released Henrik and said, I came to check on the sweet potatoes' growth. Thinking for a moment, Henrik understood that Liang Zhou must have encountered a grain shortage. Otherwise, Jonathan wouldn't suddenly come to inspect. Henrik then said, the National Duke came at just the right time. The sweet potatoes are almost fully grown. Jonathan was slightly perplexed. Sweet potatoes being new to this world, especially to the Great Chu dynasty, how did Henrik know they were nearly ready? Still puzzled, he saw Henrik squat down and dig away the dirt below. National Duke, please look. I've tasted them. They're edible. Focusing, Jonathan couldn't help but chuckle. The unearthed sweet potatoes all had small bites missing, clearly dug up by Henrik. This man had really gone all out, tasting raw sweet potatoes without knowing their nature. Fortunately, sweet potatoes could indeed be eaten raw. Satisfied after a quick glance, Jonathan nodded. Henrik was right. The sweet potatoes were mature. With this, he didn't need to worry about the chieftain's tactics anymore. Seeing Jonathan was about to leave, Henrik hurriedly said, is His Grace leaving? Jonathan nodded. Henrik couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. To him, Jonathan had become his idol. Jonathan glanced at the disheveled and dirty Henrik and said, you can go now. Henrik was taken aback, but shook his head. I'll leave after the sweet potatoes are harvested. He had to personally witness the yield of the sweet potatoes and see this miracle through from start to finish before he could leave here with peace of mind. Jonathan shook his head helplessly. This Henrik truly had a bit of a mad scientist zeal. As he watched Jonathan depart, Henrik returned to studying the sweet potatoes. The sky gradually brightened. In the prefectural yamen, Gio had been up all night, occasionally glancing outside as he handled official duties. However, until dawn, Gio did not see Calvin return. Gio frowned, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Nothing went wrong with buying grain, did it? Just then, a constable rushed in. Your Excellency, there's trouble. Seeing the person who came in, Gio felt his heart skip a beat. It was precisely one of those who accompanied Calvin to Tsijo to buy grain. Gio quickly asked, what happened? The constable replied, the grain shops in Tsijo refused to sell us any grain. Joe's expression changed. Why would that be? Did they give a reason? The constable answered, they said the prefect ordered not to sell to people from other cities. Joe's face turned extremely ugly. With the rise in grain prices in Liangzhou City and Tsijo's refusal to sell externally, despite the considerable distance between the two places, there was certainly a connection. What about Qi? Why hasn't he come back? Gio asked anxiously after regaining his composure. The young master sent me back to report and has gone to other cities to buy grain, the constable replied. Good, Gio sighed in relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. It seemed under Jonathan's influence these past days, Calvin had made some progress and didn't sit idly waiting for death. But this moment of relief only lasted until afternoon, when it completely vanished. After listening to Calvin's account, Joe's face turned grim. It turned out that several nearby cities had conspired to cut off Liangzhou's grain supply. Chapter 230. Isn't it just a shortage of grain? Father, this is clearly a collusion between the Tusi and the merchants from those cities, targeting us. Levi said with a face full of anger. Gio nodded with a grim expression. He had seen through this as well. But what good did it do to see through it? If they couldn't buy grain, Liangzhou would collapse on its own without any action from the Tusi or others. Thinking about how after the grain supply was cut off in Liangzhou, not only would the merchants leave, but even the original residents might go hungry, Gio felt a chill run down his spine. This time, their opponents had really found their fatal weakness. Father, what should we do? Should I go to even farther cities to buy grain? Levi asked anxiously. Probably won't work. Gio sighed. The Tusi were definitely closely monitoring their actions. Once they set out for more distant cities, the Tusi would definitely get there before them, and the outcome wouldn't be any different from now. Is there really no way? Levi asked with a troubled look. Gio gave a bitter smile and nodded. Levi's expression changed several times. The once thriving scene was now facing imminent collapse due to the lack of grain. He was unwilling to accept it. Levi pondered for a moment, suddenly thinking of something, and exclaimed with joy, "Father, Brother Jonathan might have a way." Jonathan? Gio was taken aback. Then the worry on his face dissipated. Right. Why hadn't he thought of finding Jonathan? Father and son hurriedly came to the city gate, craning their necks to look outside, waiting for Jonathan to drive back. In an agonizing wait, Jonathan finally returned to Liangzhou driving a bus. Levi couldn't wait for the merchants on the bus to get off and rushed into the bus. "Brother Jonathan, please wait a moment." Jonathan saw Levi's expression and roughly guessed the reason, chuckling, "Many people are waiting to come to Liangzhou. Go find Henrik at Yushuan Pavilion. There's a solution there." Levi stood dumbfounded, his mind struggling to catch up. Before he could say anything, Jonathan actually gave him a solution directly? He doubted it and couldn't help asking, "Brother Jonathan, do you know what I'm going to say?" Jonathan nodded. "Isn't it about the shortage of grain?" Levi instantly widened his eyes. Jonathan really knew. Seeing Levi's reaction, Jonathan laughed heartily. "Just go find Henrik." "Oh," Levi responded, dazed as he got off the bus, watching Jonathan drive away. Gio, who had been waiting below the bus, saw that Jonathan didn't get off, and his originally joyful face turned sour. Jonathan didn't get off? Does that mean he has no solution? He quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Chui ai, why didn't Jonathan get off?" Levi came back to his senses but still didn't understand why Jonathan wanted them to find Henrik. Replying dully, "Brother Jonathan said we should go find Henrik." Henrik? Gio furrowed his brow. He felt this name sounded familiar but couldn't recall who it was. But now, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't spare much thought. Immediately, he took Levi back to the government office in a hurry. At the same time Gio and Levi left, someone in the crowd also walked quickly toward the outskirts, heading straight for the Lee family residence. "Patriarch, good news. Tremendous good news." The scout reported with delight. "Following your instructions, I've been monitoring at the city gate. Just now, I saw the father and son of the Abdur family looking for Jonathan, but Jonathan didn't leave with them. Then the father and son of the Abdur family returned to the government office looking unhappy." After listening, Luke narrowed his eyes and thought. Soon, a look of joy appeared on Luke's face. Good news indeed, it is good news. Earlier, he had already received word that because of their arrangements, Levi failed to purchase grain from other cities and returned empty-handed. The father and son seeking out Jonathan obviously had run out of options and were looking for a way out from him. But since Jonathan didn't leave with them, it showed he had no solution either. Understanding this, Luke couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You immediately go to Cizhou and report this good news to Director Dong. Also, invite the other patriarchs over. This good news must be shared with everyone." Moments later, the Tusi patriarchs arrived one by one, each with excited smiles. Beckham arrived first at the Lee residence, laughing loudly. "Director Amadeo's move to cut off the root is truly brilliant. The old foxes always win." Others also chuckled, though that boy Jonathan is smart, he's still too young compared to Director Dong. Ha ha ha. Thinking that they had finally gained the upper hand over Jonathan, Luke couldn't resist laughing too. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Lee family hall was filled with joy. At the Cizhou governor's office, a servant from the Lee family rushed over at top speed to report the good news to Amadeo. After listening, Amadeo nodded approvingly. Those Tusi were indeed useless. He had merely used a small trick, and the other side could not withstand it. Although he held Luke and others in extreme contempt, thinking that he would still need to use these people in the future, Amadeo nodded to the Lee family servant. "Good, this time you haven't disappointed me. Go back and tell Luke that I will remember this credit." The Lee family servant was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, "I will definitely convey your words to the patriarch, and the patriarch will surely be very happy." "Good, haha." Amadeo couldn't help but laugh heartily. While the Tusi patriarchs and Amadeo were enjoying their happiness, Gio was deeply lost in thought. Who exactly is Henrik? He felt familiar with the name but couldn't recall it. Even after checking all the records in Liangzhou City, he still didn't find this name. "Chui ai, did you hear it wrong?" Gio couldn't help but doubt. Levi showed hesitation on his face. He wasn't sure if he had heard it incorrectly either. Gio could only say, "Think hard. Did Jonathan say anything else to you at the time?" Levi thought for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and then slapped himself hard. "Father, I remember now. Jonathan said to go to Yushuan Pavilion to find the person named Henrik." Gio was stunned, and then couldn't resist hitting Levi too. "I see why I couldn't find this person. You're wasting time." Having said that, Gio didn't scold him further and hurriedly went to the inn where Arn and the others were staying. When Arn heard that Gio was looking for Henrik, his expression became somewhat strange. "Lord Abdur, shouldn't you know better than me where Mr. Jim is?" Both Gio and Levi were taken aback, showing astonished expressions on their faces. How would they know where Henrik was? Moreover, if they knew, they wouldn't have come back to find Arn. Chapter 231. 2 mu of land, 30,000 Devon. "Master Devon, Duke Jonathan asked us to seek you out," Levi explained. "Duke?" Arn was a bit surprised. Looking at the expressions of Gio and Levi, father and son, he finally understood. This father-son duo must have forgotten about Mr. Henrik's matter. Arn said, "Do you still remember when I came last time? Mr. Jim didn't believe that Liangzhou had crops with extremely high yields?" Upon hearing this, Gio and Levi simultaneously slapped their foreheads. How could they forget this? They had been too busy lately. Plus, Jonathan mentioned that sweet potatoes needed 2 months to mature. They had tossed this matter to the back of their minds. "Father, does that mean those sweet potatoes are now grown?" Levi asked with delight all over his face. Gio nodded vigorously. Since Jonathan brought it up, they were clearly ready. Curiosity painted on his face, Arn inquired, "Sweet potatoes, what are they?" Levi smiled and answered, "Sweet potatoes are a type of crop that Brother Jonathan cultivated, producing several times more than rice or wheat." Several times? Arn was utterly shocked, even feeling doubtful. How could there be such high-yielding crops under heaven? But this skepticism somewhat diminished after remembering that they were cultivated by Jonathan. If others lacked the ability, Jonathan might not. Unable to resist, Arn asked, "Sir Abdur, can I also take a look?" After a brief moment of thought, Geo agreed. In light of the current crisis, it was time for sweet potatoes to be unveiled to the public. There was no harm in letting Arn see them. The three immediately hurried towards the courtyard where the sweet potatoes were planted. Creak. The courtyard gate was soon pushed open. Just as Geo, who was leading the way, stepped into the courtyard, a delighted voice rang out from within. "Is it His Grace the Duke?" Geo froze while Arn responded joyfully, "Mr. Jim, it's me and Sir Abdur here." Henrik walked over in surprise upon hearing Arnie's voice. "Young master, why did you come?" Without answering, Arn eagerly asked instead, "Mr. Jim, is it true that the yield of these sweet potatoes is very high?" Upon hearing this question, both Geo and Levi looked intently at Henrik, awaiting his answer. Both father and son felt an involuntary tension, fearing a negative response. Suddenly, Henrik raised his voice with an incredible and excited tone. "Yes, and much higher. I estimate at least 15 times more." As Henrik finished speaking, 3 cries of shock echoed. "What? How much?" 15 times. Unbelievable expressions spread across Arnie's trio's faces. 15 times the yield. What did that mean? Originally, crops that produced only 100 gene of grain would now produce 1500 gene. Even Levi, who trusted Jonathan the most, harbored some doubts. Did Henrik make a mistake? Seeing the trio staring at him skeptically, Henrik became anxious. "Don't you believe me? Let me show you." With that, Henrik turned around and squatted down, starting to dig in the soil. The three stared dumbfoundedly at Henrik's actions, puzzled thoughts filling their heads. What was he doing? As they wondered, Henrik suddenly stood up, holding the freshly dug up sweet potato for them to see. "Look, the sweet potatoes grow fruits this big." "Phew. So big?" The trio gaped at the sweet potato in Henrik's hand, collectively gasping in awe. The object in Henrik's hand was larger than 2 fists of a grown man put together. Geo recovered his senses and hurriedly asked, "Are all of them this big?" His expression grew tense as he awaited the answer. If they were all this size, just the sweet potatoes here would be enough for all the people of Liangzhou for 2 months. To everyone's surprise, Henrik shook his head. "Not all. Not all." Geo felt a little disappointed, but quickly adjusted his mindset. It made sense if not all were that large, especially since the one in Henrik's hand was already beyond normal size. Unexpectedly, Henrik added, "There are many even bigger than this." "What?" 3 simultaneous cries of astonishment echoed again. Levi hastily asked, "Really? There are even bigger ones?" "Of course." Henrik nodded as a matter of fact. "Let me show you one." He moved towards the middle of the vines, squatting down to start digging. The trio fixed their eyes on where Henrik was digging, hearts racing. As another sweet potato was unearthed, the trio stood frozen in place due to shock. The newly dug out sweet potato was as big as a watermelon. After a long while, the trio finally snapped back to reality. Awestruck, Arnie's eyes widened in horror. He had expected Jonathan to solve the food shortage problem in Liangzhou, but he never imagined that such large crops would be grown. Geo and Levi recovered their senses. The father and son exchanged a glance and burst into laughter together. The food issue was no longer a concern. Levi hurriedly asked, "Father, shall we start digging now?" "Yes. Of course yes." Geo answered without hesitation. With a delighted expression, Levi rushed out, "I'll call for help right away." Moments later, Father Abdur and son Abdur, along with a group of constables armed with shovels and pickaxes, arrived at the courtyard. The constables looked puzzled at the ground covered with vines. What were they about to dig? Geo explained, "These are sweet potatoes planted here. Be careful when you dig so as not to damage the fruits. Watch me first." Then Geo started digging. The constables watched intently as Geo worked. When the sweet potato was unearthed, the constables almost fell off their feet in shock. "This, sir, what is this? It's so big." Geo laughed heartily. "Didn't I just say these are called sweet potatoes, which are used for filling our stomachs?" The constables collectively gasped, and then broke into jubilation. With so many sweet potatoes, Liangzhou would never lack for food again. Without further ado, more than 10 people started digging with vigor. They dug until nightfall, finally unearthing all the sweet potatoes. "How much do they weigh?" Still holding the shovel, Geo asked Henrik, who volunteered to weigh them. Henrik, with an amazed expression, announced loudly, "Exactly 30,000 gene. 2 mu of land, 30,000 gene. How much?" Geo could hardly believe his ears. Though he knew there would be a lot, the figure of 30,000 gene far exceeded his expectation. He wondered if he had heard wrong. Henrik laughed, "Sir, you didn't hear wrong. It's exactly 30,000 gene." Slowly recovering from shock, Geo, along with others who came back to their senses, stared at the mountain-like pile of sweet potatoes and chuckled foolishly. Looking in the direction where the chieftains lived, Geo sneered coldly. With these sweet potatoes, he wanted to see what means those chieftains still had to curb the development of Liangzhou. Chapter 232, Jonathan. What are your thoughts? In the evening, just as Jonathan returned to the yamen, Levi approached him with excitement etched on his face. "Brother Jonathan, do you know how many pounds of sweet potatoes we harvested?" Before Jonathan could even guess, Levi excitedly held up 3 fingers. 30,000 pounds, a full 30,000 pounds. "Brother Jonathan, are you shocked too?" Facing Levi's enthusiastic gaze, Jonathan merely laughed aloud. Such a composed reaction made Levi feel incredibly surprised. "Brother Jonathan, that's 15,000 pounds per mu. Don't you think it's unbelievable?" "It is pretty unbelievable," Jonathan said casually. However, internally, he wasn't surprised at all. When he exchanged for the sweet potato seeds, he had already known this outcome would be possible. Standing nearby, Geo inwardly marveled. Although Levi didn't notice anything unusual, Gio saw through Jonathan's calm demeanor, realizing that everything was well within Jonathan's expectations. No wonder Jonathan remained so unperturbed when news came that the local rulers and neighboring cities refused to sell grain. Gio stepped forward and asked, "Jonathan, what do you plan to do with these 30,000 pounds of sweet potatoes?" Levi looked puzzled. After all, the sweet potatoes were meant to replace the shortfall in grain. Selling them seemed like the natural course of action. What other thoughts could there be? Although Gio also didn't anticipate any extraordinary arrangements from Jonathan, considering the sweet potatoes were cultivated by Jonathan, he felt they should still hear his opinion. While pondering which locations would be suitable for selling the sweet potatoes, Gio heard Jonathan say, "Actually, I do have an idea." The father-son duo of Gio and Levi both turned their gazes towards Jonathan, expressions filled with surprise. Could sweet potatoes, as food crops, really present another way to play things out? Since it's the first time sweet potatoes have appeared here, we should promote them. Gio thoughtfully responded, "How do we promote them?" Jonathan had already planned this out carefully, saying, "Let's teach the inns within the city how to use sweet potatoes to create various delicacies. This will let merchants from other places learn about this crop. Additionally, the price of sweet potatoes should be slightly higher than the original grain prices." Gio was taken aback. While he could understand the first part of Jonathan's suggestion, he couldn't fathom why the price of sweet potatoes should be higher than grains. These sweet potatoes were meant to compensate for the lack of grain. If priced higher, wouldn't it provoke discontent among the common people? Seeing Joe's concerns, Jonathan shook his head. The sweet potato seeds he had exchanged for weren't ordinary varieties. They contained a significantly higher nutritional content. For the same weight, the nutrients in these sweet potatoes exceeded those in regular grains by almost 50%. With only a slight increase in price, it would actually be more beneficial to the people. Furthermore, the purpose of these sweet potatoes wasn't solely to address Liangzhou's food crisis, but also to pressure the local rulers into lowering their grain prices. If they wanted to compete with sweet potatoes in the market, they would have to set grain prices lower than the sweet potatoes. So, that's what you mean. The father and son were enlightened, looking at Jonathan with admiration. Jonathan considered far more factors than they did. "I'll go arrange this immediately." Without waiting for a meal, Gio hurriedly went out with Levi. They worked straight until dawn before finally dragging their tired bodies back to the magistrate's office. The next morning, Jonathan resumed his duties as a driver, just like the past few days. This scene was observed by spies sent by the local rulers stationed outside the prefectural office, who promptly reported back to the Li family. Upon hearing the report, Luke nodded slightly, a smug look on his face. Over the past 2 days, Jonathan had shown no unusual movements, while Gio and Levi were constantly busy. It was evident that they had run out of options. Davidson's strategy had indeed struck Liangzhou's weak point. Calculating the timeline, perhaps some of the city's residents still had a bit of leftover grain, but with the heavy consumption by merchants from outside, those inns and restaurants probably had no inventory left. Today, Liangzhou City might not be able to hide its grain shortage anymore. Once this news spreads, merchants would inevitably start worrying about the future prospects of Liangzhou. After all, a city that could be strangled at any moment doesn't sound very promising. However, given the previous reversals, Luke frowned, preparing to consider whether there were any loopholes. He hadn't spent much time in thought when an announcement came. The chieftains from other tribes had arrived. Luke had to temporarily interrupt his thoughts to welcome everyone outside. As soon as Beckham saw Luke, he shouted loudly, "Chieftainly, have you heard? That boy Jonathan is receiving merchants again. Looks like he has no other options this time, and can only do menial work. Ha 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 ha." Beckham's words, laced with ridicule, drew laughter from the group of chieftains. Yes, although the vehicle Jonathan used was entirely different from what they were familiar with, it was, after all, just a vehicle. And Jonathan, responsible for driving it, was just a driver. Luke nodded with a smile and invited everyone to sit down. "Do you have any other news?" Luke asked. The crowd looked puzzled. "Other news? What do you mean, chiefly?" Luke replied, "I mean there's no sign of grain being transported into Liangzhou City, right?" "No." They all shook their heads. Beckham said, "Chiefly, you're overthinking it. The neighboring cities are all hoping for Liangzhou to run into trouble. They absolutely won't supply grain secretly. And we've stationed people at every intersection. We haven't seen any vehicles pass by." "Good." Luke heaved a long sigh of relief. What he worried about most was being caught off guard. Seeing Luke's expression, everyone was somewhat surprised. "Chiefly, are you still concerned about unexpected changes?" someone asked with a laugh. Luke nodded seriously, yes. Everyone was somewhat taken aback. Beckham couldn't help but express disbelief. "Chiefly, Liangzhou is now in a completely isolated and helpless situation. There can be no unexpected changes, right?" "I'm just cautious," Luke said solemnly. "Don't forget, the previous times when we thought Liangzhou was in dire straits, you all know what the final results were." Everyone fell silent. But soon, someone spoke up. "Chiefly indeed has a point. But upon reviewing the previous instances, there were some loopholes each time. For instance, last time Liangzhou successfully tackled the grain crisis because we didn't coordinate with other cities to target Liangzhou. But this time it's different. With Lord Dong taking the lead, not a single grain can be sold to Liangzhou. We've sealed off the loophole from last time. It's impossible for Liangzhou to have a way out." Others agreed. "Exactly. This time, we left no room for error." Someone added sarcastically, "Unless Liangzhou can magically produce a large amount of grain, they're bound to collapse." "Chiefly, rest assured. This time, we will definitely win." Everyone burst into laughter. If Liangzhou could produce a large amount of grain, it wouldn't have been stifled in development by them in the first place. Chapter 233, New Food, Sweet Potato. Luke listened to the analyses of the tribal chieftains and, after a moment's thought, put his mind at ease. These people were right. This plan involved the cooperation of several nearby cities, making it flawless. The city of Liangzhou absolutely had no way to cope with this. Luke glanced around at everyone and laughed heartily. "So you all have come to freeload off me?" Hearing this, everyone laughed along heartily. For a time, the hall was filled with joyous laughter. Inside Liangzhou City, Some merchants got up early and began wandering around the city, searching for potential business opportunities. As they passed by taverns and restaurants, a sweet fragrance wafted into their noses. What's that smell? The merchants asked each other. But despite asking around, no one could provide an answer. The merchants couldn't help but be astonished. They considered themselves seasoned travelers who had seen the world, yet not one of them knew what this aroma was. Thinking about the shocks Liangzhou had given them in recent days, a sharp light appeared in someone's eyes. Do you think it might be some dish we've never seen before? Everyone's eyes lit up. It was a very possible guess. Let's go check it out. The merchants immediately called out and followed the scent into a restaurant. Before the waiter could speak, the merchants impatiently asked, "Have you guys developed a new dish? Quickly bring us a serving." The waiter looked puzzled. New dish? No, there isn't. No? The merchants were taken aback. Then what's that smell? The waiter suddenly understood and smiled. What guests are talking about is not a new dish. Not a dish? Then what? The merchants looked at each other, all feeling confused. Without keeping them in suspense, the waiter said, "It's a completely new kind of food called sweet potato. A brand new kind of food." These 5 words both startled and delighted the merchants. Indeed, Liangzhou had once again produced something beyond their expectations. Someone couldn't wait and said, "Quick, show it to us." "Please wait a moment, guests." The waiter then ran to the kitchen and brought back a roasted sweet potato, as big as a watermelon. For a moment, everyone fell silent, looking at the massive thing. So big. Someone asked, "Is this thing savory or sweet? What does it taste like?" The waiter chuckled. "This thing is more of a staple food. It tastes sweet and very fragrant." As he spoke, the waiter took a knife and cut the sweet potato open from the middle, revealing its golden insides. An even stronger fragrance burst forth, filling everyone's nostrils. Whoa! Several merchants immediately swallowed hard and shouted, "Bring me one!" The moment the sweet potato hit their mouths, all the merchants opened their eyes wide. Delicious! For a while, the restaurant was filled only with the sounds of eating and compliments. Similar scenes were happening on every street in Liangzhou City, in every tavern and restaurant. Seemingly, the whole city was enveloped by the fragrance of sweet potatoes. The spies of the tribal chieftains, smelling this fragrance, froze from their originally joyful expressions. Although they didn't know what was happening, they had a sense of foreboding. Daring not to delay, they quickly began investigating. When they learned that this fragrance came from a new type of grain called a sweet potato, the spies were stunned. New grain? Where did this come from? Borisri, report this news to the chieftain. One spy hurriedly ran out of the city, while the rest continued gathering information. Upon reaching the government office's gate, the spies were stunned again. There, Levi was introducing sweet potatoes to the surrounding crowd with the bailiffs. This can be boiled, roasted, or even eaten raw. It has a soft and glutinous texture. Amidst the laughter, the scout rushed in. Before Luke could speak, the scout anxiously blurted out, "Chieftain, something's wrong." The hall immediately fell silent once more. The smiles on the tribal chieftains' faces froze, their eyes filled with astonishment. Luke's eyes were also full of disbelief. How could it be something wrong? Shouldn't it be good news? Snapping back to reality, Luke hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The scout replied, "This morning, the taverns and restaurants in Liangzhou City suddenly started selling a new food called sweet potato." New food? Beckham snorted. "Is this worth making such a fuss about?" The other tribal chieftains nodded, feeling somewhat angered by what seemed like a prank. Luke, however, sensed that something was definitely amiss. Otherwise, the scout wouldn't have this expression. "What's so special about this sweet potato?" Luke asked. The scout explained, "Chieftain, according to those waiters, this sweet potato can be used as grain." "You're saying what?" The hall exploded with shock, everyone's face showing sheer disbelief. It could actually be used as grain? What does this thing look like? Luke hastily asked. "It's very big." The scout gestured. "When cut open, the inside is golden yellow." Luke searched his mind for something similar but found nothing like it, causing his complexion to turn pale instantly. Chapter 234. This child must not be left alive. Have any of you thought of something similar? Luke hastily asked the other tribal chieftains, his expression filled with tension, and he was praying in his heart. Someone must have thought of something similar. But the responses from the crowd quickly dashed Luke's hopes. Everyone shook their heads. Luke's face turned even more ashen. If no one knew about this thing, then it meant that this food called sweet potato was indeed something new they had never seen before. The tribal chieftains now also realized the seriousness of the appearance of sweet potatoes, and their expressions changed in unison. Luke barely suppressed the shock in his heart and asked the scout, "What is the price of this thing?" The scout hurriedly replied, "It sells for 50 won per pound in the tavern." 50 won per pound? Luke felt a little relieved. This price was much higher than the 10 won per pound for grains. The tension on others' faces also disappeared, and some even sneered. "I thought Jonathan really came up with something to solve the grain crisis. Turns out it was all for nothing." "Yeah, 50 won per pound. Ordinary people can't afford it either." Borism. Maybe it has nothing to do with Jonathan, and it's something those tavern merchants found on their own. Listening to the discussions around him, Luke let out a sigh of relief. These people were right. Regardless of whether the sweet potato was created by Jonathan or not, the 51 price tag would deter the common folk. The grain shortage in Liangzhou was still unsolved. Beckham then laughed loudly. "Chiefly, you're being a bit stingy. Why don't you buy some of that sweet potato and let us taste what it's like?" Everyone agrees, right? Haha, indeed. If Chiefly is worried about the silver, how about I cover the cost? Everyone chuckled, and Luke couldn't help but smile too. It was indeed just a false alarm. That is indeed my oversight. I can afford this amount. As he said this, Luke took out 2 ounces of silver, by 40 pounds, and bring them back by cart. Realizing he might have acted rashly, the scout hurriedly took the silver and left. Just as he stepped outside, he saw a fellow scout rushing towards them with a panicked look, not even taking time to greet him. Judging by his companion's expression, the news he brought was probably worse. His heart skipped a beat as he held the 2 ounces of silver, unsure whether to buy the sweet potatoes or wait and see. Back in the main hall of the Lee family. After the first scout left, the atmosphere became lively again. Luke said loudly, "Now it seems that Jonathan has run out of options. This time, we have achieved a great victory." Everyone cheered loudly, excited beyond words. They had finally won, and this victory would decide the future of Liangzhou, leaving everything at their mercy. Beckham laughed. "Looks like we should thank that boy named Jonathan. If it weren't for him, we would have been at odds with Geo for years or even decades." The tribal chieftains nodded in agreement. Gray sneered. This kid thought he was invincible with his abilities. This time, he'll know who the real winner is. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, Luke raised his cup. "Come, let's drink together." With that, Luke lifted his cup to drink. Just as he drank halfway through, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. "Chief, something terrible has happened." Cough cough. Startled by the sudden voice, many of the chieftains choked, and the hall was soon filled with coughing sounds. Luke's face turned red as he glared at the scout who barged in. "Who allowed you to come in without reporting?" The scout ignored this and blurted out, "Chief, Geo is selling sweet potatoes at the city gate for 9 per pound, and they are said to be more filling than regular grains." Crack. At the same moment the scout spoke, there were continuous sounds of cups breaking. The tribal chieftains looked at the scout in disbelief, their faces frozen. Luke's voice trembled. "You? What did you say?" The scout's voice cracked with emotion. "The grain crisis in Liangzhou City has been resolved." Boom. A thunderclap seemed to strike Luke, making him lose his balance and slump into his chair. The other tribal chieftains fared no better, feeling faint. After a long while, Gray snapped back to reality and lunged at the scout. "What nonsense are you talking? With so many people in Liangzhou, how could they possibly get so many sweet potatoes?" The servant doesn't know either, but the sweet potatoes piled at the city gate looked to weigh several thousand pounds. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. This news completely destroyed their last ray of hope. Several thousand pounds would be enough to feed the citizens of Liangzhou for 2 or 3 months. Within 2 or 3 months, Liangzhou could transport grain from even farther places. How could this happen? How could this happen? In the main hall, murmurs echoed one after another. Each face was filled with disbelief and incredulity. Where did these sweet potatoes come from? Beckham asked in a daze, but no one could answer him. Luke's mind was blank, as if he had lost consciousness. He was very clear that food supplies were their final trump card against Liangzhou, but this trump card turned out to have no effect at all. Jonathan. It must be Jonathan. Luke trembled all over and stood up abruptly. "Prepare my horse. I'm going to see Magistrate Dong in Chizhou." The tribal chieftains came back to their senses and asked, leaderly, "Why are you going to see Magistrate Dong? We can't handle Jonathan anymore. Only Magistrate Dong can take action." Luke said. The crowd was somewhat surprised. "Magistrate Dong has a way?" A flash of jealousy crossed Luke's eyes. "You mustn't forget, Jonathan is a convict exiled here by the imperial court. But now, do you still think he's a convict?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Right. How could they forget about this? Since the court exiled Jonathan here, it already showed its stance toward Jonathan. They absolutely wish Jonathan would die here. But Jonathan's current situation is entirely different from what the court expected. The court wouldn't stand idly by. Once the court takes action, the tribal chieftains couldn't help but sneer. No matter how capable Jonathan was, could he defy the court? "Leaderly, go quickly." Luke nodded heavily and immediately mounted his horse, heading straight for Chizhou. At the government office in Chizhou, after hearing Luke's words, Davidson's expression turned extremely grim. What he thought was a foolproof plan was unexpectedly thwarted by Jonathan in a way that could never have been predicted. A surge of murderous intent arose in Davidson's heart. This child must not be left alive. Chapter 235. That guy exaggerated too much. Go back. Amadeo didn't lose his temper. He calmly said to the Lee family servant. The Lee family servant did not dare to move, uncertain whether Amadeo was serious or not. Amadeo continued, "Have your chieftain keep a close watch on all movements in Liangzhou. The rest will be handled by this official." Only then did the Lee family servant believe that Amadeo was sincere and hurriedly kowtowed before leaving. Half an hour later, an urgent petition from Chizhou was sent express to the capital city. Watching his confidant leave, Amadeo's face was full of cold ridicule. He wanted to see how a mere Liangzhou could oppose the imperial court. In the Lee family's main hall, after listening to the servant's report, the chieftains sighed with relief. It seemed that official Dong still understood reason. They had indeed never anticipated Jonathan's move. Blaine said fiercely, "With the court dealing with him, Jonathan definitely won't stir up any waves this time." The other chieftains nodded in agreement. At that moment, a servant rushed in carrying a bag of sweet potatoes. "Chieftain, I've bought the items." The chieftains immediately went over. Luke ordered, "Open it." As the servant opened the bag, everyone drew in sharp breaths at the sight of the sweet potatoes. These things were so large. They looked at each other, their faces full of shock and bewilderment. Where did Jonathan get these? Luke stared at the sweet potatoes for a while and said, "Roast all of them." Facing the puzzled gazes of the chieftains, Luke explained, "According to Levi, these are more filling than regular grains. I want to see if it's true." The others were somewhat confused. Tyler doubted, "Chieftainly, even if it's true, wouldn't it be futile?" But Luke shook his head. "If it's not as Levi described, we can expose their lies. Although official Dong has taken action, if we can add another charge against Jonathan, why not? Doing so would count as a contribution, and perhaps the court will reward us." The crowd suddenly became enlightened and invigorated. Beckham remarked, "Chieftainly is right. Anyway, I don't believe what that boy Levi said. How can this thing be more filling than regular grain? And it's exaggerated too." Everyone nodded. Indeed, it didn't match their understanding. After all, the variety of grains in the Great Chu Empire was plentiful, and regardless of what type of grain, the amount needed to satisfy hunger was about the same. Levi, or Jonathan, must have exaggerated. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, the servants finally brought the roasted sweet potatoes. The smell of honeyed sweet potatoes filled the air, and their expressions soured. Though they didn't want to admit it, the scent was indeed appealing. Gray grumbled, "Something smell good but taste terrible." Saying this, Gray walked forward and picked up a sweet potato. But instantly, Gray let out a shrill cry and hurriedly threw the sweet potato away. "Burn! It burned me." Everyone watched Gray blow on his fingers and looked at the sweet potato without any steam, feeling perplexed. It didn't look hot at all. Was it really that hot? Luke frowned and ordered, "Cut it open with a knife." Yes. As the servant cut open the sweet potato, everyone was surprised. Inside, it was steaming hot. No wonder Gray was burned like that. Looking at the golden flesh inside, the chieftains' faces darkened further. Judging just by the aroma and color, sweet potatoes already surpassed their usual food. "I'll try it." Beckham stepped forward, cut a piece, and put it in his mouth. The moment he tasted it, Beckham froze. This sweet potato was incredibly delicious. Seeing Beckham's reaction, everyone's faces darkened even more. Without doubt, Beckham was conquered. Could it really be that good? Immediately, everyone stepped forward, and once they tasted the sweet potatoes, the hall fell silent. They couldn't deny that it was good. After Luke tasted the sweet potatoes, his expression turned sour. So far, everything about the sweet potatoes exceeded his expectations. He only hoped that Levi was exaggerating. But after 2 hours, Luke's expression darkened completely. 2 hours had passed, and he didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. These sweet potatoes were incredibly filling. The other chieftains also had very sour expressions. Not only did Levi's words hold true without a shred of exaggeration, but also because of this, their grain was likely to become unsellable. After all, such satiating and delicious sweet potatoes only cost 1 additional coin per pound compared to regular grains. Literally, this thing completely surpasses ordinary grain. What should we do? One leader asked anxiously. Others snapped back to reality and looked at Luke. These hereditary families had sustained themselves for so many years, largely due to monopolizing the grain market in Liangzhou City. And now, this channel that they dominated by 60% was about to be snatched away by someone else. For them, this was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. Luke understood these implications, his heart sinking to its lowest. They had hoped that this time they could use the grain issue to utterly cripple Liangzhou, but never expected Liangzhou not only solve the problem but also turned it around to present a major threat to their family's fate. A true case of robbing the chicken failed and losing a handful of rice. After much contemplation, Luke could not think of a particularly good solution. For now, before the imperial court acts, we either compete for the market in other cities or lower our prices. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar erupted in the hall. Competing for the market in other cities was basically unfeasible. The markets in other cities had already been carved up. Establishing a foothold alone would be difficult, let alone reaching the scale they had in Liangzhou City. As for lowering prices, this would be akin to cutting into everyone's flesh. Literally, is there no other way? Must we give concessions to the lowly commoners in Liangzhou City? Beckham asked reluctantly. Luke sighed. It's a helpless measure. Speaking, he glanced at the sweet potatoes. Think about it yourselves. What advantages do the grains we sell have over these sweet potatoes besides being cheaper? The tribal leaders fell silent. Even if they did not want to admit it, it was an ironclad fact. Gradually, they began to accept that they could only reduce their prices. At this moment, Luke continued, moreover, once the people discover the advantages of sweet potatoes, if the price is not sufficiently attractive, the people probably won't buy them. Everyone couldn't help but change expressions dramatically. Chapter 236. Is this kid Jonathan still not at peace? Literally, what should we do? Beckham hurriedly asked. More than 80% of the Ma family's income came from various grain shops. If they couldn't sell the grain, it would be an absolutely terrible situation for them. So we can only lower the price early and sell a large amount of grain before the common people realize what's happening, said Luke. Literally, then I will take my leave. After saying this, Beckham quickly walked out. Seeing this, the other tribal chieftains also got up one after another, bidding farewell and leaving. They also had to hurry back to arrange matters. That afternoon, loud calls resounded outside the major grain shops in Liangzhou City. Grain clearance sale. Originally priced at 8 coins per pound, now only 5 coins. 5 coins, 5 coins, 5 coins per pound. The citizens who heard the news were all taken aback. In the morning, these grain shops weren't just raising prices to 80 coins per pound, but also acted indifferently toward buyers. How did it suddenly turn into a big clearance sale? Could there be something wrong with the grain? Hearing the public's discussion, the Zavis hastily explained, everyone, rest assured, there is nothing wrong with the grain. It's all fresh. You can come inside and check if you don't believe us. Citizens went in hesitantly to inspect, and upon seeing that the grain was indeed fresh, they were both surprised and delighted, quickly taking out money to buy. Instantly, each grain shop in Liangzhou City experienced a wave of buying frenzy. The Zavis promptly reported this news to their respective leaders. While hearing about the frenzied grain purchases, the chieftains found no joy whatsoever. Instead, their hearts were bleeding. If only they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have used the grain to deal with Jonathan. News of the reduced grain prices soon reached Joe's ears as well. So fast? Gio was full of shock, finding it hard to believe. It hadn't even been 2 days. Regaining his senses, Gio couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had been worried that the chieftains would stubbornly hold on, but he didn't expect victory to come so suddenly and so easily. Thus, the grain crisis in Liangzhou this time was completely resolved smoothly. Good. Looking at the sweet potato in his hand, Gio burst into laughter once more. After laughing, Gio immediately called for Levi. Chewy, hurry and tell this good news to Jonathan. Inside a tavern, Arn was eating delicious roasted sweet potatoes, continuously exclaiming, delicious, so good. The few young masters who came to Liangzhou with Arn reacted similarly, all astonished. They simply couldn't figure out how Jonathan cultivated the sweet potatoes. Sweet and tasty, it was no less flavorful than any food they had eaten before. After eating until they were full, The group slumped into their chairs, wearing smiles of satisfaction. Comfortable. Very comfortable. I haven't eaten so fragrantly for a long time. Casually speaking, one young master suddenly thought of something and looked at Arn. Young master third, this is the first time you've seen these sweet potatoes? Arn, still in amazement, nodded. Yes, it's my first time seeing them too. They didn't exist when I was here last time. The young master added. And we can confirm that this thing was cultivated by his grace? Arn nodded again. Shouldn't be wrong. Upon hearing this, confusion appeared on the young master's face. His grace has so many talents. Why didn't he show them while in the capital? Everyone froze, expressions of puzzlement on their faces. Right. Jonathan had spent 20 years in the capital, known only for bravery and military prowess, with no mention of any other abilities. Yet, just in Liangzhou, they had already seen cement, shopping malls, lights, air conditioning, and sweet potatoes. Arn pondered deeply, his heart skipping a beat. The rebellion and execution of Pingbei King happened very abruptly, surprising everyone. His father had vaguely hinted that the death of Pingbei King might not have been due to treason. Though not clearly stated, the implication was obvious. It was because of being overly powerful and intimidating the emperor. If Jonathan had shown off these skills while in the capital, the house of Pingbei would have likely fallen sooner. Seeing several young masters still pondering, Arn quickly changed the subject. These should have been thought up by his grace during his exile. Oh, what do you think of Liangzhou? Should we expand our business here? After a few days of investigation, the impression of Liangzhou compared to before had drastically improved. Of course we should. All chimed in unanimously. All right, let's go see the mall this afternoon. If it looks good, we should sign the contract as soon as possible. In the capital city, in the imperial study, Sterling laughed out loud, reading the war report sent from the northern border. Sitting beside him, Willis Liangsheng, curious at the sound. What good news has made your majesty so happy? Sterling handed the report to Vic, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, fourth brother, take a look. The Xiongnu in the north have retreated. Oh. Vic quickly took the report and read it, his face immediately lighting up with joy. Your subject congratulates your majesty. Ha ha ha. Sterling laughed aloud once more. Recently, what he had been most worried about was the war in the north. In the past half-month, bad news had come one after another. He thought the northern border was about to become uncontrollable, but unexpectedly, the Xiongnu suddenly withdrew. Though he did not know why, this was definitely a great piece of good news. Thinking of some reports received a few days ago, Sterling snorted heavily. Fourth brother, those noisy ministers from the other day should be punished. Vic nodded in agreement. A few days ago, due to the unfavorable military situation in the north, some ministers even submitted memorials suggesting that they should not convict Rex before clarifying the situation. Wasn't this questioning their motive for killing Rex? The situation wasn't good back then, so they couldn't act. But now that the north was stable, it was time to deal with these ministers. Also, how's the Devon family? Sterling asked again. Vic gave a cold laugh. That Achilles is quite sensible. He has offered to retire. Retire? Sterling sneered. Does he think he can escape like that? Fourth brother, find some pretext as soon as possible to bring them down. Yes. Vic replied and was about to leave when Sterling casually picked up another report. Upon reading its content, he immediately sat up straight and called out. Fourth brother, wait, come here. Vic stopped and looked at Sterling in confusion. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Just as Vic spoke, Sterling slammed his desk, rising abruptly. Good boy. How dare he enjoy such prosperity? Vic became even more puzzled. Good boy? Who is it? At this moment, Sterling's joyful expression vanished, replaced by shock and anger as he handed the report to Vic. After just glancing at the beginning, Vic exclaimed aloud. Jonathan? Is this kid still not at peace? Chapter 237. Yashting Blame. Just as Vic finished speaking, Sterling's face darkened and he said, not only is it unrest. Vic was taken aback. Could it be that Jonathan has caused another big disturbance? Vic hurriedly skimmed through the report rapidly. The more he read, the more astonishing his expression became. In just over 2 months, Jonathan had accomplished so much in Liangzhou, and every single thing exceeded his imagination. After being shocked, Vic couldn't help but feel somewhat skeptical. Brother Alfred, did Jonathan really do all this? Sterling looked at Vic in puzzlement. What did he mean by whether Jonathan really did this? Brother Alfred, Jonathan grew up right under our noses. We can't say we know all of his capabilities, but we understand most of them. The things written in this petition seem to be completely unfamiliar to Jonathan. Sterling was stunned, retook the petition and started reading again. After finishing, Sterling frowned. Vic was right. If it weren't for the name Jonathan on it, he wouldn't believe these were things Jonathan could achieve. After all, the matters described covered agriculture and construction, which had nothing to do with Jonathan's expertise in warfare. Yanni Fourth, your meaning is? Sterling asked. Vic thought for a moment and said, Brother Alfred, regardless of whether these things were done by Jonathan, just the content alone is already extraordinary. Not earth-shattering, but enough to go down in history. But such a person is staying in Liangzhou without seeking power, showing they have no intention of serving us. Since they aren't willing to serve us, there's no need to keep them alive. As Vic spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sterling narrowed his eyes and nodded. Fourth brother speaks the truth. What if these are things done by Jonathan? Vic's smile turned colder. Brother Alfred, if Jonathan did it, then there's even less reason to let him live. Or rather, no matter who did this is a great opportunity for us to finally deal with Jonathan. Even if Jonathan didn't do it, should anyone plead for him later, we can blame Amadeo. Sterling's eyes lit up. Wasn't this move exactly like how they framed Rex? Ha 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 ha. Fourth brother, you're considerate. Giving them both the same death will give them plenty to talk about in the afterlife. Good. Leave this matter to you, fourth brother. Ensure Jonathan is thoroughly dealt with. Don't worry, Brother Alfred. I will ensure there's no aftermath. At the office of the prefecture governor, Amadeo was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his neck and woke up in shock. Upon opening his eyes, Amadeo was terrified. A gleaming long sword was pressed against his neck. Amadeo felt a warm sensation between his legs and trembled, saying, "Hero, spare my life. My money is all under the bedboard. Take whatever you want." The Imperial Guard sent by Sterling looked at him with disdain and shouted, "I'm here under Willis's orders." Willis. Amadeo's fear immediately turned into joy. Who in the court didn't know that Willis was the Alfred's brother? Willis's orders were equivalent to the Alfred's. Amadeo scrambled out of bed and knelt on the ground. "Your subject listens to the order." The guard said, "Your petition has been read by His Majesty and the Prince. The Prince instructed me to tell you to kill Jonathan." Amadeo widened his eyes. He also wanted to kill Jonathan, but Jonathan was under Zhou's jurisdiction in Liangzhou. How could he interfere? Especially since he'd heard that Jonathan was quite skilled. The guard paid no attention to these concerns and said coldly, "This is the Prince's order. Do it, and naturally, you'll be rewarded. Fail." The guard patted Amadeo's fat face with the sword. "And you know the consequences." Amadeo was drenched in cold sweat and nodded frantically. "Understood, understood. Good enough." The guard put away the weapon and vanished into the darkness. Amadeo sat sprawled on the floor for a long time before coming to his senses and crawling up, feeling regretful. He originally planned to use the court's hand to eliminate Jonathan, but never expected the court would throw this problem back to him. After a moment, a cold light flickered in Amadeo's eyes. Although the court didn't act directly, the order for him to kill Jonathan gave him significant advantage. After some thought, Amadeo summoned his confidant. "Tell Luke to find a way to kill Jonathan. I'll handle the aftermath." Watching his confidant leave, Amadeo slowly narrowed his eyes. To reach his current position, he wasn't stupid. Though the court had given him an advantage, if anything went wrong, he would likely be held accountable. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Let Luke bear this risk. At the Lee family residence, Luke was left speechless upon hearing the message from Amadeo's confidant. He wanted him to kill Jonathan? How could he do that? How? Are you going to defy the master's order? The confidant asked coldly. Luke hastily replied, "This humble servant dares not. It's just that Jonathan is indeed quite capable. Even a former martial arts champion couldn't match him, and he's under Zhou's protection. I don't know how to make my move." The confidant looked at Luke with disdain. "Doesn't he need to eat and drink water? Can't you poison him?" Luke felt bitter inside. Of course, he knew such methods were possible, but he didn't want to take any action himself. After all, though he was the head of a family, he was ultimately an ordinary citizen. Seeing no way to shirk off this task, Luke had no choice but to say, "Thank you for the guidance. This humble servant understands. Be quick." With a humph, the confidant finally left. After sending away Amadeo's confidant, Luke sat until dawn. This matter, he decided, he couldn't handle it himself. Even members of the Lee family shouldn't get involved. He needed a scapegoat. Thinking about it, only the hot-tempered Gray came to mind. "Bring me someone." Luke shouted loudly, and a servant hurried in. "What does the clan leader need?" "Summon the other clan leaders, and arrange some people." Soon, various chieftain clan leaders arrived one after another. "Clan leader Lee, nothing bad has happened again, has it?" Beckham asked apprehensively. He was already terrified by the events. This time, the problems originally set up for Liangzhou made him lose nearly half of his assets. He really feared another incident. Fortunately, Luke shook his head. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Beckham then asked curiously, "Then why did clan leader Lee summon us here?" Luke said, "The current situation is not in our favor. I called everyone here to discuss what we should do." Everyone understood and began thinking hard. But no matter how much they thought, they couldn't come up with any solutions. Luke pretended to sigh regretfully. "It seems we can only wait for a response from the court." After saying this, Luke shook his head and walked away. Everyone dispersed. "Jonathan, Gio, you just wait and see how the court will deal with you." Gray muttered bitterly to himself as he walked back. While cursing, he suddenly overheard a low conversation. Chapter 238. Atticus's plan. "Damn it, that Jonathan bastard ruined such a promising situation, isn't it? I wish I could kill that kid. Who doesn't want to kill him? But is there any way? If only I had money, I'd bribe someone around him to poison him and see if he dies." The conversation nearby suddenly enlightened Atticus. Right. The reason Liangzhou managed to thwart their plans repeatedly was entirely because of Jonathan. If Jonathan were dead, the Geo father-son duo wouldn't stand a chance against them, and the situation would tilt back in their favor. And poisoning, as mentioned by those two, was indeed a good method. Atticus immediately turned around and walked back, preparing to share this idea with Luke. But after a few steps, Atticus stopped. Before Jonathan came to Liangzhou, there had been much hidden conflict among the local chieftains, all vying for power. If the Jiao family managed to kill Jonathan single-handedly, they would surely gain much prestige. With this thought, Atticus turned again and hurried back home. Didn't Atticus walk over here and then turn back? After hearing the report, a cold smile appeared on Luke's face. Sure enough, this kid fell for it. His arrangement hadn't been in vain. Luke's gaze shifted toward the direction of Liangzhou City, his smile deepening. This time, Jonathan was definitely dead. Returning home, Atticus immediately summoned his informants to inquire about Jonathan's recent activities. Upon learning that Jonathan's lunch had been delivered by an officer these days, his eyes lit up. What a perfect opportunity. He immediately called his attendants. "Do this?" After explaining his plan, Atticus waved his hand. "Prepare now." Watching the attendants leave, Atticus couldn't stop sneering. Jonathan was indeed smart, but he would never expect them to take such drastic measures, nor would he suspect that the food delivered by an officer was poisoned. This time, Jonathan was doomed. At the prefectural office, the Fouriers sent off her homemade dishes with a guard. "Thank you for delivering this meal to second master." The guard nodded and quickly headed towards the city gate. Halfway there, he suddenly heard loud shouting from the side, followed by someone rushing towards him. Startled, the guard tried to dodge but failed. Bang! The guard was knocked down, and the food container flew out of his hands, scattering the food everywhere. Enraged, Just as he was about to reprimand the person, the fallen man quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, sir. I'll compensate for the food." Then the man helped him up. Seeing his politeness, the guard frowned but couldn't say more. The man took out some silver and handed it to a servant, saying, "Buy new food quickly." Soon, the servant returned with a new food container. "Sir, please accept my apologies. Does this food meet your requirements?" Opening the box, the man asked. Glancing at it, the guard had no words left. The food inside was far more expensive than what the fories prepared. "Forget it. Be more careful next time." The guard finished and hurriedly went towards the city gate. Watching the guard's hasty departure, the man who caused the collision showed a sharp gleam in his eyes. It worked. He signaled to his attendant, who nodded and followed the guard at a distance while he quickly left the city. This news needed to be reported to the young chief immediately. "My lord, I'm really sorry for being late." At the city gate, the guard handed over the food container apologetically. Jonathan didn't mind, accepting the box. Opening it, he felt somewhat surprised. Did the fories make this? The style of the food inside was completely different from previous meals. Without concealing anything, the guard explained the unexpected incident. After finishing, he smiled and said, "My lord, the food isn't cheap. I saw that person give 2 taels of silver to the servant." Jonathan frowned slightly. The incident sounded strange. It seemed like the other party was waiting specifically to offer compensation. Thinking of the series of experiences during the exile journey, Jonathan squinted his eyes. System, scan the food. Scanning. Scan complete. Premium roasted duck, recyclable value 60 points. Lean meat broth, recyclable value 20 points. Aconite root 3 grams, recyclable value 3 points. Jonathan's expression darkened. As he suspected, this meal had been poisoned. He immediately looked at the guard. The guard smiled back, asking puzzledly when caught under Jonathan's gaze, "My lord, is something wrong? Have you had lunch yet?" Jonathan suddenly asked. The guard was taken aback, glanced at the exquisite dishes in the food box, and shook his head. "Not yet." After saying that, a glimmer of anticipation flashed across the guard's mind. Could it be that Thornton was going to let him taste this delicious meal worth 2 taels of silver? Jonathan understood this thought immediately and looked out of the carriage window right away. The guard couldn't help but look astonished. Was Thornton just asking such a simple question? As he was thinking, he suddenly heard Jonathan lower his voice and ask, "Do you recognize that person?" The guard snapped back to reality, following Jonathan's gaze, and couldn't help feeling surprised. "Is it him?" A flash of sharp light appeared in Jonathan's eyes. "The one who bumped into you?" "Not him, but his servant," the guard corrected, shaking his head with confusion. Why did he follow as well? Just as he was wondering, Jonathan suddenly stood up and dashed straight toward that person. The guard was startled. Before he could shout out, he saw Jonathan already grab hold of that person. "What are you doing?" The caught servant of the Diao family jumped with fright and hurriedly shouted loudly, as if trying to bolster his own courage. Jonathan gave a cold laugh. "You know very well what you've done." The Diao family servant turned pale, panic sweeping over his face. What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Don't understand?" Jonathan gave another mocking laugh and directly dragged the man towards the carriage. The servant's face changed drastically, instantly shouting for help to the surrounding civilians. "Help! Help!" The shouts immediately drew the crowd's attention. However, the people did not act rashly. Instead, they asked suspiciously, "Thornton, what's happening?" The guard also got off the carriage and asked in a low voice, "Thornton, what's going on?" Jonathan glanced at the servant of the Diao family and said to the guard, "Bring the food box over." Hearing these words, the servant's face changed dramatically, his body weakening, and he collapsed onto the ground directly. The guard had been confused but, seeing this, sensed something was wrong and quickly fetched the food box from the carriage. The common folk were puzzled, looking at the servant lying on the ground with great surprise. What happened to this man? Thornton didn't say much. Why is he so scared? Did he do something wrong? Chapter 239. Bold enough to poison Jonathan. Amid the chatter of the townspeople, the bailiff took down the food box. "Gentlemen, this is what happened." Jonathan immediately recounted the incident with the bailiff being knocked over and his suspicion that the compensation food was poisoned. The townspeople were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Someone actually wanted to poison Duke? The bailiff suddenly realized what was wrong after hearing Jonathan's words. Indeed, it would have been impossible for the dishes to be prepared so quickly. They were obviously pre-made and waiting. The bailiff felt both frightened and furious, realizing he had almost become an accomplice. He grabbed the Diao family attendant and shouted angrily, "Speak! Who instructed you to harm Duke?" The Diao family attendant was in sheer panic, trembling on the ground, pale-faced, unable to utter a word. This scene undoubtedly confirmed Jonathan's claims. The townspeople couldn't help but become enraged. Lately, their lives had improved thanks to Jonathan, and everyone felt grateful and hopeful. But now, someone was trying to kill their hope. Absolutely unacceptable. "You brute. How can there be such a vicious person in this world?" "Duke, we must not let this person off. Let's find out which ungrateful family did this." In the midst of public outrage, someone suddenly said, "I remember. He is from the Diao family. I've seen him before." The crowd fell silent at these words. A cold light flashed in Jonathan's eyes. If it was the Diao family, then it all made sense. After all, he had repeatedly thwarted the Tusi chieftain's plans and captured the head of the Diao family. And now, the person managing the Diao family should be the easily angered Gray. Such a straightforward and brutal approach made perfect sense. The bailiff indignantly said, "Duke, I will report this to the magistrate immediately and arrest the mastermind." Jonathan nodded. With the enemy having shown no mercy, neither would he. Gio, upon hearing that Jonathan nearly got poisoned, slipped right off his chair in shock. Once he regained his senses, he exploded in fury. "Assemble now, immediately." Moments later, a troop of 300 soldiers rushed towards the Diao residence under Zhou's furious command. Inside the main hall of the Diao residence, upon hearing the attendant's report, Gray couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well done. Excellent work. To execute this plan, he had endured his hatred of Jonathan, making the attendant spin 2 taels of silver on exquisite dishes from a restaurant. Jonathan, consider yourself fortunate before your death. Saying this, Gray laughed again. Seeing that Gray was in a good mood, the attendant smiled, saying, young clan leader, within half an hour, there should be news. Indeed. Gray nodded, his excitement growing. This poisoning would not only eliminate trouble once and for all, but also prove his capability, enhancing the Diao family's prestige. Imagining other Tusi clan leaders praising and admiring him after Jonathan's death, Gray couldn't help but laugh wildly. Go, have someone prepare some fine wine and dishes. I intend to indulge myself. Yes, yes. Soon, under the care of several beautiful concubines, Gray drank to intoxication, laughing intermittently. Just as he was enjoying himself, a cacophony outside disturbed him. Greatly displeased, Gray barked. What's going on? Don't you know I'm dining? Finishing his words, Gray pushed away his concubine and staggered outside. Bang! As soon as Gray reached the door, it was violently pushed open from the outside, sending him crashing to the ground. Gray flew into a rage. Who dares? What nerve? Before Gray could finish cursing, he felt a powerful grip lift him up. Growing even angrier, Gray glared at the figure in front of him and shouted, Do you know who I am? Where are we? His words were cut short by a heavy slap across the face. The intense pain finally cleared Gray's mind somewhat. Focusing, Gray instantly sobered up, exclaiming in disbelief, You? How can it be you? He never imagined that Gio stood before him. Gray, you dare to poison Jonathan? You're truly reckless. Gio gritted his teeth, shouting, Seize him. Startled, Gray hastily cried out, What are you talking about? I don't know anything. It's not my fault. Ignoring him, Gio had his men forcibly take Gray away. The people of the Jiao household watched helplessly as Gio took Gray away, then hurriedly went to the Li family. In the main hall of the Li residence, Luke's eyes gleamed sharply. Just moments ago, he received word from his spy that Gio led troops out of the city, heading towards the Diao residence. The only reason for Gio to do this must be that Gray's poisoning was discovered, and it was highly likely that Jonathan had already died from the poison. Although Gray's plot was exposed, it was worth it. More importantly, he was not involved in this incident. While he was thinking, news came from outside. All the Tusi chieftains and the Diao family servants rushed over. Let them in. As Luke spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Soon, everyone swarmed inside. Leaderly, what is that old man Gio up to again? What on earth happened? Is he planning to use force against us? The Tusi chieftains were talking all at once, making the Diao family servant break out in a cold sweat with worry. Luke raised his hand to calm them down. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I just received word that Gio took men to the Diao residence. Let's ask about Gray first. After saying this, Luke scanned the crowd and then feigned surprise. Where is Gray? Why hasn't he come? The Diao family servant finally found an opportunity and shouted anxiously, Leaderly, you must save Chief Diao and young leader Diao. What? Except for Luke, everyone else was greatly shocked. What did that mean? They knew that Zen had been taken away, but what happened to Gray? The Diao family servant quickly recounted the events, leaving everyone astonished. You mean Gray sent someone to poison Jonathan, and then it was discovered? Beckham asked in surprise. Yes. The Diao family servant nodded repeatedly. Beckham wondered, was Jonathan poisoned to death? The Diao family servant was taken aback and shook his head. We don't know. Beckham looked displeased. How can you not know? Didn't you send someone to watch? The Diao family servant wore a mournful expression. We did, but before any news could come back, young leader Diao was taken away. After saying this, the Diao family servant pleaded with the group of Tusi chieftains with tearful eyes, Chiefs, please save Chief Diao and young leader Diao. However, instead of responding to the Diao family servant's pleas, they all fell into deep thought. Compared to Zen and Gray, they were more concerned about whether Jonathan was dead or not. Chapter 240. Is this something a Boris man can do? Tell me, is that kid Jonathan dead? Beckham couldn't hold back and voiced what everyone was thinking. The expressions on everyone's faces turned excited. Deep down, they naturally hoped this was true. If Jonathan were dead, there would be nothing more to worry about. Several chieftains looked at Luke almost involuntarily. Luke had a solemn expression. Like everyone else, he also hoped Jonathan had been poisoned to death. However, compared to their excitement, Luke could still maintain his composure. After all, this was a matter of great importance concerning their future, and caution was essential. At this moment, Beckham suddenly became excited and shouted loudly, Tell me, if Jonathan hadn't been poisoned, would Gio be so urgent in arresting Gray? Everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, they had dealt with Gio for 20 years. Apart from being impulsive at the beginning, Gio had become increasingly stable over time. Suddenly becoming impulsive again could only mean something significant and unacceptable to Gio had occurred. Apart from Jonathan being poisoned, there could be no other explanation. Surely, it can't be that the poisoning was discovered? Thinking of this, the atmosphere in the hall heated up. Many people asked Luke for confirmation. Chiefly, does Chief Ma have a point? Luke pondered with knitted brows, then suddenly looked at Diao's servant. What poison did you use? How much? It's Aconitum carmiculi, half a tael, answered Diao's servant. Upon hearing this, the hall instantly erupted into commotion. Did you hear that? Half a tael. Such a large dose could kill several oxen, let alone that kid Jonathan? Jonathan must be dead already. A trace of a smile appeared on Luke's face. That careless kid Gray actually managed to accomplish such a significant feat this time. Of course, some credit should go to himself as well. Feeling everyone looking at him again, Luke understood they wanted his judgment. He immediately nodded and said in a grave tone, Without any unforeseen circumstances, Jonathan should be dead by now. Good. Ha ha ha. With Luke's verdict, everyone burst into laughter. Dead. That nemesis Jonathan was finally dead. Thinking that they would only face Gio next, everyone laughed even louder. In the midst of laughter, Beckham suggested, "Chiefly, shouldn't we celebrate? You guys are treating my place like an inn." Luke chuckled but didn't refuse. This time, indeed, was worthy of a grand celebration. Prepare the feast. Lee's family servants hurried around, preparing the banquet promptly. Luke led everyone to sit, and then raised his glass with a smile. "Gentlemen, let's raise our glasses to celebrate this major piece of good news. Jonathan is dead." Agreed. Everyone cheered, and were about to drink. At this moment, a servant of the Lee family rushed in from outside, his expression incredulous. "Head of the clan, the carriage is still moving," the servant exclaimed. Everyone paused. These words came out of nowhere. What did "the carriage is still moving" mean? What carriage? Luke shivered. The only carriage the servant could mention in such a manner was the one that had disrupted their plans. Luke dared not believe it. Gray used half a tael of aconitum carmiculi. How could Jonathan be unharmed? Didn't you see wrong? Luke subconsciously asked, realizing immediately afterward that he was asking a silly question. A unique and large vehicle like that couldn't possibly be mistaken. Luke then asked, "Is Jonathan driving the carriage?" "What?" The moment Luke finished speaking, the hall erupted once again. They finally understood what the servant meant. Incredulity filled everyone's faces. Wasn't Jonathan supposed to be dead? Why was that carriage still moving? The servant shook his head. "The carriage is too fast. I can't tell who is driving." The chieftains collectively sighed in relief. So, it wasn't necessarily Jonathan driving the carriage. Luke's expression, however, grew extremely grave. Unlike the others who still harbored some hopes, he remained clear-headed. Apart from Jonathan, probably no one else could drive that carriage. But Luke just couldn't comprehend. Gray's plan, although simple, wasn't easy to detect. Moreover, the poison used was the lethal aconitum carmiculi. How could Jonathan remain unscathed? He surely couldn't have discovered the poison before eating? Luke shook his head, dismissing this improbable possibility. At this moment, a scout from the Lee family ran in rapidly. Even before standing steady, the person shouted, "Head of the clan, it's bad news. Jonathan has uncovered Yao's family's poison scheme." Boom. Luke felt as if he had been struck hard by a hammer, dazed and reeling. He had just thought that it was impossible for Jonathan to uncover the poisoning plan. Yet this seemingly impossible thing actually happened. A wave of commotion spread through the hall. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. With the poison mixed in the food, how did Jonathan discover it? What exactly happened? Regaining his senses, Luke barked out the question. The scout quickly reported what he had seen. As the scout spoke, the shock on everyone's faces grew even deeper. Not only did Jonathan uncover the poisoning plot, but he also directly caught the one who had poisoned him. Is this something a human can do? For a moment, many people's faces showed a trace of apprehension. Jonathan was simply too formidable. After hearing the report, Luke frowned deeply. Although the scout had given detailed information, he still couldn't understand how Jonathan discovered the poison in the food. At this point, someone asked, "Chiefly, what should we do now?" Luke snapped back from his thoughts and casually replied, "This matter is related to Gray, and has nothing to do with us." His voice suddenly cut off mid-sentence. Indeed, the poisoning incident was unrelated to them, but assassinating Jonathan was a task given by Davidson. He had planned to kill Jonathan by proxy, but now that Gray had failed. To complete the mission, he would have to act personally. But if Jonathan could even uncover a poisoning attempt, how could he possibly succeed? Luke's head began to throb. "Chiefly, are you okay?" Beckham asked beside him. "I'm fine." Luke waved his hand quickly. The assassination of Jonathan was a task given only to him by Davidson. Moreover, if he mentioned Davidson's instruction at this time, everyone would definitely think of Gray's failure. His own scheme might no longer remain hidden. Feeling troubled and agitated, Luke said to everyone, "This matter has nothing to do with us. There's no need to worry. Everyone go back now." After seeing everyone off, Luke fell into deep thought. He had assumed that Jonathan was only exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but never expected that he could even uncover a poisoning attempt. What method could be used to kill such a person? Luke couldn't help but show his worried expression. Chapter 241. Turnabout Tactics. "Speak. Who instigated you to order the servant to poison Jonathan?" Inside the magistrate's office, Gio shouted angrily at Gray. Gray glared defiantly at Gio and retorted, "No one told me to. I wanted to kill him." Nonsense. Gio immediately rejected it without a second thought. Based on his understanding of Gray, Gray would never have thought of doing this. There must be a mastermind behind Gray. It was likely Luke. Jonathan had narrowly escaped this time. But what about the next? The black hand behind the scenes must be exposed to ensure Jonathan's safety. However, Gray insisted. "It was my idea." Seeing Gray holding firm, Gio snorted. "Do you know the consequence of poisoning someone? Aren't you afraid of death?" Gray's expression changed instantly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Death?" A flash of sharpness crossed Joe's eyes. He had hit Gray's sore spot. He purposely frightened him, saying, "Yes, death. And not just any death but by slow slicing, where pieces of flesh are slowly cut from your body over 3 days and 3 nights. Unfamiliar with the laws of Great Chew, Gray trembled all over, his face pale as death. Just thinking about such a scene made him shudder in terror, let alone being subjected to it. I'll talk. Gray quickly caved in. Joe's eyes lit up. "Speak quickly. I heard 2 people talking about poisoning Jonathan, and thus ordered someone to act accordingly." Gio frowned. Judging from Gray's frightened and uneasy expression, it didn't seem like this was fabricated. After some thought, Gio asked, "Who were those 2 people?" Gray shook his head. "I don't know. I only overheard them while passing by." Joe's gaze grew more intense. This content must have been deliberately arranged for Gray to hear, and the person behind it was most likely Luke. But Gray clearly did not know who these 2 individuals were, making it impossible to trace back to Luke. What a cunning move. Gio took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Lock Gray in the prison." Then he hurried towards the city gate. This matter needed to be explained to Jonathan. "Jonathan, I failed to uncover the mastermind who instigated Gray. At the city gate, Gio waited for Jonathan to return in the car and said apologetically. Jonathan frowned. The person hiding behind the scenes was indeed cautious, leaving no trace. Naturally, Jonathan wasn't afraid of the other party's various schemes, but it was unpleasant to be targeted. After some thought, Jonathan sneered. Magistrate Abdur, doesn't Gray still not realize that this could be set up by someone else? Gio nodded. Gray has no guile and can't see through this. Otherwise, we could have caught Luke this time. Saying this, Gio sighed regretfully. Can Zin see through it? Jonathan asked. Zin? Gio was surprised. After some thought, Gio replied, Zin should be able to see through it. But since Gray did not remember those two men, even if Zin saw through it, he cannot accuse anyone or involve Luke. Jonathan smiled faintly. I'm not trying to implicate Luke. Gio was even more surprised. Then, a cold gleam flashed in Jonathan's eyes. If Zin knows that Gray was used by Luke, do you think he would remain indifferent? You want them to fight each other. Gio suddenly understood. Jonathan nodded with a cold smile. Luke uses us as a pawn, so shall we. Brilliant idea. Gio praised repeatedly. Regardless of whether Zin openly fights Luke or plots against him secretly, it would benefit them. I'll make the arrangements now. As Gio spoke, he was about to leave. However, Jonathan called him back. Is there something else? Gio asked, puzzled. Jonathan nodded. Since the other party acted like a venomous snake lying in wait, he would draw the snake out of its hole. Magistrate Abdur, I have an idea. Jonathan lowered his voice and whispered a few words. Gio was first stunned, then his eyes brightened when he understood Jonathan's intention. Great idea. As long as they don't give up targeting you, they won't miss this opportunity. Jonathan smiled and nodded. Gio excitedly said, I'll prepare immediately. With that, Gio hurried away, preparing according to Jonathan's instructions. Jonathan glanced in the direction of the Li family, and a sneer curled the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that Luke wouldn't take the bait. Liangzhou prison. Zin lay on the straw, his face pale with hatred. These past few days of watery soup and fetid prison life had made him hate Jonathan and Gio even more. You two wait and see. I'll make you pay back this grudge 1,000-fold in the future. As he was venting his anger inwardly, he heard a scolding voice not far away. Move faster. What are you dilly-dallying for? Instinctively, Zin looked over and saw a jailer pushing someone towards this area. Zin then withdrew his gaze. He had seen this scene many times in the past few days, nothing unusual. Just as Zin withdrew his gaze, he heard an urgent and angry voice. How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? Zin froze, hurriedly sitting up. This voice sounded so much like his son's. He quickly looked over. One look and Zin was shocked to sit straight up. This person was actually Gray. Zin rushed to the front of the cell, exclaiming in disbelief. Why is it you? Dad. Hearing Zin's voice, Gray also rushed over. Why were you arrested too? Zin hurriedly asked. Gray was about to speak when the jailer grabbed him and pulled him back. What are you doing? Don't you know what place this is? It's not somewhere for you to recognize family. Gray's spoiled temper flared up, and he kicked at the jailer. Bang. The jailer was kicked back several steps, almost falling, and couldn't help but fly into a rage. To be hit by a prisoner on his own turf? Get some men. Someone dared to hit me. The jailer shouted loudly, and immediately 3 jailers rushed over. They pressed Gray down and gave him a savage beating, making Gray cry out in pain. Where was the previous arrogance and domineering manner? Zin watched this scene, feeling both angry and anxious, yet powerless to do anything. Bang. After delivering the final blow, the jailers threw Gray into the cell like a dead dog before leaving. Zin felt pain to the core, hastily asking, Lai, how are you? Gray was close to tears. Dad, it hurts? Zin's heart ached, then thought of a more important question and asked urgently, why were you also arrested? Chapter 242. Who was Jonathan? I sent someone to poison Jonathan, but Jonathan discovered it. Gray told the story with a face full of grief. Zin was greatly shocked and scolded. Why are you so reckless? Who is Jonathan? He's someone who has made even him and Luke suffer multiple times. Thinking of the cruel punishment Gio mentioned, Gray couldn't help shivering all over and hurriedly cried out, Father, you must save me. I don't want to be subjected to that kind of torture. Torture? Zin was startled. Who said you're going to be tortured? According to what Gray had just said, Jonathan hadn't been poisoned at all. No matter how severe the punishment, he wouldn't be sentenced to such torture. Gio said, Gray replied. Zin's face darkened, and he couldn't help but snort. It was clear that Gio was frightening Gray. Zin suddenly had a thought and realized a problem. Why did Gio scare Gray? Why did he say that? Zin asked urgently. He asked if there was anyone behind this, Gray answered. Zin was stunned, then also realized something wasn't right. He knew his son best. He knew exactly what kind of person Gray was. Indeed, the type who follows orders from others and executes plans. Gray couldn't have come up with the plan to poison Jonathan on his own. Who instructed you? Zin asked immediately. No one instructed me. I just heard 2 people talking about how they wished they could poison Jonathan. And thinking of you being here, I did it. Gray looked regretful as he continued. I didn't expect that guy would be so alert and discover this. Zin's expression changed. Although Gray claimed he overheard 2 people talking, he knew instantly that this was definitely a deliberate setup. Zin couldn't help but get furious. Who dared to scheme against his son? Where did you hear those 2 people talking? Zin asked angrily. On the way back from the Li family. Without any hesitation, Gray answered, then noticed Zin's strange expression and asked, puzzled, Father, what's wrong? Nothing. Zin kept a stern face without further explanation, but his heart was burning with rage. There was no doubt this was set up by Luke, taking advantage of his absence, using his son. Luke, you're too ruthless. While cursing Luke's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind, the jailer suddenly opened the door. Zin, come out, the jailer shouted. Startled, Zin's mind raced. What's happening now? Could Gio be acting against him again? Before Zen could figure it out, Gray loudly asked, "What are you going to do to my father?" The jailer glanced at Gray and snorted. "The order came down to release him. Don't you want your father out?" Gray was stunned. "Release? He just got in, and now Zen is leaving?" Zen was equally incredulous. Gio rushed to arrest him again only 3 days ago. Now he wants to release him? Isn't this too absurd? Do you want to leave or not? I'm closing the door otherwise. The jailer impatiently urged. "Leave, leave." Zen hurriedly responded, quickly walking out of the cell. Noticing that the jailer didn't manhandle him, Zen felt a surreal sensation. At this moment, Gray rushed over, crying, "Father, save me. I don't want to stay here." Coming back to reality, Zen went forward and reassured him, Rest assured. I'll think of a way as soon as I get out. I won't let you stay here long. Don't worry, you won't be tortured." "Really?" Gray doubted. "Would your father lie to you?" After much persuasion, Zen finally calmed Gray down and walked out of the prison. As soon as he left the prison, infinite anger surged in Zen's heart. "Luke, you dare to scheme against my son. I'll never forgive you." At the Lee residence, Luke was pondering ways to kill Jonathan when a servant rushed in. "Head of the clan, Commissioner Dong has sent someone." Luke's face changed. If Amadeo sends someone, it can't be good news. It's likely asking why he hasn't taken action yet. Sure enough, as soon as Amadeo's confidant entered the hall, he started criticizing harshly. "Luke, why haven't you acted? How long are you waiting?" Luke felt indignant. After all, Amadeo's confidant was still a servant. Yet he criticized the head of the clan without showing mercy. But what could he do when the other side followed a powerful master? "Please tell Commissioner Dong that I'm thinking of ways." Luke replied with a forced smile. "Thinking of ways?" The confidant interrupted Luke with an unhappy expression. "Didn't I already tell you the plan? Can't you even find an opportunity to act?" Luke felt a surge of displeasure in his heart but still managed to smile as he said, "This plan has already been used. But that Jonathan fellow is too alert. He actually discovered it." "What? He discovered it?" The confidant was both surprised and angry. "He could discover this? Does he know anything about who's behind it?" Luke hurriedly replied, "Please rest assured, sir. Jonathan only knows that Gray did this. Not only does he not suspect you, he doesn't even implicate me." "That's best." The confidant let out a sigh of relief and wanted to urge further, but recalling Luke's previous words made him feel lingering fear towards Jonathan. This matter must be done quickly. After saying this, the confidant rushed off again. He needed to report this to Amadeo as soon as possible. After seeing off Amadeo's confidant, Luke exhaled a long breath, feeling quite lucky. Thankfully, he was clever enough to hand over the assassination task to Gray without leaving any traces. Otherwise, now in the prison might have been him, and Amadeo would definitely not spare him. Though Jonathan is indeed capable, he is not far ahead of himself either. Just as Luke wore a smug smile, a servant rushed in again. Luke's heart skipped a beat, wondering if Amadeo's confidant had returned. About to inquire, the servant greeted with a smile, "Head of the clan, good news, clan leader Jiao has been released." Luke was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. "You mean Zen?" "Yes, Zen," the servant nodded repeatedly. Luke was greatly surprised. Based on his earlier guess, Gio had brought Zen back to jail just to spite him. But why was Zen released after such a short time? Seeing Luke deep in thought, the servant asked hesitantly, "Head of the clan, isn't this good news?" Luke snapped back to reality, momentarily finding it hard to answer. On the surface, Zen's return meant the Diao family regained their pillar, and they gained another strong ally. This was naturally good news. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something fishy going on. Chapter 243, must have come from Jonathan. Clan leader, clan leader? Seeing Luke lost in thought, the servant called out curiously a couple of times. Luke came back to his senses and gently shook his head. Although he felt that there might be something wrong with Zen's sudden return, he couldn't figure out what it was for the moment. Faced with the servant's puzzled gaze, Luke could only say, "Of course, it's good news." After a brief pause, Luke said, "Go to the Jiao family and congratulate him on my behalf." "Yes." The servant responded, about to turn and leave. "Wait a moment." Luke suddenly stopped the servant. After a brief deliberation, he said, "Take a generous gift with you." The servant replied again, happily heading towards the Diao family. Zen's release from prison was certainly a cause for great celebration. Bringing a generous gift for congratulations would surely result in some reward. Thinking this, the servant couldn't help but feel lighter on his feet. At the Diao residence, Beckham laughed loudly, saying, "Old Diao, you're back. The past few days haven't been easy, right? Did old Gio have someone specially take care of you?" Zen had a grim look on his face. He didn't want to mention anything about those days. Even though Gio didn't specifically target him, life in jail was truly unbearable. Every day was a rough staple diet and bland vegetable leaves, not to mention the foul smell inside. Seeing that Zen remained silent for a long time, Beckham asked curiously, "Old Diao, what's wrong? Did you go crazy in there?" Only then did Zen speak, "Old Ma, we've always had a good relationship. I have a question. Do you think Gray is the type who could come up with a plan to poison Jonathan?" Beckham was taken aback, then shook his head. "Old Diao, to be honest, when I heard about this incident, I was shocked for quite a while." Zen nodded. "Now let me tell you, Gray was incited by someone. Do you believe it?" "Who?" Beckham was startled, his mind swirling with thoughts. Could it be someone else from the Diao family? Just as he was thinking, he heard Zen say clearly, "Luke." "What?" Beckham was greatly surprised, finding it hard to believe. "Old Diao, are you sure? Clan leader Lee never mentioned this." He naturally wouldn't say so, because he secretly had someone hint at it to Gray, precisely to avoid being implicated. Zen spoke hatefully, recounting the information he got from Gray. Beckham fell silent after hearing this. If Gray didn't lie, then Luke indeed had a hand in this matter. At this moment, a servant from the Diao family came in to report, Clan leader Lee has sent someone over to congratulate you on your release." Upon hearing the name, Clan leader Lee, Zen could no longer suppress his anger, roaring, "Let him in." The servant from the Diao family was startled. What's wrong with the clan leader? What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me? Zin shouted again. The servant hurriedly went out and led the servant from the Li family into the hall. The Li family servant held a gift box with both hands and greeted upon entering the hall. Greetings, clan leader Diao. Our clan leader has sent me to congratulate you on your return from prison. Just a small token. Before he finished speaking, Zin suddenly rushed over. The Li family servant looked bewildered, wondering only one thing. What is Zin going to do? Slap. Caught off guard, the Li family servant received a slap across the face. Before he could recover, he got another heavy hit to his leg. Ouch! The Li family servant cried out in pain, falling to the ground. Zin still wasn't satisfied and kicked him fiercely. The Li family servant was terrified, not knowing why Zin had suddenly gone mad. All he could do was curl up and protect vital areas. Old Yao, calm down. Beckham, also stunned, finally snapped back to reality and quickly pulled Zin away. Zin glared at the groaning Li family servant with red eyes, roaring, "Go back and tell Luke that my son cannot be measured by money. Get out." The Li family servant left the Diao residence in a daze, touching his injuries, almost in tears. I came here to congratulate him. How did it end up like this? In the main hall of the Diao residence, Beckham said, "Old Yao, you acted too rashly. Even if Gray might have been incited by Luke, without evidence and directly confronting him isn't necessarily a good strategy." Zin snorted, "Old Ma, if your son were betrayed this way, you wouldn't think the same. I must get an explanation for this matter." The Li family servant hobbled back to the Li residence. Luke was startled when he saw him, asking, "What happened?" The servant sobbed while recounting the events, concluding, "Clan leader Diao must have been very upset, hitting me like that. If not for clan leader Ma pulling him back, I might not have returned." Luke looked serious. His previous premonition turned out to be right. Zen's sudden release was indeed a deliberate move by Gio, letting him return to stir up conflicts with himself. Clan leader? The servant finished speaking and saw Luke lost in thought, calling out a couple of times. Luke snapped back to reality and said, "You go treat your injuries. I'll handle this matter." The servant then said, "Clan leader, you must uphold justice for me." "I will." Luke nodded in agreement, but felt troubled inside. He was at fault in this situation. What he needed to do now was figure out how to prevent Zen from opposing him. However, after thinking over and over again, Luke couldn't come up with any good ideas. Gio had indeed given him a big headache. But soon, Luke realized the truth. It wasn't Gio, it was Jonathan. Such a fatal move must have come from Jonathan. Thinking of this name made Luke even more furious. This kid was truly his nemesis. After careful consideration, Luke finally gave up on trying to solve the problem himself. Instead, he ordered someone to prepare a carriage and rushed to the city of CI in the middle of the night. At the office of the prefecture governor of CI City, Davidson heaved a sigh of relief while frowning after listening to Luke's narration. The fact that the matter didn't involve him was indeed good news. However, the progress being impeded was definitely bad news. Especially Zen's dissatisfaction with Luke posed a significant problem. If unresolved, it might affect their upcoming plans. "Mr. Dong, I can't think of any solutions. Please guide me." Luke lowered his posture. Davidson frowned slightly. He knew Joe's character well. Probably even his personal appearance wouldn't help. They needed to find someone who could control Gio. With this thought, Davidson suddenly lit up. "Got it." Luke hurriedly asked, "Please enlighten me, sir." Davidson chuckled, "Clan leader Lee, did you overlook something important?" Luke was puzzled. "What did I overlook?" Davidson smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you forget that Joe's actual position is just a military commander, not a prefectural governor?" Chapter 244, Amadeo's Plan. Luke was taken aback, then he recalled that it was indeed the case. Gio was not actually the prefect of Liangzhou but a military commander. The real prefect of Liangzhou had been scared off by their deliberately organized actions shortly after taking office. For these past 20 years, it had always been Gio exercising the powers of the prefect, leading him to subconsciously assume Gio was the prefect of Liangzhou. As long as the real prefect of Liangzhou returns, Gio won't be able to meddle in the affairs of Liangzhou anymore, Amadeo said with a smile. But Luke wore a troubled expression. "My lord, we scared off Director Wu back then. No one knows where he is now." "You don't know, but I do." Amadeo laughed heartily. "You go back and tell Zen that if they cooperate with Director Wu, his son will return unharmed." Luke was overjoyed. "Thank you, my lord. I'll persuade Zen immediately." With that, Luke left, excitement written all over his face. Amadeo watched Luke's departing figure, feeling quite pleased with himself. After all, Jonathan was ultimately just an exiled convict. Without Joe's support, he would not only lose any room for maneuver, but also have to perform daily forced labor. Thus, he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Similarly, without the power of the prefecture, Gio could only watch helplessly as Eddie managed Liangzhou. Luke used a strategy to let others do his dirty work, and he had chosen to cut off the fuel at its source. On his way back, Luke thought more and more about Amadeo's plan, finding it ingeniously flawless. Once Eddie returned, Joe's power would be stripped away. Without Joe's protection, wouldn't Jonathan be at their mercy? Thinking about getting revenge soon made Luke walk even faster. At the Liangzhou government offices, Levi was reporting the news he had gathered to Gio. There has been peace on the chieftain's side these past few days. Gio was somewhat surprised. 5 days had passed since releasing Zen. Based on his understanding of Zen, there should have already been conflicts with Luke. What was going on now? Gio couldn't help but ask, "Absolutely no developments?" "Nope," Levi shook his head. He had verified this information from multiple sources. It couldn't be wrong. Gio looked puzzled. Zen kept his cool? Strange indeed. After some thought, Gio gave up and turned to another topic. "How about Jonathan? You personally deliver his food every day, right?" Levi nodded. "Not only do I deliver the food myself, but I also buy the ingredients personally." "Good job." Gio nodded approvingly before waving him off. "Continue your duties, and don't be complacent." "Don't worry, father." Levi acknowledged and left hurriedly. Watching Levi leave, Geo frowned. Based on his understanding of those chieftains, they wouldn't give up easily. They were likely plotting something big. It seems I need to discuss matters with Jonathan tonight. At the Liangzhou prefecture office, a neatly dressed middle-aged man in his 40s eagerly asked Amadeo the question that most concerned him. Lord Dong, you wrote that you've convinced those chieftains not to harm me anymore. Is it true? Amadeo laughed heartily. Director Wu, of course it's true. Those chieftains are so easy to talk to. Eddie found it hard to believe. Amadeo sneered inwardly. This Eddie was indeed as incompetent as he remembered, being frightened into submission by the chieftains. If it weren't for needing to use Eddie, he wouldn't bother with such a person. They aren't easy to convince. It took great effort, Amadeo replied. Eddie showed gratitude. Lord Dong, thank you for your hard work. Colleagues should naturally help each other. Amadeo put on an air of magnanimity and waved it off with a smile. Yes, yes. Eddie nodded repeatedly. Amadeo smiled and said, Director Wu, since Liangzhou is no longer dangerous, shouldn't you return to Liangzhou now? Eddie forced a smile. Lord Dong, can you send some people to escort me? I fear those chieftains. A coward. Amadeo felt disdain internally but maintained a smile. Since Director Wu is worried, I'll have the chieftains explain the misunderstanding directly to you. Without waiting for Eddie's refusal, Amadeo instructed someone to notify Luke to bring several major chieftain leaders to the prefecture. Director Wu, that incident was all a misunderstanding, and we apologize sincerely, Luke said earnestly. The other chieftains chimed in agreeably, appearing very friendly. Eddie glanced at the several Tusi, and upon confirming they were not deceiving him, he let out a long sigh of relief. With relief came a swagger, his tense expression transforming into arrogance as he lifted his head. In fact, it wasn't really a misunderstanding. The reason I left Liangzhou back then wasn't because I was scared by you all, but due to poor health. You should also know that I am from the capital. The climate here is too harsh for me. Over these years, I have been elsewhere for recuperation. Now that my health has improved, I originally planned to return soon. Just when Lord Dong's letter arrived, I took this trip first. Eddie's words left everyone speechless. A person can be shameless, but being shameless to this extent is indeed rare. Clearly terrified away, now seeing the Tusi's friendly attitude, he immediately changed his tone. A typical bully of the week. Luke's mouth twitched. Yes, Director Wu, I misspoke just now. So Director, shall we head back to Liangzhou now? Eddie responded with a mild, then asked, is the carriage ready? Luke paused. They all rode fast horses to get here. Eddie raised an eyebrow, about to react sharply. Seeing this, Amadeo couldn't help but intervene. He brought Eddie back to deal with Geo and Jonathan, not to pamper a grandmaster. Amadeo gave a heavy cough. Director Wu, I have a carriage for you here. But there's one thing I must mention. Although these chieftains can control most of their tribespeople, there are still some who are unruly. You need to be cautious around these people. Eddie's face changed. There are still such people? Luke nodded at this opportunity. Yes, every tribe has some. Seeing Eddie's fear creeping back, Luke continued, but don't worry, Director Wu. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't do anything extreme. Eddie sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Luke didn't want to waste more words on someone like Eddie and immediately arranged for a carriage, having Luke and others escort Eddie back to Liangzhou. Chapter 245. The bigger official overwhelms. Your Excellency, I saw several tribal chieftains heading towards the city. In Liangzhou's prefecture office, a bailiff hurried back to report. What? Geo was surprised. You didn't see wrong? I saw Chief Isaiah of the Li family and Chief Darnell of the Diao family inside, replied the bailiff. Geo took in a sharp breath. Isaiah was cautious in his actions and had never set foot in Liangzhou city for years. Why did he suddenly come today? What were they going to do? No matter how much Geo thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only ask, only them. The bailiff seemed to think of something and quickly answered, apart from those tribal chieftains, there's also a carriage. Carriage? Joe's confusion deepened. Hermesly speaking, the most prestigious person in a group would ride in the carriage. Who could be more prestigious than Isaiah? Moreover, he, the actual controller of Liangzhou, had received no news of this person's arrival. Instead, these chieftains went to greet them. Geo furrowed his brows. This matter wasn't simple. Just as he was thinking, another bailiff ran in and shouted, Your Excellency, Magistrate Wu is here. He wants you to go to the city gate to welcome him. Magistrate Wu? Geo was momentarily stunned, searching through officials with the surname Wu who ranked higher than himself. But after considering all the officials in and around Liangzhou, Geo couldn't think of any particular Wu magistrate. Could it be someone from the capital? Joe's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, Quickly, follow me to welcome him at the city gate. Outside the city gates, Eddie sat in the carriage, a look of satisfaction on his face. During the journey from Cizhou to Liangzhou, Isaiah had roughly explained the current situation in Liangzhou to him. His words expressed dissatisfaction with Geo and a young man named Jonathan. Although timid, Eddie wasn't stupid and already understood why the chieftains treated him politely. It was because he could deal with Geo and that young man called Jonathan. After all, an official one rank higher could overwhelm anyone. And he was the true prefect of Liangzhou, Joe's direct superior. As for Jonathan, who had been exiled to Liangzhou, he meant nothing to Eddie. Servitude should be enough to make the young man sweat. At this moment, Isaiah whispered quietly, Your Excellency, Geo has arrived. Eddie nodded, his expression turning serious. Seeing Isaiah and other tribal chieftains, Geo frowned. The appearance of these people surely wouldn't bring good things. Looking at the carriage, Joe's frown deepened. The carriage wasn't particularly grand and didn't match the identity of a minister coming from the capital. While lost in thought, he heard Diagea call out unhappily, Magistrate Abdur, why are you dilly-dallying? Aren't you going to come and meet Magistrate Wu? Geo grew even more puzzled. Diageu also referred to him as Magistrate Wu. Which Magistrate Wu? Geo walked closer, perplexed. Geo, pay my respects to Magistrate Wu. What brings you to Liangzhou, Your Excellency? Borism. An unsatisfied cold snort came from inside the carriage, followed by a mocking voice. Why? Can't your prefect come to his own jurisdiction? Gio was taken aback, then his expression changed. He finally knew who this magistrate Wu was. Hadn't he fled 20 years ago? Why did he suddenly return? And even escorted by tribal chieftains. An ominous feeling rose in Zhou's heart. Watching Zhou's changing expressions, Daigeu felt satisfied. They had finally found Zhou's fatal weakness. Eddie got off the carriage, glancing at Gio. Magistrate Abdur, due to my illness, I have not been in Liangzhou for a long time. I thank you for your hard work these years. Zhou's mind was in chaos. He mumbled, not. But before he finished, Eddie interrupted. Now that my health has improved, you no longer need to worry, Magistrate Abdur. You should focus on the garrison instead. With just a few simple words, he stripped Gio of his power. Having said that, Eddie ignored Gio and smiled at Isaiah and the others. Chiefs, please follow me into the city. Yes. Isaiah and the others loudly answered, walking past Gio with an air of victory. Daigeu passed by Gio and sneered softly, Gio, didn't expect us to pull this move, did you? Zhou's heart sank. He finally understood why Eddie had returned. Obviously invited by the chieftains. Without a doubt, to deal with him. Your Excellency. Not until the bailiffs called did Gio regain his senses. Sir, should we follow? The bailiffs asked. Zhou's mind was in turmoil. Thinking of Jonathan who was still escorting the merchants, he said, you go back first. I will return later. Without waiting for the bailiffs to respond, Gio hurried towards another city gate. In the grand hall of the prefecture office, Eddie sat at the head of the table, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Since being appointed as the prefect, he had never experienced this feeling of power until now. This time, he finally got to enjoy it. It was incredibly satisfying. Luke and others looked at Eddie, their faces breaking into smiles. Everything was just as they had predicted. In front of this true prefect, Eddie, Gio had no resistance at all. Control of Liangzhou had already fallen into Eddie's hands. Next, it was time to deal with Jonathan. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Father, I heard those tribal chieftains. Then, Duke rushed into the hall, his shout abruptly stopping. Why are you here? Duke stared at the tribal chieftains in surprise. He had just received news that Luke had brought several chieftains to Liangzhou, but he didn't expect them to already be here. Why? Is Liangzhou your family's territory? Selen sneered. Can't we come here? Duke was taken aback. Selen actually spoke to him in such a tone. Did he forget that Gray was still imprisoned? Puzzled, Duke suddenly noticed someone sitting at the head of the table and couldn't help but be startled. Who are you? How dare you sit in the prefect's seat? Duke demanded. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Duke finished speaking, loud laughter echoed throughout the hall. Confused, Duke asked, why are you laughing? Eddie looked down at Duke and said, I am the prefect of Liangzhou. Who are you? To dare shout in my presence? Luke's eyes lit up at this moment. Your Excellency, this person has no official position. He merely relies on his father's status. Immediately, Eddie understood who Duke was, and he slammed the gavel loudly. Bring me this disrespectful young man and throw him out. Chapter 246 Eddie seizes power. You are the prefect? Calvin's face was full of shock. He had met Eddie once when he accompanied Gio to Liangzhou, but nearly 20 years had passed since then, and he could no longer remember what Eddie looked like. All he remembered was that Eddie was a coward who, upon discovering that Liangzhou was surrounded by chieftains, had directly abandoned his post and fled. Over these years, Eddie had been completely out of touch, leading him to assume that Eddie was dead. But now, Eddie appeared suddenly, alongside the chieftains. At this moment, Zen sneered, Calvin, are you doubting Master Wu's identity? Do you know that your father welcomed Master Wu at the city gate just now? Calvin furrowed his brow. He was unaware of this matter, but judging by Zen's expression, it didn't seem fake. Otherwise, Zen wouldn't have had such confidence, nor would he and Luke have suddenly entered the city. Seeing Calvin fall silent, Zen laughed triumphantly and then gave Eddie a bow. Sir, my son has been falsely accused and is currently imprisoned. I beg you to investigate and restore justice for my child. Eddie waved his hand grandly. I know exactly who Clan Chief Diao is. From this, I also understand that your son cannot be a bad person and must have been wronged. People, release Clan Chief Diao's son. Zen was overjoyed. Without waiting for the hesitant officers to act, he rushed toward the prison himself. Calvin, who had been quiet, immediately shouted upon hearing Eddie's order to release Gray. You can't release Gray. Eddie raised his eyebrows, shouting, What are you? How dare you question me? Calvin retorted angrily, many citizens witnessed how the Diao family servants poisoned Jonathan's brothers in their food, and Gray admitted it. With so many witnesses and evidence, how could this be unjust? Admission? Eddie sneered. How do I know he wasn't forced into confessing under torture? Your methods are all too clear to me. Calvin turned red with anger. Although they enjoyed martial arts, they were extremely cautious when dealing with cases and had never resorted to forced confessions. Before he could defend himself, Eddie continued, Your father is a garrison commander, responsible for protecting Liangzhou. Judicial matters are my responsibility. That's enough. You have no place here. Leave quickly. It was only because Gio commanded a camp of 5,000 troops that he allowed Calvin to leave so easily. Just as Calvin was about to say something else, two loud laughs came from outside, and Zen entered with Gray. The moment Gray saw Calvin, flames of rage flared in his eyes. He had suffered greatly in the jail these past 2 days. Thinking of this, waves of hatred surged within Gray uncontrollably. Calvin was equally furious seeing Gray. With the facts so clear, Gray was being released anyway. This was blatant protectionism. Seeing Calvin's angry face, Gray suddenly burst into laughter. Calvin, aren't you probably on the verge of exploding right now? But your young master is free. What can you do about it? Saying this, Gray's face was filled with defiance. Calvin's forehead veins bulged as he held back his temper again and again, finally bursting out in fury. I can beat you up. And with that, Calvin lunged forward, swinging his fist towards Gray. Ah! Caught off guard, Gray took a punch on the face and screamed as he fell to the ground. Seeing his son suffering, Zen roared and pounced at Calvin. Gray jumped up from the ground and joined the fray. For a moment, the three of them were locked in a fight. Eddie couldn't help but fly into a rage. To dare fight in front of him? Do they think he's just a decoration? People, arrest this thug who dared to assault someone in front of me. However, after he shouted, the officers below did not move immediately, their faces filled with hesitation. These officers had all been promoted by Gio and had a good relationship with Calvin. Moreover, they all knew clearly about Gray's case. It was Eddie misusing his power. Deep down, they resisted Eddie's orders. Seeing his command ineffective, Eddie's face changed abruptly, revealing a hint of unease. Would these officers turn against him? Thinking of this, Eddie's tone weakened somewhat. Whether or not to arrest him, control him first. Only then did the officers step forward and separate Calvin and the Diao father-son duo. Eddie let out a sigh of relief but felt deeply humiliated. As a prefect, he couldn't even command a few officers. How disgraceful. At this moment, Luke stepped forward and whispered a reminder. Sir, these constables were originally supposed to be appointed or dismissed by you. Eddie slapped his forehead. He had been so scared that he forgot about this authority. He immediately shouted at the constables. All of you are dismissed. Get out of here immediately. The constables looked astonished. Why were they dismissed? Calvin hadn't expected Eddie to do this either. Seeing the stunned constables and the continuously provoking Gray, a surge of anger surged up his head, and he charged towards Eddie. In everyone's shocked gazes, Calvin grabbed Eddie by the collar. Speak. Are you someone they found to impersonate the prefect? Eddie was terrified, his face deathly pale, trembling all over as he shook his head repeatedly. No, not admitting? Calvin didn't believe it at all, lifting his fist threateningly. Is it, or isn't it? Eddie shuddered all over, nearly fainting. Luke then shouted angrily. Calvin, are you planning to rebel? Look at what that is. Calvin looked in the direction Luke pointed, momentarily stunned. It was actually the seal of the prefect. He hurriedly let go of Eddie and went over to check. After confirming without error, Calvin's face was full of disbelief. It was truly the authentic prefect seal. That meant the person before him who couldn't distinguish right from wrong was indeed the prefect of Liangzhou. How could this be? Calvin murmured. After Calvin released him, Eddie quickly ran behind the chieftains for cover. Seeing Calvin's momentum weaken, his terror instantly turned into rage and hatred. Arrest him. The chieftains along with Gray rushed forward, pinning down and tying up the still dazed Calvin. Haha, you have your day too, Calvin. Gray laughed as he walked up to Calvin, who was bound like a dumpling, holding the spot where he had just been hit, and sneered. You hit me here earlier. Now it's my turn. Saying this, Gray raised his fist, ready to smash it into Calvin's face. Chapter 247. Duke's leg was broken. Facing Gray's fist, Duke neither dodged nor avoided it. He kept staring at Gray with a look of anger. Just as the fist was about to hit Duke's face, Eddie suddenly said, Wait. Gray looked at Eddie in puzzlement. Now is the time for vengeance and retribution. Eddie signaled Luke with his eyes, and Luke stepped forward. Sir, what is it? Eddie glanced at Duke and whispered, Clan Chiefly, this boy is after all Zhou's son. Gio has quite a number of soldiers under him. Eddie stopped here, but his meaning was clear. What if Gio took revenge with these people? Luke smiled. Sir, please rest assured. As long as we don't go too far, Gio won't do anything. After all, those 5,000 soldiers were mainly responsible for guarding against the kingdom of Annam, not Zhou's private army. Eddie sighed in relief. That's good. Suddenly, Luke raised his voice. Sir, Duke shouted in court and even dared to confront you. Should we punish him? A glint appeared in Eddie's eyes. If Gray had taken action privately, Gio could have used this as an excuse to cause trouble. But punishing Duke for the reasons Luke suggested would leave Gio speechless. After all, Duke did indeed confront him, the prefect. Bring him 20? No, 10 strokes. Eddie hesitated for a moment, finally deciding on only 10 strokes out of fear of provoking Gio. Hearing the number of strokes, Gray was displeased and was about to speak. Luke stepped forward and blocked Gray. Clan Chiefly, just 10 strokes. Before Gray could finish speaking, Luke lowered his voice. You carry out the punishment. Gray beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. With him carrying out the punishment, 10 strokes would be as effective as 20 or more. At this moment, Eddie looked around and saw that he had already sent the constables away, so he turned to the chiefs. I need the help of all the clan chiefs. Before he finished, Gray eagerly said, Sir, leave it to us. He then picked up one of the constable's batons, weighing it in his hand, a sneer appearing on his face. This thing was heavy. Turning to Duke, he laughed menacingly. Duke, didn't expect this day, huh? With that, Gray swung the baton high and struck heavily at Duke's waist and legs. Bang! The baton landed heavily on Duke's thigh, producing a heart-stopping sound. Duke's face turned pale, but he remained silent, glaring furiously at Gray. Quite defiant. Gray sneered, raising the baton again and striking down. Bang! Another bone-chilling sound echoed, yet Duke still made no sound. A flicker of anger flashed across Gray's face. Beating Duke wasn't his true goal. What he truly wanted was to hear Duke scream or beg for mercy. Fine, let's see how long you can hold out. Gray snorted and swung the baton again. Bang! 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 7 consecutive strikes, each heavier than the last. Yet Duke clenched his teeth, staying silent. In the Great Hall, there was complete silence. Everyone except Gray frowned. This boy, Duke, really followed in his father's footsteps. His bones were indeed tough. Seeing that 9 strikes had left Duke without a single cry, Gray's eyes reddened with fury, especially recalling his performance in prison, which made him even angrier. He would make Duke cry and beg for mercy. Swinging the baton wildly, he spun a few times, gaining momentum, and then fiercely struck Duke's thigh. Snap! Guh! Duke emitted a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat immediately breaking out on his forehead. His right leg was broken. Hearing Duke's groan, Gray burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Duke, you couldn't hold back after all. Eddie was now worried. Originally, he just wanted to give a favor to the Diao family, but who knew Gray would strike so hard that he broke Duke's leg. As he was worrying, Luke approached and whispered, "Sir, no need to worry. It's just that the strength wasn't well controlled during the punishment. Anyway, Duke isn't dead. Would Gio bring his troops?" Eddie hesitated. Luke shook his head confidently. As long as Gio doesn't dare to rebel, he can only accept this silently. That's good, that's good. Eddie sighed in relief and waved his hand. Throw this loud-mouthed rascal out. Several Tusi clan chiefs carried Duke and threw him outside the entrance of the yamen. It wasn't until the clan chiefs returned to the yamen that Duke finally couldn't hold back, letting out a low groan. The dismissed constables had never left. Seeing Duke being thrown out, they quickly gathered around. "Young Lord Abdur, what happened to you?" Duke winced in pain, gasping for cool air. "Quick, take me to the apothecary. My leg is broken." The constables were greatly alarmed and hurriedly carried Duke to the nearest apothecary. After leaving one person to watch over him, the rest scattered to find Gio. At the city gate, Gio gazed into the distance on the official road, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had already inquired and learned that just before he saw Eddie and his group, Jonathan had just driven away. A round trip would take about half an hour. Calculating the time, he still needed to wait another quarter of an hour. At this moment, a constable ran up breathlessly. Sir, something has happened. Something has happened to young Lord Abdur." Joe's face changed abruptly as he hastily asked, "What happened?" The constable took 2 deep breaths and recounted what had happened in the yamen. Gio was both shocked and furious. How dare these people do such things? Instinctively, he wanted to go to the prefectural yamen to demand justice. But the constable pulled him back. "Sir, you should see young Lord Abdur first." The doctor at the apothecary shook his head when he saw him. Gio felt a wave of dizziness, running forward a few steps before stopping, then turning to look at the constable who had followed him. "Stay here waiting. Once Jonathan comes back, immediately take him to see me." Having said that, Gio rushed straight to the apothecary. Inside the apothecary, the constable who stayed behind looked at the doctor in disbelief. "What did you say?" The constable exclaimed softly before lowering his voice. "You have no way to help? Young Lord Abdur might become crippled?" The doctor nodded solemnly. "That's right. Young Lord Abdur broke his thigh, and the bones are misaligned. I don't have such advanced bone-setting skills. As you know, I am the best bone-setter in Liangzhou City." After speaking, the doctor sighed deeply with regret. Chapter 248 The Unparalleled Bone-Setter, Dr. Zhang. The bailiff was stunned. The doctor's meaning was clear. Levi's leg could not be healed anymore. Levi was only in his early 20s, in the prime of his life. He was going to become a cripple? Even the bailiff found it hard to accept, let alone Levi who had lofty ambitions and dreamed of becoming the martial top-rank scholar. He couldn't imagine what kind of blow Levi would suffer upon hearing this. While the bailiff felt sorry for Levi in his heart, he heard Levi's voice from the inner room. "Brother Jim, what happened?" The bailiff snapped back to reality, gave the doctor a look, then composed himself and walked into the inner room. "Brother Jim, what did the doctor say?" Levi asked, puzzled. This bailiff surnamed Jim was the oldest among the bailiffs and also the most calm and steady. He seldom got startled easily. But just now, he had heard this bailiff exclaim loudly, indicating that he had encountered something that surprised him greatly. Bailiff Jim forced a smile. "Nothing." Seeing Levi looked somewhat doubtful, the bailiff had no choice but to lie through his teeth. "The doctor told me that you will recover fully in a few days. I found it unbelievable, so I screamed. Oh, that's great. Ouch." Levi was overjoyed, but was immediately struck by intense pain in his leg. "Little Master Abdur, are you okay?" Bailiff Jim asked, and seeing that Levi seemed fine for the moment, he found an excuse to leave the inner room and came out to the outer room. At this moment, Gio arrived. Bailiff Jim hurriedly greeted him. "Master Abdur." Gio quickly asked, "Where is Chuyi? How is he?" Bailiff Jim shook his head sadly and lowered his voice. "Sir, please listen to me first, but don't get too agitated." Gio froze. He knew all too well what these words meant. Taking a deep breath, Gio said, "Tell me." Bailiff Jim then explained the doctor's diagnosis and how he had deceived Levi. After listening, Gio stood there as if petrified, motionless for a long time. Finally, he came back to his senses and nodded at Bailiff Jim. "You did well." With that, Gio walked straight into the inner room. Bailiff Jim followed closely behind, looking at Joe's stiff gait. "Father, you're here." Seeing Gio, Levi sat up with obvious delight, but gasped due to the sharp pain from his leg. Gio fought back his grief and hurried forward to support Levi. "That's enough. Since you're injured, don't move around recklessly. Don't think I'm going to serve you every day," Gio said sternly. Hee hee. Levi sensed his father's conflicting emotions and laughed awkwardly, then hurriedly bragged about himself. "Father, just now that bastard Gray beat me 10 times with a water-fire staff, but I didn't make a sound." Joe's eyes turned red instantly, barely holding back the urge to rush to the yamen. "So what if it's 10 times? Are you showing off to your father? I'll check if your medicine is ready." Without waiting for Levi's response, Gio rushed out of the inner room. He was afraid that staying longer would expose the lie to Levi. Coming to the outer room, he met the doctor who was passing by. Levi approached him immediately. "Doctor, is there really no hope for Chuyi's injury?" The doctor looked helpless. "Master Abdur, I apologize, but my medical skills have their limits." Joe's face turned gray instantly. Seeing Master Gio, who treated the people as his children, in such a state, the doctor felt uncomfortable. He thought for a while and said, "Master Abdur, although my bone-setting skills are good in Liangzhou, frankly speaking, they cannot compare to those in the capital. If you take little Master Abdur to the capital, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope." Joe's eyes lit up. Although he had been away from the capital for 20 years, Arn had come from there. "Thank you." Before finishing his sentence, Gio rushed out of the clinic. "Mr. Devon, save us." Finding Arn resting at the tavern, Gio cried out. Arn was startled. Master Abdur, what happened? Does Mr. Devon know any good bone setters in the capital? Gio asked. Good bone setters? Arn looked somewhat puzzled. Why does Master Abdur need them? As he spoke, Arn scrutinized Gio suspiciously. Gio cut to the chase. Chewy Eye's thigh is broken, and local doctors can't set it. They say the capital doctors might be able to cure him. Master Abdur's thigh is broken? Arn looked astonished. How did that happen? Gio replied, it's a complicated story. Mr. Devon, tell me first if you know any bone setters in the capital. Without further ado, Arn said, to be honest with you, Master Abdur, one of the top bone setters from the capital is among my entourage this time. As he spoke, Arn instructed his attendant, go fetch Dr. Jean. Gio was both surprised and delighted, and he cupped his fists in a salute to Arn. I'll remember this kindness forever, Master Devon. Arn waved his hand with a smile. Master Abdur, it's too kind of you. Now can you tell me what happened? The smile vanished from Joe's face as he explained, I've only heard about it. It went like this. After recounting the general events, one of Arnie's attendants led out a middle-aged man with a goatee who carried a faint scent of herbal medicine. The young master, Dr. Jean has arrived, the attendant announced. Gio stood up immediately. Dr. Jean, I'm imposing on you. Dr. Braden waved his hand. It's best to set bones as soon as possible. Please lead the way, Master. Master Devon, I must take my leave now. Gio greeted Arn before leaving without paying much attention to the latter's furrowed brows, and rushed straight to the clinic with Dr. Braden. Master Abdur, who is this? The clinic doctor instantly recognized Dr. Jean as a fellow physician and asked curiously. He had just mentioned that only a doctor from the capital might be able to treat Levi, and now Gio had found one so quickly. It must be him. This is Dr. Jean, Gio replied. Dr. Jean? The clinic doctor froze for a moment, sizing up Dr. Braden a few times before his eyes lit up. Dr. Jean? Could it be Dr. Braden, the unparalleled bone setter? The very one, Dr. Jean smiled. Wow. The clinic doctor sucked in a breath, then turned to Gio with a broad smile. Master Abdur, as far as I know, there hasn't been a single broken bone that Dr. Jean couldn't set. With Dr. Jean taking care of it, young Master Abdur's leg will be safe. Gio was filled with joy and relief. He never expected Dr. Braden to have such credentials. Even a doctor at this remote clinic 2,000 li away from the capital knew of him. It seemed young Master Chewy Eye's leg was indeed saved. Chapter 249. Even Dr. Jean can't cure it. When Yisroel saw Gio bringing back a stranger, he was somewhat puzzled. Father, who is he? Gio said with a smile, this is the doctor accompanying young Master Devon this time. When young Master Devon heard you were injured, he asked Dr. Jean to come over and have a look. Yisroel suddenly understood. So that's it. Young Master Devon is too kind. Thank you for the trouble, Dr. Jean. Dr. Braden smiled faintly and walked forward, placing his hand on the location of the broken bone. Is it here? Yisroel was startled and quickly nodded. Yes. The doctor from the clinic had let him point out where it was broken during diagnosis. Just from this, one could see that Dr. Jean's medical skills were far superior to those at the clinic. The doctor who came in afterwards sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of being called divine Dr. Jean. Indeed, his insight is brilliant. Braden remained composed. Such praise had long since ceased to cause any ripples in him. Gio felt a surge of joy within him. For Dr. Jean to pinpoint the problem with just one glance showed truly remarkable medical skill. He could finally rest assured. Dr. Jean carefully felt the area around the break, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, the calmness on his face vanishing. This injury was unlike any he had seen before. Not only was the bone broken, but the joints had shattered into many small pieces, a type of injury he least wanted to see and found hardest to treat. After multiple confirmations, Dr. Jean withdrew his hand, fell silent for a moment, then stood up. Sir Abdur, we need to talk outside. Gio, who was full of anticipation, froze for a second. Before he could speak, Dr. Jean had already walked out, so he hurriedly followed, his heart lifting uneasily. The situation seemed not to be good. In the outer room, Gio asked urgently, Dr. Jean, how is it? Is it treatable? Dr. Jean didn't answer but instead asked, Sir Abdur, is your son planning to take the military examination in the future? Yes, Gio nodded. Dr. Jean sighed. If possible, Sir Abdur, you should consider letting your son choose another path. Gio was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe what he was hearing, and tremulously asked, Dr. Jean, do you mean? Dr. Jean sighed again. To be honest, your son's injuries are much worse than I imagined. The person who inflicted these injuries was excessively cruel, leaving the broken bones entirely shattered, making perfect healing impossible. In other words, even if it can be treated to appear normal, it won't be able to withstand exertion as before, let alone taking the military examination. Gio was stunned. Dr. Jean's words completely surpassed his expectations. The doctor from the clinic felt the same way and couldn't help asking, Divine Dr. Jean, even you cannot cure it? Dr. Jean nodded. Borisman effort ultimately has its limits. I am powerless. The clinic doctor sighed inwardly. Seeing that Gio hadn't recovered his senses, he added, Sir Abdur, not to sound discouraging, but if Dr. Jean says this, there's no one in the world who can fully cure little Sir Abdur. Gio came back to his senses. Though it was hard to accept, he nodded. Do your best, Divine Dr. Jean. If he can't take the military examination, then so be it. Seeing Gio understand, Dr. Jean nodded and was about to explain the treatment plan when a muffled sound came from the inner room. Gio rushed in and saw Yisroel sitting slumped at the door, pale-faced, lost and dispirited. Clearly, they had been overheard by Yisroel. Kai, are you alright? Gio quickly supported Yisroel and helped him back onto the bed. But all along, Yisroel seemed like a soulless puppet, staring blankly without any reaction. Gio panicked and instinctively looked at Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean sighed. Yisroel obviously couldn't accept the outcome he had announced. He could also empathize. Yisroel harbored a strong desire to take part in the military examination. Learning that it was now impossible was bound to bring disappointment. A while later, Yisroel finally regained his composure and muttered, "Father, does that mean I'm useless now?" Gio was shocked and shook his head hastily. "No, no." Dr. Jin also consoled him. "Young Master Abdur, after treatment, you will appear no different from an ordinary person." Yisroel gave a bitter laugh. "What's the use of looking like an ordinary person if I can't participate in the military examination and can never practice martial arts again?" Gio watched Yisroel, whose heart seemed dead, feeling both pain and anger. "Kai, father will go get revenge for you right away." Saying this, Gio stormed off with fury towards the prefect's office. At the prefect's office, Eddie was thanking Luke and others. "Thank you for your help and support, sirs. With your assistance, this official could reclaim his rights so easily. This official guarantees that as long as I am in Liangzhou for a day, you will all be my honored guests. This official shall co-govern Liangzhou with all the clan leaders." The group was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Sir, your wisdom shines through." Luke echoed everyone's sentiments, but remained clear-minded inside. Eddie's words were not just about extending goodwill, they were also making a deal. The foundation of their cooperative governance relied on Eddie securing his position as the prefect. But this was entirely acceptable to Luke. Their initial intent to expel Gio stemmed from his refusal to let them meddle in Liangzhou's affairs. Upon reaching a consensus, laughter filled the hall. As they laughed, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from the back office. "What are the sirs laughing about? Has Zeke returned?" "Who?" Eddie barked. In the back office, the Fuise's Danielle looked puzzled. Why had she never heard this person's voice before? And how could the speaker not know who she was? While she pondered, several unfamiliar middle-aged men appeared at the back office. The Fuise's Danielle was surprised. "Who are you?" Eddie was equally astonished seeing her, and turned to Luke questioningly. "Clan leader Lee, why is there a woman in the back office?" Luke was also puzzled. Gray spoke up. "Sir, she is the Fuise's Danielle, exiled here." Eddie's face darkened immediately. "An exiled convict dares to reside in the Yamen? Get out immediately." Gray, glancing at the Danielle's appearance, grinned nastily. "Sir Wu, leave this woman to me." Eddie, wanting more connections with Gray, nodded continuously. "Young Master Diao, do as you please." Gray's eyes lit up, approaching the Danielle with ill intent. "Who are you? Where are Sir Abdur and young Master Abdur? Where is Zeke?" The Danielle sensed their malicious intentions and retreated hastily. "Gio?" Gray sneered. "That old man is probably agonizing over Yisroel, the cripple, right now. And no one can save you." The Danielle's face paled as she fled toward the rear courtyard. Gray chuckled and gave chase. Chapter 250. Don't forget this lad's skills. Luke looked at the now bewitched Gray and shook his head. He was more concerned with the benefits he could gain in Liangzhou in the future. "Lord Wu, I want to go take a look at the market," said Luke. Eddie nodded. "No problem." Luke was about to leave when he had barely taken 2 steps. A figure suddenly burst in from outside. Eddie immediately frowned and barked. "Who are you, daring to intrude on this government office?" Zen instantly recognized Jonathan, hatred spreading across his face. "My lord, this lad is that Jonathan." "Oh." Eddie sized up Jonathan, a hint of surprise in his eyes. On the way from Xizhou to Liangzhou, he had heard various accounts about Jonathan from several tribal chieftains. At the time, he found it hard to believe. Seeing Jonathan in person made him even more incredulous. How young he is. He found it hard to imagine that such a young man could be a thorn in the side of the tribal chieftains. "Where's my sister-in-law?" Jonathan coldly demanded, eyes flashing with menace. After returning by car, he was informed by a guard of everything that had just happened. Upon learning that the government office had been taken over by Eddie and others, he rushed over as fast as he could. Eddie recovered from his shock and snorted loudly. "Lad, I am the prefect of Liangzhou. Seeing this official, why haven't you knelt and kowtowed?" The icy glare in Jonathan's eyes intensified as he again roared. "Where's my sister-in-law?" At this moment, the voice of the Princess Selma came from the backyard. "If you come any closer, I won't be polite." Followed by Gray's chuckling voice. "Not polite? Good, let's see what you can do." A flash of ferocity crossed Jonathan's eyes, and he immediately dashed toward the source of the sounds. Once ignored again, Eddie couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Lad?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a rush of wind pass by, and then Jonathan vanished from sight. With a dumbfounded look, Eddie rubbed his eyes. "Where did he go? Chieftains, where did that lad go?" Eddie asked Luke and the others. After asking, he realized that they were equally stunned and obviously didn't know where Jonathan was either. At this moment, Zen suddenly shivered all over and hurried towards the backyard. While running, Zen shouted aloud, "Liar, be careful, Jonathan is here." He remembered that Jonathan possessed power that even Santiago spoke of with trepidation, but he remembered too late. Just as his voice fell, a miserable cry came from the backyard. "Jonathan, how dare you lay hands on me?" Gray clutched his stomach, lying on the ground looking at Jonathan with hate-filled eyes. Jonathan stood behind the frightened Princess Selma, coldly watching Gray. Fortunately for Gray, he was 2 meters away from the Princess Selma, or else he wouldn't have been just clutching his stomach. At this moment, Zen finally ran over and seeing Gray on the ground, he was both shocked and angry. "Are you alright, liar?" Zen went over and helped Gray up while glaring fiercely at Jonathan. "Jonathan, how dare you commit violence within the government office?" "Violence? Ha ha." Jonathan laughed coldly. "Don't you know what Gray was about to do?" Zen was instantly speechless. Of course, he knew. It was something they tacitly approved. He just didn't expect Jonathan to appear so promptly. During the standoff, Eddie and others also arrived. Seeing Eddie, Zen calmed down. They now had the support of the most powerful person in Liangzhou. What was there to fear? He immediately told Eddie, "My Lord Wu, these 2 criminals, who were exiled to Liangzhou, actually presumed to live in the government office. Should they not be punished?" "They must be punished." Eddie, frowning deeply, gave a solemn nod. He still remembered how Jonathan had ignored him just moments ago. He needed to make the lad pay for his rudeness. Jonathan looked coldly at them. You really want to punish me? Zen subconsciously nodded, but was suddenly stopped by Luke beside him. Chief Tiao, calm down. What's wrong? Zen was puzzled. Luke whispered, don't forget this lad's skills. The anger on Zen's face vanished instantly, replaced by profuse cold sweat. Because of Gray being beaten, he had forgotten about Jonathan's capabilities. If they pushed Jonathan to the brink, all of them might end up paying with their lives here. He wasn't ready to die yet. Although Luke's voice was low, only audible to himself and Zen, Jonathan, standing 10 feet away, heard clearly and felt relieved. These people are afraid to act rashly. It seems they won't do anything to us now. We lived here with the permission of the previous commandant. We did not overstep our bounds. Since you don't allow us to live here, we will pack up and leave. Zen was somewhat reluctant, but had to remain silent when he recalled what Luke had just said. Gray was even more unwilling, but could only watch helplessly as Jonathan packed their belongings in preparation for leaving due to his strength. The Princess Selma looked at the room they had lived in for more than 2 months, feeling a bit sentimental. When she saw the air conditioner, her face showed difficulty. During this period, the air conditioner made her experience true coolness. But this big item, they could never take it away, and the other side would definitely not let them ask for help. They would have to leave it behind for these people. As the Princess Selma was lamenting, she saw Jonathan come in with a practice spear. Second brother, what are you doing? Jonathan didn't answer, and instead stabbed the spear into the wall-mounted air conditioner. The air conditioner was instantly ruined. The Princess Selma was shocked. Second brother, you? Jonathan sneered. This thing will never be left to them even if it's destroyed. The Princess Selma was speechless. After Jonathan also destroyed the outdoor unit of the air conditioner, the two of them carried simple bundles and walked out. Wait. Luke suddenly spoke up. Jonathan turned around and coldly stared at Luke. Luke smiled faintly and said to Eddie, Lord, I think it's necessary to check their bundles in case they hide something. Yes, they need to be searched. Eddie nodded continuously. Liangzhou is such a desolate place. There must be no good things here. But body searches are utterly humiliating. Gray was overjoyed and called out, My lord, let me do it. This reason was perfectly legitimate. As he spoke, Gray approached the Princess Selma with a sinister smile on his face. Jonathan's gaze turned cold, standing in front of the Princess Selma. Do you really want to search? Jonathan spoke, lifted his fist, blew on it, then looked at Gray. Gray's smile froze, and his body stopped where it was. His stomach was still hurting from earlier. The others' faces also changed. With Jonathan's skills, they really didn't dare to force a search. Chapter 251 I Can Cure. Eddie did not know much about Jonathan, but seeing the heads of various clans look embarrassed, he instantly fell silent as well. Jonathan sneered coldly and led the Princess Danielle past several people, walking toward the exit. Several pairs of eyes followed Jonathan's back, their faces filled with resentment. Yet no one dared to speak until Jonathan and his companion disappeared from sight. Just as Jonathan stepped out of the government office, he encountered Gio, whose eyes were red and full of killing intent. Jonathan was somewhat surprised. What happened, Director Abdur? Joe's face was filled with grief and anger. Gray broke Levi's leg. Jonathan's gaze turned cold. It seemed he had been too lenient just now. Seeing Gio rushing into the office again, Jonathan knew he intended to take revenge for Levi. Jonathan quickly called out to stop him. Director Abdur, wait. Gio stopped and thought Jonathan would accompany him to avenge Levi. So he said, Jonathan, you guys go first. I can handle it alone. After saying that, Gio attempted to rush in once more. Jonathan hurriedly pulled Gio aside and said with a smile, Director Abdur, what's most important now is treating Brother Abdur's leg. It's incurable. Joe's heart ached. Even the doctors from the capital city said it's incurable. There are doctors from the capital in Liangzhou? Jonathan was a bit puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. He still held Gio by the arm and said, Director Abdur, I can cure Brother Abdur's injury. You have a way? Gio was stunned, grabbing Jonathan in disbelief. You really have a way? Yes. Jonathan nodded with a smile. If the system could treat his own legs, how much more so for a broken leg? Ha ha ha. Good. Then follow me. Without waiting for further explanation, Gio laughed and led the way. Jonathan, we should follow them too. Saying this, Jonathan prepared to follow along. But the Princess Danielle quickly held onto Jonathan, her face filled with worry. Hayden, how can you talk nonsense like that? Nonsense? Jonathan was confused. How am I talking nonsense? The Princess Danielle's worries deepened. Did Hayden even believe his own lie? You've never studied medicine before. How can you treat Director Abdur? Jonathan suddenly understood. So that was what she was worried about. Big Alexandria, how do you think my legs were healed? Jonathan smiled and asked rhetorically. The Princess Danielle paused, recalling the situation. Didn't His Highness and Her Highness bless you? Jonathan shook his head with a smile. Big Alexandria, that was just to appease Wu Dason and the others. The truth is, I cured myself. Ah. The Princess Danielle widened her eyes. Is that true? Of course. Jonathan nodded confidently. The Princess Danielle breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's a relief. Let's go then. Inside the clinic, Braden carefully considered before writing down a prescription and handed it over to the doctor. Prepare the medicine according to this prescription and bring it here after brewing. The doctor nodded, sighing inwardly. Braden hesitated while writing the prescription, clearly unsure. It seemed no one could cure Levi's injuries. At that moment, Gio rushed in. Braden and the doctor were startled, not only because Gio returned so quickly, but also due to the joyous expression on his face rather than the sorrowful anger he had earlier. Has Director Abdur gone insane from grief? Both their hearts sank. Levi was still unwell, and now Gio seemed to have lost his mind. Truly, misfortunes never come singly. While they were thinking, they heard Gio shout loudly into the inner room. Chui-ai, there's hope. There's hope. Jonathan says he has a way. Braden and the doctor were both stunned. Did they hear correctly? Just as they doubted, they heard Levi's voice from inside the room, full of surprise. Father, Brother Jonathan really said that? Yes. Gio entered the inner room and burst into laughter. Immediately afterward, Levi also laughed heartily. The father and son's laughter left Braden and the doctor exchanging bewildered looks. Everyone had heard of Jonathan, who indeed did things beyond their comprehension, but none of them ever heard that he was skilled in medicine. Perhaps the two had really gone mad in despair? At this moment, Jonathan arrived with the Princess Danielle. Braden and the doctor were taken aback. Jonathan actually came. Jonathan noticed someone staring at him, so he smiled at the two before heading straight for the inner room. Watching Jonathan's figure, Braden and the doctor exchanged incredulous glances. Could Jonathan really cure Levi's injuries? Turning around, they hurriedly followed inside. Upon entering the inner room, they saw Jonathan examining Levi's injuries. However, no matter how they looked at it, both felt that Jonathan's method of observation was highly unconventional. Levi had broken bones. To understand the extent of the injury, one must feel with their hands. How could just looking reveal anything? Just as they were puzzled, they heard Jonathan chuckle softly. Minor injury, easy to treat. Braden and the doctor from the clinic couldn't help but stare in disbelief. An injury that they found extremely challenging, Jonathan called a minor one. Easily treatable? Was he joking, or trying to comfort Levi? Braden frowned deeply. As a genuine renowned physician, he detested charlatans the most. Because charlatans not only swindle money but also delay, or even worsen treatable conditions, which is akin to murder. Braden stepped forward immediately, staring directly at Jonathan and asked in a solemn tone, "May I ask, how do you plan to treat it?" Jonathan casually replied, "I'll prepare some medicine for him to take." Impossible. No sooner had Jonathan spoken than Braden flatly rejected him. If it were just an ordinary sprain or fracture, taking some medicine might be fine. But Levi's injury wasn't a simple sprain or fracture. It was a bone shattered forcefully and into pieces. How could such an injury be cured by merely taking medicine? Definitely a fraud. Gio and Levi, who had been full of joy, exchanged glances upon hearing Braden's denial. From deep within, they absolutely trusted Jonathan. Yet, Braden was also a renowned master physician. The conflict between these two made them somewhat bewildered, unsure who was right. Only now did Jonathan notice Braden's remarkable bearing and said with a smile, "So this is the doctor from the capital?" The doctor from the clinic immediately introduced, "This is Master Physician Braden from the capital, unparalleled in treating bone injuries." Master Physician Jean? The Princess Danielle exclaimed at the door, her previously receding worries resurfacing. In the capital, Braden's fame was well known. He was a genuine master physician who had never misdiagnosed. Although Jonathan had cured his own leg injury, Levi's condition might be different. This time, Hayden might be overly confident. Chapter 252. Cured just like that? Father, Brother Jonathan, are you two just comforting me? On the sickbed, Levi forced a bitter smile. After all, how could Jonathan understand medical skills and happen to be able to treat his injury? He must have come to comfort him. Gio was also somewhat hesitant. He had been enveloped by joy when he first heard Jonathan say that he could treat it. But now that he thought about it, he hadn't even mentioned what extent Levi's injuries were, yet Jonathan was sure he could treat them. Where has there ever been a doctor who treated illness without understanding the injury? Joe's face darkened as he thought more about it. He had been careless. Had he known Jonathan's intentions earlier, they should have discussed it thoroughly beforehand. But now, with Levi already suspicious, trying to fix it would be pointless. Gio could only say, "Chui-I. Your father did this so he wouldn't see you so dispirited." Seeing Gio admit this, Levi felt even more bitter. Just as he suspected, Braden and the physician from the clinic were somewhat regretful at this moment. Had they known that Jonathan was saying this just to comfort Levi, they shouldn't have exposed him. For patients, confidence in recovery is very important. In an instant, silence filled the ward. In the stillness, Jonathan said, "I can indeed treat this injury." Levi turned around and forced a smile. "Brother Jonathan, I understand your goodwill. I have accepted this fact now. At least I'm alive even if I can no longer take the military examination." Good. It's good that you understand. Gio was pleasantly surprised. Although Levi couldn't fully recover, at least this made him less despondent. Thinking that all of this was due to Jonathan, Gio gave Jonathan a grateful look. Jonathan was speechless. He was speaking the truth. Why did no one believe him? Cough. Jonathan coughed heavily, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "I really can treat it." Everyone was stunned, Gio especially perplexed. After knowing Jonathan for so long, he didn't think Jonathan was someone who would lie just for the sake of his face. But what was today all about? At this moment, Jonathan reached into his bag, took out a porcelain bottle, and poured out a black pill the size of a soybean. "Eat this pill, and you'll recover quickly." Everyone stared at the pill, all finding it absurd. Not mentioning that Jonathan hadn't carefully examined Levi's injuries, nor whether this medicine was right for the symptoms. Even if these weren't considered, how could such a small pill cure a serious injury like a broken leg bone? What kind of joke was this? Braden flicked his sleeve. Nonsense. Medicine always came after diagnosis. Where had there ever been a universal panacea? The atmosphere in the room became heavy. Levi looked at the pill in Jonathan's hand and suddenly reached out to take it. Before anyone could react, he swallowed it. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Levi laughed heartily. "I believe Brother Jonathan wouldn't harm me." Everyone was startled, then nodded secretly. Indeed, even if the pill had no effect, Jonathan wouldn't poison him. Braden told the clinic doctor, "Follow the prescription I wrote and brew the medicine. Bring some strong liquor too." As he spoke, Braden started rolling up his sleeves, clearly preparing to set Levi's bone. Although Levi had taken the pill, he didn't feel it would work. The injury was on him. He knew exactly how severe it was. It wasn't something a small pill could cure. He took it because he didn't want to let Jonathan down. Regardless, Jonathan had guided him. Considering the intense pain setting the bone might cause, Levi said, "Father, find some rope to tie me up." "Okay." Gio responded, getting up to leave with the clinic doctor. Jonathan was at a loss for words. This pill cost him 20,000 value points. Its effect was immediate. It was normal that they didn't believe him. After all, His treatment method was too bizarre. Just as Gio and the clinic doctor were about to step out, Levi on the bed let out a startled cry. The originally painful broken part now felt slightly numb, as if ants were crawling over it. This feeling hadn't appeared before. Chewie, what happened? Gio asked anxiously upon hearing the noise. Levi shook his head and remained silent. If he mentioned it, everyone would surely associate it with the pill he just ate, which would likely get Jonathan into trouble. Although he didn't speak, his facial expression revealed his thoughts. Gio hadn't understood what was happening, but Braden had already deduced that Levi's reaction was probably related to that pill. Braden glared at Jonathan and coldly demanded, "Tell us, what herbs was that pill made from?" As he spoke, Braden walked forward, checking Levi's pulse with his right hand while lifting Levi's eyelid with his left. The others instantly realized what was happening, and their expressions changed. It was indeed caused by the pill just now. Gio looked at Jonathan in disbelief, unable to understand why Jonathan would harm Levi. The World Princess Selma's face turned deathly pale. Second young master has really made a big mistake this time. Jonathan, you? Gio finally managed to speak after a moment of silence. But before he could finish, Braden muttered, Strange. How can this be? Gio hurriedly asked, Dr. Jean, what's wrong? Braden seemed not to hear Joe's question, instead muttering with a puzzled look. He had just examined Levi's eyelids, but saw no signs of poisoning. Moreover, Levi's pulse was not only not chaotic but also remarkably vigorous, entirely different from the feeble state it had been in before. At this moment, Levi felt the numbness in his leg growing more obvious and couldn't help but say, It itches. Itches. Braden snapped back to reality, looking astonished. An itch at the wound site is a sign of broken bones healing. But how could this be possible? The clinic doctor understood this as well and stared in shock. Gio didn't understand these medical implications and anxiously asked again, Dr. Jean, what's wrong with Chewie? Braden regained his senses and suddenly looked at Jonathan, eyes wide with alarm. That pill. There was no doubt about it. It must have been that pill. But how could such a small pill have such a significant effect? Braden couldn't figure it out. At this time, Levi's expression gradually changed to one of surprise. The numb feeling was fading, and the pain hadn't returned either. Although he couldn't see the condition clearly, he felt his leg was recovering at an unbelievable speed. Thinking of this possibility, Levi felt a surge of excitement. When the leg showed no abnormal sensation, Levi bit his lip and leaped off the bed, landing steadily on the ground. No pain. Levi was overjoyed internally. Apart from Jonathan, the other few were completely stunned. What was going on? Was it cured just like that? Chapter 253. Both are Boris man. Why is Jonathan so excellent? Are you okay? Gio snapped out of his daze and looked at Calvin, who was still hopping around, disbelief evident on his face. I'm fine. Father, I'm fine. Calvin was excited and incoherent. Originally, he had already prepared to live out the rest of his life with a disabled leg, but he didn't expect that less than half an hour later, he would actually be cured. He turned his head and looked at Jonathan, gratitude all over his face. Brother Jonathan, from now on, my life belongs to you. Beside him, Gio nodded continuously and didn't feel there was anything wrong with what his son said. Calvin's recovery was entirely thanks to the pill given by Jonathan. To put it bluntly, Jonathan was Calvin's savior. Braden came back to his senses and, looking at the freely moving Calvin, his disbelief suddenly turned into suspicion. He walked up to Calvin, intending to examine the injury. Calvin instinctively took a step back, but then smiled when he understood Braden's intention. Dr. Jean, thank you for offering to treat me. I have already recovered. But Braden shook his head. Not necessarily. He glanced sideways at Jonathan and said, I've seen some charlatans use pain-relieving drugs to deceive patients before. Though not explicitly stated, Braden's meaning was clear. He suspected Jonathan used this method. Calvin frowned. Since the leg belonged to him, he knew better than anyone whether it was truly healed or just appeared so. He said somewhat unhappily, Dr. Jean, those people you speak of are frauds, but Brother Jonathan is not. Braden neither confirmed nor denied it, but his expression remained firm. At this point, Gio spoke, let Dr. Jean check. Then Gio turned to Braden, Dr. Jean, I know you mean no harm, but if everything is fine, please apologize to Jonathan. No problem. Braden readily agreed. He didn't believe a tiny pill could really cure such a serious injury. If it had, indeed his judgment would have been wrong, and an apology would be in order. With reluctance, Calvin walked up to Braden and said, Examine away. Then he looked at Jonathan again. Brother Jonathan, I believe in you. Jonathan gave a faint smile but didn't say anything. He could understand Braden's doubt. After all, this was too extraordinary. Braden examined the injury meticulously. His expression gradually changed from firmness to doubt, then to shock. The broken bones he could sense earlier were now completely undetectable. The feeling of fracture had vanished. It was as normal as could be, just ordinary bones. It had really healed. Braden was dumbstruck. What exactly happened? This simply didn't make sense. 40 years of medical knowledge felt like it had collapsed for Braden. Braden's stupor undoubtedly proved that Calvin had indeed been cured by Jonathan. For a moment, everyone looked at Jonathan with amazement. Knowledgeable in construction, proficient in agriculture, able to build large vehicles, and now astounding even a reputable doctor in medicine. Is there anything Jonathan can't do? Everyone couldn't help but sigh. All being humans, why was Jonathan so excellent? Just then, Arnie's voice came from outside. Is Magistrate Abdur here? Gio replied, and Arn walked in. Seeing Calvin standing, Arn was somewhat surprised and then smiled. Indeed, Dr. Jean lives up to his reputation as the most famous doctor in the capital. Truly, one touch and the illness is gone. After saying that, Arn noticed the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Arn was puzzled. What's going on? The doctor explained awkwardly, Young Master Devon, it wasn't cured by Dr. Jean. Boorish. Arn was taken aback, disbelief in his eyes. When Gio went to find him, he mentioned that Calvin's injury was very severe. If not Braden, Then was there another doctor here whose skills matched Braden's? Arn scanned the room but didn't see any unfamiliar faces, leaving him confused. Then, he just started speaking when something occurred to him, and his gaze sharply turned to Jonathan. Could it be? An unlikely guess formed in Arnie's mind. At this moment, Braden regained his composure and bowed his head toward Jonathan, ashamed. Sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Arnie's eyes widened instantly. His seemingly absurd guess was actually correct. It was indeed Jonathan who cured Calvin. In addition to shock, Arn also felt it was fitting. Who else could surpass Braden besides Jonathan? Geo smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Devon." Arn snapped out of his thoughts and then remembered another purpose of his visit. His expression turned serious. "Magistrate Abdur, I just inquired a bit, and it seems that the prefect of Liangzhou has returned?" The joy on Zhou's face gradually faded. Without hiding anything, he nodded. Arnie's expression grew even more serious as he carefully chose his words. "So, Magistrate Abdur, can you still be in charge of the market affairs now?" Geo clearly understood what Arn was worried about. Thinking of Eddie's character, Zhou's heart sank to the bottom. The positive momentum Liangzhou had been enjoying would likely take a sharp downturn due to Eddie's return. Seeing the look on Zhou's face, Arn knew everything. "Thank you for being straightforward, Magistrate Abdur." After saying this, Arn bowed to Jonathan. "I appreciate how Thorntongong has broadened my horizons these past few days. If there is an opportunity in the future, I hope you will not hesitate to guide me further." Zhou's face darkened. Arn was preparing to leave Liangzhou. Jonathan frowned. He had only heard of Eddie from the bailiffs and had merely glimpsed him briefly during the rescue of the world Ailsa Selma. But those two encounters were enough to give him a poor impression. It made sense for Arn to cut his losses and leave. However, this meant all his efforts over the past period would be wasted. Jonathan thought for a moment and then spoke. "If young Master Devon isn't in a hurry to return to the capital, perhaps you could stay in Liangzhou for a while longer." Both Geo and Arnie's eyes lit up. The meaning behind Jonathan's words was clear. He was hinting at a possible change in the situation. However, the current circumstances were extremely unfavorable. Turning things around wouldn't be easy. Had these words come from anyone else, both men would have questioned them. But coming from Jonathan, it was different. Arn nodded. "If so, I'll stay for a while." As he spoke, Arn noticed Jonathan's luggage and offered an invitation. "Thorntongong, we have extra rooms booked at the tavern. Would you like to make do with them?" Jonathan agreed with a smile. Geo chuckled. "Let's go together. I need to thank Jonathan properly." Chapter 254. Already cured? Yes, we must sincerely thank Brother Jonathan. Without Brother Jonathan, I would have been ruined for life. As Levi spoke, he looked at Jonathan with gratitude. "Brother Jonathan, you've saved my life." Everyone nodded in agreement. Without Jonathan, Levi would indeed have become a cripple. They immediately escorted Jonathan out of the clinic, heading towards the tavern. At the corner opposite the clinic, a tribal member of the Tusi saw the group laughing and chatting. Especially seeing Levi walking normally like the others, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Did I see that wrong?" The chief said Levi's legs were broken. "How could he walk?" The Tusi rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he wasn't mistaken. Hastily, he ran to the government office. He had to report this incredible discovery to the chief as soon as possible. At the prefect's office, Eddie and several tribal chiefs stood in Jonathan's room, staring curiously at the air conditioner on the wall. "What is this thing?" Eddie asked. The tribal chiefs looked bewildered, instinctively turning to Luke. Luke also appeared puzzled. He didn't know what it was either. Not only did he not recognize it, but he couldn't even identify its material. This kid really went too far, preferring to destroy it rather than leave it behind. Eddie snorted, clearly annoyed. Zen chuckled. "Sir, there's no need to be angry. Ike is an exiled criminal sent to Liangzhou. As the prefect of Liangzhou, can't you handle him however you want?" Eddie frowned. In theory, that was true. But Jonathan's recent firm stance and formidable strength made him cautious. He didn't want to provoke a dangerous person who might threaten his life. Luke had already gauged Eddie's character and knew it was unrealistic to rely on him to deal with Jonathan. He chuckled. "Sir Wu, handling Jonathan can be left to us. We just need your cooperation." "No problem." Eddie readily agreed. Letting others do the dirty work suited him just fine. The others all looked at Luke, and Zen couldn't help but ask, "Chiefly, what are your plans?" "I haven't decided yet, but I've already ordered someone to follow Jonathan. Once we know where they're staying, we'll act." Just then, the tracker from the tribe ran in. Luke laughed heartily, somewhat smugly addressing everyone. "It seems we've found Jonathan's lodging place. Let's hear it from the scout." His last sentence was directed at the scout. All eyes turned to the scout, whose face stiffened. "Chief, I haven't seen where Jonathan is staying." Luke's smile froze, his eyes filled with surprise. He had given clear instructions, yet the scout dared to disobey? What audacity! Before Luke could reprimand him, the scout continued, "Chief, I discovered something very unusual, so I hurried back to report." Luke's anger subsided, intrigued. What could be so important that the scout risked disobeying orders to report back early? Others were equally puzzled. The scout explained, "I saw that Levi wasn't injured." Everyone was stunned, their expressions quickly turning to surprise. Gray couldn't hold back his anger. Nonsense. He personally administered those 10 lashes, especially the final one, which definitely broke Levi's leg. How could he not be injured? Though reprimanded, the scout remained certain. "Young Chief Diao, I saw Levi walking and chatting with others, without any support." "Impossible." Gray flatly denied it again. But the scout insisted, "I saw it with my own eyes." "Are you questioning me?" Gray flew into a rage, ready to strike. But Luke quickly held him back. "Gray, let's get to the bottom of this first." Luke then asked the scout, "Are you sure you didn't mistake someone? It was really Levi?" The scout nodded confidently, "Yes. Both his clothes and appearance were unmistakably Levi." Luke furrowed his brow. This scout wasn't new to tracking. He had never made a mistake before, much less misidentify someone. That meant Levi was indeed back to normal. But how could this be? Even though he didn't personally administer the punishment, he could tell from Levi's reaction at the time that he was definitely injured. He even distinctly heard the sound of bones breaking. Could it be that the injury wasn't as severe as he thought, and Levi had already been cured? After some deliberation, Luke could only think of this explanation. Upon hearing Luke's analysis, everyone felt a twinge of regret. He actually didn't cripple Levi. Zen couldn't help but say, "Liar, you should have been even more ruthless." Gray wore an incredulous look. Apart from avoiding vital areas, he had used all his strength. Could it be that the injury wasn't as serious as expected? That guy Levi must have incredibly tough skin. Luke, feeling regretful, instructed, "Go and check where Jonathan and the others are staying, then come back and report to us." Private room at the tavern. Levi raised his wine glass, full of gratitude towards Jonathan. "Brother Jonathan, I'll stick to what I said earlier. From now on, my life belongs to you." After saying this, Levi drained the cup in one gulp. The others all cheered, finding nothing inappropriate with Levi's words. Indeed, Levi's future had been saved by Jonathan. Gio suggested, "Jonathan, I thought about it. Tomorrow, you go to the military camp with Leah, claiming to be serving your military sentence. What do you think?" "Dad is right." Levi nodded vigorously. "This way, Eddie won't have any reason to target you. And with brother Jonathan's strength, you will definitely make a mark in the military camp." Jonathan didn't refuse and agreed readily. Levi cheered again, raising another glass. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room was extremely lively. The loud conversations were all heard in the neighboring private room. The scout wore an expression full of disbelief. "Did I hear that wrong? Levi's injury was cured by Jonathan? How could this be?" Only after hearing that Jonathan would stay in this tavern did the scout rush back to the prefectural office. At the prefectural office, Eddie had prepared a feast to entertain Luke and the others. "Thank you all for your assistance. I will remember this well." Luke's eyebrows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. This Eddie, though timid like a mouse, was quite shrewd. His thanks were all verbal, with no promises of actual benefits. Too cunning. Given Eddie's shrewdness, if he fully understood the advantages and benefits of business, he would inevitably monopolize them. This can't be allowed. Chapter 255. How can this guy be good at everything? Sir, after 20 years of governance by Geo, Liangzhou City is like an ironclad block. It won't be easy to gain complete control. Even with our assistance, it will take some effort. Luke's words carried a deeper meaning, hinting that Eddie should give them some benefits. Though Eddie was reluctant, he indeed needed to rely on these people to establish a foothold in Liangzhou. So he said, "Speak your mind. What do you have in mind, Luke?" A delighted Luke got straight to the point. "Sir, the commercial center built by Geo has caused us considerable loss previously. Could we manage it?" "Commercial center? What's that?" Eddie asked, puzzled. Luke explained, "It's nothing much, similar to the bustling streets in other cities where people set up stalls for business." "I see." After some thought, Eddie finally nodded. "I have many other matters to attend to during this period. The management of this commercial center will be temporarily handed over to all of you." The implication in Eddie's words was clear. He had prepared an escape route for himself. If there were no profit, he would leave it to Luke and others permanently. But if there was potential for profit, he would reclaim management rights. Luke frowned. This Eddie, despite hiding outside for 20 years, was still shrewd and unwilling to suffer any loss. Fortunately, the nature of the commercial center meant that as long as they controlled it for a while, they could continuously benefit from it. So Luke didn't dwell on this issue further and agreed. Seeing Luke's attitude, Eddie laughed heartily. How straightforward. All the clan leaders are indeed straightforward. "Come, let's drink to a bright future. We toast to Sir." Everyone replied, drank their wine, and burst into laughter. While laughing, a scout rushed in. Luke asked, "Have you found out where Jonathan and his group are staying this time?" The scout nodded. "Clan leader, they are staying at Hongyun Inn." "Oh." Luke was somewhat surprised. Hongyun Inn was the best inn in Liangzhou. Did Jonathan really have enough money to stay there? Seemingly sensing Luke's doubt, the scout explained, "It's the young man surnamed Devon who invited Jonathan." So that's how. Luke realized. Young man surnamed Devon? Is he wealthy? Eddie suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with greed. One serves as an official for 1,000 miles just for money. How could he face his 20 years of diligent studies if he didn't grab a fortune? Zen humphed. "This kid is the manager of Yushuan Pavilion. Jonathan has climbed a high branch." Eddie was startled. "Yushuan Pavilion? Is it the one in the capital?" Luke nodded. "It seems Sir has heard of it." Eddie was immediately stunned. His greedy gaze instantly turned sober. Although he had been in hiding for 20 years, he knew clearly about major events in the capital, especially concerning important figures. Yushuan Pavilion was owned by a family of a second-rank Grand Minister. Even with 100 times more courage, he dared not touch them in the slightest. "Since the opponent is protected, let's drop it. After all, I have already regained control over Liangzhou," Eddie said. He only wanted to live steadily and honestly now, making up for the wealth he failed to gather in the past 20 years. "Sir, are you letting off Jonathan just like that?" Zen and Gray found it hard to accept. They had suffered so much because of Jonathan, and they couldn't just let it go like this. Luke and others also nodded in agreement, not approving of Eddie's idea. Setting aside revenge, Jonathan's skills alone couldn't be overlooked easily. At this moment, the scout seized the opportunity to speak up. "By the way, I also overheard that Jonathan cured Duke's leg injury." "What did you say?" "Jonathan cured Duke? Could it be that this guy, besides excelling in architecture, agriculture, and various ingenious tricks, was also skilled in medicine?" Everyone present looked utterly astonished. How can this guy be good at everything? Eddie was the first to recover, and felt even more convinced that his earlier decision was correct. Better not provoke such a person if possible. He quickly said, "Everyone, let's just end it as I suggested earlier." "No, it cannot end like this." Gray loudly opposed with anger on his face. If his treatment wasn't severe enough for Duke to be cured, he could Manchang still accept it Manchang. But Jonathan curing Duke, how could he accept that? He barely enjoyed a rare moment of satisfaction, only to find out that less than half an hour later, Jonathan had cured Duke. Wasn't this making him unhappy? adding new grievances to old ones. Gray refused to let it go under any circumstances. Luke slowly nodded. If he had just been intent on forcing out secrets before, now he was harboring murderous intentions. Jonathan knew far too many things, and who knew what other skills he might have that they were still unaware of. This kind of unpredictable and unknown danger had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Seeing the chieftains did not agree to letting matters rest, Eddie's expression became rather ugly. But now, he needed these chieftains to help him establish a foothold in Liangzhou. Alienating them would do more harm than good. Eddie had no choice but to say, "It's fine to deal with him, but we cannot act rashly." "Sir, rest assured, we're not that stupid. We won't confront him head-on." As Luke spoke, an idea came to him, and he sneered, "However, if he makes a mistake, then it will be hard to say." "Leaderly, what do you have in mind?" Zen asked. Luke shook his head. "I haven't thought of anything yet, but finding trouble for him shouldn't be difficult." Everyone was somewhat disappointed. At this moment, the scout remembered something. "Right. I also heard them say that Jonathan and his group are going to the military camp tomorrow to avoid trouble." Gray's face immediately turned pale. They hadn't even figured out how to deal with Jonathan, and now he was planning to hide? If Jonathan hid in the military camp, his grievances could never be avenged. "Leaderly, you must come up with a way. We absolutely cannot let this kid hide in the military camp." Luke nodded solemnly. For someone he couldn't understand, his principle had always been elimination. After a moment's thought, Luke's eyes lit up. "I've got it." Everyone rejoiced and eagerly asked, "What's your plan?" Luke narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Jonathan was so adamant about not letting us search. He must have stolen something. If we find the stolen goods at his lodging..." Everyone's eyes lit up. "Good. Great idea," Zen exclaimed joyfully, and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, with solid evidence, what did it matter if Jonathan was strong? If Jonathan dared to resist, they could use resistance to arrest as a reason to finish him off. Chapter 256. No need for such trouble. "I'll have someone arrange it right away." Zen said this, and then hurried off to make preparations. The others saw this and all laughed. This time, they would certainly be able to get rid of Jonathan once and for all. Early the next morning, Jonathan arrived at the military camp with the Crown Princess Selma. "Brother Jonathan, you're here." Duke, who had been waiting outside the camp, ushered the two into the main camp and to Joe's tent. "Jonathan has arrived. Please sit." Gio indicated as much and then continued, "Jonathan, I actually wanted to discuss the affairs of Liangzhou with you by having you come to the military camp. You've seen the attitude of young Master Devon. If we let Eddie and the rest do as they please, the promising situation we now have will likely be destroyed." Gio looked regretful as he said this, but Jonathan shook his head with a smile. "Lord Abdur, I don't think so." "Oh." Gio was somewhat surprised. "You don't believe they'll follow our plans and continue developing Liangzhou?" "Of course not." Jonathan shook his head again. "Not to mention Eddie and the local chieftains wouldn't know what their plans were. Even if they did, they definitely wouldn't comply. After all, their plan was to improve the overall quality of life for the people of Liangzhou. But achieving this goal would be more painful than tearing flesh from Eddie and the chieftains' own bodies. It was absolutely impossible." Confusion filled Joe's eyes. If those people wouldn't comply, yet Jonathan still said their efforts wouldn't be ruined, wasn't this contradictory? Jonathan smiled. "Lord Abdur, how well the commercial district performs, they can definitely see that. For them, the commercial district is a place to make money. Naturally, they won't destroy it, but will tightly control it within their hands." Gio pondered carefully and then slapped his forehead. "That's right, those people wouldn't cut off their source of income. Then I'm relieved." Gio laughed heartily, but Jonathan shook his head. "Lord Abdur, this isn't necessarily a good thing." Joe's laughter stopped abruptly, his face full of surprise. Just moments ago, Jonathan said the chieftains wouldn't destroy their hard work. Why was he now saying it might not be a good thing? Gio couldn't keep up. "Please think about it, Lord. Once they understand how to use the commercial district, they will inevitably seek to maximize their benefits. As a result, the civilians who originally conducted business in other parts of the city will undoubtedly lose customers, and thus won't be able to conduct business." Hiss. Gio drew in a sharp breath, his face turning pale. The consequences could be this severe. "What should we do?" Duke asked anxiously. "We can't just let them succeed, right?" "Of course not." Jonathan smiled confidently. "You must remember, apart from me, no one else can handle those things." Immediately, images of the luminous strips and the cooling boxes appeared in the minds of Gio and Duke, who instantly understood. Indeed, although these two items could be activated by them, neither knew how they were made or how they operated. As long as these items, especially the one producing light, were made inoperable, half the commercial district would be useless. Thinking of this, Duke said, "Let's do it tonight then, Brother Jonathan, the two of us together." "No need, I'm enough on my own." Jonathan waved his hand with a smile. Although Duke's skills were considerable in this matter, he would be of no use. Besides, for him to disrupt the operation of the lights and air conditioning, he didn't even need to get too close. "Brother Jonathan, shall we still?" Before Duke could finish, Gio interrupted. "Enough. You'd only be a hindrance to Jonathan. Let him go alone." Duke wanted to argue but, thinking of the gap between himself and Jonathan, could only stop with a sheepish look. With the troublesome issue resolved, Gio relaxed and said, "Jonathan, stay here and rest, preparing for the action tonight." After saying this, Gio left the tent with Duke to train soldiers. Bored, Jonathan idled in the tent, not knowing how much time had passed before Duke's slightly urgent voice suddenly came from outside. "Jonathan, something's happened." "What is it?" As Jonathan asked, he walked out of the tent and saw another person beside Duke. Recognizing this person as an attendant of Arn, Jonathan was rather surprised. Given Arnie's special status, did the chieftains dare to make a move against Arn? The attendant replied, "Your Grace, young Master Devon sent me to report to you. Just now, Grace suddenly brought people to the inn, searched your Grace's room, and found an ancestral jade pendant belonging to the Diao family in your luggage, claiming that you stole it. When I arrived, Gray had already sent someone to report to the officials. I'm afraid the officers will come to arrest you soon, Your Grace. How shameless Gray is. To actually frame someone. After the attendant finished speaking, he angrily cursed, and then said, Brother Jonathan, you should quickly hide among the soldiers to avoid being caught by them. I'll immediately go find my father. Once things are sorted out, you can come out. Rest assured, I'll also send someone to arrange things with the Crown Princess Selma. The attendant nodded repeatedly. Your Grace, our young master said he doesn't believe you would steal anything and will try his best to restore your honor as soon as possible. Duke was delighted and said, Brother Jonathan, with young Master Devon's help, we can definitely clear this up quickly. Hide yourself now. At this moment, a commotion came from the camp gate, followed by Zen's loud voice. I am here under the order of the prefect to apprehend someone. Who dares to obstruct me? Duke's face changed abruptly as he hurriedly said, Brother Jonathan, hide quickly. I'll stop him. With that, Duke turned around with an angry expression. He wanted to see if Zen dared to cause trouble in the military camp. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Jonathan's voice behind him. Brother Abdur, no need for such trouble. Duke was stunned, not understanding what Jonathan meant. Turning his head, he saw the sneer on Jonathan's face. In Duke's puzzled gaze, Jonathan walked toward the camp gate. Regaining his senses, Duke hurried over to stop him. Brother Jonathan, they are framing you, don't go. Jonathan, however, smiled confidently. Relax. Since I dare to go, I'm not afraid of their framing. I want to see what tricks they have. Duke was momentarily stunned by Jonathan's confidence. By the time he reacted, Jonathan was already at the camp gate. At this distance, it was too late to stop him. Duke's face turned pale. If those chieftains dared to come after Jonathan, they must have made all preparations. Moreover, Eddie, who sided with the chieftains, was handling the case. Once Jonathan was arrested, there would be no way to defend himself. This time, Jonathan might have been overly confident. Chapter 257, Becoming Naive. Yisrael realized that he could no longer conceal Jonathan's presence here, and hurriedly went to find Geo for reinforcements. I am ordered by the prefect to arrest the suspect for interrogation. Step aside immediately. At the camp gate, Zen loudly demanded the guards with imposing momentum. The soldiers looked uneasy. Many of them had been oppressed by the Tutsi in the past. It was Zhou's appearance and actions that made them stand tall again. Eddie, the de facto highest-ranking official in Liangzhou, however, fled like a coward. He returned only after the situation stabilized, and even collaborated with the Tutsi, allowing them to parade around arrogantly. The commander has given orders. No outsiders may enter the military camp without permission, or they will be charged with espionage. The soldier replied angrily, expressing his stance clearly. They would only listen to the commander, Geo. Zen couldn't help but fly into a rage, shouting, You dare to ignore the prefect's command? Believe it or not, I will report this back to him and have all of you arrested. The soldiers did not respond but took a step forward with their weapons, showing a menacing look on their faces. Zen was startled and instinctively took a step back. His bravado earlier was just for show. Considering Eddie's bullying nature, he might not dare to take action against these soldiers. Even if Eddie dared, Zen wouldn't dare arrest them either. If it caused a mutiny, that was something they couldn't afford. But now, how could he search for Jonathan without entering the military camp? Zen frowned in thought. At this moment, Jonathan walked over. I heard you're looking for me? Zen, lost in thought, froze, unsure if he should believe what he saw. Was he hallucinating? Jonathan actually showed himself voluntarily? Did this kid not know he was going to arrest him? Questions flooded Zen's mind, leading him to glance at his attendants beside him. The attendant, excited, said, Clan leader, this kid came out? Only then did Zen confirm he hadn't mistaken it, yet still puzzled. Has Jonathan gone mad? As he wondered, Zhou's voice came from behind. Jonathan, quickly retreat into the camp. Zen suddenly understood and felt elated inside. No wonder you dared to show up, thinking Geo would support you. Unfortunately, your confidence has led you to come out yourself. If neither Jonathan nor Geo had appeared, he truly wouldn't have dared to forcibly enter the camp. But once you showed up, there's no other way out. After all, Geo is only a commander and doesn't have the power to contest the prefect. Sir Abdur, it's good timing. Jonathan is suspected of stealing my family's heirloom jade pendant. By the prefect's order, I'm here to apprehend him, Zen said smugly. Geo stepped forward, shielding Jonathan behind him. Zen, you are merely a Tutsi clan leader. What gives you the right to arrest Jonathan? Zen remained calm, his expression becoming more self-satisfied. Sir Abdur, you didn't know, did you? Yesterday, the prefect appointed me as the chief constable of Liangzhou. As he spoke, Zen pointed at his attendants. They are newly recruited constables. Do you think I have the authority to arrest Jonathan now? Zhou's face changed. He hadn't expected such a significant change within the prefect's office in just one day. No wonder they were informed by Arnie's attendants despite such an event happening. Thinking of the prefect's office now under the control of the Tutsi, Geo was even more determined not to let Jonathan be taken away. Once inside, he would never come out. Thinking this, Geo signaled Jonathan to retreat into the camp, but Jonathan seemed not to understand. Sir Abdur, since the matter concerns me, let's get to the bottom of it. I have nothing on my conscience. Geo was stunned, bewildered. Jonathan is usually quite clever. Why does he suddenly seem so naive? These Tutsi aren't righteous gentlemen. If they dare to confront us, they must be fully prepared. Avoiding might not solve the problem, but jumping into their trap is no different from committing suicide. Ha ha ha, didn't Sir Abdur hear? Jonathan has spoken. Are you going to obstruct us? Zen laughed mockingly. Nothing on his conscience? Isn't this kid still asleep? Does he think they're kind-hearted saints? Thinking of the planted evidence, Zen's mocking smile deepened. Geo was caught off guard by Jonathan's sudden betrayal. Jonathan looked calmly at Zen over Zhou's shoulder. Let's go. Overjoyed, Zen waved his hand. Come on, grab him. The attendants immediately approached with thick hemp ropes, ready to tie Jonathan up. At this moment, Jonathan's gaze turned cold as he scanned over these people. The attendants instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, frozen in place and not daring to take a single step forward. Zen frowned and shouted, "What are you all lingering for? Boris, hurry up." Before his words finished, Zen felt a chilling gaze fixating on him. Looking up, Zen felt a tightening in his heart. Jonathan's gaze was so sharp that it was somewhat terrifying. Zen swallowed hard, not daring to have anyone tie up Jonathan anymore. In the silence, Zen sensed the strange looks from the opposite soldiers, causing his face to fall. Just now, he had been shouting loudly. If he suddenly stopped now, wouldn't these people look down on him? He coughed and tried to salvage the situation. "You are only under suspicion at present. There's no need to treat you like a criminal, so no need to tie you up. Just come along quietly." After speaking, Zen involuntarily became anxious, fearing that Jonathan would change his mind. Jonathan ignored Zen's performance and turned to look at Gio, who was full of worry. "Sir Abdur, I'll be back soon. Please tell my sister-in-law not to worry." "I know." Gio responded verbally but sighed inwardly. This trip, returning safely, would already be very difficult, let alone coming back quickly. Jonathan really seemed too naive today. Hearing Jonathan's instructions, Zen was secretly delighted. It looked like this kid was indeed going to follow him back. Great. Absolutely perfect. He thought it would be a major hassle, but it turned out to be so easy. From this, it seemed that this kid wasn't anything extraordinary, just a young man with a bit of cleverness but overly arrogant. "Let's go." Jonathan turned around and led the way toward Liangzhou City. Zen hurriedly called for everyone to follow, loosely surrounding Jonathan in the middle. Looking at Jonathan's back, a smirk appeared on Zen's face. This time, with irrefutable evidence, Jonathan would definitely fall into their hands. Chapter 258. The jade pendant originally belongs to me. Sir Devon, I know you have a high opinion of Jonathan, but with the evidence right here, even this official can't show favoritism. Outside the tavern, Eddie said to Arn with an expression of helplessness. Arn looked very grim at the piece of jadeite held by one of the constables beside him. Just as Eddie had said, he had witnessed with his own eyes the constable finding the jadeite in Jonathan's room. But he firmly believed that this jade was definitely not stolen by Jonathan. "Sir Wu, I know Jonathan well. He isn't that kind of person. Someone must have framed him," Arn said solemnly, while glancing towards Gray on the side. "Please consider this. Although Jonathan and the Diao family are at odds, they've hardly ever had close contact. How could Jonathan have had any chance to steal their heirloom, let alone something as precious as a family heirloom jade?" Gray grunted. "Precisely because we are at odds. That boy Jonathan would go all out to steal our ancestral treasure." Eddie nodded repeatedly. "Sir Devon, I think there is some sense in what Gray said. From the motive, Jonathan indeed has a strong suspicion." Arn felt stifled. Eddie and Gray were playing off each other, clearly in cahoots. Thinking about it, Arn felt a wave of regret. Knowing full well that those chieftains would never let Jonathan go, he should have been more vigilant and arranged for more people to closely monitor Jonathan's room. But now, it was too late. Arn looked in the direction of the military camp outside the city. He could only hope that Zen wouldn't find Jonathan. Just as he was praying, Zen's loud voice came from afar. "The authorities are investigating. Everyone, step aside." Hearing the tone of excitement in Zen's voice, Arn felt his heart sink. If they hadn't caught Jonathan, Zen wouldn't be this excited. Arn quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw Jonathan surrounded by the Diao family retainers, sinking deeper into despair. This time, Jonathan was truly in trouble. "Father, you've brought back Jonathan." Gray rushed over, looking at Jonathan with a smirk. Last time he failed to poison Jonathan and ended up in jail instead. This time, he would return tenfold. Zen nodded, walking up to Eddie and announced loudly, "Sir, the suspect has been captured. Please decide how to proceed." This case, Eddie nodded slightly and began to confirm the verdict. But just as he spoke 2 words, he was interrupted by Jonathan. "Hold on." Interrupted mid-sentence, Eddie was extremely displeased, frowning at Jonathan. "With such solid evidence, what do you have to say?" Jonathan replied, "Sir Wu, what solid evidence? I don't understand." Gray immediately shouted, "Jonathan, many people saw this jade pendant found in your room." Eddie, pleased with Gray's firm stance, said, "Do you hear that? That's irrefutable proof." "Oh, so that's what you mean." Jonathan's expression became even stranger. "But I still don't understand. This jade pendant originally belongs to me. Why has it become evidence of guilt?" "You're saying what? This jade pendant belongs to you?" Eddie was taken aback. Everyone around them also paused in surprise. But Arnie's face changed, inwardly shouting that this wasn't good. Clearly, Jonathan couldn't prove the jade wasn't found in his room, so he was clinging to the idea that the jade belonged to him. But Gray claimed the jade was passed down in the Diao family, and it must bear some mark. If Jonathan couldn't provide an answer, it would only further confirm his guilt. What was wrong with Jonathan? Couldn't he see this simple logic? It seemed he had no choice left. Thinking of this, Arn sighed inwardly. Such a brilliant talent was going to be harmed by these despicable people. Sure enough, Zen and Gray recovered, exchanging a glance before both burst out laughing. So, Jonathan chose the worst move possible, boldly claiming the jade pendant belonged to him? What a joke. The jade pendant, which Zen had respectfully retrieved from the ancestral shrine, was then placed in Jonathan's room without him knowing. Amidst laughter, Zen said, "Good. Since you claim this jade pendant is yours, tell us what markings or features it has." Eddie lit up, chiming in, "Right. What marks does this jade pendant have? If you can explain, fine. But if you can't, it's a refusal to admit guilt and will result in increased punishment." Arn hurriedly glanced at Jonathan and noticed his calm demeanor, almost confident, which made him pause. The situation had deteriorated to the point where Jonathan should be panic-stricken, yet he remained calm. Could it be that Jonathan really knew something special about this jade? Thinking of this, Arnie's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course. After all, didn't Jonathan come up with solutions when he was in seemingly unsolvable predicaments before? It must be so. Amidst Arnie's expectant gaze, however, Jonathan shook his head. "I can't remember what marks are on the jade pendant." The whole scene fell silent for a moment, especially Arn. His anticipation froze on his face, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Did Jonathan really know what he was talking about? If he didn't know, why did he remain so calm? Was this the right time to pretend to be calm? Zen hadn't expected Jonathan to give such a calm answer either. After being taken aback, he couldn't help but feel intensely triumphant. It seemed this boy had finally accepted his fate. Indeed, with irrefutable evidence and undeniable facts, how could he not confess? Eddie snapped back to reality, anger appearing on his face. Clearly unable to say anything specific, he still feigned mystery. Was he trying to toy with him? Eddie roared angrily. Since you can't describe the mark on the jade pendant, it's clear you're guilty. Officer Jiao, arrest this thief who dares to talk big. Yes. Zen responded loudly, waving his hand. Everyone, seize this boy. However, the attendants looked at each other hesitantly and did not dare to step forward. They still vividly remembered Jonathan's piercing gaze from before. Gray didn't expect the attendants to be so cowardly, and he shouted angrily, "What are you afraid of? Move." He then glared at Jonathan, threatening, "Jonathan, with the solid evidence, if you resist, it will be considered rebellion. That's a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans." Eddie also joined in. Gray is right. Surrender quietly. But after saying this, Eddie hid behind Zen, only revealing half of his head. The attendants, emboldened by these words, slowly approached Jonathan. Arnie's heart leaped into his throat, quickly giving Jonathan a questioning look. If Jonathan needed help, he could create chaos. However, as if not seeing Arnie's look, Jonathan smiled and said, "Sir Wu, I haven't finished what I wanted to say." Eddie paused, poking out his entire head and barked, "You have already admitted your guilt. What else do you have to say?" Chapter 259. Why didn't I know the jade pendant was a treasure? What did I admit to? Jonathan's expression was somewhat odd. Gray shouted angrily, "Jonathan, don't quibble. You just said this jade pendant belongs to you, but you can't even describe the mark on it. That's clearly contradictory." Eddie nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, isn't that an admission? Is this considered an admission?" Jonathan turned and asked Gray, "Then let me ask you, do you know what the characteristics of the clothes you're wearing are?" Gray was taken aback, subconsciously saying, "How would I know?" Luke, who had been observing nearby, stepped forward at this point. "Jonathan, aren't you trying to say that just like Gray couldn't describe the features of his clothes, you can't describe the features of the jade pendant?" Jonathan nodded. "Exactly." Realizing what happened, fury erupted in Gray's eyes as he yelled, "Jonathan, you tricked me." Zen's expression also changed. He hadn't expected Jonathan to find a reason for his defense from this angle. Thinking that Jonathan might escape their entrapment this time due to Gray's words, Zen quickly looked at Luke. Luke gave a slight nod, giving Zen a reassuring look. Zen felt reassured immediately. It seemed that when Luke stood up, he had already thought of how to handle it. "Jonathan, your reasoning seems plausible but ignores a very important fact," Luke said here, then asked the crowd around them. "Do everyone know what it is?" Everyone shook their heads curiously. Arnie's heart sank. He already knew what Luke wanted to say. After making everyone curious enough, Luke revealed the answer. Clothes are far less valuable than jade pendants. Think about it. Would someone observe a piece of clothing worth only 10 coins carefully? But if it were a jade pendant worth 1,000 taels, wouldn't they examine it meticulously? Eddie suddenly understood. Precisely. Such a treasure would be closely examined, so one would naturally know every detail of the engraving on it. Adult Wu is right. Luke nodded and said coldly to Jonathan, "So what you just said is merely confusing the issue, attempting to hide the fact that you stole this jade pendant." Zen and Gray were overjoyed and exclaimed together. Clan Leader Lee said well? Indeed, Clan Leader Lee easily saw through Jonathan's little tricks. Trying to match wits with him? You're still too green, boy. Jonathan, do you have anything else to say? Eddie roared. He felt a wave of dread. If not for Luke, this kid would have fooled him. Hearing this, Arn felt regretful. Just a bit more, and Jonathan could have successfully defended himself. Unfortunately, it all came to nothing. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from behind the crowd. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, a shout was heard. "Brother Jonathan, I've come to save you." Suddenly, Levi rode up on a fast horse, determination clear on his face. After Jonathan was taken away, Levi had secretly followed on a swift horse, preparing to forcibly rescue Jonathan. He remembered that Jonathan saved the latter half of his life. Eddie was horrified, shouting while dodging backward, "Help! Help!" The citizens scattered in fear. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. Levi saw this and rejoiced. The more chaos there was, the better for him. "Brother Jonathan, quick, get on the horse." Saying that, Levi swung the horsewhip toward Jonathan. Luke was both shocked and angry. After winning this situation, he wouldn't allow Jonathan, who held countless secrets, to be rescued. Clan leader Diao, stop him. Regaining his senses, Zen shouted loudly, "Mr. Xia, stop him." Santiago leaped up and reached for the whip Levi threw towards Jonathan, his eyes flashing coldly. Last time he failed to teach Levi a lesson. This time, he was determined to make Levi pay. However, before he could grab the whip, darkness clouded his vision. Focusing, Santiago was greatly startled. It was actually Jonathan catching up. He hastily aimed a punch at Jonathan's back, excitement bubbling inside him. Jonathan, focused on escaping, surely didn't anticipate this. Now he could wash away his previous humiliation. But Santiago's joy lasted only a moment before turning into shock. Seeing Jonathan as if he had eyes at the back of his head, he reached out and caught Santiago's fist midair. Taken by surprise, Santiago had no time to dodge and was grabbed right away. Then, a powerful force surged, causing Santiago to exclaim in alarm as he was thrown away. This scene unfolded in a flash. Two dark figures rose simultaneously among the people on the ground, and then one of them flew out with a scream. When they saw clearly, Eddie and Luke's faces all changed. Jonathan had actually grabbed the horsewhip. Was this boy going to escape? Arn watched this scene with both surprise and joy. Wonderful. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be wood to burn. Levi was similarly overjoyed and was about to pull Jonathan up onto the horse with great strength. However, before he could exert any force, he felt a powerful force coming from the horsewhip. Levi was greatly startled and soon found himself flying through the air. By the time he regained his senses, he discovered that he had landed on the ground while Jonathan had mounted the horse, subsequently pulling on the reins to stop it. After stopping the horse, Jonathan loudly said, "Everyone, no need to panic. It's safe now." The crowd looked at Jonathan with expressions filled with bewilderment. This strangeness even overshadowed Jonathan's recent display of agility. Luke and others were dumbfounded, their minds blank. What was going on here? With the agility Jonathan just showed, he could have easily escaped with Levi, but he chose not to. At this moment, Santiago, who fell heavily to the ground, let out a piercing scream, pulling everyone back to reality from their shock. Seeing Jonathan still on the horse, Gray quickly shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him run." However, the servants who had come back to their senses did not move. Even Santiago, who usually could take on 10 of them without effort, had been thrown away like trash by Jonathan. How dared they step forward? Seeing no one could stop Jonathan, Gray was both surprised and angry but didn't dare to step forward himself. Just as Luke and others thought Jonathan would take the opportunity to escape, Jonathan leaped off the horseback. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jonathan smiled at the confused Levi. "Brother Abdur, why should I run when I am innocent?" "Innocent?" Everyone was stunned, looking at Jonathan with strange eyes. Luke had already exposed Jonathan's sophistry. Was this boy confused or talking nonsense? Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Jonathan turned to Luke. "Why didn't I know the jade pendant was a treasure?" Chapter 260. I still have 3 more of the same jade pendants. "Jonathan, what do you mean by that? This is our Diao family's heirloom jade. Why isn't it a treasure?" Just as Jonathan finished speaking, Gray angrily protested. The rest were also all astonished. Without mentioning whether this piece of jade was actually an heirloom from the Diao family or not, its appearance alone seemed out of the ordinary. Wasn't Jonathan talking nonsense? Zen sneered. "Jonathan, are you trying to muddle the matter here and belittle the value of this jade because you have nothing to say in your defense?" Having said this, Zen turned to look at Arn. "Mr. Devon, as the shopkeeper of Yushuan Pavilion, you have unique insights. Please evaluate the price of this jade." Arnie's originally serious expression instantly turned sour upon hearing these words from Zen. Seeing the change in Arnie's expression, Zen felt secretly smug. He specifically mentioned Arnie's identity to put him in a difficult position. If Arn intentionally undervalued it, the reputation of Yushuan Pavilion would be affected. But if Arn honestly revealed the true value of this jade, he would assist them in punishing Jonathan and break ties with him. No matter how Arn chose, it was beneficial and harmless for them. "Mr. Devon, why don't you speak? Could it be that you can't determine the value of this jade?" Seeing Arnie's silence, Zen deliberately raised his voice, his tone filled with satisfaction. Regardless of how Arn responded, the final outcome wouldn't change. Just as Arn was perplexed, he heard Jonathan laughing and saying, "Mr. Devon, now that I think about it, I really haven't asked you how much this jade is worth. Why don't you tell everyone?" Arn could only look astonished. He had completely failed to understand Jonathan's intentions. Why was Jonathan still claiming this jade was his at such a critical moment? As Arn was puzzled, Jonathan continued, "Mr. Devon, you don't need to worry. No matter what its value is, I don't care." Arn froze. Clearly, Jonathan was hinting at what choice he should make. Arn couldn't help but feel touched. Jonathan didn't want to drag him into this mess. Arn took a deep breath and said, "In my opinion, this jade is worth at least 8,000 taels." Arnie's price was fair, which caused Zen's heart to fill with disappointment. It hadn't succeeded in pulling Yushuan Pavilion into this, but he quickly regained his spirits. Although he failed to involve Arn, Jonathan wouldn't be able to escape now. Stealing something valued at 8,000 taels was punishable by death. He immediately loudly declared, "Jonathan, did you hear that? This jade is worth at least 8,000 taels." Zen looked at Jonathan after finishing his sentence. Upon seeing Jonathan's expression, he was momentarily stunned. He had expected Jonathan to look devastated after his statement. However, Jonathan's expression wasn't at all like he imagined. Far from being hopeless, Jonathan was brimming with joy. "So, this jade is worth so much." Jonathan expressed genuine amazement. "I really didn't know this jade was so valuable." Jonathan's surprise was not fake. He was genuinely happy. Just then, he used the system to scan the jade pendant, and astonishingly, it could yield 900,000 value points. Thinking about obtaining this jade pendant, worth 900,000 value points, soon made Jonathan naturally happy. "Nonsense." Gray chuckled slightly, somewhat arrogantly. "This is our Diao family's ancestral jade. Of course, it's valuable." Jonathan, however, seriously corrected him. "To correct you, this is not your Diao family's ancestral jade. I found it." "Found it? Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me?" Gray laughed sarcastically. "Jonathan, do you know that this jade is one of a kind? Did you find it in our Diao family ancestral hall?" Zen's face darkened. Even in this situation, Jonathan was still arguing. He immediately addressed Archie. "Sir Wu, I think this boy is deliberately causing confusion and must be punished heavily." Archie nodded with a grim face. Even without Zen's suggestion, he would sentence Jonathan with the harshest punishment. Could someone really just find such a treasure? It was treating him like a fool. Archie immediately declared aloud, "Everyone has heard it. It's not that I refuse to listen to his explanation, but this boy is making unreasonable arguments, and his words cannot be trusted. Bring Jonathan in. If he resists, treat it as rebellion." Arn and Levi's hearts sank heavily. Archie had blocked off any possible way out for Jonathan. Just then, Jonathan suddenly reached into his robes, pulled out some items, and opened his palm. "Mr. Devon, so, am I now worth several 10,000 taels?" Everyone stared at the items in Jonathan's palm, their eyes widening instantly, and more than half of them gasped in disbelief. The other half, too shocked, lost the ability to exclaim. In Jonathan's hand were 3 jade pendants identical to the one that had been identified as stolen property. "Impossible." Zen was the first to react, staring at the jade pendants in Jonathan's hand, shouting in disbelief. Everyone gradually snapped out of their shock, looking back and forth between the jade pendants in Jonathan's hand and the one held by the constable, all dumbfounded. Judging from the appearance, these jade pendants had exactly the same shape and even color as the so-called ancestral jade pendant of the Diao family. Arn recovered from his shock and hurriedly stepped forward to closely examine the jade pendants in Jonathan's hand. The more he looked, the more shocked Arn became. These jade pendants were not only not imitations, the materials used were identical to the original pendant. It was as if they were all carved from the same mold. How could this be? Arn murmured, his face filled with disbelief. Such jade pendants were valuable and rare. It was already uncommon to have one, but now 4 appeared simultaneously. This was his first time seeing something like this. Jonathan then looked at Gray. You said just now that your Diao family has only one ancestral jade pendant, but now there are 4 identical ones. So, this is not your Diao family's ancestral jade pendant. He scanned the crowd. Does everyone agree with my logic? No problem. Levi immediately responded loudly, his face full of surprise and delight. He thought Jonathan would have to give up without a fight, but he never expected such a dramatic turn of events. Brother Jonathan was truly amazing. Nonsense. This is our Diao family's ancestral jade pendant. It must be one you had someone forge. Gray shouted angrily. After saying that, Gray felt his theory made sense and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it must be that way. Ha 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 ha. Jonathan burst into laughter, filled with mockery. How would I know what your Diao family's ancestral jade looks like? To put it another way, even if I knew what it looked like, could I possibly find several pieces of the same material and get someone to carve them? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? And taking it a step further, even if I found the same material and had someone carve them to look identical, I've only been in Liangzhou for over 2 months. Look at these jade pendants in my hand. Do they look like they were recently made? Chapter 261. Once again Jonathan successfully escapes. After hearing Jonathan's several rhetorical questions, everyone shook their heads one after another. The jade pendant in Jonathan's hand looked to have a considerable history and absolutely could not have been made just within the past 2 or 3 months. And just as Jonathan said, there were too many coincidences. For a moment, people began chattering among themselves. That's right, the patterns on this jade pendant look quite intricate. How could someone remember it after just one glance and then replicate it? And using the same kind of jade too, that's just too implausible. I think these people have their eyes on Jonathan's jade pendant and want to claim it for themselves. As Danilo listened to the increasingly absurd speculations of the crowd, he grew anxious. If he let these people continue spouting nonsense, it might truly sever the connection between this jade pendant and the Diao family. This jade pendant is truly ours. The one in your hand, I don't know where you got it from, but this jade pendant belongs to our Diao family because the jade pendant in our ancestral hall is missing. What does it have to do with me that your ancestral hall's jade pendant went missing? Jonathan sneered, I'm not your ancestor. Should I be responsible for this? You. Danilo glared at Jonathan, his eyes nearly blazing with anger. If it weren't for fearing Jonathan's strength, he would have acted already. Leaderly, what should we do? Behind the headman, Zoran shut his gaping mouth and asked Leader Armand beside him. Armand frowned deeply. Things had initially been going well, but now everything had suddenly turned around. Moreover, it was in a way he couldn't have predicted. Looking at the 3 jade pendants in Jonathan's hand that were identical to the Diao family's so-called heirloom, Armand even suspected if the Diao father and son were lying. After all, even he didn't know what the Diao family's heirloom jade pendant looked like. Before he could figure out how to proceed, he heard Jonathan sneer again. Could it be that you saw I had these jade pendants while we were at the magistrate's office, so you turned around and accused me, wanting to claim them as your own? Unfortunately for you, you overlooked one thing, that I have more than one of this type of jade pendant. Well, Lord, I need to press charges against these people. They are framing me. Armand's face changed. Things were changing too fast. Now it had become Jonathan filing countercharges against Danilo. Moreover, the 3 jade pendants in Jonathan's hands were strong evidence. If things continued this way, they wouldn't be able to arrest Jonathan, and instead, Danilo and his group might end up back in jail. He needed to find a way to calm down the situation. Armand hurriedly started thinking. However, before he could come up with a plan, he heard Danilo shout angrily and urgently, Nonsense! This jade pendant is ours. We just took it out of our ancestral hall. Russell. There was an immediate uproar among the crowd. The information contained in those words was immense. Jamil realized what was happening and quickly barked, What nonsense are you talking? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Danilo's face turned pale. Jamil hurried to salvage the situation. What Leah means is that we just discovered that the heirloom jade pendant had been stolen. Danilo nodded rapidly. Right, that's what I meant. However, the surrounding crowd was met with boos. Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. This father and son act was too fake. However, he would never admit that this jade pendant belonged to the Diao family. Even if he wasn't guilty, it still mattered not. This was worth 900,000 value points. Jonathan immediately asked, if this jade pendant is the Diao family's heirloom, then what about the 3 I have here? Jamil stared at the 3 jade pendants in Jonathan's hand, his facial muscles twitching but unable to say anything. He didn't understand why Jonathan had 3 identical jade pendants. Their heirloom jade pendant was supposed to be unique. So, this jade pendant is not your family's heirloom. Jonathan snorted. You've seen its value and want to take it for yourselves. Otto and young Chuiai exchanged glances, seeing uncontrollable laughter in each other's eyes. No wonder Jonathan insisted he was innocent and held firm that this jade pendant was his. This was the reason. Although no one knew where Jonathan had gotten these jade pendants from, the situation had become clear. Young Chuiai immediately said sarcastically, Clan leader Diao, please explain. Everyone wants to know how your family's heirloom jade pendant can exist in so many pieces. Otto also added, from what I know, heirloom jade pendants are usually unique. To see 4 identical ones appearing together. At this point, Otto shook his head. The meaning was clear. it definitely wasn't the Diao family's heirloom jade pendant. Jamil became instantly agitated. They had gone to great lengths to frame him, but now it seemed that their plan would not succeed and they might even lose the heirloom jade pendant in the process. He couldn't accept this outcome. Thinking of something, he hurriedly said to Beckham, "Old Ma, you have seen this jade pendant before. Tell everyone if this is indeed our family's jade pendant." Beckham nodded. "That's correct. I can testify that this jade pendant is indeed Lao Diao's family heirloom." But Jonathan remained firm. "Then Chief Ma, explain why there are 4 identical jade pendants from the Diao family." "How should I know?" Beckham frowned. Jonathan chuckled and asked, "Do you think it's normal for a family heirloom jade pendant to exist in 4 copies?" Beckham's face turned grim as he closed his mouth and stopped responding. If he answered that it was normal, it would be completely contrary to common sense. Moreover, Zen and his group had just shown that there was only 1 heirloom jade pendant. Saying there were 4 now would be unrealistic. But answering that it wasn't normal would be slapping his own face. The only way to deal with this was silence. However, his silence was tantamount to admitting it wasn't normal. For a moment, the surrounding booing became louder. Gray's face turned red with anger as he shouted, "Jonathan, don't go too far. Fine, we won't pursue you for stealing our jade pendant." Jonathan sneered, "Gray, it's you who want to forcefully take my jade pendant. It's me pursuing you. Mr. Wu, what do you say?" Eddie's expression was incredibly grim. Before coming here, Zen had promised that everything would go smoothly. Now, it was like riding a tiger and finding it hard to dismount. If it weren't for needing the support of the chieftains, he would have arrested Zen and Gray long ago. Eddie could only look towards Luke. Luke received Eddie's hint and frowned. If he had a solution, he would have stepped forward already. Why wait until now? It wasn't that he wasn't smart enough. It was that Jonathan's methods were too unexpected, leaving him at a loss. Given the current situation, the only option was to call it off. "Mr. Wu, everything today was a misunderstanding," Luke whispered to Eddie, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Once again, that kid successfully escaped. Chapter 262. Returning things to their rightful owner. Eddie's gaze darkened as he reluctantly said, "This official has a general understanding of what happened. The Diao family's heirloom jade pendant was accidentally lost and ended up being picked up by Jonathan. And since the ancestor of the Diao family originally crafted 4 such pendants, this explains why Jonathan possesses 3 others identical to the Diao family's heirloom. It's all a misunderstanding. Zen, you must take better care of your ancestors' treasures from now on. Jonathan, considering you were unaware that this pendant belonged to the Diao family, this official will not punish you. That's it. This matter is closed." After saying this, Eddie looked at Zen. "Zen, do you have any objections to this official's judgment?" "No." Zen hurriedly shook his head. Despite his internal resentment, he could tell the situation wasn't in their favor. If they persisted, they might lose the heirloom jade altogether. Eddie then turned to Jonathan. "And you, Jonathan? Do you agree with this official's judgment?" Jonathan scoffed inwardly. Eddie's tone had softened when addressing Zen, but grew aggressively interrogative with him. Was this a warning? Unfortunately, it wouldn't work on him. "Sir, I don't concur. That pendant belongs to me, not the Diao family's heirloom." Eddie's face immediately darkened. "So you're contesting this official's decision?" Jonathan sneered. "Sir Wu, I go by facts." "You." Eddie was silenced and couldn't help but become furious. A convict dared speak to him like this? If not for fearing Jonathan's formidable martial prowess, he would have had him punished already. Eddie took a deep breath and asked, "So, what do you propose we do?" "Sir Wu?" Zen was shocked to hear Eddie give the decision power to Jonathan. Eddie glared fiercely at Zen. If not for your incompetence in gathering clear information, they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Acknowledging his fault, Zen fell silent. Jonathan pointed at the jade pendant held by the bailiff. "Of course, it should be returned to its rightful owner." "No way." The moment Jonathan spoke, Zen loudly objected. He would never hand over the family heirloom to Jonathan. However, Eddie didn't want to make a scene any further. In that case, return it to its rightful owner. Give the pendant to Jonathan. With that, Eddie turned and walked away without looking back. The bailiff acknowledged and approached Jonathan with the pendant. Suddenly, Gray dashed forward, trying to snatch the pendant from the bailiff. "Give it to me." Just as Gray was about to grab it, he felt a powerful force from behind. Next thing he knew, he flew through the air. While flying, Gray turned his head and saw Jonathan standing where he had taken off, receiving the jade pendant from the bailiff. "Ah!" Gray roared in anger. But soon, as he hit the ground, his roar turned into a painful scream. Zen watched helplessly as Jonathan received the precious jade pendant, eyes blazing with rage. He would reclaim the jade at all costs and seek vengeance. As Jonathan accepted the pendant, a smile appeared on his face. 900,000 value points, secured. In a sudden thought, he put away all 4 pendants at once. Instantly, the system gained 3,600,000 value points. Of course, the other 3 pendants were just redeemed by Jonathan. Watching Jonathan stow away the jade pendant, Zen gritted his teeth audibly. Glaring hatefully at Jonathan a few times, Zen turned around. "Let's go." Zen stormed off quickly, and the local officials left swiftly. Back at the government office, Zen sat down with an enraged expression. "Sir Wu, chiefly, I can't swallow this humiliation. We must find a way to deal with that boy Jonathan. That jade is our Diao family's legacy. I have matters to attend to, you discuss among yourselves." Eddie replied indifferently and left. In handling Jonathan, he always adhered to acting only when certain of success. After all, Jonathan had demonstrated formidable strength. Once Eddie left, Luke smiled and said, "Chief Diao, please calm down." "How can I possibly calm down?" Zen fumed. "Chiefly, if this were not your family's heirloom, perhaps you'd understand." "Chief Diao, I understand your feelings, but let me finish speaking." Luke was unruffled and chuckled. "Ultimately, it's because that jade pendant is extremely valuable, right?" Zen did not deny it. He wasn't overly concerned about it being a family heirloom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as bait. What he cared most about was the value of the jade pendant. 8,000 taels of silver. Seeing that Zhen implicitly acknowledged this, Luke smiled and said, Chief Tiao, remember, Liangzhou City is now under our control. So what? Zhen sniffed. Luke pointed toward the direction of the mall. Chief Tiao, don't forget, that mall is a treasure trove. Zhen's anger quickly subsided when he heard about the mall. They had already visited the mall, marveling not only at its construction, but also at the brightness inside and the unknown source of cool air. Apart from lacking palace maids and eunuchs, even the Emperor of Great Chu might not have lived so well. It was foreseeable that once the mall opened, it would attract people from all over Great Chu. By then, they could make unimaginable amounts of money. Seeing Zhen calm down, Luke smiled. Chief Tiao, 8,000 taels can be earned back in no more than 2 months. Zhen's breathing immediately became heavy. 8,000 taels in 2 months. This was a number he had never dared to dream of before. Yet, he still felt somewhat aggrieved, having lost 8,000 taels worth of property for nothing. Chiefly, we must find a way to deal with that boy. Luke nodded. I'm thinking about it. Luke wasn't just humoring Zhen. After witnessing the wonders of the mall, Luke was more determined than ever to capture Jonathan and interrogate him severely. However, he didn't voice this thought, but instead invited Zhen with a smile. Let's go see the mall. Zhen's eyes lit up as he stood up. Let's go. After the chieftains left, the remaining citizens immediately erupted in cheers. Everyone congratulated Jonathan on his victory. Duke said excitedly, Brother Jonathan, you're amazing. You actually turned things around like this. Arn, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly in agreement. He was just more curious about where Jonathan had gotten those 3 identical jade pendants from, but Arn wasn't impulsive and didn't ask. Jonathan smiled and nodded at Duke. Brother Abdur, let's head back. Yes. Duke, remembering something, said hurriedly, we should hurry back and tell Dad this good news. Chapter 263. No opportunity to exploit. Wait. Just as Jonathan and Calvin were about to leave, Arn suddenly spoke up. Sir Devon, is there anything wrong? Calvin asked in confusion. Lord Guogong, this time it was my oversight. I'm sorry, Arn said with a guilty expression to Jonathan. It's not your fault. Jonathan waved his hand with a smile. Who would have thought they'd resort to such despicable means? Arn nodded slightly. The chieftain's tactics had indeed crossed his line. At this moment, Calvin seemed to recall something and said, Brother Jonathan, those chieftains might not let up. You and Selma of the Air should still stay at the camp. Jonathan nodded, tidied up the items in the room, left the tavern, and walked west along the main road towards the west gate. The shopping center stood on the main road between the tavern and the west gate, soon coming into view of Jonathan and Calvin. Outside the mall, 4 squads were patrolling back and forth, each squad consisting of 9 people. Calvin's face turned slightly grim. Jonathan had originally planned to infiltrate the shopping center tonight and turn off the lighting equipment. With so many guards present, not only entering but even approaching would be extremely difficult. It looked like the chieftains would reap all the benefits of the shopping center. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Calvin's face. Hey, isn't that Calvin? What's up? Haven't had enough of looking for 2 months? Ha ha ha. While Calvin was lamenting, an oddly mocking voice came from behind him. Calvin turned around and saw Darnell, Luke, and Zach walking towards them, which couldn't help making his eyes blaze with anger. These people were really gloating after gaining their advantages. TSK, stop staring. The mall is under our control now. Doesn't that feel awful? Zach laughed heartily, his face full of ridicule. Luke wore a look of disdain. Jonathan had indeed ruined many of his plans and created many surprising things that even he found astonishing. But so what? All the things that Jonathan had painstakingly devised ended up in his hands. He was still the ultimate winner. At this moment, the captains of the 4 patrol squads ran over and loudly reported, We have greeted Chief. So far no one has been allowed to get close. Great job. Luke praised them and then, seemingly speaking to Jonathan and Calvin, asked the patrol captain, Do the people responsible for night patrols have any complaints? No. The patrol captain answered loudly. Luke nodded and instructed, Night patrols are very stressful. Make sure they are extra cautious. Absolutely don't give anyone a chance to exploit. Calvin's face became somewhat uneasy upon hearing this. Although Luke didn't say it outright, the anyone referred to him and Jonathan. Darnell, unlike Luke, didn't beat around the bush and directly pointed at Jonathan and Calvin, shouting loudly, especially these 2. Look at them clearly. Don't let them get close at all, understood? Understood. The patrol officers shouted in unison, their gazes converging on Jonathan and Calvin, filled with stern warnings. Calvin's expression changed again. If they had any faint hope of sneaking in earlier, now it was entirely dashed. The other side had even arranged night patrols and specifically memorized their faces. What are you standing here for? Are you thinking about breaking in? A patrol team approached and barked at them. Calvin's face was full of rage but helpless. Currently, Liangzhou was managed by Eddie and these chieftains. If he were detained, even his father, Gio, wouldn't be able to rescue him. There was nothing else to do but go back and find another way. Calvin took a deep breath, suppressing his grievances and anger. Thinking of how much effort Jonathan had put into the mall, he quickly said, Brother Jonathan, let's go. However, when he looked at Jonathan, he saw no disappointment or anger on his face. Not even a hint of displeasure, only a straight gaze fixed on the mall. Calvin couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Was Jonathan too angry? But unknown to him, Jonathan was actually looking at the system's interface that had just opened. After realizing how hard it would be to infiltrate the mall, Jonathan had immediately asked the system to scan everything within a 150-meter radius. Among the items listed at the forefront were the solar power supply devices, air conditioners, and various lamps on the mall's rooftop. Putting on a show. At this point, Darnell couldn't resist giving a cold snort. In his mind, Jonathan should be furious and even attacking them out of anger. But instead, Jonathan remained calm, which greatly annoyed him. Chiefly, old ma, let's go in and take a look. Darnell's voice was loud, attempting to draw Jonathan's attention and ideally provoke him. However, Jonathan showed no reaction at all. Darnell couldn't help but feel even more irked. He stopped looking at Jonathan and entered the mall with Luke and Zach. As soon as they entered the mall, Darnell quickened his pace and walked to the switch, pressing it lightly. Click. With a soft sound, the originally dim mall instantly lit up. Although they had experienced it before, Darnell and Zach still couldn't help marveling at the brightness. So bright. So incredibly bright. Luke also revealed a look of surprise. No candles or lamps were needed, yet it was as bright as daylight, truly unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. At this moment, a cool breeze blew past their faces, prompting Luke to say, "So refreshing." Zach and Darnell nodded vigorously, filled with astonishment. If not for needing to make money from the mall, they would have wished to live there. Their eyes swept over the well-divided stalls, and the three of them couldn't help but laugh. "Jonathan, that kid might have repeatedly ruined our plans and locked Lyrie and me in prison, but we must admit he has some talent. To be able to build such an architectural wonder," Darnell said. Zach chuckled. "Old Yao, no matter how capable that kid is, didn't these things still end up in our hands? We're wearing the clothes he made. Old Ma is right. I must be furious now, ha ha ha." Darnell laughed heartily, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Luke's gaze fell on the light tubes and air conditioning vents around him. Though he didn't know why these things were so bright and produced cold air, he knew it wasn't simple. The more he thought about it, the more regretful Luke felt. It was too bad they couldn't capture Jonathan today. Zach followed Luke's gaze and became curious. "Chiefly, do you know how that kid managed to make the mall as bright as day? And this wind, I don't see any fans here." Chapter 264. Pulling out the firewood from under the pot. Luke shook his head. "Clan leader Ma, you're really putting me in a difficult position." Seeing that Luke also didn't know, Beckham couldn't help but become even more surprised and delighted. Such a wonderful thing had fallen into their hands. Zen seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, "Clan leaderly. I remember there were several large black boxes on the rooftop. They might be related to these items. We must not let anyone steal them." Beckham laughed loudly and said, "Old Yao, you're underestimating Clan leaderly." He immediately sent people with weapons to guard the passages leading to the rooftop. To put it simply, it would be impossible for less than 100 or 80 people to rush up to the rooftop. That's good, that's good." Zen heaved a sigh of relief and gave Luke a thumbs up. "Clan leaderly lives up to your reputation. You truly think things through comprehensively." A look of satisfaction appeared on Luke's face. For matters of utmost importance, he naturally took extra care. In fact, besides sending people to guard the passage, he also arranged for a few expert archers to hide in secret just in case. He similarly placed some undercover agents around the mall. If anyone tried to tamper with those black boxes, they would definitely be discovered and stopped at the first opportunity. With arrangements involving more than 100 people, it could be said that everything was foolproof. At this moment, Beckham's eyes twinkled as he said, "Clan leaderly, should we gather skilled craftsmen from each family to study this lamp and air cooling system? If that kid can make them, why can't we?" Zen excitedly clapped his hands. "Right? If we can do it too, not only can we enjoy it ourselves, but we can sell it outside. We will surely make a lot of money." Luke laughed heartily. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you. However, these are secrets. We need to choose people from within our core clans first to conduct the research." Clan leaderly is right. Beckham nodded continuously. "These things indeed must be kept in our own hands for reassurance." Zen added, "As for the Diao family, there's only Lyre. Although this boy likes to play around a bit, he's very smart and no less capable than Jonathan." Zen's boasting left Luke and Beckham speechless. They knew all too well who Gray was. But they understood Zen's intentions. Given Gray's current situation, it was hard for him to succeed as clan leader. Zen was laying the groundwork for Gray. Thinking about this, Luke and Beckham exchanged glances and said simultaneously, "I'm also letting my son participate." After saying this, the three men looked at each other and burst into laughter. It turned out they all had the same idea. Just then, there was a sudden pop, and the once brightly lit mall suddenly dimmed. At the same time, Jonathan outside the mall watched the darkened building with a smile on his face. Just moments ago, he had dismantled and recovered the entire solar power generation device on the rooftop. Without the solar power equipment, the mall was now nothing more than an empty shell. This was a real foodie Choshin. Pulling out the firewood from under the pot. "Let's go." Jonathan smiled at the puzzled Levi. "What happened?" Inside the mall, Luke and the others were startled. A quick glance around made them understand the reason for the dimness, which left them even more shocked. "Why aren't the lights on?" Zen shouted. Beckham's face wore an expression of disbelief. Not only did the lights go out, but the cool air has stopped too. Hearing this, Zen's voice grew even more urgent. "What's going on here?" Luke frowned and walked over to the switch, pressing it a couple of times. But the lights and air conditioning remained unresponsive. "It can't be broken, can it?" Beckham couldn't help asking. Upon hearing this, Zen became anxious. Broken? How could it be broken? He still wanted to use the mall to pave the way for Gray to succeed as clan leader. Luke shook his head. "That can't be a coincidence." Zen nodded vigorously. "Right, the lights and fans wouldn't break down at the same time. So what happened?" Beckham's face was full of confusion, and together with Zen, they turned their gaze toward Luke. Luke's expression was not pleasant. Although he considered himself clever, he had no knowledge of these matters. Or rather, the only person in the world who understood these things was Jonathan. Beckham also realized this and reluctantly said, "Those items were made by that kid. Should we ask him?" Without hesitation, Luke shook his head. Just moments ago, they were planning to frame Jonathan and lock him up. How big-hearted would Jonathan have to be to turn around and help them? Zen suddenly thought of a possibility and exclaimed, "Could it be that that kid is behind this?" Upon hearing this, Beckham's face changed. There was certainly a possibility. Luke furrowed his brows and called out to the guards patrolling outside the door, "Come here." The guard captain jogged over. "Clan leader, what is it?" As he spoke, the guard looked up in confusion. wondering why it had suddenly become darker inside. Luke asked, "Have those two people outside left?" The guard captain nodded. "Yes, I watched them leave with my own eyes." "Didn't they get close?" Luke asked again. "No." The guard captain quickly answered. In order to gain credit, he added, "Rest assured, clan leader. With us here, there's no way they could get close." However, this answer not only failed to earn praise from Luke, but also made his frown deeper. The guard captain's reply disappointed him. If Jonathan and Levi had approached, then Zen's guess might be true. But the other party hadn't approached at all. In that case, Zen's claim didn't hold up. Zen also looked disappointed. Since Jonathan didn't even make a move to approach, it was absolutely impossible for him to do anything here. How could it suddenly go out? Zen asked again. Luke thought for a moment and had an idea. The lights and fans in the entire mall have stopped, which can only mean something has gone wrong on the rooftop. Let's go up and take a look. The three immediately climbed up the stairs. When they reached the 6th floor, they found 20 large men standing guard at the only stairway leading to the rooftop. Seeing Luke and the others, the men hurried over. "Clan leader, do you need anything?" Their expressions were puzzled as they spoke. They couldn't understand why Luke and the others hadn't left, and instead turned off the lights. "Open the door. We need to go up and check," Luke said. "Yes." The 20 men immediately took out keys and unlocked the 20 locks on the gate of the passage behind them. This scene made both Beckham and Zen sigh in admiration. Truly worthy of clan leaderly, even if someone sneaks in, it would be impossible to steal all 20 keys easily. Luke showed a hint of satisfaction, smiling and saying, "You understand the importance of those things outside. I did this just in case." Zen laughed heartily. With such arrangements by clan leaderly, everything is surely foolproof. Chapter 265. It must be Jonathan's doing. The large men unlocked the lock, and with a creak, the door leading to the rooftop was opened. A wave of scorching heat rushed toward them, but Luke did not care about that. He was the first to walk out. As soon as Luke stepped out, his whole body froze in place. Behind him, Beckham and Zen looked puzzled. "Leaderly, why have you stopped?" However, Luke remained motionless as if he hadn't heard their questions. "Leaderly, leaderly?" Beckham called out again. Luke finally came back to his senses, screamed horribly, and then dashed forward. Beckham and Zen were taken aback. They had never seen Luke so flustered before. Something terrible must have happened. The two hurriedly followed. On the rooftop, Luke was frantically searching for something, shouting, "Where is it? Where is it?" Seeing nothing on the rooftop, Beckham and Zen's faces turned pale. They finally realized what had happened. The large black box that was originally on the rooftop had vanished. The large men who closely followed them also noticed this at once, looking astonished. "Where is it? How could it be gone?" Zen grabbed one of the large men by the collar and roared with bloodshot eyes. The large man looked bewildered. They had been guarding the passage all along and did not notice any abnormalities. Until just now, they still felt that the object was there. After frantically searching, Luke finally confirmed that the item was indeed missing. His vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Without this item, the lights and fans wouldn't operate. It was acceptable for the fans to stop working, but the lights were absolutely essential. Without the lights, the shopping mall would be unable to function properly, and they would not make any money. Zen shouted angrily, "Where is it? Did you steal it yourselves?" The large men shook their heads vigorously. "Leader, how dare we?" "Yeah, that big thing, if we stole it, someone would definitely see us. Besides, we don't even know how to use it. Even if we stole it, it would be useless." Luke took several deep breaths, sat up from the ground, and walked over to the large men. "Are you sure no one came here?" "Absolutely not." The large men quickly replied, "We changed shifts right next to the door and never left our posts." "That's right, and there are patrols downstairs. If anyone came, they would definitely be spotted." Although reluctant to believe the large men's explanations, Luke knew it was true. Moreover, the item must have been stolen just now since they were inside the mall. It was impossible to enter from inside. The only option was to climb up from outside. "Did you hear anything unusual just now?" asked Luke. The large men thought for a moment and shook their heads. No. Zen was furious. Such a big item was stolen, and you didn't hear a thing? The large men looked aggrieved. "Clan leader Diao, we really didn't hear anything." Luke restrained Zen, who wanted to strike. "Everyone, go outside and look for any signs of climbing." The group immediately went outside to search, but found no evidence of any disturbance. Including Luke, everyone was baffled. What kind of method did the thief use that left no trace? At this moment, one of the large men whispered, "Could the thief have descended from the sky?" "Impossible." Luke flatly denied it. Even if the thief had descended from the sky, it would be impossible to carry away those two large boxes. Those boxes, he had previously checked, required 10 strong men to barely lift. Suddenly, Beckham thought of something. "Jonathan, could it be Jonathan? It's him. It must be Jonathan causing trouble. I'll stop him right now." Thinking of Jonathan's skills, Zen leaped up and ran downstairs. Luke's face changed, and he hurriedly followed. "Brother Jonathan, you and the Leah can rest assured staying in the military camp. I promise the local officials will not touch you," Levi said with a smile at Jonathan near the city gate. Jonathan nodded with a smile. Just as they were about to leave the city, a commotion sounded from behind, followed by Zen's shouts. "Stop! Jonathan, you stop right there." Levi was surprised. Why was Zen chasing after them? And judging by his tone, why was he so angry? But Jonathan knew very well what had happened, yet he wasn't nervous at all. Although the other party guessed the answer correctly, they had no evidence whatsoever. Zen caught up and gestured to his guards. "Surround them, don't let them escape." Seeing Zen's hostile intentions, Levi became furious. "Zen, what are you doing?" "None of your business." Zen glared at Jonathan, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Jonathan, where's the item?" Vinnied it over. Levi thought Zen was referring to the jade pendant and immediately shouted, "Zen, what are you doing? Even the governor has awarded the jade pendant to Jonathan." Jonathan inwardly chuckled and went along with Levi's words. "That's right. Are you trying to forcibly take it? At this moment, Luke and Beckham came running up with their men. Luke quickly scanned Jonathan and then glanced around. After he took back his gaze, Luke frowned. Such a large item. If Jonathan had stolen it, there would be no way to hide it. But there were no traces of the 2 boxes around, which was indeed strange. Levi's face changed. Zen and Luke brought people with them, totaling about 50 to 60 men. If the other side used force, they would be in danger. Levi moved closer to Jonathan and whispered, "Brother Jonathan, if we have to fight, I will hold them off. You go back for reinforcements. They wouldn't dare do anything to me." Jonathan was speechless. Levi had too little confidence in him. "Brother Abdur, don't worry. I can handle this many people easily." Levi was taken aback. Jonathan's words were too boastful. The other side had 50 to 60 men. "Brother Jonathan, now is not the time to be reckless." Levi hurriedly whispered. Before he finished speaking, Zen roared angrily, "What are you discussing? Are you talking about those 2 boxes?" Levi was stunned. "Boxes? What boxes?" Jonathan also put on a puzzled expression. "Aren't you here to snatch the jade pendant?" "Pretending. Still pretending." Zen stared at Jonathan. "Quickly hand over the boxes from the rooftop." "You mean the boxes on the rooftop are missing?" Levi looked startled and turned to look at Jonathan. Jonathan also feigned surprise. "When did that happen?" Luke had been silent all along but began to doubt himself internally. Not only did Jonathan's expression show no signs of guilt, but the weight and size of those 2 boxes made it impossible to hide them easily. Even if someone descended from the sky to steal those 2 boxes, it was impossible for no one to notice. This matter probably had nothing to do with Jonathan after all. Chapter 266, Vengeance for Grievances and Revenge for Wrongs. What happened? Don't know. It seems they're saying that Darun Shao Abdur and his group stole something. Would Darun Shao Abdur steal? I don't believe it. Who would have thought? And look at who's stopping Darun Shao Abdur and company. It's those chieftains. They bullied me before too. The gathered crowd buzzed with angry voices. Zen listened to their discussions, growing increasingly enraged. "What the hell are you all talking about?" he yelled. The citizens turned silent from fright, yet their expressions grew even angrier. Luke noticed the situation turning worse and approached quietly. "Chief Tiao, perhaps we should deliberate further on this matter." But Zen was beyond reason, already convinced that Jonathan had stolen the chests. "Jonathan, hand over the chests immediately, or we will not be polite." He roared fiercely, a fierce expression on his face. Those 2 chests were critical to the department store's survival. He wouldn't allow them to be stolen. Jonathan asked, "You mean those 2 chests on top of the department store?" "Yes, those 2 chests, hand them over." Zen shouted. Beside him, Levi could barely suppress his fury. "Zen, failing to frame Brother Jonathan in the tavern isn't enough for you now? You'd stoop so low as to use such excuses to continue framing us? Those chests are larger than carts. How could we possibly steal them?" At this, the previously silenced crowd began murmuring again. "Haven't you heard? Chests larger than carts. How could Shao Abdur steal them?" "That's right. I watched Shao Abdur walk the whole way and saw nothing but the bundle in his hands. You obviously mismanaged your own belongings, and yet you accuse Shao Abdur. Truly despicable." Zen exploded in anger. "Who said I'm despicable? Step forward." As he glared around at the crowd, so many people had spoken up that he couldn't pinpoint who called him despicable, and grew even more infuriated. "Don't let me catch you." Threatening, Zen glared back at Jonathan. "I may not know what trick you used, but it was definitely you who stole it." Signaling to the big men behind him, he ordered, "Surround them. Don't let them escape." Almost 50 burly men moved forward, surrounding Jonathan and Levi. Levi's complexion changed. They had lost the initiative. Breaking out now would be very difficult. He wasn't afraid of being caught since he was the son of the local garrison commander Gio, and Zen wouldn't dare do anything to him. However, Jonathan was different. Once Jonathan fell into Zen's hands, various cruel punishments would undoubtedly await him. Realizing this, Levi loudly questioned, "Zen, what are you trying to do? No evidence and you want to arrest people?" With Jonathan and Levi surrounded, Zen sneered coldly. "Not convinced? I am Liangzhou's chief constable. If I say you're suspects, you are suspects." Waving his hand at the big men, he instructed, "Seize them. I need to interrogate properly." Levi's expression drastically changed. Zen didn't give them any chance. "Brother Jonathan." Levi was about to tell Jonathan to fight through when he suddenly felt a force push him backward. Levi hadn't reacted yet when he found himself airborne, flying clear out of the circle formed by the big men. What happened? Levi was dazed and hurriedly looked down, seeing the large men also momentarily stunned. He then heard Zen shout, "Forget about Levi. Grab this brat Jonathan." Regaining composure, the big men all rushed towards Jonathan. Levi's face turned pale instantly. If he were still inside, he could have alleviated some pressure for Jonathan. Now Jonathan faced an attack from over 50 big men alone. There was no way to withstand it. Who threw him out just now? Levi intended to land and go back to help Jonathan when cries of pain and shouts came from below. Looking down quickly, he saw something that made his eyes widen. Within the encirclement of more than 50 large men, Jonathan darted like a swift fish, easily weaving through the crowd. Each step coincided with a strike. Each strike brought down a man screaming, unable to rise again. This sight left Levi in utter shock, and others equally dumbfounded, especially Zen, whose expression showed utmost horror. Before, he only heard Gray and Santiago describe Jonathan's prowess without really understanding it. Now, he finally realized. It was completely beyond his comprehension. Was this even human? A thought flashed through Zen's mind. Luke was equally stunned. Once he came to his senses, he quickly retreated. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. The outcome of this operation was already predictable. Looking at Jonathan, who moved like a dragon, Luke's face darkened. He had thought he had taken Jonathan seriously enough, but now it seemed he hadn't been serious enough. To deal with someone with such skill, a long-term plan was necessary. As Luke was thinking, he heard Zen scream in fear. "What are you going to do? I'm the chief constable of Liangzhou. Luke immediately looked over and saw Jonathan standing right in front of Zen. Although Jonathan hadn't made a move yet, Zen was already shaking all over, clearly terrified to the extreme. What do you think I'm going to do? Jonathan sneered and took a step forward. Zen instantly stepped back 3 paces, then his legs gave way, and he collapsed on the ground from sheer fright. Then, a foul stench of urine spread around. Zen had been scared to wet himself. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Zen's face turned beet red as he glared at the people. Why are you laughing? Do you want to die? The citizens felt both angry and disgusted. Even after being humiliated like this, Zen was still threatening them. At this moment, Jonathan suddenly spoke up. Everyone, the time for vengeance has come. You can cover your faces? By the time Jonathan finished speaking, quick-witted citizens had already understood what he meant, immediately covering their faces with shirts before rushing toward the big men lying on the ground. Let's see you knock over my stall again. Beat him up. Bang bang bang. Other slower citizens soon caught on and joined in. For a moment, screams of pain echoed everywhere. Even Zen didn't escape. Listening to Zen's shrill cries as he was beaten, Luke couldn't help shuddering, feeling his legs weaken. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, or he would have also been brutally beaten. Chapter 267. You're actually fine? Pushing through the crowd, Luke saw Jonathan standing there as if nothing had happened, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This boy not only has great strength but also remarkable tactics. With so many civilians involved, the Yamen couldn't possibly hold anyone accountable. Otherwise, it might trigger bigger issues. At that time, the imperial court would surely demand an explanation, which they couldn't bear. Thinking about this, Luke didn't wait around to see what happened next. He hurriedly jogged towards the Yamen. Halfway there, Luke met Beckham, who had just returned to the Yamen for reinforcements. Beckham was surprised to see Luke. Headman Lee, why are you back? Where is Headman Diao? Luke quickly stopped Beckham. Headman Ma, don't go now. Only then did Beckham notice something was off with Luke's expression. He hurriedly asked, what happened? Has that Jonathan boy left? No. Luke shook his head and quickly recounted the events at the city gate. Even from Luke's account alone, Beckham was visibly shaken, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully I came back for reinforcements. Otherwise, I'd probably have been beaten by the people too. After calming down, Beckham thought of something. Headman Lee, these people are rebelling. They must be severely punished. However, Luke showed no sign of delight. Beckham couldn't help but be puzzled. Headman Lee, am I wrong? A bitter smile spread across Luke's face. Headman Ma, even if it's a rebellion, can you arrest all of them with your men? I don't have enough people, but we can mobilize troops. Beckham stopped mid-sentence. The one in charge of the troops in Liangzhou was Gio. Gio was not on good terms with them, and just their desire to deal with Duke and Jonathan could easily result in Gio retaliating against them instead. So we just let this slide? Beckham asked unwillingly. Luke's expression was similarly reluctant, but he finally sighed and said, for now, we have no choice. Beckham fell silent. After a while, Luke sent someone to check on the situation at the city gate. Once news came back that everything had ended, the two rushed over to carry the battered bodies of Zen and the others back to the Yamen. Seeing Zen's miserable state, Gray couldn't help but panic. Father, how are you beaten like this? Who did this to you? Zen was only groaning in pain and couldn't respond. Beckham interjected, it was Jonathan. Jonathan? Gray leaped up immediately. I'll gather men and settle this with him right away. Don't go. Zen shouted urgently. Father. Gray was stunned, very surprised. Usually, Zen agreed with him on such matters, but why was he different today? Zen, in pain and unable to speak, shot a glance at Luke. Understanding, Luke said sternly, Gray, Jonathan's skills are far better than you know. If you go, you will only suffer a loss. We need to think carefully about our next move. Gray gritted his teeth. So we're just going to let this slide? Luke sighed. I understand how you feel, but for now, that's all we can do. Gray clenched his fists, looking towards the direction of the reserve army camp. Jonathan, this isn't over between us. Ha ha ha, brother Jonathan, that move of yours was incredible. They got their beating for nothing. Outside the city on the main road, Duke gave Jonathan a thumbs up. Recalling the scene, Jonathan couldn't help but laugh. He had initially thought fewer civilians would join in, so he reminded them to cover their faces. But it turned out almost everyone joined in, showing just how much evil they had done. Amazing. So amazing. Duke laughed heartily, reliving the moment. Jonathan suddenly paused. Duke looked confused. Brother Jonathan, what's wrong? There's someone ahead, Jonathan said. Someone? Duke became even more puzzled. Who? A group of people. Just as Jonathan finished speaking, a cluster of small black dots rapidly approached from the distance. Duke's face changed. Could it be Zen, still not giving up? Jonathan stared closely and then suddenly smiled. It's not Zen. It's the reserve army. It's father. Duke breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go welcome them. Lord Abdur, will Jace be all right? In the barracks of the reserve army, the Princess Danielle looked worriedly at Gio. Gio felt somewhat helpless. This was the 22nd time that Danielle had asked him this question. Don't worry too much, Lady Selma. I've already sent someone into the city. No matter what, I will definitely do my best to ensure the safety of the Duke. Although he said this, Gio had no confidence at all. Zen came with overwhelming momentum and must have made thorough preparations. Although Jonathan was smart, he might not be able to handle such sudden trouble very well. And once he failed to handle it, the outcome would be imprisonment. If Jonathan were an ordinary citizen, Gio could still mediate. But as an exiled convict, dealing with Jonathan's case would be much more difficult. I hope Chui can make it in time, Gio prayed inwardly. As time ticked by, the Eleanor grew increasingly anxious, and Joe's expression also turned grave. Calculating the time, if everything went smoothly, Jonathan should have returned by now. Yet there was still no news. The situation didn't look good. Sir Abdur. The Eleanor spoke again. Without waiting for her to finish, Gio stood up abruptly. Eleanor, I'll go see for myself. Get the horses ready. Soon, a squadron of cavalry was ready. Gio donned his armor and mounted his horse. Follow me to Liangzhou City. Saying this, Gio raised his riding crop with a grave expression, preparing to set off. This trip to Liangzhou would certainly not be peaceful like before. At that moment, Levi's joyful shout came from afar. Father, we're back. Gio paused, looking down the road ahead. He saw Jonathan and Levi returning, just as he had dispatched soldiers earlier. They're back? Gio couldn't believe it. Not until Jonathan and Levi approached did Gio wake from his stupor, hurriedly dismounting. Looking at the unharmed Jonathan and Levi, Gio was full of surprise. You're actually fine? Father, what are you saying? Isn't it good that we're fine? Levi chuckled. Under normal circumstances, Gio would have glared at Levi. But today, he didn't bother with that. His gaze remained fixed on Jonathan. He understood why Levi was unharmed. But how could Jonathan also be unscathed? Zen and his men should have been fully prepared. Chapter 268. Using a wolf to drive away a tiger. Jonathan, how did you resolve the matter of Zen and the others accusing you of theft? Gio couldn't help but ask. Father, you might not believe it, but they were mistaken. Before Jonathan could speak, Duke excitedly began explaining. After hearing this, Gio was left speechless. You mean to say that the jade pendant originally belonged to Jonathan, and because they coveted it, they accused him of stealing it from them? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Duke nodded, chuckling. They never expected brother Jonathan to actually have 4 similar jade pendants. Gio couldn't help but be taken aback. Zen had been exceptionally insistent when he came demanding people. Gio had thought the other side was fully prepared. He hadn't anticipated such a glaring loophole. It was too absurd. Upon returning to the tent, the Elsa saw Jonathan unharmed and couldn't help but weep for joy. Braden, I'm so glad you're all right. Alexandria, rest assured, they can't do anything to me, Jonathan smiled. That's good, that's good. After sending off the relieved Elsa, Duke seemed to recall something, and much of his joy vanished. Brother Jonathan, who do you think stole those 2 boxes from the rooftop? Puzzled, Gio asked. What boxes were stolen? Duke recounted what happened at the city gate. Someone stole those 2 boxes? Gio exclaimed in disbelief. He found it inconceivable not just due to the weight of the boxes, but also knowing the importance the local chieftains placed on the market area, making it nearly impossible for someone to infiltrate unnoticed. And yet, under these circumstances, the boxes were still stolen. It's unbelievable. Jonathan wore an innocent expression. I can't imagine it either. It truly is unbelievable. Yes. Gio agreed with a solemn nod and cautioned them. Remember this lesson. There's always someone stronger out there. Never be arrogant. Especially you, Jonathan. Such a formidable person suddenly appearing in Liangzhou might very well be targeting you. Jonathan tried to hold back laughter as he nodded. So, he had to guard against himself now. Gio added, Jonathan, there's one more thing you should be cautious about. While you and the Elsa are staying in the military camp, those chieftains certainly won't let the matter rest easily. They may devise some more plots. Try not to leave the camp. This way, those chieftains won't have the chance to catch you off guard. Jonathan nodded, but he didn't entirely agree with Joe's assessment. Though staying in the camp would reduce the chances of trouble from the chieftains, they wouldn't give up so easily. Moreover, being out of their reach might make their next moves bolder. Gentlemen, I think we should just let this matter drop. Inside the prefectural office, Eddie expressed his thoughts to Luke and others. Now that Liangzhou City is under our control, as long as Gio and his men don't interfere, we have no need to stir up trouble. Luke and the others remained silent. Compared to Eddie, who only cared about profit, they sought both profit and revenge. Especially Zen and Gray, father and son, who harbored undisguised hatred in their eyes. Jonathan is a potential threat as long as he lives. He must be eliminated. Beckham echoed the common sentiment. Frowning, Eddie wanted to distance himself from the affair. But Luke then said, Sir Wu, if Gio reports your activities over the years to the court, Eddie's expression changed. His years of avoiding official duties meant he faced possible dismissal if the court pursued the matter. And he hadn't even begun to profit yet. Realizing this, Eddie's expression turned resolute. You gentlemen are right. Gio and his people are indeed obstacles. We must eliminate them. But now that Gio and his men are no longer in the city, how do we deal with them? Do any of the chieftains have any ideas? What do you expect from me? All eyes turned to Luke. After a moment of contemplation, Luke spoke slowly. To deal with the wolf like Jonathan, we need a tiger, a powerful opponent to face them. The group exchanged glances. While they considered themselves strong, each confrontation with Jonathan had put them at a disadvantage. Although the neighboring Sishi prefect Davidson was capable, his attitude recently suggested he wanted to use their hands rather than act himself. Who else could they turn to? Unable to contain himself, Zen urged. Chiefly, don't keep us in suspense, tell us quickly. Luke looked past everyone towards the southwest. Anan? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Anan? It was a country, indeed powerful, far surpassing Liangzhou at least. But Annam was an independent nation. Why would it help them against Gio and Jonathan? Even if they wanted to buy its assistance, they didn't have that much money. Eddie frowned and asked, Chiefly, what do you mean by that? Luke sneered coldly, Sir Wu. If the kingdom of Annam suddenly launches an attack on the southwestern border, wouldn't Gio, as the protector of Liangzhou, need to lead troops to support the defense? And since Jonathan is an imperial convict exiled by the court, and has been incorporated into the military ranks, isn't this very normal? Eddie nodded but still looked puzzled. If the kingdom of Annam does launch a large-scale attack, these measures are indeed appropriate. But in recent years, Annam hasn't invaded. A sharp light flashed in Luke's eyes. Then let's make them invade. Amidst everyone's doubtful gazes, Luke sneered coldly again. I've heard that the reason Annam hasn't invaded the Great Chu in recent years is because they've been attacking other countries in different directions. These past 2 years, Annam has been recuperating. Based on my estimation, their next target might well be the Great Chu. If we provide them with a pretext at this opportune moment, they will definitely launch an attack. Excellent. What a brilliant idea. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed, filled with admiration. Who would have thought Chiefly would be so well informed about Anam's situation? Admiring, truly admirable. Not for nothing is Chiefly our leader. He always finds a way. After the praise subsided, Eddie asked, how does Chiefly plan to give them a pretext? Luke glanced at Santiago standing behind Zen. This matter requires Mr. Xia to take action. Jonathan stayed in the military camp for 3 days. Seeing Jonathan idle every day, Duke took him to Joe's tent. Father, can I take Brother Jonathan for a tour around the camp? Gio was about to agree when a wind-battered soldier from the border was brought in. Sir Abdur, urgent military report. Gio was startled and quickly opened the message. After reading it, his expression couldn't help but change. Father, what's wrong? Duke asked curiously. The kingdom of Anam has suddenly launched an attack, demanding that the Great Chu hand over the murderer who killed more than 10 of their people. Chapter 269, Deputy Hermes Isaiah. Who's the murderer? Calvin was completely baffled. The letter doesn't specify. Gio shook his head, looking a little puzzled himself. Despite being neighbors, the Great Chu and Anam were separated by Malili Mountain. Both had sentinels atop and soldiers stationed at the foot of the mountain. In recent years, there had been minimal interaction between the two nations, let alone an incident involving over a dozen lives. The soldier delivering the message then explained. Anam claims they have eyewitnesses who saw the murderer flee into Great Chu territory. The patrolling soldiers did indeed spot a black shadow. Gio was taken aback. This implied that the shadow had not been captured. How could this be? There were nearly 20,000 troops stationed at the foot of the mountain. How could they fail to catch a single fugitive? According to the patrol, the figure moved with incredible speed. They couldn't catch up, the messenger added. Gio was inwardly alarmed. Who was this person and what were their intentions? Lord Abdur, the deputy general instructed that the pursuit of the shadow should be postponed. We must prevent Anam from advancing, the soldier repeated. Gio nodded, coming back to reality. I'll gather the troops immediately. Saying so, he ordered Calvin to mobilize the forces. After Calvin left, Gio turned to Jonathan, furrowing his brows. If he left Jonathan behind, Eddie and the tribal chiefs would surely take advantage. But taking him to the border wasn't without risk. Gio hesitated. Before he could decide, Jonathan offered, Lord Abdur, I'll go with you. That place is dangerous. Gio warned. Jonathan smiled. Have you forgotten I've been in battles before? Gio slapped his forehead. Indeed, because Jonathan had been acting as a civil official recently, he'd forgotten that Jonathan was a seasoned warrior. Laughing heartily, Gio agreed. All right, let's go together. The soldier looked surprised. Lord Abdur, who is this? I'll introduce him. This is Jonathan, the second son of Duke Pingbei, His Majesty's ennobled Ngwa Gong. Startled, the soldier immediately understood who Jonathan was. News of Duke Pingbei's rebellion had been promptly relayed to them as a warning. Half an hour later, Calvin returned jogging. Father, everything's ready. We can depart. Then let's go. Gio nodded decisively. However, Calvin hesitated. Father, what about Brother Jonathan and the others? They're going with us, Gio grinned. Great. Calvin was both surprised and delighted. Brother Jonathan, we'll be fighting side by side. Yes. Jonathan nodded, a contemplative look crossing his face. Anam's sudden invasion and the absurdity of their reason were unusual. Why would a skilled expert kill over a dozen people in Anam for no reason? Either Anam staged it themselves, or someone wanted to deflect suspicion. If it was the latter, Jonathan glanced toward Liangzhou City, coldness flashing in his eyes. News of Jonathan accompanying Gio and the troops soon reached Luke and the others. Zen laughed. Excellent. Excellent. It's just as clan leaderly predicted. Jonathan really went with them. Beckham's face was equally full of smiles. That brat has made us cautious with his skills, but on the battlefield, things won't be so easy for him. Gray spat hatefully. Best if he dies in battle. Luke remained silent, feeling a twinge of regret. If possible, he would rather capture Jonathan alive. After all, Jonathan harbored many secrets. But this was a necessary choice, given Jonathan's formidable abilities. Still, death might be for the best. While Jonathan lived, it felt like a sword hanging over his head, keeping him constantly uneasy. Listening to the others, Eddie was confused. Clan leaders, Jonathan only went to the front line. Why are you so sure he'll die there? Laughter faltered among Zen and the others. They didn't really know. Their joy stemmed from events unfolding as planned, assuming Jonathan would perish. They all looked curiously at Luke. Luke chuckled, Your Excellency Wu, clan leaders, do you know the character of Isaiah? Eddie and Zen looked utterly bewildered. Let alone knowing this person's character, they hadn't even heard his name before. Only Beckham uncertainly said, Clan leaderly. Is this Isaiah the deputy general on the front line? That's him. Luke nodded, a cruel expression appearing on his face. As far as I know, this deputy general has a very poor temper and an extremely irascible character. He's used to having the final say on the front lines, and tends to act quite impulsively. And Jonathan, although I don't want to admit it, he truly is a master who plans before acting. You think, what kind of situation would arise if these two people were to meet? Everyone's eyes lit up. There will definitely be disagreements due to differing opinions. Beckham said. Exactly. Luke sneered. If Jonathan were still that former Duke Ngwa Gong, Deputy Hermes Zhao couldn't say anything much. But now Jonathan is just a prisoner. In such circumstances, do you think what Deputy Hermes Zhao would do if Jonathan opposes him? Gray's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gritted his teeth and said, He will surely punish Jonathan, that little brat, severely. Beckham said cheerfully, with Jonathan's character, he definitely won't submit quietly. The conflict between them will only escalate bigger and bigger. In that case, the final outcome will be certain death for Jonathan. Clan leaderly, am I right? Luke nodded. That's right, exactly like that. Eddie felt reassured and breathed a long sigh of relief. It would be good if Jonathan were dead. The scene outside the tavern a few days ago was still fresh in his memory. They had been so sure of victory, yet the situation suddenly reversed. It's best if such an opponent disappeared as soon as possible. Jonathan, although you are accompanying us this time, you must not engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. During the march, Gio instructed Jonathan. Calvin listened, thoroughly puzzled. Father, why not let brother Jonathan fight? His skills are amazing. If he can establish military achievements, he will certainly receive commendation from the court. If his contributions are significant enough, restoring the title of Duke Nguagong isn't out of the question. Chapter 270. The True Purpose. Listening to Duke's naive thoughts, Gio and Jonathan exchanged glances, both unable to hold back a shake of their heads. Duke still hadn't fully grasped the court's attitude toward Jonathan. Forget commendation, it would be fortunate if they don't find an excuse to deal with Jonathan. Jonathan nodded. I understand what you mean, Director Abdur. I won't act unless absolutely necessary. As long as you understand. Gio heaved a sigh of relief. It was always easier speaking with someone intelligent. By the way, there's one more thing. Gio seemed to recall something, his expression turning serious. The Brigadier Hermes Zhao stationed in the southwestern border has a short temper. If he offends you in any way, please don't take it to heart. Duke had never met Isaiah and found this information somewhat baffling. Jonathan wasn't participating in combat. How could Brigadier Hermes Zhao offend him? Gio shook his head helplessly. When this brigadier gets angry, he doesn't care about anything else. Jonathan narrowed his eyes. According to Joe's account, apart from the enemy, Anam, this border journey apparently included another challenge, a brigadier general? If so, then someone must have deliberately lured Anam into invading. The true target is me. Jonathan's gaze grew cold, and he turned to look in the direction of Liangzhou City. It can only be those Tusi. Brother Jonathan, what are you looking at? Following Jonathan's gaze, Duke looked back in that direction, puzzled. Nothing much. Jonathan shook his head, not elaborating further. A day later, Jonathan followed Gio to the foot of Malishir Mountain. Chuyi, arrange for everyone to camp here. I need to meet with the brigadier. After instructing him, Gio left hastily. Duke also left shortly after to make arrangements for the camp. For a moment, Jonathan was alone in the encampment. He thought for a while before stepping out of the tent to observe the southwestern Malishir Mountain. Malishir Mountain was not particularly high, but neither was it low. Whichever side controlled Malishir Mountain would gain a position of advantage, capable of advancing or retreating without being defeated. This would be the most fiercely contested place. To resolve this conflict quickly, Jonathan knew the Great Chu soldiers needed to occupy Malishir Mountain as soon as possible. A thought crossed Jonathan's mind. System, is there anything convenient and effective that could assist in occupying the mountain? Before the system could respond, Jonathan saw Gio returning with a troubled expression. Jonathan was taken aback, ignoring the system's potential reply. Gio had been gone for less than a quarter of an hour. What could have happened? Director Abdur, what's wrong? Jonathan asked, approaching him. Gio shook his head, saying nothing but feeling extremely frustrated. He had just visited Isaiah's tent, assuming that arriving swiftly with soldiers following orders wouldn't earn him praise but at least avoid reprimand. However, Isaiah berated him mercilessly, blaming him for arriving too slowly. Even after explaining that he had received orders and led the troops immediately, Isaiah insisted, complaining that Gio was still too slow. It seemed almost unreasonable, but what could be done? Being Isaiah's subordinate, Gio could only endure it. Has Chuyi started arranging the campsite? Gio asked. Jonathan nodded, and together they entered the main camp. Recalling Isaiah's temper, Gio warned again, Jonathan, don't go out unnecessarily. As he spoke, a loud voice interrupted from outside. Where's Gio? Where did he vanish? Joe's expression changed as he stood up hurriedly. Taking a couple of steps, Gio looked back at Jonathan, sighing, Jonathan, come along. Initially, he planned to avoid having Jonathan meet Isaiah, but now, avoiding such a meeting was impossible. With Isaiah here, he had to welcome him into the camp. If Jonathan remained inside, Isaiah might seize the opportunity to provoke. That would only complicate matters. Jonathan's brow furrowed slightly. Only Isaiah, the brigadier general, would dare address Gio like that and leave him helpless. Just from his tone, this person clearly wasn't easy to deal with. So, you finally came out? Following Gio out of the tent, Jonathan heard a harsh voice ahead. Lifting his head, Jonathan saw a stocky man around 1.6 meters tall, covered in whiskers, his eyes bulging like bells, and his face twitching with anger when speaking. Seeing Jonathan behind Gio, Isaiah sneered, they say war makes father and son fight side by side. Planning on using this chance to get some credit for your son? Huh? This remark stung Gio deeply. Though he was the garrison commander, Duke was merely a personal guard in the camp and held no official position. Although Isaiah had mistaken the person, his words were insulting to Joe's integrity. Colonel Zhao, this is not my son. Isaiah was a bit surprised but soon sneered. Not your son? Fine. Then this colonel has taken a liking to this boy. Hand him over. Joe's face was full of astonishment. He had met Isaiah several times before, but only in formal visits. Though he knew Isaiah had a bad temper and liked to scold people, he hadn't expected Isaiah's actions to be so outrageous. With a grim face, Gio said, Colonel Zhao, he is my personal guard. A personal guard? So what if he is? Isaiah showed disdain. If this colonel fancies him, it's his good fortune. What? You want to stop me? Gio held back his anger and said, with a major enemy ahead, please prioritize the greater cause, Colonel Zhao. Why can't I prioritize the greater cause? Isaiah retorted. Gio couldn't hold back any longer, staring straight at Isaiah. Sir, the military camp is not a place for debauchery. You're accusing me of debauchery? Gio was determined now, isn't it? Of course not. A smirk appeared on Isaiah's face, then turned into a cold laugh. I wanted to assign him to my personal guard team, and you accused me with such filthy thoughts. Gio, you doubt a superior officer and refuse to follow orders. This general suspects you are intentionally undermining our army's morale. Guards, seize him until the battle is over. Yes. Several of Isaiah's guards immediately stepped forward, pinning Gio down. Gio looked stunned, then suddenly realized what was happening. He had fallen into Isaiah's trap. Isaiah deliberately spoke ambiguously to create a misunderstanding, then used it as an excuse to punish him. This was retaliation for contradicting him in front of other commanders earlier. Jonathan furrowed his brow deeply. When he heard Isaiah ask for him from Geo, he had prepared to speak up but was stopped by Geo. He didn't expect the situation to be far from what it seemed. Despite Isaiah's terrible temper, he could sit in the colonel's position, indeed showing some capability. Chapter 271, Brother Jonathan, it all depends on you. Seeing that Geo was about to be taken away, Jonathan was ready to speak up. However, Geo kept giving Jonathan eye signals. Although he was detained due to Isaiah's personal grudge, Geo, as a guard commander, knew Isaiah wouldn't dare do anything too severe to him. On the contrary, if Jonathan spoke up, not only would it not save him, but it might also implicate Jonathan himself, which would be counterproductive. Jonathan frowned and had to swallow his words. At this moment, Levi returned after arranging the encampment matters. Seeing Geo being restrained, he immediately rushed forward. What are you doing? Let go of me. Before Levi could finish speaking, Geo quickly interrupted. Be quiet. Levi was stunned, not understanding why Geo stopped him. Joe's heart raced. He knew very well that with Isaiah's vengeful nature, once he knew Levi's identity, he would surely continue to retaliate. Sure enough, Isaiah looked at Levi, then at Geo, and suddenly smiled. You're the son of Guard Commander Abdur, right? Despite being interrupted by Geo, Levi didn't understand his father's intentions and nodded. Yes. Excellent. A hint of cold laughter flashed across Isaiah's face. Your father disobeyed my orders, so I've stripped him of his command for this battle. Since you're his son, the responsibility for these 5,000 men will now fall on you, under my command during this battle. Isaiah's words were definitive and came as a complete surprise to Levi, leaving him momentarily speechless. Geo was also taken aback, but soon, he understood Isaiah's intent, and his expression changed drastically. Isaiah wanted Levi to lead the troops as the vanguard. In mountain warfare, the vanguard suffered the highest casualties. Commander, Chui is too young. Let me take charge instead? Geo interjected hurriedly. You? Isaiah sneered. I just said you're already under arrest. Take him away. Geo struggled in desperation. At this moment, Jonathan suddenly spoke up. Sir Abdur, since Commander Zhao trusts Brother Abdur, why not give Brother Abdur a chance to try? Everyone present was taken aback, especially Geo, who looked astonished. What did Jonathan mean? Confused, Geo suddenly saw Jonathan giving him a reassuring look. Understanding Jonathan's meaning, Geo wasn't at all reassured. With Isaiah's character, he would definitely make Levi lead the soldiers as the vanguard. Even with Jonathan's help, this was mountain warfare, completely different from the plains battles Jonathan was accustomed to. But at this point, opposing it would only make things worse. Helplessly, Geo gave Jonathan a trusting look and was then taken away. Isaiah noticed Jonathan's glance toward Geo and narrowed his eyes. What's your name? Jonathan replied calmly, Jonathan. Jonathan? Isaiah repeated the name twice, but couldn't recall any information. He didn't say more, turning his attention to Levi beside him. Control your soldiers and wait for my orders. After saying this, Isaiah left with his people. Upon returning to camp, Isaiah summoned a confidant. Go investigate who this Jonathan is in Liangzhou. Once the confidant left, Isaiah's face no longer showed rudeness, but rather shrewd calculation. As Jonathan suspected, if Isaiah were truly just a tyrannical man, he would never have risen to become a commander of the third rank. His brutality was merely a means to consolidate power. Deliberate action after careful consideration was his true nature. Though Jonathan had only spoken a few words, Isaiah recognized his extraordinary qualities. Calm and composed. These weren't traits typically found in a young person unless they had solid backing. Isaiah narrowed his eyes. Let's see who you really are. Brother Jonathan, why was my father arrested? Is he going to be all right? As soon as Isaiah left, Levi turned to Jonathan urgently. Jonathan briefly recounted what had happened, leaving Levi furious. This was clearly Isaiah deliberately stirring trouble. I can't let this slide. I'm going to ask for an explanation. Levi moved to leave, but Jonathan quickly stopped him. If you go now, Isaiah will find another excuse to arrest you too. Then these 5,000 soldiers will fall into his hands. Once the battle starts, they'll be used as pawns. Levi was shocked. He hadn't realized the situation was so serious. But then, Levi began to have second thoughts. Jonathan, I've never led troops before. And if that man wants me to lead the soldiers as the vanguard, what should I do? Faced with Levi's worried face, Jonathan smiled. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Seeing the confident smile on Jonathan's face, Levi let out a long breath of relief. Although he didn't know why Jonathan was so confident, his intuition told him that since Jonathan said it, there would definitely be no problems. Thinking of this, Levi expressed his gratitude. Brother Jonathan, it all depends on you. In the deputy general's camp, it was already evening, and after dinner, Isaiah was about to rest when his confidant suddenly returned. Sir, I found information on that Jonathan. Isaiah was somewhat surprised. So easily? The confidant nodded. Sir, this Jonathan is not an ordinary person, but rather the second son of the Tomas, the former Kinney. But because of the Tomas's rebellion, he was exiled to Liangzhou. So that's how it is. Isaiah understood. No wonder the other party remained so calm and collected in front of him. But then, Isaiah's expression darkened. Since the other party had even met the emperor, he naturally wouldn't fear someone like himself, a deputy general of the third rank. This made him feel provoked. But then Isaiah laughed coldly. If you were still the Kinney, this deputy general would naturally defer to you. But now, you're just an exiled convict. Why should this deputy general fear you? Go, bring him here. This deputy general wants to see him. Also, bring in my trusted confidants. I want to make this young man understand who has the final say here. The deputy general wants to see Brother Jonathan? Upon hearing the order, Levi was startled, and his expression became uneasy. It was clear that this meeting would be fraught with danger for Jonathan. Brother Jonathan, what should we do? Levi asked anxiously. Since he wants to see me, I'll go see him. Jonathan stood up and smiled at Levi, who was about to speak. Don't worry, he can't eat me. Chapter 272, Is this guy made of wood? Inside the general's tent, Isaiah sized up Jonathan for a while before he finally spoke slowly. The vice general has heard that you are the second son of the Angelo and the Marquis of National Security bestowed by His Majesty himself? He deliberately emphasized bestowed by His Majesty himself, leaving no doubt as to his meaning. You may have had an impressive background, but that was in the past, and you've fallen out of favor. Jonathan seemed not to catch Isaiah's implication, only nodding, yes. A flash of displeasure crossed Isaiah's face. My hints were so obvious, yet Jonathan remained unmoved. Either he didn't pick up on it, or pretended not to. Since you're going to act this way, I'll show you your true colors. I've long heard that the Marquis of National Security is agile and a fearsome presence on the battlefield. Now we're about to move against Annam, and we need to boost our soldiers' morale. So, follow me and let my troops see what you're made of. Without giving Jonathan a chance to refuse or even speak, Isaiah walked out. Jonathan had anticipated Isaiah's potential actions, unfazed, and followed. Isaiah's originally smug expression froze. Jonathan showed no reluctance at all. Did this kid not realize my proposal was malicious? Or is he confident in his own abilities? If it's the former, fine. But if it's the latter, a glint of coldness flashed in Isaiah's eyes. Then I must break him down even more. Following Isaiah to the drill ground, Jonathan could hear the soldiers' cries echoing far off. What do you think? My men should be just as good as those your father once commanded, right? Isaiah asked proudly, turning back to look at Jonathan. He intentionally brought up the Angelo again to provoke Jonathan. Jonathan, of course, saw through his little game. Indeed, he appears rash and crude but harbors sharp intentions. Jonathan shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know. You don't know? This ambiguous answer left Isaiah momentarily stunned. In his mind, Jonathan would either say yes or no. No matter which one, Isaiah had prepared his response accordingly. But this don't know was unexpected. But it only took a moment for Isaiah to figure out how to proceed. He sneered inwardly, saying, You don't know? In that case, let me choose a few soldiers to spar with you, so you can understand the prowess of my men. Go, find some people. Don't disgrace yourselves in front of the Marquis of National Security. His final two sentences brooked no argument. Finishing, Isaiah glanced sideways at Jonathan, feeling quite pleased. Trying to dodge my plan with an unexpected answer? Think again. But my reply shows quick wit. Let's see what you can do now. Yet, Jonathan remained unperturbed by Isaiah's words. Isaiah's smile faltered, disbelief filling his eyes. Is this guy made of wood? Why is there no reaction at all? After the shock wore off, Isaiah's expression darkened. Previously, his probing led to two conclusions. Either Jonathan isn't smart enough, or he's very confident. The first option can now be ruled out. That means Jonathan is already prepared for whatever comes next. Has he seen through me? Isaiah's face grew darker, and he couldn't help but huff loudly. Seeing Isaiah make noises, Jonathan finally showed some emotion, a slight smile appearing on his face. This smile infuriated Isaiah even more. What are you smiling about? Unable to contain his anger any longer, Isaiah snapped at Jonathan. Jonathan shook his head internally. Just because of a smile, he can't control his temper. This Isaiah does have some tricks, but only so much. I'm looking forward to sparring with your elite soldiers, which made me happy and smile. Jonathan's impeccable explanation left Isaiah fuming but without an outlet. Well. All Isaiah could do was grit his teeth and turn away, unwilling to look at Jonathan anymore. He feared further provocation would push him over the edge, but he was resolved. If anything, I'll make sure Jonathan never smiles again. Soon, Isaiah's confidant returned after picking the soldiers. Sir, they're all here. As he spoke, the confidant gave Isaiah an almost imperceptible nod. Isaiah's unpleasant expression improved significantly. Everything was going according to plan. The confidant hadn't picked the soldiers on the spot, but had simply reselect those who had been chosen previously. Let them come over. Isaiah ordered and then climbed up the platform, shouting loudly to the soldiers training in all directions, Halt! At Isaiah's command, the various training teams immediately stopped. Clearly, Isaiah's word here was final. He continued, Today, this senior general fortuitously learned that the second son of the former Angelo and His Majesty's personally bestowed Marquis of National Security is right here. This is a rare opportunity to learn from him. I've selected several skilled men. Both sides will soon start the sparring, and everyone is welcome to observe. The soldiers immediately began to chatter among themselves, with puzzled expressions on their faces. While they might not have heard of the Marquis of National Security, the name of the Angelo was certainly familiar to them. But recently, hearing this name seemed to imply something about rebellion. For a moment, the soldiers looked at Jonathan with strange glances. This was exactly the effect Isaiah wanted. He glanced at Jonathan, then looked at the selected soldiers, his sour expression finally replaced by a smile. Those few soldiers stepped forward and stood in front of Jonathan. Jonathan wasn't short. He was at least 6 feet tall, but compared to these iron tower-like soldiers, he still appeared slightly shorter. It was already dusk, and the slanted sun cast shadows of these soldiers completely over Jonathan. This scene made Isaiah even happier. Don't dawdle, let's get started. The soldiers had already arranged the order of appearance. The one on the far left took a step forward, looking down on Jonathan almost through his nose. Senior Hermes says you were bestowed the title of Marquis of National Security by His Majesty for your great achievements? But judging by your appearance, you don't seem capable of such feats. These words clearly implied that Jonathan obtained the title of Marquis of National Security because of the Angelo. For a moment, some of the surrounding soldiers looked envious, but more of them showed disdain. Chapter 273. Why is the situation different from what was expected? The soldier who appeared sized up Jonathan with a few glances, then said with disdain, Look at your tender skin and delicate flesh. I'll have to hold back a bit when I start hitting you, so as not to break any bones. At this, Isaiah and the other soldiers waiting to step in all chuckled. Jonathan looked at him speechlessly. Wasn't this soldier trying to intimidate him while portraying him as someone undeserving of his position? Jonathan shook his head and beckoned with his hand. Just come at me. The soldier's smile froze. Such a gesture was an immense insult. The soldier glanced at Isaiah, who nodded with a cold gleam in his eyes. The soldier immediately understood Isaiah's intention. He wasn't to hold back. This is what you asked for. With that, the soldier roared, exerting force through his legs with a thud, hurtling towards Jonathan like a cannonball. Many soldiers watching felt their scalps tingle. With such bulk and speed, even a calf would be sent flying. He must have attacked with full strength right from the start. Looking at Jonathan on the opposite side, he seemed to stand rooted in shock. While many were unhappy with Jonathan's title as Duke of Angwa, not a few soldiers were secretly worried about him now. Isaiah, however, watched with sharpened eyes. This was how it should be done. As for the consequences if Jonathan got seriously injured or even killed by accident, Isaiah was not worried at all. Since the court had judged Muhammad guilty of treason and exiled Jonathan to Liangzhou, it had already shown its attitude clearly enough. If Jonathan were to die under his arrangement, the court might reward him instead. Seeing the charging soldier getting closer and closer to Jonathan, yet Jonathan remained motionless, Isaiah could hardly contain his excitement. This kid must have never seen such a fierce attack and has been frightened out of his wits. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Isaiah pulled back his thoughts and focused intently. However, this one look caused Isaiah's smile to instantly freeze. The charging soldier had stopped, his face flushed red, looking utterly stunned. And there, Jonathan's right hand was pressed against the soldier's right shoulder. Clearly, Jonathan had blocked the soldier with just one hand. Simultaneously, exclamations of astonishment rose around them. He blocked it? He actually blocked it. That kind of speed would have thrown even a calf off its feet. Not only did he block it, but with one hand. How much strength does he have? His foot didn't move at all too. All these comments made Isaiah imagine vividly the moment he missed, causing his complexion to drastically change. He knew very well how powerful that collision was. It could have snapped a railing as thick as an arm clean in two. No matter who it was, they would have avoided the brunt of it. Yet Jonathan managed to block it with just one hand? How could this be possible? Isaiah wasn't stupid, but his mind couldn't comprehend it either. It was far beyond logic, making him feel like it was all a dream. The soldier blocked by Jonathan fared no better. Usually, anything hit by this move would fly away, and the recoil force on himself wasn't much. But today, it felt like colliding into an unshakable mountain, numbing his entire right shoulder, with his bones almost shattering from the impact. Shocked for a brief moment, the soldier realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. But it was too late. Jonathan chuckled, gripping the soldier's right shoulder like steel claws, then swung upwards. Ah! The soldier screamed as he soared into the air. Then, he was waved around in the air like a rag. SSS. Instantly, gasps filled the training ground, accompanied by the terrified screams of the airborne soldier. Though none knew how it felt to be swung around like a rag, just hearing the soldier's screams was enough to imagine the horror. Isaiah had long been dumbstruck. Why was the situation completely different from what he expected? Regaining his senses, he quickly shouted, "Jonathan, let go." But Jonathan didn't release the soldier immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "He hasn't conceded defeat yet." The soldier hastily interjected, "I." But before he could finish, Jonathan's swinging speed increased sharply, leaving him unable to say the remaining words. This scene caused nearby soldiers to instinctively take a step back. To be swung so fast that one couldn't even speak was terrifying indeed. Isaiah's face instantly darkened. He was no fool. Jonathan was clearly showing off to him, but there was no way Isaiah would admit defeat. He hurriedly gave a look to the other guards who hadn't yet stepped up. The guards understood and quickly shouted, "He concedes, he concedes." Oh! Jonathan stopped waving his arm. Rip! A harsh tearing sound rang out as the airborne soldier suddenly flew away. After flying over Tu Zhong, he landed heavily on the ground with a miserable scream. Everyone looked stunned. Jonathan had been holding on so tightly while swinging, but let go the moment he stopped. It was clearly intentional. Fire blazed in Isaiah's eyes. "Jonathan, did you do that on purpose?" But Jonathan innocently stretched out his right hand and opened it, misunderstanding. It's just that the clothes were of poor quality. Isaiah was momentarily speechless, yet the fury in his eyes intensified. This was nothing but sophistry from Jonathan. But he couldn't refute this excuse. Taking a deep breath, Isaiah suppressed his anger and then signaled one of the guards. The guards were taken aback. Isaiah was signaling for that person to step up, but this didn't match the order Isaiah had initially told them. However, since Isaiah had issued the command, they could only comply. Seeing the second guard step up, Isaiah's expression slightly improved. Though the disrupted order made him unhappy, after witnessing Jonathan's strength, he had to adjust temporarily. Otherwise, according to his previous arrangement, the next two guards who were supposed to show their might would also be toyed with by Jonathan. The guard Isaiah chose now relied on speed. Recalling the earlier scene, he noticed Jonathan had always stood still. Besides Jonathan being confident in his strength, there was another possibility. Jonathan wasn't fast enough. It made sense. Among his tens of thousands of soldiers, if one was exceptionally strong, they inevitably wouldn't be very fast. And Jonathan's strength exceeded even the strongest soldier under his command, meaning his speed must be slower. Speed against slowness, this time, he was sure to win. Chapter 274. The rule became ineffective. The soldier who stepped forward was very uneasy. Jonathan's actions just now had made him tremble with fear, and he involuntarily looked toward Isaiah. Isaiah nodded at him with a look full of confidence. The soldier pondered for a moment, and suddenly understood. It was like this. The soldier couldn't help but feel reassured, simultaneously admiring silently. As expected from Colonel Zhao, he instantly came up with a way to defeat the enemy. Understanding Isaiah's intentions, the soldier moved his body slightly, then cautiously approached Jonathan. When he was 5 feet away from Jonathan, the soldier stopped and began circling around Jonathan, seeking an opportunity. Isaiah nodded in succession, very satisfied. A distance of 5 feet was beyond the reach of arms and legs. Without moving, Jonathan couldn't possibly hurt his opponent. And once Jonathan made a move, his speed would inevitably be extremely slow, full of vulnerabilities. That would be the best time for the soldier to attack. Imagining Jonathan's potential miserable appearance after being attacked, Isaiah couldn't help but smile. You brat, can't I deal with you now? Jonathan's gaze followed the rotating soldier twice, sneering, why don't you make your move? Upon hearing this, the soldier felt greatly reassured. Colonel Zhao's judgment was indeed right. This kid had no plan, only urging me to act. Hearing this, Isaiah's smile grew even wider. He's anxious. This kid is getting anxious. I've indeed found this kid's weakness. In his self-satisfaction, Isaiah said, Jonathan, you have been on the battlefield before, haven't you? If the enemy doesn't move, do you remain motionless forever? Given your status as Duke of Peacekeeping, shouldn't your knowledge not be so shallow? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers started discussing. That's right. How can such a high-ranking person like Duke of Peacekeeping not understand this principle? It seems my thoughts were correct earlier. His title of Duke indeed comes from the Northern Pacification King. If that's the case, it's well deserved that the Northern Pacification King had his family confiscated, staging such tricks. The soldiers couldn't help feeling indignant, and their gazes towards Jonathan became filled with hostility. Jonathan glanced at Isaiah. So far, besides trying to suppress him with force, Isaiah has been hinting everywhere that his title of Duke of Peacekeeping wasn't legitimate. How much does he hate me? Since the other party has done this, he could only retaliate fiercely. Colonel, you misunderstand. Jonathan smiled as he spoke. I said that only to avoid a situation. Jonathan's response clearly took Isaiah by surprise. He subconsciously asked, what situation? If he doesn't strike first, then he'll never get the chance to strike. Jonathan's smile widened. If the match ends this way, I'm afraid he will feel unsatisfied. The soldier circling Jonathan couldn't help exploding in anger and was about to rebuke. However, before he could open his mouth, Isaiah coldly laughed. What's there to feel unsatisfied in a fair match? Speaking, Isaiah shouted at the infuriated soldier. Do you need me to remind you to adhere strictly to your combat strategy? This shout was like a bucket of cold water poured over the soldier's head, immediately calming him down and feeling a bit frightened. The other side was deliberately provoking him, making him angry and act rashly. How despicable. The soldier then coldly laughed. Did you hear? Colonel Zhao is right. In a fair fight, I'll naturally accept defeat without any complaints. Isaiah nodded continuously. Indeed nice. As expected from the personal guard I chose. While indulging in his own satisfaction, he heard Jonathan say, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Isaiah couldn't help but scoff. Just bluffing. This tactic doesn't work on me. He reminded the personal guard loudly again. Stay calm. Don't be deceived by false appearances. Saying this, Isaiah's expression was filled with smugness. Your tricks are seen through by me. What more gimmicks do you have? Isaiah thought, while his eyes remained locked on Jonathan unconsciously. But then, Isaiah's smile instantly froze, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He saw Jonathan, dressed in a gray robe, transformed into a gray shadow and in an instant rushed to the soldier still circling around. Before the soldier could react, Jonathan already grabbed the soldier's shoulder and lifted him up again. Ah! The soldier let out a scream. The next moment, this soldier was swung in the air just like the first one. The surrounding area fell dead silent. Everyone watched this scene with mouths agape, completely incredulous. Despite constantly adjusting his position, how could this soldier still be caught so easily? Jigao quickly recovered and watched the soldier screaming in midair, his eyes filled with horror. The speed Jonathan had just displayed was not slow at all. It was completely different from what he had expected. How could this be? People with great strength are usually not fast enough, aren't they? Why did this rule become ineffective on Jonathan? Jigao couldn't figure it out. He also didn't have time to think much about it, and hurriedly gave the other guards eye signals, urging them to announce the second soldier's defeat. However, the guards who hadn't gone up yet were already dazed. None of them noticed Jigao's gaze. Jigao had no choice but to cough heavily to attract their attention and give another signal. The guards suddenly realized and hurriedly said, he gives up. He gives up. Oh. Jonathan nodded indifferently. Then there was another tearing sound, and the second soldier flew out with the same posture as the first one. When the first soldier flew out, many people around believed Jonathan's explanation. But seeing the second soldier fly out in the same situation, they instantly understood. Jonathan did this deliberately. For a moment, everyone looked at Jonathan with some fear. Not only because of Jonathan's strength, but more so because Jonathan was challenging Jigao. Feeling the reactions of the other soldiers, Jigao's face turned extremely dark. If it was just a plan to ensure his authority wasn't violated before, now his authority was truly being challenged. He absolutely would not allow it. Indeed, Dukin of Pacification lives up to his reputation, defeating 2 of my best men so easily. It seems one-on-one cannot fully showcase Duke and strength. Since that's the case, Jigao waved at the remaining 5 guards. You 5 go together, make sure Dukin is thoroughly satisfied. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around. 5 against 1? Isn't this a bit unfair? Although they thought so in their hearts, no one dared to question it aloud. They had seen enough of Jigao's ruthless methods. Jigao looked at Jonathan with a sneer. This time, he didn't believe Jonathan could still win.